I unexpectedly awakened the most useless profession, Goblin Chief, able to summon only one extremely low-level goblin per second. However, I was isolated by the entire class, forced to resort to despicable means to sacrifice myself. Even the principal thought I was a burden, and was even preparing to expel me, stripping me of my qualifications for the college entrance examination. But they didn't know that the ability to increase by 1 goblin per second, seemingly insignificant, allowed me to have hundreds of loyal tribesmen in just a few minutes. As the system improved, these goblins evolved from low-level to intermediate, each one robust, wielding weapons, and their eyes glinting like wolves. However, in the face of the entire school's ridicule and my classmates' pressure, I did not retaliate. I merely sneered quietly while accumulating strength. When I stepped onto the arena, hundreds of goblins surged forth from the illusory mirror behind me, and the entire venue fell into an instant silence. They were still mocking my useless profession, unaware that I already possessed an army of goblins comparable to a military force. At this moment, the arena trembled as the goblins surged forth like a tide, growling as they clashed with the enemy. Zhou Shuer pleaded with me for protection in a pitiful state, but I merely waved my hand indifferently, allowing her to be ruthlessly driven off the stage by the goblins. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, and I whispered softly, "You all, come together." Luo Chang No. 1 High School, Martial Arts Platform Preparation Room. Su Chen, don't be too willful. Su Chen, whose mind was in a daze, was startled awake by a scolding voice beside him and instinctively looked up to scan his surroundings. Several young boys and girls stood around, their eyes filled with disdain. Where is this? Su Chen, who had just won 200,000 in the lottery and was about to buy a sweet wife, felt quite bewildered as a wave of unfamiliar memories flooded into his mind. Invasion of deep space, everyone awakens, the whole nation reveres martial prowess. His name is Su Chen, a student and class leader of the 3rd year, Class 2, who just completed his awakening yesterday. His summoning system profession is Goblin Chief. His ability is to summon 3 low-level goblins. They can't be said to be weak, but rather, they are just quite pathetic. Thinking of the 3 goblins that, although weak, still guarded his side yesterday, Su Chen felt a bit of a headache. Such a profession and ability are completely a burden in the best school in the entire city of Luo. In my past life, I worked hard from dawn to dusk, and still had to comfort myself with motivational quotes. After finally being favored by the god of wealth and winning the lottery, hey, I've crossed over to become the clan leader. As for the few people around, the girl in front had black hair swaying, her moist pink lips parted, and her words were chillingly indifferent. Su Chen, the goblin chief you awakened is the most useless summoning type. Even without breaking the rules, he would be knocked off the stage by a group, and it would be better to sacrifice yourself for the team. According to tradition, after awakening at 18, there will be a campus competition to test the students' true combat abilities. The winning class will receive greater resource allocation in preparation for the college entrance examination in 1 month. Although Su Chen was the class leader, he treated others gently and without arrogance, lacking deep authority. After awakening, the Goblin tribe leader's command was taken away by the charming girl in front of him, Zhou Shuer. As a result, she even took the lead in organizing a palace coup. So you are forcing me to use spirit sealing powder to plot against Lu Baishuan? Su Chen slammed the table and revealed a cold smile. You really have the nerve to use palace coup tactics to make me scheme against others. He is not the gentle and easygoing person the original owner was. Damn it, even after crossing over, I can't let others ride on my head, otherwise, I would truly become a turtle. Civilization system activated, successfully forming a life and death contract with the esteemed Lord Su Chen. Detected that your profession is Goblin Chief, initial traits are being activated. Activation successful, initial trait, increases 1 low-tier goblin every second. Su Chen, who was in a fit of anger, was taken aback. Illusory numbers are dancing before my eyes, +1, +1. The heart that was once somewhat vague has now become completely solid. 1 goblin appears every second, which means 60 in a minute, and 3,600 in an hour. 1 goblin is weak, but what about 1,000, or 10,000? Zhou Shuer said unhappily. Su Chen, who are you calling despicable? Our class has always had limited resources, and we definitely can't compete with the other class. If we don't use some special means to win, the gap will only get wider. Why can't you think about everyone in the class? As long as you help us achieve victory, everyone in Class 2 will be grateful to you. The 3 boys around nodded in agreement. Su Chen let out a cold laugh. You make it sound like a fart, thanking me? After I get penalized and taken off the field, you'll just turn around and say I resorted to any means necessary for victory, kicking me aside, while the 4 of you bask in glory and enjoy the adoration of the crowd? Su Chen's starkly contrasting eyes fixed on Zhou Shuer, as if piercing through the heart. If the original owner had been the kind-hearted type, they would have been easily coaxed into a reluctant agreement by a few flattering words, and their latter half of life would have been completely ruined. The whole nation reveres martial arts, and everyone should be open and aboveboard. If such despicable means are truly used, the entire school will scorn you, everyone will call for your downfall, and you will become a rat crossing the street. Zhou Shuer, whose inner plans had been completely revealed, stiffened her expression and instinctively turned away, feeling guilty under Su Chen's gaze. Later, recalling that he was now just a useless summoner, he angrily exclaimed, "Nonsense! Su Chen, just because your own heart is dirty, do you think others are the same?" The tall boy beside Zhou Shuer, Zhao Lei, said coldly, "Su Chen, clean up your mouth." Su Chen's retort was abruptly stopped at the tip of his tongue. He had originally planned to use his silver tongue to shut them down. "Isn't it a waste of breath to awaken the system now? I put the password in the fortune." Su Chen jumped up directly, pointing at Zhao Lei and scolding. "You say she didn't say anything about you, right? Back then, when you provoked a group of young girls and got surrounded, why didn't you let me keep my mouth clean when I went to save you? Which of you four has not asked me for help? Did I refuse last time? Speak clearly to me now. I see your mother still has her charm. If you send her over tonight, I will agree to you." Zhao Lei's face turned red, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Zhou Shuer immediately scolded, "Enough, Su Chen. How can you insult a classmate? Is it too much to ask you to contribute a little to the class? You're just making excuses, showing no sense of collective honor. If it weren't for the fact that the class monitor has to compete, I wouldn't even look at you. Goblins are such dark and disgusting creatures that just being near them makes my nuns feel nauseous." Zhou Shuer has also awakened as a summoner, and the nuns have experienced it. She can summon 5 light-based nuns to fight. With a master like you, those nuns will inevitably fall into depravity sooner or later. In this competition, I will win, but remember, this has nothing to do with you or the class, it's just, I will not lose. The voice was calm, yet filled with a strong sense of heroism. At this moment, the loudspeaker in the preparation room sounded, "Students from Class 1 and Class 2, please come up in an orderly manner to prepare." The 4 of them were stunned for a moment, then snapped back to reality and burst into laughter. Zhou Shuer sneered, "Su Chen, this has nothing to do with us. Are you planning to take on 5 by yourself? Then I truly look forward to that scene. If you win, I will obey you from now on." Zhao Lei scoffed, "So confident, huh? Just make sure you don't come begging for protection when you get on stage later. Otherwise, don't blame my knife if it accidentally takes out your greenskin trash." The horn sounded for the 3rd time in the preparation room, and Su Chen stepped forward, his voice indifferent. "It should be like this." Zhou Shuer looked at Su Chen's back and inexplicably felt a heavy sense of oppression, making her heart feel stifled. But this feeling was quickly shaken off, and Zhou Shuer said coldly, "It's just a useless profession. With those few goblins, he probably can't even stop a group of students. Without our protection, he will soon learn what a professional gap is when he steps onto the arena." Su Chen walked out of the preparation room and briefly familiarized himself with the system on the way to the arena. With a thought, the system page opened. The line of numbers above kept jumping, indicating the number of goblins, which had now reached 100. Although the number was large, the low-tier goblins were weak, making the situation still precarious. Zhou Shuer and the others charged ahead, deliberately leaving Su Chen with a proud silhouette. Zhao Lei deliberately bumped into Su Chen as they brushed past each other. Su Chen, who was originally planning how to deal with them, added another note in his mind. He was not a magnanimous person, on the contrary, he was one who would repay even the smallest grievance. In this competition, it would be fine if they were wiped out by Class 2, but it would be even better if they could hold on tenaciously. Su Chen stepped onto the arena, facing the sunlight, his gaze disdainful. "I want to fight 9 of them." Stepping onto the arena, Su Chen looked across. A slender girl with waist-length black hair stood at the front, her unadorned skin pale with a hint of red, expressionless, holding a pure white spear in her hand. The class monitor, Lu Baishuang. Before awakening, everyone focused on honing their bodies and enhancing their martial arts skills, with Lu Baishuang and Su Chen always ranking first and second. But after awakening, everything changed dramatically. One is an invincible melee fighter, destined to become a general, while the other is the weakest summoner, a goblin chieftain, doomed to fall into obscurity. Lu Baishuang noticed the gaze directed at her and slightly nodded in acknowledgement to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded in return. "Team leader Lu, please show some mercy." Zhou Rueishu forced a smile, but Lu Baishuang didn't even glance at her, addressing the referee instead. "Teacher Su, let's begin." The referee, Teacher Su, nodded, "Safety first, competition second, I won't elaborate on the rules." The competition officially begins. Zhou Rueishu felt humiliated and was angry, but she maintained a proper smile in front of the school leaders below. Teacher Su stepped down from the arena, and the battle was about to begin. A radiant light appeared behind Zhou Rueishu, revealing 5 burly, stout nuns. "Su Chen," He retracted his previous words. These 5 glaringly eye-catching guys were not qualified to fall into depravity. The nuns turned the pages of the Bible and chanted in unison, "God, please bless your faithful believers." A dazzling orb of light emerged from above the Bible, shooting forth and crashing towards a group of 5. Zhao Lei and the other 2 seized the opportunity to rush towards Lu Baishuang, aiming to eliminate her at the first moment. Su Chen silently took a step back, standing at the edge of the arena, away from the battlefield. He focused on the panel, watching the numbers jump. 261, 300. Why is Su Chen still stepping back? This competition is crucial for resource allocation. If he continues like this, he will ruin our future. The students of Class 2 in the audience discovered that Su Chen was actually huddled in the back, and they were all furious. The homeroom teacher of Class 2, Gong Ji, had a shadowy look in his eyes, and he didn't know if Zhou Ruishui had forced Su Chen to agree. If it weren't for the fact that the class monitor could only be changed at the beginning of each month, he wouldn't. The cooperation of several people in Class 2 is quite good. The principal, Zhong Yong, nodded in satisfaction from the judges' table. The vice principal also said, first, the nun will create gaps through her attacks, and the others will follow suit to focus on striking Lu Baishuang. The tactic is sound. However, they overlooked one point. Lu Baishuang is an invincible melee gun spirit at the same stage, not a long-range attacker, so the beheading is destined to fail. Zhong Yong took a sip from his thermos and suddenly noticed the handsome young man silently retreating to the edge of the arena, frowning. Why isn't Su Chen making a move? The vice principal glanced over, unimpressed, awakened, but with a useless profession and an unstable mindset, afraid to step up, right? Bang! The thermos slammed onto the table, and Zhong Yong said, even if it's a useless profession, one should still step up and sacrifice oneself to create opportunities. There is not a shred of team spirit. He turned to the vice principal and said meaningfully, our high school is the best in Luochang, and this year the upper management is paying even more attention to the graduation rate than in previous years. The vice principal immediately understood, stood up, and walked to Class 2, where he found Gong Ji. Teacher Gong, this is the good student you taught. If placed on the front lines, that would be desertion in the face of battle. The vice principal's face was cold, and his tone was unfriendly. Gong Ji nodded and bowed. Vice principal, please don't be angry. I didn't expect that this child, Su Chen, would be so terrible. Humph. The principal has already spoken. We cannot let such a person lower our high admission rate. Pull out his file and go to the academic affairs office to process his withdrawal. The vice principal finished speaking and walked away with his hands behind his back. Gong Ji was not angry but rather pleased, walking towards the academic affairs office with a light step. The evaluation for professional titles is coming up soon, and Su Chen's useless profession is undoubtedly a major black mark. Gong Jishan was worried about how to expel Su Chen. It was as if a pillow was sent just when sleepiness came. The commotion here was not concealed. The students of Class 2 spread the news, one telling 10, 10 telling 100, and everyone was clear about it. Some students looked at the quiet boy on stage and felt that this was not quite right. There are only a few months left until the college entrance examination. How can he take the exam if Su Chen is expelled now? Yes, even if he really went to another school, I'm afraid no one would take him in. This undoubtedly ruins him completely. But most students cast aside Su Chen's 3 years of good deeds and coldly said, what kind of useless person participates in the college entrance examination? Is he going to be a clown? Being expelled is just right, so as not to affect our class's average score. Goblin Chief, what a grand title, but whose chief has only a few measly resources. It's simply embarrassing. We and Su Chen are destined to be from different worlds. We probably won't meet again. Su Chen stood at the edge of the arena, watching the number of clan members increase while enjoying the battle. The tips of the guns flickered like flowers, scattering the incoming light orbs. The black-haired girl charged out with her gun. As Zhao Lei swung his blade, Lu Baishuang rotated her gun to block it, then pushed the blade away, sweeping her long gun out like a staff. The 3 members of Class 2 retreated to dodge, while Class 1 began their counterattack. The sorcerer cast a spell to dismantle the fire, protecting Lu Baishuang as she charged forward, with the other 3 guarding her side. Lu Baishuang wielded her spear like a dragon, the spear's shadow dazzling, making it difficult for the 3 from Class 2 to resist, as they retreated step by step. At the back, Zhou Ruishua saw the black-haired girl charging straight at her. Her expression changed in shock. Quick, stop her. Lu Baishuang's spear whirled around her waist, creating a sonic boom that forced Zhao Lei and the others back. She looked at the handsome young man at the edge of the arena, who wore a faint smile and exuded calmness, and said to her companion beside her, I'll handle this myself, you keep an eye on Su Chen. A group of students looked puzzled. Class leader, what about Su Chen? Lu Baishuang said, even without professional bonuses, he is still second in the entire school. The three glanced at the handsome young man at the edge of the arena, who was in a daze, and had no choice but to stop their actions and remain fully alert. Thus, all the students of Class 1 saw that the black-haired girl, with the assistance of a sorcerer, displayed a dazzling array of gunfire, overpowering the four from Class 2. Zhou Ruishua kept changing positions from time to time to avoid being cut down. Seeing Su Chen still motionless at the edge of the arena, Zhou Ruishua, feeling quite embarrassed, shouted angrily, "Su Chen, you are an undercover sent by Class 1, right?" Everyone's attention was focused on Su Chen. The martial artists, who acted openly and above board, were quite displeased with his actions. Especially the students of Class 2 were filled with excitement. "Su Chen, you traitor! Useless! Get out of Class 2! You are not worthy of being the class leader of Class 2. Expel Su Chen! Someone like him has no right to stay at first high." Lu Baishuang knocked Zhao Lei's large knife flying with a single thrust of her spear, then swept the spear horizontally, knocking him off the stage. She looked with her clear eyes at the handsome young man at the edge of the arena. "Your companion won't hold out much longer. Aren't you going to make a move?" Amidst the noise in his ears, Su Chen snapped back to reality from the system panel, where a special prompt had just popped up. Critical hit, intermediate goblin +1. Number of goblins, 800, low-level goblin 799, intermediate goblin 1. It's not a low-level goblin, but an intermediate one. Glancing at the indignant second-class students who wished they could tear themselves to pieces, Su Chen smiled. These are the classmates who are dear to the original owner. 800 goblins are just 800 goblins. Taking on 8 is more than enough. Su Chen finally made a move, stepping forward, and a layer of illusory images appeared behind him. The three students from Class 1, who had been staring at Su Chen, fixed their gaze on the illusory images, their pupils contracting sharply. In the dense forest, a large number of goblins wielded stones and wooden sticks. They gathered together, and although weak in strength, their eyes were filled with fervent admiration for the boy's back. As Su Chen moved forward, these goblins stepped in unison, following their chieftain. Thus, the arena, forged from steel, trembled, impervious even to the attacks of advanced warriors. Boom! The heavy footsteps sounded like thunder. A row of goblins marched out of the illusory mirror, stepping onto the arena, their greedy and fierce gazes fixed ahead. The students, who had just been noisy and boisterous, instinctively closed their mouths at the sight. Then the entire venue fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as the tall and handsome youth spoke aloud. "You all, come together." The dazzling light of the setting sun draped the youth in a layer of golden gauze. Su Chen stood before the many goblins, his expression calm and unperturbed, his presence as deep as the ocean and as towering as a mountain, immensely heavy. "Chieftain." The larger, more robust intermediate goblin at the front had a fervent gaze, raising a bone knife high. Thus, all the goblins raised their weapons together and shouted to the heavens. "Glory!" The once noisy audience is now as silent as death. Whether it was the students from Class 1 or Class 2, they were all frozen in shock, rubbing their eyes. What is happening? Isn't the goblin chief only able to summon 3 low-level goblins? They trembled a little as they took out their phones to search, and even the results they found were like this. But looking at the goblins behind Su Chen with their fierce eyes, they couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in their hearts. 100,000 troops? Where did 100,000 troops come from? The passwords Baidu, even the little virgin is deceived. The three of them, Zhou Ruishue and the others, were also stunned by this scene, frozen in place. Looking at the swarm of goblins behind Su Chen, a look of disbelief and fear flashed across Zhou Ruishue's face. Didn't Su Chen say yesterday that he could only summon 3 goblins? Thinking about her actions over the past 2 days, Zhou Ruishue felt a wave of panic. Not only did she undermine Su Chen, but she also forced him to use spirit sealing powder to plot against Lu Baishuang. In her panic, Zhou Ruishue decided to accuse the villain first, angrily saying, "Su Chen, you clearly can summon so many goblins but didn't tell us? To deceive even your own companions, how could I have trusted you so much?" Su Chen sneered, "You, with your roadside specialty roast chicken, dare to question me?" Zhou Ruishue was so taken aback that her chest heaved violently, a pair of rabbits trembling to break free. As Lu Baishuang charged in from behind, she could no longer afford to be stubborn and hurriedly ran towards Su Chen. "Help me! If I get eliminated, you definitely won't be a match for the others." Su Chen, however, did not move at all, and Zhou Ruishue began to morally blackmail him. "Su Chen, even at a time like this, you are still so willful. Are you going to ruin the future of all the students in Class 2? Su Chen, if you keep messing around, we won't elect you as class leader next time." "That's right, you are too selfish." The other 2 students shouted along. "Su Chen is a nice guy. As long as it involves the class, he definitely wouldn't dare to delay." Sure enough, Su Chen took action. "Selfish and self-serving?" Su Chen chuckled lightly, but his gaze was very cold. "Since you all say so, as a classmate, it would be inappropriate for me not to lend you a hand. Facing the charging Zhou Ruixue, he spread his legs into a horse stance, clenched his right fist, twisted at the waist, and tightened his spine like a dragon. Bang! Zhou Ruixue launched a surprise attack on Su Chen with her face, and then her body flew backward like a broken sack. Before she even fell from the air, Su Chen was already in front of her, raising his leg, aiming for her abdomen. Zhou Ruixue understood what he was about to do and exclaimed, "Su Chen, wait! Wait for your mother!" Su Chen's long legs struck down like a sharp axe, tearing through the air with a piercing explosion. Boom! The arena was smashed, leaving spiderweb-like cracks. Zhou Ruixue's cheeks were swollen, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, as she fell into a semi-conscious state, like trash kicked off the stage. Su Chen rubbed his wrist, his voice like the cold wind of late December. Not a single one left. The intermediate goblin waiting for orders behind him charged out first, like a pack of wolves on the hunt, swift and fierce. The nuns, broad-shouldered and stout, wore expressions of disgust as they flipped through their Bibles. The spell had not yet been unleashed, and these lowly, filthy green-skinned monsters surged forward as if unafraid of death. In the end, the 5 nuns were dragged before Su Chen, wailing and struggling like captured wild boars. The remaining 2 students from Class 2 were thrown off the arena by the goblins, looking as pathetic as dogs. At this point, only Su Chen remained from Class 2. "Su Chen, what have you done? Without Zhou Ruixue and the others, how can we compete with Class 1? The students of Class 2 all stood up, angry, questioning, roaring. The handsome young man stood on the high platform, looking down with a disdainful gaze, arms wide open. "It's simple, I just need to take action." After he finished speaking, he stepped forward, and 300 goblins followed behind him. The scene fell silent once again. His gaze was filled with dominance, and none of the second-class students dared to meet his eyes. A bunch of useless people. Su Chen chuckled lightly, retracting his gaze to look at the crowd. The goblins charged towards the place the chieftain was looking at, unafraid of death. Lu Baishuang's spear moved like a dragon, each thrust claiming the lives of low-level goblins. Although goblins are weak, they excel in numbers and are not afraid of death. When a few people were exhausted, Lu Baishuang looked at the hundreds of goblins still remaining on the stage and chose to concede. "This time, you have won against me," she said calmly. "I will catch up to you soon." Su Chen said, "Not at all, Lu Baishuang." She walked down the arena in silence, not dragging her feet at all, calm like a robot. The intermediate goblin bowed to Su Chen. "Chief, these women are for your enjoyment." Su Chen glanced at the nun who was fatter than a New Year pig, his eyelids twitching. "This is a reward for you." All the goblins rejoiced, carrying their spoils, 5 nuns, back to the illusory mirror. The students of classes 1 and 2 were all plunged into shock, fear, and disbelief. Zhou Ruixue collapsed on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, unable to believe what she was seeing on stage. Did Su Chen really win? That's Lu Baishuang. The Lu Baishuang who has won first place for 3 consecutive years. How did he win? How could he have won? All previous accusations and moral coercion now seem like mere clowns, and the gazes of others appear to be filled with mockery. The judges, Zhong Yong and the vice principal, were also taken aback. The 2 exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. In this world, the moment one awakens to their profession marks the awakening of a person's latter half of life. Lu Baishuang's gun soul profession is invincible in close combat. It is a certainty that he will become a general in the future, while Su Chen, the most useless goblin chieftain, destined for a life of mediocrity. The goblin chieftain faces 5 opponents, among them a gun soul awakener. The most important thing is, and he won. Even the 4 limbs wouldn't dare to write like this. Moreover, with such a large group of people, you should have said so earlier. This isn't a competition, it's clearly a military ambush. After the shock, Zhong Yong thought of Su Chen's behavior of hiding things to show off, and a hint of dissatisfaction arose in his heart. "Su Chen, I was wrong, please spare my nun." Zhou Ruixue came to her senses and saw the nuns were about to be taken away, so she hurriedly got up and begged for mercy. She had just tried to lift the summoning, but there was no response at all. If she really watched the nuns being taken away, she would become a true empty commander. Su Chen smiled gently. "Don't worry, she will live well among my people." He turned to the clansman and advised, "Be gentle, don't just start at 5th gear. You." Zhou Ruixue's eyes turned red, and tears fell from her aggrieved expression. Looking at the charming girl, her face like a pear blossom in the rain, no longer the previous coolness, Su Chen had only one thought in his heart. The specialty of Shanghao Daoku is a great material that fills the hall with morning light. Out of concern for his classmates, Su Chen asked with care, crying so badly, "Enough, Su Chen, the competition is over. Why aren't you returning the summoned creature to your classmate?" Principal Zhong Yong, seated at the judges' table, stood up, his tone laced with reproach. Su Chen noticed that the 5 wild boars behind him had already vanished, and he regretfully said, "Principal, you spoke too late." Zhou Ruixue, who had previously led the charge against him, had already done well by not sending her into military service for 9 years. A gentleman takes revenge after 10 years. But he was not a gentleman, he was a good person. Good people take revenge from dawn till dusk. Zhong Yong's face darkened, his dissatisfaction growing. He had already told him to stop, yet Su Chen dared to let the goblin run free, which was undoubtedly a challenge to his authority. "Apologize to your classmate," he said, his face grim and his tone heavy. Su Chen looked at Zhou Ruixue with a half-smile. "Do you need me to apologize?" The coldness in the boy's eyes sent chills down Zhou Ruixue's spine, making her hands and feet feel icy, her hair standing on end. Facing Su Chen's gaze, Zhou Ruixue recalled the tragic fate of her nun and instinctively lowered her head, afraid to speak. Su Chen shrugged. "Principal, it seems that classmate Zhou doesn't need me to apologize." Zhong Yong was enraged. "Threatening your classmates in front of me, Su Chen, do you not see me as your principal?" Su Chen replied coldly. "Forcing me to use spirit binding powder, can such a person even be called a classmate?" The words caused a stir in the crowd. Spirit binding powder? Everyone exchanged glances, silently straining to listen. This was a strictly controlled illegal substance. Big news. Zhong Yong was momentarily stunned, his mind racing, and he shouted, "Shut up! Su Chen, stop talking nonsense and change the subject. What we're discussing now is your actions against your classmate." Spirit binding powder was a banned item with stricter controls than drugs, its nature severe. It should not, and could not, appear in the high school. If this got out and an investigation ensued, losing his position would be the least of his worries. Zhou Ruixue sighed in relief, casting a smug glance at Su Chen. "Even if you won, what good would it do? You'd still be reprimanded, and even the principal is on my side." Su Chen sneered. He was well aware of the hidden intricacies in this situation. But with the college entrance exams approaching, Su Chen didn't want to stir up trouble and turned to leave the stage. The students in Class 1 glared at Su Chen with indignation, as if watching the final boss in a game. And his own classmates. Su Chen glanced over and chuckled. Their faces looked even worse than those in Class 1. If a vote were held to kick him out of the class now, it would probably pass instantly. He spoke gently. "A bunch of useless people watching the password. If you're not convinced, don't leave after school." The gazes that had been on him instantly vanished, and Su Chen felt much more comfortable. Indeed, as long as you treat people sincerely, you can change others. At that moment, the school broadcast suddenly buzzed to life. Su Chen from Class 2 of Senior 3 is bullying classmates and disrespecting teachers, extremely malicious. After discussion by the school, it has been decided. The sudden announcement left everyone stunned, looking up at the speaker in confusion. Expelled. Never to be readmitted. Su Chen's steps toward the classroom froze in mid-air, then he firmly set them down. He turned to look at the principal, waiting for him to explain. Zhou Ruixue, retreating back to her class, listened to the broadcast, joy bubbling uncontrollably in her heart. If Su Chen was expelled, then the matter of forcing him to use spirit binding powder would not get out. Zhong Yong, facing the handsome young man, adopted a high and mighty posture. "Su Chen, you bullied your classmates during your time at school and disrespected your teachers. According to school rules, you cannot remain at this high school, but..." He turned the tables. "As long as you apologize to your classmate, I can represent the school and forgive you. Otherwise, without this high school, you won't even be able to take the college entrance exam a month from now." After finishing, Zhong Yong confidently awaited Su Chen's apology. Students at this age are most susceptible to threats, especially when it concerns their future. He was sure Su Chen would obediently admit his mistake. Su Chen understood. This is the moment when one realizes their own strength and wants to give a slap as a sweet date, breaking the spine and taking them in as a dog. Zhou Ruixue's heart tightened, worried that Su Chen would really back down. If Su Chen stayed, it would definitely not be good for her in the future. All the teachers and students in the school focused their gaze on Su Chen, all certain that he would back down and apologize, remaining at high. The handsome young man finally spoke. "Ha!" A light laugh that was ambiguous yet seemed to contain everything. Contempt, disdain, ridicule. Su Chen stuffed his hands into his pockets, looking at the famous quotes hanging on the teaching building. "Poverty cannot be moved, wealth cannot be corrupted, might." He stepped forward again, and only his calm and proud voice echoed throughout the venue. "Cannot be bent." All the teachers and students understood Su Chen's decision, their expressions changing. They had just put themselves in his shoes, thinking that if they were in his position, they would definitely back down. But Su Chen broke away from the group, confronting the principal with the words from the teaching building. This decision, which was contrary to their own, made all the teachers and students feel a mix of shame and anger, but they only dared to hide it in their hearts. Bang! Zhongyong slammed his palm on the table, making a loud noise, his face looking very ugly. Su Chen, is this your attitude when speaking to your superiors? The almost invisible young man turned his head back, his lips moving, and his voice clearly came through. Superior? You are not worthy. Zhongyong's forehead bulged with veins, and he shouted angrily, if you dare to step forward again, Yihai will publicly expel you, and no school will want a rebellious student like you. By then, you won't even be able to take the college entrance examination. This time, the young man didn't even bother to turn his head back, just raised his right hand and extended a middle finger. He disappeared from the sight of all the teachers and students at Yihai just like that. Ah! Arrogant! Zhongyong's cheeks flushed, veins throbbing, angrily said, Vice Principal. You say. Post the expulsion notice, Su Chen is rebellious and has been expelled from Yihai. Let everyone know that our Yihai cannot be arrogant just because of a bit of strength, we have plenty of geniuses. Without Su Chen, Yihai and Luo City can still rank among the top in the college entrance examination. The vice principal nodded in agreement and hurried off to handle it. Wait a minute. As his anger slightly dissipated, Zhongyong regained his composure and said in a low voice, inform the principals of other schools that Su Chen is hiding spirit sealing powder, intending to plot against his classmates in the arena. If he cannot have it, then he will destroy it. Hiding spirit sealing powder is a serious crime, and at this critical moment, Zhongyong did not believe any school would dare to take the risk of accepting Su Chen. He wanted to make sure no school would want him. Among the students in Class 2, Zhou Ruishua's eyes were filled with joy. Su Chen. Extremely foolish. Without Yihai, he wouldn't even qualify to take the college entrance examination this year. The students in Class 2 breathed a sigh of relief, their joy unmasked. With Su Chen expelled, they no longer had to worry about him settling scores later, and they could also have one less person to share resources with. Winning the arena and Su Chen being expelled, a double happiness. Just as they were celebrating, Zhongyong at the judges' table picked up the microphone. Su Chen has been expelled, and the outcome of this match will be calculated according to the order of leaving the stage, with the victory belonging to all of Class 1, who will enjoy 70% of the cultivation resources. Without Su Chen, it was clear that Lu Baishuan was worth cultivating more than half of them. The students in Class 1 were beaming with joy, while the students in Class 2 had their smiles freeze, unable to believe it. But they dared not go up to protest to the principal, so they could only vent their anger on the departing Su Chen. It's all Su Chen's fault, why couldn't he just back down with the principal? If he had backed down with the principal, how could our resources have been taken by Class 1? But they forgot Su Chen's earlier words. Because of Su Chen, Class 2 was Class 2, when he left, Class 2 was nothing but a recycling center for waste. Who would pour resources onto a bunch of waste? Long Luo District, Junmin Road, Anmin Apartment. The old street area, a single lane, with peeling walls on both sides, filled with traces of time's passage. Pulling open the green copper gate, Su Chen softly said, I'm back. To the right of the entrance door is a shoe cabinet, on top of which sits a photo frame, showing a happy family of 3. The old man was a national construction engineer, who was sent to the front lines to build defensive works during his childhood, only to encounter a massive deep space invasion. The old woman worked in the logistics department and perished in the riots 10 years ago. All they left for the original owner was a photo frame. And this house. Throwing himself onto the sofa, Su Chen took a moment to rest before beginning to ponder the upcoming college entrance examination. Only a month remained until the exam. Although he had the system's help and could crush with the number of goblins, he felt uncertain about this world. 300 years ago, the deep space invasion swallowed the world. The human race awakened there. Professions embarked on the martial path, and together built the martial Great Wall to stop the main forces of the Deep Space Clan. The two sides fought for 300 years, with strong warriors emerging. For top-tier powers, they could easily move mountains and sever rivers with a wave of their hand. Even now, there was Lu Baishuan, who could pierce through a pile of goblins with a single shot. Su Chen understood that the human sea tactic was only useful now. If Lu Baishuan advanced in rank, let alone 800, even 2,000 might not be enough for her to kill. Only the intermediate goblins obtained during critical hits could face Lu Baishuan in a few rounds. But the probability was too low and hard to obtain. Thinking of the dense forest where the goblins appeared, Su Chen walked into the bedroom. After rummaging through the bookshelf, he found a book. Beginner's Manual for Summoning. Opening the manual, the first page recorded the principles of summoning for summoning professions. When awakening, a summoning space forms within the body, allowing one to summon creatures from it when needed. Like a corporate worker going to work, getting off work, and going home, a straight line. Su Chen's gaze fell on a line of notes. Concentrate your mind, perceive calmly, consciousness can descend. Concentrate your mind. Su Chen sat down, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing. The darkness before him deepened, and suddenly a halo appeared. In the pitch black. Did he perceive it so quickly? As Su Chen's consciousness touched the halo, he felt a pulling force. In the dense forest, Su Chen's figure coalesced. He heard the chirping of birds, and a faint stench filled the air, causing him to frown. After surveying the surroundings, he understood. It was a makeshift camp, with feces everywhere on the ground. The goblins clearly had no concept of cleaning up. However, Su Chen did not see any goblins here. After taking a few steps forward, a mass of green figures appeared in his line of sight. So plump. Looks really sturdy, I like it. Hee, I can hardly contain myself. A group of goblins huddled together, emitting the laughter of King Qin Wu. You filthy, lowly beasts. The gods will not spare you. The nuns shouted in disgust and anger. But your god has not shown up. An intermediate goblin appeared and said, your god ignores you, but our chieftain has bestowed you upon us. Compared to the great chieftain, a god? What a joke. To insult the god like this, you will surely be burned by fierce flames, pecked by eagles, and die in agony. The goblins roared in anger, seeking death. What's the rush? The intermediate goblin stopped them, patted its robust chest, and grinned. You have quite the fiery temper, which I like. I am usually frugal, even the fruit core must be crushed and swallowed. Wouldn't it be a waste to let you die like this? The nuns showed panic. What do you want? The intermediate goblin grinned wickedly. Of course, it's you. Tie up these 5 beauties and line them up. Remember what the chieftain said, be gentle. Do you all understand? The goblins replied in unison, understood. In the distance, Su Chen took everything in. This scene felt familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Seeing his clansmen full of enthusiasm, Su Chen didn't want to spoil the mood and waited until the intermediate goblin was done before making his appearance. Chief. As soon as the intermediate goblin saw Su Chen, it immediately knelt down respectfully. However, Su Chen's gaze fell on its head, or rather, on the line of text that others couldn't see. Intermediate goblin, 2/10 this is. Your Excellency Su Chen, this is the experience value of your clansmen. Once the experience value is full, they can level up. As if sensing Su Chen's confusion, a ethereal voice explained in his ear. After letting the intermediate goblin rise, Su Chen asked, how is experience value obtained? Fighting other creatures, training, and eating can all earn experience value. Su Chen understood. It was just like playing a P game. The troop would gain experience through battles and then upgrade their units. The little experience the intermediate goblin had now was probably provided by a class of students. Su Chen looked at the intermediate goblin but realized he didn't know its name. What's your name? The intermediate goblin respectfully replied, I have no name, my lord. Then I'll give you one. Su Chen thought of the scene he had just seen and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. From today on, you shall be called Yuan Bulin, courtesy name Chengdu. Yuan Bulin's face showed excitement as he murmured, Yuan Bulin, courtesy name Chengdu. What a good name. Thank you, chief, for the name. The text above Yuan Bulin's head changed, and his name appeared on the experience bar. Yuan Bulin intermediate goblin, experience value, 2/10, no problem, I have a task for you. Su Chen said solemnly. Gather all the clansmen later and dig a toilet at the downwind side of the camp. All goblins must relieve themselves in a fixed location. Yuan Bulin showed hesitation. Chief, the clansmen are used to being unruly. I'm worried about this sudden change. There's nothing to worry about. Su Chen said coldly, those who do not obey orders will be dealt with according to clan rules. I don't need a bunch of rabble, only elite soldiers can withstand the dangers that may come at any time. Kindness does not govern soldiers, and righteousness does not govern wealth. From the previous arena match, Su Chen had noticed that while the goblins were fearless, they were too unruly. A group of mountain bandits and a group of regular troops are two different levels. Su Chen's first goal was to make all the goblins obey orders and create a team of his own. Yuan Bulin no longer hesitated and firmly said, I will not fail the chief's trust. Detected Your Excellency Su Chen's ambition to reform. The clan upgrade panel unlocked. A panel popped up, showing a total of 6 probability statistics. Beginner Goblin, 99% Intermediate Goblin, 1%. The probabilities for the 4 higher levels were all 0. In other words, goblins could not only improve their own strength but also enhance their probabilities through the upgrade system? Su Chen's gloom lifted as he looked at the upgrade conditions. 1-2 required condition, Deep Space Power *10. The system will automatically extract this every time you and your clansmen kill deep space creatures. Deep space power? Why would the system need such a thing? Deep space power is something extracted from the Deep Space Clan, highly contaminated. Once tainted, it is as difficult to remove as a bone worm. Su Chen had no doubt that the system was created by the Deep Space Clan. If they had that ability, humanity would have been wiped out long ago, and they wouldn't have been intercepted outside the martial arts Great Wall. In the end, they could only let the clan skilled in hiding and disguising infiltrate the rear to annoy the human race. Just as Su Chen was preparing to continue studying the system, he suddenly heard the sound of a door opening. Someone was coming. The moment the door was pulled open, Su Chen opened his eyes. Walking into the living room, he saw a burly man in a teddy bear apron gently closing the door. Upon seeing Su Chen walk out from the bedroom, he exclaimed, "School ended so early today?" Su Chen took the bag from the man's hand, saying, "Uncle Jiang, why did you buy so many things again? I told you, I can take care of myself, cooking isn't that troublesome." Jiang. Pingxing slapped Su Chen on the shoulder, "You talk too much. You're at the age where you need to grow, how can you not eat more meat? I bought beef brisket, I'll stew it for you at noon." After saying that, he walked into the kitchen to start cutting the meat. Su Chen wanted to help, but the kitchen was small, and with 2 people it felt cramped, so he was sent out. Sitting in the living room, listening to the sounds coming from the kitchen, Su Chen's heart gradually calmed. Uncle Jiang was a comrade of his parents, and after they died for their country, he moved across from him. Perhaps because of his good relationship with Su Chen's parents, Uncle Jiang had taken care of him since he was little, almost raising him like a son. Plus, both of his sons had sacrificed on the battlefield, so sometimes Su Chen would half-jokingly, half-seriously call out, "Father in heaven." By the time the meal was ready and finished, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Jiang Pingsheng peeled an orange for Su Chen and casually asked, "What happened?" Su Chen paused in his action of eating the orange, then smiled, "You noticed that, huh? If you ask me, it's a pity that you were assigned to sanitation after retiring, you should have gone to the police station." Jiang Pingsheng lightly tapped Su Chen, softening his tone, "You usually want to live in the martial arts room at school, and that time you came back just in time? If someone didn't know better, they'd think there were succubi in there." Su Chen grinned, "You even know about succubi, it's nothing serious, I just got expelled." "Just expelled?" Jiang Pingxing's face showed a smile, then froze. "Expelled?" Right now was the time when the school was distributing training resources, pushing students to excel. Being expelled at this time would definitely put him far behind others in the college entrance examination due to lack of resources. Su Chen briefly explained the situation, and Jiang Pingsheng was first shocked by the number of goblins, then expressed his dissatisfaction with the principal. That bastard, still playing these tricks at this point. Jiang Pingsheng gritted his teeth in anger. Su Chen comforted him, "It's okay, Uncle Jiang, I'll ask other schools, I don't believe there's no place that wants me." Jiang Pingxing's expression turned serious, "You had such a falling out with the principal, he won't let you join another school. I'm afraid now, all your escape routes have been blocked." Analyzing was one thing, but Jiang Pingsheng immediately grabbed Su Chen and rushed out. The school's training resources were undoubtedly the easiest to obtain, and they couldn't give up easily. "Second hi, Brother Jiang. Long time no see. Arranging for the kid to go to school? No problem. Even if you arrange a dog, I can get it into the campus." Su Chen, "This won't do." "Third hi, hiding spirit powder, a student who can do such a thing can't be accommodated in our little temple, look elsewhere." "Fourth hi, Brother Jiang, talking about money hurts feelings, isn't our relationship just about schooling? Here's the blueprint, take a look." "What do you need the blueprint for? Donating a building? No money? If you have no money, get out." As the sun set, only the remaining light illuminated the world. Coming out of Fourth High in Luochang, Jiang Pingsheng left a deep handprint on a tree by the roadside. "Damn! That bastard Zhong Yong. A bunch of bastards. Damn it, so unethical, really damn unethical. Don't hold me back, I want to take him down." Su Chen grabbed Uncle Jiang, saying, "Calm down, we live in a society governed by law." Jiang Pingsheng was fuming inside, "Damn it, I'll sue him in court. If that doesn't work, we can go to Kyoto to appeal at our own expense." "Alright, Uncle Jiang, stop saying foolish things." Su Chen was quite calm. In life, one must be kind and repay grievances with virtue. He said gently. Zhongyang's grandson is studying at the city kindergarten. And there are a total of 23 surveillance cameras there. When we passed by this afternoon, 8 of them were broken. Principal. Zhong is so busy, he probably doesn't have time to pick up the child. Uncle Zhong, please make a bit more food tonight and invite little Zhong to eat with us. Jiang Pingsheng, who had just been furious, suddenly calmed down and tightly grasped Su Chen's wrist. Little Su, it's not necessary, we mustn't act impulsively. If we go, I have to go with you. Su Chen said, I'm hungry, uncle. Let's go home and eat from big bowls. Jiang Pingsheng sighed in relief. This is a truth of life, when you want to break a window, just say you'll set the house on fire, and then you can break the window. Uncle Jiang was very angry, and as long as Su Chen was angrier than him, the matter could be resolved. After dinner, night fell. Su Chen calmly read a book while Jiang Pingsheng kept placing fruits and milk in front of him, going back and forth. Su Chen looked at the small mountain of food in front of him and found it somewhat amusing. Uncle, are you trying to stuff me to death? Jiang Pingsheng, who had come over with sunflower seeds, awkwardly put them down. A burly man over 6 feet tall looked quite shy, wanting to say something, but not knowing how to start. I plan to take the self-examination. Even if I don't join a school, I can still top the college entrance examination. Su Chen's eyes shone with determination. It's not only through school that one can take the college entrance examination. As long as one meets the age requirement, they can register at the Martial Arts Bureau. Zhongyang wanted to use this method to force him to death, but Su Chen would not fulfill his wish. Moreover, isn't your school focused on the college admission rate? It's best if you don't encounter me during the college entrance examination, otherwise, I'll make all the students at your school repeat a year. Jiang Pingsheng instinctively responded. Self-examination is good, self-examination is good. Once he realized what Su Chen was saying, he only said in a deep voice, you focus on your studies, I'll find a way regarding the resources. Su Chen remained silent, stood up, picked up 2 wooden sticks from behind the door, threw one to Jiang Pingsheng, and went upstairs. The only thing he needed to do was to win against Uncle Jiang before he could persuade him. Jiang Pingsheng didn't think much of it, assuming the child was just feeling frustrated and wanted to vent. Upon reaching the rooftop, Jiang Pingsheng stared blankly for a moment. The boy's clothes fluttered in the night wind, and he held the stick in one hand, with the stars behind him seeming to cheer for him. His clear eyes were firm and calm. Uncle Jiang, please give me some guidance. Jiang Pingsheng came back to his senses and sneered, dare to challenge me? I see you want to dance. Have you forgotten how I used to beat you when you were little? Just as he was speaking, Su Chen had already approached, bringing the wooden stick down hard. Jiang Pingsheng blocked it with his stick, then spun it like a flower, knocking away the incoming weapon while striking Su Chen in the chest. Su Chen sidestepped and swung a stick towards Uncle Jiang's neck, wanting to execute a decapitation. Jiang Pingsheng directly gripped the stick with both hands and struck out, knocking the wooden stick from Su Chen's hand. Jiang Pingsheng sneered, nephew, you're still too inexperienced. Long weapons are not suitable for close combat. Your method is that so? Su Chen interrupted. Suddenly, he felt a touch in his abdomen and Jiang Pingsheng paused, looking down. A small wooden dagger was inexplicably pressed against his stomach, still moving up and down. Su Chen analyzed, if this were a real dagger, Uncle Jiang, you would have already collapsed from blood loss. Jiang Pingsheng stared blankly at the small dagger and after a moment, a smile broke out on his face. As he laughed heartily, ha ha ha, good. A fine hand of covert strategy. Well done. Nothing is more gratifying than seeing a child grow up, even surpassing oneself. Although he hadn't taken it seriously, a loss is a loss. Su Chen seized the opportunity and said, Uncle Jiang, can you promise me one thing? Speak. Jiang Pingsheng said boldly. Tonight, no matter what it is, as long as he can do it, he will definitely agree. I want to join the demon hunting team and go out of the city to hunt demons. Jiang Pingsheng's smile became somewhat stiff as he asked, what did you say? I want to join the demon hunting team. Jiang Pingsheng's smile completely vanished as he directly rejected, impossible. Xiaoming, I know you're under a lot of pressure, but the demon hunting team. After returning home from the rooftop, Jiang Pingsheng sat across from Su Chen, discussing the downsides of the demon hunting team. Things like not providing 5 insurances and 1 fund, unstable work hours, and being far from home, among others. Su Chen said in a deep voice, Uncle Jiang, my mind is made up. Most of the Deep Space Clan was held back outside the martial arts Great Wall, but a small portion had infiltrated the rear. Those guys couldn't enter the city and instead harassed passersby outside, causing little harm but a lot of annoyance. The demon hunting team was responsible for going out of the city to hunt the deep space creatures that had infiltrated the rear. Every city had a demon hunting team, which was part of the military, hunting the Deep Space Clan in the wilderness. The reason Chen was determined to join was simple: the demon hunting team not only provided resources but also offered the chance to gain deep space power and upgrade the system. Working one job for 2 salaries, isn't that great? Zhang Pingsheng was anxious, words on the tip of his tongue but swallowed back, finally letting out a sigh. Damn. Just like your dead father. Back then, I told him not to save me, just to leave, but he wouldn't listen, and in the end, he left himself behind. He got up and walked to his own house, returning a moment later with a wooden box over 2 meters long. What is this? Zhang Pingsheng opened the box, and the sight inside made Chen's eyes light up. Inside lay a dark-colored spear about 2 meters long, its ink-like sheen deep as the night, with fine patterns spreading across it like scales, exuding a sense of vastness. My old buddy. Zhang Pingsheng caressed the spear, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. I fought the Deep Space Clan with this alongside my comrades. He took the dark spear out and tossed it to Chen. It's yours now. Goblin strength is weak. If they encounter a melee warrior, one misstep could lead to losing their head amidst the crowd. Chen instinctively caught the spear, feeling its cold weight in his hands, carefully swinging it, as if the sound of the spear echoed in his ears. Good weapon. Just a simple swing, and Chen could feel the spear's extraordinary quality. Of course, I saved up for a long time to exchange for it with my merits. Zhang Pingsheng said proudly. I named it Sun Snatcher. When it strikes, all you see is a black flash, extinguishing the sunlight. Great name, great weapon. Chen placed the Sun Snatcher back in the box. The bond between the two was like that of father and son, and being overly sentimental felt somewhat pretentious. Since you've decided to join the demon hunting team, you should rest well tonight. Zhang Pingsheng stood up. Tomorrow morning, I'll go with you to sign up. After sending Uncle Jian off, Chen washed up and lay down in bed, his consciousness sinking into the summoning space. After accumulating for most of the day, the number of goblins had reached over 50,000, but there was still only one intermediate goblin, Yuan Bulin. Chen felt a bit of stomach pain. Other card games might empty players' wallets but at least provide some guarantees. He had none at all. The only thing that reassured Chen was that the goblins were very obedient. They only went to the bathroom in designated spots and didn't make a mess, making the camp look much tidier. Going to the Dawn Hall was also orderly, with no cutting in line. Once we get out of the city, I can let them fight to gain experience. By then, perhaps I can also form an iron army, comparable to the Great Qin Ruishir, the Xianjia army, and the Tiger and Leopard cavalry. The next day, at dawn, Uncle Jiang made breakfast, and after the two of them ate, they headed to the city guard office together. Behind the counter was a middle-aged man. Chen handed over his information. I want to apply to join the demon hunting team. The man picked up Chen's information and glanced at it, asking, Are you sure you want to join the demon hunting team? After receiving a positive response, he frowned. You're only 18, the age for school, it's very dangerous outside the city, go back. Especially after seeing Chen's profession, the man directly handed the information back. Goblin clan leader? Such a trash, ordinary profession had a combat power of at most 5. If he encountered a deep space creature outside the city, he wouldn't even be able to run away, certain to die. I'm not afraid, please help me with the process. Chen did not respond. Zhao Qing saw the handsome young man's determined expression, took the documents, stood up, and left with a remark, please wait a moment. He walked to the office on the 2nd floor and knocked on the door. Elder son, are you available? Come in. Pushing the door open, he found Elder son leisurely listening to an opera in a rocking chair, his head full of white hair. What's the matter? A young man insists on joining the demon hunter team. He just awakened 2 days ago, and his profession is Goblin Chief. What do we do about this? Elder son sat up. Goblin Chief? Yes, Zhao Cheng nodded. Elder son laughed in anger. This kind of trash profession dares to join the demon hunter team? If he wants to die, I'll give him a slap to make it quicker. Zhao Qing said, I've already advised him, but he insists on joining. According to the rules, we have no right to stop him. What do you think? Although the demon hunter team could obtain a lot of resources, it required going out of the city to kill deep space creatures, which was very dangerous. It could be said that the resources were entirely exchanged for lives. In the past, unless there was no other choice, no one would join. Elder son lay back down, waving his hand impatiently. Since he won't listen, let him go. He'll regret it once he sees the terror of deep space creatures. Elder Sun quickly dismissed the matter from his mind. This kid had already 1 foot on the road to the underworld. What need is there to remember someone who was about to die? As for coming back? What a joke. His eyesight was among the best in the entire Luo city. Goblin Chief, the waste of the waste. No matter how hard he tried, he would never become a first-tier warrior in this lifetime. Moreover, this kid had only just awakened for 2 days. If he could return from the wilderness, Elder Sun would wash his hair upside down. Wait. What if he turned back right after leaving the city gate? Elder Sun pondered for a moment, adjusting his wording. If he can kill a deep space creature, even if it's the lowest level black crystal pig, I'll wash my hair upside down at the city gate. Only after saying this did he realize something was off, looking at the many employees outside the door who had instinctively stopped in their tracks. Elder, I haven't closed the door yet. Zhao Qing chuckled awkwardly, dispersing the employees who were eavesdropping at the door and closing the office door. Returning to the reception window, he quickly processed the documents and handed them to Su Chen, still advising, "You're young, don't impulsively throw away your life. It's not too late to regret now. You just joined, here's the WeChat of the team leader. Please add him." Su Chen took the documents and added the WeChat. "Thank you." Watching the young man and his bodyguard leave, Zhao Qing shook his head inside. The young are fearless. Ding! Ding! The phone rang, and Zhao Cheng was bombarded with mentions in a chat group. "Brother Zhao, what's going on?" Seeing he had nothing to do, Zhao Qing shared the matter of Su Chen with everyone in the group. Goblin Chief? That profession hasn't appeared in many years. Exactly. In terms of rarity, it's comparable to melee gun spirit professions. It's something that only appears once in 100,000. Elder Sun doesn't think he can come back. It seems he's 10 to 1 dead. Zhao Qing's mind inexplicably flashed with the calm demeanor of the handsome young man from beginning to end, and he actually felt that he could come back. However, this thought only flickered by. Elder Sun was a 6th tier powerhouse, and his eyesight was naturally not to be doubted. I actually hope he can return safely. I really want to see Elder Sun wash his hair upside down. Exactly, especially at the city gate. That would be interesting. The fun-loving people in the group were quite looking forward to it. After all, they had never seen a 6th-tier powerhouse wash his hair upside down. Impossible. If he really comes back, I'll wash my hair upside down at the city gate too. Count me in. All in. Oomph, none of you can do it. If he can come back, I'll run naked around the city wall. Little life, hunting demons outside the city is not a competition. You must be cautious, and again cautious. Jiang Pingsheng advised, when encountering deep space creatures, do not act impulsively. Let your teammates test their strength first. If they are strong, turn around and run. Even when killing deep space creatures, do not let your guard down to avoid tricks. It's best to split them in half vertically. Su Chen frowned upon hearing this. Uncle Jiang, is such behavior befitting a true man? If you encounter a strong enemy, you must protect all your companions. Deep space creatures are cunning. If you don't crush them to dust, how can you feel at ease? Jiang Pingsheng. In front of Su Chen, he seemed like a rookie. Beep beep. Su Chen's phone rang. The other party has passed your friend verification. Always strong, newbie? Let you fly, yes. Always strong, we are setting off soon. Hurry to the East City Gate, we'll wait for you for 20 minutes. Let you fly, got it. Putting away his phone, Su Chen looked at Uncle Jiang. Uncle, I'm leaving now. Jiang Pingsheng patted his shoulder and said solemnly, come back safely. Su Chen removed the wooden box from his back, grasped the sun-snatching gun, and only wrapped the gun head with cloth. Carrying a box was too troublesome, wrapping the gun head would suffice. To avoid being stopped by the police halfway. Watching the young man with the gun walk away, Jiang Pingsheng felt a bit worried. Not for Su Chen, but for his teammates. He hoped they would all come back alive. Amen. East City Gate. The city wall was towering and grand, with a fully equipped army patrolling. Below the city wall, several figures gathered together, 5 men and 1 woman. What's the situation with the newbie? A stout man inquired. Beside him, the muscular and robust Captain Ma Wuwei lit a cigarette. I don't know, I haven't asked yet. Time is tight. Recently, there have been more deep space creatures sneaking into the rear from the front lines. Our target this time is 10. 10? Upon hearing this, the others gasped in shock. In the past, the target was at most 5, but this time it had doubled. Those were deep space creatures. Even the weakest had the strength of an approaching level up, and the stronger ones were at the first level. In their team, only Ma Wuwei was a level-up warrior. The others had only touched the first level and had not yet broken through that barrier. There hasn't been a major battle on the front Lines recently, how could there be so many deep space creatures? Could it be that the deep space race has some new infiltration methods? The group exchanged glances, instinctively feeling a bit discouraged. Hunting deep space creatures outside the city was not child's play, the danger was high, and 10 targets. What's the big deal? We'll find out once we go out, said the tall woman, twirling her long gun, its cold gleam radiating. Kill one if we see one. The blood energy around her surged, and the fluctuations she emitted actually reached the first level. Ma Wuwei analyzed, our team has 2 first-level warriors, and you 4 are all about to level up. As long as we have one more capable one, completing the target of 10 isn't impossible. With an additional level-up warrior, the confidence of the others surged. Please, let's get a summoner, preferably one that's tough and durable. Except for the stout one in the front row, the rest are all back row. If we encounter something with thick blood, we won't be able to maintain formation. That dark magic pig last time was infuriating, we couldn't kill it, and we couldn't escape. Their strength shouldn't be bad, otherwise, why would they join the demon hunting team if not to seek death? While they were talking, a figure holding a gun approached from a distance, drawing everyone's attention. But when they saw that the figure was a young man, they all disappointedly looked away. The young man looked to be no more than 20, at that age, how could he possibly join the demon hunting team? Old Ma, that guy is way too late. It's almost 20 minutes, isn't this just wasting time? The team was somewhat dissatisfied. The tall woman looked at the rapidly approaching young man, her eyes blinking. Could it be? Is it the demon hunter team? The young man stopped in his tracks, gripping his gun with the other hand. I'm the new recruit who just contacted you, Chen. The murmurs of dissatisfaction that had just been voiced suddenly ceased, and everyone exchanged bewildered glances. It really was this kid. But, isn't he too young? Looking at the handsome Chen, whose eyes sparkled like stars, someone joked, Kid, we're going out of the city to hunt deep space creatures, not to enjoy the scenery and check out girls. Are you ready to die? Another person snorted coldly, probably just another second generation kid, all talk and no action. Once we get out of the city, he'll start regretting it. Chen simply asked, who is the captain? Ma Wuwei crushed his cigarette, but, I am. What's your profession? How long have you been awakened? I just awakened 2 days ago, my profession is. Chen replied. Without changing his expression, gunner. A relatively ordinary profession, with a high lower limit and a low upper limit, as long as one practices steadily. They can basically step into the first tier. Awakened for 2 days? Kid, you might as well go back to school and study hard, this isn't. The sound of something slicing through the air erupted, and a black shadow flashed like a meteor. The gun barrel wrapped in cloth was pressed against the throat of the speaker. Even with the cloth covering it, one could feel the hidden murderous intent beneath. Chen's face turned cold. If you can't even dodge the shot, you might as well go back to school for a few more years. The tall woman's eyes lit up, praising, what a nice gun. The man with the gun pressed against his throat turned red, and Ma Wuwei stepped in to ease the tension. Alright, we're all comrades who will have each other's backs, put the gun away. The disdain in his eyes towards Chen was gone, and he extended his hand. Welcome aboard, Ma Wuwei, profession, berserk assassin, first tier. The demon hunter team does not look at age or past, only at strength. That shot just now earned his recognition. Chen reached out to shake hands, but Ma Wuwei suddenly pulled him in for a bear hug. Laughing, welcome, Chen. Our team has another frontliner now. Welcome, welcome. The atmosphere lightened, and even the man who had been threatened by Chen smiled. At this age, he's already so quick with a gun, his future will definitely be better than ours. Li-san, sorcerer, specializes in fire, not yet tiered. Everyone took turns introducing themselves. The tall woman said, Li Chouhua, first tier, my profession. She smiled, is also a gunner. Ma Wuwei laughed. Great, we now have 3 frontliners. When have we ever had such a rich lineup? Out of the city, hunt demons. When we come back, I'll treat everyone to drinks. Captain, we'll hold you to that. We're going to feast on you at Tian Shang Renjian. Ma Wuwei shot Li-san a glare. Are we going to the underworld or not? After the group finished joking, they organized their gear and drove out of the city in a military jeep. Meanwhile, a few figures lingering behind stopped to watch. Was that just now Chen? It seems so. How did he end up with the demon hunter team? What else could it be? No school wants him, so he has to join the demon hunter team for resources. I think he's just looking to throw his life away and feed deep space creatures. Zhao Lei sneered, took out his phone, recorded the scene, and posted it in the class group, adding a message from a sycophant. Rua Shui, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to grilled skewers. In the principal's office of number 1 high school in Lo City, Zhou Myung watched the video circulating on the campus network and chuckled lightly, revealing a confident expression. With no way out, he can only join the demon hunting team. This is the price of arrogance. He still remembered the fear and trembling he felt the first time he faced a deep space creature, even under the protection of safety measures. And Su Chen's reckless decision to follow the demon hunting team out of the city was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. He sent the video to the school's work group, typing, "Inform all students that they can safely obtain resources for cultivation, all thanks to the school. Anyone who violates school rules in the future will meet the same fate as Su Chen. For a bit of resources, he runs outside the city to exchange his life." Soon, the teachers replied in unison, "Received." The video of Su Chen leaving the city with the demon hunting team quickly spread throughout number 1 high school, becoming common knowledge in just one morning. Students had mixed opinions about Su Chen joining the demon hunting team. Some believed that with so many goblins, he might soar to great heights after leaving the city. But most students thought Su Chen would die outside. No matter how many of those filthy greenskin trash there are, they will only leave the deep space creatures half satisfied. In the martial arts class, Zhou Ruishua thought of her nun and felt a surge of hatred. It would take at least 20 days to reassemble the nun, and that was with all resources poured in. This would cause her progress to lag far behind others. All of this was Su Chen's fault. Zhao Lei said, "Ruishua, Su Chen is definitely going to die this time. Why bother arguing with a dead man? He doesn't understand the meaning of patience. He destroys his future before he even grows up. How foolish." The classmates from class 2 echoed, "Exactly. And now we can only share 30% of the resources with other classes. If we could have 70% of the resources, I would be confident to compete with the 3 major academies. You won't even touch the passing line." A cold voice, crisp as ice cubes, falling and colliding, rang out. The students of class 2 turned to see that it was Lu Baishuang holding a long spear. Lu Baishuang said indifferently, "Whether it's 70% or 30%, most of you won't be able to advance within a month." The students recruited by the 3 major academies each year at least step into the first level. Rationally speaking, without Su Chen, you cannot be my opponents. If someone else had said this, it would undoubtedly be a provocation, but Lu Baishuang, her expression was emotionless, like an AI responding to a query, making it hard to feel anger. Zhou Ruishua said irritably, "If you're done, hurry up and leave." Lu Baishuang walked away with her spear. "What a machine," Zhou Ruishua couldn't help but complain. This blockhead actually awakened a rare gun spirit profession. The heavens must be blind. Just as she was speaking, Zhao Lei beside her started blinking wildly, his face looking unnatural. Zhou Ruishua impatiently asked, "Is your eye condition acting up?" Zhao Lei pouted towards her back, and when Zhou Ruishua turned around, she found Lu Baishuang returning. Lu Baishuang held the spear calmly, saying, "You just called me a machine and said I was a blockhead. As a return gift, I want to poke you." Zhou Ruishua looked at the spear glinting with cold light, her right eye twitching. "Wait, I can apologize." Lu Baishuang, expressionless, replied, "Not worth it." She raised her arm, and the spear was thrown, tearing through the air like a falling meteor with overwhelming might. The spear pierced the ground, impaling a young dark magic pig, and the boy shouted, "Fire!" Behind him, Li San, who had been preparing for a long time, waved his hand, and a huge fireball was launched. Waves of heat rushed forward, igniting the fallen leaves, and screams echoed in the flames until they faded away, allowing Su Chen to approach again. The young dark magic pig had turned to charcoal, and Su Chen pulled out the sun-sweeping blade and smashed it down, shattering the charcoal into pieces. Su Chen did not pause, looking towards another battlefield where the other team members were dealing with an adult dark demon pig. They had been sent to the wilderness far from the city and soon encountered the first wave of deep space creatures, the dark demon pig. High defense, fast speed, low agility. Li Qiuhua and the honest, chubby Wang Yan were facing the dark demon pig head-on, while Ma Wuwei occasionally launched surprise attacks with 2 short knives, each time inflicting wounds on the dark demon pig. The rest of the team provided support, stabilizing the situation for the moment. "Damn, it's time to go collect some heads." Su Chen tightened his grip on the sun chaser and joined the battlefield, the shadows of his gun flickering. A commander who doesn't want to be a general is not a good clan leader. With just a few of these big and small cats, they didn't even qualify for Su Chen to send out goblins. The dark demon pig's eyes were blood red, its sharp tusks charging towards Su Chen, who sidestepped to avoid it, his spear swinging like a dragon. The second of the 9 styles of breaking the formation, heart piercing Seeing this, Li Qiuhua immediately created an opportunity for Su Chen, blocking the dark demon pig, while Ma Wuwei also appeared, wielding his dual knives like flowers. The spear tip pierced out like a dragon, and Su Chen mobilized all his strength, his veins bulging. With one thrust, he pierced through most of the dark demon pig's body, shattering its heart. Even with its strong vitality, it gradually fell silent and crashed to the ground. A faint glow, visible only to Su Chen, floated out from its body, drawn into Su Chen. 1-2 required. Deep space power, 1/10, only 1 unit of deep space power? The little piglet I just killed didn't give any? Su Chen frowned, suspecting that the dark demon pig's young had not matured and were weaker. Although they could kill an adult in one charge, as long as they awakened, they could generally handle it. At this pace, if things went quickly, the system could upgrade today. After Ma Wuwei removed the valuable parts, Li San used fire magic to burn the corpse to charcoal. Su Chen stepped forward with the sun chaser, raised his gun, and knocked it down, only satisfied after it shattered into pieces. Everyone. Is it that young people are so cautious now? Li San gave a thumbs up, brother. Su, I was too loud earlier, don't take it to heart. There are too many people, later Ma Wuwei asked with a smile, Su Chen, your marksmanship doesn't seem like that of an ordinary gunner. Su Chen coughed lightly, I'm indeed not a gunner. I knew it. Li San slapped his thigh. With brother Su's marksmanship and strength, how could you be a gunner? At the very least, you're a higher level gun master? Would you believe me if I said I'm not a gun type profession? Su Chen changed the subject, let's continue deeper. His prestige within the team was very high, almost on par with Ma Wuwei. Earlier, everyone thought that Su Chen would be scared stiff when encountering deep space creatures. But thinking back to just now, the boy's eyes sparkled with green light, as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days and had just seen food. Charging in with his gun. The momentum of his killing intent even made these older members feel ashamed. Young, decisive in killing, and with considerable strength. Each of these 3 words alone didn't mean much. But when they came together, they conveyed only one meaning. A hidden dragon in the abyss. Ma Wuwei nodded, let's be careful and not attract too many deep space creatures. Li Qiuhua walked up to Su Chen and asked, is your marksmanship taught by someone from the battlefield? Why do you say that? Su Chen countered. Li Qiuhua smiled. The 9 styles of breaking the formation are widely circulated, but the killing intent is something most people can't cultivate. Only through experiencing life and death crises on the battlefield can it be nurtured. You may not have experienced it, but you've absorbed some essence which is easy to recognize. To have practiced your marksmanship to this level at your age shows great talent. Su Chen looked at Li Qiuhua, dressed in black tight clothing, tall and with her long hair tied up, her beauty striking. The impression she gave was simply 4 words, heroic and spirited. Not really, Su Chen replied. Li Qiuhua was taken aback, then smiled, sister doesn't even look down on you. The team suddenly stopped, and Ma Wuwei signaled for everyone to be quiet, lowering his voice and saying, there's a big shipment. A few members of the team peered through the woods ahead. Several wolf-like creatures with pitch-black fur and snake-like tails were gathered together, gnawing on the bones and remnants of flesh on the ground. It's a snake-tailed wolf. Li San's expression changed slightly as he lowered his voice, Captain, should we not engage? Wang Yan replied, snake-tailed wolves are pack animals. Although they are not at the next tier, they are more dangerous than those at the next tier. We should retreat. Ma Wuwei hesitated a bit, they are injured, their strength must be reduced. Plus, these guys look like they have strayed from their pack. If we can hunt them down, we might be able to return to the city today. The group whispered among themselves while Su Chen observed the few snake-tailed wolves. They resembled wolves but were more than twice their size, entirely black, with tails that kept writhing. This was also why they were named snake-tailed wolves by humans. Su Ge, what do you think? Li San looked over. Su Chen pondered for a moment, we can take them. There are 4 snake-tailed wolves in total, and they don't seem to be at the next tier. Sister Qiuhua and Team Ma can each take one, I'll handle one, and the rest you guys can take. Wang Yan just needs to block. You all can fire, it shouldn't be a problem. The group exchanged glances, feeling that this distribution was fine. Su Chen tightened his grip on the weapon and looked at Ma Wuwei, shall we move? Let's go. With a loud shout, everyone charged out, killing intent rising. The 4 snake-tailed wolves, gnawing on their lunch, were startled and, seeing the enemies approaching, lowered their tails, their eyes turning crimson. Look at your father. Su Chen was the most aggressive, wielding his weapon like a black dragon, charging straight for the eyes of the snake-tailed wolf. He aimed to kill it quickly and then claim the heads of his teammates. The snake-tailed wolf let out a roar, its sharp teeth biting down, its tail riding towards him, a fierce wind swirling. The tail was poisonous. Even if it lost its teeth, it was still dangerous. Roar! The snake-tailed wolf dodged Su Chen's strike and charged in close. Pretty smart. Su Chen slid his hands back to grip the end of the spear, bringing it down heavily like a club. The snake-tailed wolf stumbled from the blow, slightly dazed, but its tail moved agilely, trying to bite Su Chen's hand along the spear. Damn it! Up close, the snake-tailed wolf's tail was covered in layers of fangs, looking incredibly menacing. Just one glance made Su Chen lose some sanity points. He hastily discarded the spear, drawing a dagger from his waist and slashing at its tail. The cold light flashed, and the writhing tail was severed at the root. The snake-tailed wolf howled in pain, and Su Chen gathered his strength, his right hand forming a fist, his arm like a bowstring pulled back, and he struck heavily at the snake-tailed wolf's abdomen. While massaging the snake-tailed wolf, Su Chen's peripheral vision caught sight of the other three battlefields. Li Qiuhe wielded her spear with ease, and Ma Wuwei was also doing well due to his higher tier. The others were coordinating with each other, though a bit chaotic, they were holding their ground. The three snake-tailed wolves were all quite injured. A sense of urgency surged in Su Chen's heart. The snake-tailed wolves had already turned into experience bags in his eyes. Thus, his fists fell like a torrential rain, and the handsome youth said gently, "Don't be polite, there are plenty of dragon fruits." 1. Snake-tailed wolf gradually went from struggling to howling, and then fell silent under his generous treatment. The dagger severed the snake-tailed wolf's head, and a ghostly light rose as Su Chen finally relaxed his guard. 8 more to go. He looked at his teammates, all of whom were steadily holding their ground, fully capable of wearing down the snake-tailed wolves. It was a good time to harvest. Su Chen lifted his weapon and dashed towards Li San and the others, shouting, "I'm here to help you." Snake-tailed wolf, suck suck suck. The snake-tailed wolves, having exhausted most of their strength and covered in wounds, instinctively turned their heads at the sound. A shadow cut through the air, accurately piercing the right eye of a snake-tailed wolf, the force unyielding, the spear tip emerging from the back of its head. 1 shot, 1 kill. The handsome youth rushed over, pulled out his weapon, and repeated the process to assist the other two. Li San and the others, relieved, looked at Su Chen's back, exchanging puzzled glances. Why do you think such a genius would want to join the demon hunting team? Clumsy yet decisive, swift and fierce, definitely. The makings of a warrior, could it be? Li San pondered for a moment and suddenly realized that dog Zhao Qing must have taken dirty money. A young man rises, angering powerful figures, colluding with officials and businessmen, forced to leave the city to die, yet unexpectedly. The others rolled their eyes in unison. Are you dreaming? Joining the demon hunting team. At such a young age, elder son must be watching. With his keen eye for talent, how could he let a gem be tarnished? Could it be to earn resources for cultivation? Wang Yan asked tentatively. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li San replied directly. With Su Ji's strength and talent, which force wouldn't treat him like a treasure? He must be able to command the wind and rain. Who would be so foolish as to not give resources to such a genius and instead give them to a bunch of useless people? As they conversed, Su Chen completed 2 more harvests. When he saw the collection level reach 5/10, his mood lifted. Not only had he handled the system upgrade, but he would also earn merit points to exchange for resources at the military department when he returned. Looking at the snake-tailed wolf covered in dragon fruit juice on the ground, Su Chen found it much cuter. Looking at it this way, it seems quite handsome. Having it as a pet wouldn't be bad. The others? What's wrong with this guy again? As usual, Ma Wuwei stepped forward to collect materials, while Li San gathered fire magic to turn bones to ashes. Ma Wuwei lit a cigarette. In the past, I would run away at the sight of a snake-tailed wolf. When did I ever fight one? This feels great. The others nodded in agreement, their gazes instinctively drifting to the boy and the tall girl cleaning their guns nearby. Although Su Chen hadn't leveled up, his profession was definitely among the top ranks in the gun category, with formidable strength. Li Qiuhe, on the other hand, was somewhat inscrutable. She seemed relaxed throughout, as if on a picnic. Hey, you're not cleaning it right. Watching. Su Chen wiped the dust and blood off his gun bit by bit. Li Qiuhe spoke up, that's too slow. Once the front line engages, the shortest battle lasts a day. You can do it this way. She held her delicate hand in a loose grip, moving it up and down. This is faster. Su Chen glanced at Li Qiuhe, then at her moving hand, and sighed. I appreciate the intention, no need to demonstrate further. Did this girl even realize her actions were quite ambiguous? After Su Chen finished cleaning the gun, that fair hand offered him a small, square stone. This is a dragon-slaying stone, a top-quality whetstone. After using it, your gun will be incredibly sharp.
Thank you. Chen accepted it without hesitation.
After sharpening the gun, he suddenly paused, locking eyes with Li Qiuhua, both becoming alert. The surroundings had grown eerily quiet. Aside from the low murmurs of their team, the sounds of birds, beasts, and insects had vanished, leaving an oppressive silence.
Something was off, very off. Chen cleared his throat, and
the others, noticing the serious expressions on their faces, began to sense something was wrong.
Li Qiuhua scanned the area, dense
with shrubs, then looked at the scorched marks on the ground, whispering, "We've fallen into a trap." First, they used 4 old, weak, sick, and disabled ones to attract us, then silently surrounded us. We are now like cooked ducks, ready to be served.
Surrounded? Everyone was taken aback, instinctively huddling together, warily looking around.
Chen said, "Li San, 12 o'clock. Without a moment's hesitation, Li San made a reflexive move, raising his hand to hurl a fireball.
The fire spell exploded, igniting
the bushes and forcing the hidden foes to reveal themselves.
Dark, blood-red-eyed serpent-tailed wolves emerged from the underbrush.
Their greedy gazes fixed on the team, drool dripping from their mouths. One of the most common species of the Deep Space Clan, the serpent-tailed wolf. These creatures, always at the forefront of hunting or siege, slipping into the human rear, posed a tremendous threat. Their crisis warning allowed them to avoid most dangers. Ma Wuwei cursed, "Damn, do they really think we're soft persimmons? Easy to bully?" Wang Yin trembled uncontrollably, his anger surging under the stimulation of fear. "Even if we die, we must make them pay dearly." Humans are the most fearful of injury and death, but when faced with injury or certain death, the power they unleash is unmatched by any other species. Li San laughed. In ancient times, there were those who burned their boats and tore apart the enemy. Today, let us compare ourselves to those ancient heroes. Li Qiuhua calmly scanned the surroundings and coldly said, "Now that the trap is set, are you still not going to show yourselves and flaunt your power?" Everyone looked at each other in confusion.
Chen
pondered, although the serpent-tailed wolves had intelligence, they were ultimately just the lowest-level deep space creatures, in other words, cannon fodder. First, let the old, weak, sick, and disabled lure the enemy, then quietly surround and kill them. Such a strategy of drawing the enemy in did not seem like something the serpent-tailed wolves could employ. Under Li Qiuhua's gaze, a figure in a black robe slowly emerged from the ignited forest.
Good perception.
He raised his hand to remove his hood, revealing a face that made everyone change color in unison, instinctively taking half a step back. His head was covered in green, fist-sized lumps, densely packed and extremely unsettling, with a pair of green vertical pupils staring at everyone like a lurking poisonous snake, waiting for the right moment to strike. Li San hid behind Chen, exclaiming, "It's someone from the 10,000 Methods sect."
The 10,000 Methods sect.
Chen squinted slightly. Despite its pleasant name, it was the foremost cult designated as such by the state. Under the banner of unifying all methods, they fused deep space power into their bodies, engaging in the so-called flesh ascension. To gain more powerful deep space abilities, they colluded with the Deep Space Clan, betraying humanity. This is what is known as human traitors.
Li Qiuhua's face showed disgust, truly disgusting.
Beauty and ugliness are merely worldly standards, the man in the black robe said with a smile, but power is the truth of this world. I am Poison Toad, and you are all trapped in a situation where death is certain today. Will you bow to me? His tone was gentle and polite, in stark contrast to his horrifying face.
Although my 10,000 Methods sect advocates for the fusion of deep space, if you are unwilling, there are other ways. Blood, sacrifices, witchcraft, offerings, choose as you wish.
Li Qiuhua's expression tightened, coldly saying, "Do not try to confuse the crowd with your devilish words." Poison Toad said, "Young lady, you are strong at such a young age, so you can naturally disregard this. But what about the others?
Who among those who joined the demon hunting team is not a person with no way out? You have background and resources, why obstruct others' futures?" His gaze fell on Chen, beckoning him forward.
"This young brother may come forward
for a chat?"
Chen stepped forward with his gun, his expression calm. "Speak." He had no intention of wasting words with such a traitor. Stepping forward was merely to observe the encirclement. Poison Toad gently inquired, "Little brother, you don't seem very old, why are you thinking of going out to hunt demons?"
Chen replied, "To obtain resources."
"I saw your strength just now, even
in my 10,000 Methods sect, you would stand out, but among the human race?"
Poison Toad quickly found his words, "You are being marginalized, suppressed, and the resources that belong to you have been given to the second-generation offspring.
Are you willing?" Chen shook his head. I am unwilling.
The poisonous toad's green vertical pupils shone brightly. A genius like you is too talented
to be wasted among the human race. Why not join my 10,000 methods sect? I will report to the organization and focus on nurturing you. Your future will start at least at the 3rd tier.
In the poisonous toad's expectation, after he finished speaking, the
young man in front of him would definitely be moved and hesitate. As long as he said a couple more words, he could make him betray the human race just like himself.
The few members of the team looked on nervously, worried that Chen would really be swayed.
But the young man's face only showed confusion. Since you are unwilling, why not fight back openly? If you have grievances but don't think about revenge and instead become a traitor, are you an idiot? Poisonous toad. The team members, even when surrounded.
My brother Su still performs steadily. Li Qiuhua looked at Chen in surprise, a smile appearing in her eyes.
The poisonous toad's voice turned cold. Are you trying to anger me? Do you want to test how sharp my sword is? Chen's gaze fell on the panel in the void.
Goblin count 163,000, mid-tier goblin *2. After a night of accumulation, the number of low-tier tribesmen had reached over 100,000, but the mid-tier goblins had only increased by 1.
Glancing around the environment, it was still relatively open.
Even the bushes had been burned clean by Li San. Since that was the case, there was no need to wait any longer.
The young man pointed his gun at the pockmarked poisonous toad and shouted, "My gun is not without merit." Truly. The poisonous toad sighed lightly. Its green vertical pupils fixed on Chen, stubborn and unyielding, still spouting nonsense while surrounded, wasting my breath. Chen's companions stepped forward together, all filled with the resolve to fight to the death, ready for a desperate battle. Li San was a bit scared. Brother Su, when we reach the Yellow Springs Road, you have to take me with you.
Li Qiuhua swung her spear and said loudly, "Stop saying such gloomy things.
I'll deal with him, you all focus on breaking out. If one of us can escape, that's enough."
Chen turned to look at her and interrupted, "It's not us who should break out." Li Qiuhua was taken aback by his words, only
to hear the young man continue. When did I say we were surrounded?
His clear eyes were calm as ever, and he softly said, "The ones
surrounded are them." The entire place fell silent. The poisonous toad looked uncertain, and the team members sighed. At this moment, Brother Su was still boosting morale.
He really made me want to cry. Li Qiuhua raised her hand to press on Chen's forehead,
confirming he wasn't hot. "You're not feverish. Sister knows you want to boost morale, but now we can only fight to break out. If we both can survive and return, I will." Boom!
A muffled thunder exploded nearby, making everyone's hearts tremble.
Li San trembled and said, "Is it thundering? Why do I feel the ground shaking? Is it because my legs are shaking too much?" Chen turned to look
back, and the team members followed his gaze. A phantom light curtain stretched for dozens of meters, unfolding like a scroll,
revealing a dense jungle.
And in that jungle, countless goblins with fiery eyes and vivid expressions seemed ready to step out of the
painting. No, wait.
The muffled thunder continued, and Li Qiuhua stared blankly at the back.
They really were coming out. Yuan Bulin
stood at the front, holding a bone spear, looking at the others with the gaze of a predator, but when his eyes fell on the young
man, it was completely different. Fiery, reverent. Watching the goblins rushing in like a tidal wave, Li San was stunned, mouth agape.
"Brother Su, this is..."
Facing everyone's astonished gazes, Chen softly said, "Did I ever say I was a combat profession? Have I ever said that I am a combat profession?" The light and airy words exploded like thunder in everyone's hearts, echoing. Li Qiuhua's pretty face went blank, and after a moment, she finally reacted, "Aren't you a gun-type profession?" Chen nodded calmly, "Summoning type." Li Qiuhua's brain struggled to comprehend. "Then what were you doing at the city gate?"
"I was holding a gun. What's the difference
from a gunner?"
Chen said this without a blush or a racing heart.
You guys didn't ask carefully. Upon reflection, everyone realized they really couldn't refute it.
Based on Chen's earlier performance, even a real gunner profession might not compare to him.
Am I stronger than a gunner profession? Is there a problem in saying I'm a gunner? No problem. Li San looked at the goblins surrounding the snake-tailed wolf pack, trembling. "Brother Su, then what is your profession?"
At a glance, there were probably tens of thousands of goblins. What kind
of heaven-defying profession could Brother Su possibly have? It definitely wouldn't be that most useless goblin chieftain, right? Even the shocked and wary poison toad turned its gaze over.
To be able to summon such a large number of goblins, although generally weak, still posed a significant threat. This was a brand new profession that hadn't appeared in the 300 years of deep space invasions.
Chen asked in confusion, "Goblin chieftain, can't you see it?"
As he spoke, he raised his right hand, lifting it at a 100-degree angle.
There was a bit of hesitation. The goblins gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed on the snake-tailed wolf pack, their hostility boiling. The once arrogant wolf pack now huddled together, fur bristling, baring their teeth and growling at the goblins in all directions, trying to scare them off.
This tactic might work on other species, but for goblins, it was like throwing flirtatious glances at a blind person.
If goblins had attributes, they would probably be race, goblin, intelligence, 2, physique, 2, loyalty, infinity. They already had poor brains. How could you scare them? Hearing Chen's words, the team members fell into silence. Everyone knew that the goblin chieftain could
only summon 3 goblins, the most useless profession, no exceptions. But looking at the goblins all over the mountains, they shouted in their hearts, "Did these goblins fall from the sky?" Ma Wuwei looked at Li San, growing more disdainful. "Same back row, you."
Li San. Chen looked at the poison toad and said lightly, "Today, you entered my deadly hunting trap. Are you willing to kneel and bow your head?"
"Kneel down now, and I won't kill you. You can serve as my living merit and survive for a while." The poison toad's words were thrown back at him by the youth, with a slight addition. Even more domineering, condescending, and imperious.
The poison toad sneered, "Leave me? Just based on them?
A bunch of lowly ants, killing them is easier than killing chickens."
Chen's eyes burned with killing intent. "Then you'd better keep killing." With a wave of his raised hand, the goblins, led by 2 intermediate goblins, began their hunt. The snake-tailed wolves were enraged and started to fight with the goblins. The low-level goblins couldn't even withstand a single blow from the snake-tailed wolves and were directly incapacitated.
It took the deaths of over a dozen goblins to leave a mark on the snake-tailed wolves, which gradually eased the poison toad's tension. "These guys are even weaker than I expected,"
he mocked. "Of course, they're small in
stature, spending all day in caves fantasizing about greatness. How could such creatures be strong?" Whoosh! The dark spear tore through the air, carrying immense power as it stabbed towards the poison toad. The poison toad paused mid-sentence, looking ahead, where the handsome youth, with a hint of anger on his face, charged forward holding the dark spear. "You!" The poison toad seemed to realize something and burst into laughter. "It's just a profession. Do you really take these lowly creatures as your kin?" Chen exerted force with his arms, soaring like a black dragon emerging from the abyss, charging towards the poison toad's heart. "You see humans the same way, don't you? You're just a tribe that gave birth to and raised you. For the sake of power, you can casually abandon and sacrifice others to become your stepping stones." The poisonous toad slid 2 daggers from its sleeve, casually blocking Chen's spear, and said leisurely, "I admire you. You actually understand my feelings. The human race suffers and is weak. All laws return to one, flesh and blood ascend. Why can't you understand that?" His tone was obsessive, clinging to the tenets of the 10,000 Laws sect, with green pus-filled sores on his face.
Swaying, extremely unsettling. Chen exerted 3 parts of his strength. Such a scoundrel didn't even qualify to anger him. Only one word remained: kill. A red-tasseled spear came from behind, assisting Chen in suppressing the poisonous toad. Li Qiuhua said coldly, "It seems the 10,000 Laws sect feels that the authorities haven't troubled you in the past 2 years and wants to come out and stir things up." Li Qiuhua's spear technique was stronger than Chen's, and her realm was higher. The two were together to suppress the poisonous toad in their offensive. "I wondered how a demon hunting team could detect me, it turns out." The poisonous toad sneered, shaking off the 2 long spears. Just as it was about to counterattack, a figure appeared behind it. Ma Wuwei, with bloody dual blades, slashed at the back of the poisonous toad. The poisonous toad had to turn around to defend, but in that moment of defense, the red-tasseled spear and the sun-sweeping spear struck again, piercing through its body. But the poisonous toad trembled, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, anger flashing in its green vertical pupils. Its pus-filled sores quivered, as if something was about to burst out. Ignoring the worsening of its injuries, the poisonous toad broke free from the 2 spears, not caring about the 2 holes appearing in its body. It quickly swallowed a black pill, and the sores on its face finally calmed down. "This time, I was the one who fell." The poisonous toad's tone was unwilling. Glaring at Chen with resentment, "You'd better sleep with one eye open in the future, and your family too, otherwise, your grandmother." Chen shouted angrily, charging forward, gathering all his strength, and threw a spear. The third of the 9 styles of breaking the formation, falling star. The murderous aura surged, and the poisonous toad felt a sharp pain in its forehead. The threat of death looming, and it turned to flee. But that dark spear, like a black dragon emerging from the abyss, followed closely behind. The poisonous toad dodged with all its might, but the black light grew ever closer. Just a moment of distraction, and its body lost balance. The poisonous toad's shoulder was pierced by the sun-sweeping spear, nailing it to the ground. Li Qiuhua's eyes sparkled. This falling stars. Spear momentum was no longer just a mere imitation. The young man, holding a dagger, approached the poisonous toad, his cold gaze as if looking at livestock for slaughter. Threatening me, he said coldly, "Do you think this is a novel? I would let you escape to call for revenge?" He, the poisonous toad, pinned to the ground, spewed blood foam from its throat, letting out a painful roar. "Sleep with one eye open?" A cold light flashed, and the poisonous toad's eyes were shattered by a knife, a trail of blood spreading out. "Ah! You're seeking death!" The poisonous toad screamed in pain, its face contorted, the sores on its face beginning to shake and break apart. Seeing writhing tentacles springing from the sores, Su Chen turned and shouted, "Li San!" Li San hurriedly jogged over. "Brother Su, please give instructions." Su Chen raised his hand, pointing at the poisonous toad's face. "Set it on fire. Let's see if the 10,000 laws sect's flesh and blood ascension can withstand fire and water." Li San saw the young man's expression was chilling, and his hand gestures quickened, his gaze towards the poisonous toad filled with disgust. If someone as broad-minded as Brother Su could be angered to this extent, who else could survive? Fiery flames erupted, tongues of fire sweeping across the poisonous toad's face, instantly sizzling with a zzz sound. The poisonous toad couldn't stop struggling, but it was firmly pinned to the ground by the sun-sweeping spear, like a squid on a hot plate. The other members of the team looked at the handsome young man's back, inexplicably shivering. This one was not only powerful but also ruthless. The flames danced and rolled for half an hour, and the figure on the ground was completely still. The followers of the 10,000 Laws sect, the poisonous toads, were executed. Only after ensuring that their bones were crushed to ashes did Su Chen turn to look at the battlefield. The goblins were still charging forward, surrounding and killing the snake-tailed wolves. The once ferocious and deadly snake-tailed wolves were now showing signs of fatigue, and one misstep would see them swarmed by goblins. Those with weapons used them, while those without bit with their teeth. Although the goblins had low attributes, their aggression was extremely high, and more snake-tailed wolves fell. Compared to the goblins, the snake-tailed wolves seemed more like summoned beasts. Wisps of ethereal light rose and flew into Su Chen's body, and a phantom panel popped up before him. 1-2 required conditions. Deep space power *10 achieved. Upgrade system? Su Chen thought. Upgrade. The system would undergo an 18-hour upgrade, during which goblins would continue to increase. Looking forward to serving you better. With this message popping up, the system fell silent. Su Chen withdrew his focus and looked at the battlefield. Yuan Bulin, with a bone knife full of notches, was the main force in hunting the snake-tailed wolves. Su Chen had also recovered from his earlier exhaustion and drew his weapon, ready to join the fray. As the clan leader, how could he stay back? But just as he took a step, he was stopped by a few hands. "Su Chen, you should rest. Leave the rest to us." Ma Wuwei drew his blood-red twin blades, his aura surging. "Everyone, it's time for us to vent our anger. Let's get them. In the name of Brother Su, charge." The members of the demon hunting team nodded in unison, shouting as they rushed toward the battlefield. The remaining snake-tailed wolves had already fallen into a state of exhaustion, and their danger level had greatly decreased at this moment. Plus, with the system upgrading, it didn't matter whether they stole kills or not. That last move, Meteor, even surprised me. A faint fragrance of gardenias wafted over as Li Qiuhua walked to his side, to kill a first tier with an unranked attack. "Su Chen, do you know how significant that is?" "How significant?" Li Qiuhua stretched her arms wide. "About this big. And you killed a follower of the 10,000 Laws sect. With this achievement, even if you went back and stole Elder Sun's rocking chair, he would have to endure it." Su Chen responded with a faint "oh." Seeing this, Li Qiuhua rolled her eyes and said, "You must have quite a bit of merit." Su Chen's eyes lit up. "Tell me more." "Hey, old Su lacks nothing but resources." Li Qiuhua was somewhat speechless. Why was Su Chen so concerned about resources? At his age and with his strength, where wasn't he treated as a treasure, held in hands for fear of dropping, or in mouths for fear of melting? What resources could he possibly lack? If it weren't for his marksmanship and temperament far exceeding his peers, his background probably wasn't simple. Li Qiuhua should be frantically wielding a shovel to dig at the walls. Killing a first-tier follower of the 10,000 Laws sect grants 200 merit points, 1 merit point for a deep space creature, and 10 points for entering the tier. Plus the completion bonus, you should be able to earn around 3 to 400 merit points this time. A smile appeared on Su Chen's face and he felt completely at ease. Merit points could be directly exchanged for items in the military warehouse. Although 300 to 400 didn't seem like much, the military warehouse wouldn't experience inflation. For example, high-level cultivation resources could be exchanged for just a few or a dozen contribution points in the warehouse. With these merit points, his cultivation resources for a short time would be sufficient. Seeing Su Chen's joyful expression, Li Qiuhua felt a sense of empathy. She had also been very excited when she first earned merit points after breaking away from her parents' help. It seemed Su Chen was also a successor cultivated by some force, released for training. Otherwise, his familiar marksmanship and ruthless character wouldn't make sense. She just wondered if she could recruit him. Li Qiuhua thought, but found that the person beside her was already gone, and she looked up. The young boy directed the goblins to carry the corpse of the snake-tailed wolf while advising, "Don't eat it raw when you get back, cook it first. Chengdu, keep an eye on things, serve the food orderly, and don't act like livestock." Su Chen wanted the goblins to take the corpse back? Li Qiuhua's face showed confusion. Weren't summoned beasts not supposed to eat? Then she saw the goblin named Chengdu kneel on one knee. "Thank you for the gift, Chief." Su Chen smiled and patted his shoulder. "You've worked hard this time." One sentence made Yuan Goblin emotional to the point of tears, shouting, "How can I be negligent in return for the chief's kindness? You all go back first, I'll meet you later." Watching the clan members return, Su Chen turned to Ma Wuwei. "Captain, shall we head back?" The system had upgraded, and the objectives were met. Continuing to kill would just waste time. The system still needed further upgrades, so these deep space creatures would be left for later harvesting. Ma Wuwei smiled broadly. "Of course, back to the city." At this moment, the sun was just slightly setting, and the sky was bright. Everyone had originally prepared to stay in the wilderness for 2 days. Being able to return to the city today naturally brought smiles to their faces. "Brother Su, please accept my knee." Especially Li San, whose mouth was grinning from ear to ear, ready to kneel before Su Chen. Su Chen grabbed him, waving his hand as if shooing away flies. Go away, do you want to shorten my life?" "No way." Li Qiuhua, holding the red tassel spear, looked back toward the deeper wilderness. Thinking of the task on her, she felt a shiver run down her spine. They had just encountered the followers of the 10,000 laws. Wasn't it even more dangerous inside? Ah, so troublesome. I just want to quietly rot away while binge-watching dramas and snacking. In the evening, after a busy day on his phone, Zhao Qing stood up and stretched. Finally off work, it had been quite a struggle. "Brother Zhao, we're leaving now." His subordinates greeted him as they finished work, and Zhao Qing waved back with a smile. "Bye-bye, have fun after work." Today was also a happy day, except for that reckless kid who insisted on courting death in the morning. I hope everyone is happy, except for that kid. Thinking of this, Zhao Qing opened the chat group, where everyone had been discussing Su Chen a few minutes ago. The sun has set, and he hasn't returned. It's getting tense. No way, could it be that we still won't see Elder Sun washing his hair upside down? With the strength of the Goblin Chief, it's highly likely he won't come back. I wonder which second-generation kid it is. Can't they just live well and not go out to sea? Still the same saying, if that Goblin Chief can come back, I'll run naked around the city walls. Zhao Qing put away his phone and sighed. What a pity. Brother Zhao, someone is waiting for you outside. A departing subordinate walked in with a strange expression. Zhao Qing asked, "Who is looking for me?" The subordinate reported in a low voice, "The 09 demon hunting team has returned from the wilderness." Zhao Qing nodded. "Oh, the 09 team is back." As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was off, mechanically turning his head to stare at the subordinate with a ghostly expression. "Which team did you say has returned?" Zhao Qing's eyes widened, looking as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. What kind of ridiculous joke was this? Team 09 left the city this morning. Are you saying they completed their mission and came back in just half a day? How could it be so fast? Did they go hunting a pack of snake-tailed wolves? Zhao Qing shook his head repeatedly, thinking his subordinates were just messing with him. Team 09 couldn't possibly be back this quickly. If they really were back, he would just... Before he could finish the thought, he was pushed to the door by his subordinate, his gaze instinctively turning outside. A handsome young man stood there, holding a dark gun, while Li San beside him carried some snacks, looking quite obsequious. Ma Wuwei and a few others were sprawled on the steps, their complaints clearly audible. "There's still a minute until we get off work, and they won't let us in. Bureaucracy. This is bureaucracy. Corruption, serious corruption. Zhao Qing, are you guys polite? What's wrong with us clocking out? What's wrong? Isn't this just like a milk tea shop closing at 10 but only serving milk tea until 9:55, and even then only a few cups?
The restaurant's kitchen is done cleaning and you go in to order some snow silk red bean paste. After finishing his internal complaints, Zhao Cheng suddenly realized something. Team 09 really had come back. He pushed the door open and asked Ma Wuwei, "You didn't just go for a stroll and come back, did you?" Generally speaking, even if the demon hunting team didn't meet their targets, it wasn't a big deal. At most, the rewards would be reduced accordingly. But Ma Wuwei and the others came back too quickly, making Zhao Qing instinctively feel they had just taken a quick walk. Let alone meeting the targets. Whether they had hunted any deep space creatures was another matter. "Hey, Lao Zhao, what are you talking about?" Li San, with a flattering tone, shouted, "Don't you see who is in our team? Brother Su." With Brother Su around, 10 targets are like child's play. Su Chen said lightly, "I still prefer the way you used to be, unruly and defiant." Li San immediately reverted to his previous disdain mixed with contempt, proud yet condescending. "Zhao Qing? Dude, how did you get turned into this?" Ma Wuwei stood up and handed Zhao Cheng a blood-stained bag from his waist. "Check it out." Just as Zhao Qing was about to take it, his wristwatch vibrated. He cleared his throat. "It's time to get off work today, how about you guys?" Ma Wuwei drew out a pair of knives from his back. When facing corrupt officials, one must be brave enough to act, to cleanse the pests from our huaxia. Hey! Zhao Cheng was startled and jumped back. "Lama, you're going too far. It's already off work, and you're still forcing me to work. Isn't that against a man's will? Male safety." Ma Wuwei flexed his muscles, grinning menacingly. "Then just consider it me forcing you. If you have the guts, go ahead and report me." Zhao Qing, with keen peripheral vision, noticed the onlooking subordinates behind him and his expression returned to normal. "Serving the people, day and night, come with me." Entering the city guard office, Zhao Qing first clocked in. Forcing or not, overtime pay couldn't be less. After clocking in, he weighed the blood-stained bag in his hand, his expression slightly changing. This weight had a lot in it. But he knew Team 09's capabilities well, only Ma Wuwei could stand out. Plus, there was also Li Chouhua who had just joined yesterday, arranged from above. Aside from those two, the others could at most assist. How could they possibly hunt so many deep space creatures in just one day? Could it be because of Su Chen? As soon as that thought emerged, Zhao Qing dismissed it. What use could a goblin chief be? Summoning 3 low-level goblins to clean up the battlefield? Arriving at the statistics room, Zhao Qing opened the bag and upon seeing the contents, his pupils suddenly constricted. More than 20 blood-stained wolf fangs lay quietly inside, along with 2 dark magic boar tusks. Snake-tailed wolf fangs, dark magic boar tusks. Zhao Qing gasped, feeling dizzy, and turned to look at the team members. "Did you really encounter the serpent-tailed wolf pack? Did you completely wipe out the serpent-tailed wolf pack?" When Zhao Qing said the second sentence, he found it hard to remain calm, staring in disbelief. "Is this the strength that your bottom-tier team should have? With just a few of you wouldn't even have enough to feed the serpent-tailed wolf pack. How could you annihilate them?" Ma Wuwei laughed heartily. "That's right. We have to thank you, old Zhao." Zhao Cheng, who was already confused, became even more bewildered. "What does this have to do with me?" For a moment, he doubted whether he had crossed into a parallel world, where the people in front of him were sealed with monsters inside them. At critical moments, they could unleash the power of those monsters. Ma Wuwei pulled Su Chen to the front. "If it weren't for you assigning Su Chen to our team, the mission wouldn't have ended so quickly. You don't know, at that time the serpent-tailed wolf pack surrounded us in a life and death crisis." Su Chen stepped out. The team members vividly recounted the events outside the city, using a bit of rhetoric. Zhao Qing was completely lost, as if he were listening to a celestial book. Su Chen took out a photo, which was the picture of the poison toad being nailed to death. He placed the photo on the table and said, "Brother Zhao, there's also this." "Wow, okay." Zhao Cheng, still in shock, instinctively took the photo, and when he saw the nailed poison toad, his expression changed drastically. "The 10,000 Methods sect?" Su Chen nodded. "Yes, they controlled the serpent-tailed wolf pack to surround us, and I killed them." It was as if thunder exploded in his ears, electrifying. Zhao Qing. He sat in the chair, his gaze vacant, and pinched the soft flesh at Ma Wuwei's waist. "It doesn't hurt, it really is a dream. You definitely won't feel pain from what you pinched." Coming back to his senses, Zhao Qing looked at the handsome young man in front of him with a complex and shocked expression. With a wave of his hand, he could summon an army of 100,000, and with a single shot, he could annihilate the members of the 10,000 Methods sect. To be honest, he didn't quite believe it. But the serpent-tailed wolf fangs and the photo on the table kept telling him that this was the truth. In a half-dream, half-awake state, he wrote down a note and handed it over. While the team members turned to leave, leaving Zhao Qing sitting there alone. He trembled as he took out his phone and opened the chat group. Zhao Qing, guys, if I say the Goblin Chief profession is very strong, would you believe it? Of course, we believe it, Brother Qing, I have fever. Medicine at my desk, take care of yourself. Zhao Cheng panicked, I'm not feverish. The 09 team just returned to the city, they were surrounded
and killed by the serpent-tailed wolf pack controlled by the members of the 10,000 Method sect. Su Chen summoned 100,000
goblins, counter-surrounded the wolf pack, and personally killed the members of the 10,000 Method sect.
Question mark. A row of question
marks flooded the screen, and Zhao Qing directly sent the wolf fangs and the photo from the table to the group.
No way, Brother Zhao, you're not joking, right? What the hell, this mudhorse can be the Goblin Chief. The gun soul profession isn't even that impressive before entering the ranks. Who said they would run naked before? Come out, it's your turn.
In this situation, let's check the files first, see the family.
Background, will he be a pawn of the 10,000 Method sect?
Zhao Qing thought it made a lot of sense, this kind of thing had happened
before. Creating a genius and then infiltrating the human elite.
So Zhao Cheng quickly went to the archives, found Su Chen's file.
Name, Su Chen.
Age, 18. Address, Military Civilian Road. Father, Su Long, sacrificed in a major beast tide 10 years ago. First-class merit. Mother,
Song Qin, sacrificed in a major beast tide 10 years ago. First-class merit.
2 lines of bright red text pierced Zhao Qing's eyes, and
the file almost fell from his hands.
Carefully putting it back, he had no more doubts in his heart. With parents who had first-class merit. The son had even joined the Demon Hunter team and killed the members of the 10,000 Methods sect before entering the ranks.
What is this? Rooted in pure. A hero's son is a hero.
Now, Su Chen's spit is redder than the blood of an ordinary person.
Zhao Qing couldn't imagine how.
Many powerful figures in the military would be alarmed if this matter were reported. With good talent, the military might appreciate it. If both parents are heroes, the military would give special attention.
But what if both parents are heroes and the talent is exceptionally good? In the evening, at a snack street,
Zhao Lei walked side by side with Zhou Ruishue, his cheeks flushed, and whispered, Ruishue, do you eat shaved ice? He secretly encouraged himself. It was not easy to get Zhou Ruishue out, and he had to make some progress.
Zhou Ruishue smiled sweetly, sure.
Zhao Lei approached the shaved ice stall. Boss, 2 servings of shaved ice.
Just 1.
A fragrant breeze wafted by, and Zhou Ruishue, seemingly unaware that she was almost pressed against Zhao Lei, softly said, we can just share 1.
Share 1?
Zhao Lei's eyes widened, his heart raced, and a bold thought emerged.
Could it be that she likes me too? Unfortunately, Zhao Lei did not notice the calmness and annoyance hidden in Zhou Ruishue's eyes.
In fact, her attention was not on Zhao Lei at all. To her, playing with a naive boy like Zhao Lei was like playing with a dog. Holding the shaved ice, the two found a place to sit down, and Zhao Lei stammered as he tried to find a topic.
But Zhou Ruishue remained indifferent. Until a name came up. Do you think Su Chen can come back from outside the city? Zhao Lei asked. Impossible. Zhou Ruishue
replied decisively, her mind elsewhere. Realizing she had lost her composure, she added, the casualty rate of the demon hunting team is as high as 50%. With Su Chen's weak goblins, it's hard for them to survive. Of course. As a classmate, although Su Chen was wrong before, I still hope God can bless him. Zhao Lei said angrily, Ruishue, you are just too kind-hearted. Zhou Ruishue lowered her gaze in silence, perfectly hiding the hatred in her eyes. God bless, let someone as vicious as Su Chen die. But even if he survives, without training resources, he won't keep up. Next time they meet, she would let him know what the gap is. Suppressing her emotions, Zhou Ruishue's face showed hesitation, as if she was struggling to speak. It was only after Zhao Lei finished all the shaved ice that he noticed something was off and asked, what's wrong? Zhou Ruishue said softly, my nun needs a month to recondense. I'm worried I won't catch up with the college entrance exam. I need the stalactite essence to speed things up, but
Zhou Ruishue didn't continue, revealing a look of sorrow.
She had taken the bulk of the resources allocated to class 2, but it was still not enough.
And Zhao Lei had received just a drop of stalactite essence.
That was also why she agreed to go on a date with this fool.
Zhao Lei sighed in relief. What was I worried about?
You forgot, I have stalactite essence.
Zhou Ruishue hurriedly said, what about you? What will you do if you give it all to me?
Zhao Lei, who had originally planned to share half a drop, was taken aback. But out of concern for appearances, he couldn't say anything about splitting it, so he directly took out the porcelain bottle and handed it to Zhou Ruishue.
We don't need to split anything, no need to be polite. There's something I've wanted to say for a long time. Actually, Zhou Ruishua, having received the stalactite essence, didn't want to stay any longer and interrupted. Zhao Lei, I just remembered I have something to do tonight, so I'll head back first. See you tomorrow. Watching the goddess's departing figure, Zhao Lei had to swallow his confession. A smile appeared on his face as he encouraged himself. Ruishua actually accepted it. She really doesn't see me as an outsider. As long as I stay by her side and care for her silently, we will be together sooner or later. The evening breeze blew, and Zhao Lei inexplicably felt a slight itch in his nose, reaching up to touch it, noticing it seemed a bit red. In the military warehouse, led by a soldier, Su Chen and the others arrived at a small room. Zhan Lao, this is the demon hunting team here to exchange items. The soldier reported to the white-haired elder sitting in a chair. All right, you can go out now. The elder nodded. After the soldier left, he looked at the group. Where's the list? Su Chen handed the note given by Zhao Qing to Zhan Lao, who glanced at it with some surprise. 26 snake-tailed wolves, and you killed a member of the Wanfa sect, just you? Ma Wuwei pointed at Su Chen and respectfully said, Zhan Lao, to be precise, it was him. Zhan Lao's gaze fell on Su Chen, his eyes deep and weathered, carrying a hint of scrutiny. You haven't entered the next stage yet. How did you kill a member of the Wanfa sect? Su Chen did not take all the credit and mentioned the help from Li Qiuhua and Ma Wuwei. Li Qiuhua occasionally added a comment or two. Not bad in strength, the old man nodded, taking out a QR code. Scan to choose something. Your vitality is connected, but not strong. You can exchange for stalactite essence. Nourish your body, and with the addition of the dragon tiger pill, you can strengthen your muscles and bones. Su Chen thanked him. Thank you for your concern, sir. Scanning the code entered the military department's mini-program. Various cultivation resources came into view. In the upper right corner, there was a merit point count, 400. Clicking on it revealed details. Killing a first-stage member of the Wanfa sect rewards 200 merit points. The squad met a target and exceeded it, distributing 200 merit points. Striking it rich. Su Chen felt delighted. With these 400 merit points, he had enough cultivation resources before the college entrance examination. Moreover, he could continue hunting outside the city, and the cultivation resources could be even better. First, he found the stalactite essence mentioned by the old man. Stalactite essence nourishes the body, enhances vitality, best taken once every 7 days, 10 merit points per drop. Without hesitation, Su Chen directly exchanged for 5 drops. Dragon Tiger Pill, made from the purified bone blood of the Deep Space Clan, strengthens muscles and bones, enhances vitality, 50 merit points each. According to Zhan Lao, the Dragon Tiger Pill and stalactite essence could be used together. Let's try 5 pills first. Su, newly rich. After exchanging for the 2 items, he found he still had 100 merit points left. Zhan Lao, do you have any recommendations for summoning-related exchanges? Su Chen asked softly. The old man looked at him. Are you going to exchange for your family? I suggest you strengthen yourself first, ensure you can return safely from the wilderness before considering your family. Su Chen listened seriously. And after the old man finished speaking, he replied, it's for my own use. Zhan Lao frowned. You, a melee type, want something for a summoner? But a light laugh was melodious as Li Qiuhua walked to Su Chen's side. Zhan Lao, even you can be biased. Upon seeing Li Qiuhua, the old man's face darkened. What do you mean, you lazy girl? Li Qiuhua smiled and hugged Su Chen. My little brother is not a melee type. The always calm old man felt ripples in his heart and said in a deep voice, you're not joking with me, are you? Su Chen nodded. Zhan Lao, it's true, my profession is a summoner goblin chief. The old man was momentarily stunned, flipping out the note from earlier, pointing at it and asking, you mean you, a goblin chief, led a few rookies to wipe out a small snake-tailed wolf pack and even killed a member of the Wanfa sect? If it weren't for Li Qiuhua saying it, Zhan Lao would definitely think this was just a prank. The two looked sincere. You guessed right, that's how it is. That's right, it's just that my number of goblins is a little more, just a little. Zhan Lao. He darkened his face and took out his phone, not knowing what he was doing. The old man seemed to see something, his expression slightly changed. He put away his phone and looked up again. Whether it was an illusion or not, Su Chen felt that the old man's gaze was much kinder. Then let's exchange for the Ghost Tree Heart. Ghost Tree Heart? That thing seemed to require over 100 merit points. Su Chen opened the shop, only to find that everything in the shop was actually at a 20% discount. Even the stalactite essence and dragon tiger pill he just exchanged were refunded a good amount of merit points. Now, the
Merit points were not only enough to buy the ghost tree heart, but he would also have some left after the purchase.
Su Chen was somewhat taken aback, just
about to ask, when old Jean gently spoke, "This is the treatment that the descendants of martyrs deserve. Your parents sacrificed their lives for the country.
The nation owes you."
Li Qiuhua, who was yawning, froze in her movements, doubting whether she had heard it wrong.
Su Chen is the descendant of a martyr? Su Chen was taken aback and skillfully changed the subject. "You just went to look at the files, right? I thought you were checking my issues online." Old Jean rolled his eyes. "At my age, do you think I live in vain? This is my number. If you have any questions in the future, just ask me, old man. You can't trust everything you find online. You don't know, 30 years ago, I was known as the Encyclopedia of Martial Arts." That was. As old Jean spoke, he wrote down a string of numbers and handed it over. Su Chen did not refuse the old man's kindness and took it with both hands. "Thank you, sir." The white-haired elder waved his hand grandly. "No need for pleasantries. You all can go outside to collect your rewards. Little Su, my legs aren't good, so I won't see you off. Come over to my place to play another day. The address is. Alright, you take care." After bidding farewell to old Jean, the small team left the little room. The members of the demon hunting team looked at Su Chen with somewhat complicated expressions. From the very beginning, the first impression the boy gave them was that of a talented young man. They subconsciously thought he was a genius carefully cultivated by some power. Therefore, they didn't think much of Su Chen's strength. "If I had resources, I could do it too." But now, his parents sacrificed their lives for the country. One sentence revealed Su Chen's situation. With his parents deceased, how many cultivation resources could he have? Su Chen glanced at them and raised an eyebrow. "Why are you all looking so serious? The captain is treating us to drinks tonight. Aren't we supposed to think about how to treat him to a meal?" Ma Wuwei immediately laughed and scolded. "You brat, all thanks to Li San leading you astray." Li San, who was affected, raised his hand indignantly. "Brother Su, I know a good place." A lewd smile appeared on his face as he whispered, "Dragon flying and phoenix dancing, soaring through space, catching dragon tendons." "I was wrong, sister." The red tassel gun fell on his shoulder, and Li San hurriedly begged for mercy. Li Qiuhua retracted her gun. "I know a great place for skewers with good flavor. Shall we go together later?" This suggestion received unanimous agreement, and everyone headed straight to the barbecue place after collecting their cultivation resources. Su Chen's identity was forgotten due to this little episode. After dinner, everyone returned home, and Su Chen carried the sun-snatching back to the apartment. The corridor was pitch black, being an old apartment. Residents had gradually moved out, and no light bulbs had been installed. He opened the door in the dark, but it was not the usual pitch black. Warm yellow light spilled through the crack of the door, landing on Su Chen. The figure, busy cleaning in a little bare apron, turned to look and smiled when seeing the boy at the door. "You're back. There's still some millet porridge in the pot. I'll heat it up for you." The next morning, after getting up early and having breakfast, Su Chen looked at the 3 items on the table: 2 porcelain vases and an iron box. The porcelain vases contained stalactite essence and dragon tiger pills. Su Chen checked the usage online. Oral administration. He opened the porcelain vase of stalactite essence, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. Su Chen carefully poured out a drop. It was milky white in color, looking no different from milk. He opened his mouth and swallowed it, clearly feeling a warmth sliding down and spreading in his abdomen. After about 10 minutes, this warmth began to gradually diminish, and Su Chen grabbed the other porcelain vase. He poured a pill the size of a longan into his mouth and swallowed it hard. Stimulate the stalactite essence with the potent medicinal power of the dragon tiger pill for maximum absorption. Old Jean's words echoed in his ears. In just a few breaths, a scorching heat surged from his abdomen. The warmth that had just calmed down began to rise again. The heat became increasingly intense, spreading through his limbs, and Su Chen was drenched in sweat. But a smile appeared on his face. The heat meant it was effective, and the effect was good. After enduring for half an hour, the scorching sensation in his limbs finally began to ease. Su Chen stood up, feeling his body and limbs. His spine was taut like a dragon, and he threw a punch, the air bursting with a crackling sound. "I can now exert a force of about 800 kilograms, enough to crush a snake-tailed wolf within 10 strikes and an abyssal pig within 30 strikes. If I take the stalactite essence and the dragon tiger pill one more time, I should be able to reach 1,000 kilograms and break into the first tier." Su Chen was quite satisfied with this level. But he also knew that the effect would only be this strong the first time. and would gradually decrease afterward. He placed the 2 porcelain bottles into the drawer and opened the last item. A bright red wooden ball with tentacles. The heart of the ghost tree. Taken from the mid-tier deep space ghost tree, 100 years old is considered mature, capable of reaching the 2nd tier. The tree body contains potent poison, has a strong vitality, and is extremely bloodthirsty, going mad at the sight of blood. However, the heart of the tree is non-toxic and is a good material. After being consumed by a summoned beast, it can enhance vitality and has a chance to produce a poison sac, adding poison to its attacks. Chen picked up the heart of the ghost tree from the box and was about to summon GOBLIN when a light screen suddenly appeared before him. System upgrade complete. Advanced Goblin probability increased. Evolution tree unlocked. Your Excellency Chen, would you like to place the heart of the ghost tree into the evolution tree? A panel appeared over the heart of the ghost tree. Item: Heart of the ghost tree. Attribute: Slight increase in physique. Special ability: 5% chance to grant newborn goblins poison attacks. Put it in. Any hesitation was just Chen being influenced by the foolish classmates at Gao for too long. A one-time, single enhancement material placed into the evolution bar directly becomes a permanent group buff. What's there to consider? The heart of the ghost tree disappeared from his hand, and a small icon appeared on the system interface. The probability of goblin generation has also increased. Chen opened the probability panel and found that there had indeed been a change. Low-level goblin probability, 94%. Mid-level goblin probability, 5%. Advanced goblin probability, 1%. Goblin count, 200,000. Mid-level goblin * 19. Advanced goblin * 1. Chen looked at the number of mid-level goblins and rubbed his eyes. I didn't see wrong, there are really 18 and 1 advanced goblin. Could it be that having bad luck is just a prelude to good fortune? Am I about to turn lucky? Just as he was thinking this, Chen suddenly saw a red number at the end. He raised his hand to click, and a record popped up. In the evening, GOBLIN held a bonfire party in your name, boosting the morale of all clan members. In the late night, GOBLIN underwent evolution, becoming an advanced goblin, while 18 clan members who experienced life and death trials also evolved into mid-level goblins. Chen fell silent for a moment and said, with a goblin like this, I can rest easy. Just as he was about to go to the clan grounds to reward GOBLIN, there was a sudden knock on the door. Is anyone home? A calm and cool voice came into the room, and Chen felt it was somewhat familiar. This is, he recalled, and a petite figure appeared in his mind, Lu Baishuang. Why is she here? Chen got up to open the door, and outside stood a black-haired girl in a blue and white school uniform, holding some fruit. A gift for visiting. I just bought it casually while passing by the neighborhood. It was very cheap, not worth much. Such a standard formula. Chen took the fruit and stepped aside. Come in. He had a good impression of Lu Baishuang. She was a strong opponent and had not been influenced by the foolish ones at Gao. Lu Baishuang walked into the room, took off her shoes at the entrance, revealing a pair of small feet gently wrapped in white socks. The fabric of the socks had a delicate sheen, and one could vaguely see a soft pink ankle. What do you need from me? Chen withdrew his gaze and handed her a pack of love at first sight peanut milk. Thank you. Lu Baishuang took the drink and set it down, saying flatly, I want it. Poof. Cough, cough, cough. The peanut milk in his mouth sprayed out, and Chen choked, coughing continuously. While coughing, he quickly rummaged through his memories to see if the original owner had done anything illegal that he had overlooked. After confirming that in his memories, he and Lu Baishuang were only classmates, he tentatively asked, What do you want? Lu Baishuang looked at him with clear eyes, a look of confusion on her face. You said before that I could come to you anytime to spar, so I came. Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The original owner, that nice guy, had indeed said that. Aren't you going to school today? Chen glanced at his phone. It was Friday. Lu Baishuang replied, I bullied a classmate and got a week off. So explosive? Chen became interested. What happened? Someone said, I have a wooden head, and according to societal rules, I should react. The wooden head spoke seriously about the whole story. Chen. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he finally couldn't help but laugh. If anyone says you're a robot again, I absolutely won't agree. Their logic is quite clear. You insult me, I hit you. A real robot would only keep you calm and self-reflective. Lu Baishuang calmly asked, Then can you spar with me? Under the gaze of those clear, bottomless eyes, Chen eventually agreed. Sure, now? Not for any other reason, just for the robot's honesty. Let's go to the martial arts hall.
The girl stood up, her long black hair cascading down like a waterfall, as delicate and smooth as silk.
Su Chen thought for a moment, walked into the bedroom, and rummaged out a small bear hair tie. Tie your hair up, it will be more convenient.
The bear on the hair tie was a bit faded, a relic from 10 years ago.
Lu Baishuan raised her hand to take it. Thank you. When they reached downstairs, Su Chen
looked at the luxury car blocking the apartment entrance and the neighbors watching in silence for a moment. By the afternoon at the latest, he should gain a new title. Soft Rice Su. Covering his face, he got into the car, and the girl with her hair tied in a high ponytail sat beside him, the faint scent of shampoo wafting in the air. The vehicle started. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a standalone villa, and Su Chen was a bit puzzled. Aren't we going to the martial arts hall?
Are you going home to get something? Lu Baishuan pointed to a larger villa next door. That's my home. This villa has been
converted into a martial arts hall, and the equipment and facilities inside are quite complete and relatively quiet. Su Chen silently cancelled the group purchase he had bought on a certain app, shouting in his heart, I'm going to compete with you rich people. Entering the villa, the entire first floor was covered in soft mats, with weapon racks against the walls on both sides. There were all kinds of weapons, including swords, spears, and halberds, but they were all wooden and had rounded tips. Lu Baishuan pulled out 2 wooden spears, handed one to Su Chen, and said, for safety, we can only use wooden weapons.
Otherwise, they won't allow me to spar with you. It's only natural, I understand.
Su Chen took the wooden spear. Your family cares a lot about your safety.
Lu Baishuan remained silent, walking to the other
side, twirling the wooden spear to create a flower.
This was a provocative move, signaling her opponent to attack.
Su Chen gripped the wooden spear and swung it. The waxy rod was usable.
Be careful. He dashed
out, closing the distance between them in an instant, bringing the spear down like a club.
Lu Baishuan reacted quickly, horizontally blocking with her spear the moment Su Chen approached. Seeing his attack ineffective, Su Chen withdrew, sliding his hand back to grip the tail of the spear, thrusting it forward. The 9 styles of breaking the formation, piercing the heart. Lu Baishuan's eyes flickered, finding a
flaw, and the tip of her spear lightly stabbed out. She lifted the tip from below, catching Su Chen's spearhead, causing its center of gravity to shift. Then she retracted her spear, gathering strength to strike
out, simple and domineering.
The moment that spear was thrust out, Su Chen felt a sense of pressure crashing down like a mountain and a tsunami. Su Chen's movements paused for a moment, then he turned and ran. Lu Baishuan pursued, but unexpectedly, Su Chen suddenly stopped, gripping the spear with both hands, and turned back to thrust out like lightning. The head had not turned, but the gun had already arrived. The reverse horse gun. The tip of the gun tore through the air, brushing past Lu Baishuan's cheek and embedding itself in the ground.
Lu Baishuan was silent for a moment and said, I was fooled. The young
man feigned weakness to allow himself to be pursued, then struck back with the reverse horse gun, swift as thunder.
If it were truly a life and death battle, she would have already died. Su Chen said softly.
That shot you just made was impressive. Lu Baishuan returned to her original position and raised her gun again. Come again.
Shadows intertwined, wooden guns clashed, and the moves were fierce. It wasn't
until the door of the villa was pushed open that the two stopped their actions. An elderly man in a suit respectfully said, Miss, it's time for lunch.
It's already noon. Su Chen walked to the corner to pick up his phone and found it was already 12 o'clock. Thank you for your trouble this morning.
Lu Baishuan put the wooden gun back on the rack and calmly said, We'll have lunch here, and after we finish,
I'll have someone take you back. Who said this AI was dull? This AI is quite nice. Su Chen put on a reluctant expression. All right. After a tiring morning, did he really have to go home to make noodles?
The lunch was luxurious, with dishes that Su Chen had never seen before and couldn't name.
After eating, Lu Baishuan called the driver to take Su Chen back.
Before getting into the car, the girl took out a gift bag. This is my token of thanks, I hope you accept it.
The sparring this morning was very helpful to me.
Su Chen looked at Lu Baishuan, whose expression was calm, and smiled, You don't need to give me a gift, I just had a meal, and besides, we are friends. As the car door closed, the girl stared blankly at the departing vehicle.
Friends?
After a long silence, she turned and returned to the villa, only to realize when preparing to take a shower that her hair was still tied up. She took off the hair tie, looking at the slightly faded cartoon bear, and Lu Baishuan put it away. I'll return it next time we meet.
Back home, Su Chen took a hot shower and changed into clean clothes.
In May, the weather warmed up, and even wearing short sleeves
felt hot.
Lying on the sofa, he gathered his thoughts and sank into contemplation. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself
in a dense forest, still surrounded by simple dwellings.
Unlike last time, there was no foul smell, and the ground was much cleaner.
Chengdu, I have seen the clan leader. Upon hearing the voice, Yuan Bulin knelt on one knee, looking respectful. Get up. Quickly, this isn't the time for that. After letting Yuan Bulin rise, Su Chen examined him. The goblin was short, and although Yuan Bulin had previously been taller than other goblins, he was only about 1.6 meters tall. Now, standing together, the other was slightly taller than him. With a sturdy build, standing straight, wearing wolfskin armor, and carrying a bone knife at his waist, he exuded a fierce aura, no longer possessing the small and weak feeling of a low-level goblin. Chengdu, you are the only one I can rely on. Su Chen patted Yuan Chengdu's shoulder, producing a stack of books in his hand. You study these books first, and after you learn them, teach them to the mid-level clan members. Once they learn, then teach the others. 1 teaches 10, 10 teaches 100, try to ensure that all clan members understand a bit. Yuan Bulin carefully accepted the heavenly book bestowed by the clan leader and looked at the cover. Manual for Barefoot Doctors, Summary of Guerrilla Warfare, The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Marxism-Leninism. Although he hadn't read them yet, Yuan Chengdu's intuition told him that these books contain immense power. If he could comprehend their meaning, the clan would surely advance further. Yuan Chengdu's eyes burned with enthusiasm. Rest assured, clan leader, I will master them quickly and teach all the clan members the contents of the heavenly book. Su Chen said. With satisfaction, keep it up, I believe that in the near future we will definitely achieve. Let the goblins be great again. Time flew by, and 7 days passed. In Anmin apartment, Su Chen was drenched in sweat, forcing himself to endure the burning sensation in his abdomen as he continued to throw punches. This was the second time he had taken the stalactite essence and the dragon tiger pill. With each punch, Su Chen could feel his body tearing apart, yet with each subsequent punch, his strength grew stronger. There were no shortcuts on the path of martial arts. 15 minutes passed, and the burning sensation gradually dissipated. The effect has decreased by almost half. Su Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, calming the energy and blood within him. He threw a punch, creating a fierce gust of wind, causing the carefully cultivated flowers and plants by Uncle Jiang to sway violently as if caught in a storm. Hiss! Su Chen inhaled sharply, quickly rushing forward to remedy the situation. It was a mess before, but with Su Chen's chaotic movements, the lush green leaves of the flowers had fallen all over the ground. From a mere disarray, it had turned into a near disaster. Su Chen, stiff and silent, picked up his weapon and left the door. It was like playing video games all day, only to find out that it had rained heavily without him noticing, and the family's bedding was still hanging outside. In a panic, he also discovered that the rice harvested this year was left out to dry. An unspeakable terror was descending. He had to escape. Last night, Ma Wuwei had contacted Su Chen, saying the team had rested for a week and was about to leave the city. On the way to the rendezvous point, Su Chen arrived at a martial arts hall. He focused his energy in his dantian, grounded his feet, and at the moment his body functions peaked with a breath. He threw a punch. Bang! The force measuring machine emitted a muffled sound. The numbers on the display screen rolled and stopped at 4 digits. 1,005 kilograms. My strength has broken through 1,000 kilograms, reaching the entry-level standard. Su Chen clenched his fist, a surge of pride swelling in his heart. Now, he could kill a snake-tailed wolf with 5 punches and an abyssal pig with 10 punches without relying on his clan. If he used the Sun Snatcher to execute the 9 styles of breaking the formation, he could kill with a single move. He turned and left the martial arts hall. There was no rush for breakthroughs. He would visit Old War after returning from the wilderness. The old man claimed to be a martial arts encyclopedia. It shouldn't be just boasting. Not long after Su Chen left, 2 figures entered the martial arts hall. Rue Shui, my cousin works here, we can experience it for free. Zhao Lei said, a hint of pride flashing across his face. Zhou Rue Shui said softly, your cousin is really impressive, but won't this cause him trouble? Zhao Lei confidently replied, it's fine, we're close, he won't mind. I've recently improved my energy and blood quite a bit, shall we test our punching power? Zhou Rue Shui nodded, and the two went to the force measuring machine. Zhao Lei, wanting to show off in front of the beauty, gathered all his strength and threw a punch. 700 kilograms. Looking at the data displayed above, Zhao Lei exclaimed, that's a full 50 kilograms more than before. But there was no response from beside him. Zhao Lei turned to look and found Zhou Rue Shui standing in front of another force measuring machine. The data on that machine had not been cleared. 1,005 kilograms. She had already reached the entry-level standard. Zhao Lei's cousin approached and was slightly surprised to see the data so high. Zhao Lei was puzzled. Cousin, isn't that the level of a second-tier martial artist? What's so surprising about that? I'm not surprised. By that, his cousin shook his head and said, the person who just used this machine was also a boy, and he looked to be about your age, yet he reached the entry-level standard. Such strong talent must be a tall one, right? He laughed. If you know him, you can introduce him, just leave a photo in our martial arts hall, and he won't have to pay later. About our age? A boy? Zhao Lei and Zhou Ruishui exchanged glances, both somewhat confused. Their first impression was Lu Baishuang, but the gender didn't match. Besides Lu Baishuang, who else could reach 1,000 kilograms so early? Zhou Ruishui also threw a punch, and the display screen rolled 500 kilograms. Zhao Lei saw this and comforted, it's okay, Ruishui, you're a summoner, it's normal for your physical quality to be a bit lacking. Zhou Ruishui nodded, a flash of resentment passing through her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that all her nuns had been captured by Su Chen, how could she have used all her resources to gather nuns? Su Chen, you must not die at the hands of the deep space creatures. I will let you know in the college entrance examination just how big the gap between us will be without cultivation resources. At the East City Gate, the old spot. As soon as Su Chen arrived, the others also came one after another, especially Li San. Before he arrived, his voice was already heard. Brother Su, I missed you so much. Looking at Li San rushing towards him with open arms, Su Chen silently drew out the sun piercer and held it in his hand. He knew very well what he looked like. Li San had a very distinctive appearance, one that even monsters would shout, sharp-nosed and monkey-faced, you must be Sun Wukong. Li San, who had accelerated, suddenly stopped and awkwardly laughed. Brother Su, it's been several days since we last met, don't be so cold. Su Chen said, if you went to the Siam Special Zone, I definitely wouldn't be so cold when you came back. With the deep space invasion, the strong nations gathered together to form the Human Federation. Everyone huddled together for warmth, but they were also divided into major regions such as the Huaxia region, Free region, Extreme North region. Below the 5 major regions were smaller special zones like the Sakura Special Zone, Siam Special Zone, etc. Li San shivered, that's not possible. Although I'm willing to benefit my brothers, that process is too painful. While joking, the 7-member team arrived on time. The last to arrive was Li Chioha, who looked exhausted, carrying a red tassel spear, swaying as she leaned towards Su Chen. Oh no, I'm going to faint. Su Chen, 6 Li Chioha half leaned on Su Chen. Looking pitiful, sister has low blood sugar, you wouldn't heartlessly push me away, right? Su Chen mercilessly exposed her, I see you stayed up late binge-watching dramas. He pointed at the snack crumbs at the corner of Li Chioha's mouth, you were eating chips. Li Chioha, caught, looked like she was about to cry, I was preparing a surprise for you, and you look at me like this. What surprise? It's a secret, you'll know later. Looking at her mysterious expression, Su Chen just hoped it wasn't a scare. As usual, they took a vehicle to a less populated wilderness, but this time it was different from last time. They no longer entered the jungle but walked on a national road. Ma Wuwei explained, recently, deep space creatures have frequently attacked passing teams, causing quite an impact. All demon hunting teams have been dispatched to clear the roads. The military has also been deployed, they are going to the deepest part to slay demons, which will relieve a lot of our pressure. Su Chen looked at the data on the illusory panel. Goblin count, 700,000, mid-tier goblin *50, high-tier goblin *1, the new conditions for leveling up had already been released. 2-3 required. Conditions, deep space power *100, the system needed to hunt 100 deep space creatures to upgrade again. A sense of urgency arose in Su Chen's heart. With the military and all demon hunting teams deployed, if all the deep space creatures were killed, wouldn't that delay time? Russell. The special walkie-talkie at Ma Wuwei's waist rang. Demon hunting team, we have engaged with the followers of the 10,000 Laws sect, proceed steadily and clear out the solitary deep space creatures. Received, Ma Wuwei replied. In that case, let's not waste any more time. Feeling the urgency in his heart, Su Chen focused his thoughts, and an illusory light curtain unfolded like a scroll, stretching 100 meters. Dense goblins surged out like a tide, the ground trembled, and a dull thunder sounded in his ears. Su Chen gripped the sunpiercer, pointed it forward, and coldly said, this time out of the city, slay demons. Guard City Division. Zhao Qing sat at his workstation with vacant eyes. He had endured for a full week. If he went in directly to report on Su Chen's matter, he would probably be the target of anger, but if he didn't send it in, Elder Sun wouldn't know. Naturally, the time spent standing on his head at the city gate didn't count. Sigh, the greatest scheme in history is nothing. Compared to this, seeing him like this, his subordinates gathered around to discuss countermeasures. A group of rebellious spirits came together, starting to think about how to make Elder Sun go wash his hair at the city gate without implicating them. How about we mix this matter in when we deliver the documents? I think that's feasible. Several subordinates agreed. Then whose name should we put on the document? Zhao Qing suddenly asked. Everyone looked at him in unison, saying nothing, yet it felt like they had said everything. What a ridiculous idea. Zhao Qing gritted his teeth and smashed his cup. Aren't I the one who suffers, you bunch of scoundrels? This idea was unanimously rejected, and everyone continued to frown in thought. Brother Zhao, Elder Sun wants you to go up for a moment. An employee came down from the second floor to relay the message. The rebellious little group exchanged glances, looking at each other. Supervisor Zhao, hurry up. Let's get back to our workstations, or others will think we're very close with Supervisor Zhao. Don't contact him in the future, for fear Elder Sun might misunderstand. Zhao Qing, you bunch of scoundrels. Wait for me to come back. With a determination to face death, he went upstairs, and just as he reached the office door, he heard laughter inside. He is quite capable, you shouldn't always talk down to that little girl. This was Elder Sun's voice, filled with laughter. She spends all day binge-watching dramas and snacking. If it weren't for coercion and temptation, she would have rotted away by now. Another voice was indifferent and cold. Zhao Cheng perked up his ears and listened quietly, trying to gather intelligence. At least she brought back news of the Wanfa sect's followers. What more do you have to complain about? There are Wanfa sect followers on the outskirts of the wilderness. That's how I confirmed that the Wanfa sect is making big moves to go out and eliminate bandits. Elder Sun comforted with a grin. Let's not talk about her. The other voice was quite stern. I'm not here for her, but for someone else. Elder Sun looked puzzled. Oh? You, old Yuan, aren't here for Chiohe, then who are you here for? The stern voice changed its tone. Come in. Zhao Qing, eavesdropping, lowered his head and walked into the office. Elder Sunday. He glanced at another figure, tall and straight, dressed in white formal attire, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, looking to be in his 30s. But those eyes were sharp, and his expression was cold, definitely a mature male god. And he was an official. Just one glance, and Zhao Qing had a guess about his identity. He told me she found a good seedling. If I can't take him in, I will regret it for life. So I came to find Supervisor Zhao to understand the situation. Elder Sun curiously asked, who is it? Yuan Chang uttered two words, which made the office fall silent for a moment. Su Chen. Elder Sun was momentarily stunned, frowning as he looked at Zhao Qing. That kid is still alive? The opportunity had come. Zhao Qing showed a troubled expression. This, Elder Sun said unhappily, what are you stalling for? A goblin. Chieftain, how bad could the situation be? Even if he barely survived, I would still think highly of him. Zhao Cheng whispered, do you still remember the report I showed you a week ago? Team 09 was surrounded and killed by the Wanfa sect's controlled snake-tailed wolf pack, but in the end, the team turned the tables and exterminated the snake-tailed wolf pack, killing the Wanfa sect's followers. Elder Sun nodded. I remember, this has to do with that kid. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized something. Su Chen was also in Team 09. Looking at Zhao Qing's tense mouth, Elder Sun felt an ominous premonition rise in his heart. Zhao Qing said, Team 09 doesn't have that kind of strength. It was Su Chen who exterminated the snake-tailed wolf pack and the Wanfa sect. He killed them too. Creak. The rocking chair suddenly stopped. Elder Sun stood up, his smile fading. Impossible, absolutely impossible. A goblin chieftain, the most useless of all professions, what can he use to exterminate the serpent-tail wolf pack? What can he use to kill the followers of the 10,000 laws? Yuan Cheng spoke up. Joey said that although Su Chen's summoned creatures are goblins, there are extremely many of them, appearing in their tens of thousands in an instant. Goblins may be weak, but they are extremely loyal to him. Unafraid of death. Many ants can kill an elephant. Elder Sun's face stiffened, and he began to doubt whether he was suffering from senility. 100,000 goblins? Where did that kid get 100,000 goblins? Even buying 100,000 pigs would cost $1 billion. This news was too absurd. Even Elder Sun, who had experienced great storms, found it hard to believe. Just as he began to doubt Su Chen's identity, Zhao Qing said solemnly, his parents were both first-class meritorious, sacrificed in the Great Invasion War 10 years ago. He was raised by his neighbor Zheng Pingsheng, a retired veteran who has earned a third-class merit. Upon hearing about Su Chen's family background, Elder Sun's doubts vanished in an instant. After merit, these 4 words were Su Chen's greatest protective charm. No one could question his identity. Anyone who dared to question it would be going against The military. Could it be that I really am getting old and blind? Elder son fell into self-doubt. But, the goblin chieftain profession was not unheard of, wasn't it only able to summon 3 low-level goblins? Zhao Qing wanted to ask if the matter of standing on his head to wash his hair still counted, but looking at the old man's expression, he ultimately held back. He was afraid he might fly away. Just as the office fell into a dead silence, someone rushed in anxiously, not even bothering to announce themselves. Elder Brother Zhao, something's happened, he said anxiously. Our detection device has found that all deep space creatures at the edge of the wilderness are rapidly disappearing at an extremely fast speed. In just over 10 minutes, more than 20 deep space creatures have become undetectable. Moreover, the extent of the disappearance is spreading on a large scale, with a large number of unknown creatures sweeping in. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 in the room were all taken aback. Elder son asked, where did this situation arise? Are there any demon hunting teams nearby? Can we arrange for an evacuation? It's on the national highway, very close to Team 09, and we can't contact them right now. Yuan Chang suddenly spoke up, is there video footage? We're mobilizing satellite recordings, it should be sent over soon. Just as he was speaking, a piece of footage was sent to the office, and Zhao Qing began to play it. The video image zoomed in from above, and the 3 saw the real situation outside the city. Elder son was stunned, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. In the video, countless green figures surged like a tide, invading. As soon as deep space creatures appeared, they were overwhelmed, they were unafraid of death and attacked frantically. The fierce deep space creatures were like weak lambs before them, being wantonly bullied and toyed with. Zhao Qing recognized those green figures, his gaze blank, murmuring, it's goblins. Who exactly are the deep space creatures? Yuan Qing's gaze, however, fell at the very front of all the goblins. At the forefront of the tide, a young man held a gun, charging forward. Whenever he encountered a deep space creature, he fired a single shot. Others saw the goblins' ferocity and fearlessness, but Yuan Chang knew they were not truly fearless. It was only because their faith always led the way in front. Looking at that unwavering figure, Yuan Qing's breathing gradually quickened. If he hadn't seen the jade pendant, he could still endure Li Chouha's mess. But now, looking at the young man's figure, Yuan Qing's eyes burned. The jade pendant was right in front of him, and if he couldn't take it, he would regret it for life. Both were filled with shock. Only elder son, with his graying beard, was absent-minded, thinking of his earlier boast. This is bad, I really have to go wash my hair standing on my head at the city gate. Outside the city, in the wilderness, a dark spear pierced through a shadow demon pig, and the young man raised his hand, pulling the spear out. The stench of blood splattered from the deep space creature, and before it hit the ground, it was fought over and torn apart by goblins. Although the goblins would not starve, no one wanted to go hungry. How far have we advanced? Su Chen asked, turning his head. Li San, serving as his deputy, reported, Brother Su, we've gone nearly 20 miles deep, and there are quite a few first-tier deep space creatures nearby. Su Chen nodded, holding his spear as he moved forward, while the clan members behind him followed with eager eyes. When a deep space tribe appeared, the goblins charged forward bravely. No matter how many died, new goblins would step up to take their place. Su Chen's gaze fell on the system panel, watching the real-time data of his clan members. The Yuan goblin leads the masses to encounter a pack of corpse-eating dogs, forming a rudimentary military formation, completely annihilated, experience increased, 19 mid-tier. Goblins fought valiantly, experience increased, your clan members devoured deep space creatures, deep space power erupted, over 1,000 died, your clan members devoured deep space creatures, fused with a trace of deep space power, physique enhanced. Clan members were constantly falling, but they were also growing stronger. Su Chen understood very well that to forge an ironclad army, sacrifice was unavoidable. What caught his attention the most were the first and fourth lines. The Yuan goblin could actually control the military formation. It seemed he had read the few books Su Chen had given him. The fourth line was related to the third. Some clan members died after devouring deep space creatures, while others fused with deep space power. From this point, Su Chen saw a bright path. If he could make all the goblins adapt to fusing with deep space power, even develop resistance, then in the future, deep space creatures would merely be livestock before him. The spear of the sun pierced out, picking out a non-tier deep space creature from underground. Looking at the sticky tentacles on the deep space creature, Su Chen's eyes turned cold. Li San. A blazing fireball flew out, turning the deep space creature into char, which Su Chen then crushed underfoot. Chief, we've made a discovery ahead. The Yuan goblin, draped in wolfskin armor, rushed back, bloodstains on him, a murderous aura surrounding him. Li San instinctively stepped back, feeling that if this goblin turned on him, he wouldn't last 3 moves. The Yuan goblin reported, "There are many deep space creatures guarding a small mountain ahead. Even if we use bait tactics, it would be useless. I believe there is something wrong with that mountain." Su Chen commanded, "Lead the way." With the Yuan goblin leading, hundreds of thousands of goblins marched forward, their momentum shaking the heavens.
Arriving at the small mountain he mentioned, they indeed saw many deep space creatures, mostly first tier. Ghost trees, deep space snakes, black-eyed
Apes?
At a glance, they were all outstanding representatives of the mid to low tier deep space tribe.
What could make them gather here, obediently guarding this small mountain? What do you think?
The young man turned to the team.
Li Chioha stretched lazily, gripping the red spear after wandering all this way. It's time to warm up.
If we were still with the horse team, we would definitely turn and run, but now that we're with Brother Su,
Li San revealed a fierce
smile, let this group of aliens know the might of our boss.
The innocent horse Wu Wei caught in the crossfire.
He drew his twin blades, grinning.
Looks like we've encountered big fish this time, let's go for it. The Yuan goblin stood behind Su Chen with 19 mid-tier goblins. No words were needed.
There was no need to speak. Wherever the chief's gaze fell, it was a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, and he dared to go. Su Chen raised the spear of
the sun, blood surging,
his voice booming, "Kill!" The deep space creatures in front of the small mountain roared as they saw the goblins charging. The ghost tree's tentacles waved, and low-tier goblins died upon contact. The black-eyed ape stood 3 meters tall, and besides its limbs, black gas occasionally
spewed from its eyes, like a spreading plague. Goblins infected by the black gas developed pustules, writhing in agony. Yuan Bulin led the mid-tier goblins to
split and encircle the battlefield, isolating all deep space creatures. Then, the main force pressed in, surrounding and killing with the overwhelming might
of many ants against an elephant.
Team 09 mingled among the goblins, occasionally launching sneak attacks on the deep space creatures.
Li San stealthily
approached the black-eyed ape from behind, hand seals flying, as a fiery greatsword coalesced in his grasp. Seeing that the black-eyed ape had not noticed him, a
lewd smile appeared on his face.
"Let you taste the greatsword of the boss." The fiery greatsword pierced upward into the black-eyed ape's body, emitting a
foul smell.
The ape's internal organs were scorched, and it howled in pain, rolling on the ground.
The goblins rushed in, tearing and biting. Some goblins had
claws shimmering with a faint green light, their attacks infused with a toxic buff. These were goblins with the ghost tree heart poison attribute.
The top tier black-eyed ape was overwhelmed and killed by sheer numbers.
The situation on the other battlefields was similar, even the most troublesome ghost tree branches were bitten off, skinned, and turned into firewood.
On the mountainside, several figures watched this scene, their faces extremely grim. Where the hell did these damned green-skinned monsters come from? There are too many of them, the deep space creatures can't hold out much longer. If I had known, I would have left a second tier one. With a second tier there, how could we hide it from those reckless madmen in the military? How long until we can relocate?
They all had parts that did not belong to humans, they were members of the 10,000 Laws sect.
Retrieving all the roots of the mother nest beast is too
troublesome, it will take at least half an hour at best.
Can't we just give up? Someone suddenly asked. What nonsense are you talking? If we sever all the roots, the mother nest beast will suffer heavy damage.
After the member of the 10,000 Laws sect finished speaking, he noticed that the other two had not
spoken.
Almost instantly, he realized something was wrong and opened his mouth to warn the two, but a bony hand had already landed on his head.
Bang!
His head was heavily embedded in the ground, and Su Chen sneered, "Thanks for the information." The member of the 10,000 Laws sect recalled various memories from his past, from childhood to youth, and now a phrase echoed in his heart.
The immortal caresses my crown.
A punch fell, blood and flesh splattered, and
Su Chen quickly retreated, dodging the incoming hidden weapon.
The two members of the 10,000 Laws sect, seeing their companion dead, revealed murderous
intent and attacked together.
One wielded a pair of Mandarin duck swords, and the other held a short knife, their strikes fierce, each blow carrying 1,000
pounds of force.
Su Chen had not yet officially entered the ranks of martial artists, and facing two first-tier opponents was quite strenuous, forcing him to defend continuously.
Is that all? Did you not eat breakfast? Attacking so fast, don't you have a girlfriend?
The two members of the 10,000
Laws sect were enraged by the incessant trash talk.
They unleashed their killing moves, and just as Su Chen was about to be overwhelmed, a red tassel spear shot
out. The spear glowed with blood, its fierce aura overwhelming, faintly transforming into a roaring blood lion, shaking the heavens and the earth. The two were dazed by this fierce aura, their reactions sluggish. By the time they regained their senses, the red tassel spear had already struck with immense force, piercing through their throats. 2 consecutive strikes, the flying dragon in the sky. Li Qiuhua retracted her gun and took out a small bottle from her slender waist, tossing it. The small bottle shattered on the 2 corpses, and a raging fire immediately ignited. When dealing with members of the 10,000 Laws sect, one must turn them to ashes, otherwise even if they do not explode, they will pollute the land. These 2 were very strong, Su Chen remarked, feeling a tingling in his tiger's mouth, somewhat surprised. The 10,000 Laws sect was heretical, but they indeed had some crooked methods that allowed their power to exceed that of their peers. He had been fully focused when facing the 2, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. You managed to hold off 2 first tier for 3 minutes without getting hurt, that's already quite impressive, Li Qiuhua praised. This was a strategy they had discussed beforehand. Su Chen would delay while she prepared a powerful move for a guaranteed kill. Su Chen looked at the hollowed-out mountain cave beside him. This is the stronghold of the 10,000 Laws sect, and inside there is a mother nest beast. The mother nest beast is a 3rd-tier creature, but it has no combat power. Its greatest function is to breed deep space creatures. As long as there is enough nutrition, it can continue to gestate. Li Qiuhua was slightly taken aback. Then what is the military fighting against? They must have been deceived. It's a case of openly building a road while secretly crossing the river. This is the real stronghold. The strong ones are all drawing the military's attention, leaving only these 3 weaklings to guard the home, Su Chen analyzed. Softly, Li Qiuhua's eyes gradually brightened, and her little tongue couldn't help but lick her lips. Doesn't this mean we're going to achieve great merit? Why are we still waiting? Charge in and don't let that mother nest beast escape. Li Qiuhua's eyes shone brightly like light bulbs. With this achievement, she could at least relax at home for a month. Su Chen shook his head, stopping this coconut-headed guy. The situation inside is unclear. To avoid traps and ambushes, it's better to be cautious. Doubt appeared in Li Qiuhua's big eyes. Cautious? In a situation like this, how could they be cautious? Should they move mountains? Like the foolish old man? As if seeing what she was thinking, Su Chen's lips curled up. You guessed it right, we are moving mountains. But I'm not the foolish old man, and this isn't a rugged mountain range. His gaze turned to the battlefield. Seeing that all the deep space creatures were dead, he called for Yuan Bulin and all the mid-level goblins. He instructed them to each lead 10,000 men, 5 in a squad, divided into 4 squads, to dig the mountain from 4 directions. Once all the tribesmen reached their designated positions, Su Chen waved his hand. Get to work. A full 200,000 goblins lined up, using hands and feet comparable to excavators. The small hill, about 100 meters high, collapsed and shrank at a visible speed. Li Qiuhua stared blankly at this scene, a thought sprouting in her mind. If this were real estate development, wouldn't it be a fortune? Or starting a factory, setting up thousands of assembly lines, Su Chen alone could meet the national demand. After just 10 minutes of digging, Yuan Bulin returned to report, Chief, the tribesmen found many wriggling flesh in the soil. How should we handle it? Su Chen laughed and waved his fan. Extra meal. Thus, the goblins dug even more energetically. There was no danger, and they could have extra meals. Such good fortune was hard to come by. Brother Su, my fan. Li San looked at the feather fan in Su Chen's hand, hesitating to speak. He had just taken it out to show off, but unexpectedly it was confiscated. Su Chen looked puzzled. Your fan? Li San nodded repeatedly, pointing at the fan's ribs. My name is still on it. Su Chen looked over, pointing at the characters Li San on the ribs, and asked, Isn't this my name? Why did you carve my name on your fan? Ma Wuwei saw this and knew that as the captain, he couldn't just stand by any longer, stepping forward resolutely. Li San looked at him with gratitude. Indeed, the captain was. Xiao San, I'm not saying you. How can you infringe on Su Chen's right to reputation? How? About this, after we go back, you treat us all to a meal, and this matter will be settled. Li San's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Ma Wuwei. He never expected this thick-browed, big-eyed guy would also be a flatterer? Calling a deer a horse, this was a blatant case of calling a deer a horse. Here you go. Su Chen stopped joking and returned the feather fan. Compared to the laughter and banter, he preferred the clash of weapons and the thrill of the battlefield. Li San looked at Ma Wuwei with resentment. This thick-browed, big-eyed guy was trying to steal his character. In half an hour, the small hill was completely leveled, just as expected. Inside, there were a few first-level disciples of the 10,000 Methods sect guarding the mother nest beast. When they were dug out, they were completely dazed. No, we can understand you charging in, we can understand blasting the mountain. But what the hell is digging the mountain? As
These few regained their senses, they met the countless eyes filled with killing intent, and they fell completely silent. This world was too crazy, a mouse was
serving as a bridesmaid for a cat. Hands on your heads and squat down, surrender and you won't be killed. Yuan Bulin stepped out from among the goblins. Surrounded by a murderous aura, his presence intimidating.
A few disciples of the 10,000 Methods sect exchanged glances and chose to squat down with their hands on their heads, allowing the goblins to bind them. Yuan Bulin approached them with a bone spear, poking it into their abdomens.
It would bleed continuously,
but wouldn't kill them in a short time. The 10,000 Methods sect has no human rights, so you are not entitled to prisoner treatment.
I am taking necessary measures to reduce the danger to you.
A few members of the Manhwa sect.
Did we ask you?
You've already stabbed them all, what's the point of explaining?
To us? And what kind of grand words can a summoned creature say? Chen looked at the Manhwa sect members being escorted over, kneeling on the ground, his voice
cold. Kill them. The stronghold had been breached, and there was nothing left to interrogate. A group of non-human, non-demon beasts were better off as a
meal for the clan. You actually kill prisoners? Didn't you say that if we surrender, we wouldn't be killed? No integrity. A few Manhwa sect members shouted, angrily, accusing him. Chen replied indifferently, what does Yuan Bulin say have to do with me? His gaze fell on the meatball being brought forward, examining it up and down.
The meatball was bloody and tender, with numerous broken tentacles. This was the mother nest beast. Li Qiuhua explained, don't be fooled by its small size now, that's because it has contracted its body. In its complete state, the mother nest beast can cover an entire room.
Chen nodded and asked, do you want it alive or dead?
Li Qiuhua's identity was not simple, just a slight guess made Chen realize she was likely here for the Manhwa sect.
Otherwise, how could a 20-something first-tier martial artist join a demon hunting team? You actually care so much about my opinion?
Li Qiuhua's big watery
eyes widened in suspicion. Tell the truth, do you have a crush on me?
I'm so beautiful, it's normal for a pure little virgin to be unable to resist.
As she
spoke, Li Qiuhua tossed her long hair and threw a flirtatious glance.
Chen, just kill it, he ordered indifferently.
Li Qiuhua was top-notch in both looks and figure, but Chen was not a stallion.
Hey!
Li Qiuhua returned to seriousness, saying earnestly, a living mother nest beast has great value, it can
deepen our understanding of the Deep Space Clan. Speak plainly, or it's dead. A living one is worth more than a dead one. Chen stopped Yuan Bulin. Pause the plan.
Well, pausing the plan was also part of the plan. Most of the clan members were to be recalled to the clan territory, leaving only mid to
high-tier goblins to transport the mother nest beast.
The demon hunting team mission was successfully completed, returning to the capital.
Li Qiuhua leaned beside the young man, subtly probing, there are 20 days until the college entrance examination, which school do you prefer? Chen thought for a moment, the 3 major academies.
There are 3 top academies in Huaxia, Chongqing Academy, War Academy, and Xingho Academy. Li Qiuhua's eyes lit up, as someone
who has been there, let me analyze it for you.
First, the Chongqing Academy, the school culture is not good, I strongly advise against going there are
too many bad girls inside. What about Xingho? Chen asked. Xingho is even worse.
Li Qiuhua crossed her arms and raised her head, the students there
are not very bright, all they think about is fighting.
If you go in, every day you'll be greeted at the door by muscle-bound guys.
Chen imagined that scene
and felt a chill run down his spine. Under Li Qiuhua's expectant gaze, he slowly spoke, then war.
Good eye.
Li Qiuhua quickly said, the War Academy is
controlled by the military, the school culture is clear, and the resources are abundant. Moreover, after graduation, you can directly join various military corps
and head to the martial arts Great Wall. There aren't many schools that guarantee employment now.
Chen understood, you came to be a lobbyist? What are you talking about?
Li Qiuhua huffed in dissatisfaction, I'm really thinking of you, it would be a pity if you don't go to the War Academy.
Chen felt this
sounded familiar, reminiscent of how a black intermediary had tried to pull him into a factory in his past life.
This factory had a high hourly wage, it would be a pity if you didn't go in. At this moment, the outline of the city was visible ahead, and the walkie-talkie at his waist finally resumed functioning. Ma Wu Wei picked up the walkie-talkie and said, is Supervisor Zhao there? On the other end, Zhao Qing's voice rang out, Old Ma? Is that you, Old Ma? Ma Wu Wei said. Right, you come to the city gate, we.
Zhao Cheng saw through everything, his tone carrying a hint of lecturing, Old Ma, at your age, why are you still acting like a child? I know you all have gained a lot this time, but in the end, they are just some first-tier and non-tier deep space creatures. As a person, you should learn from me, remain unflustered even when Mount Tai collapses before you, otherwise, one might think you've killed a third-tier creature.
Chen interjected, there really is one.
Zhao Chang was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Hana, little Su really knows how to joke. What third-tier deep space
creature can you catch? A mother nest beast. What the hell? At the city guard, Zhao Qing's hand trembled, nearly dropping the walkie-talkie. A mother nest beast? Isn't that the heart of the 10,000 Laws sect? Even the Deep Space Clan takes it very seriously.
The boy's voice continued. We discovered a 10,000 Laws sect stronghold, destroyed it, and killed 9 members of the 10,000 Laws sect.
Bang! The walkie-talkie fell to the ground completely.
Zhao Chang blinked in confusion, doubting whether he had misheard. Just moments ago, the report said the 10,000 Laws sect stronghold was very secretive. And the military had not discovered it until now.
Chen is strong, but it can't be that outrageous. You found a stronghold that the military couldn't locate?
His brain was still rebooting when the walkie-talkie on the ground transmitted the boy's last words.
And captured a third-tier mother nest beast alive. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy.
Elder Sun sat at the head of the table, his expression serious, while Yuan Xing sat at the lower left, his demeanor cold and stern. In addition, leaders from various departments had gathered together.
Haven't we found the stronghold of the 10,000 Laws sect yet?
Elder Sun furrowed his brows. Someone reported in a low voice, the troops outside the city are just a few feet away from digging, but there are still no traces.
Those scoundrels from the 10,000
Laws sector still stirring up trouble. It takes time. Yuan Cheng spoke coldly. The mother nest beast can retract its roots in
at most 40 minutes.
The longer we delay, the smaller the hope of finding it. The people from the 10,000 Laws sect are hiding with the mother nest beast, and after a while, there will be another stronghold. Elder Sun puffed out his beard and glared. I will personally go out of the city to search. But just as he stood up, his shoulder was pressed down by Yuan Qing. If you go out of the city, it will play right into their hands.
The wives of the 10,000 Laws sect will surely take the opportunity to cause chaos, and it will be a loss.
Hearing this, Elder Sun had no choice but to sit down, looking at the room full of people with anger. In my life, I have met countless people. You are all talents I have sifted through the sands of time.
Yet, now each of you has your head down, tails drooping, like ostriches.
The leaders in the room dared not speak, fearing to add fuel to the fire. Yuan Cheng said lightly, I want Su Chen. You just agreed to me.
I keep my word.
Elder Sun snorted coldly. He's
just a goblin chieftain. What's so special about that? No matter how many there are, if the quality doesn't match the quantity, what good is it?
He is destined to be of no great use. In my view, he will at most reach the 2nd tier in his lifetime. Breaking through to the 3rd tier will be difficult.
Click.
The sound of a shutter echoed as Yuan Qing uploaded the recorded video
to the cloud.
I believe you, he said.
You Elder Sun was furious. Was this believing in himself? Believing in me while taking the opportunity to record? Should a good person be held at gunpoint by you? The leaders below lowered their heads even deeper, fearing to be seen with twitching mouths.
They had also heard about the Goblin chieftain's profession, which had severely
slapped Elder Sun's face. In this regard, everyone's opinion was unanimous. The elder is confused. How can one judge a person solely based on their profession?
Elder Sun angrily pushed aside his distractions, pondering where the stronghold of the 10,000 Laws sect might be. That Su kid, even if he is relatively strong at this stage, can only bully the low-level deep space creatures.
Besides that, what else can he do? What is he even?
As for the stronghold of the 10,000 Laws sect, not to mention
destroying it, could he even find it? Knock, knock, knock.
A knock sounded, and Zhao Qing's head peeked in.
Seeing the leaders
in the conference room with their heads down and the dissatisfied Elder Sun, his expression was quite complex.
Who would have thought that the military couldn't find it, and these leaders couldn't find it, but Su Chen managed to? Finding it was one thing, he even destroyed it and brought back a live one.
Looking at it this way, the noses of the people in the conference room were a bit
red.
Speak up, Elder Sun glanced at him and said directly. Zhao Cheng said in a low voice, Elder, Team 09 has returned. The atmosphere was serious, and Zhao Cheng didn't intend to keep them in suspense, planning to report truthfully.
So they came back. What, do I need to go personally?
Elder Sun interrupted Zhao Cheng directly, scolding, You've been in the city guard for so many years, how can you not have developed this little bit of composure? In the face of any situation, you must remain unflinching. Learn from me.
Is what they did worth you coming to find me? Zhao Qing's expression became even stranger. Elder, this time is different. Elder's son laughed in anger. Come, tell me how it's different? Did they destroy the stronghold of the 10,000 Laws sect, or did they capture the mother nest beast alive? If they did even one of those, I will personally apply for merit for that kid. Zhao Qing was taken aback, looking up in shock with wide eyes at Elder Sunday. What the hell, Seeing this, Yuan Qing's cold expression slightly changed. What exactly is going on? As a soldier, observing subtle facial expressions is a necessary skill, but he found it hard to believe what he saw on Zhao Qing's face. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Qing cautiously said, "Didn't the elder finish speaking?" Elder's son laughed in anger. What did I say? His voice gradually weakened as he recalled his earlier words, his expression stiffening. Team 09, under the leadership of Su Chen, discovered a stronghold of the 10,000 Laws sect, blasted the mountain, destroyed it, and killed 9 members of the sect. Zhao Qing took a deep breath and continued, and they captured a third-tier mother nest beast alive, which is currently outside. Boom! Those 2 short sentences exploded in the office like a thunderclap. And it wasn't just a single clap, it was a storm of thunder and lightning, leaving everyone dizzy. Earlier, when reviewing the materials, Su Chen had only awakened for less than half a month and hadn't even entered a tier. A young man who hadn't even entered a tier found the stronghold of the 10,000 Laws sect and wiped it out? If this were said outside, everyone would think it was a cold joke, but now in the conference room, chairs were suddenly overturned as Yuan Chang rushed out. His eyes lit up, eager to see this gem named Su Chen. Elder son also came to his senses and followed him out, muttering to himself, "No, this isn't right. The advanced instruments and everything else couldn't find it, but that kid did? Impossible. It must be fake." Seeing both leaders rush out, the people in the conference room couldn't just sit there and quickly got up to follow. The mid to high level leaders of the entire Luo city arrived downstairs and were stunned by the scene before them. A handsome young man stood holding a gun, his gaze calm and imposing. Behind him, goblins lined up in formation, exuding a fierce aura, carrying a fleshy ball that was still writhing with tentacles. It couldn't be wrong, it was the mother nest beast. Yuan Qing looked at this scene, his heart surging, excitement coursing through him, his eyes almost burning with intensity. He retracted his earlier words. Su Chen was not just a gem, but a he sure buy. As long as it was carefully carved, it would become the Imperial Jade Seal. Elder son stared blankly at the spirited young man, speechless for a long time. His sharp gaze had never been wrong, yet he had stumbled twice on this child. Su Chen stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "The 10,000 Laws sect is cunning and deceptive. Our team discovered clues while clearing deep space creatures." He briefly recounted the process of destroying the stronghold. Yuan Chang went from admiration to agreement, and when he heard the young man say blasted the mountain, a surge of blood rushed through him. "Good," he exclaimed, "in the grand scheme of things, it should be like this." The coconut-headed girl behind him widened her eyes in disbelief. This was the first time she had seen her mentor praise someone. Usually, she was either being scolded or reprimanded. Was the difference really that big? Elder son found it hard to accept reality and turned to leave in a daze. Seeing this, Zhao Qing shook his head. This elder is really disappointing. He even said he would commend him. What a good seedling, and yet the elder said he didn't want him, and now look, he can only watch others recruit him. Just as he finished speaking, someone patted him on the shoulder. A leader promoted by elder son approached. "Zhao Qing, the elder said for you not to leave for a while, go to his office." Zhao Qing's smile instantly froze, his heart sinking like dead ash. "You all have made quite a contribution this time. I will help you apply for a reward from above. If all goes well, you will be notified tomorrow. So clear your schedules for the next couple of days." Yuan Qing spoke in a deep voice, giving an inexplicable sense of trust. "Thank you for your trouble." After expressing their gratitude, the demon hunting team prepared to return to their respective homes. This time, the destruction of the Manhwa sect stronghold was 99% due to Su Chen's efforts. They were merely bystanders. Therefore, everyone was less concerned about their own rewards and more curious about Su Chen's. "Do you think Su Gu can get a 4th-class merit this time?" Li San asked excitedly. Merits are divided into 5 classes from 1 to 5, with 1st-class merit typically awarded to martyrs who sacrificed themselves for the country. 5th-class merit is more common, with a high probability of being awarded for any achievement. 4th-class merit is given for completing quite dangerous tasks, which is why Li San speculated that. Ma Wuwei nodded. "It shouldn't be difficult. The Manhwa sect has committed many crimes. Su Chen destroyed the Manhwa
Sex hideout this time and even captured the mother bug alive. It should at least be a 4th-class merit.
Wang Yin said, is it possible to get a 3rd-class merit?
Upon hearing this, the team fell into deep thought, and after a moment, they all shook their heads, feeling it was unlikely.
3rd-class merit is something that even some veterans with decades of service don't have. Right, 3rd-class merit requires making outstanding contributions to society, which is a bit difficult.
Chen smiled and said, we'll know when the results come out, worrying too much won't change
the outcome.
Despite saying this, he felt a bit excited inside. Uncle Jiang had a 3rd-class merit. If he could also get a 3rd or 4th class
merit, he wondered what Uncle John's expression would be.
Just thinking about it made Chen look forward to that scene.
Hey, where's Chiu He? Ma Wuwei suddenly noticed someone was missing.
Only then did everyone realize that Li Chiu-hee had been silent since just now and was now nowhere to
be seen.
Knowing her identity, Chen made an excuse. She went to the bathroom. We don't need to wait for her. So, after saying their goodbyes, the group left, and Chen headed home with the sun chaser in hand. He initially wanted to visit old Jean, but bringing a weapon to someone's door was
not appropriate.
When he reached his doorstep and took out his keys to open the door, his attention was drawn to a delivery package on the ground. A document addressed to him. Picking up the package and entering the house, Chen tore it open and took out the contents.
Notice of expulsion.
The 4 large characters caught his attention, causing him to pause before continuing to read.
Chen bullied classmates during his time at
school, disobeyed teachers, harassed female students, and is suspected of possessing prohibited items, showing no signs of reform.
After discussion
by the school authorities, his student status has been officially revoked from number 1 high school, and he will never be readmitted.
Date, May
15, 3034. At the bottom was a bright red stamp. Looking at this paper, Chen felt as if he were seeing Zhongyang's face, which was as forbidden as the Hui people's taboos.
So it really is calculated clearly. Chen sneered and tossed the expulsion notice into the trash can. Today is the
15th. This expulsion notice just arrived, meaning his student status was only revoked today. Before today, he was still a student at number 1 high school, and even if he could go to another school, he would first need to ask Zhongyang to transfer his student status. And the college entrance examination is in early June, half a month from now. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to mess with him by timing it this way.
Zhongyang, no.
1 high school, good, very good. A chill flashed in Chen's eyes. He was a broad-minded person who never held grudges.
But thinking of
Zhongyang's face from 14 days and 3 hours ago, Chen still felt a bit angry.
Just a bit.
But this is also good, it saves me from having my
student status still at number 1 high school when I register. Chen exhaled. Zhongyang thought such tactics would leave Chen in despair, falling into the dust. But he didn't know one thing.
Chen was never alone. Behind him were countless clansmen who followed him.
After showering and changing into new clothes, Chen stepped out of his house to visit old Jean.
He needed to break through to the first level as soon as possible.
In the city defense office, Elder Sun's office,
Yuan Chang pushed the door open and placed a document on the table. Seal it. Elder Sun, who was questioning life, glanced at it and immediately widened his eyes. You applied for a 3rd-class merit for that kid, but why did you include me? Yuan Chang replied calmly, even the foulest smell from your own release must be inhaled.
Elder Sun, how could a good person have such a foul mouth?
He closed his eyes and said, I won't seal it, I don't care about your people. Then I'll post what you said earlier on the martial arts network.
Elder Sun stopped pretending to be asleep and angrily said, are you threatening me?
His anger flared, his eyes filled with rage, and dragon shadows coiled around his fists.
Yuan Chang nodded lightly. Yes, if you want to fight, I'm up for it.
As soon as he finished speaking, the temperature in the room dropped sharply, and a massive creature appeared behind Yuan Chang. Its fur was pure white, and its pupils were vertical and golden. It was a gigantic white tiger.
I've
lived for so many years, and the one thing I can't stand is threats. Elder Sun raised his hand and slapped down. A red stamp appeared on the document, and he put away his personal seal, declaring sternly, but I value integrity the most. A word is a nail.
I'll report this. Yuan Chang left.
Elder Sun snorted coldly and threw away the merit application he had prepared for Chen from the drawer. Dreaming if you think I'll apply for merit. For you. Back in the temporary office, Yuan Chang took a photo of the document and sent it to his superiors. Times are changing, and society is progressing. There's no need to send paper documents anymore.
Teacher, how did I perform this time?
Li Qiuhua lazily sat in a chair, excitedly saying, not only did we take down the Wanfa sect's stronghold, but we also found such a great talent.
Clean background, handsome appearance, good Character, humorous and witty, looks very capable. Yuan Qing frowned. Are you talking about your ideal type? Cough, cough, am I that kind of person?
Li Qiuhua huffed in dissatisfaction, her expression becoming serious.
Have you found out about Su Chen?
Yuan Cheng nodded. I've already sent someone to investigate at the first high school quietly.
The clues are quite fragmented, I've sorted them out. It seems that due to professional issues,
the school found an excuse to expel him. Later, when Su Chen revealed his strength, the principal wanted to temper his sharpness, which led to Su Chen leaving the school. Saying this, a cold look appeared on his face.
Without sharpness, what's the point of practicing martial arts or competing for the top? So what should we do?
Li Qiuhua asked. Yuan Qing said, geniuses all have their pride, we just need to give him a push at the right
moment.
I have high hopes for Su Chen and have already applied for S-level treatment from the school, it should be approved by tomorrow.
Li Qiuhua was surprised. S-level? Yuan Qing nodded. Yes, it's confidential. For now.
This year, there have been many geniuses emerging in Zheng City, Wan City, and Zhou City, including the Sword Immortal from Zheng City, the Little Zhuge from Wan City, and the Mad Blade from Zhou City.
Even in Luo City, there's a gun soul profession, and he's from the Lu family, whose strength cannot be underestimated.
They entered the ranks of martial artists yesterday, and Su Chen is ultimately a step behind.
Tomorrow,
I will have a private chat with him. Li Qiuhua was full of confidence. These prodigies are nothing in front of Su Chen. The advantage of the summoning system is not in one-on-one combat, but in the clash of two
armies.
A fiery look flashed across Yuan Qing's stern face. As long as he becomes strong enough, he can stand alone as an army. My expectations for him have never been as a general, but as
a commander of a region. In the principal's office of Luochang High School, Lu Baishuang sat expressionless on the sofa. Principal, I don't want to participate in any friendly sparring competition.
There are only 2 weeks left until the college entrance examination. I need to improve my strength. Zhong Yang advised. Lu, you've already entered the next stage. Practical sparring can also enhance your combat skills.
Lu Baishuang replied. Bluntly, they are not capable.
Zhong Yang's expression stiffened slightly, and he patiently said, Baishuang, you have great talent.
But you shouldn't underestimate others.
Zhengcheng and Wancheng both have equally strong geniuses. Don't be careless and lose your advantage. Lu Baishuang furrowed her brows. She didn't want to continue the conversation, but leaving directly would be too rude. Suddenly, a figure
popped into her mind.
I have a sparring partner, Lu Baishuang said seriously. Su Chen is very strong.
Upon hearing Su Chen, the
principal's expression darkened. It's better to avoid contact with such morally corrupt individuals.
The school has already expelled him. He will never be readmitted.
Lu Baishuang had been waiting for this statement. She stood up. I understand. Goodbye, principal.
After
saying that, she opened the office door and left. The principal's tone was more suited for a final farewell, serving as a conclusion.
Leaving
at this moment wouldn't seem rude. As for whether the principal would think this way, Lu Baishuang didn't care. She had her own judgment
criteria.
Walking through the corridor, passing by class 2, her gaze swept over Zhou Ruishui and others inside, but Lu Baishuang remained
expressionless.
After you left, this path felt very dull. Gone was the involuntary urge to see whether Su Chen was cultivating or helping.
Classmates.
Lu Baishuang had checked. She couldn't help but look at him. It must be the catfish effect.
After Su Chen left, it seemed like
only mutual scheming remained in the school. Unexplainably, Lu Baishuang felt a wave of displeasure. It was her first time feeling somewhat
annoyed by this place.
In class 2, Zhou Ruishui watched the figure float by and muttered softly, a living dead person.
After mumbling,
she raised her hand to summon, smiling as she looked at the 5 newly formed nuns. Finally, the summoned objects had reformed, and next, she
could enhance her vitality and step into the first stage as soon as possible.
With the school's resources supporting her, she had reached
this progress. Su Chen would probably be slower.
Thinking of this, Zhou Ruishui revealed a proud smile.
Su Chen, oh Su Chen, being aloof won't fill your stomach.
The experience of joining the demon hunting team must be unpleasant. With your strength, you can barely deal with non-stage deep space creatures, right? Holding on to pitifully few resources while risking your life.
TSK. You must be present for
the college entrance examination in half a month. I want you to know the gap in strength.
Goblins, those filthy wastes, should be trampled underfoot by their own nuns.
In a residential compound, Su Chen knocked on the door while carrying fruits, respectfully saying, Old Jean. The fruits downstairs are cheap, so I brought some, please don't mind. The elderly man with white hair, dressed in a tang suit adorned with cranes, stepped aside with a kind expression. I knew you would bring something, come in. The room was tidy, with no sofa in the living room only an 8 immortals table and a grandmaster chair. As soon as he set down the fruits, Su Chen's wrist was grasped by old Jean. After a moment, old Jean released his hand. Solid foundation, not bad, you haven't treated my words as mere wind.
Su Chen smiled, I always keep your words in mind. After taking the stalactite essence and the dragon tiger pill, you must settle for a week. Old Jean sat in the chair and asked, you came to ask me about entering the next stage, right? Nothing escapes your notice. Let me briefly tell you what a martial artist is, old Jean said solemnly. Martial artists in the lower 3 stages constantly dig into the potential of the human body for their own use. In the middle 3 stages, they gradually manipulate the power of heaven and earth, such as opening rivers with a palm or shattering mountains with a fist. As for the upper 3 levels, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. With the middle 3 levels, he could control the power of heaven and earth, so the upper 3 levels would undoubtedly be even more powerful. So, the path of martial arts is about fighting against heaven and earth, and it is endlessly enjoyable. Wait a minute. Su Chen quickly interrupted. Why did you skip over the crucial part? Old John chuckled, I told you, you wouldn't understand, I'll tell you later. You restrained your vital energy and didn't recklessly break through, that's good. Since you're here, I can't let you leave empty-handed. In the next moment, the originally lazy old man suddenly appeared beside Su Chen, raising his hand to point at his dantian. A wave of heat surged from the outside into his body, immediately circulating within. Control your vital energy, follow my energy sensation and circulate it, forming a small circulation. Old Jean's voice was like a bell, instantly bringing Su Chen back to his senses. His vital energy rolled within him, following that wave of heat. During this process, there were many blocked meridians, but Su Chen showed no hesitation, directly controlling his vital energy to break through, forcing it to operate. The vital energy circulated around his abdominal meridians, connecting end to end, presenting an endless momentum. This process took nearly 20 minutes. As the small circulation was completed, Su Chen's vital energy became increasingly thick and surging, washing through his limbs and acupoints. Speed up the circulation to the limit. Su Chen gritted his teeth, fully controlling his vital energy. He could feel his body getting hotter, like a boiled shrimp. At the same time, a heavy feeling emerged, as if layers of shackles tightly bound him, making it impossible to move. The faster the vital energy circulated, the tighter the shackles bound him. Damn! Old John said nothing, while Su Chen clenched his jaw, his vital energy surging through the meridians like a dragon crossing the river, unstoppable. Old John stood beside Su Chen to protect him, his weathered gaze always fixed on him. Seeing the young man desperately circulating his vital energy, the old man's eyes showed approval. Only by daring to fight could one go further and faster on the path of a martial artist. When a first-level martial artist breaks through, their vital energy reaches its peak, all acupoints resonate, breaking the shackles, and they are reborn. The faster the circulation, the smoother the meridians, the more solid the foundation. It's already compressed to 3 minutes per cycle. This speed has reached the level of a top genius. Old Jean nodded in satisfaction. When he first broke through, it took him 4.5 minutes per cycle, and Su Chen was now 1.5 minutes faster than him. Just when old Jean thought the young man would stop there, he saw the veins on his forehead bulging, and the circulation of vital energy was still accelerating. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. 2 minutes. The old man's face showed ripples again. And the young man finally reached his limit. Old Jean immediately shouted, stimulate the acupoints with your vital energy, break free from the shackles on your body. As soon as the words fell, like a dragon, the vital energy instantly soared out. The acupoints made a series of muffled sounds under the impact of the vital energy. Old Jean's eyes still held a trace of astonishment. Usually it took 10 minutes for a first-level martial artist to circulate the small circulation. Yet Su Chen could complete a cycle in 2 minutes. His recovery and flow of vital energy were 5 times that of other martial artists. A 5-fold difference. If they truly fought, there would only be 2 words. Crushing defeat. Although it was only a minute shorter, it was a threshold that many geniuses could not surpass. Thinking of Su Chen's profession, the old man felt a bit regretful. What a pity, if only he were a close combat profession. The only benefit of entering the summoning system is that the summoned beasts have no bottleneck and can step into the first level, but it is far less advantageous than close combat professions. This was also why old Jean did not thoroughly understand Su Chen. Other summoners had a limited number of summoned creatures, but Su Chen had an endless supply. A first-level goblin is not scary, but what about 100, 1,000, or even 10,000?
The vital energy surged through the 100 acupoints of the body, and the heavy shackles on him shattered in an instant.
A sense of
unprecedented comfort spread through his body, making Su-chan unable to resist clenching his fists.
This feeling was like finishing a bath in a hot spring, leaving him with a sense of lightness all over.
Moreover, he could feel the vital energy rushing in as he clenched, his fists flowing smoothly.
He had stepped into the first rank. To put it more aptly, Su-chen had already transformed from a cocoon into a butterfly.
A voice from the system echoed in his ears, but Su-chen did not rush to respond. Instead, he looked at the old man
beside him. "Thank you, sir."
Old John smiled, his gentle gaze resting on the young man, and sighed, "You have a bit of the handsomeness
I had in my youth. Back then, I was known as the jade-faced flying dragon on the battlefield, the holy maiden of the 10,000 laws.
Sect in the demoness of the Deep Space Corps clan would see me and insist on marrying me, TSK tis TSK.
Listening to the old man's reminiscences, Su-chen's mouth twitched slightly.
Old John, your charm is still as strong as ever, growing stronger with age.
The old man smiled even more broadly. You know how to talk. By the way, the college entrance examination is approaching. What are your plans? Do you need my help?
Su-chen paused for a moment, then shook his head. I have already registered on the martial arts network. Although it's self-study, my age meets the standards, and I have been approved. Although the old man in front of him always appeared amiable, like an ordinary retired person, how could someone who could oversee the military warehouse be just an ordinary person? It was only natural that he couldn't hide his situation.
Good lad.
Old Jean laughed heartily. Put in some effort and bring back the top scholar
of Luo Chang.
Let's see who dares to look down on you in the future. I never considered that, Su-chen said.
Just as old Jean was about
to scold him for being too modest and reserved, thinking young people should be more spirited, he heard the young man softly say,
"My minimum goal is to be the top scholar of Yuzhou."
His voice was calm, as if he were casually discussing what to eat for dinner. But the hint of disdain and dominance hidden in Su-chen's clear gaze was still caught by old Jean. He paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. Good, well said. Young people should be spirited and ambitious, otherwise, they might as well be like me, an old man. He increasingly appreciated this young lad. Though he had pride, he lacked arrogance, acting with steadiness and moderation, yet possessing the decisiveness and courage unique to youth. As the sky gradually darkened, Su-chen stood up to take his leave. The old man did not try to keep him longer, only seeing him to the door. If you encounter difficulties, you can always come to me.
Definitely, just don't find me annoying when the time comes.
Watching the young man's departing figure, old Jean closed the door. He had initially planned to help Su-chen vent his anger, letting those scoundrels from the first high school suffer a bit. Who do they think they are, daring to bully the son of a martyr? But after their conversation, old Jean retracted that thought. With the young man's character, he would surely want to resolve this matter honorably on his own. What a good kid. As he sighed, his phone rang. He opened it to find a request for merit. The sender was Yuan Pingshan. You, a school enrollment mentor, really got involved with that son fellow. Old John chuckled and scolded, then opened the document. First, he saw 2 private seals, one of which belonged to Elder Sunday. To have these 2 come to me for a request for merit, I want to see what this is. His gaze fell on the name and the reason for the request, and old Jean's voice paused. Destroying the stronghold of the 10,000 Laws sect and capturing a 3rd-rank mother bug. That kid actually didn't reveal anything at all. Truly, the more he looked, the more he liked the boy. Old Jean replied with just 2 words, approved. Back home, the light was warm. Uncle Jiang, wearing a bare apron, was fertilizing the plants when he saw Su-chen return and said, "There's rice in the pot. Okay. After this meal, let's settle the accounts." Su-chen was startled and turned to run, but a broad hand landed on his shoulder. "Su, the genius is quite impressive. The wind from your punches is fierce. If you get a bit stronger, I won't need to rescue you." Su-chen mechanically turned his head. "Uncle, how do you know this?" Jiang Pingshan grinned savagely. "Did you forget that there are cameras at home?" Su-chen looked towards the corner of the living room, where an old camera was installed. It was set up by Uncle John when he was worried about his safety at home as a child. Seeing that the possibility of distorting the facts was gone, Su-chen had no choice but to take out his trump card. "Uncle, I have become a martial artist." Jiang Pingshan sneered. "Even if you become the king today, it won't help." At night, after taking a shower and lying in bed, Su-chen began to check the system. There had been a prompt during his breakthrough in the afternoon, but he had ignored it at Jiang's house. "Dear Sir Su-chen, congratulations. On breaking through to the first level, the civilization tree has been unlocked.
Civilization tree? Su Chen thought of a game he played in his previous life.
In the early stages, steady development and technological advancement, and in the later stages, using thermonuclear
weapons to turn enemy countries into mature beings. Clicking on the civilization tree, a large tree served as a template, and at
that moment, only one leaf was lit up. Constructible facilities arena function increases experience gain for your clan members
and slightly boosts physical strength.
Required materials: first level beast bone *100, thunder bullhorn *1. The straightforward
description brightened Su Chen's eyes. Another group buff. Goblins would gain experience faster and have stronger physiques. Simple yet practical. But the materials.
First level beast bones were easy to obtain, just go out of the city and hunt deep space creatures, but the Thunder Bull horn was harder to come by. The Thunder Bull was a third level creature. Unlike the weak nest beast, it had tough
skin and strong attacks.
A one-on-one fight with a third level martial artist of the same realm would surely end in defeat. It required a
group to hunt it down.
Its horns were excellent materials for medicine or weapon crafting, and they were highly priced in the market. It would be difficult to get. In the midst of his worries, Su Chen remembered something. In previous years, the top scholar of the
city could go to the military warehouse to obtain an item.
The criteria were unclear, but that should be the place where Su Chen had
the best chance of getting a Thunder Bull horn.
As for the provincial top scholars' rewards, they were naturally higher. Not only would the city reward them greatly, but the province would also offer many rare resources. If he could become the provincial top scholar, he would surely receive strong support in resources. While he was thinking, his phone rang with a ding-dong sound.
It was a message
from Green Bubble,
noted as Li Qiuhua. Li Qiuhua, I have good news. Do you want to know? Su Chen, yes. Li Qiuhua, call me sister and I'll tell you. Li Qiuhua, arrogant JPG.
The other party retracted a message.
Su Chen, no, good night. Li Qiuhua, hey. Wait.
My teacher and elder son are helping you request a merit. Your third-class merit has been approved. Come to the city defense
office at 8 tomorrow morning.
Su Chen, 1 Li Qiuhua, the long night is endless. Don't you want to chat with sister about some
hot topics? Su Chen, one-on-one in the village?
Let you secretly roll the dice, make it hot/head pat JPG.
Li Qiuhua. Putting
down his phone, Su Chen stared at the ceiling, his heart racing with excitement.
Third-class merit, it really was third-class merit.
Thinking of how he had just been beaten by Uncle Jiang, a thought suddenly surged in his mind. Uncle Jiang equals third-class merit.
I equals third-class merit. Doesn't that mean I equals Uncle Jiang?
A bold idea continuously grew in his heart. After he received the medal, could he
discuss it with Uncle Jiang? In the future, everyone would have their own titles. You call me big nephew, and I call you little brother? The next morning at 7 o'clock, Su Chen got up early and swaggered to the kitchen door.
Uncle, I want steamed flower duck, steamed bear paw, and braised flying dragon for lunch. After mentioning just 2 dishes, the figure in the little bear apron turned its head and said softly, 2 of those 3 dishes are protected animals. How about you go in and eat? Su Chen chuckled awkwardly, just about to change the dish, when Uncle Jiang asked, what good thing has you so arrogant?
Su Chen cleared his throat and asked, Uncle, is it difficult to earn a third-class merit? Jiang Pingsheng sighed, it's all old stories, not worth mentioning, but since you asked, I'll tell you a bit.
Back then, I went through life and death, with over 100 deep wounds all over my body, and
I lost 4 to 5 liters of blood. Su Chen, your blood production ability is really strong, huh? Jiang Pingsheng went on.
For 20 minutes, in the end, I earned a third-class merit. Although there was a bit of exaggeration, one could still hear the weight of the third-class merit, which mostly required going through life and death crises.
Su Chen was even more eager to see Uncle Jiang's expression when he learned that he had earned a third-class merit, setting the stage. I went out of the city yesterday
and made a contribution. The leader asked me to receive the merit and told me to go for the award at 8. Jiang Qing, who was serving porridge, froze for a moment, quickly put down the bowl and spoon, and checked Su Chen all over.
After confirming he wasn't injured, a smile appeared on his rugged face. You've made progress, huh? 5th-class merit? At your age, it's rare to earn any merit. Even if it's 5th class, that's impressive, well done.
A burly man over 2 meters tall giving a thumbs up was quite
comical.
But Su Chen felt only warmth in his heart because Uncle Jiang was genuinely happy and proud of him. After 10 years of getting along, although they were uncle and nephew, the difference from father and son was just in the title.
Uncle Jiang, actually.
It's third-class merit, Su Chen said seriously.
Third-class merit? Jiang Pingsheng was momentarily taken aback, then casually
carried his meal to the living room. In my heart, you're the best. Third-class merit is still third-class merit.
Well, Uncle Jiang doesn't believe it. Su Chen felt a bit helpless. Why doesn't anyone believe the truth?
He repeated, Uncle, it really is third-class
merit. I'm not joking.
Jiang Qing handed him a bun. I know, just eat first, and after eating, hurry to the city guard.
What do you want for lunch? I'll make it for you.
Su Chen was about to speak when his phone buzzed with a message from Lu Baishuang.
Lu Baishuang, are you free in the morning?
Su Chen then noticed there was also a message from her sent the day before yesterday.
I leveled up. Originally planning to take a day off, Su Chen changed his mind and typed back, yes, I'll come find you around 9. Lu Baishuang, okay. Su Chen put down his phone. Uncle, I won't be back for lunch, I'm going to see a classmate. Jiang
Pingsheng, who seemed to be eating quietly but was actually stealing glances, quickly nodded. It's good to see classmates interact
with people your age. Do you have enough money?
When you go to see them, you should bring some gifts, snacks, chocolates, flowers, etc. Don't be stingy. The more Su Chen listened, the more he felt something was off. Uncle, I'm going for martial arts sparring.
Not a date.
Jiang Pingsheng, who had been full of concern, suddenly lost interest.
Hurry up and eat, don't be late for the city guard. Su Chen changing faces without losing points, huh? At 8 o'clock, at the city guard's gate, Su Chen arrived on time and met Li Qiuhua, who was standing at the door. You didn't sleep all night again? Su Chen looked at Li Qiuhua, who could go audition for a national treasure. Li Qiuhua nodded wearily, looking like a zombie, not even having the strength to speak. Good heavens, she was just about to sleep when she was sent to pick someone up. Even if you get tired of the new, you shouldn't treat the old like a nobody, right? Director Yuan, you're too much. Su Chen didn't know her inner turmoil and just thought she had pulled an all-nighter.
Upon arriving on the second floor, I immediately saw the middle-aged handsome uncle with a stern expression and sharp eyebrows, whom I had seen yesterday.
Yuan Qing introduced himself. Yuan Qing, recruitment mentor of the War Academy. You can call me Director Yuan. Su Chen's gaze fell on Li Qiuhua, and he understood in his heart. It seemed that this coconut-headed man was the male god sent by the uncle to the demon hunting team. Director Yuan, thank you for helping me with my merit. Yuan Qing said calmly, this is what you deserve. If you had no merit, no matter how many reports I write, they wouldn't be approved. He turned and walked towards the office at the end of the corridor. Come over. Pushing open the office door, elder son with graying beard and a serious expression held a box in his hands. A solemn and dignified atmosphere echoed in the room. Even the drowsy Li Qiuhua perked up. Demon hunting team member Su Chen has performed excellently since joining the team, destroying the stronghold of the 10,000 Laws sect and achieving remarkable merit. After discussion, it has been decided to award him a third-class merit badge. Elder son took out a golden badge from the box and pinned it on Su Chen's chest. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties or grievances, you can come to the City Defense Department, and the military will uphold justice for you. Su Chen looked at the badge on his chest and said, understood. The office fell into silence, and after a moment, elder son couldn't help but ask, don't you have anything to say? Su Chen was a bit confused. Do I need to give a personal speech? I really didn't prepare for that. Elder, do you need me to record it? Just tell me who I should thank, and I'll make a note. But ha ha ha. The tall girl couldn't help but laugh, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Yuan Qing's cold expression softened slightly. What elder son means is, do you have any grievances? If there are, you can say them now, and we will uphold justice for you. Su Chen shook his head. No. Elder son pressed on, really none? If you don't say it now, you might regret it later, and I may not have time. Su Chen was silent for a moment. Elder, what do you consider a grievance? The sudden question stunned the three people in the room. Then Su Chen answered himself, a grievance refers to being oppressed unjustly and having no place to seek redress, only able to endure the oppression I have faced. The injustice will be repaid tenfold, 100-fold. A cold light appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Such matters, in my view, are called revenge. His voice was calm, yet one could feel layers of coldness beneath it. This kid has a vengeful character. Elder son was somewhat surprised. He had thought that the first thing Su Chen would do after gaining merit would be to use military power to seek justice. But now, Su Chen's reaction was again beyond his expectations. That's right, it should be like this.
Li Qiuhua waved her small fist. Getting revenge personally is even more satisfying.
Yuan Cheng's cold gaze fell on
her, and the girl immediately shrank her neck, forcing out a flattering smile.
In any case, I still want to thank the elder and Director Yuan for helping me with my merit. I will remember today's kindness.
Su Chen took off the golden badge from his chest and placed it in the box he received from Elder Sunday. Elder Sun's expression softened. If you need help, come find me.
After all, you are.
He had intended to say, after all, you are the descendant of a martyr, but looking at the box with the badge in Su Chen's hand, he changed his words.
After all, you are a third-class meritorious hero. This is truly a case of a tiger father having no dog son.
The father was a first-class meritorious hero who died for the country, and the son achieved third-class merit at such
a young age. Definitely. Su Chen was about to take his leave when Yuan Cheng suddenly spoke. Can I take up a bit of your time?
A separate conference room.
Li Qiuhua, who was temporarily acting as a waiter, brought in 2 cups of tea. Are you willing to join the War Academy? Yuan Qingshan got straight to the point, which matched his impression.
Su Chen paused with the teacup in his
hand. Are you planning to recruit me specially? Special recruitment is similar to guaranteed admission, but one is for university and the other for high school.
Su Chen was somewhat surprised to be specially recruited by the War Academy, but not too much. Or rather, he had already guessed when this stern man sought him out alone. His goblin's growth rate far exceeded that of other summoned creatures, and most importantly, there was no limit to their numbers.
With enough quantity, this was undoubtedly a plus for the War Academy. Well, I watched your battle footage. Yuan Qingshan did not hide his admiration, taking out a document and handing it to Su Chen. This is the S-level treatment from the War Academy, the highest treatment for new students. You will receive 1,000 credits each month, with purchasing power equivalent to merit. In addition to credits, each semester resources worth 5 million will also be distributed.
If it were someone else, they might pretend to be only barely qualified to avoid the
other party raising the price. Yuan Qingshan did not care about that. As long as the mouth was big enough, it was fine as long as it matched the strength. S level. Su Chen flipped through the document and suddenly asked, do I have any privileges? Like half-price meals, dedicated transportation, luxury dormitories?
There are no other privileges besides resources, Yuan Qingshan said. You will need to compete for the martial arts hall and accommodation yourself.
The university encourages healthy
competition among students. Resources are not so easily obtained. His sharp gaze met Su Chen's eyes, his voice indifferent. Every
S-level student is a leader of the new generation, destined to face many troubles. If you are afraid, I can offer you an A-level
treatment, which would allow you to develop quietly.
Li Qiuhua muttered, what a low-level provocation. But it's very effective.
Su Chen closed the document and looked directly at this noble and indifferent admissions mentor. Since you used provocation, you
shouldn't mind if I raise the price, right? Yuan Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Go ahead. I will become the top student in Yuzhou. With that title, the 3 major academies will surely extend olive branches to me, right?
Su Chen said softly.
Li Qiuhua's eyes widened. Brother, are you that confident? There are still half a month until the college entrance examination, and you dare to guarantee that you will definitely be the top student in Yuzhou? What if a dark horse emerges halfway?
Of course.
Yuan Qingshan nodded. The provincial top student is enough for the 3 major academies to compete for. Most will offer A-level, and the best few will offer S-level.
If you agree to me now, you won't have to struggle to compete for the provincial top student. The young man remained calm, putting down the teacup. The provincial top student is just my minimum standard.
The national top student is within reach.
Su Chen's gaze seemed to be on Yuan Qingshan, but his attention was on the system panel.
Yuan Bulin
holds a research conference, teaching military tactics, barefoot doctor manuals, guerrilla tactics. Some tribesmen awaken this
talent. Your tribesmen experienced a great battle. 300 low-level goblins underwent transformation, becoming mid-level goblins. Your tribesmen experienced a great battle. 50 mid-level goblins underwent transformation, becoming high-level goblins. Yuan Bulin comprehends the path of martial artists, steps into the first level, becoming a goblin spearman. Goblin count 500,000, mid-level goblins * 400, high-level goblins * 50, first-level goblin * 1. Chengdu is truly my left arm and right arm.
Looking at the record panel, Su Chen felt great joy. Although the goblins were weak, their intelligence was not low, and they could learn various things.
The strength of high-level goblins was already considerable. A few high-level goblins working together could hunt first-level deep space creatures.
Plus, with the assistance of mid-level and low-level goblins, they were truly unstoppable. If this rhythm continues, I will soon be able to cultivate a truly strong army. It is precisely for this reason that Su Chen is full of confidence about being the top scholar of a province. With 100,000 troops, can't I handle a provincial top scholar? I am not Sun Quan, and those geniuses are not Zhang Liao. Courage is commendable. Yuan Qingshan does not think the young man is arrogant. He was once like this, but has since become much more restrained. So, do you dare to bet with me? Mentor Yuan? Bet on what? If I become the provincial top scholar and perform exceptionally well, my credits will double, and the evaluation rights will belong to you. Yuan Qingshan raised his eyes slightly. What if I don't acknowledge it in the end? Su Chen chuckled lightly. Then it means I didn't perform well enough, but I don't think that situation will occur. No matter what the system of this college entrance examination is, I will obtain first place with overwhelming strength. There was one more thing he didn't say. You may be stubborn, but others won't be. If I can't get into the War Academy, I can still enter the other 2 academies. Alright, I agree to your bet. Yuan Qingshan retracted the document. If you become the national top scholar, I will take charge of all the resources on this list and give you a raise of half. Neither of them mentioned the consequences of failure. One does not think he will fail, and the other does not think the other will fail. This conversation ended here, and Su Chen stood up to say goodbye. Li Qiuhua, feeling invigorated, also stood up. Junior brother, I'll see you off. Su Chen looked at her. You changed your tone too quickly. Li Qiuhua chuckled. This shows that senior sister trusts you a lot. When they reached the gate of the city guard, Li Qiuhua could no longer suppress her excitement. Junior brother, you were amazing just now. Director Yuan has never been this patient with us. Usually, if anyone tries to bargain with him, they should consider how to fly out of the office. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. I think Director Yuan is quite easy to get along with, although his demeanor is a bit cold. He is still a good person. The pressure he felt from the other party was considerable, with a cold and noble air, and a fierce presence, giving the first impression of being a difficult superior. But after interacting, it was not so bad. They could communicate. That's because you have talent and strength. The coconut-headed senior sister said with a pout. People like us, without strength, are completely disregarded. Su Chen remained silent and asked, are you saying that you lack strength and still want to bargain with Director Yuan for resources? This made Li Qiuhua a bit embarrassed. What are you talking about? How can we get stronger without resources? Besides, it's just asking for a little bit more. She pinched her 2 fingers, revealing a slight gap. Su Chen understood. Only letting you fly out shows that Director Yuan is still a good person. Junior brother, which side are you on? Li Qiuhua's beautiful eyes widened. How could such words come out of your mouth? I am on the side of the evil sword. Immortal. Su Chen looked at the familiar luxury car by the roadside and walked towards it. I'm leaving now, senior sister. My classmate's driver is here to pick me up. Li Qiuhua watched the young figure disappear, and only then did she come back to her senses. Did he just call me senior sister? If he calls me senior sister, it must mean he has feelings for me. Oh dear. Could it be that I am about to have a sweet sibling romance? If Su Chen had not left, he would have understood Yuan Qingshan's speechlessness even better. Such a cold and concise person has such a student under him. It is already a sign of great patience. In front of the luxurious villa, Lu Baishuang wiped the fine sweat from her forehead. Her fair, jade-like face was flushed, and her long black hair was tied up. Holding a gun in her hand, she steadied her breath. After receiving a reply from Su Chen, Lu Baishuang began to warm up, preparing for their sparring session. She was now firmly convinced of the catfish effect. Because Su Chen had suddenly caught up to her, her emotions would change whenever she thought of him. So, as long as she defeated Su Chen, this situation would disappear, right? In the distance, a vehicle slowed down and approached. Lu Baishuang's gaze turned towards it, her eyes calm. That feeling had already exceeded her control. Lu Baishuang couldn't tell if it was good or bad, but facing this situation for the first time made her a bit uneasy. He hadn't entered the next stage yet. She would definitely win, right? The vehicle stopped, and Su Chen got out, smiling. Good morning. Lu Baishuang replied softly. Good morning. Entering the fully renovated villa, Su Chen picked up a wooden gun and asked, was the process of entering the next stage smooth? Lu Baishuang answered, smooth. An elder helped me with protection, and the operation speed of my small Zhou was compressed to 3 minutes. 3 minutes was the limit Su Chen had first reached. Even Zhang Lao hadn't expected that he could grit his teeth and accelerate.
again, compressing it to 2 minutes per cycle. Su Chen chuckled lightly. That's perfect, I've also entered the next stage. He swung the wooden gun in his hand, tearing through the air, his blood energy rolling like a dragon's tail. Come on, let's have a good fight this time. Facing the young man's challenge, Lu Baishuang also drew her wooden gun, her expression unchanged, yet she seemed to relax a bit. All right. The two wooden guns tore through the sky, colliding heavily. The immense force nearly bent the specially made white wax rods neither side. Yielding. Seeing this, Su Chen took a step back, pretending to be at a disadvantage. Just as Lu Baishuang's long gun came at him, he suddenly exerted force, flipping his wooden gun to counter her attack and thrusting forward. A losing trend. This thrust was almost certain to hit. But just as he was about to succeed, he suddenly withdrew his gun and retreated repeatedly. Lu Baishuang's gun glimmered with a faint light. The sharpness of her attack greatly increasing, and her gaze became piercing. Gun spirit. Su Chen suddenly remembered Lu Baishuang's profession. Before entering the next stage, professions could only enhance the physical body, but it was different after entering. Developing professional martial skills. And this was likely the martial skill brought by Lu Baishuang's profession. The black-haired girl pursued with her gun, her technique overwhelming, forcing Su Chen to constantly defend and retreat. She spoke softly. This is my family's gun technique, it's very strong, and I only know this one. This scene was about what Lu Baishuang had anticipated. Su Chen's profession was weak, and with her relying on her profession and family gun technique, she was bound to win. Your profession ultimately held you back. Today, I will win. Since it's a spar, of course, I have to bring out my strongest form. Su Chen laughed heartily, feeling exhilarated. Although he had used all his strength during previous sparring sessions with Lu Baishuang, he had always been in the dominant position, so his understanding of gun techniques had been limited. Only by being deeply entrenched in adversity and desperation could he maximize his control over martial skills. The 9 styles of breaking the formation flowed out, becoming increasingly proficient. Gradually, Lu Baishuang's fierce offensive was met with Su Chen's increasingly adept defenses. Even her family gun technique, which had the momentum of mountains collapsing with each shot, was gradually adapted to by Su Chen. Having been pushed into a disadvantage, he began to counterattack. One of the 9 styles of breaking the formation. Break the formation. A shot carrying the overwhelming aura of a golden spear was fired, and Lu Baishuang managed to block it just in time. Retreating several steps. Su Chen had gone out of the city several times, killing deep space creatures and members of the 10,000 Laws sect, accumulating a count in the hundreds, and had long since cultivated a murderous aura. The wooden gun shot out like a shadow, powerful and heavy, like a dragon emerging from the depths. The second of the 9 styles of breaking the formation, piercing the heart. Just as Lu Baishuang had stabilized her footing, she had to defend again, the light surrounding her wooden gun dimming slightly. The calmness in her eyes rippled, filled with confusion as she looked at the handsome young man. Why has my profession, which is better than Su Chen's and requires so much effort, gradually fallen into decline? Su Chen has the upper hand, his gun style simple yet effective. After another 20 exchanges, the gun's tip rests against the slender neck of the girl, as graceful as a swan. The wooden gun falls to the ground, and Lu Baishuang is somewhat dazed. I lost. Confusion fills Lu Baishuang's delicate face. Clearly, they both possess equal strength. In fact, at the beginning, she even had the upper hand over Su Chen. But why did she still lose? Her emotions churn uncontrollably, spreading within her just as she is about to ask Su Chen. The villa's door opens. An old man in gray stands at the entrance. Su, someone is looking for you. Looking for me? Su Chen is momentarily taken aback, turning to Lu Baishuang. I'll be back soon. After he leaves, the old man in gray enters the villa, and a servant closes the door. Miss, you have laid down your weapon. The old man's voice is cold. Lu Baishuang lowers her head, silent. The old man continues coldly. The master has planned everything for your life. You only need to follow this path. The future and hope of the Lu family rest solely on you, so please do not be willful. Lu Baishuang silently picks up the long gun. I understand. The old man's expression softens. I investigated Su Chen. He is an orphan without parents, and to defeat you, he must have had some fortuitous encounter. I will find a way. No need, Lu Baishuang interrupts the old man. I was just a bit distracted earlier. I will take on the future of the family. Do not create more trouble. The old man ponders for a moment and replies softly, understood. He turns and walks to the door, opening it. But he is met with a pair of eyes. Disgust, indifference. And the owner of those eyes, his gaze falls on that youthful, handsome face. Su Chen stands at the villa's entrance, having arrived unnoticed. The servants who were originally guarding the sides have vanished. Su, you returned so quickly, were you looking for me? The old man in gray asks with a smile. Su Chen's smile does not reach his eyes. I haven't gone in yet. I thought the view at the door was nice, so I stayed to look for a while. The old man's expression changes slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. What did you see, Su? A wicked servant biting the hand that feeds him. A dog dares to bare its teeth at its master. Su. Chen smiles gently. That old dog even wanted to take a bite out of me. Do you think he's craving dragon fruit? The sarcasm in the boy's tone is unmasked, glaringly directed at the old man in gray. The old man's face darkens. Su, be careful, trouble can come from your words. Slap. Su Chen raises his hand and strikes the old man's face, turning his old face to the side, angrily cursing. What are you? How dare you threaten me? Just an old dog barking madly, daring to bare its teeth at me, thinking I'm as good-natured as Lu Baishuan? From the moment that old dog suddenly opened the door and had people guarding it, Su Chen sensed something was off. He directly knocked out the two guards and listened to this entire conversation. Inside, Lu Baishuan hears the commotion and, upon hearing Su Chen's reprimand, immediately walks outside. Su Chen called for her. Nothing must happen here. Before she arrives, the old man in gray has already taken action. Arrogant young one. The old man in gray erupts in anger, conjuring a snake-shaped dagger in his hand, stabbing it out in an instant. Su Chen sneers directly, pulling open his coat, presenting himself as if inviting death. Old dog, if you have the guts, stab me here. The killing intent appears in the old man's eyes, ready to kill this arrogant boy. The Lu family is powerful, an orphan is nothing to them. But when Su Chen opens his coat, his pupils tremble, and he forcibly changes the direction of the dagger, stabbing into empty air. Looking at the golden emblem on the boy's chest, the old man's pupils shake, incredulous. A third-class merit medal? This boy is only 18, how could he have a third-class merit? Old dog, aren't you going to make a move? Why are you afraid? Su Chen sneered, grabbing the arm of the gray-clothed old man holding the dagger and pushing it towards his chest. He bet that the old man wouldn't dare killing someone with third-class merit. This crime was something even the head of the Lu family couldn't bear, let alone a mere servant like him. The gray-clothed old man instantly dropped the dagger in his hand and staggered back several steps. He looked at the badge on the boy's chest, his expression shifting between dark and light. Third-class merit. The gray-clothed old man never expected that Su Chen could actually be a third-class merit. How old was he? 18. An 18-year-old with third-class merit if he were to grow up. The gray-clothed old man originally thought Su Chen was just an orphan without parents, killing him would be no big deal. But now the situation had suddenly changed, and that thought vanished. The other party couldn't even cause trouble on the Lu family's territory. Otherwise, the Lu family would inevitably face the wrath of the military. His mind raced, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Su, did I hurt your hand? Su Chen sneered. What, not planning to kill me anymore? Don't. I've lived so long, I'm tired of living. It would be great if you just killed me with one knife. That way, the entire Lu family would accompany me to the grave. Su Chen smiled coldly. Walking up to the gray-clothed old man, what do you think that head of the family you mentioned will do to you, this old dog? Who caused the family's downfall? He didn't want to trouble the military, it wasn't that he didn't have the qualifications. If he didn't die here today, even if he got a wound, Su Chen would go to elder son's office. The gray-clothed old man's face twitched, forcing a smile. You are right. I offended you, and even dirted your hands. This sudden change left Lu Baishuan, who had rushed over, stunned, her gaze also falling on the badge on Su Chen's chest. Upon seeing that golden badge, she understood. Third class merit, even her father would have to speak politely. Get out of my sight, don't come to discuss me again. Su Chen dropped this line and pulled Lu Baishuan into the villa. The door slammed shut. The gray-clothed old man did not stop them. Turning to leave, he needed to report this matter to the head of the family. The soldier plan had encountered a variable. Lu Baishuan was pulled into the villa in a daze, not resisting or speaking. She seemed to always maintain a calm demeanor, no matter what happened. Not looking at her slightly reddened ears was just like that. Su Chen released her hand. Do you want to talk about it? He wasn't a comic book hero who would recklessly change everything to save someone in a tragic situation. If Lu Baishuan was willing to talk as a friend, Su Chen would do his best to help. If she didn't want to, he wouldn't ask further, treating it as if it had never happened. I am the hope and future of the Lu family. Lu Baishuang summarized, saying only this one sentence. Su Chen laughed in anger. What? Is your family wiped out and you're the only one left? No, I have many family members. Lu Baishuang shook her head. I have 12 brothers, 8 sisters, and 5 mothers. Su Chen. He could understand every word, but together it was a bit hard to comprehend. All biological? Is your dad a breeding pig? How can he have so many children? After seeing the grey-clothed old man's attitude towards Lu Baishuang, Su Chen no longer felt polite towards this family. Allowing a servant to treat his daughter like this, the father wasn't a good dog either. Lu Baishuang said calmly, if we were to compare the reproductive capabilities of animals and humans, he is stronger than a breeding pig. Su Chen. The last time he was speechless was just a few seconds ago. There was nothing to retort. This was a real wooden-headed person, speaking so calmly as if talking about her own family. With so many brothers, why are you the one to bear the future of the Lu family? Lu Baishuang shook her head. I don't know, it's just that everyone says so. Since I was young, I have received the best education, working hard to revitalize the Lu family. I cannot stop. The family has already paved the way for me to walk. You deserve to be a machine. Su Chen couldn't help but rub his forehead. If it were someone else, they would have exploded with them long ago. What do you mean? The wooden-headed you asked in confusion. You are not a fish, how can you know the joy of fish? Hold on. Su Chen suppressed his thoughts and said, how do you feel about your life now? Lu Baishuang thought for a moment. Everything is as usual. Indeed, she had lived in such a family for so many years and had long gotten used to that suffocating feeling. Su Chen asked gently, have you been to an amusement park, library, or cinema? He felt a bit sorry for this girl, who had lived under such pressure since childhood. I have classes scheduled every day, I can't find the time. Do you want to go? Lu Baishuang took out her phone and flipped through it. My family has shares, I can help. You arrange it. I withdrew my cheap sympathy. Su Chen sighed. What I mean is, you can take a proper break? Like an ordinary girl. Go shopping, drink milk tea, watch a movie. If the Lu family really disappears because of these things, then no matter how hard you try, it won't matter. Lu Baishuang seemed to understand. I see. She kept this in mind. Perhaps Su Chen was so impressive because of these experiences. If she seriously tried to experience them, she might also become stronger. Taking off the badge from his chest and placing it in the box, Su Chen raised his gun again. Let's go again. Since deciding to confront that old dog head-on, Su Chen had worn the third-class merit badge. To be arrogant, one must have the capital to be arrogant, otherwise, one would only be killed by the saying, the greater the storm, the more expensive the fish. The morning passed quickly, and the score was 10-2. Lu Baishuang only won against Su Chen twice, losing the other 10 times. With the thought of eating long gone, Su Chen turned back to look at the girl before getting in the car. Remember what I just told you. If you need help, let me know. I will remember. The car door closed, and the car sped away. The old man in gray finally appeared. Miss, the master's call. He handed her the phone, and Lu Baishuang raised her hand to take it. Not only did you lose this morning, but you also laid down your weapon? On the other end of the line was a man's deep and dissatisfied voice. I'm not his opponent, Lu Baishuang said honestly. Su Chen was a third-class merit, protected by the military. Even if her father wanted to deal with him, he could only think about it. Then go surpass him. Lu Wenshan said angrily, I give you half a month. If you can't defeat him, I will help you. Before he finished speaking, Lu Baishuang calmly said, he is a third-class merit. There was a moment of silence on the other end. What does a third-class merit matter? My Lu family has faced greater storms. 18 years old and a third-class merit, Lu Baishuang added. The voice fell silent again, and finally, he could only stammer out, from today on, you are not allowed to contact him anymore. Shanbua. Add another martial arts class for Baishuang, and shorten the rest time to 6 hours. The wooden-headed girl had no expression, only looking at her phone and asking, will this make your frustrated anger feel better? The old man in gray, Shanbua, was startled and hung up before the master could get angry. He looked at Lu Baishuang, who had never resisted the master's arrangements, and said softly, Miss, you. Shanbua wanted to scold her, but thinking of the earlier scene, he swallowed it. You should be a bit more respectful to the master. Lu Baishuang glanced at the messages on her phone and then curiously asked Shanbua, am I not the future of the Lu family? Shanbua was surprised and nodded, yes. Lu Baishuang said oh and recited expressionlessly according to the message sent by the boy, the future and hope of the Lu family rest on my shoulders. What qualifications do you have to teach me?
The car stopped downstairs, and Su Chen pushed the door to get out. He put away his phone, no longer sending brilliant strategies to that thick-headed fool.
The hope of the Liu family? It sounds really nice, but isn't it just? We didn't get into Qingbei, so you must? If they can't do it, they put all the pressure on the next generation. What a thing.
Back home, Uncle Jiang was cooking and looked a bit surprised to see Su Chen return.
Weren't you eating at your classmates? Disgusted by an old dog. Zhang Pingsheng nodded and tossed another handful of noodles into the pot.
Su Chen thought of the box in his pocket, straightened up, and walked past the kitchen
door, then turned back.
He walked past again, then turned back again.
Zhang Pingsheng laughed and said, "A fifth-class merit has you so happy. Wait until you get a third-class merit before you come flaunting in front of me."
Before he could finish, Su Chen took out a box from his pocket and shook a medal in his hand. That glimmer of gold magnified in Zhang Pingsheng's eyes, completely occupying his line of sight.
This is a third-class merit medal.
Zhang Pingsheng would never mistake it, he had one himself. But he had earned his on the battlefield after surviving countless
dangers. How could such a young life have it?
A surge of emotion stirred in Zhang Pingsheng's heart, making it hard for this veteran to believe.
Su Chen pretended to be puzzled. "Uncle Zhang, what did you just say?" Authentic Old Dutch. Zhang Pingsheng finally snapped back to reality, looking at the medal, astonished. "What did you do, kid, to get them to award you a third-class merit?" Fourth and fifth-class merits are relatively easy to obtain. After a few years of diligent service in the logistics of the army, one could be nominated. But a third-class merit is different. It requires real achievements. How could a kid just over 18, who joined the demon hunting team for only half a month, have accomplished something? Su Chen brought the food to the living room and briefly recounted the situation at the Manhwa teaching stronghold. "Don't worry, Uncle Jiang, I'm not the same as before. Before, when a dog barked at me, I ignored it. Now, if it dares to bare its teeth at me, I'll break its teeth and make it swallow them." Looking at the relaxed Su Chen, Zhang Pingsheng could only say, "Always pay attention to safety, no matter where you are." For him, he and Su Chen's parents had already sacrificed enough. If they were still around, they would only wish for their child to be safe year after year. After the uncle and nephew finished their meal, Su Chen noticed someone added him as a friend. "Classmate Su, I am the butler of the Liu family, I would like to talk to you. Su Chen frowned and accepted the friend request, spit it out quickly. "Shan Bo, my master hopes you can have less contact with the young lady in the future. The Liu family is willing to offer 1 million as gratitude." Looking at this string of messages, Su Chen almost doubted he had entered a female-centric world. Love for brothers or love for gold? "Su Chen, you think 1 million will make me leave?" "Shan Bo, classmate Su, if you are not satisfied with the price, we can increase it." "Su Chen, what kind of password is this? You don't offer the highest price up front? Don't. Let me see you tomorrow, or I'll beat you, old dog." After deleting and blocking the old man, Su Chen put down his phone. If he were Lu Baishuang, he would have exploded at this bunch of useless fools long ago. An old dog dares to bare its teeth at the master, not beating it to death is just his good temper. His gaze swept over the calendar. There were 15 days until the college entrance examination. He opened the system upgrade page. 2-3 required conditions: deep space power *100, collected 60. He still needed 40 deep space power to upgrade the system again. The system had already unlocked the evolution tree and civilization tree. The former could currently convert the core of deep space creatures into a group buff. The civilization tree could build structures within the Goblin territory, also a permanent group buff. The future is a bright road ahead. He wondered if the system would unlock a new panel after upgrading to level 3. Su Chen went out to the martial arts hall he had visited last time. Standing in front of the dynamometer, the lower body steady as a rock, the spine like a dragon slowly tensed, the right arm drawn back like a bow. The movement was not fast, yet it carried a tremendous force. Bang! A punch was thrown, stirring up layers of fierce wind. 1,500 kilograms, 1,500 kilograms. Zhao Lei's cousin, sitting at the front desk, was instantly dumbfounded, his soda spraying out due to the force of his grip. Just yesterday, this young man had only a force of 1,000 kilograms, how could it suddenly increase by 500 kilograms today? Even if he had advanced in martial arts, the increase should only be 1 or 200 kilograms at most, right? Zhao Lei's cousin hurriedly took out his phone to snap a picture of the back view and sent it to his cousin. "Is this genius really not from your school? Yesterday it was still 1,000 kilograms, and today it directly reached 1,005, simply monstrous." As Su Chen was about to leave, he quickly approached to ask, "Little brother, can you leave a photo for us?" You can come back for free later. Su Chen shook his head, no need. He probably wouldn't come back after today. In the last
half-month, Su Chen needed to upgrade the system while making one last push. His goal was to be the top scholar in the country, and with his current strength, he had only a 99% chance. He was still a bit short, the risk was too great, and he had to seize the time to grow stronger. Class 2 of the 3rd year at High. Zhao Lei's phone vibrated. Seeing the teacher's back was turned, he quietly took out his phone. After seeing his cousin's message, Zhao Lei opened the picture and a tall back view came into view. Looking at this back, Zhao Lei felt it was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't pinpoint who it was. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Lei handed the phone to Zhou Ruixue in the front row and whispered, Ruixue, doesn't this back view look familiar? Zhou Ruixue was somewhat displeased with Zhao Lei interrupting her, but thinking about how she had been training her qi and blood with his cousin recently, she suppressed it. Taking the phone, she glanced at the message above before opening the picture. The bright red 1,500 kilograms made Zhou Ruixue's expression change in shock. Just yesterday it was 1,000 kilograms, and today it had directly increased by half. With such talent and strength, probably only Lu Baishuang in the entire High could compare. But at the same time, a thought arose in her mind, if only she could befriend such a genius. Zhou Ruixue's gaze fell on that back view. The next moment, her pupils shook violently. She suddenly stood up, knocking over her chair, not caring that it was during class. Staring intently at the tall back on the phone screen, Zhou Ruixue's mind flashed back to half a month ago when Su Chen looked down, disdainfully sweeping over all the teachers and students in the school. Mighty cannot be subdued. After saying this, he turned and left, his back resolute and proud. The back in the photo gradually overlapped with that figure, and Zhou Ruixue's cheeks slightly twisted. Ruixue, what's wrong with you? The whole class was startled by her sudden action, and Zhao Lei hurriedly stood up to ask. Zhou Ruixue's voice was cold, it's Su Chen. It must be him. Zhao Lei glanced at it and whispered, Ruixue, are you under too much pressure? Su Chen, a goblin clan leader, has no school resources to support him, and he has to venture out of the city to hunt deep space creatures at the risk of his life. Just surviving is already extremely lucky. How could he possibly advance to the first level in half a month? Zhao Lei's words gradually calmed Zhou Ruixue down as she looked at the measurement results in the photo. That's right, a goblin clan leader is such a useless profession. Su Chen has long been useless. This person cannot be him, absolutely impossible. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the college entrance examination finally arrived. During this half month, Su Chen went out of the city with his team twice. The deep space creatures within a 50-kilometer radius had been slaughtered, even those hidden underground were dug out. Other demon hunting teams complained to Zhao Qing, saying they couldn't find any deep space creatures. In response, Su Chen said, if the food is scarce, practice more. After returning from outside the city, he frequently sought out Lu Baishuang for sparring, conveniently getting meals in the process. The Lu family truly lived up to their reputation as a prestigious family in Luo City. Whatever he wanted to eat, they had. The only regret was that he never found that old dog in gray during each visit, leaving his newly bought tiger claw gathering dust. Originally, his punching power of 1,500 kilograms had increased to 5,000 kilograms, still half a step away from the 10,000 kilograms of a second-tier martial artist. The system smoothly leveled up to level 3, increasing the drop rate, with no other new functions. After half a month of accumulation, the number of clansmen under Su Chen reached a new height. 1,500,000. Among them were 3,000 mid-tier goblins, 800 high-tier goblins, and 2 first-tier goblins. With 1 million clansmen following him, the national champion was already within Su Chen's grasp. Don't be nervous, for heaven's sake. Early in the morning, Zhang Pingsheng began to get busy. He prepared auspicious breakfast items, various comforts, and even placed a statue of Guangong in their home, despite never believing in gods. Nowadays, people prayed to Guangong for children, for brotherhood, and for career success. If Guangong were still around, he would surely be very busy. Su Chen twitched his mouth. Uncle, you seem more nervous than I am. This is a major event in your life. Zhang Pingsheng said seriously. Hurry up and eat. Su Chen ate a fried dough stick and 2 eggs. The uncle and nephew changed their clothes and headed out the door towards the Martial Arts Bureau. This year's college entrance examination seemed to have changed. It was no longer a fixed venue for arena battles but required gathering at the Martial Arts Bureau for a unified departure. Kid, don't worry. If there's danger, just give up. It's also good to look at the young ladies, Zhang Pingsheng said.
Son, this is a Taoist golden elixir that your mother spent 500,000 to get from a master. It was just taken out, eat it quickly. I haven't picked up my exam admission ticket. Guaranteed to pass every exam cake, 3 yuan each, 10 yuan. 4-3. Looking at the parents lining up in front of the vendor, Su Chen sighed. This kind of treatment also makes one drool. He caught a glimpse of Uncle Jiang, who was eager to try, and incredulously said, Uncle, you won't also? Zhang Pingxing cleared his throat. I know these are all fake, but it's for a good omen. You should take a break, Su Chen said, pulling him to find a place to sit. The two squatted by the roadside, Su Chen looking down at the ants laboriously transporting food, while Zhang Pingxing watched Su Chen. Time passed quickly, 10 years felt like a day. The little brat who was once short was almost catching up to him now. That's fine, even if he were gone, Su Chen could take care of himself. Su Chen thought that if he unzipped his pants, perhaps the ant world could also produce a verse like a waterfall cascades down 3,000 feet. Just then, a car stopped in front of them. Su Chen looked up and saw, oh, a Magotan, a nice car. The door opened, and it was an old acquaintance who got out. Su Chen, you're still alive. Zhao Lei looked him up and down. This past month hasn't been easy, has it? Su Chen nodded, just as hard as when I wanted you. Zhao Lei was stunned. And after realizing it, he angrily said, are you insulting me? That's exactly who I'm insulting. Su Chen stood up, his height of 188 centimeters. Towering over Zhao Lei, I didn't come looking for trouble, and you were secretly enjoying it, yet you dare to shout in front of me? Zhao Lei's momentum immediately shrank. Su Chen coldly ordered, go buy me 2 bottles of cola, not Pepsi. Oh. Zhao Lei instinctively walked towards a nearby vendor halfway. There suddenly realizing. Why was he buying cola for him? And he didn't want Pepsi? His face turned angry as he approached the vendor, picked up 2 bottles of Pepsi, and paid. I don't drink Pepsi, yet I bought you Pepsi just to annoy you. Only Pepsi. Zhao Lei handed 2 bottles of cola to Su Chen, waiting to see his dissatisfaction. But unexpectedly, Su Chen calmly took them, tossing one back to himself. Here you go. Zhao Lei caught the Pepsi, a bit confused, and hesitated before saying, thank you. Su Chen chuckled, this kid might be a bit scatterbrained, but he was amusing. He even thanked him. Zhao Lei soon realized something was off. Both bottles of cola were bought by him? Why was he thanking Su Chen? The people in the Magotan car opened the door and got out. Zhao Lei, what's going on? Zhao Lei's cousin looked at the person in front of his younger cousin, and after locking eyes, he was taken aback. This wasn't. Looking again at his cousin's furious and frantic expression, he suddenly understood. His younger brother not only knew this person, but also had a grudge against him. Su Chen recognized the receptionist from the martial arts hall and squinted, asking, do you know each other? Zhao Lei's cousin quickly replied, don't know, never seen, not familiar. After saying that, he smoothly slipped back into the car and drove off. Little brother. It's not that I'm not loyal, but I can't afford to provoke him. Zhao Lei stared blankly as the car's taillights disappeared at the intersection. At that moment, the gate of the Martial Arts Bureau opened, and a staff member walked out, sternly shouting, all non-exam students disperse, all students with admission tickets quickly line up. This sudden commotion left the parents accompanying the children puzzled. Just as they were about to inquire, a rumble came from afar, and military transport vehicles rolled in. Elder son was among them. This college entrance examination is being taken over by the military. Parents, please rest assured and leave, cooperate with our work. With the military stepping in, the scene quickly fell silent, and the students lined up voluntarily. Su Chen spotted a group of familiar faces in the distance and patted Zhao Lei on the shoulder. Lei Zi, go line up over there. Before you go, let me tell you a couple of heartfelt words. As a man, you need to live transparently. Only children act like sycophants, adults get massages and relax. After saying that, Su Chen bid farewell to Uncle Jiang and quickly disappeared into the line. Zhao Lei's mind echoed with Su Chen's words as he approached a tall line. Zhao Lei, where's the breakfast I asked you to bring? Zhou Ruishue asked. Zhao Lei suddenly remembered and looked apologetic. Sorry, Ruishue, I. Zhou Ruishue seemed a bit irritated. I knew I couldn't count on you. Watching the flawless girl turn away, Zhao Lei felt a wave of shattering in his ears. He gazed at the back of his goddess, feeling a bit strange. When the filter in his heart shattered, Zhao Lei reflected on his previous actions. His nose seemed to turn even redder. Sitting on the military transport vehicle, the boys and girls were quite curious. Previously, the college entrance examination was a competition, selecting the winners. This time, they had no idea what it would be like. Su Chen sat by the window and gradually felt something was off. They were leaving the city. What were they doing leaving the city for the college entrance examination? The other students also began to sense something was wrong, growing noisy. Where are we going out of the city? Stop. It's dangerous outside, what if something happens? Silence. A deep, thunderous voice echoed in the vehicle as a serious-looking man in military uniform stood up. This college entrance examination is managed by the military, you will naturally know when you arrive. A student bravely asked, don't we even have the right to know? The man coldly replied, no. The atmosphere in the vehicle was heavy, but Chen was quite satisfied. Finally, he could catch up on some sleep. Just a moment ago, it had been noisy, with various sounds filling the air, like, let me see. No way. Just one look. Thinking there was some gossip, he turned to find it was just two boys. The journey was relatively calm, not a single deep space creature was seen, and occasionally helicopters flew overhead. 5 hours later, the transport vehicle arrived at its destination. A military base. The man stood up and coldly said, now I will explain the general matters of this college entrance examination. He pointed to the large area outside, surrounded by iron fences and covered by heavy firepower. That is the demon hunting ground, covering an area of 50 kilometers, where deep space creatures are kept. You must find and kill them yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the vehicle, except for Chen, was taken aback. Let us hunt deep space creatures? We haven't even advanced yet, isn't that very dangerous? A girl exclaimed. The man in military uniform looked at her, his words sharp as a knife. If you're afraid of danger, what are you doing? As a warrior? Even after advancing, if you're still afraid of death, you'll endanger your companions. Go back and repeat your studies in liberal arts. The cold voice of the middle-aged soldier echoed in the carriage. The girl who had gasped first froze for a moment, then her eyes turned red, and tears began to fall. She buried her head and sobbed, and the surrounding students gradually became infected by the atmosphere. The middle-aged soldier frowned at the sight but softened his tone, thinking that this was a group of students. I'm not targeting you, just giving you advice. Becoming a martial artist is not as glamorous as you imagine. You will inevitably face life and death crises. A boy stood up and shouted, that's something we can consider after we graduate from college. Isn't it a bit too much to say that to a girl? That's right, she is a girl. You soldier. You really think you're something special. The young boys and girls, full of youthful vigor, expressed their dissatisfaction as they listened to the girl's sobs. Chen looked out at the military base, remaining silent. He felt as if he were in a bamboo forest, surrounded by a group of spring bamboo. Soldiers had to confront the deep space beings with real weapons and risk their lives against the myriad of teachings. Communication was naturally straightforward and clear, and being scolded was a common occurrence. The soldier in front was already holding back his temper. He was just a bit harsh in tone. If this could make someone cry, how would they react when faced with bizarre and terrifying deep space creatures? The middle-aged soldier furrowed his brow tightly. I'll repeat myself, I did not mean to insult her. The vehicle has arrived, now you all get off and gather at the center of the base. He turned to get off the vehicle, not wanting to say more to this group of young people who had never experienced the horrors of the battlefield. Stop. A handsome boy sitting in the back row stood up. With all due respect, sir, you should apologize to her. He had a stylish haircut, wore earrings, had a cigarette in his mouth, and a red leather jacket draped over his shoulder, looking quite cool. This rebellious appearance attracted the attention of many girls. Yi Haoxuan stepped in front of the middle-aged soldier and said proudly, if you don't apologize today, I won't let you pass. His internal energy surged. He had already stepped into the first level of a martial artist. Although I've just entered the first level, my punch strength has reached 1500 kilograms, enough to stop you. This scene shocked the students in the carriage. He actually dared to block a soldier? But soon, a sense of admiration arose. That's right, you must apologize. Yi, we support you. Yi Haoxuan felt the admiring gazes in the carriage, raised his arms, and was fully immersed in the moment. Yes, this was the feeling of being in the spotlight. Heaven did not give birth to me, Yi Haoxuan, I am the eternal night. The middle-aged soldier looked at the flashy young man in front of him, somewhat puzzled about where his confidence came from. A kid who had just stepped into the first level actually dared to block him. But he was a soldier and couldn't just act recklessly, especially not in front of a group of children. Apologize. Can soldiers bully people? You must apologize. The noise around him was overwhelming. Other vehicles had already emptied, leaving only his vehicle still full. The middle-aged soldier sighed helplessly and approached the girl with red eyes, about to speak. Wait! Yi Haoxuan suddenly called out. He walked over to Su Chen, who had been staring out the window. Hey, kid, stop looking outside, don't you have any sense of group participation? Come join in this victory that I have won.
After saying this, Yi Haoxuan waited for Su Chen's
admiring gaze. Coming back to his senses, Su Chen looked at the helpless middle-aged soldier and the students in the carriage who were full of bravado. Are you all forcing a soldier just because you're young and ignorant? Su Chen scanned the room and sneered. Victory? If it weren't for him not wanting to argue with a bunch of idiots like you, you'd all be lying down talking right now. Originally, he was at fault first, so it's only right for us to make him apologize. Don't you have a shred of compassion? The agitated students immediately began to criticize anyone who didn't conform. Compassion for you, Ma Fu. Su Chen cursed. Looking at the middle-aged soldier, if they don't want to take the college entrance exam, why should we care? Let's get out of the car, a bunch of spring bamboos. The middle-aged soldier was also taken aback by Su Chen's sudden outburst. This kid was to his liking, not at all wishy-washy. He was a soldier material. You can't leave. Yi Haoxuan blocked Su Chen. You can't curse in front of me, you must get lost. Su Chen raised his hand and pushed Yi Haoxuan away with a slap. With a weakling like this, too, snake-tailed wolves would make him obedient.
Yi Haoxuan, pushed away, was momentarily dazed, then felt the strange gazes of others
and became furious. I told you to stop.
He directly reached out to grab Su Chen's shoulder.
Feeling the gust of wind coming
from behind, a coldness appeared on Su Chen's face, and his blood surged within him.
The middle-aged soldier, who was about to
intervene, paused, his gaze astonished as it fell on Su Chen.
This surge of blood, mid-stage of the first level? Su Chen grabbed
the hand reaching from behind and tossed it out of the car like trash, slamming it to the ground.
Before Yi Haoxuan could react,
he felt himself being thrown to the ground, pain shooting through his back.
In his daze, a pale hand gripped his neck. Su Chen's face appeared in his line of sight. Do you submit? Yi Haoxuan instinctively replied, I don't submit. Good. Su Chen shouted,
his large hand gripping his head and slamming it down to the ground. Immediately, a series of dull thuds echoed.
The students in
the car, waiting to see Su Chen get taught a lesson, turned pale, unable to believe the scene before them.
A first-level martial artist like Yi Haoxuan was actually being beaten without the ability to fight back? How strong was that guy? Yi Haoxuan wanted to resist, but no matter how hard he tried, it was futile. He couldn't even break free. He looked at Su Chen in terror, wondering who this guy really was.
The middle-aged soldier hurriedly shouted, no private fights.
Stop it.
He shouted, but his steps didn't
quicken.
He couldn't lay hands on the students, but the one fighting was also a student. The question was, in this situation, could
he actually intervene? Do you submit? Do you submit? Do you submit?
He asked 3 times, but there was no response, only
limbs twitching occasionally. Su Chen admired, your bones are quite tough. The middle-aged soldier couldn't help but say, you have his mouth pinned. Su Chen then realized the issue and released his grip. Sorry, I didn't notice that. Since you don't submit. Yi Haoxuan nodded repeatedly, I submit, I submit.
Just now, he felt like he was about to completely merge with the
ground, resting in peace.
There's an old saying in Huaxia, those who know the times are the heroes, and he was a hero, which was
nothing to be ashamed of. Get to the side. Su Chen clapped his hands.
Yi Haoxuan obediently got up, covered in dirt, standing to
the side, not daring to move.
No wonder martial artists are tough, even after a slam dunk, they could still stand well.
Su Chen looked at the frightened students in the car and shouted coldly, aren't you coming down? Do you want me to come up and invite you?
His cold shout made all the students shiver, and they hurriedly climbed down. Even the girl who had been crying just moments ago dared not cry anymore, biting her lip as she came down.
Su Chen looked at the middle-aged soldier who got out of the car. A bunch of sheltered flowers, why say so much nonsense? As he spoke, he reached out to Yi Haoxuan, who looked a bit confused. Huh? Get me a cigarette. Oh. Yi Haoxuan rummaged around and handed him a stick. Su Chen put it in his mouth, just about to take
out a lighter when he suddenly felt something was off. Yi Haoxuan awkwardly smiled, I don't smoke, this is a candy cigarette.
Su Chen bit down on the candy cigarette with a crunch. If you don't smoke, what are you pretending for? Get in line.
He slapped Yi Haoxuan and turned to walk towards the center of the base.
Do you have family in the military? A middle-aged soldier walked beside Su Chen. He sensed a commanding presence from the kid, something not easily acquired unless one was a soldier. Yeah, my uncle is back from the front lines, Chen replied. This was also one of the reasons he chose to intervene. He couldn't stand to see soldiers being bullied. On a rooftop, 3 figures stood together, looking down at the students below. Teacher Yuan, is that the student you have your eye on? A woman with a curvy figure and gentle demeanor looked at Yuan Qingshan. The latter was neatly dressed, not a wrinkle in sight, with a calm expression. Yes. I like that temper, the burly man on the far right grinned. Our Xingho likes headstrong types. If you can act, then stop talking. Right and wrong come from the fist. Yuan Qingshan turned to him, speaking coldly. His future isn't about fighting alone, it's about leading. At this, the expressions of the other 2 university admissions mentors changed slightly. The term leader carried significant weight. Luo Yang scrutinized the boy again, puzzled. Just him? Whether he can become a general is still uncertain. Zhu Lin also observed for a moment, softly saying, it's too early to jump to conclusions. I trust Teacher Yuan's vision and judgment. Luo Yang replied, So my vision and judgment are worthless in your eyes? Zhu Lin gently asked, Teacher Yuan, do you know why the college entrance exam was changed at the last minute? We were only notified in the last half month. This is clearly different from previous years. Luo Yang grumbled, if I didn't know better, I'd think we were spies from the 10,000 Laws sect in deep space. Yuan Qingshan replied indifferently. I'm not sure, it might be related to the front lines. I returned, students from distant cities won't arrive until evening, then it will be lively. The 3 dispersed, each with their own promising candidates. Zhu Lin's gaze fell on a fierce-looking girl holding a long sword. Zheng Cheng's sword immortal, a profession of limitless swordsman, had stepped into the first tier in just half a month after awakening. Luo Yan looked at a boy with a simple appearance, holding a large knife. Zhou Cheng's Mad Blade, whose profession was simply Mad Blade, unleashed a ferocious and violent attack, and no one his age could withstand 10 of his strikes. These 2 were renowned geniuses. Along with Wan Cheng's little Zhuge, the 3 were hot contenders for this year's college entrance exam championship. No, one person was still missing. Luo Yang and Zhu Lin's gazes coincidentally fell on a calm-faced girl holding a gun. Luo Cheng's Lu family, Lu Baishuang. A gun. Sole profession, she had also entered the first tier but had never participated in sparring matches, so her reputation was not prominent. There are quite a few top professions this year, I just wonder how their practical combat skills are. Luo Yang sighed. Zhu Lin replied gently, we'll know once the hunting grounds officially open. The military has been quite active lately, capturing many low-tier deep space creatures to throw in. These kids are going to suffer. At this moment, the speech below was also coming to an end. You are all excellent candidates nurtured by various cities. I hope you can showcase your true strength in this demon hunting. That's all from me, now follow the nearby soldiers orderly to your temporary accommodations. The crowd of students, dark and dense, was led by the soldiers to a row of temporarily constructed foam houses. Each room contained 2 bunk beds, accommodating 4 people. Such rooms stretched out like a dragon, indicating that the military's preparations were rather rushed. We're staying in a place like this? There isn't even a place to take a shower. Did we take a wrong turn? This environment is too poor. Aside from Su Chen's small group, discontented murmurs arose from elsewhere. It wasn't that they were satisfied, it was just that everyone was too intimidated to speak up in front of the formidable Su Chen. What are you all looking at me for? Su Chen turned his head and said, we are in a democratic society, let's not engage in that hegemony nonsense, let's be democratic. So did we really say it? The boys and girls relaxed when they saw Su Chen's lack of reaction. The environment is indeed a bit too poor. Just because we are students, do we have to be treated differently? Su Chen smiled coldly, did you really say that? The whole small group fell silent again, feeling out of place. The soldiers in front of other teams looked over in surprise, and a middle-aged soldier smiled proudly. Don't ask, just know that you have bad luck, without a bully to keep you in check. Find your own rooms to stay in, if you dare to linger, you'll all sleep outside tonight. Su Chen led the way into the room and placed his backpack on the lower bunk. Inside the backpack were cookies that Uncle Jiang had baked for him, fearing he would go hungry. After putting down his backpack, Su Chen turned and walked out of the dormitory, noticing that the other teams were also entering one after another. Had these spring bamboos changed their ways? Su Chen squinted and realized that the soldiers had all left. You can stay or not, if you don't, you'll sleep outside. So this group of complaining students had no choice but to walk in while grumbling. Su Chen smiled, this scene was reminiscent of a partner who complains while spending your money. Going to eat? A dull voice sounded. Su Chen turned to see a middle-aged soldier approaching with 2 bowls, handing one to him. Try our food here. He had a good impression of Su Chen and had even washed an extra bowl close to lunchtime. Su Chen took the bowl, thank you. After confirming that Su Chen had left, Yi Haoxuan threw his bag onto the upper bunk. I still have the upper hand over you. He looked proud. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't underestimate the youth. If he weren't covered in so much dust, he would look even more impressive. Yi Haoxuan? A surprised voice came from outside the door. A boy with a bag walked in, looking down at him. You're lucky, the first person I meet is you, so let's live together. Yi Haoxuan glanced around and said, our dorm is full. He didn't want to play with someone who was all show and no substance. Yi Haoxuan and Yi Wuxuan were both top students from the second high school of Luochang, with the latter having advanced a day earlier and acting all high and mighty. Those who didn't know would think he was a level above him. Yi Wuxuan walked directly to the lower bunk and picked up Su Chen's backpack, tossing it to the door. Now there's a spot, and as my classmate, it's your fortune to encounter me. I'll look out for you in this college entrance examination. Yi Haoxuan was startled when he saw him pick up a backpack from the lower bunk and wanted to stop him. But it was too late. The originally elastic backpack was thrown to the door, the opening loosened, and the box inside slipped out. The carefully baked cookies scattered on the ground, collecting dust. Yi Haoxuan felt as if thunder had exploded in his ears, and his proud expression suddenly vanished. It's over. Yi Wuxuan sat on the lower bunk, looking confused. What were you talking about? Thinking of the figure that beat him like a dog, Yi Haoxuan quickly retreated, distancing himself from Yi Wuxuan. Don't talk. We're not familiar. We don't know each other. After eating at the soldier's canteen, Su Chen and the middle-aged soldier Wang Hong went to wash the dishes together. Brother Wang, your food is pretty good, Su Chen burped. For dishes and a soup, I like it. Wang Hong smiled. Everyone usually engages in intense physical activity, so if the nutrition doesn't keep up, it can lead to problems. You see, your vitality fluctuation is at the mid-level of the first stage, right? Su Chen nodded. About that, my punching power can now reach 5,000 kilograms of punching power. A look of surprise flashed in Wang Hong's eyes. At Su Chen's age, such strength could no longer be considered genius. It was simply monstrous. If he continues to train steadily for another 6 months, he might just step into the second stage. There have been very few at the age of 18 or 19 who have reached the second stage in the 300 years of deep space invasions. Brother Wang, I won't chat with you anymore, I'm going back to take a nap, Su Chen yawned sleepily. After lunch, the worst thing is to engage in intense exercise or get angry, as it can upset the stomach. Fortunately, he has a good temper and rarely gets angry. He could go back, have a couple of Jiangshu's baked cookies, and take a nap. Just thinking about it felt great. With a cheerful smile, he walked to the dormitory and saw a figure squatting at the door with their back to him. The movement was sneaky, and he couldn't tell what they were doing. Su Chen tiptoed over and heard the figure muttering, if I wipe off the dust, it shouldn't be noticeable. I wipe. Su Chen took a look and saw it was Yi Haoxuan, the one he had beaten up earlier. What are you wiping? Cookies. Yi Haoxuan instinctively replied, but suddenly felt the voice was very familiar. He stiffly turned around and saw Su Chen standing behind him. The movement also revealed what Su Chen had been blocking. A backpack identical to his own. Someone actually has the same style as me. They have good taste. Su Chen continued to look back. An iron box on the ground, scattered cookies that hadn't been picked up yet. Just like the ones Jiang Shu made. Su Chen quickly picked up the iron box. Looking at the small Su character on it, his smile gradually faded. Did you drop this? Su Chen asked softly. He didn't move, but a fierce aura began to rise, and Yi Haoxuan hurriedly stood up, pointing inside. Bro, someone has taken your spot. Su Chen nodded, picked up the dusty bag from the ground, and walked into the room. Yi Haoxuan watched Su Chen's back, swallowed hard, and silently prayed for Yi Wuxuan. You're done for, you've fallen into the river of the underworld. Inside the iron house, Yi Wuxuan was lying on the lower bunk looking at his phone when the light was suddenly blocked. He looked up and saw Su Chen holding the dusty bag, casually saying, Sorry, I want to sleep in this spot. Could you please move to another place to sleep? My name is Yi Wuxuan, and if there's anything in the future, get up. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Yi Wuxuan frowned at this and sat up, putting down his phone. What's wrong with you? I already said to let you sleep in another spot. Consider it a favor owed to you. I'll cover you for this college entrance exam. A favor? Covering me? Su Chen, holding the bag, sighed deeply. He didn't want to start a fight right after lunch. But reality told Su Chen that the difference between most
normal people and idiots is just whether they can keep themselves alive. Yi Wuxuang felt a blur in front of his eyes and suddenly felt a large hand gripping his neck. Outside the door, Yi Haoshuan was particularly familiar with this scene and quietly stepped back. The next moment, a figure was violently thrown out of the door, crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Wuxuan landed on the ground, staring at the blue sky, feeling a bit dazed. Who am I? Where am I? Realizing he had been ambushed, he instantly jumped up, angrily looking at the figure that had walked out. You think you're tough just because you have some face? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Aren't you? A cold voice rang in his ears, and a hand came down like a mountain, shocking Yi Wuxuang. When did he get here? Yi Wuxuang wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Su Chen's left hand had already grabbed his head. Yi Wuxuang's mind was in a haze, constantly resisting, but it was all in vain. Su Chen grabbed Yi Wuxuang with his left hand, his right hand clenched into a fist, his stance firmly planted on the ground, as he gathered his internal energy and blood into his arm. With each breath, take a deep breath, you might feel a bit dizzy next. His right arm, drawn back like a bowstring, suddenly struck out with a thunderous boom. Yi Wuxuang's pupils contracted, a strong sense of crisis enveloping him. If this punch landed, he would die. Stop! Wang Hong, who had arrived at some point, shouted loudly to intervene. The fist halted just before Yi Wuxuang's forehead, the force of the wind carving deep grooves into the ground, each about 3 centimeters deep. He felt a chill in his body, his breath quickening, like a drowning person being pulled ashore. In that moment, the sense of impending death wrapped around Yi Wuxuang tightly. Su Chen looked at the approaching Wang Hong. Brother Wang. What happened? Wang Hong asked. Su Chen remained silent, instead looking at Yi Haoshuan, who whispered. Yi Wuxuang threw his bag on the ground, and the food inside fell out. Wang Hong felt a headache coming on. Su Chen had just mentioned it during their meal. It was something his uncle had prepared all morning, and it had gotten dirty without anyone even taking a bite. Anyone would be angry in that situation. Apologize to Su Chen, he said, looking at Yi Wuxuang. I am sorry. Yi Wuxuang, still in shock, apologized to Su Chen with tears and snot streaming down his face. Yi Haoshuan was almost trembling with excitement. He was all too familiar with that look. You were so arrogant and didn't listen to me. Now you've hit a wall, haven't you? Get out of my sight, Su Chen said, feeling a bit irritated. If he had known, he would have eaten something on the way. Now everything was covered in dust, and even if Yi Haoshuan wiped off most of it, it was already inedible. Yi Wuxuang didn't waste a word, rushing into the house to pack his things and sprinting away. He's going to have a shadow in his life from now on, Wang Hong said. Su Chen brushed the dust off his backpack, not giving him a psychological barrier is already a result of 9 years of my transformation. Wang Hong chuckled. The higher-ups have already issued a notice strictly prohibiting private fights. Anyone caught will lose their college entrance examination qualifications. Conflicts can only be resolved in the arena, and you can't deliberately use excessive force. Be careful. He increasingly admired Su Chen. He was decisive and acted swiftly. It was rare to have such a temperament at this age. Brother Wang, you're wrong about that, Su Chen said earnestly. I always win people over with virtue. If I can talk it out, I definitely won't resort to violence. Wang Hong nodded in evaluation. Well, your mouth is indeed long enough to cool down half a game with one use. I'll keep this matter under wraps for you. That kid shouldn't say anything reckless. Go back and rest. Su Chen asked, when does the exam start? There are still students from a few cities who haven't arrived. It should be tomorrow. Wang Hong left, and Su Chen returned to his room to lie down again. Yi Haoshuan tiptoed, afraid of disturbing this formidable figure. Feng, someone not to be trifled with. When did such a person appear in Luochang, a first high school student? He hadn't heard of it. The first high school only had Lu Baishuang, who was somewhat capable. The others were just a rabble. Could it be a hidden trump card? Or perhaps a dark horse from another school? Thoughts swirling, Yi Haoshuan couldn't figure out which school Su Chen was from. He only understood one thing. Since there is Yi, why is there Su? Originally, he thought defeating Lu Baishuang would easily secure him the top spot in Luochang. Now, how many floors would a bag of rice weigh? The sky gradually darkened. One by one, transport vehicles entered the base. This once peaceful military base was now filled with noise, and many students came out to wander around. It was their first time visiting a military base. Although they couldn't take photos, many were still excited. The soldiers at the base only restricted access to a few important areas, allowing students to visit the rest.
Meanwhile, Su Chen lay in the dormitory for the entire afternoon.
His consciousness sank into the summoning space, first dividing 1.5 million people into 3 large
divisions, each further divided into 10 regiments.
This way, the battles wouldn't seem too crowded and chaotic.
Su Chen decided he wanted to make a big impression in the college entrance examination. He wanted to give everyone a little goblin shock. Ding dong! His phone rang, pulling Su Chen out of the summoning space as he picked it up. Lu Baishuan, have you arrived? Su Chen, if you send me 50, I'll tell you my location.
The next second, the phone vibrated, and a crisp, pleasant sound rang out.
500 yuan credited to the bank card. Su Chen, I'm here, sis.
He liked this decisive personality. Of course, it had nothing to do with money.
Su Chen wasn't the kind of person who would sell himself for money. Lu Baishuan, are we going to spar later? Su Chen, of course. 1,000 yuan credited to the bank card. Su Chen, I'm a bit hungry, I'll come after I eat. Lu Baishuan, okay. After hanging up, Su Chen got up and realized he was the only one in the dormitory. He left the dorm and headed to the cafeteria.
Just as he reached the entrance, he saw a petite figure standing there. Many boys approached to strike up a conversation. But she stood there like a wooden doll, silent and motionless. Only her clear eyes gazed into the distance, the evening breeze blowing through her long black hair. The boys who had approached could only leave awkwardly. What a cold girl. Standing here, she must be waiting for someone.
Right? Boo-hoo, jealousy makes me lose control. I like the ice queen type, I'm willing to be the icebreaker. It doesn't matter if you're willing to be a beast, hurry up and eat.
The students around whispered to each other as Su Chen walked towards Lu Baishuang. The boys who had initially approached had already dispersed, making Su Chen stand out even more as he approached.
Oh, a lone hero. He's quite handsome, but she's so pretty, she probably won't fall for this. If he succeeds, I'll eat this corn with my lower half.
Under everyone's gaze, Su Chen reached
Lu Baishuang and said, did you get the scarecrow job?
Lu Baishuang replied softly, I'm hungry too, I was just waiting for you. This way, our progress can align, and we won't waste time.
Such a strong sense of human-machine interaction. Su Chen said, let's go. The two walked side by side into the cafeteria, a scene that left the onlookers stunned. No way, are you really going to eat together? Coming back to their senses, they felt a moment of melancholy and turned to the last person who spoke. When's the performance? The last student looked at the corn in
his hand, which was as thick as a fist, and his face turned green. The cafeteria wasn't a temporary setup, it was likely specially allocated for the students. After Su Chen and Lu Baishuan got their meals, they hadn't even sat down when they bumped into two figures. Zhou Ruixue was walking ahead with her meal, and Zhao Lei followed behind, looking troubled. The two sides exchanged glances, and Su Chen, expressionless, found
a spot to sit down.
Zhou Ruixue reacted quite strongly, looking gently at Su Chen. Su Chen, I heard you joined the demon hunting team, it must
be tough to be alive, right? Su Chen replied instantly, live your own life, can't you see I'm not dead?
Lu Baishuang brushed past Zhou Ruixue
and sat opposite Su Chen.
Zhou Ruixue was stunned for a moment before she came to her senses. True, joining the demon hunting team is trading your life for resources, it's no different from being dead. Su Chen ate while taking the opportunity to retort, die your own death, can your dead
family eat? Zhou Ruixue.
She was somewhat broken, unable to maintain her green tea demeanor any longer. Su Chen, what's your language?
Do you have any manners?
Su Chen, who had already finished eating and started drinking soup, replied, when your mom wanted it, she liked this
tone, sorry, I can't change it in an instant.
The surrounding students who had been watching the commotion widened their eyes.
Isn't this guy supposed to be so strong?
A group of students had never seen such a fierce high-level match. For a moment, they stopped eating and became
excited.
Zhou Ruixue was so angry that her chest heaved violently, unable to speak. But she suddenly realized something was off. In the past, Zhao Lei would have spoken up for her in such situations, but why was he silent today? She turned around and found him quietly eating.
Zhao Lei, what are you doing?
Zhou Ruixue asked, somewhat incredulous. Zhao Lei whispered, Ruixue, you might as well not trouble Su Chen anymore, it's
always been us bothering him.
Reflecting on it now, Zhao Lei realized that Su Chen hadn't really done anything wrong. They had forced him to use
prohibited items. Could he not be unwilling? How could it not be? Zhou Ruixue was increasingly dissatisfied. If it weren't for him, how would I have wasted so much time gathering nuns? Which side are you on?
Her furious questioning made Zhao Lei feel even more unfamiliar, so he simply lowered his head and pretended not to hear. Except for a few extreme sycophants, most people just didn't realize they were being played and foolishly thought she was just slow to warm up. Little did they know, your slow-warming girlfriend was helping someone else. After finishing his soup, Su Chen smiled. Lazy is right, bro forgives you. Zhou Ruishue angrily said, Su Chen, my nuns have now increased to 10, you're filthy. Goblins. A light screen appeared behind Su Chen, and Yuan Bulin, clad in wolfskin armor and wielding a bone spear, strode out. He was tall and sturdy, with a cunning yet fierce gaze, exuding a chilling aura. Chengdu, I have met the clan leader. Yuan Bulin knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with reverence. Su Chen said indifferently, someone is insulting us. Chengdu, give her 2 slaps to make her remember. Without hesitation, Yuan Bulin stepped forward, his eyes fierce. Zhou Ruishue felt a surge of joy. This was her true purpose, to provoke Su Chen into action. Private fights could disqualify one from the college entrance examination, and she could use this as self-defense to teach Su Chen a good lesson. But her happiness lasted only a few seconds before she saw Su Chen's face filled with anger as he shouted, Stop! How can you lay hands on others? Come back! While saying this, he anxiously added, Run, he's out of control and not listening to me. Zhou Ruishue scoffed, what a lowly tactic. She looked at the approaching goblin, appearing robust, but probably just a silver spear with a wax head. Zhou Ruishue directly raised her hand to strike Yuan Bulin, but before she could hit, she was slapped down. Yuan Bulin retaliated with another slap before disappearing from sight. Su Chen rushed forward with a concerned expression, Are you okay? Zhou Ruishue clumsily got up from the ground, her face dark, with 10 burly nuns appearing behind her. I can't control them anymore. Su Chen was shocked and took 2 steps back in fear. Don't scare me, can you really not control them? Now you're scared? Zhou Ruishue sneered, you better run fast. Is that so? Su Chen stopped retreating, rubbed his wrist, and smiled. In the next moment, a long, fair hand had already grasped Zhou Ruishue's face, and Su Chen had somehow dashed to her side. It's okay, I'm here to help you. The next instant, there was a loud bang. Zhou Ruishue's head was slammed into the concrete ground, and spiderweb cracks spread out. At the same time, Yuan Bulin reappeared, easily suppressing the 10 burly nuns with a dozen strong goblins. Zhou Ruishue, nearly fainting, was filled with shock, as if in a dream. How could this be possible? Su Chen has no school resources to support him, how could he possibly be this strong? She struggled with all her might, but it was like trying to move a mountain, she couldn't break free. Su Chen wore a gentle smile on his face, don't worry, I'll help you deal with these unruly guys. Without looking back, he said, take them back, our Dawn Hall needs more people. This dramatic change left the surrounding students bewildered. Wait, what's going on? Sitting in the corner, a girl with a fierce aura and a sword at her waist scoffed, fool, this is obviously a trap. A young man with a gentle expression lightly waved his feather fan. If she doesn't make a move, she'll suffer a hidden loss from these 2 slaps. If she does make a move, the loss will be even greater. This is an open scheme. Just as the 10 nuns were about to be taken away again, a furious shout rang out at the cafeteria entrance. Su Chen, stop it. The principal of a certain high school, Zhong Yong, rushed in. His greasy, fat face was filled with anger, shaking as he walked. Fighting is prohibited. In the military, stop it at once. After a month of absence, Zhong Yong's words still carried a heavy official authority, looking down from above. Su Chen looked at him in surprise, whose ear pig has turned into a spirit. While speaking, Su Chen pried Zhou Ruishue out of the cement ground and slowly brushed the dust off her face. However, her skin was too delicate, and after just a few pats, it swelled up like a pig's head. You! Seeing Su Chen publicly assaulting her, Zhong Yong shouted in anger, is there no one to manage this kind of violence here? Outside the cafeteria, the sound of footsteps approached, and several figures with public security written on their arms walked in. Their gazes instantly locked onto Su Chen, coldly commanding, let go immediately. Su Chen obediently released his grip, and the dazed Zhou Ruishue fell back to the ground, hitting the back of her head first, which looked painful. The public security personnel stepped forward. What happened? Zhong Yong hurriedly said, he used violence on his own. And he also captured all the summoned nuns that Zhou Ruishue called forth. Without her summoned beasts, this will ruin her future. After hearing Zhong Yong's account, the expressions of the public security officers towards Su Chen turned unfriendly. Is this true? Of course it's not true. Su Chen shook his head, heartbroken, it's simply turning black into white, distorting the facts, deceiving the heavens. Clearly, she couldn't control her summoned beasts, which were about to revolt. I was worried about the safety of others in the cafeteria, so I acted to suppress it.
I can't say it was a merit, but it certainly wasn't a fault, right? Zhong Yung shouted angrily, nonsense. Su Chen shrugged, whether it's true or not, everyone present can see. Everyone, please speak fairly for me. Didn't she just say her nun was out of control? Su Chen scanned the surrounding onlookers. Hiss. It does seem that way.
From a common sense perspective, this indeed happened. But wasn't he the one who said it first?
One thing at a time.
Although the surrounding students felt something was off, they also agreed with Su Chen's words. After all, she did say that just now.
Officers, I now
seriously suspect that Principal Zhong Yong has betrayed humanity and allied with the deep space.
Such a traitor should be executed. If you are unwilling to dirty your hands, I am willing to do it. Su Chen's eyes flashed with hostility, staring at the chubby Zhong Yong. Slander, you are slandering me. Zhong Yong's expression changed. He couldn't bear the accusation of betraying humanity and allying with the deep space.
Seeing both sides sticking to their words, the leading young public security officer, Sunan, frowned.
First, release those nuns. We can't release them, Su Chen directly shook his head. The Dawn Hall was already short-staffed. What would they use to return them? Should they let them use the five-fingered girl like he did? Reason?
They are too dangerous, so they were killed, Su Chen said sincerely.
Everyone. Don't you think the first half of your sentence contradicts the second half?
Apologize to her. Sunan, seeing that they couldn't retrieve the nuns, could only ask Su Chen to apologize.
Zhang Yong unwillingly said, my student was beaten like this, and you want an apology? Su Chen's expression was indifferent. I won't apologize at all. Everything I did was for everyone's safety. You want me to apologize to a sinner? What kind of heart is that? Sunan grew increasingly displeased with Su Chen. Even so, why did you have to lay hands on a woman?
Su Chen looked at him. If she is truly an internal traitor of the 10,000 Laws sect, should
she not be killed just because she is a woman? What about our ancestors and comrades who were harmed? The surrounding students strongly agreed. Judging people and matters by gender is too mundane.
Looking at it this way, it seems that the public security officer is not as good as this guy.
Shut up. Sunan's expression turned cold. Take him away. If this kid keeps talking, he's going to become the living Qin Hui. A few security personnel
around him changed their expressions slightly.
Captain, he has witnesses. If this escalates, we will face consequences. Sunan shouted, execute the orders.
In the distance, a boy holding a feather fan was sizing up Sunan's features. High cheekbones, a thin face, and narrow eyes. Such a person
is the most stubborn and self-willed. This guy is probably in for some trouble. Su Chen did not resist and was taken away cooperatively. He was a third-class meritorious service, which is neither too big nor too small. If it's small, others won't bother you, but it's also hard to influence
others. If it's big, it can cause a huge uproar. And right now, Su Chen was in the most significant place. No other place or force in Huaxia values the word merit more than the military.
Zhong Yong also left, his gaze dark as he watched Su Chen.
Although he didn't know why the latter was so strong. And that Zhou Ruixue was actually no match for him, a grudge had already been formed, and it had to be followed through.
He didn't believe that Zhou Ruixue was injured like this while Su Chen, an orphan, could remain unscathed. Did he really think this military camp was his home? After leaving the
cafeteria, Sunan instructed a subordinate, go check his file and see what his background is.
Yes. Although the subordinate security personnel felt it was inappropriate, he still obeyed and went.
Arriving at the archives, the candidate's files had just been transferred, and after searching for a
moment, he found Su Chen's file.
Pulling out the paper, he first saw the words parents deceased, and the security personnel let out a slight sigh of
relief. This meant the matter wouldn't escalate too much. But before he could fully relax, his heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by a hand, and the entire world froze at that moment as his gaze fixed on the next two lines. Parents sacrificed for the country, posthumously honored as martyrs. First-class merit.
At 18, before entering the ranks, destroyed a cult stronghold, killed dozens of cult members, and captured a third-tier mother.
Nest bug.
After discussions among the high-level officials of Luochang, it was decided to award him third-class merit. The security personnel's hands trembled uncontrollably as he rushed out the door with the file. He had to stop Sunan, he had to intercept him.
Quickly. Faster. In the security
team office, Su Chen was handcuffed to a chair, his mind blank. He had taken Lu Baishuang's money, but the person had run away. This was a bit
unethical. Sunan sat across from Su Chen, his face cold. I've looked into your case. At such a young age, you resort to such despicable means, quite vicious. Su Chen remained calm. Yes, yes. Considering this is your first offense, I'll let the nun go back, and this matter will be overlooked. Yes, yes. What kind of attitude is that? If this escalates, you could lose your college entrance examination qualifications. Yes, yes. Su Chen adhered to a principle: when faced with issues, just respond with yes, yes. Sunan's expression darkened. Don't think I'm trying to scare you. That girl Zhou Ruishua has been diagnosed with a mild concussion. Just this alone is enough to count as malicious injury. This is the military. It will go to a military court. Su Chen suddenly laughed, no longer looking at the ceiling. From your tone, you don't think you're punishing evil and promoting good, do you? He lowered his gaze to Sunan, sensing something. I understand now, you're being protective of the fairer sex. Sunan's face showed thin anger. You, a boy, laid hands on a girl, and you still have the nerve to smile. Just based on that, I could teach you a lesson right now. Teach me a lesson? Su Chen scoffed. Come on, if you're a man, hit me in the chest. Seeing the young man standing there unmoving, Su Chen mocked. Prison brother, no wonder your room is clean. It turns out there are no stones. Though provoked, Su Chen's eyes remained calm. From the moment he induced Zhou Ruishua, Su Chen was certain that with so many witnesses, he would only need to explain the situation and everything would be fine. But this guy in front of him was clearly a male chauvinist, thinking that a man hitting a woman was wrong and wanting to teach him a lesson. Even a clay figurine has some fire in it, let alone Su Chen. Since you want to disgust me, be prepared for things to escalate and to bear the consequences. Sunan, filled with anger, clenched his fists. Shut up. Su Chen continued to promote traditional culture, and Sunan's face turned red with rage, ultimately unable to hold back and throwing a punch. Su Chen quickly adjusted his position, allowing Sunan's fist to land precisely on his chest while reversing his own energy. Captain, let him go. Let him go. Outside, the security personnel shouted anxiously, but Sunan's fist could not be stopped. Bang! The chair under Su Chen shattered, and he fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. The security personnel rushing to the door were struck as if by lightning upon seeing this scene. There was only one thought in their minds. Something big has happened. In the cafeteria, the students had not yet dispersed. In a corner, a student spoke up. Lianyu, what do you think will happen to him? With a fierce demeanor and shoulder-length short hair, Tang Lianyu casually replied, it's quite a hassle. The others shook their heads and sighed. What a pity. If I were him, I couldn't stand a fly buzzing in front of me either. Anyone with a bit of temper wouldn't be able to tolerate it. But this guy does have a reason to act. He shouldn't be deprived of his college entrance examination qualifications. Tang Lianyu scoffed. You underestimate the military's pests. Now that he's been taken away by the security personnel, if no one helps him, he's in serious trouble. On the other side, a boy with squinted eyes holding a feather fan whispered, for this college entrance examination, avoid that Su Chen. His strength is impressive. When he just acted, even I couldn't react in time. All 8 directions are ominous. This person is terrifyingly strong. He was known as Zhuge Feng, the Little Zhuge of Wancheng, a professional astrologer. Observing celestial phenomena, understanding heavenly intentions, consulting the 8 trigrams in mysterious doors, he could navigate auspicious and inauspicious directions. At the moment Su Chen acted, Zhuge Feng couldn't find a single safe direction, all were ominous. The classmates beside Zhuge Feng were astonished. Is he really that strong? He must be some powerful close combat profession. Fengge, now that he's been taken away by the security personnel, what will happen next? Zhuge Feng squinted, his fingers moving as if there were radiant light flowing before him. He tried to calculate Su Chen's situation, but since he only knew the name and not the birth date or other details, he could only make a rough estimate. His energy is stable, currently looking. Zhuge Qing was murmuring softly when his expression suddenly changed. The energy is reversing, chaotic, how dare they? What the hell, Fengge, what's going on? That group of security personnel actually dared to act. Should we help? Pests. It's these kinds of pests that ruin the military's reputation. The other students were also shocked, some filled with righteous indignation. Zhuge Feng thought for a moment. As fellow young people, we should naturally help. His strength is formidable. Forming a good relationship is also beneficial. I know teacher Yuan Qing from the War Academy. I'll handle this matter. As he spoke, his peripheral vision fell on 2 figures ahead. Zhou Ruishua gradually regained her senses, feeling the nun, who had lost control again, panicking. Principal, what should we do now? Principal.
This was her reliance for the college entrance examination, and now it was all gone. She was completely finished.
Zhong Yang said unhappily, "What are you panicking for? Su Chen
has already been taken away by the security personnel. I don't believe he would dare to gamble with his future.
You need to come with me to the infirmary for an injury assessment. I will make sure his future is completely cut off." After hearing Zhong Yang's words, Zhou Ruishue felt a glimmer of hope return.
Yes, this is a military camp. Su Chen would definitely yield, and her nun could
come back.
Not only that, but she could also use this opportunity to have Su Chen stripped of his college entrance examination qualifications,
even leaving a criminal record. A student with a criminal record would not be valued by any academy.
A cold glint flashed in Zhou Ruishue's eyes as she whispered to herself, "Su Chen, this time you can't escape."
In the security team's office, the security personnel holding the file suddenly lost all color, turning pale, their eyes trembling violently. An indescribable panic enveloped him, making it hard to breathe. The son of a martyr, an 18-year-old third-class merit, was injured and bleeding in the military camp.
Just this one sentence was enough to stir up a storm, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the sky was
about to fall. Who told you to act on your own? After extreme panic came anger. Ignoring the superior-subordinate relationship,
he grabbed Sunan by the collar and questioned him angrily. Regretting a bit in his heart, Sunan pushed him away and said coldly, "Are you crazy? I didn't use any force at all."
No force, and he got hurt like this? The security personnel looked at the boy with blood
seeping from the corner of his mouth and slammed the file onto Sunan. "You're done for." "I'm done for, let's just wait for our
punishment."
After saying that, he rushed in front of Su Chen and began CPR, performing first aid.
But after 10 minutes of compressions,
there was still no response. The security officer hesitated as his gaze fell on the nearby power lines.
The feigning Su Chen quietly followed his line of sight. "Su Chen? Dude, what are you looking at?"
Although there's an old saying that simplicity is the
ultimate sophistication, this is just too damn simple.
Fortunately, he gave up on that thought, otherwise Su Chen would really
wake up.
He was a martial artist, but only at the first level, and couldn't withstand electric torture.
Flustered and panicked. What kind of demeanor is that? Sunan picked up the file, dissatisfied. Is it just because you have a bit of background that you're scared like this?
When he heard his subordinate's voice, he knew this boy had some background, possibly quite significant.
But so what? This is a military camp, could he possibly have military connections? If he did, why didn't he mention it earlier? Disdainfully,
he opened the file bag and pulled out the documents. Parents deceased, the first 4 words that caught Sunan's eye made him
feel relieved.
An orphan, then there was nothing to worry about. At most, he would apologize later and pay some medical fees, and
it would all be over. Sunan continued reading. Parents sacrificed for the country, posthumously honored as martyrs, first class
merit. His calm heart suddenly surged, and Sunan stared at that line of bright red text, his expression gradually freezing. His pupils shook violently, and a storm surged in his heart.
The son of a martyr, how could he be the son of a martyr? Even if Su Chen were the son of a wealthy and powerful family, there would still be room for maneuver, but why was he specifically the son of a martyr?
An uncontrollable panic surged in his heart, and Sunan instinctively pulled out the entire file.
Thus, another line of text came into view.
At 18, without entering a level, destroyed a stronghold of the 10,000 Laws sect, killed dozens of cult members, captured a third-level mother insect alive, and after discussions among the high-ranking officials of Luo Chang, awarded him
third-class merit.
The thin paper felt as heavy as a mountain at this moment. Sunan's hand trembled, and the paper fell to the
ground.
The son of a martyr, a young hero. Whether it was the former or the latter, both held great weight in the military.
And when these two came together, it was a bomb.
A bomb that would shatter anyone who touched it into pieces.
Moreover, this bomb would be
most powerful and terrifying when it exploded for the first time. And Sunan was the lucky one to touch this bomb first. His heart raced, and he shouted outside, "Close the door, no one is to be seen today."
Sunan's mind raced like lightning. The only glimmer
of hope was to reach a consensus with Su Chen. As long as he didn't make a fuss about this matter, there would still be room for
maneuver. Yes, there must be a way out. By any means necessary. Sunan's gaze fell on Su Chen, and he picked up a fruit knife, cutting the power line in the corner.
"Are you crazy?" his subordinate, the security officer, shouted angrily.
"Get out of the way soon,"
and shoved him aside, ready to forcefully wake Su Chen. Just as Su Chen was about to wake up, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from outside. Accompanying it was a massive explosion, and several security officers who went to close the door were sent flying back. A tall, straight figure slowly walked in, noble and proud, with a frosty expression, accompanied by a colossal creature.
The Snow White, furred white tiger with golden vertical pupils stared at Sunan, its overwhelming presence sweeping across the entire scene.
When Yuan Qing's gaze fell upon him, Sunan's heart trembled. Those eyes held an unmasked coldness and murderous intent.
Chief,
Just as Sunan was about to explain, the massive white tiger suddenly
pounced.
Its overwhelming might was like a mountain collapsing, a heavenly pillar crashing down. His figure, like the others, was sent flying, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness.
The feigning death Su Chen? Is it handsome like mustard?
The white tiger approached Su Chen with an elegant cat-like stride, its pink nose drawing close and gently twitching.
Wu, it seemed
to sense something, lightly pawing at Su Chen and extending its tongue to lick his face. But the sensation was peculiar, not the warmth of a living creature, but very gentle.
Like a breeze, brushing against his face.
Yuan Qing glanced at Su Chen, said nothing, and picked him up to carry him outside.
Su Chen, being princess carried? Director Yuan, this doesn't fit your ice-cold male god persona. If you carry me like this and someone sees us outside, they'll think we're from Tianfu.
Just as Su Chen was about to wake up again, Yuan Qing's lips moved. Keep sleeping.
Immediately, hurried footsteps approached. Yuan Qing, what's going on? Why did you make a move in the military camp?
A middle-aged man in military uniform, accompanied by Luo Yang and Zhu Lin, arrived and
saw the chaos. Yuan Qing coldly replied, you should ask the commander about the good soldiers he brought.
The unfriendly tone immediately made Commander Zhao Kong realize something was off. His gaze falling on the boy in Yuan Qing's arms. When he saw Su Chen with blood still at the corner of his mouth, the expressions of the three changed.
Getting injured in the military camp was no small
matter, regardless of the circumstances. Yuan Chang looked at Su Chen. His parents are martyrs, and he himself has a third-class merit. He fought against deep space creatures in the wilderness without getting hurt, but ended up like this under Commander Zhao.
Yuan Chang's attack was sharp. Su Chen thought to himself. Yuan Qing said lightly, I really didn't expect you to be in a place more dangerous than the wilderness. The glaring accusation and mockery were sharper than the attacks of deep space creatures. The seasoned commander's face completely changed. First, he looked at Su Chen in shock and pain. To achieve third-class merit at such a young age, this child must have suffered greatly. Then an uncontrollable anger surged within him. The son of a martyr, a young hero, was actually injured like this under their watch. If this news got out, not only would the superiors hold them accountable, but their entire regiment would be in deep trouble. It would cause a huge mess. After all, no one knew when they might sacrifice themselves. To think that after sacrificing, their descendants would be beaten to the point of spitting blood in the military camp. Just the thought of it made Zhao Kong's face fill with rage. Unable to contain himself, rest assured, we will definitely give you and this child an explanation. Luo Yong directly drew his weapon and shouted, damn it, I want to see who dares to lay a hand on the descendants of martyrs. If I don't skin him alive, I won't be Luo. Zhu Lin looked at Su Chen, sensing something, but did not speak. Yuan Qing carried Su Chen straight away, and after turning a corner, he let go. Su Chen nimbly landed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Director Yuan, you noticed all this? Not just me. Yuan Qing looked at him. Those few just now were all above level 5, they were just in a hurry and didn't pay attention. Once they come to their senses, they will notice something is off with you. A water jug without cracks won't leak, unless it's intentional. Su Chen chuckled awkwardly, I was just. You did well, Yuan Qing commented, a martial artist must turn everything around them into a weapon. Your martial commerce, body, background, etc., are all your weapons. With today's performance, I will help you secure more compensation. He spoke slowly and steadily, instinctively making people feel at ease. Looking at it this way, Director Yuan is quite charming. Su Chen thanked him, thank you for your trouble. My student was bullied, so naturally, I should help him get back at him. Yuan Qing brushed the dust off Su Chen's clothes. Remember what I just said, turn everything you have into a weapon, I can be your weapon too. After saying this, he left. Looking at that noble and proud figure, Su Chen suddenly felt a shock. Wait, when did I become his student? Su Chen suddenly understood Naruto a bit, even though Jiraiya had many flaws, it didn't diminish his charismatic personality. Yuan Chang was the same, though his words were brief, one could clearly sense his protective nature. Even when he discovered that Su Chen was acting, he didn't expose him but instead helped him continue the act. Yuan tutor, it's quite difficult for me when you make me ask for too much, Su Chen sighed, suddenly feeling a gaze on him.
Following the gaze, he saw a black-haired girl standing under a tree. The light filtered through the leaves, casting a dappled glow on her profile, making her look serene and beautiful. Not far behind her, a squint-eyed figure stood in the shadows, looking like no good person. Su Chen stepped forward, and Lu Baishuang softly said, "You promised to spar with me." Looking at the girl, who had been standing under the tree for who knows how long, with fine beads of sweat on her forehead, Su Chen smiled, "Okay." The two left, and in the shadows, Zhuge Feng, who had thought of a dozen opening lines, fell silent. So, I was just forgotten like this? He didn't even shout, "The world has forgotten me." Isn't Su Chen curious about who invited Tutor Yuan over? The night wind blew, and a sense of desolation arose. At that moment, Su Chen, walking away, turned back. "Thanks, friend." Those 4 words instantly dispelled Zhuge Feng's feelings of desolation, and he squinted to take a look. Wow, all 8 directions were auspicious. Zhuge Feng blinked, looked at the departing Su Chen, and finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. "That's really impressive." In the infirmary, Zhou Ruishue looked at the injury assessment report, her face showing joy. "Principal, with this light injury assessment, I can take revenge. Right?" Zhou Myung nodded, looking as if he was in control of the situation. "Don't worry, when your nun comes back, I'll go find the military leaders to submit this assessment immediately. By then, at the very least, Su Chen's college entrance examination qualifications should be revoked." Zhou Ruishue looked at the already dark sky, feeling a bit uneasy. It's so late now, and there's still no news. Could it be that it won't happen? Zhou Myung was very certain. "I don't believe Su Chen really dares to go against the security personnel. If he's really that stupid, then it's just what I want." Zhou Ruishue silently cursed this fat guy in her heart. "You're making it easier for yourself, but what about me? It's not your summoned beast that's getting caught." Just as the two were lost in their thoughts, several figures suddenly appeared outside. Fully equipped, they looked like well-trained soldiers. "Just as I expected," Zhang Yong said with a faint smile. "They must be here to return your nun." However, Zhou Ruishue's unease grew stronger. She still hadn't reconnected with her summoned beast. Were these people really here to return the nun? Several stern figures walked into the infirmary, first showing their credentials, then directly handcuffing Zhou Ruishue. "What are you doing?" Zhou Ruishue panicked a bit. Zhong Yong was also confused. "Officers, this is my student, there must be some misunderstanding?" The leading soldier coldly said, "We are ordered to ask student Zhou to cooperate with the investigation. All matters are to be put on hold during this time. I won't go. Let me go." Zhou Ruishue struggled violently. "If you delay my college entrance examination tomorrow, will you take responsibility?" The leading soldier turned to look at her. His icy gaze made Zhou Ruishue instinctively shut her mouth. His voice, laced with coldness, instilled fear in Zhou Ruishue. "The college entrance examination is also among the matters to be put on hold. Take her away." Once they left, Zhang Yong finally grasped the meaning of this statement. Zhou Ruishue's qualifications for the college entrance examination had been revoked. What followed was a sense of absurdity. What could a little girl possibly do? The only incident was in the evening with Su Chen. Zhang Yong was taken aback, then murmured in disbelief, "It can't be him. It can't be." After finishing with Lu Baishuang, Su Chen was drenched in sweat and borrowed a place from Wang Hong to take a shower. Clean and refreshed, he returned to the dormitory, only to be met with a dead silence as soon as he stepped inside. Looking at Yi Haoshuan and the other two who were chatting while holding sunflower seeds, Su Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Continue the music, continue the dance." "No thanks," Yi Haoshuan forced a smile. "We're a bit tired." "Tired?" Su Chen's gaze shifted. Yi Haoshuan shivered and shook his head repeatedly. "Not tired, not tired." Su Chen sat on the bed. "What were you guys talking about? Keep going, I want to listen too." Yi Haoshuan pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds and handed it over. "Want some?" "Sure, thanks." Su Chen took the seeds and rummaged through his small backpack to pull out the snacks Uncle Jiang had given him. The older generation really thought things through. The oppressive atmosphere in the dormitory eased up, and Yi Haoshuan said, "According to the intel from my uncle's cousin's nephew, our college entrance exam this time has certain dangers." Su Chen. The other two. Su Chen picked up his extreme Dao Emperor's pillow. "A dangerous smile on his face. Try saying that again." "Wasn't there any danger in last year's college entrance exam? Just looking at the news, there were cases of people getting hit by cars after forgetting their admission tickets. Brother Wang also said that one must hunt deep space creatures, and those creatures won't hold back." Just kidding, just kidding." Yi Haoshuan became serious. "From my research, there are about 10,000 deep space creatures in the hunting ground.
There are a total of 100,000 candidates from U province. And with those who backed out today, there should be around 80,000 left. We 80,000 need to compete for these 10,000 deep space creatures. The more we kill, the better our scores. Another student on the bunk said 8 to 1, that's not too bad. Deep space creatures aren't afraid of death, and not many can be hunted solo, so looking at it this way, the numbers aren't actually that small. Chen nodded, I think so too. Killing half of the 10,000 deep space creatures would probably secure the national top scorer. He didn't believe anyone could kill more than him with his army pressing forward. The military has established two modes, solo and team. The former has greater rewards and higher risks, while the latter is the opposite. Stronger individuals will likely choose to go solo. After Yi Haoshuan finished this sentence, all three instinctively looked at Su Chen. With his strength, he would probably dominate the entire hunting ground. Who do you think will come out on top this time? There are many geniuses. This year, like the female sword immortal from Zheng City, the mad blade from Zhou City, and the little Zhuge from Wan City, it's hard to say who will take the lead. Even in their dormitory, there was a monster who had single-handedly crushed the second high seed player, Yi Wushuang. The attention of the so-called monsters had already shifted away from the conversation. Building, gladiatorial. Arena, materials required, Deep Space Beast Bones *100, Thunder Bullhorn *1, 100 Deep Space Beast Bones had already been collected, now only the most crucial item was missing. Thunder Bullhorn. Su Chen thought to himself. Only by securing the top scorer could he possibly obtain the materials from this third-tier deep space creature? Building the gladiatorial arena would allow the goblins to receive another round of enhancements. With the experience boost, he could initiate a large-scale training session to assemble a truly elite goblin force. This is the way of martial arts, the strong become stronger and the weak become weaker. The dormitory gradually quieted down as the four of them went to bed early to prepare for the hunting the next day. The next day, he didn't even need an alarm clock. Su Chen woke up. Outside, there was a cacophony, as the soundproofing of these simple foam houses was almost non-existent. The other three also woke up and left the dormitory together. In front of a long row of simple rooms, soldiers in neat military uniforms stood in a line, their gazes steady and sharp. Most of the students, however, were disheveled, and upon being seen, instinctively tidied their clothes. All students, please gather with your admission tickets, an officer shouted through a megaphone. Once the students were assembled in an orderly fashion, the officer called out, next, board the vehicles in an orderly manner. The vehicles will take you to the 6 edge positions of the demon hunting field. The closer you get to the center, the higher the density of deep space creatures and the stronger they are. You can form teams of 10, those who need to team up come to me to register. The officer was quite pleased with his calm and civilized speech, but when he turned around, he saw a young couple snuggling together. What the hell are you two doing? If you want to date, go home. The throng of students began to board the vehicles, and Yi Haoshuan also boarded alone. He tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, showing a lonely expression, with a candy cigarette in his mouth. He was destined to be a rebellious lone wolf. That idiot in the red leather jacket, hurry up and get inside. The driver was quite cultured. Yi Haoshuan was dissatisfied. Who are you calling an idiot? I'm going to be a war general. Talk to me when you become a war general. On the other side, Su Chen casually got into a vehicle and immediately met a pair of squinting eyes. What a coincidence, you're here too. Su Chen behaved quite appropriately. Zhuge Feng said quietly, you don't know my name, do you? Caught off guard, Su Chen was not embarrassed. Names are just codes, just like me, I have many names. What about the top 5 most handsome in the Federation, the Jincheng? Wu of Yuzhou, Peng Yuyan. Zhuge Feng's mouth twitched, what about Azu? That one won't do. Su Chen shook his head, although I'm handsome, I'm a law-abiding good citizen. Climbing walls? Occasionally going out to fight for the country. Watching educational films? In the past 2 years, the Sakura Special Zone has gradually declined, and domestic products are catching up. Zhuge Feng smiled with a hint of sarcasm, and you say you're law-abiding? Is supporting domestic products a crime? Then why don't you support the national football team? That's a different matter. The two chatted back and forth, and Su Chen finally learned his name. You're a descendant of the Zhuge family? Zhuge Feng humbly replied, not a direct descendant, just a branch. Su Chen nodded, indeed. Zhuge Feng, who did you learn your chatting skills from? The Chancellor is so formidable, what can you do? I am quite proficient.
In observing celestial phenomena, seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune, and the 8 trigrams in Chiman.
But you don't know
military strategy or how to command troops, Suchen said, somewhat disappointed.
Zhuge Feng rolled his eyes. I need troops to do that.
If you give me 100,000 troops, I'll be your military advisor. Not sure if he was mistaken, Zhuge Feng seemed to see a
glimmer of light in Su Chen's eyes. 100,000 troops? If I give you 200,000, you'll still be Zhaoqua. Su Chen
leaned back in his chair, lazily saying, Feng, you should just honestly learn your survival skills.
That's seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune. Zhuge Feng's blood pressure shot up. If you give me 100,000 troops, I won't say I'll be on par with the Chancellor, but I'll definitely be better than Zhaoqua. Su Chen saved the recording and chuckled, it's a deal. Don't say 100,000, what if I give you 500,000? Zhuge Feng, seeing Su Chen specifically recording, felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be? But as soon as the thought arose, he dismissed it, shaking his head and laughing at himself, thinking he was being delusional. That was 100,000 troops. Compared to Su Chen having 100,000 troops, Zhuge Feng trusted the humility and courtesy of the Naruto players and the honesty of the Three Kingdoms kill players more. At that moment, the military transport vehicle suddenly stopped, and the door slowly opened. Su Chen looked out at the vast forest. They had arrived at the demon hunting field. This is a positioning protective suit, which provides us with your location while offering protection. All the students donned black protective suits. This is a scoring wristband, it automatically adds points when you get close to a dead deep space creature, so don't take it off. A girl raised her hand, are there any in pink? The middle-aged officer sneered, do you want me to replace all the deep space creatures with Hello Kitty for you? At that, another girl dropped her small pearl. This is a life-saving device. When pressed, all deep space creatures within a 200-meter radius will die, and we will immediately send personnel to rescue you. Su Chen looked at the small remote control that had been distributed and gasped. This kind of plot felt quite familiar. Zhuge Feng remained calm. I said that even if the military has casualty indicators, they can't neglect safety measures. With this remote control, you can basically save your life. Additionally, the officer at the front shouted, you must have a clear understanding of your own strength. The central area of the hunting ground is all first tier, with deep space creatures close to second tier. Don't go looking for death. After saying this, he led the team to the entrance of the hunting ground and opened the door. The moment the door opened, the ground bulged and the soil cracked. A black figure lunged at the middle-aged officer, startling all the students. A flash of cold light erupted. A dagger appeared in the middle-aged officer's hand, slicing the approaching shadow in half. Bah, what kind of thing dares to ambush your ancestor? He crushed the earth snake corpse with a kick and turned to the crowd, see? This is a deep space creature. If you're scared, you can still regret it now. At that moment, there was a commotion among the students at the back. Make way, everyone, make way. Su Chen pulled Zhuge Feng to the front. Why are you talking so much? They're already killing, and we're still standing here. The middle-aged officer's gaze fell on Su Chen, or rather, on the dark gun behind him. He sized it up and stepped aside. You've got guts, go on in. Su Chen stepped forward, and Zhuge Feng struggled to free his hand, exasperatedly shouting, what are you dragging me for? Su Chen said, did you forget what you just said? You're my strategist. Don't think you can play tricks. Zhuge Feng, furious, laughed instead. Fine, if you can gather an army of 100,000 today, I'll do whatever you say. If you can't, then you must listen to me. He calculated in his mind, arriving at the conclusion, great fortune. Zhuge Yuan became increasingly convinced of his guess. He performed calculations daily and had never seen such a significant sign of good fortune. The divination indicated great luck. Even if he were to gamble, he wouldn't flinch. Could it be that the heavens would really let him become a strategist? Students at the back surged forward, and Su Chen quickened his pace, darting into the forest. Hurry up, the early bird gets the worm. Zhuge Qing said softly, no, the early bird gets Prometheus. Su Chen. Ha, I'm going to catch a cold. A rustling sound arose in his ears, but Su Chen didn't slow down. He raised his hand and snapped off a branch. With a flick of his wrist, the branch pierced into the bushes, where the sound had come from. As he approached, the watch on his wrist vibrated, changing from 0 to 10. Oh, not bad. Zhuge Feng pushed aside the bushes and saw a black snake as thick as his wrist inside. Low-tier deep space black snake, even when fully grown, it doesn't reach tier. It's even weaker than a snake-tailed wolf, Su Chen analyzed. So, that means if it hasn't reached tier, it's worth 10 points. I wonder how many points a tiered deep space creature would be. Zhuge Feng turned to look at him. So, you know quite a bit, huh? Of course, I know a lot. Su Chen grinned, pulling Zhugafeng forward. Don't waste time, deep space creatures in this area are weak and few, let's head to the central area. Zhugafeng didn't object, the outer area was indeed not where they should be. It is likely that Tang Lianyue and Ding Dachuan will also head towards the central area. Those two are the real rivals. As long as they can recruit Su Chen, this tough melee class, to be their MT, they will have a chance at winning the championship. However, Zhugafeng soon became anxious. Hey! There are several deep space creatures, why are you running? Short-sighted, how can we lose big because of small gains? Copy. Even a mosquito is still neat. You're being annoying. So the two sped along, and before the deep space creatures could roar, they vanished from sight. Deep space creatures? Is there a commotion? Military base, exam room number 1. Zhao Kong stood in front of a screen, flanked by a group of admissions mentors from various academies. This year's little ones have strong combat power. Luo Yong commented as he watched the scores of Tang Lianyue and Ding Dachuan soar. Tang Lianyue 200 points, Ding Dachuan 190 points. The former is an infinite swordsman, with boundless sword energy, while the latter is a mad blade, with each strike stronger than the last. It was expected that they would lead by a wide margin. The voluptuous Zhu Lin said, I've already communicated with Tang Lianyue in advance, she is willing to join our evergreen. As for Ding Dachuan, Luo Yong quickly interjected, Ding Dachuan is very satisfied with our Starfire and has already been given A-level treatment. Then does he still need to take the college entrance exam? Zhu Lin asked, puzzled. Luo Yong replied proudly, isn't it allowed for him to train himself? Yuan Chang remained silent, staring at the name whose score had only changed once since the beginning. He was somewhat looking forward to what kind of surprise he might see. Besides these two, several dark horses had also emerged. Lu Baishuang 110 points, Xiejia 100 points, Lu family, Lu Baishuang. Zhu Lin gazed at the screen with her glistening eyes and softly said, what a pitiful child. Yuan Qing, in his military uniform, said blandly, a victim of the Lu family's struggles. Getting into a good academy is her only chance for self-preservation. Zhu Lin said gently, she is a good child, just tormented by the Lu family. At the end, she couldn't bear to say more and let out a soft sigh. Luo Yong snorted. As long as she joins our Starfire, if anyone from the Lu family dares to pressure her again, I'll have them skinned alive. Zhu Lin, who had been quietly observing Yuan Qing, was somewhat surprised. Why are Su Chen and Zhugafeng's scores not moving? Luo Yong shrugged, what's the big deal? Maybe they're scared on their first encounter. Yuan Qing glanced at Luo Yong and chuckled softly. He said nothing, yet it felt as if he had said everything. What do you mean? Luo Yong became anxious. Yuan Qing said, for this provincial champion, I bet on Su Chen, a live mother nest bug. Want to take a gamble? Luo Yong immediately exploded. Who wouldn't dare? The provincial champion will definitely be Ding Dachuan. Both the teachers and the military were observing all the students' performances. The admissions teachers needed to recruit potential students, while the military needed to help Yuan Qing keep an eye on promising candidates. Outside this exam room, there was also exam room number 2. Inside were the principals of various high schools from different cities, each eagerly watching the names of their students. Zhong Yong was among them. He felt uneasy about Zhou Ruishua being taken away, but ultimately did not believe it was because of Su Chen. Perhaps she had offended someone herself. Zhong Yong had already made plans to cancel Zhou Ruishua's student status after returning, to avoid affecting the school. Lu Baishuang 130 points, Zhao Lei 20 points. The screen changed again, and a smile appeared on Zhong Yong's face. Lu Baishuang was a trump card for the first high school, and Zhao Lei's performance also surprised him. Currently, 80% of the students still had single-digit scores, and breaking into double digits was already considered excellent. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhong Yong suddenly saw a name. Su Chen, 10 points, he wasn't taken away, how could he still participate in the exam? Zhong Yong was taken aback, but quickly steadied his mind, looking at the unchanged score with a sneer. Even if he participated, what difference would it make? Such results would not be accepted by any good martial arts university. Su Chen, oh Su Chen, it's too late for you to regret now. With your current strength, you can't even compare to Zhao Lei. For a moment, Zhong Yong was very satisfied with his decision to expel Su Chen. He didn't need a student who was a bit capable yet arrogant and disrespectful to his elders. Endless sword energy burst forth, its sharpness crisscrossing. A dark magic pig instantly turned into a pile of corpses, not even having time to let out a scream. Meanwhile, the silver moonlight sword in Tang Lianyua's hand remained unstained with blood. Since entering the demon hunting grounds, she had been unhesitatingly making her way toward the central area. This time, she was determined to secure the provincial champion title. There were not many who could compete with her, just Ding Dachuan and Zhu Gafeng. Aside from these two, she did not regard anyone else as a threat. No, there was one exception. Thinking of that domineering figure from yesterday in the cafeteria, Tang Lianyue felt a twinge of regret. A moment of recklessness has ruined my future. When we meet next time, we will no longer be in the same league. When Su Chen made his move, even she was taken aback at first, which meant her reaction had been a moment too slow. In a direct confrontation, without relying on professional advantages, Tang Lianyue could not guarantee 100% victory. But missing the college entrance examination would mean at least a year of downtime, and with resources lagging behind, she would inevitably fall far behind. As she fought her way toward the central area, the numbers on her wristwatch reached 490 points. Passing through the dense forest, a glimmer of cold light suddenly shot toward her. Tang Lianyue was startled, instinctively raising her sword to deflect the attack, her face showing thin anger. "Are you trying to fight among ourselves?" The black-haired girl holding a snow-white spear shook her head. "I didn't see clearly. You jumped out from the forest. I thought you were a deep space creature." Her voice was calm, without a hint of fluctuation, making it seem like she was looking for trouble. However, seeing her expression was equally calm, Tang Lianyue could not discern the truth. She glanced at Lu Baishuang's wristwatch, her heart trembling slightly. 460 points to know. She had been killing every creature she encountered along the way, leaving none alive. Yet this black-haired girl was only 30 points behind her, which did not mean she was weaker. It could only indicate that there were fewer deep space creatures on her path. "If you're fine, then I'll be leaving," Lu Baishuang said softly. "Wait." Tang Lianyue called out to her. "What's your name?" "Lu Baishuang." "Tang Lianyue." After exchanging names, the latter saw Lu Baishuang walking out and kindly said, "You're going the wrong way." With such a formidable rival close behind, one could only unleash their potential faster when battling deep space creatures. Lu Baishuang shook her head slightly. "I can't stay in the central area." "What happened?" Tang Lianyue asked, puzzled. If there was a problem in the central area, the military would definitely have made it clear in advance. Could it be that there were hidden second-tier deep space creatures? It was possible that everyone who made it this far was among the top students in this year's provincial college entrance examination. If they teamed up, they could potentially take down a second-tier creature. Lu Baishuang calmly replied. Su Chen said so. He participated in the exam? Tang Lianyue thought of that young figure and was momentarily stunned, then asked, "Why can't we stay?" Lu Baishuang recalled the words left by the handsome young man as he ran past with a human-shaped kite. "I need to clear the monsters, avoid the central area, and head south. I will steer clear of that side." Friends wouldn't harm friends. Lu Baishuang believed Su Chen wouldn't lie to her, which was why she was preparing to leave the central area. Just as she was about to speak, a sound came again from the dense forest. "Amatba, I have met two benefactors." A small bald monk emerged from the forest, holding a bamboo pole about 2 meters long. "This little monk comes from the Sonshan Shaolin Martial Academy. My Dharma name is Jia Chang, and I have no intention of eavesdropping on your conversation." Lu Baishuang said expressionlessly. "Then why didn't you just leave? According to psychological knowledge, you want to listen openly." Jia Chang smiled. "You hit the nail on the head. My friend and I would like to hear why we can't stay in the central area any longer." Behind him, another figure holding a knife stepped out. "Tang classmate, Lu classmate. My name is Ding Dachuan, you can just call me Dachuan." Ding Dachuan had dark skin, giving off a simple and honest impression, looking very easy to talk to. But the blood-dripping black knife in his hand shattered this stereotype. "Jia Jia." A cold voice echoed from above, and the four looked up in unison. A young man in a black hoodie, wearing a hood, sat on a tree trunk, shadows swirling around him, his whole demeanor dark and sinister. Like a king in the shadows. At that moment, a rumbling sound filled the sky as soldiers carried cameras aimed at them. Every year, during the college entrance examination, outstanding students are broadcast live, gaining fame while uplifting spirits. My flower-growing family produces talents unafraid of the deep space clan. Additionally, this year's sudden changes to the college entrance examination system have left many parents worried about their children, which also reassures them. Because they were near a military camp, this time only one person was live-streaming, wandering around. But at this moment, the top 5 scores of the college entrance examination had gathered together. Compared to them, the second-tier candidates from schools like Yi Wushuang and Yi Haoshuan were not worth mentioning, ranking in the 30s or 40s.
The five didn't care about the commotion above, Ding Dachuan muttered. Can you tell
us why we can't stay in the central area?
Jie Chang said. If there are second-tier deep space creatures, the five of us discussing it might not be unable
to transcend.
They were all prodigies, naturally able to sense the fluctuations of blood and energy from others.
None were weak, Lu Baishuang said. Straightforwardly, Su Chen said he was going to make a move.
The deep space creatures in the central area probably aren't enough for him to kill alone.
It would only waste time.
The four were prepared for Lu Baishuang to discover a powerful deep space creature and join forces to kill it.
But at that moment, hearing her reasoning, they felt it was utterly absurd.
Ha! Jia Jia on the tree trunk sneered. After talking for so long, it turns out you're
just playing with us. Tang Lianyue frowned and said, his strength is indeed impressive, but it shouldn't be to the extent of forcing us to leave, right?
The central area has the most and the strongest deep space creatures. We can't leave, Ding Dachuan said gloomily. Jie Chang also forced a smile. Lu,
classmate must be joking. Lu Baishuang shook her head. It's just as I said, if you don't believe it, then so be it. Besides, it's not that I want you to leave. The wooden-headed girl said seriously. He only reminded me to leave, not including you.
After saying this, she turned and walked away.
In Lu Baishuang's logic, Su Chen was her friend, and these people were not.
Compared to the two, naturally, she would listen to her friend's words.
The other
four looked at the black-haired girl's departing figure, all frowning.
Jie Chang murmured, oh my Buddha, is this matter really that strange? What kind of background does that Su Chen have? Tang Lianyue explained. He was the one who made a move in the cafeteria yesterday.
He actually came. Jie Chang had
heard some rumors, but it shouldn't be enough to make Lu classmate leave the central area, right?
The central area is at least 20 kilometers even. If he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't kill them all. Jie Chang was so confused that he even forgot to use the word transcend.
Ding Dachuan
said nothing, just dug out a deep space creature from the nearby soil and killed it with a knife. Jie Jie sneered. Big talk, I want to see how strong he is, whether he deserves such grand words.
If he doesn't, hey, let him go home early.
He jumped down from the tree, the shadows at his side cushioning his feet, floating directly in the air, ready to find trouble with Su Chen. They were all young and hot-blooded, naturally unable to tolerate someone
speaking more arrogantly than themselves.
Jie Chang and Tang Lianyue didn't speak. They also felt that Su Chen's words were too arrogant.
Make a move? Could he summon 100,000 heavenly soldiers in an instant?
As this thought crossed their minds, both were amused by themselves. How could this?
Boom!
Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a muffled thunder exploded in their ears. The four were jolted off balance, instinctively looking towards the direction of the thunderous sound. What was happening? Was that sound from a third-tier deep space creature, the Thunderbolt? But when they looked, they only saw a long scroll spreading out on the highest peak in the center.
Illusory yet seemingly real.
And within that scroll stretching for
thousands of meters, countless figures flickered.
One foot stepped out of the scroll, and as the other foot followed, a muffled thunder echoed once more in
their ears.
At that moment, the four finally understood that this was not thunder at all. This was the sound of footsteps.
Even from a distance, the
overwhelming aura of murderous intent seemed to wash over them, leaving the four prodigies dizzy. Whether it was the unruly Jie Jie or the silent Ding Dachuan, both were incredulously staring at this scene. Or rather, looking at the tall figure standing on the mountain peak.
Who is up there on the mountain? In Lo City, in an old apartment on Junmin Road. Jiang Pingsheng stared at the television, not daring to blink. Old Jiang, don't be so nervous, the neighbors said. Xiao Su is so outstanding, he will definitely get a good score.
Jiang Pingsheng worried, but we haven't even seen a shadow of him yet. Su Chen had told him that his goblin chief was different from others, with many clan members.
But until
now, there had been no large-scale creatures appearing in the demon hunting grounds captured from the sky. As time passed, Jiang
Pingsheng grew more anxious.
You just worry too much, an old man said. In such a large area, watching students is like watching ants.
What can you see?
The other neighbors agreed. Yes, that's true, don't worry.
With Xiao Su's strength, he will definitely get a good score.
Old Jiang, just wait to enjoy the blessings. Everyone gathered together, eager to see the results of this genius Su Chen.
If someone from their building could be a top scorer, it would bring them glory.
The burly man in the bare apron remained silent, his worries
lingering.
He didn't need a great score, he just wanted safety and no injuries. Just as he was thinking this, the television screen
suddenly shook and a thunderous sound erupted. The few people watching the television were startled, and then they noticed the perspective shifting. Zhang Pingshang looked, his pupils trembling. This is in the military camp, in the examination room. Tang Lianyue and the others are almost at 500 points, Zhulin said, looking at the top 5 rankings, quite satisfied. These were the best talents from Yuzhou this year, unafraid to confront deep space creatures for the first time, destined to be the backbone in the fight against deep space in the future. Luo Yang circled around Yuan Qing. TSK, Yuan Qing, should we send someone to look for Su Chen? That kid might be somewhere, I hope he isn't hurt. To make a burly man like a brown bear speak so sarcastically shows his delight. Ding! Dachuan had already reached 440 points, and what about Su Chen? Still at 10 points. A full 400 points behind, even if Su Chen rushed to catch up now, could he make it? Luo Yang didn't consider this possibility. This time, the living mother nest beast was already his win. When he took this thing back, would those dogs in the research department still dare to plot against him? Yuan Cheng said lightly, no need, he won't remain silent here. Someone who could slaughter deep space creatures within a 50-kilometer radius of Los City suddenly becoming motionless, why? Either he encountered an accident, or he was brewing a big move. Since Su Chen hadn't called for help, the latter was the most likely. Not listening to me, suffering the consequences right in front of you. Luo Yang sat in his chair, taking a sip of the gritty tea. Today, this tea tasted good. Zhu Lin looked at Yuan Cheng helplessly. He means not listening to the advice of the elders. Exactly. Luo Yang nodded in praise. You understand me. Team leader Zhao Kong was somewhat puzzled, but his military identity kept him from asking further. How could the student Yuan Qing favored be an ordinary person? Boom! At that moment, a thunderous sound passed through the wall, exploding in everyone's hearts. Immediately after, another thunderous sound erupted. The ground gently trembled, and the images on the screen began to shift. No longer were they focused on Tang Lianyue and the others, but on a mountain peak. When they saw the situation on the mountain peak, both the officers and the martial arts university teachers had their pupils tremble violently. At the summit, a tall figure stood majestically, with an endless sea of green figures behind him. Those green figures raised their crude weapons high and roared to the sky. In an instant, the sound shook the heavens and the earth, leaving the leaders and teachers stunned. What was happening? At the mountain peak, Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, the hem of his windbreaker flapping in the mountain wind. Beside him, Zhugafeng, anxious from not having killed a monster, had a stiff expression, his eyes lost. Su Chen actually has an army of 100,000. Even if it's just 100,000 goblins, it's enough to sweep the entire demon hunting ground and seize the top spot. But his shock wasn't over yet. There were still countless figures emerging from that splendid scroll. There are even more? Fellow clansmen, from today onwards, he shall be our military strategist general. Su Chen pulled Zhuge Feng over and shouted, aren't you going to greet the strategist? The clansman behind responded loudly, strategist general. The resounding voice gradually brought Zhuge Feng back to his senses, and he turned around in astonishment. Su Chen smiled casually. What's wrong? Are you going to play tricks? Zhuge Feng couldn't believe it. Are you really going to hand them over to me? Of course. Otherwise, why would I need you as a strategist? Su Chen said confidently, one goblin is a summon creature, I have over 1 million. So that's an army, and naturally, someone needs to manage it. Zhuge Feng hesitated for a long time before finally managing to say, just like that, you're giving them to this outsider? With such a massive goblin army, it could be said that apart from Su Chen, no one could compare to him in this exam. Su Chen was giving him this second position for free. Su Chen said seriously, what outsider? You are my strategist, my right-hand man, a sleeping dragon and a phoenix chick. Such trust, I will remember it in my heart. In this life, you do not betray me, and I will never betray you. Zhuge Feng looked at the serious Su Chen, and the goblins who were very respectful towards him moved to tears. After he left with 50,000 goblins, Su Chen felt a bit doubtful. Is this really the little Zhuge? His intelligence isn't enough. These are all his summoned creatures. Can Zhuge Feng really lead a rebellion? If he truly had ulterior motives, Su Chen could recall all the goblins with just a thought. Su Chen looked at the remaining million clansmen who occupied the entire mountain due to their sheer numbers. Yuwenbulin stood at the front with his guard team, respectful and fervent. Su Chen raised his eyes to take in the entire central area and said loudly, let the goblins be great again, kill Yes. The million clansmen replied in unison.
Su Chen picked up the sun chaser, its cold touch made him particularly alert. Chengdu, lead 20,000 clansmen to the east, and the rest follow me to sweep the northwest. The million-strong army surged out like a storm, like a pack of wolves unleashed,
overwhelming the land.
The war drums thundered, morale soared, sweeping down from the peaks like a torrent, shaking the earth and pressuring all foes. The powerful deep space creatures in the central area felt this momentum and roared as they charged forward.
Any deep space
creature that appeared was either pierced through by Su Chen's gun or drowned by the army. The corpses of the dead deep space creatures
would be brought to Su Chen, to be taken away after the score increased.
This process was simple and monotonous, with only the score on the wristband continuously increasing.
1,300 points. In just a few minutes, Su Chen's score skyrocketed by more than 100 times. And
this growth rate was still increasing, with the entire central area echoing with the wails of deep space creatures.
In front of the ferocious and fearless goblins, they seemed as simple as little rabbits.
Even though they kept attacking, the gap that had just opened was
filled the next second.
These green-skinned monsters surged like a tide, until they drowned the deep space creatures.
At the edge of
the central area, as the earth trembled, the four gradually came back to their senses.
Tang Lianyue recognized the figure charging at the forefront, Su Chen. He is Su Chen? Jia Chang was startled. Isn't he a melee class? After the scuffle in the cafeteria yesterday, everyone thought Su Chen was a melee class.
That terrifying speed and strength couldn't possibly belong to any other class.
But now, reality ruthlessly told them one thing: Su Chen's skills were merely his weakest means. Ding Dachuan asked in a low voice, "Leave?"
Jia
Chang nodded. "Let's go, or we might get caught up in the aftermath too." The two turned and left without any hesitation. Xia Jia wanted to teach Su Chen a lesson as he stared at the figure charging ahead, exuding confidence. If he were to encounter him, would he win?
The entire waiting room number 1 fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was military leaders or teachers from various universities, they were
all in a daze.
They watched as the green torrent rushed down the mountain, unstoppable,
unoffendable. Even the deep space creatures in
the central area, who were about to step into the second tier, were torn to shreds under this military might.
Am I still not awake? A thought arose in the hearts of everyone watching the screen. This scene was simply too shocking to believe.
Zhao Kong came back to his senses, looking at the armed boy charging at the forefront on the screen, his eyes gradually igniting with fervor.
These countless summoned beings, if he grew up, would be enough to form an army by himself.
The importance of this to the military was self-evident. If Su Chen could grow, it would
reduce countless casualties. Bang!
The cup in his hand fell to the ground, but Luo Yong showed no reaction. He stared blankly at the data on the scoring panel, as if he had turned into a stone statue.
Su Chen, 5,000 points. Ding Dachuan, 500 points, one in first place and one in third, yet the gap between them was like heaven and earth. And this was just the beginning for Su Chen. Looking at the goblins invading from all directions, Luo Yong was about to grind his teeth to dust. Yuan Qing stepped forward and said lightly, "After we go back, send the mother nest beast to the war academy." "You're playing me." Luo Yong glared at Yuan Qing. "You knew this scene would happen, didn't you? That's why you urged me to bet with you." Yuan Chang asked back in confusion, "Did I ever say I didn't know?" Luo Yong's rising anger froze. It did seem that
way. He had been the one to flaunt in front of Yuan Chang. "I have trusted him from the very beginning," Yuan Qing said indifferently.
"He will become my student." Luo Yong snorted coldly. "Did he agree to the special recruitment?" Yuan Qing shook his head. "No." "Then everyone has a chance," Luo Yong said.
"Maybe he prefers our spark."
Yuan Qing lightly scoffed. "Then it's up to ability." Luo Yong angrily took his phone and
went out, while Zhu Lining, with a thoughtful look in her eyes, also walked outside.
He realized that Yuan Qing was deliberately provoking Luo Yong, just to make him compete for Su Chen.
The only purpose of doing this was to secure more resources for Su Chen.
In the second monitoring
room, Zhang Yang was chatting with the principals of the second and third high schools, all smiles.
"I told you Su Chen couldn't be accepted. Arrogant and morally corrupt.
You were still skeptical before, but now you believe, right?" The principals of the second and third high schools
nodded repeatedly. We believe.
Poor character aside, his strength is lacking, isn't he just a waste?
Although our third
high school is a recycling station, we only take high-value waste. The principal of the third high school let out a sigh.
Fortunately, he had stayed true to his heart and did not choose to recruit Su Chen into the third high school. Since the college entrance examination began, it had been a complete disaster. Suddenly, the principal of the three high schools froze. Su Chen's name is gone? The other two quickly looked over and found that the name Su Chen, which had originally been at the bottom, had disappeared. Maybe he was eliminated, let's check. Zhong Yong was unconcerned, starting to look from the back. He didn't believe Su Chen could jump from the bottom to the top. The principal of the three high schools was too lazy to search, yawning as he looked at the top ranking, wanting to see if the first place had changed. 1. Su Chen, 7,000 points. 2. Zhugafeng, 2,000 points. It changed to Su Chen. No way. Suddenly feeling something was off, the principal of the three high schools was startled and looked back at the first place. He must have read it wrong. But the name above had not changed. Only the score was increasing at a terrifying speed. Old Zhong, you quickly look at the first place. He fixed his gaze on the big screen, reaching out to pat Zhong Yong's shoulder. Zhong Yang impatiently said, I'm looking for Su Chen, wait a moment. Not at all, look. The principal of the three high schools was so shocked that he couldn't even say the name Su Chen. Noticing the fluctuation in his tone, Zhong Yang frowned and looked at the first place. It was just a few geniuses competing against each other. What was so interesting about it? But when his gaze fell on the name of the first place, all thoughts in Zhong Yang's mind turned to blank. He stared in disbelief at the name whose score was rapidly rising. Su Chen. Why is it him? How can it be him? He was just a student expelled by himself, a morally corrupt student. What right does he have to be first? In an instant, an uncontrollable shock and jealousy surged within him. Zhong Yong ran to an officer, raised his hand to point at the screen, and shouted hysterically, he cheated. Just now he was at the bottom. How could the score rise so quickly? Did those deep space creatures line up to let him kill them? You all go check. Go check. The officer looked at him strangely. This examination room has no TV, don't you have a phone? He turned his phone screen towards Zhong Yong. Look for yourself. Zhong Yong looked over and saw a handsome young man walking with a gun, followed by a goblin army. Wherever he went, the deep space trembled in fear and retreated. He returned to his seat in a daze, took out his phone, and opened the live stream to watch the scene. This is fake, it must be fake. How could a goblin chieftain have so many goblins? But the judgment he had firmly believed in was completely shattered before this live broadcast. Zhong Yang looked at the name with the constantly increasing score, and a trace of regret surged in his heart. If he hadn't expelled Su Chen, would everything be different? The principal of the three high schools clutched his chest, feeling a wave of pain. It hurts. It hurts too much. Su Chen. He was supposed to be my student. Demon hunting ground. Chieftain, Lord Yuan sent me to bring this human. A goblin dressed in a linen shirt respectfully approached Su Chen and placed 3 figures on the ground. The linen-clad goblin pointed at Jie and said, Chieftain, we found this person sneaking around, so we brought him back. The other 2 were caught while we were grabbing him. Su Chen glanced over, somewhat surprised. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. The 3 figures tied up on the ground were none other than Yi Haoshuan, Yi Wuxuan, and a defiant-looking stranger he had never seen before. Yi Haoshuan raised his head, his smile more painful than crying. I didn't expect this either. Oh heavens, how unfair to me. Family who understands, after finally killing my way to the central area, ready to unleash a massacre. Instead, I saw Tang Lian Yue and several geniuses running out, and before I could react, a group of unfamiliar monsters came crashing in like a tsunami. Just when Yi Haoshuan and Yi Wuxuan thought they were about to die, the leading one actually spoke. Hands on your heads, squat down, surrender your weapons and you won't be killed. We don't mistreat prisoners. So the 2 of them were naturally captured. When Yi Haoshuan saw Su Chen, he understood one thing: this was the villain sent by heaven to temper him, targeting him everywhere to motivate him to become stronger. Su Chen, do you know what you're doing? Jie struggled desperately on the ground. This is infighting. It's going to strip us of our college entrance examination qualifications. He had just wanted to leave with Jie Chang and the others, but because he was a step too slow, he was directly captured. Su Chen looked at the linen-clad goblin. Quick, untie them. Sorry, my clan members were a bit reckless, please don't mind. Knowing Su Chen's temperament, Yi Haoshuan shook his head repeatedly. No. I just like being tied up, it suits me. When someone apologizes, it's to give you face. If they really hold on, that's just looking for death. As for Yi Wuxuan, he had been keeping his head down since earlier, not daring to look at Su Chen even once.
This genius from the second high school had his
resolve completely shattered by that punch yesterday.
Seeing that the two were cooperating well, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. It seemed he
no longer needed to win them over with virtue. Is an apology all it takes?
Jie stood up, angered. You rely on your connections. Without
these summoned objects, what are you worth?
Yi Haoxuan, who had relaxed and was about to leave, looked at him in terror.
Not bro, are you? Really that brave? Do you know you're talking to a living king of hell?
He and Yi Wuxuan retreated repeatedly, fearing that blood would
splatter on them later.
Seeing Su Chen reveal his signature smile, the two shivered in unison, looking at Jie with pity. They had to survive.
Su Chen smiled kindly, raising an eyebrow at Jie. Is this friend not planning to forgive my clansmen for their unintentional actions?
Jie felt a chill from Su Chen's cold gaze, and instinctively shivered. But thinking of the rule against
private fights, he mustered his courage and sneered, unintentional actions?
You weren't here when they attacked us. They were all acting like madmen, one would think they had gone insane.
Su Chen stepped forward, so what do you want? Seeing him so accommodating, Jie's arrogance grew. I want that goblin who grabbed me to come over and apologize.
No need for him to bow, just kneel and admit his mistake.
Su Chen paused his nail-picking motion. Kneel to admit his mistake?
Hearing the change in tone, the two members of the Broken Heart team looked at Jie in terror.
The medicine can be discussed later. The needles can kill.
Jie, however, paid no attention to them and nodded. That's right, he wasted so much
of my time. Let him kneel and...
Before he could finish the word apologize, a piercing explosion rang in his ears. A fist appeared in the blink of an eye, quickly occupying his entire field of vision. Immediately after, the powerful impact carried by that fist surged toward him. The air sliced past him, the surroundings instantly blurred, and Jie was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing into towering trees. Su Chen wiped his fist and looked over, giving face but
not knowing how to appreciate it. He could speak nicely to the other party, but to demand his clansmen to kneel and apologize?
Smash him. Jie slid down from the tree, crashing to the ground, the incoming pain twisting his face into a grimace.
You dare to lay a hand on me? He looked up in anger and disbelief. Aren't you afraid of nullifying your achievements? Su Chen slowly walked in front of him, looking down. Do you know what a special recruit is? Jie finally understood why Su Chen dared to be so arrogant, but the anger in his heart only grew stronger.
Not only was he captured by this group of lowly beings, but he was also humiliated by Su Chen like this.
So what if he was a special recruit? If he couldn't vent this anger, where would the face of the Xie family be?
In the next moment, a shadow surged out from Jie, attacking Su Chen.
Upon contact with Su Chen, the shadow split and transformed into chains that bound him tightly.
Jie got up from
the ground and said coldly, Special recruit?
Without these summoned objects, you're just a waste. The surrounding goblins were furious and were about to act, but Jie directly held Su Chen hostage and shouted, Don't move.
With just a glance from Su Chen, the goblins slowly retreated.
The helicopter above roared, and the soldiers holding cameras hesitated, unsure whether to change the shot. After all, it was a conflict between two geniuses, and the impact wouldn't be good.
A detached voice suddenly came through the earpiece. Continue recording. Then an anxious voice sounded, What are you doing?
The detached voice replied, Change the external live broadcast to an advertisement, it won't have any impact.
Seeing
there was no further response, the soldiers continued to point the camera downwards.
Examination room number 1. Many figures watched this scene, analyzing the outcome between the two. These goblins really have retreated.
Zhu Lin looked at the screen and said softly, Jie's profession is shadow warrior, he can control shadows.
In a one-on-one, Su Chen, as a summoner, is indeed at a disadvantage.
Team leader Zhao Kong nodded, good analysis, in terms of profession alone, Su Chen
is indeed at a disadvantage.
Now, who wins or loses depends on whose foundation is stronger. Yuan Cheng stood in front of the screen, hands behind his back, silent.
Luo Yang huddled in the corner, muttering in confusion, what the hell are they analyzing?
They've already started a private fight, instead of bringing them back, they're still analyzing the outcome.
Everyone present was a martial arts expert, how could they not hear his muttering? According to the rules, any internal conflict must be stopped immediately and brought back.
However, Su Chen's score has already reached 10,000 points.
Currently, the highest score in other provinces is just over 1,000, so Su Chen can be said to be dominating the competition. As long as he completes the exam normally, this year's national champion will belong to their province of Yu.
Naturally, everyone turned a blind eye. Suddenly, Su Chen on the screen made a move, stretching his arms outward. The shadow transformed into shackles that were ruthlessly elongated like dough, then snapped in two. Jie seemed unprepared as Su Chen pressed his head down and slammed it into the ground. The punches fell like rain, leaving Jie with no power to fight back, his head sinking into the ground, unconscious. It was as simple as a father beating his son. The goblins then pulled him out and hung him upside down from a tree with a hemp rope. Many teachers, especially Zhu Lin, who thought Su Chen would be beheaded and had little chance, lowered her head. If Jie had exchanged blows with Su Chen, she wouldn't have thought much of it. After all, the latter's performance had shocked everyone. But this was a complete one-sided defeat. Even if his shadow touched the other person, it was likely because Su Chen was too lazy to dodge. Yuan Cheng looked at it as a matter of course. In his view, Su Chen crushing the competition was expected. Only in this way could he ask the school for more funds. My student not only has a vast number of summoned creatures but also crushes the younger generation in strength. Want him? It'll cost more. In the demon hunting ground, Su Chen glanced at Jie, who was hanging on the southeast branch, and disdainfully said, "With this kind of strength, you come out to learn how to be a dragon and demand others to kneel and apologize?" The goblin in a robe whispered, "Chief, his tone and demeanor suggest he is from a prominent family. You have made an enemy of him today, which will surely bring trouble in the future." "Why not?" Su Chen interrupted him. "What are you talking about? We can't harm our own. We naturally won't take action." The robed goblin took out a porcelain bottle from his waist. "This contains beast blood, enough to attract other deep space creatures. As long as we deliberately let one or two come over, this matter can be resolved. Even if he doesn't die, he will have no strength to trouble you in this life." His gaze glanced at the helicopter above, "And as long as we lure him away, I believe support will arrive too late." Su Chen was taken aback, looking at the robed goblin in astonishment. "Who taught you this?" The robed goblin clasped his hands. "Just a bit of foolish insight." Su Chen smiled. "Among a group of rough men, you turned out to be the smart one. So, what do you think we should do next?" The robed goblin said, "Using a middle strategy, seal off the central area, dig 3 feet deep to clear it, then expand outward. With this, your hunting this time will surely rank first. Besides, I have an even better strategy that can make the chief famous throughout the world." Su Chen raised his hand directly. "Forget it. This policy is quite good, very good." A little conflict was enough to dispose of Jie, and Su Chen was a bit wary of his better strategy. 1 second famous throughout the world, the next second clanked in prison. "Here." The robed goblin respectfully withdrew. Su Chen tightened his grip on the sun chaser, looking at the million tribesmen behind him, and shouted in a deep voice, "Kill all living beings in sight, except for humans. Cleanse the demons." Su Chen, 15,000 points. Su Chen, 20,000 points. Su Chen, 40,000 points. Inside the examination room, everyone stared blankly at the wildly rising scores. 40,000 points, a full 40,000 points. In the military's plan, an unranked deep space creature is worth 10 points. A first-tier deep space creature 100 points. The only second-tier deep space creature is worth 1,000 points. Even if calculated at the maximum, one would need to kill 40 second-tier deep space creatures to reach the score. Human strength is limited. Even the most robust martial artist will eventually exhaust their energy. Unprecedented, unmatched. Looking at the gun-wielding boy, Zhao Kong sighed softly. The practical demon hunting was the first of its kind. Whether it would continue in the future was uncertain, but everyone present was sure of one thing. As long as the college entrance examination is still about demon hunting, no one can surpass Su Chen. From now on, whether it's the provincial champion or the national champion, they can only watch his back. "Should we let him continue killing?" a teacher whispered. "The other students have no monsters to kill. Aside from Su Chen, their scores are too low." Others looked at the leaderboard. Zhuge Feng, 10,000 points. Tang Lianyu, 1,500 points. Ding Dichun, 1,400 points. Lu Baishuang, 1,350 points. Zhuge Feng borrowed weapons from Su Chen, so he could be disregarded. This means that aside from Su Chen, the others haven't even reached 2,000 points. It's not that they lack strength, but the fastest scoring spots have already been monopolized, and they can only go elsewhere. As for Jie, he was still swinging on the swing, unaware of when he would wake up. This. Zhao Kong hesitated. If he were to stop it, it would be somewhat against the rules. Yuan Cheng stared at the screen and said after a moment, "Notify all students to change their targets. As long as they can take down Su Chen, every participant will receive 500 points, and those who perform well will receive 1,000 points each. Whoever can take down Su Chen will get 10,000 points." This statement was nothing short of shocking. Even the other recruitment mentors looked on in astonishment. "What are you saying? You want so many students to target just one person? Even if he has many goblins, he can't withstand the joint assassination of so many students." Team leader Zhao Kong also said solemnly. Yuan Cheng
This is against the rules. Changing the rules without notifying the higher-ups will lead to punishment. Yuan Cheng replied calmly, I will bear any consequences.
Seeing his determination, everyone exchanged glances but said nothing.
It was Luo Yong who stepped forward, somewhat angry. Does that kid have a grudge against you? Why do you want to set him up like this?
His score is indeed crushing, but that's because of the number of summoned creatures. Can't you see the strength
of these guys? Even killing a first-tier deep space creature would cost a lot of lives. You want them to stop all the candidates this year? This is harming Su Chen. Yuan Cheng's expression remained unchanged as he replied, he is my student.
Under everyone's gaze, Yuan Cheng spoke the final sentence word by word. If Su Chen can withstand for an hour, I will apply for him to receive the treatment of a war general. He was originally from the military, and with such determination, Zhao Kong found it hard to stop him. Yet, his peripheral vision fell on that noble and aloof figure, his heart filled with shock.
War general treatment. Even top institutions like the War Academy haven't had one in 5 years. The last person
with such treatment is now stationed at the martial arts Great Wall, hated to the bone by the Deep Space Clan. Zhao Kong's gaze fell on Su Chen on the screen.
Yuan Cheng, do you really believe in him this much? Can he truly bear your trust? Inside the demon hunting arena,
a solemn voice echoed in the ears of all students, all candidates. Please note, the rules have been
temporarily modified.
After discussion by the examination committee, candidate Su Chen is too powerful, and all candidates can join forces to attack him. If they can defeat him, everyone will receive 500 points, and those who perform exceptionally will double their points, while the one who delivers the final blow will receive 10,000 points. The sudden announcement left all the candidates in a daze. Did they just hear that correctly? The military actually changed the rules on the spot, allowing them to
gang up on one person? And just by participating, they would get 500 points?
In an instant, all the students who had been
avoiding the central area to hunt deep space creatures were tempted.
Killing a deep space creature only earned 10 points, but attacking
Su Chen, even if they just slacked off, would net them 500. This seemed like a good deal, right? However, thinking of the
dense swarm of goblins around Su Chen, they felt a bit intimidated and instinctively moved closer to the central area, waiting for someone
to take the lead. What do you think? In the southern part of the demon hunting arena, Yi Haoshuan and Yi Wushuang were crouched together. Yi Haoshuan asked in confusion, what do you mean? Yi Wushuang whispered, attacking Su Chen. The ones who can still
stay in the demon hunting arena now are all quite strong. We can definitely join forces to attack him. Yi Haoshuan looked at him as if he were a fool. Haven't you been beaten enough? Yi Wushuang's eyes burned with vengeful fury. Su the thief has bullied me too much. How can a man endure being beneath others for long? Haoshuan, you and I are close friends. If we work together, even if we can't take down Su the thief ourselves, we must contribute. Yi Haoshuan silently shrank back. Close friends? Who? Yi Wushuang, exasperated, said, have you really lost all your fighting spirit after being beaten by that Su thief? Yi Haoshuan pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and placed it in his mouth. Fighting spirit? Will that help me avoid getting beaten? As a father, I unconditionally support all your decisions. Go ahead, when you end up hanging from a tree, I'll come to get you down. Yi Wushuang was furious. Are you really not going? Not going. If you're not going, then I'm not going either. He crouched down again, stabbing the corpse of a deep space creature with his dagger. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. I'll practice my swordsmanship first. On the other side, for figures gathered again. Jie Chang clasped his hands together. Amatba, two benefactors, we meet again. Lu Baishuang and Tang Lianyue nodded in acknowledgement. Ding Dachuan directly asked, are we doing this or not? His black knife fell to the ground, blood sliding down the blade and staining the ground red. Tang Lianyue remained calm. With just the 4 of us, it's not enough. There are too many goblins with Su Chen. Even if we want to behead him, someone needs to draw the fire first. Jie Chang nodded and smiled. The little monk has already considered this. Behind him, a group of young boys and girls stepped forward, all full of fighting spirit. I encountered many people on my way here. Everyone is willing to take a shot. Jie Chang chuckled. Su the benefactor occupies the central area alone. Everyone has suffered under him for too long. Now that the rules have changed, the offense and defense have reversed. Seeing so many people come out, Tang Lianyue also gained confidence. They will attract Su Chen's attention from the front, and we will strike from the side to behead him. This plan can work. Ding Dachuan nodded in agreement with the plan. Lu Baishuang said nothing, just stared at Jie Chang, looking for his weakness. Su Chen was his friend, and he was leading the charge against him. According to what they say in dramas, he needed to help.
His gaze fell on Jie Chang's lower back, locking in on his target.
When they attacked, Jie Chang would surely be fully focused. As for his own strike, the success rate was 98%.
Surround Su Chen? Even the invigilators can't stand it anymore.
Such people who do many unjust things will surely meet their
end.
Zhou class monitor was harmed by Su Chen. We must go take revenge for her.
In the outer area, the students of Class 2
gathered together, filled with righteous indignation. Under Zhou Nyon's brainwashing, they all believed that Su Chen was responsible
for Zhou Ruishue's inability to take the college entrance examination. Zhao Lei, what do you say?
A student from Class 2 looked at Zhao Lei, who had been silent all along, focused solely on killing deep space creatures.
The latter held a 9-ring
broadsword, and there was a sense of determination about him. Zhao Lei said in a deep voice, I'm here for the college entrance exam,
not to fight in a brawl.
The rings on his wrist lit up, displaying the number 500 points. Although he was still far behind
talents like Tang Lianyue and Lu Baishuang, he was already considered to be in the upper tier. Achieving this level with a weapon
profession was quite impressive.
The students of Class 2 were taken aback, doubting their hearing. You're not going? Who didn't
know that Zhao Lei had been following Zhou Ruishua around all day, inseparable, almost like a shadow?
Everyone thought he would
be the most eager to take revenge for Zhou Ruishua. Zhao Lei nodded and said quietly, your going over there will only lead to death. It's better to hunt deep space creatures and improve your scores.
After witnessing Zhou Ruishua's hysteria in the cafeteria
yesterday, Zhao Lei had completely awakened.
The girl he liked had always been the gentle one, not the masked performer. Looking back, how ridiculous it was.
He tightened his grip on the 9-ring broadsword, recalling the voice that had whispered to him in his
moment of confusion last night. If you regret the past, don't let your future self regret it. Lazy, perform well. If you can reach 1,000 points, I'll help you out. Despite their poor relationship, he had even pressured Zhou Ruishua before.
But in his moment of confusion, Su Chen had reached out without holding grudges. Zhao Lei thought about how Su Chen, as class monitor for the past 2 years, had always been like this. It was just that he was so good that people gradually took it for granted.
What nonsense are you talking about? The students of Class 2 were indignant. With so many of us, can we not deal with Su Chen?
He has no school resources and needs to risk his life in the demon hunting team.
Zhao Lei suddenly looked up at him. Even now, you still believe the principal's nonsense? I won't go with you. Who among you hasn't received Su Chen's kindness? Now you want to repay kindness with enmity?
Zhao Lei turned and left with his sword. His feelings were quite complex. At this moment, only fighting
deep space creatures could calm him down. Su Chen, I owe you an apology.
Watching Zhao Lei's departing figure, the students of
Class 2 exchanged glances. Are we still going? Someone asked.
The others fell silent, recalling what Zhao Lei had said about
Su Chen.
In their memories, he had always been a gentle person, completely different from the current domineering figure.
No matter
who asked for help, he would sacrifice his own time to assist. But over time, everyone had shifted from gratitude to anger if he
didn't show up.
They even spoke ill of him behind his back. It all seemed to have started with Zhou Ruishua's unintentional remark. After all, Su Chen is the class monitor. Most of our body training resources have been given to him.
It's normal for him not to come and guide us, so everyone, please don't be angry. TSK, who came up with such a stupid idea? In the central area, Su Chen sat slanted on a tree trunk, one leg gently swinging. Surrounding? I thought we were going to fight a boss in a dungeon.
The powerful deep space creatures in the central area had all been subdued by Su Chen, leaving the goblins to surround and kill for
experience.
His breaking array 9 styles had been perfected, and his shooting skills were simple yet extremely lethal.
Number of goblins 1,300,000, high-level goblins * 1,000, first-level goblins * 2. The large number of mid to low-level creatures won't be listed.
Looking at the system panel, Su Chen pondered over his strategy.
Chief, we have been attacked by humans. The goblin in
Mae knelt on one knee under the tree. Humans have appeared from all directions. It seems they are trying to distract
us. Su Chen smiled. They came so quickly, it seems they all think my score is easy to take. The goblin said, I have one good
strategy and one excellent strategy to resolve our current predicament.
Su Chen became interested and asked, let's hear it. These humans are all very young, with little experience. For the excellent strategy, you can personally take the stage. Set 3.
Rules with them for a one-on-one competition. This way, those humans will surely swarm in and we can surround them, eliminating the
great threat. That's a good idea, Su Chen nodded slightly. But have you considered what if they don't believe it? The goblin
chuckled softly. I have thought of that for you as well. Upstream is the Luo River. You can swear by the Luo water.
The Luo
water has always had various legends. I believe these young people will surely believe it.
Su Chen. No, do you think this is right? It can be used, but after using it, won't my reputation be ruined? The goblin seemed to understand Su Chen's gaze and whispered. Chief, how much is reputation worth? Once you achieve success and fame, someone will naturally clear your name. Su Chen
directly rejected this strategy. Tell me the good strategy. The good strategy is to confuse the real with the fake, to secretly
maneuver.
The goblin's gaze fell on the figure that was hanging on the southeast branch, slowly waking up.
Since we have already
offended them, we might as well offend them thoroughly. The other side will surely try to take action against you, so we will use their own tactics against them, luring the enemy in deep, confusing the real with the fake, and executing a counter-surrounding strategy. This is acceptable. Su Chen approved of this plan, tapping lightly on the goblin's head, full of idioms. Are you trying
to get into college?
The goblin's gaze always followed Su Chen, respectfully saying, I will certainly follow the chief to the
death. Su Chen turned around and happened to meet his loyal gaze, smiling. Do you have a name? The goblin respectfully replied. Please bestow a name, chief. Su Chen turned to leave, his voice echoing, let's call you Sima Goblin, courtesy name Zhangda.
This goblin was very clever, knowing how to present himself in front of Su Chen. Whatever Su Chen wanted, he would provide, even if he didn't have it himself.
Thank you, chief. Sima Goblin stood up only after Su Chen left, the smile on his face fading as
he coldly turned back. Lower him down, tie him up tightly, you four protect him, ensuring that no one sees the ropes. Also, stuff his mouth with mud to prevent him from talking nonsense.
Yes. The surrounding goblins quickly went to execute. In their
view, having a name meant gaining the chief's recognition. Previously, only Yuan Goblin had one.
Now that Sima Goblin also had a
name, his status was naturally higher than theirs.
You dare!
Jie Jie glared at the goblin holding mud and grass rope, his eyes
wide with anger, shouting, you lowly creature dare to lay hands on me. I will go to court and sue you. This is illegal imprisonment. Abuse.
Sima Goblin stepped forward, kicking him over and stepping on his head. When the chief is here, you say I'm lowly.
I won't argue with you. With the chief gone, what are you worth?
Seeing a goblin dare to humiliate him, Jia Jia was furious and
struggled madly.
But he was shocked to find that the goblin before him was actually not weaker than himself. How could this be? In the goblin clan, there were only two first-tier members. One was Yuan Goblin,
and the other was right in front of him. Sima Goblin leaned down, his yellow eyes filled with cunning and malice. Now that you are under my foot, what should you call me? Hit Su Chen, score points. Everyone, don't be afraid, a single spark can start a prairie fire. Charge, for Noxus.
As the shouts rang out, figures appeared from all directions in the central area.
Their moves were all different, but their goal was the same, to attract the goblins' attention as much as possible. The goblins had already received orders not to kill. Just as everyone was pondering what to do, Sima Bulin, frustrated, said, isn't the chieftain's message clear enough? As long as you don't kill, hit them hard, just leave them breathing. If you don't know what to do, hit the bottom 3 lanes, kick them when they fall, but no sharp weapons allowed. The goblins understood, and when they saw figures rushing in from all sides, they tightened their grips on the sticks they had pulled from the trees. When the students arrived, it was a flurry of low blows, monkey steals peach, and chicken flying and egg hitting sticks. In an instant, the students were wailing everywhere. Damn, why are they specifically hitting below? Aren't these just hyenas staring at my butt? They think such petty tricks can stop us too. Oh. The leading student was just about to rally the morale when he was struck by a stick, turning his face blue. Once he was hit, the other goblins swarmed in, kicking him down. The high school students, at their peak intelligence, began to imitate the goblins. However, they overlooked one point: the number of goblins far exceeded theirs. Thus, both sides were thrown into chaos. Both sides had received orders not to kill, so they fought as they would in the mortal realm. Good opportunity. Near one battlefield, Tang Lianyue and the others hid behind a tree. Jie Chang said, now that both sides are in disarray, it's the perfect time for us to infiltrate and decapitate. Everyone, let's move. Ding Dachuan muttered, just charge in? Tang Lianyue shook her head, pointing to a dense thicket. There are more trees over there, let's sneak through this way. Lu Baishuang nodded, and the four began to move. At this moment, in the dense forest, Sima Bulin was directing. Several goblins. Dig the pit a little deeper, add some dung. And over there, make the grass rope thinner for the trap, otherwise it won't trigger well. The working goblins were puzzled. Lord Sima, why are we setting traps here? Sima Bulin replied calmly, I've destroyed all the other forests, leaving only this place. Those who wish harm upon the chieftain will surely pass through here. First weaken their morale. With the traps, to facilitate the capture later. The many goblins were enlightened, realizing the plan. Once the traps were set, Sima Bulin revealed a satisfied smile. They will surely love the surprises we've prepared for them, right? He calmly led several goblins away, seemingly unaware of the sounds coming from the other end of the forest. Among the decapitation team, Jie Chen walked in front, with Tang Lianyue and Lu Baishuang in the middle, and Ding Dachuan at the back. Jie Cheng's profession was the immovable king, with extremely strong defense. Even a typical first-tier attack couldn't break through his defenses. I feel something's off. Tang Lianyue scanned the surroundings. For some reason, an uneasy feeling kept stirring in her heart. Jie Cheng turned back. There's no need for concern, Tang classmate. Even if there are ambushes, I will clear the way for everyone. His expression was solemn, like a wise monk. Buddha said, if I do not enter hell, who will? Creak. Jie Cheng stepped down, breaking a floating branch on the ground. And his foot fell into empty space. He reacted quickly, and in an instant, a dark bronze glow appeared around him. The immovable king profession developed martial skills, with a copper head and iron arms. But when his foot landed, the soft sensation made Jie Cheng pause, looking down. He saw his foot stuck in a huge pile of dung, a pungent smell wafting up. Jie Cheng. The other three. Jie Cheng took a deep breath, still maintaining his composure. Such traps are nothing to fear, let's continue forward. The three people behind remained silent, but instinctively pulled back a little distance. It wasn't that they were disgusted. It was just that the smell was too overwhelming for their bodies to handle. As they walked, Ding Dachuan accidentally stepped on a bush, and the thin grass ropes within snapped instantly. The next moment, raindrops fell from Jie Cheng's head, quite unpleasantly. Clad in a clean monk's robe, the monk was now covered in dirt. Ding Dachuan muttered, it was my trap that I stepped on. I know. No need to repeat it. Jie Cheng said, his face flushed with anger, who the hell is so disgusting? You give birth to a son, may Buddha curse you to the 18th level of hell. The three members of the execution squad exchanged glances, wondering how this little monk had broken his vow of anger. Ding Dachuan reminded him, you've broken your vow of anger. Jie Cheng retorted angrily, if I hadn't broken my vow, what the hell would my name be? Jie Cheng? It should be called Rulai. Keep walking, don't let me catch that damned bastard, I want to chop him up. Seeing him storm ahead, the three had no choice but to follow silently. After passing through the dense forest, they saw several goblins surrounding a figure ahead. Seemingly terrified of being executed, the goblins guarded it tightly, turning their backs to the group, making it impossible to see the face. With goblins guarding, it must be Su Chen, Ding Dachuan said in a deep voice. Jie Cheng sneered, no wonder they set traps, turns out he was hiding here all along, it really is effortless. Tang Lianyue imitated the call of a lark. This was the signal they had agreed upon with other stronger students. They would act as the vanguard, and upon discovery, they would report with bird calls for others to come and support. Tang Lianyue drew her sword from her waist, confident, with the four of us, plus the others coming to support, this is a done deal. As for the distribution of the 10,000 points, everyone can rely on their own abilities to see who can snatch it. The other three nodded. Lu Baishuang quietly stepped back. She had initially planned to help Su Chen block one person. But upon seeing the figure being guarded, that thought dissipated, for it was not Su Chen at all. The silhouette lacked his tall stature and that unique, indescribable aura. Most importantly, upon seeing the figure, she felt no emotional fluctuation. A fake. Jie Cheng tightened his grip on the 2-meter-long green bamboo and said in a deep voice, make your move. Three figures instantly shot out, attacking the Su Chen who was surrounded and occasionally writhing. Examination room number 1. Everyone watched the scene, falling into silence. A strange expression appeared on Zhu Lin's mature face. Yuan Qing, I believe what you said. Before. Even at this moment, she was terrifyingly cautious. Luring the enemy in using deception and creating traps to disrupt their emotions. With 3 strikes, this execution squad acted without even confirming the identity. Zhao Kong stared at the screen and suddenly said, there's still a chance, reinforcements are coming. Everyone followed his gaze and found a group of figures rapidly approaching from the dense forest, all ranked in the top 50 students. Luo Yang said, with so many talents, Su Chen probably can't hide anymore.
His peripheral vision fell on the person beside him who had remained silent, and he asked, "Aren't you worried about the promising
student you're watching?" Yuan Chang looked at the group of students emerging from the forest and said, "They are out." Both the teachers and the officers looked puzzled. These talented students were quite strong. Now gathered together, they should be able to leave safely even if they couldn't find Su Chen. In the next moment, the screen suddenly changed. After the students walked out of the forest, another figure in a hemp robe emerged. Everyone's gaze shifted, their expressions shocked. It was Sima Bulin. Behind Sima Bulin were tens of thousands of goblins. He looked ahead and said, "Since all the fish have entered, then I will take them all." Until this moment, these teachers and officers finally realized that this was a scheme within a scheme. This was his true purpose, to lead you into the trap and capture all the beheaded students, in one fell swoop. "Su Chen, the poor monk is coming." The excited Jie Chang charged at the front, waving a green bamboo to clear the way. Whenever a goblin approached, it was sent flying by a gentle force, crashing to the ground. Not too light, not too heavy, dazed but unharmed. Tang Lian Yuan Lu. Bai Shuang followed closely behind him, with Ding Dichun bringing up the rear. The four of them charged towards the figure surrounded by layers of guards in a diamond formation. Tang Lianyu swung her sword, sending a goblin flying. "As long as we get close, we will strike swiftly," giving him no chance to resist. With the combined strength of the four, taking down Su Chen should be a piece of cake. Tang Lianyu's tense heart slowly relaxed, a proud smile appearing on her face. Even if Su Chen had many goblins, they could still take his head amidst the throngs. At that moment, the figure surrounded ahead suddenly stood up, and the goblins rushed to carry him away. Jie Chang was furious. "Su Chen, are you so afraid of us that you dare to run?" The figure turned its head, but before the four could see clearly, their line of sight was blocked by a group of goblins. Once they dispersed, they found that the figure had been carried away. Ding Dichun muttered, "Fleeing without a fight. Coward." "No need to worry," Tang Lianyu chuckled lightly, her fingers brushing over the silver moonlight sword. "My sword energy is boundless." In the next moment, the silver moonlight sword shone brightly, and sharp sword energy surged forth, attacking the fleeing goblins from all directions. Tang Lianyu shouted, "I can't control this sword energy either. If you don't want to die, stop." As the sword energy rushed forward, the goblins immediately scattered, even abandoning the Su Chen they were carrying. The sharp sword energy was heading straight for him. Only then did the four see that the Su Chen was actually tied up with grass ropes. Tang Lianyu's carefree expression vanished in an instant, and she forcefully altered the direction of the sword energy, avoiding the figure on the ground. Her face turned pale, the backlash from temporarily controlling the sword energy was not light. However, the dissipating sword energy also cut through the grass ropes on the figure, who first fumbled in his mouth for a while before running over. It was only at this moment that the four recognized his identity. Tang Lianyu's expression changed slightly. "Jie?" The one surrounded was not Su Chen, but Jie. Where had the real Su Chen gone? In an instant, the three felt a chill in their hearts, scanning their surroundings as if facing a great enemy. All three were present, no one was missing. But they also found no signs of ambush. Jie ran over, his face extremely grim. "Damn Su Chen. He actually let those filthy creatures humiliate me like this. I swear I won't rest until I take revenge." "Do you know where Su Chen went?" Tang Lianyu had no time to listen to his threats and asked directly. Jie shook his head. "I don't know. I opened my eyes to find myself surrounded by a group of goblins." The three members of the decapitation squad exchanged glances, filled with unease. Jie Chang shouted angrily, "That bastard is playing hide and seek with us, a scheme within a scheme. If he has the ability, he should come out and fight us openly, so we can take him down in one go." Just then, a series of footsteps sounded from behind. The group turned to see a crowd of students rushing over. "How is it? Did you catch Su Chen?" Tang Lianyu gripped her sword, her expression not looking good. "Su Chen tricked us." The students murmured in surprise. "What should we do now?" "Let's retreat. The goblins will react soon, and it will be over." "I think Su Chen can't be hiding far if we search directly." "Maybe we can." One student was speaking when suddenly he let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground. Everyone was startled and turned to see a dense swarm of goblins surrounding them from behind. At the same time, goblins surged from all directions, encircling Tang Lianyu and the others. "Three of you come here, but why bring gifts?" A figure in coarse clothes, Sima Bulin, appeared in the sight of the crowd, wearing a sly smile. As he gently clapped his hands, the goblins raised their wooden sticks in unison, the atmosphere suddenly turning tense. Tang Lianyu said coldly, "Where is Su Chen?"
Sima Bulin shook his head slightly, a few guests arriving without greeting are thieves. And the clan leader naturally won't meet a group of thieves.
If you really want to meet.
His expression darkened and he whispered, then.
You'll have to trouble everyone to be tied up for the meeting.
As soon as he finished speaking, the goblins surrounding Tang Li and Yu and the
others began to act. They were Su Chen's personal guard, 1,000 high-ranking goblins.
Although they were not a match for this group of
students, they could still hold their ground, attacking directly and relentlessly.
Jie Chang swung his green bamboo, seeing a group of goblins
eyeing him fiercely, he exploded in anger.
I represent Buddha to save you. The green bamboo swung like the wind, preventing the goblins from
getting close for a moment.
Tang Li and Yu and the others each had their own strategies to protect themselves, but the students behind them did
not possess their strength.
At this moment, cries of despair filled the air, and the students were in tears. Tang Li and Yu, come help, we
can't hold on. Oh. Don't kick, it's really going to break. Whoa, I don't want to fight anymore, I want to go home.
This was a girl. For someone who would give up at the first sign of hardship, Sima Bulin gently approached and helped her up. I'll give you a chance.
If you strike at them, you can join us. He raised his hand and pointed to Tang Li and Yu and the others. At that time, whatever score you want, you can have it, and you can choose any of the 3 major academies. This is a chance to leap over the Dragon Gate. The crying girl's
voice paused. She had originally participated in the college entrance examination to get into a better university and gain more resources. But now, as long as she helped the goblins, she could receive their assistance. Then she wouldn't have to risk her life fighting against deep space creatures. A cunning glint flickered in Sima Bulin's shadowy gaze, his voice whispering like a demon, gently echoing in the air. There
is only one spot. I want to join you.
Before the girl could speak, someone jumped in. A boy stepped forward, jogging to Sima Bulin. As long as you can help me, I'll do whatever you want. With this first bird to stick its head out, the other students were also shaken, and soon they all rushed over, wanting to abandon the dark and turn to the light.
Sima Bulin smiled, but his eyes were icy. If he could incite them with benefits, others could also use benefits to make them betray.
Such people could be used, but not kept.
Tang Li and Yu and the others saw this and angrily said, what are you doing?
But this group of students was thinking only of that one spot, completely ignoring him.
On a
hillside, Su Chen stood there. Beside him was the black-haired girl who had just been brought in. These students were still too naive.
In the face of a certain death situation, they didn't even notice that their companions were missing. How will you handle this? Lu Bai Shuang asked,
her eyes looking over. Su Chen glanced at the sky. The sun was setting, and the clouds were tinged with a shade of crimson.
Are you hungry?
The wooden-headed girl nodded. Hungry.
Su Chen smiled. Then let's go back and eat.
He turned to look back. The sunset was just touching the horizon, and at that moment, the ground trembled slightly. At the edge of the horizon, countless figures appeared, and at the forefront was Zhuge Feng. The goblins moved in a unique pattern. Looking down from above, they were surprisingly interwoven and orderly.
And at the very
front, each goblin was leading a bound student.
Su Chen also saw many former classmates, now covered in dirt and dust, reduced to prisoners.
These people had attempted to besiege him, the boss. Su Chen was not in a hurry. He just waved at a goblin, and rows of corpses were brought forward. The goblins brought the corpses closer to Lu Bai Shuang. Her wristwatch vibrated, and her score shot up.
I don't need it. Lu Bai
Shuang said softly, the mentor Zhu Lin from the Changqing Academy has already contacted me.
Pulling up the rankings has its benefits. Su Chen smiled. Zhuge Feng stepped forward. Su
boss, all the students nearby are here. Although it was still a bit awkward, he had changed his way of speaking. Just as Zhuge Feng had said before, if you do not fail me, I will not fail you.
Su Chen nodded, looking up at the rumbling helicopter in the sky, and chuckled. The college entrance examination is truly as lonely as snow. Director Yuan, what do you think? The college entrance examination is indeed as lonely as snow. Director Yuan, what do you think?
In the first examination room, there was a profound silence. Everyone was staring at the screen, where a black-clad youth stood with a faint smile against the setting sun, momentarily rendered
speechless. Only the youth's calm voice echoed through the room. Lonely as snow. The admissions mentors from various universities felt as if they were in a dream.
In previous years, the college entrance examination was always a fierce competition, a battle of courage.
Every participating student
would exert 120% of their energy to face this exam that would determine their future. Even in the safest arena battles, all students had to muster all their spirit. Yet this year, with the first reform, it was a real combat against monsters, causing a stir everywhere.
4. The first time, the authorities even opened up death indicators. Logically, this should be the most stringent and difficult college entrance examination in 300 years. But no one expected that someone like Chen would emerge.
Genius, freak, monster, various descriptors flashed by,
ultimately leaving only 2 words. Livestock. He was simply livestock.
Not only did he take half the score by himself, but he also brought others along.
That Jugafong, a stargazing sorcerer, how could he score over 10,000 points?
The silence, as palpable as a falling needle, was suddenly
broken by a faint chuckle.
Everyone turned to see Yuan Xing, impeccably dressed in military uniform, wearing a faint smile.
Lonely as snow, indeed.
He said softly, his thin lips moving slightly.
Many teachers. So what if the college entrance exam results are good? But no one could really
refute his words. Yuan Cheng had been second in the nation back in the day, just a step away from being the top scorer.
It's a pity. Thinking of
that incident, the teachers present had complex expressions.
How could Yuan Cheng not resist temptation?
This was probably why he was so indifferent.
Now, team leader Zhao Kong's brow twitched. Stop being lonely as snow. What do we do now?
There are still 2 hours until the designated time. Are
we really going to end it early?
He felt a buzzing headache. Most of the students had been captured by goblins. What was the point of continuing
the exam? Yuan Qing's smile faded, and he said lightly, then let's end it.
Zhao Kong frowned tightly. You're being too biased towards him, right? Even if the students lose, just let him release them. Yuan Qing turned to look at him. Are you planning to give him all the resources of the entire
base? Zhao Kong was taken aback, then hesitantly asked, does he dare to extort me?
The bold will thrive, the timid will starve. Yuan Qing looked back at the screen, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up.
As the sun sets, the deep space creatures will become stronger. There's no need to continue.
Zhao Kong consulted the opinions of others, and after confirming there were no objections, he picked up the walkie-talkie.
The
college entrance examination is over, bring all the students out.
Objections? Who could object? 1,000 low-level deep space creatures had been released in the hunting ground, and they were almost all exterminated.
Those goblins were simply devils, able to dig up deep space creatures hidden in
the ground and drag them out.
Even if they continued for another 2 hours, the students would waste most of their time looking for prey.
Military
transport vehicles drove out of the base and arrived at the hunting ground.
Fully armed soldiers disembarked, real guns and nuclear bombs entering the hunting ground.
All students heard the command. All students immediately gathered towards the exit.
To reiterate, all students hearing the order
must immediately gather towards the exit and must not continue hunting.
Violators will have their scores invalidated. Chen listened to the
voice in his ear, glanced at the captured students, and waved at the helicopter above.
A rope slid down from the helicopter and a soldier carrying a camera descended rapidly with one hand, asking, what's wrong?
Chen looked seriously at the camera. There are a large number of deep space
creatures in the hunting ground, and we are in constant danger to our lives.
But as a good youth who upholds the 24-character social doctrine, I absolutely cannot stand by and watch my companions get hurt.
No matter if I encounter danger, I will definitely take them to safety.
The soldier. He opened his lips, wanting to say something, but helplessly closed them again.
Comrade, I know your intentions are good, but don't set off just yet.
Not to mention that the demon hunting ground is managed by the military. Look down at the wristband on your arm.
Don't you have any idea how you got those 50,000 points? And deep space creatures are fierce and dangerous? You've practically dug the entire demon hunting
ground 3 feet deep, and the deep space creatures are almost extinct.
Compared to your goblin friends, they are practically as gentle as sheep.
Afraid that Chen would say something reckless again, he directly turned off the camera after consulting and raised his eyes again.
The soldier was stunned.
The expression on Chen's face, which had been one of reckless sacrifice, vanished completely, and he extended his hand in a rather mercenary manner. Security fee, $10 per person. There are about 40 to 50,000 people here. 500,000 will do.
The soldier asked. In shock, why don't you go rob someone? Isn't that what I'm doing? The soldier eyed for a moment. He couldn't help but curse. What the hell is this? With the camera on, he's a good student, but with it off, he's a good bandit. Which good student asks the military for money? No money. The soldier said darkly. The exam is over, let them go.
At that moment, an off-road vehicle drove over, the door opened, and the impeccably dressed
Yuan Qing got out.
Behind him were Zhao Kong, Luo Yon, and Zhu Lin.
The team leader and the admissions mentors from the 3 major universities had arrived.
Seeing this, Chen sighed, knowing that extortion wouldn't work anymore, and waved his hand to signal to release the people.
Zhao.
Kong held Chen's hand with concern. Child, you've suffered.
My surname is Zhao, I am the team leader here. I have stripped Sunan of all his identities and will deal with him severely to give you an explanation.
Chen looked touched. That's enough, Uncle Zhao, please don't feel guilty.
And don't compensate me with anything else.
No money, no resources, please don't prepare anything for me, I don't lack anything at all.
Even if you don't give me anything, I won't hold it against you. As an orphan without parents, I don't deserve.
Zhao Kong's caring words caught in his throat as he looked at the boy with his head down, feeling a deep sense of guilt. It seems this child must not want him to see his vulnerable side. Luo Yang and Zhu Lin also had serious expressions. In Huaxia, martyrs are always worthy of everyone's respect.
Bullying the children of martyrs is like bullying one's own children.
On the street, if someone sees a teenager being bullied, they might call the police, but if it's the children of
martyrs, police? Step aside, it's not your turn.
Yuan Qing said calmly. As the leader of a regiment, does Zhao team leader really need this little
resource?
I've long prepared scarce resources worth 10 million for you, waiting for you to finish your exam. Zhao Kong suddenly turned to look
at him. No, when did I say that? Compensation hasn't even been negotiated yet.
But before he could speak, he saw Chen shaking his arm vigorously.
Uncle Zhao, you are such a good person.
My parents left early, but I've known since I was little that the military camp is my second home. I. As he spoke, Chen's eyes turned red, and tears streamed down his face. Seeing this scene, Zhao Kong sighed and said softly, that's right.
This is your home.
Chen quietly threw away the wild onion in his hand. It was too damn eye-watering. The students behind had seen everything clearly, but did they dare to say anything? Feeling the unfriendly gazes from the goblins beside them, the students silently lowered their heads.
We saw nothing.
Even the students from the first high school in Luo City didn't dare to cause trouble at this moment.
Damn, provoking this kind of trouble is pure suicide.
Alright, let's head back to the military camp. Zhao Kong looked at the still crying Chen, feeling even more pity. Although a bit impulsive, he is also a straightforward good kid. One military transport vehicle after another arrived, picking up all the students and
safely sending them back. Meanwhile, all the students' wristbands vibrated, and a line of text popped up.
Data collection in progress, please wait. College entrance examination scores have been released, you can check them yourself. At this moment, in the second waiting room, the principals
from various cities stood up one after another.
They took out their phones to check their students' scores. In a corner, a plump figure trembled as he took out his phone and opened the official website. But instead of entering his school's students, he typed 2 words in the search box.
Chen.
The military base's gate swung open, and transport vehicles drove into the base. Chen first went to a building to retrieve the phone he had previously submitted. He sent a message to Uncle Jiang saying everything was going smoothly, and noticed a
text message had come in.
Classmate Chen, congratulations on making it onto the wind and cloud list, standing out among the younger generation. Wishing you great success in martial arts.
For your specific ranking, please click the link, www.
It was a message that seemed a bit like a scam.
Chen did not click hastily but looked at Yuan Chang, who had not yet left. Director Yuan, do you know about the wind and cloud list?
That thing?
It's just for kids to play with. Before Yuan Chang could answer, Luo Yang boldly chimed in. It ranks young people under 20. I was also on the list back then. Kids take it pretty seriously, but it's actually not that useful. No one cared about the second sentence. Chen thought to himself, looking at Yuan Chang.
Knowing Yuan Chang, he would surely add something. Sure enough, Yuan Chang spoke lightly. You fell
off the martial list again? Luo Yang, who had just been dismissive, suddenly got anxious. What do you mean again? I just don't want to show off. You know what it means to hide your light and bide your time?
Yuan Chang remained calm. You climb up every year, fall down every year, and
then say you don't like fame and fortune.
In the past 6 months, you've gone up twice and fallen down twice.
Luo Yang's face turned red. I did that on purpose. It's to make the Mabi Wanfa sect and the Deep Space Clan think I'm an easy target. Yuan Chang scoffed. Every time someone gets hurt, you go challenge them. When they recover, you still fall down. Is that interesting?
Luo Yang exploded, about to speak, when Zhu Lin looked over.
Be quiet.
Her gentle face turned serious, and even her bright eyes took on a coldness.
If anyone else had said this, Luo Yang would have reacted immediately. But since it was Zhu Lin who was usually the gentlest, it made Luo Yang fall silent. Yuan Chang then turned to Su Chen. The wind and cloud list is jointly created by the official
authorities in the three major academies, with a total of 100 spots.
The only requirement to be on the list is that you must be under 20.
He met the criteria, but he wondered what his ranking would be.
Su Chen pondered, so how do you get on the list? Yuan Ching succinctly replied, there is a dedicated observation team responsible for it.
They observe the talented youths of the world and
include them in the wind and cloud list. Luo Yong said boldly, Little Su, are you planning to participate in this year's wind and cloud conference? With your results, you're definitely
the national champion. Getting on the wind and cloud list is a sure thing, but you can only attend the wind and cloud conference if you're in the top 50. You missed it this year, but
next year, you'll definitely make it into the top 50. What is the wind and cloud conference?
Su Chen felt confused and looked to Yuan Qing for help. The golden scales are not mere pond creatures. Once they encounter wind and clouds, they transform into dragons. That's the origin of the wind and cloud list's name. Yuan Qing said softly, the wind and cloud conference gathers the golden scales, competing for the chance to transform into dragons. Simply put, it's a scramble for resources, but it's organized by the authorities, and the resources offered are
quite precious. Oh. Su Chen immediately lost interest, feeling it was dull.
It would be too unfair for him to attend a competition among these young prodigies. They were full of martial
virtue, with friendship first and competition second. If he went, it would be like an army pressing in. What was there to compare? He simply took out his phone, clicked a link, and checked
his ranking. After real name authentication, the interface changed. A flash of golden light appeared on the screen, followed by a dragon's roar.
The golden light transformed into characters on
the phone, also captivating the pupils of the few who heard the sound. Luo Yong's carefree expression slightly changed. Zhu Lin was also startled, her red lips parted slightly.
Yuan Qing's eyes showed a ripple of emotion.
Su Chen, 50 on the wind and cloud ranking occupation, Goblin Summoner, suspected to be the high-ranking profession of Goblin Chief. 50 on the wind
and cloud ranking. Even if it's just at the very end, it's still in the top 50.
The talents on the list are not selected from just one city or province, but from all of China.
Unlike
the college entrance examination, there are no distinct score lines. Enough is enough, and not enough is not enough.
To be chosen from 1.4 billion people, the standards are incredibly strict. And now,
looking at the glaring 50 on the screen of the boy in black, the three were quite surprised. Especially Luo Yong, who was the most excited, his eyes wide open,
as if they might fall out. Zhu Lin's mind raced, her red lips moving. What rank is last year's national champion on the list now? Yuan Chang replied, 53, initially ranked 94.
When first listed. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere around them grew even more silent.
Anyone who could become the national champion is undoubtedly a top talent.
Yet last year's national champion worked hard for a year, and now their ranking on the wind and cloud ranking is still lower than Su Chen's, who is just newly listed.
The ranking on the wind and cloud ranking cannot be controlled by one person, it must be recognized by the observed individuals.
This proves one thing, no one can cheat in the rankings.
Luo Yon thought of his own initial
rank when he first stepped onto the wind and cloud ranking. Not more, not less, exactly 100.
Compared to Su Chen's 50. Little Su, are you interested in joining our Starfire?
A smile squeezed out of Luo Yong's rugged face. Our Starfire is rich in martial virtue and resources, with a history of 300 years.
Now, the strongest human, Wu Ji came
from our Starfire Academy.
If you join us, you'll be Wu Ji's junior, and your status will be instantly elevated. Zhu Lin shot him a glance. Are you looking for trouble? Using Wu Ji
as a topic, be careful it doesn't reach his ears one day, or he might slap you.
Luo Yang chuckled awkwardly. Aren't we all on the same side? Yuan Chang remained silent, as if he hadn't heard Luo Yang trying to undermine him.
Zhu Lin gently said, Su Chen, the doors of our Evergreen Academy are also open to you.
She only said this one sentence and didn't elaborate, as if it were just a formality.
The college entrance examination had just ended, and the leaders of various academies would also pay attention to the results.
Neither of them could offer better resources and treatment than Yuan Qing, so before the leaders spoke, they could only make a familiar face. Thank you, Mentor Zhu Lin, for your concern.
I will consider it carefully.
Su
Chen replied earnestly, then looked at Luo Yong. I will also seriously consider the invitation from Starfire Academy. But I hope the teachers can give me some time to discuss it with my
family.
This response, fitting for his status and appropriate, further increased the two's fondness for Su Chen. This kid knows how to speak.
Su Chen understood that when others are willing to befriend you before you have grown, it is out of respect. If he were to be arrogant and proud, it would be foolish and only offend people. Someone once said, to gather many friends and few enemies. The three recruitment mentors watched the boy's departing figure, spirited yet steady as a mountain. What was Wu Ji's first ranking when he was first listed? Zhu Lin asked. Softly. Luo Yang was taken aback and replied quietly, I think it was 49? As soon as this was said, both of their expressions changed. This ranking might also indicate something. Did the observers of the wind and cloud ranking think Su Chen was only slightly weaker than Wu Ji? They looked again at the solitary figure walking away, waves surging in their hearts. 50 on the wind and cloud ranking. Even without checking, Zhu Lin and Luo Yang both knew. This year's national champion could only, and would only, be one person. That name is Su Chen. As the students returned to the base, various news spread like the wind. Everyone in Yuzhou was speculating whether this year's provincial champion would be the female sword immortal from Zhengcheng, the mad knife from Zhoucheng, or the young Zhuge from Wancheng. Even online, the likes of Lu Baishuang and Xie Jia, who were from prominent families, were dug up. Everyone believed that this year's provincial champion would surely emerge from these 5 individuals. However, the recently concluded live broadcast left them uncertain. The vast army of green-skinned goblins turned out to be just a young man's summoned creatures? Such a thing was too fantastical to believe. Some even specifically went to open Su Chen's box, wanting to see his true identity. Just as they began to operate, the doorbell rang. Open the door, the community brings warmth. Amidst everyone's disbelief, 3 messages surged to the trending topics with unstoppable momentum. What shocked everyone was that they were officially released and interconnected. All 3 trending topics were related to one person, Su Chen. Examination room number 2. Zhong Yon, along with the principals of the 2nd and 3rd high schools, huddled together, their faces pale. The 2 characters Su Chen stood out prominently in the search box, but the 3 trembled, hesitating to click. If Su Chen were just the champion of Luochang, it would be manageable. It would merely be a matter of downplaying the situation. But thinking of his terrifying scores and performance, they all knew that was impossible. Even if he were the provincial champion, it could merely be the starting point for Su Chen. The phrase, expel the provincial champion, would surely cause Zhong Yang to lose his position as principal if it got out. This was under the condition that Su Chen didn't seek trouble with him. Many would be willing to serve a provincial champion. Just thinking about this filled the 3 with dread, but they couldn't help but wonder. What if Su Chen not only became the provincial champion, but also stood out among millions as the national champion? In the 300 years since the Deep Space invasion, there had been a total of over 280 national champions. All of these 280, once grown, had become the backbone of humanity without exception. If Su Chen were the national martial arts champion, what would happen to them? Or rather, how would the higher-ups treat someone who expelled, and even frequently targeted, a national martial arts champion? The other 2 principals gritted their teeth. Whether we die early or late, we will die. It's better to die with clarity. They still held some hope. They had never targeted Su Chen. Their greatest grievance was merely not taking him in. The principal of the 2nd high school was just doing his job, while the principal of the 3rd high school wanted money, which Su Chen didn't provide. Even if he truly became the national martial arts champion, it shouldn't lead to such a small grievance coming back to haunt them. Right? They clicked to check, and the page jumped. A line of text came into view, and the 3 instinctively looked. But when they saw that line of text, all thoughts in their minds vanished, leaving only 2 words lingering. It's over. The phone slipped from their hands, crashing to the ground, and a line of text appeared on the screen. Su Chen, total score 50,200 points, Luochang ranking 1, Yuzhou overall ranking 1, national overall ranking 1, institution, none. 3 ones rang in Zhongyang's ears like thunder, echoing and shaking him to his core. The image of expelling Su Chen flashed in his mind. The resoluteness and disdain from that moment now left Zhongyang's face extremely pale, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, and the fear and worry in his heart surged to a peak. Especially when looking at the institution column, Zhongyang regretted it deeply. If he hadn't been so resolute at the time, if he hadn't thought of suppressing Su Chen's spirit, that column would have had the name of the 1st high school. But now, it was too late to say anything. Old Zhong, what should we do now? The principal of the 3rd high school asked in a panic, coming back to his senses. He looked anxious, fearful, and worried, more sorrowful than if a horse had died. Zhongyang was both shocked and angry. It's intentional. Su Chen must be doing this on purpose. The 2 principals exchanged puzzled glances, doubting whether he had gone mad from the shock. If he had told me earlier that there were so many goblins, how could I have expelled him? Today's situation must have been calculated by him long ago. He just wants us to run to him like dogs with broken spines, begging for mercy. The words made the other two's expressions change. What Zhong Yang said seemed reasonable. If Su Chen had said he was this powerful earlier, they wouldn't have turned him away. Was everything today really part of his plan? A fierce look appeared on Zhong Yang's face. If we go to beg for mercy now, there won't be a scrap left of us. If we want to survive, we can only take a different approach. The two asked in unison, what do you want to do? Zhong Yang said darkly, no matter how accomplished he is now, he has ultimately been at Yi Gao for more than 2 years. Everything he has now was cultivated by Yi Gao. We 3 schools should hold a meeting to clarify this matter and make it clear. The faces of the 3 principals changed in shock. Are you crazy? Distorting the facts at this time will only offend Su Chen. The two finally understood what he wanted to do. It was nothing more than to blow this matter up in advance, making outsiders think that although Su Chen was strong, his character was lacking. To place the school in the position of a victim and manipulate public opinion. Zhong Yang sneered, as long as we bring this matter to light, even if Su Chen is angry, he will have to cooperate with us. Otherwise, he will have to bear the bad reputation of bullying classmates and disrespecting his elders. Does he dare to lay hands on us during the interview? The other two hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded. Although they didn't have much of a grudge against Su Chen, it was best to leave a way out to prevent retaliation. The 3 left together, hurrying back to Luo City to contact reporters for an interview. Meanwhile, 3 trending topics officially released online were completely ignited. Martial arts without limits. The college entrance examination has officially ended. Congratulations to Su Chen from Luo City, Yu Province, for crushing the competition and becoming the top scholar. This trending topic was released by the Youth League. All students attacking one person still lost, single-handedly suppressing all the talents of a province. Is such dominance appropriate? It even included an image of Su Chen standing on a hillside, the sunset falling behind him, with millions of goblins ready for battle behind him. Meanwhile, 70% of the candidates in the demon hunting arena were tied up in front of him like lambs, waiting to be slaughtered. The boy's cheeks were shrouded in shadow, looking like a demon lord descending to devour the world. It was a mistake. This was not official, but a shot taken by a new media outlet. The last trending topic was also the hottest among the 3. Congratulations to the new national martial arts top scholar Su Chen, who has entered the top 50 of the Wind and Cloud rankings, wishing him great success in martial arts and an unstoppable future. Upon seeing this video, everyone instinctively thought it was fake. The Wind and Cloud rankings summarized all the young talents under 20 in China. The last person to enter the top 50 upon debut was the current number 1 on the martial arts list, the strongest in China. No Limits won. But when they clicked on the homepage and saw the verified blue badge, everyone was stunned, blankly exiting. Their gaze fell on the congratulatory video for Su Chen, and they gradually realized something. They seemed to be witnessing the rise of a legend. Los Angeles City Guard. Elder's son lay comfortably in his rocking chair, enjoying the cool air. Ever since that Su kid went off to take the college entrance exam, everything seemed to have returned to normal. He had transformed back from the confused elder's son to the wise and formidable elder's Sunday slurp. Thinking of this made him feel even better as he took a sip from his teacup. That guy Yuan Qing had never seen much of the world. What was there to fight over with a goblin clan leader? Even if it was offered to him, elder's son wouldn't want it. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang, and elder's son lazily picked it up. Hello, who is it? A voice came from the other end, and elder's son's expression changed as he quickly sat up. Old chief, are you looking for me for something? A smiling voice came through the receiver. You guys in Los Angeles have produced a great genius, why didn't you tell me? Great genius? Who? Elder's son was a bit puzzled. Was there anyone else in Los Angeles in the past 50 years more outstanding than him? Old chief, I don't know who you're talking about, elder's son asked quietly. A familiar sense of unease surged in his heart. Wait, what was this familiar feeling? Don't play dumb with me. The old voice was filled with anger. Who else could it be? Of course, it's your top scholar from Los Angeles. That kid named Su Chen. Elder son suddenly realized, oh, you mean him? I thought it was something serious. Elder son was not surprised that Su Chen had become the top scholar of the city. That kid had taken a few burdens with him and had slaughtered the deep space creatures in the wilderness outside the city. This temporary reform this year was practically tailored for him. Son Tienda. The old chief on the other end was angered by his nonchalant tone. What kind of attitude is that? A genius like this, and you're just sitting back and relaxing?
Elder son, being called by his full name, helplessly
replied, Old chief, why are you so excited over just a city top scholar? The old chief laughed in anger. Use your phone to check online before you say that to me. Getting older, his temper was getting worse.
Elder son muttered to himself as he
opened a short video app. Could it be that Su Kid had performed so well that he was trending?
As soon as he opened the trending list, Elder son's attention was drawn to the top 3 trending topics.
National top scholars, 1 person suppressing a province's candidates, the 50 on the wind and cloud list.
The disbelief on his face froze, and Elder son's eyes widened.
He even saw someone saying that Su Chen was the second Wu Ji.
Hiss. He inhaled sharply, rubbed his forehead, and
said, It must be because I didn't sleep well last night. Getting old really does have its downsides. I can't stay up late anymore. Son Tienda. The old chief's roar echoed in his ears, and Elder son jolted. Yes. The old voice said, He is a talent you nurtured. Hurry up and send him over to me. With my careful polishing, he will surely become a great talent in the future.
Coming back to his senses from the shock, Elder son thought to himself, he's already so impressive now.
Does he still need you to polish him? Did you hear me? The old man asked. Just as Elder son was about to brush it off, he suddenly recalled what he had said before. He's just a goblin clan leader. What's so special about that? No matter how many there
are, if the quality doesn't match, it won't amount to much, destined to be of little use. He will only reach the 2nd tier at most. Breaking through to the 3rd tier will be difficult.
The once resolute words came back like a boomerang, striking Elder Sunday. He said softly, Old chief, Yuan Chang also thinks highly of Su Chen. How about? Before he could finish, a powerful roar came from the other end. No way. Am I not better than that Yuan Ching kid? Sun Tienda, if you don't bring him to me, come to Kyoto and report to me yourself.
The call ended, and Elder son was left in a daze.
Why did you have to shout so loudly? Why don't you come and grab him yourself?
Just moving your lips makes me steal someone. Do I still need this?
Old face?
Looking at the trending topics on the screen, Elder son felt a headache coming on.
National champion, 5th on the leaderboard. With these 2 titles combined, everyone would treat him as the second Wu Ji. What kind of identity does Wu Ji have?
Honorary principal of the Xingho Academy, the strongest in Huaxia. That was a person who dared to break through the martial arts Great Wall and fight against those upper-class groups of the Deep Space Clan.
In the end, he returned unscathed.
With this title, Elder son couldn't even imagine how sought after Su Chen would be. Forget about the 3 major academies, even some century-old clans would extend an olive branch, wanting to turn little Wu Ji into their own.
Thinking
of this, Elder son regretted it deeply. Originally, he should have had the highest say in Luochang, but after saying those words, he was recorded by Yuan Chang.
If he tried to grab someone now, wouldn't he lose all his face? In his irritation, a smooth figure appeared in Elder son's mind, and he immediately picked up the phone. Call Zhao Cheng over. Call Zhao Cheng over.
Elder, the subordinate on the other end of the phone whispered. Brother Zhao took people from various departments to arrange
the welcome ceremony an hour ago.
A genius has emerged from our Luochang. We must make a big deal out of it.
Elder son's expression brightened. In my name, issue a notice. Hang up banners and flower baskets along the route the examinees will
take. Put up whatever you have. Also, except for those on city defense duty, everyone else gets a half day off to welcome them. This idea of Zhao Qing's was good, but now it was his.
As the elder stationed in Luochang, wasn't it reasonable for him to go welcome them? It was also reasonable to say a few words to the outstanding students while welcoming them, right?
On the other side, in the transport vehicle returning to the city, there was a dead silence. All the students were drooping their heads, not saying a word.
Was it because they didn't want to talk?
Their peripheral vision stole glances at the black-clad youth chatting with the officer in front, and they shivered in their hearts. Who wouldn't be afraid of this
living king of hell?
Especially Yi Haoshuan and Yi Wushuan, who were huddled at the back, their heads almost stuffed under the seats. The only one who seemed somewhat normal was Zhao Lei, sitting not far from Su Chen. His gaze occasionally fell on the latter, revealing a hint of gratitude. As the exam was about to end, Zhao Lei's score barely reached 1,000. Just as he was about to give up, a goblin wearing wolfskin armor and holding a spear appeared. Behind him were groups of corpses of deep space creatures, which the goblins took turns bringing over. Zhao Lei's score skyrocketed from 1,000 to 5,000, unexpectedly becoming 4th in this exam.
Originally, he could only enter an ordinary martial arts university. But with Su Chen's help, even the 3 major academies were no longer a dream. When Zhao Lei went to thank Su Chen, the latter just smiled. Lazy, let me give you one more piece of advice. It's better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. Think about it carefully. Your performance this time is really.
Officer Wang Hong organized his words.
Impressive. Su Chen looked up at the ceiling of the vehicle at a 45-degree angle, invincible, truly lonely as snow. Just as he was posing, the sound of firecrackers suddenly erupted in his ears.
The students in the vehicle instinctively looked up to see firecrackers ignited on both sides of the road, with banners hanging.
Welcome National Champion Su Chen home.
Firecrackers were ringing, and outside it was as lively as the new year.
On both sides of the road, crowds of onlookers gathered. Many even dragging their children along.
The news of Luo Chang producing the national martial arts champion had spread throughout
the streets and alleys.
For ordinary families, this was like the martial star descending to earth. They had to come and share in the
glory.
Looks like you're more popular than a national treasure now, Wang Hong joked, glancing outside the car.
The onlookers
were practically pressing their faces against the window, more curious than when seeing a giant panda.
Su Chen frowned in displeasure.
Did you buy a ticket to watch? Even the quick sound has a threshold to meet.
Wang Hong chuckled in surprise. Get out. Martial star, everyone is here to welcome you. Su Chen's gaze fell at the end of the street.
Zhao Qing and a few others were chatting with a middle-aged strong man who was beaming with a smile that wouldn't fade.
Well, Uncle Jiang is here. Su Chen's heart softened, and he sighed as he got out of the open back door. If Uncle Jiang weren't here, he would have kicked the driver aside and driven himself.
The moment Su Chen stepped out, all the students in the car breathed a sigh of relief, coming back to life.
What are you doing? Suddenly, Su Chen's head popped back in. It's all blocked here, aren't you getting out? The remaining breath was swallowed back again. Only then did everyone realize that the welcome ceremony was quite grand, even blocking the street. The group of students exchanged glances. So, get out? Thus, the audience outside witnessed this scene. The martial star, Su Chen,
was actually maintaining order, leading the students to get out in an orderly fashion. Indeed, the awareness of a champion was not something ordinary people could compare to. Su Chen was quite satisfied with his image, gently approaching Yi Wuxuan, ready to show some care for the child. You, brother Su. As soon as he made a sound, Yi Wuxuan jolted and stood at attention.
The surrounding crowd. Su Chen.
This scene felt problematic no matter how you looked at it. But before they could think too much, Su Chen wrapped his arm around Yi Wuxuan's shoulder. I told you not to be formal just because I'm the champion. I'm just an
ordinary person.
Only then did the audience on both sides realize, so that's how it is.
Yi Wuxuan's reaction had been too intense, leading to some speculation in everyone's hearts, which now dissipated. This Su champion looked talented and amiable, not like someone who would resort to violence against classmates. As Yi Wuxuan, who was being embraced, was on the verge of tears, a low
voice whispered in his ear, hold it back, or I'll break 3 of your legs.
3 legs?
Yi Wuxuan instantly returned to his usual self, even showing a smile resembling a cheerful child. Yi Haoshuan widened his eyes. Bro, you're really risking it for your
lower half. Su champion, do you have a girlfriend? My granddaughter is the same age as you, a beauty like a fish sinking and a flower falling.
My child is also 18, just the right age for dating. The air was filled with noisy voices, but Su Chen remained oblivious. Those who could say such things would likely be the ones claiming that dating affects studies.
It's all about double standards. Besides, if she really is a beauty, why not bring her out to see?
Reaching the street corner, Zhao Qing approached.
With a beaming smile, Su Chen, you've brought glory to our Luocheng this time. Can we get something practical? Su Chen thought
to himself, but said, I have to thank the country and the leadership of Luocheng for their support. After exchanging a few pleasantries, his gaze fell on Zhang Pingsheng behind him, and he stepped forward.
Uncle, aren't you busy at this hour? Did they drag you here to welcome me?
Although the boy was smiling, the coldness in his eyes made the surrounding leaders' expressions
change slightly. Now Su Chen's status is far higher than theirs. If he really gets unhappy. Zhang Pingsheng looked at the young
man who was almost catching up to him and said with relief, I have to thank all the leaders for helping me take leave, otherwise
I wouldn't be able to see you until tonight. Uncle Jiang did it voluntarily. The indifference in Su Chen's eyes faded, and he smiled. Are you finally going to give me the savings and house you've accumulated over a lifetime? That wouldn't be good. If you give it to me, uncle, won't you end up sleeping on the streets?
Zhang Pingsheng immediately widened his eyes. Don't make me hit
you when I'm the happiest.
He said that, but Su Chen could still see from the upward curve of Uncle Zhang's mouth that he was very
happy.
Zhao Qing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and chuckled awkwardly. Your family has a really good relationship.
Luckily, he was clever and had asked Zhang Pingsheng in advance if he was willing to come. After revealing his desire to come, he helped him take leave, otherwise, today would have been a disaster. The leaders around looked at him with admiration. No wonder. It's you, old Zhao, even this can be calculated. Zhao Qing raised his head proudly. Did you think my ability to read people over the years was for nothing? Although Su Chen looked gentle and a bit out of place, if you touched something he cared about, no matter where or in what situation, be prepared to take a punch. However, as long as you avoid his family and don't scheme against him, then there would be no problem. Su Chen's personality was the least compromising. Where's our top scholar from Luochang? Let this old man have a look. A figure moved from behind, and in the next moment an elderly man with white whiskers squeezed past. Zhao Qing. Everyone was stunned upon seeing him. Elder Sun? Indeed, the person was Elder Sunday. Unlike the usual days of listening to opera, drinking tea, or walking birds, Elder Sun was now dressed neatly, even his beard was well-groomed. To put it metaphorically, he had transformed from a grandpa in a white vest and slippers into a prominent figure in a certain industry. Elder Sun grasped Su Chen's hand, his face full of admiration. Little Su, I told you you're a remarkable person. Before, Zhao Qing and the others didn't believe it, but I knew I wouldn't be wrong. This statement left not only Zhao Cheng and the others in shock but also Su Chen dumbfounded. He seriously recalled and found that he hadn't been caught in an infinite moon reading. The most wronged was Zhao Qing, who had previously heard Elder Sun say that the Goblin Chief was not good enough. Now how had it turned into us not believing, and you having an eye for talent? Su Chen didn't respond, and the group of supportive leaders fell silent, the atmosphere suddenly becoming dead quiet. Elder Sun whispered, you can pick anything from the military warehouse. Su Chen revealed a heartfelt smile. I also have to thank the elder for valuing me. Without you, there would be no today for me. Su Chen was still thinking about that thunderbull horn. It would be best to get it in Luocheng. This way, he could claim some other rewards from the provincial and national martial arts top scholar. Elder Sun's smile grew even more pronounced. Who would dare say he was getting old and blind in the future? Zhao Chang and the others remained silent. What could they do? They could only bear the sudden burden that had fallen from the sky with tears. Little Su, you performed very well this time. As a leader of Luochang, I have decided to arrange for you to go on vacation in Kyoto. Let's go now. Elder Sun pulled Su Chen to leave, occasionally glancing around with a guilty look. Su Chen felt something was off. Elder, is there really a need to rush even for a vacation? Something was wrong. This matter had a trick. Stop the nonsense, hurry up and follow me. Elder Sun tugged at Su Chen to leave, but then turned and locked eyes with 3 pairs of gazes. Luo Yang sneered, Old Sun, where are you taking our top scholar? Zhu Lin said softly, You're going on vacation and not even telling us the details? Yuan Xing, standing tall with a frosty expression, said, Let go. In the end, Elder Sun was still unable to take Su Chen away as he had hoped. Under the instructions of the higher-ups, Zhao Cheng and the middle management team held a welcome party. Of course, only the outstanding students could attend, such as Lu Baixuan, Zhao Lei, and Yi Haoxuan. Su Chen was not interested in such social gatherings and instead roamed the party with a plate, killing it with food. Stewed pig's trotters, eating too much is bad for the stomach, let me help everyone eat. Spicy crayfish, how can such an elegant place have such an evil thing? Smoked beef tenderloin, eating too much of this is also bad for the stomach. Inner Mongolia giant crayfish, too much can cause gout. The leaders, seeing Su Chen enjoying himself, did not dare to interrupt and could only force a smile, saying, Our top scholar is indeed extraordinary. When they saw other students following Su Chen's example and indulging, the leaders snorted coldly, Dong Shi imitating Xiang, without rules, this is that school's. Su Chen was devouring the food. His original self had never eaten so many good things. Usually, he relied on Uncle Zhang's salary and his parents' pensions to get by, not to say it was tight, but he only ate home-cooked meals. Now that he was here, it would be a shame not to eat more. Eating aside, Su Chen's gaze occasionally swept over Uncle Jiang. Surrounded by a group of leaders who usually required a smile and greeting, Uncle Jiang felt both embarrassed and proud. Embarrassed because these leaders were of higher status than him, and he felt he had embarrassed Su Chen. Proud because his child was the national martial arts champion, even these leaders had to be polite. Although Jiang Pingsheng felt awkward, he was also a veteran from the battlefield and was not lacking in experience. When faced with some sharp questions like, what is Su Chen's profession, and which school does he wish to attend? Jiang Pingsheng could only give vague answers, as he was both unclear and could not speak recklessly. The party continued quietly, and Su Chen kept his head down, eating from the south to the north.
His gaze fell upon a pair of pristine white canvas sneakers, familiar. Little white socks, and he could vaguely see a pink ankle. Exquisite. Chen looked up and saw a petite girl standing in front of him, holding a plate. There was only some light food on it, and the only high-calorie item was a piece of chocolate. Is this all you're eating? Chen asked. Lu Baishuan nodded. My daily diet needs to avoid heavy oil and salt. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Chen's plate. The two of them seemed like two extremes. One was light and bland, the other heavy and salty. No wonder your mind isn't broad. Chen sighed. It's good to eat a little occasionally. He picked up a crayfish from his plate. Want to try? He thought this blockhead would refuse, but to his surprise, she hesitated for a moment before nodding and taking it. Thank you. Chen curiously asked, haven't you thought about trying it before? Lu Baishuan peeled the crayfish shell with her fair fingers and put it in her mouth. My diet is all planned by a professional nutritionist. Looking at the girl whose cheeks were slightly flushed from the spice, Chen felt a surge of irritation. It wasn't directed at Lu Baishuan, but at her family, which insisted on doing everything by the book. It was like a car must be fueled, a phone must be charged. A person lived like a tool. Eating wasn't because she wanted to eat, but because her body needed to replenish energy. Drink some water. Chen handed her a bottle of mineral water. Lu Baishuan held the cup, her lowered eyes looking somewhat dazed. According to the rules, she shouldn't accept food from others, but when Chen offered it, seeing the fleeting concern on his face, she unconsciously accepted it. She seriously reflected on her behavior, wondering why such uncontrollable actions occurred. Taking advantage of Chen going to get more food, Lu Baishuan took out her phone to search. What does it mean when the heart races in front of the opposite sex and abnormal behavior occurs? She seemed to have overheard the girls in her class discussing it privately after class. This kind of reaction seemed to be. A line of text jumped out on her phone. This situation may be caused by symptoms such as brain nerve damage, myocarditis, etc. If discovered, please rush to the hospital for treatment. Lu Baishuan put away her phone. It turned out it wasn't the like they had mentioned. After the banquet, it would be time to invite a private doctor to the house. Chen returned, handing Lu Baishuan a glass of dark red, bubbling liquid drink. Lu Baishuan took the cup and downed it in one go, her long, slender neck fully exposed. After finishing, she frowned slightly. This is burp. Despite trying her best to maintain her image, the girl couldn't help but make a sound. Paired with her expressionless cheeks, it gave off a somewhat silly vibe. Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Why didn't you ask me what this was before? Drinking? You told me to drink, Lu Baishuan said softly. Chen fell silent for a moment, feeling a sense of guilt as if he had slapped himself awake in the middle of the night. From now on, no matter who offers you a drink, you need to judge for yourself whether you can drink it. If you're not sure, don't drink it at all, understand? The girl nodded, okay. The welcome party didn't end until late at night. Lu Baishuan was picked up by a car from the Lu family, while Chen watched the gray-clad old dog in the passenger seat with a half-smile. Don't let me hear her complain to me about anything. The gray-clad elder, Shan Bo, nodded repeatedly. Scholar, rest assured, how could I dare to disrespect the young lady? He didn't even dare to look directly at Chen, fearing that this madman would find a reason to act. In just half a month, his address for Chen had changed from little beast to classmate Su, and now to the respectful scholar. Su. The resentment in his heart was suppressed tightly, not daring to show even a trace. Shan Bo knew very well that even if Chen killed him in the street, the matter would be quickly suppressed. Even the head of the family would take the opportunity to do him a favor, pretending it never happened. Get lost. Only after Chen spoke did the vehicle slowly start to drive away. It's somewhat laughable that the little princess of the Lu family actually needed an outsider to intervene. For the servants to dare not show their faces. Or rather, was her status really that of a princess? Under the night sky, the boy's trench coat fluttered in the wind as he watched the vehicle disappear. Just as he was about to retract his gaze, a hand reached out of the window. After a few gentle waves, it retracted back inside. Seeing the car had vanished around the corner, Chen smiled and took out his phone, sending a waving emoji. I'm so happy today. This kid, Xiaoming, has been sensible and frugal since he was little. Today, he has achieved this, and as his uncle, I feel genuinely happy. A somewhat dazed voice came out. Chen looked over to see Uncle Zheng's cheeks flushed, being supported by several leaders. As he exited the hotel, he stepped forward to assist Uncle Jiang, and the leaders all insisted on having their drivers take the two back. Just as Chen was thinking about how to politely decline, two beams of light pierced the darkness, and a red Ferrari roared in like a beast. The woman in the driver's seat had long hair flying, exuding a heroic demeanor, like a female general charging into battle.
She turned her head to look. "Hey, handsome, do you want to go home with your sister?" The red beast roared as it weaved through the night, turning heads wherever it went. Su Chen surveyed the car's interior. "I didn't realize you were so wealthy." "Sister is a rich woman," Li Qiuhua said proudly, then with a mischievous smile added, "Are you feeling moved? Want to cozy up to this beautiful and wealthy rich woman?" Su Chen found a rental contract in the car, over 1,000 a day, not cheap. Li Qiuhua's expression stiffened, a hint of grievance in her eyes. "Junior, can't you cooperate with me a little? Look how timely I arrived tonight, shocking everyone the moment I appeared. Isn't that enough to be impressive?" Su Chen gazed at her, her features exquisite, long hair swaying in the wind, bright eyes and white teeth, a true beauty. Among those Su Chen had met, only Lu Baishuang could rival Li Qiuhua in looks. Lu Baishuang had a calm demeanor, always methodical in her actions. In contrast, Li Qiuhua was completely different. When there were people around, she was spirited and graceful, but once alone, she deflated like a punctured balloon, shouting for snacks to save her. However, Su Chen's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of her long, fair legs, and he couldn't help but nod. So white and long, it would be a shame not to make lotus root soup. Li Qiuhua didn't mind Su Chen's subtle gaze and even shifted her leg to reveal more benefits. "Now that you've seen your sister's body, you have to take responsibility." She turned her head, her bright eyes shimmering. A true master of sweet talk. If Su Chen really felt compelled to take responsibility, she wouldn't be happy. Su Chen instinctively looked back, seeing Uncle Jiang already asleep in the backseat, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Do you really want me to take responsibility?" His gaze shifted from admiration to something more aggressive, greedily sweeping over her smooth, fair skin. "Of course. It's a joke." Li Qiuhua immediately sat up straight, covering herself, and huffed. "Sister was the campus belle chased by thousands at school. It's not that easy for you to get your way." Though she said that, the slight panic in her eyes was hard to hide. This was different from what she had imagined. It shouldn't be her teasing him, the virgin being shy, right? Thinking of Su Chen's earlier aggressive gaze, a tingling sensation spread through Li Qiuhua's body. Are young people today so fiery? When they got home, Su Chen helped Uncle Jiang out of the back seat and turned to Li Qiuhua. "Take your time going back." "Alright, then sister is off." Li Qiuhua blew a kiss to Su Chen and drove the Ferrari into the night. After bringing Uncle Jiang home, Su Chen noticed the window on the windowsill was open, with a password box sitting there. It felt heavy in his hands. Even Su Chen, who had reached a certain level, found it weighty, at least 500 pounds. Could it be? Su Chen examined the box closely, finding no password sticker. He took out his phone and indeed found a message from Elder Sunday, Sun Tianda. The box password is 8848. The thunder horn inside has residual electricity. Don't touch it directly with your hands. Also, come to the city guard tomorrow morning for a reward. There will be reporters. Dress appropriately. I like the straightforwardness. Getting things done directly. Putting down his phone, Su Chen first helped Uncle Jiang to his room to rest, then eagerly opened the box. With this thunder horn, the first building on the civilization tree could finally begin construction. The attribute boost from the arena was something Su Chen desperately needed. From this college entrance examination, it was clear that while the goblins were numerous, their individual strength was weak. If faced with a third-tier warrior, Su Chen would definitely be decapitated. Second-tier warriors toughen their skin, while third-tier warriors wash their tendons and marrow, becoming human tanks. The goblins couldn't stop them. With Su Chen's current strength, if he stayed hidden, he could exhaust second-tier and even third-tier warriors using the goblins. But such a waste of his kin's lives would be foolish for a clan leader. As the box opened, a pitch-black horn came into view, at least as long as an arm, with faint blue arcs of electricity dancing across it. At the moment the box opened, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Materials for the arena have been collected. Would you like to begin construction? Yes. Su Chen's heart surged with excitement. The thunderous bullhorn inside the box instantly vanished, and Su Chen felt a change in the summoning space. However, his consciousness did not descend. The feeling was unclear. He put the box away. Such containers for storing deep space creatures cost several thousand. He would go to the second-hand market to recycle it. Another day. After a quick wash, Su Chen got into bed, ready to close his eyes. Ding dong. His phone rang. It was a message from Lu Baishuang. My father would like to invite you to our home tomorrow night. Su Chen was momentarily stunned. Lu Baishuang's father, the head of the Lu family, who was fiercer than a breeding boar. He initially wanted to decline, but then thought that if he didn't go, that old pig might do something to Lu Baishuang. As an outsider, it was not his place to meddle in others' family matters, but as a friend, how could he just stand by? Okay.
After replying, Su Chen put down his phone, focused his mind, and slowly sank into the summoning space.
The Lu family villa was brightly lit.
From the clan elders to the younger generation, the Lu family gathered together. All eyes were on the petite girl in the center, their gazes varied.
Indifference, dissatisfaction, calculation.
With all these different looks, Lu Baixuan felt somewhat uncomfortable but could only lower her gaze in silence. In front of her stood Lu Wenshan, the current
head of the Lu family.
He had a fair complexion, deep-set eyes, and at first glance, he appeared to be a long-time power holder.
What did he say? Lu Wenshan asked.
Lu Baixuan replied softly, he agreed.
That's good. A smile appeared on Lu Wenshan's face as he said gently, you can go back to your room and rest.
The Lu family members present also breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing smiles.
Good night, Dad. After saying this to Lu Wenshan, Lu Baixuan turned and went upstairs.
After she left, the Lu family members began to speak in low voices, although she didn't become the national champion if we can pull her into our Lu family camp, it would be beneficial. I opposed the soldier plan from the beginning, otherwise, our Lu family wouldn't be in today's situation.
An elder spoke in a deep voice. Lu Wenshan replied lightly, Third uncle, does it still matter to say that now?
We made a deal with the 10,000 laws
sect, no matter what, we can't erase this matter.
The expressions of the crowd changed slightly, not expecting Lu Wenshan to speak so directly.
Although
everyone was aware of this issue, it was the first time it had been openly addressed.
Lu Wenshan's expression grew colder. The higher-ups know about this matter. Although they lack evidence, they are still slowly tightening the noose.
The 10,000 laws sect wants to use this to force our Lu family to align with
them.
Both sides are pressuring us. If the family wants to survive, we must bind ourselves to a chip that neither side can ignore.
His gaze fell on the file
folder on the table, which bore 2 words.
Su Chen. The elder's voice was hoarse. How do you plan to bind him? He will be the son-in-law of our Lu family.
Lu Wenshan lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, enunciating each word. All of Lu family's nearly 10 billion in assets will belong to him, a genius
from a grassroots background will not refuse. Although the younger generation of the Lu family was somewhat dissatisfied, they could only endure it. They
understood that if they did not bind Su Chen, the Lu family would either gradually decline under official operations or would have to flee to the 10,000
laws sect with their families, losing their current glory. What if the higher-ups don't give this champion any face? The elder asked next. If they don't.
A cold glint flashed in Lu Wenshan's eyes. The 10,000 laws sect sees this champion as a thorn in their side.
Summoning countless creatures
at will, even if it's just goblins, poses a significant threat.
Su Chen has already entered the top 10 on the fireseed list. If he is useless while alive, then he will have to use his head as a token of allegiance.
Lu Wenshan had long thought of a plan that would serve both sides.
Many members
of the Lu family also agreed with this plan. Just as they were discussing, a pair of calm eyes at the corner of the staircase took everything in.
Chapter 56, Goblin Warrior, Cavalry?
Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and saw Yuan Bulin and Sima Bulin respectfully waiting in front of him.
Ahead, a massive building, exuding a sense of vastness, rose from the ground. The main structure was
primarily made of stone, with wood as a supplement. The circular structure was mainly composed of marble, surrounded by beast bones as reliefs and decorations.
The reliefs depicted goblins hunting deep space creatures under Su Chen's leadership, giving it an epic feel.
As this building rose, a system prompt sounded in Su Chen's ears. Coliseum construction completed. Attribute bonuses unlocked. Your clan's experience growth rate increased by 20%. Slight increase in physique. At the same time, a new
panel popped up.
Coliseum level 1, upgrade requirements, Beast Bones *1000, Deep Space Bard Core *1, level 2 unlocks, Goblin Warrior, class. Su Chen's attention was drawn to the Goblin Warrior and he raised his hand to click.
Goblin Warrior.
A powerful being born from 10,000 goblins, they possess courage and strength, and when facing strong enemies, all Goblin Warriors will stand at the forefront to protect their homeland. Note, each Goblin Warrior is of 2nd tier and has a chance to learn new martial skills to enhance themselves. Su Chen's eyes lit up.
System, what classes do the goblins have now?
My lord, your clan members can choose between Goblin Blade Master and Gunner after reaching the 1st tier, the respectful
mechanical voice answered Su Chen. How do I unlock more classes? Su Chen asked.
The civilization tree panel popped up again, and with the completion of the Colosseum, 2 more leaves lit up.
Building, shooting range, attribute bonus, slight
increase in Goblin physique unlocks Archer class. Construction requirements, Beast Bones *500, Dark Feather Beast Wing Feathers *100. Building, pasture, attribute bonus, significant increase in Goblin physique unlocks Cavalry class. Construction Requirements: Beast Bones *1000, Black Scaled Horses *2. Note, if you have both the shooting range and pasture, you can unlock the Archer Cavalry class. Chen, who initially planned to just take a casual look, was now dumbfounded.
Cavalry? Cavalry. One must ask, which man has not fantasized about riding a horse and galloping across the world? If he could build a pasture and have cavalry, he could trample through deep space. Black-scaled horses, second-tier social deep space creatures, often appear in the martial arts Great Wall and frontline battlefields.
Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his heart, his gaze flickering with intense light. He was determined to get those black-scaled horses. Not even Jesus
could stop him.
But thinking of the 1,000 beast bones, Chen could only bury this thought deep in his heart for now. Previously, to gather 100 beast bones, he had swept through a 50-kilometer radius around Luo City. He had killed so many that the nearby demon hunting teams were now resting at home doing nothing. To gather 1,000, these scattered troublemakers in the rear would definitely not be enough. The only path left for Chen was to go to the front lines. Whether heading to the main battlefield of the martial arts Great Wall or other battlefields, he could quickly collect beast bones and also look for black-scaled horses. And the fastest way to get to the battlefield was undoubtedly to join the War Academy. Chen had done some research before. All the courses at the War Academy were designed to prepare for the battlefield. Every semester, students would be organized to go to the battlefield for assessments.
"Chief, are you alright?" Bulin's voice rang out.
Seeing Chen standing still, he finally spoke up.
"I'm fine." Chen came back to his senses, surveying the gradually changing base. "Zhengda. At your service." Bulin bowed and stepped forward. "The base cannot be too shabby, or else people might think our goblin clan is primitive."
Chen held a stack of books in his hand and handed them to Bulin. "These books cover a wide range of topics, they touch on various aspects. After you read them, try to form a labor and
peasant team of 10,000 people. Then pass it down in a way that spreads widely, not seeking perfection, but understanding. Do you understand?" Bulin received the books with both hands and respectfully said, "I will never disappoint the clan's expectations."
"Please rest assured, clan leader, I already have a preliminary plan in mind for how to promote this."
Chen said with interest, "Let's hear it." Bulin replied seriously, "In addition to the one-to-many approach, I think we can also divide into areas for teaching and learning.
Once everyone is on the right track, we can establish study groups."
Chen nodded in satisfaction. "This idea is good, Zhengda. I feel very assured with you in the clan." Bulin lowered
his head, his peripheral vision sweeping over the foolishly standing Bulin, a hint of disdain appearing in his eyes.
"A brute with nothing but muscles in his head, how could he compete for favor with me?"
Bulin frowned, looking at the
expressive Bulin, with only one thought in his mind. "You pretend all you want, jabbering so much, but you don't understand at all." When Chen's figure slowly faded away, Bulin finally stood up from the ground. He held the books as if they were treasures, the sweet aroma of knowledge.
Bulin glanced over and vaguely saw the titles of two books, Yunla Dian, Tiangong Kaiwu.
Before he could take a closer look, Bulin hugged the books and left, so he had to go back
to read his own treatise on guerrilla warfare.
He didn't even know who wrote these books, they were really damn good. The next morning, Chen finished washing up and had breakfast with Uncle Jiang.
Just as he opened the door, he locked eyes with a group of figures standing in the hallway. After a moment of silence, Chen said, "No loans, no buying houses, no going abroad for work." Unexpectedly, after he finished speaking, the figures blocking the hallway remained silent.
A man standing in front said, "Student Su, I am an admissions tutor from Zhengchun University. I don't know if you are currently." As soon as he spoke, it was as if the silence was lifted, and the crowd of figures hurriedly chimed in. "Student Su, I am from Yuxing University, would you consider our hometown's academy?"
"Student Su, we at Zhengchun University of Technology are very sincere.
This is a gift I brought, just a small token." Originally, everyone was just introducing themselves
verbally until a small box appeared in Chen's hand.
Upon opening it, wow, the value of this token is quite high. High and pure. Chen immediately took out his phone. "Here, this teacher, let's exchange contact information to discuss further." They are already exchanging contact information?
Other admissions tutors, seeing how easy it was, also hurriedly pulled out their things.
"Student Su, just a small token, you must consider us at Zheng Medical University. Student Su, our new Northern School also has high hopes for you.
Just as one teacher began to speak, he was directly cut off.
"Are you new Northern trying to join the fun? Get lost, don't affect us here." Amidst the clamor, the well-meaning Chen went to the window upstairs and jumped down. As he jumped out, he didn't forget to turn back and shout, "I've received your things, you can take your intentions back. I will consider them seriously." The admissions tutors were stunned upon hearing this, and the first tutor to give a gift proudly took out his phone. Just as he began to introduce the advantages of his school, he saw that red exclamation mark. So everyone exchanged glances and fell silent for a moment. Oh no, we've been scammed. Chapter 57, all thanks to the organization and the elders. At the city gate, red cloth was hung, a high platform was built, surrounded by reporters. They were all waiting for Su Chen's appearance, ensuring they could capture it at the first moment and write a sensational news article. Not to mention anything else, at least they could have a good meal. Besides the reporters, there were also many parents dragging their children out of bed. You should compare yourself to Su Zhuanyuan, always lazy, never getting up during the day, and not sleeping at night. If you could be even 1/10 of Su Zhuanyuan, I would never bother with you again. These were the more patient parents. The impatient one shouted, "If you dare to leave, I'll beat you to death, you little brat." Elder Sun stood neatly dressed on the high platform, smiling like a kind elder. No wonder he is an elder, while we are at the bottom. Below the platform, Zhao Qing and a few staff members maintaining order huddled together, whispering. Elder Sun has been standing there for a while, and his smile hasn't changed. A staff member setting up the platform said quietly. Zhao Qing chuckled, "The elder doesn't have many hobbies, just 3 in total: listening to opera, teasing birds, and showing off. Now, who doesn't know that Su Chen's success today is all thanks to the elder's cultivation? Just look." He raised his hand and pointed at the crowd around. These parents are afraid their children won't get to the front, all wanting the elder to see if their child has the potential to be a top scholar. The others looked and indeed found it as Zhao Qing said. "Wow, we thought that was just a rumor. Zhao Ge, is the elder really that amazing? I have children at home too, I'll bring them to let the elder see one day." These few were outsourced, without even signing a contract, so they naturally didn't know the truth of the matter. Zhao Qing looked around, saw no one, and revealed a mysterious expression. "Such talk is only for little kids. I'll quietly tell you, but you mustn't spread it outside." The elder used to think Su Chen was not capable, but he got slapped in the face several times to keep Su Chen from revealing this. He bled a lot, personally going to the military warehouse to exchange for third-tier items. A few subordinates showed astonished expressions. "Xiao Ge, how do you know all this?" Zhao Qing proudly raised his head. "In Luo City, no small rumor can escape my ears. Let me tell you another thing. Don't spread it outside. You all know the Lu family, right?" They all nodded in unison. The biggest family in Luo City. A prestigious family with a history of 100 years. Rich. Zhao Qing lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. "Well, the Lu family, 18 years ago." Just as he was speaking softly, a commotion suddenly erupted in front, and they saw a figure leap onto the high platform. Dressed in a fitted black trench coat, standing tall, with sharp eyes, though young, he bore no trace of childishness. It was Su Chen. With his appearance, the award ceremony officially began. Elder Sun walked forward with a kind expression. "Little Su, you must continue to work hard, the country will rely on you in the future." Su Chen earnestly and emotionally replied, "Thank you, Elder, for your trust in me, and thank you to the organization." Speaking to people as if they were people, and to ghosts as if they were ghosts. Although Su Chen had the system to rely on, he was not arrogant or dismissive. Having talent would certainly help one succeed, but knowing how to communicate would help one succeed even more. This passionate and stirring speech earned applause from everyone below. Well said. No wonder he is the top scholar, his awareness is so high. Look at him, what do you have to compare with him? Various voices echoed around as Su Chen walked up to Elder Sun. "Elder, how much support is the organization preparing to give me?" Elder Sun joked. "Hearing you say so much about contributing and sacrificing, I thought you weren't going to ask for resources anymore. One thing at a time." Su Chen's expression turned serious. "To contribute to the country, I must first strengthen myself. I'll become strong first, then bring the weak along." To strength. Isn't that our principle? Seeing the boy's slick tongue, Elder Sun directly pulled out a card from his pocket, a total of 5,000 merit points, all credited to your account. This card is just a formality. 5,000 merit points? Su Chen usually earned about 500 for a trip to the city, and now he was given 10 times that. "Thank you for your guidance, Elder." Su Chen was overwhelmed with gratitude. Elder Sun was quite troubled by this boy who only knew how to flatter, waving his hand. "No need for sweet words, I have a few things to remind you." "I am all ears, Elder." Although Elder Sun was still smiling, his voice turned serious. "You have a good relationship with that girl from the Lu family?" Lu family? Su Chen was momentarily stunned before realizing he meant Lu Baishuang. Yes. Elder son said sternly, keep your distance from the Lu family lately, they. His words halted halfway, and he finally sighed, maintain distance from that girl. The Lu family has been restless recently. And you are the top scholar. Your reputation is great, but it is precisely this reputation that has many people watching you in the shadows. Before Su Chen could grasp what was happening, the elder pulled him to the edge of the stage. Stand straight, it's time for the reporters to interview you. Reporter A, Top Scholar Su, you have won the National Martial Arts Top Scholar title. How do you feel? Su Chen, very excited. I must thank the organization and the elders for their trust, which has taught me civility, friendliness. Reporter B, Top Scholar Su, how did you get to where you are today? Was it through hard work or talent? Su Chen, I must thank the organization and the elders for their training. Civility, friendliness. Equality is my secret to becoming stronger. Reporter C, Top Scholar Su, you. Before he could finish, Su Chen replied, I must thank the organization. A chorus of reporters? Come on, man, are you serious? As a high school student, shouldn't you say something more passionate? Like I am invincible, do as you please, or at the peak of martial arts, who stands tall? Upon seeing Su Chen, all becomes void. But seriously, what high school student speaks so flawlessly? Even if the reporters wanted to concoct some sensational headlines, they had to think twice. You want explosive news without paying? Su Chen casually maintained his persona, if everyone is done asking, you can disperse. I need to train for 7 hours every morning before I can rest, and I'm already a bit delayed today. The young people in the audience instantly widened their eyes. No, are you sick? Who asked you? My point is, who cares? Are your words meant to trap us in a dead end? The parents seem to have discovered some secret. Grabbing their children and leaving, from today on, you must also train for 14 hours every day. Amidst the wails, Su Chen smiled. Mischievous. Children need proper discipline, pressure is necessary. But soon, Su Chen couldn't smile anymore. A reporter approached with a phone, pointing the screen at Su Chen. Top Scholar Su, Principal Zhong from your high school held an interview regarding your expulsion and your achievement as the top scholar. What do you think about this? On the video call, Zhong Yong sat in a chair, looking remorseful. It's my fault, my educational ability is insufficient. Su Chen has shown remarkable strength during his 2 years at my high school, but I failed to teach him well in terms of character. Although I feel pained about expelling Su Chen, I do not regret it. In just 3 sentences, he conveyed that Su Chen's success was due to the high school's training, yet he lacked proper character. The smile on Su Chen's face gradually faded, his eyes filled with coldness. What a painful feeling. But no regrets. He should have realized that after becoming the top scholar, Zhong Yong had been silent for so long because he was holding back. In an instant, Su Chen understood Zhong Yong's strategy. Keeping him in the public eye, thinking that this way, Su Chen would be too wary to act against him. Looking at his phone, Su Chen let out a cold laugh. They didn't even call me for the interview, what does Principal Zhong take me for? I may not have many strengths, but I'm decent at being a person. You want a big news story, right? Under the bewildered gazes of the reporters, a sinister smile appeared on Su Chen's face. I'll give you a big news story today. With that, he jumped off the stage, casually picked up a manhole cover from the ground, and ran towards the first high school. The reporters exchanged glances, realizing they couldn't understand what was happening. Quick, follow him. This is big news. The reporters rushed to chase after Su Chen, while elder son's expression changed drastically. This kid might do something reckless in his impulsiveness? But it wouldn't be appropriate for him to intervene. What if Su Chen thought he was really being stopped? With a sharp eye on the gossiping figures behind, elder son took out his token and tossed it, shouting, Zhao Chang, why aren't you following? Chapter 58, Do you all want to rely on the 10,000 laws sect? Principal Zhong, are you implying that there is more to this? In a university campus, the reporters interviewing sensed a big scoop and eagerly asked. Right now, Su Chen, the martial arts champion, was trending online, and if they could uncover any hidden negative news at this moment, it would surely explode. Zhong Yong showed hesitation. Let's change the topic. The more he acted this way, the more interested the reporters became. Principal Zhong, everyone is very curious about Su's past. Zhong Yong hesitated for a moment and said, fine, I'll say a bit. Under my careful guidance over the past few years, Su Chen has always been second in his grade, but I failed to teach him how to be a good person. He bullies his classmates on a regular basis and even forces them to use spirit sealing powder during competitions. What?
As soon as the words spirit sealing powder were uttered, everyone present changed their expressions.
The reporters' breaths quickened, they had underestimated the situation. This was no longer just a hot news story, this was going to spread nationwide. The top student in the college entrance examination actually forced his classmates to use spirit sealing powder. Just this sensational angle would draw people in. The students from class 2 who came to volunteer kept their heads down and said nothing. They naturally knew what was going on, but the principal had already spoken to them in advance, and they had to stick to the same story. A figure in the corner recorded everything with a phone. Zhao Lei's expression was calm, but there was a hint of determination in his eyes. Su Chen had done him a favor, how could he be ungrateful? Such actions were not what a true man would do. He had already decided that once this interview was over, he would post the video online under his real name to testify for Su Chen. Even if he faced repercussions, Zhao Lei would have no regrets. Students from the second and third high schools erupted. In chatter, he actually forced others to use spirit sealing powder? Is this true? Shut up. Yi Haoshuan snorted coldly. You are here to volunteer, not to gossip. Yi Wuxuang said nothing, walking up to the first few who had spoken and punching each one. Once they were all on the ground, he coldly scanned the others. Who else wants to speak? The students from the second and third high schools who had just been noisy fell silent, even their breathing became lighter. Only then did Ji Haoshuan and Yi Wuxuang exchange a glance and breathe a sigh of relief. Run? Run fast, or it will be too late. The two cursed inwardly. Why did they have to find trouble with Su Chen? Didn't they fear for their lives? As for Su Chen forcing his classmates to use spirit sealing powder, anyone with a bit of sense would know that was impossible. He could summon countless goblins with a wave of his hand who had the right to make him use it. Most of the reporters probably understood this matter as well, but they didn't care. Yes, it is spirit sealing powder. Zhongyang's face showed a look of sorrow. I only found out about this recently. At that time, Su Chen's classmates refused to comply and were directly beaten into the hospital, alas. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. All the blame lies with me alone, please do not blame him. The principals of the second and third high schools looked on in amazement. What acting! A seasoned veteran. Just as the reporters were clamoring to ask for clarification, a piercing shriek suddenly erupted, deafening. They turned to see a black manhole cover hurtling towards Zhongyang with unstoppable force. The gust of wind from the cover made everyone's hair fly, filling them with fear. Zhongyang's face changed drastically as he hurriedly dodged to the side, but the manhole cover seemed to predict his movements and continued to crash down. A sense of impending doom enveloped Zhongyang, his plump body erupted with strength at the last moment, barely avoiding it. The whistling manhole cover flew past, taking half of his ear with it. As blood flowed down and pain surged, Zhongyang was filled with fear and anger. Security! Where are the security guards? Zhongyang looked towards the direction of the manhole cover that was coming at him, and the moment his gaze landed, his pupils suddenly constricted. The crowd also belatedly turned to look at the entrance of the school. There, a boy in black slowly walked in, surrounded by tall security guards, their hands trembling. He took a step forward, and the security guards retreated 2 or 3 steps. The expressions of everyone changed in unison. No one would not recognize him. He had ranked 50 on the Wind and Cloud list, a national martial arts champion who suppressed the talents of an entire province. Su Chen. And at this moment, it was clear he was not here with good intentions. Su Chen's expression was indifferent as his gaze swept over the shattered manhole cover, and he said softly, "What a pity, it's a counterfeit coin, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to escape." Zhongyang's face changed several times, confusion, shock, disbelief. Was Su Chen crazy? Did he actually dare to make a move against him during an interview? Didn't he fear that this would escalate and be condemned by the entire nation? Asking himself, if the roles were reversed, Zhongyang could only endure, otherwise, it would be like getting mud in his pants. It's not shit, but it is. But Su Chen's current actions would undoubtedly make what he said come true. Su Chen slowly stepped forward, and both reporters and students instinctively made way for him. Zhongyang instinctively wanted to run, but thinking of the many people below, he steadied his mind. In front of so many people, could Su Chen really dare to strike him? But he ultimately underestimated Su Chen and overestimated the weight of these people. As Su Chen stepped onto the high platform, he raised his eyes. If you didn't act up, I might have really forgotten you. Zhongyang forced a smile. Su. Just as he opened his mouth, Su Chen raised his hand and pressed down on his shoulder, his voice cold as the winter wind cutting through a hall. Kneel down and then talk to me.
The blood and energy within him surged, and with a single move, he exuded a murderous aura, his momentum terrifying.
Zhang Yong
Was pressed down by this force and directly knelt, even his knee shattered due to Su Chen's strength, exposing sharp bone fragments.
Ah. The intense, piercing pain made Zhang Yong lose his composure, screaming in agony. Su Chen looked indifferently at the other two principals. Kneel yourselves, or should I help you? The principals of the second and third high schools finally came to their senses, looking at Zhang Yong's bleeding knee and twisted face, swallowing hard in fear. Then the two obediently walked over and knelt beside Zhang Yong, not daring to resist. They were only at the first level, facing Su Chen. They could only obey. Call the police. Hurry, call the police. Zhang Yong shouted to the crowd below. Su Chen has gone mad. He wants to kill me. A foot stomped heavily on the back of his head, and Zhang Yong's entire pig-like face made intimate contact with the ground. His teeth shattered, and his nose collapsed. The reporters below finally came to their senses, looking at the tragic scene. On stage, their expressions filled with fear. Su Champion, what are you doing? Stop. Even if you are a champion, you can't act recklessly. Su Chen's foot was on Zhang Yong's head, and he grounded down before looking at the reporters below. For them, Su Chen had long been prepared with a response. Taking out the Demon Hunter team's credentials from his pocket, Su Chen coldly shouted, "The Demon Hunter team is investigating. Principal Zhang Yong of a certain high school is suspected of colluding with the 10,000 Laws sect, betraying the nation and the people. Those who film and spread this will be treated as accomplices." His icy gaze swept over the reporters below, and he sneered, "Do you all want to seek refuge in the 10,000 Laws sect as well?" Chapter 59, Writing the Truth as It Is, Not Changing a Word? Seeking refuge in the 10,000 Laws sect? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present changed. The cameras and phones they had raised instinctively lowered. This accusation was severe. Expulsion from the family tree would be the lightest consequence. Seeing this, Su Chen stepped harder on the pig's head. "Old pig. Dog, the thing I hate most in my life is when others scheme against me." Zhang Yong's head was firmly pressed to the ground, blood flowing endlessly, and one could even hear the faint sound of bones cracking. Previously, it was just a broken leg bone. Next, it would be the skull that shattered. "Do you have evidence that Principal Zhong communicated with the 10,000 Laws sect?" a reporter shouted from the audience. Although everyone dared not take photos, it did not mean they truly believed Su Chen. No, Su Chen calmly shook his head. If there were evidence, he would already be dead. The reporters were momentarily stunned, not expecting Su Chen to say this, but soon their faces showed anger. "Then what right do you have to lay hands on Principal Zhong? Hurry up and let him go, or we will call the police." The cameras that had just been lowered were raised again, aimed at Su Chen. Su Chen moved his foot, lifted Zhang Yong up, and sneered. "Evidence? Now you all have become righteous messengers, suddenly concerned about evidence. When he was slandering me just now, why didn't you ask for evidence? Bullying classmates, beating someone to the hospital? No evidence when you need it, no witnesses when you want them. I see you all are quite spirited in remembering." This sharp and sarcastic retort made the reporters' faces turn red and pale. They indeed came with the intention of gaining a good reputation, even having thought up a catchy headline. "National Top Scholar Violently Injures Someone." Reporters fearlessly intervened, but now, having their thoughts directly exposed, everyone felt a bit embarrassed. "Where's Scholar Su?" "Here, Scholar Su is here." Just then, a commotion was heard at the school gate. Another group of reporters rushed in, and upon seeing the scene, they were first taken aback, then began snapping photos. Although they didn't know what was happening, taking pictures first was definitely not a mistake. Following them, Zhao Cheng arrived with members of the demon hunting team. Upon seeing this, they were all shocked, and the former immediately turned back to instruct, "You all stay here, no one can leave." This scene was so explosive that if it got out, it would be a big deal. Especially since Su Chen had just claimed the top scholar title, any negative publicity affecting him could not be allowed. Ma Wuwei and Li San also understood the seriousness of the situation and directly guarded each school gate. "Xu Ming, you're in deep trouble." Zhang Yong, bloodied and incoherent, said, "You've been caught red-handed in front of everyone, you're finished." Although Zhang Yong was in excruciating pain, a heavy stone in his heart slowly fell. He did not expect Su Chen to be so foolish as to lay hands on him directly. But by doing so, he undoubtedly confirmed the accusations of bullying classmates he had previously mentioned. Zhang Yong did not believe that with so many reporters present, this matter could be suppressed. Su Chen was surprised. "You say it feels good for me to hit you, do you want more?"
Zhang Yong was startled and was about to speak, but his head had already slammed into the ground. Su Chen sighed, "This is the first time I've heard such a shameless request, but since you want it so badly, I'll have to satisfy you." With his knee pressing down on Zhang Yong's back, Su Chen swung his fists like rain. Fast as the wind, sudden as the rain, coming and going like lightning. The makeshift platform shook violently under the force of his rapid punches, as if it would collapse at any moment. The principals of the second and third high schools shrank back in fear. Was Su Chen really going mad? Such arrogant behavior, even if he was the top scholar, would lead to punishment. Did Su Chen really intend to give up his bright future and go down with them? Arrogant, too. Arrogant. I want to record this and let the whole country criticize him. Did you think that just because you became the top scholar, you could look down on everyone and act recklessly? How arrogant. The reporters in the audience were filled with righteous indignation. The sound of camera shutters clicking incessantly. Yet, Su Chen seemed to be oblivious, continuing to do as he pleased. The punches tore through the air with a thunderous sound, blood splattering everywhere. By the time he stopped, Zhang Yong was already gasping for breath, on the verge of fainting. Slowly exhaling a breath of foul air, Su Chen felt a sense of relief and looked down at the audience. Facing the reporter's angry glares, he calmly said, "Criminal Zhang Yong has confessed under my interrogation. He admitted to colluding with the Manhwa sect, attempting to spread rumors and incite public opinion against the top scholar Su Chen. The goal was to eliminate the talents of the human race and prevent its strength from growing." His words were logical and well-founded. If the reporters hadn't witnessed the brutal scene with their own eyes, they might have actually believed him. Everyone knows what the truth is, don't distort the facts. What we saw, we will not change a word. That's right, unless you kill us today. The reporters huddled together, displaying a fearless demeanor. The volunteer students were also a bit hot-blooded, but before they could act, they were knocked down with a slap. Yi Wushuang and Yi Haoshuan managed to control the group of students, preventing them from doing anything foolish. "We came here for free labor, why risk our lives?" Zhao Qing, seeing this, felt anxious and hurried forward, fearing that Su Chen might make a grave mistake. One Zhang Yong, even if beaten, was not a clean slate. If the higher-ups investigated him, how many could withstand the scrutiny? But these reporters were different. If they were harmed, it would surely cause a huge uproar. Even elder Sun might not be able to suppress it. "Zhao Ge, why are you panicking?" Su Chen said calmly, "Isn't our mission this time to capture Zhang Yong? I sensed a death crisis as soon as I took the stage." Zhang Yong was hiding his strength, and I suspect he is at the third-tier level. So I struck first to barely suppress and capture him. Hearing Su Chen's words, even Zhao Qing was stunned. "No, how did you manage to say that without laughing? You felt a death crisis? Zhang Yong was almost beaten to death by you, isn't it he who felt it?" Zhao Qing nodded in agreement. Makes sense." Su Chen walked up to the reporters and said lightly, "I say, you all remember this. Zhang Yong betrayed his clan and country, incited public opinion, and smeared my achievements, and I suppressed him on the spot. Impossible. If you have the ability, kill us now. You think you're an achievement? Just a villain." The reporters were in high spirits, firmly holding onto their unyielding belief. Seeing this, Su Chen directly unzipped his coat, revealing a golden badge on his chest, and asked, "Really not remembering?" When the reporters saw the badge hanging on Su Chen's chest, they were momentarily stunned. Then, upon recognizing what it was, their expressions changed dramatically, and the previously high morale was doused with cold water. A third-class merit medal? They stared at the golden badge, their pupils constricting. Su Chen was only 18, how could he have a third-class merit? I can testify that Zhang Yong was indeed deliberately smearing. At this moment, a voice rang out, and the reporters turned to look. They saw a boy with a buzzcut walking over with firm steps, saying solemnly, "I am Zhao Lei, from class 2 of the 3rd year, and I have been Su Chen's classmate for 3 years. Su Chen has always taken care of us, there has never been any bullying, and the fighting was forced by us to make him use the sealing powder." Zhao Lei spoke the truth word by word, not caring about implicating himself. The reporters, who had planned to stick to their original statements, were now completely dumbfounded. Zhao Lei confirmed that Zhang Yong was smearing, while Su Chen himself was still a merit. This solidified Zhang Yong's crime of defaming achievements. Su Chen looked on with a smile that was not quite a smile. Whether they were willing or not, they had to follow what he said. Otherwise, it would not be a straightforward account of the facts, but rather the accomplices of Zhang Yong, inciting public opinion. According to the facts, the name will be remembered through the ages, and that only happens in special times. Like now.
The reporters had to record the information about Su Chen discovering the Wanfa sex plan and bravely capturing Zhong Yang. Su Chen stood there smiling, watching them.
When he threw out the substandard manhole cover, he had an idea in his heart. Zhong Yang himself was not clean, that was one. What he said was all fabricated, that was two. He claimed to be the top scholar, that was three. When these 3 points were put together, the upper echelons of Luochang would inevitably stand on his side.
Su Chen just needed to pin a crime on Zhong Yang and then complete the paperwork later, making today's events legal and compliant. First arrest, then trial, with solid evidence.
The principals of the second and third high schools, still kneeling on the stage, were filled with fear.
They glared at the gradually awakening Zhong Yang with eyes full of hatred. It was all because of this fool. If it weren't for believing his foolish words, how could the two of them have gotten into this mess? They didn't even know that Su Chen had a third-class merit, which led to the current situation. Fool. At this moment, the reporters, led by Li San, left the school. As for the students who acted as volunteers, Su Chen looked over and saw two figures standing tall and proud. "Hello, Brother Su." Behind the two, the students from the second and third high schools shouted in unison, "Hello, Brother Su." Originally, they had some dissatisfaction with Su Chen, feeling he was too domineering.
But when they saw the medal on Su Chen's chest, that thought
immediately vanished. Can a person with merit be a bad guy? Faced with those clear and naive eyes, Su Chen's intention to be harsh dissipated.
He stepped forward and said gently, "Today's operation is confidential. Can I trouble everyone to
keep it a secret?" It was the easiest thing to ask the boys to keep a secret.
As long as they felt a sense of participation and honor, even if their ancestors appeared in a dream asking, they would doubt whether their ancestors were spies. The students from the second and third high schools showed excited expressions. "Don't worry, Brother Su. Not a single word about today will leak out. Even if my dad asks, I will personally bring him to justice."
Su Chen smiled with
satisfaction, personally sending this group of innocent boys out of this evil place of the first high school. The students from the second and third high schools left reluctantly.
Who said Brother Su was bad? Brother Su is so good. Yi Wuxuan and Yi Haoshuan ran out with their heads down. Didn't you see what state Zhong Yang was in? They even felt the life and death crisis, beating the other to the brink of death, right?
Turning back, his gaze fell on the students of the first
high school, and Su Chen's expression darkened. The inherently evil students of the first high school, I will. The students of the first high school were stunned. Why was the attitude different when it came to them? But they didn't dare to say anything. After all, everyone had indeed scolded Su Chen before. Stop. Zhao Cheng hurriedly grabbed Su Chen. "Leave this to me, you go handle the rest." His gaze glanced at the three figures on the stage. Only then did Su Chen temporarily dismiss the idea of letting these inherently evil little devils feel the weight of his virtue and talent. He walked back up to the stage, looking at the awakening Zhong Yang. Su Chen smirked. "Principal Zhong, what means do you have left to use now? If not..." His voice was laced with a chilling coldness that sent shivers down the spine. "Then there will be no more opportunities." Zhong Yang forced himself to look down at the stage, realizing that both the reporters and students had already been sent away. All his support, all his hopes shattered at this moment. "Su Chen, I was wrong." Zhong Yang looked up at the indifferent boy, weeping bitterly. "I was momentarily confused. I have regretted expelling you ever since. Please give me another chance, Su Chen. I really know I was wrong. Just consider how I treated you well in the past 2 years." Su Chen sneered. "Treated me well? Old pig dog, do you think I don't know how many resources were allocated from above? With 200,000 resources in our hands, only 50,000 are left. You really are something." Zhong Yang was taken aback, then immediately cried out in protest. "I really didn't know. I only took half, the rest was all given to you." Su Chen was stunned, and in his anger, he laughed sarcastically. "It really is true that a crooked beam leads to a crooked roof. From the principal to the teachers, they are all models of education." Zhong Yang tried to grab Su Chen's leg, but was kicked over. Su Chen's gaze was icy. "Zhong Yang, do you know what evil is?" Without waiting for an answer, he coldly continued. "To act in an abnormal way, to do unusual things, is to be evil. You embezzle student resources, abuse your power, and maliciously slander others. What difference is there between your actions and those of evil?" Su Chen bent down, his sharp eyes staring directly at Zhong Yang, speaking each word clearly. "Tell me, a person like you, even if given a chance, how can you change? Answer me." Zhong Yang was stunned by this statement, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Chen stood up, raising his gaze. "People like you are already beyond saving, aren't they?" He turned and walked down the high platform draped in red cloth. "They like to be high and mighty, so let it serve as a gallows for the three of them. Brother Zhao, you heard what Zhong Yang just said, right? Su Chen looked at Zhao Cheng. The latter nodded, his expression serious. The illegal activities at Yigao are even more severe than we anticipated. This is a place to cultivate students, it's better to keep it clean. Su Chen said. Softly, what kind of teachers there are, there will be what kind of students. Although Su Chen held no position, Zhao Qing's expression remained serious as he said earnestly, I understand your meaning. Once we return, I will start an investigation. All illegal activities will be dealt with according to the law. Su Chen looked at him and smiled, asking, Brother Zhao, what position do you actually hold? Why does it feel like you can get involved in everything? Su Chen originally thought Zhao Qing was just the head of the demon hunting team, but he could even lead the welcome ceremony. And now he was also tackling anti-corruption and promoting a new atmosphere. Zhao Cheng chuckled, I know a little about everything, just a little. His gaze fell on the platform. What should we do with these three? Su Chen replied indifferently, send them in to keep Zhou Ruishu company. At that moment, members of the demon hunting team approached, and Su Chen smiled, thanks everyone. I'm treating today at noon, let's go to the dock for some fries. Zhao Qing watched them leave, his eyes wide. No, have you all forgotten there's still one person here? The lower level employees have no rights, right? It hurts. So painful. Zhao Qing, filled with sorrow, took Zhong Yang and the others away. Just as he had them escorted, his phone rang. Su Chen, Brother Zhao, at Juexan Fresh Seafood, hurry over. Su Chen, image.jpg. The content of the image showed everyone sitting at a table, leaving one seat empty. Zhao Qing's sorrow dissipated, instantly bursting with energy. The national champion is treating himself to a meal, this is a boast he can carry for a lifetime. After lunch, Su Chen did not go home but headed to the library. His popularity online had been rising rapidly these past few days, and he had no idea how. His contact information had spread. Not to mention the admissions officers from various universities, even specialized colleges had reached out. They said that as long as Su Chen joined, he would be the vice president, second only to one, above 10,000. He could even hold music parties at the school without any issues. This had led to Su Chen needing to wear a mask while walking, otherwise, he would be approached by a group of enthusiastic parents, bringing their children to seek his talent. Walking down the street, he could open a quick video at any moment, introducing himself. Why is this year's college entrance examination champion Su Chen so outstanding? Let me analyze it for you in depth. Su Chen glanced at the account ID, Red Dust Traveler. What a transcendent name. Su Chen continued to read. Firstly, Su Chen's achievement is thanks to this year's reform of the college entrance examination, which changed from a competition format to a practical demon hunting format, giving summoning systems a better space to perform. That made sense. Su Chen nodded in agreement. If it had been a competition, he might not have been so arrogant. There was only so much space in the arena, and no matter how many goblins there were, they couldn't set up a proper formation. Secondly, I've seen people online say that Su Chen's summon creature is a goblin. I do not agree with this. The voice explaining had a magnetic quality, and the speaker seemed young. The admiration made Su Chen envision a melancholic male deity in his mind. Everyone has preconceived notions, just because it's green, it has to be a goblin? No, you all seem to have forgotten one point. The magnetic voice rose, green can also be an elf. In my opinion, Su Chen's summon creature is definitely not a goblin, his true profession is Elf King. Upon seeing this, Su Chen merely frowned. Although it sounded a bit sci-fi, he could understand it. After all, his goblin did not conform to common logic. Thirdly, this is the most important point that led me to this conclusion. The analysis was logical and well-founded, he must be an expert. Su Chen looked at his phone with curiosity. The flower language of the Elf King is slow hands, no. And indeed, under his sweep, the deep space creatures in the entire demon hunting arena are nearing extinction. Su Chen. He silently opened the comments section, wanting to see how everyone would criticize this nonsense. But when he opened the comments, he was astonished by what he saw. Su Chen, I thought no one would want it if I put it on the ground. Su Chen, want to hunt demons after entering the demon hunting arena? Wanting it all, do you think you can take all the good things? The comments were all made in his name. Silence asterisk 2 what the hell, the flower language of the Elf King is slow hands, no. If it weren't for the fact that this was his own phone, Su Chen would have smashed it. An expert? This is more like a pseudo-expert. Turning off the quick video, Su Chen pulled down the notification bar, looking at the constantly scrolling messages, still not daring to turn off Do Not Disturb. He was afraid that if he turned it off, his Xiaomi 8 Youth Edition, which had been with him for many years, would die on the spot. Yuan Cheng hadn't contacted him, and he hadn't reached out to Yuan Cheng either. The two of them tacitly understood what the other was thinking.
Yuan, the counselor, had promised him a 50% increase in S-level treatment. It sounded easy, but it would definitely be difficult to execute. To persuade the school, Chen needed to demonstrate enough talent and be in demand. Now that he had the talent, it was just a matter of being in demand. This part was going smoothly. Today, only the instructors from the surrounding universities in Yu Province had come. In a couple of days, teachers from universities across the country would also be coming. After they finished, it would be the grand finale with the three major universities. Arriving at the library in Luochang, Chen took a cup of hot water and began searching for the materials he wanted to read. Ever since he saw the ranch last night, he had been itching to know more. After wandering around the deep space biology section for more than 10 minutes, he finally found the book he wanted. Encyclopedia of Deep Space Equine Biology. Chen sat down by the bed with the book in hand and began to flip through it. The creatures of deep space are bizarre and grotesque, with names and types assigned by humans based on their appearance. Chen quickly found information about the black-scaled horse. Black-scaled horse can reach the second tier as an adult, covered in black scales, with extremely strong defense, fierce temperament, carnivorous, weighing up to 1,000 pounds. Chen's gaze fell on the last line, frowning. Due to its temperament, the black-scaled horse cannot be tamed. Captured black-scaled horses will detonate their internal power, perishing together with their enemies, and cannot be stopped. This foreign horse has such a fierce temperament? It would rather self-destruct than be tamed after being captured by humans. Chen's intention to collect black-scaled horses through the War Academy was dashed by this line. But if they can't be captured alive, how can he collect them? Even if he went to the front lines to find a herd of black-scaled horses, they would self-destruct before he could capture them.
Your Excellency Chen, you only
need to render them incapable of resistance. A mechanical voice sounded in his ear. Before self-detonation, the system will bring the black-scaled horse into the summoning space.
Chen, who was pondering countermeasures,
breathed a sigh of relief. This made things easier. It only required him to go to the front lines, but there was still a way. The system's previously calm and indifferent voice now sounded reassuring.
System, I love you. Leaving the library, Chen thought about his next destination. He took out his phone, glanced at it, and found that the blockhead had actually sent him a message. Lu Baishuang, are you coming? Looking at the chat interface, Chen hesitated. The words of Elder Sun echoed in his ears, advising him to stay away from the Lu family and keep his distance from Lu Baishuang. No matter how he put it, he had been a seasoned professional in his past life. He understood that something was about to happen with the Lu family. As a direct descendant of the Lu family, Lu Baishuang would inevitably be caught up in it. If he didn't avoid it now, he could very well be dragged in. Thus, Chen was left with only two options. Completely sever ties with Lu Baishuang and watch her and the Lu family face their troubles. The second option was to go to the Lu family, adapt to the situation, and protect Lu Baishuang. After thinking for a moment, Chen clapped his hands. The Lu family's food is good, I'm going to mooch a meal. It wasn't even a dilemma. Lu Baishuang was a blockhead, and if he didn't go, she would definitely be dragged into the whirlpool by the Lu family. If something happened to Lu Baishuang, who would send him red envelopes in the future? He took a car to the villa area and sent a message to Lu Baishuang. Soon, he saw a graceful figure walking out from inside, leading him in. Lu Baishuang was dressed in a pure white training outfit, her smooth forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat, a hint of pink on her face. It seemed she had been practicing and was called over by Chen. With so many people in your family, why not have them come and lead the way? Chen admired the small bridges and flowing water in the villa area, the lush green grass, and spoke. Damn, having money makes a difference. How is this any different from building houses in a forest park? Friends, Lu Baishuang said little. But looking at her serious little face, he felt her thoughts. Because they were friends, she had come to greet him and lead the way. Chen smiled. Thank you for the trouble. Lu Baishuang walked seriously, but her steps seemed a bit lighter. Arriving at the villa transformed into a martial arts room. Chen finally took off his trench coat, revealing a short-sleeved shirt underneath. The recent weather had been quite strange. It had been hot and dry before. But in the past few days, the temperature had dropped, and there was a vague feeling that it was going to rain heavily. Chen first went to the dumbbell area, looking for two 500-kilogram small dumbbells to warm up. But as soon as he picked them up, his body felt heavy, and even the circulation of blood and energy within him slowed for half a second. This is made of heavy blood iron, Lu Baishuang explained. When exercising, it can suppress the flow of energy and blood. After using it for a while, it can help the energy and blood circulate faster within the body. Chen's eyes lit up. Good stuff. If you like it, I'll give it to you, Lu Baishuang said softly. Su Chen quickly refused. How can I accept something so valuable? It's not expensive, Lu Baishuang shook her head, the market price is 300. Then that's indeed not expensive, Su Chen nodded, something that can accelerate the flow of qi and blood is only 300, very good. Before he could finish his thought, Su Chen suddenly realized something and asked in a low voice, it's sold by the piece, right? Lu Baishuang shook her head and said straightforwardly, it's sold by the pound. The words per pound echoed in Su Chen's ears, echoing and echoing again. His brain raced, 1 pound 300, the two dumbbells in his hands each weighing 1,000 pounds. In other words, he was holding 600,000. After a moment of silence, Su Chen cried out in pain, I'm going to compete with you rich people. Lu Baishuang remained silent and asked, do you really like money? Of course, Su Chen put the dumbbells back down, feeling the blood and energy in his body lighten. Everyone says it's the root of all evil, that it pollutes the heart, but who can really refuse it? So if someone offers you a lot of money, would you take it? Su Chen asked in surprise, Sister Lu, do you have a way to make money? Just to be clear, I won't sell my body. I'm the last sprout in my family. If I sell my body, the incense will be cut off, unless you pay more. Looking at Su Chen, who appeared greedy for money, Lu Baishuang shook her head, just asking. Once you're warmed up, let's get started. She took a hair tie from her pocket and tied her waist-length hair up. Su Chen nodded and went to fetch the white wax rod. Since his strength reached 5,000 pounds, Su Chen's progress had slowed down. This is what is called a bottleneck period, a dilemma that all martial artists encounter, only by breaking through the bottleneck can one advance further. This process is bound to be a slow grind, and Su Chen had no choice. But just now, when he checked the system, he discovered something different. A new leaf lit up on the civilization tree template. Building, chieftain statue, a three-dimensional statue modeled after Su Chen, holding a spear, exuding an imposing aura. Description, he is the faith in the hearts of all goblins, the first sequence user of the Dawn Hall, the deity who leads the tribe to greatness once again. Attribute bonus, gain 1% of the vitality of the tribe members. Construction requirements 100 tons of steel stone. The shock this attribute brought to Su Chen was no less than the unlocking of the cavalry profession. At the horse ranch, 1% of a goblin's vitality is weak, but what about 100,000, a million, or even 10 million? Others have to painstakingly train their bodies and consume various rare items to enhance their vitality. If one improves too quickly, it can lead to unstable foundations. But as long as Su Chen builds the chieftain statue, he will grow stronger as the number of tribe members increases. Moreover, the goblins can also fight monsters and gain experience to level up. Just these few advantages destined Su Chen's future to far exceed others. However, steelstone, the material is hard and is the first choice for constructing arenas and other combat venues. Although its price is not as high as that of blood iron, 100 tons can be gathered for about 1 million. 1 million for a cheat, what a bargain! Su Chen's thoughts became optimistic as he attacked Lu Baishuang. A massive number of goblins. Steadily increasing vitality. Is this what Su Chen wanted? No, this was all his hard-earned cheat, a punishment for carrying the unease and guilt of his conscience. While others only needed to lazily rise to arms at the crow of a rooster to gain less stable vitality. The most important thing is that they do not have to live their lives burdened by the guilt of their conscience like he does. Thinking of this, the corners of Su Chen's eyes slightly moistened. It has not been easy for him. He blocked Lu Baishuang's attack with a stick, relaxed his grip, held the end of the stick, and twisted his wrist. The wooden stick shot out with the force of 1,000 pounds. Thrust. Lu Baishuang held both ends of the long stick with her hands, accurately using the stick's body to deflect Su Chen's attack. Then she took a step back, and white light appeared on the wooden stick in her hand, the familiar force of a collapsing mountain pressed down again. The collapsing force was far more intense than last time. Su Chen felt heavy all over, his speed greatly reduced. The stick, carrying the weight of a mountain, lightly thrust forward, and just as it was about to hit Su Chen, he suddenly sidestepped to avoid it. Immediately after, a wave of murderous energy surged out, and it seemed as if blood shadows spread across Su Chen's wooden stick. The overwhelming pressure was largely dissipated, and every time Su Chen struck with his staff, a fierce aura surged forth, disturbing Lu Baishuang as well. The 9 styles of breaking the formation. This is also why the 9 styles of breaking the formation are highly valued in the military. This martial skill can mobilize the murderous aura from one's weapons. The denser the murderous aura, the greater the power when the weapons converge. Undoubtedly, the military is the best place to cultivate murderous aura.
The two were fully focused on their sparring, with an implicit sense of life and death struggle, leaving no room
for distraction.
Meanwhile, in the adjacent villa, a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard sat in front of the monitors, taking
in everything.
Beside him, a respectfully dressed elder in gray awaited.
Shanbo, do you think he is normal? Lu Wenshan asked. Indifferently.
No matter when or where, he always maintained this calm and indifferent demeanor.
The grey-clad elder shook his head. A summoner, yet he can exchange blows with the young lady. Something must be amiss.
Then he must have had some fortuitous encounter. Lu Wenshan gazed at the youth on the screen. At such a young age, not only does he have a vast number of summoned objects, but he also possesses such strength himself, truly frightening. No wonder the 10,000 Laws sect has placed him in the top 10 of the fire extinguishing list. If he is not killed, the human race's flame will not be extinguished, Shanbo said in a low voice. The young lady is already very strong, ranking in the top 5 among her peers.
What use is being in the top 5? Lu Wenshan turned
his head, his expression unchanged, but a chilling aura emanated from him. Only the first place will make the higher-ups take notice and change their minds. Apart from the first, all other rankings cannot alter the overall situation of the Lu family.
Shanbo was startled by the coldness radiating from Lu Wenshan and quickly lowered his head. The head of the family's aura was growing increasingly cold. Could it be that he really listened to the 10,000 Laws sects? Glancing at the darkening sky, Lu Wenshan reined in his aura and said lightly, "Prepare for the banquet. Invite the clan elders over to meet the Lu family's son-in-law." Shanbo was taken aback. Head of the family, is it a bit hasty to draw conclusions now? Su Chen may not. Lu Wenshan turned to look. The grey-clad elder's voice abruptly stopped, as if a large hand had gripped his throat, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. What kind of eyes were those? Vertical pupils of black and purple, violent, frenzied, bloodthirsty, a chaotic blend of emotions. Just the gaze made Shanbo's hair stand on end, cold sweat soaking his back. He dared not speak further, bowing his head and saying, "I will go right away." Once he left the room, Lu Wenshan hurriedly took out a pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Veins bulged on his forehead, flesh swelling, as if something was writhing beneath his skin. The black and purple vertical pupils gradually faded, transforming into distinctly black and white pupils. Lu Wenshan returned to the appearance of a refined merchant, staring coldly at the young man and woman on the monitor. The number of people secretly guarding outside the community had increased. Waiting any longer would be tantamount to sitting and waiting for death. Tonight, Su Chen had only two choices. If Su Chen was willing to become the Lu family son-in-law, a protective talisman, that would naturally be the best outcome. Both sides would be pleased, and before he lost his usefulness, the Lu family would continue to support him. But if he was unwilling, Lu Wenshan lowered his gaze, watching the skin on his palm swell into a round bulge moving towards his arm. A qualified merchant's most important trait is to assess the situation. Having already allied with the 10,000 Laws sect and betrayed his clan, extinguishing the human race's flame, why not? Ridiculous. This is simply ridiculous. In the city guard office, Elder Sun slammed the table and said angrily, "I just told Su Chen to stay away from the Lu family, and he ran over there himself. He didn't take my words to heart at all." Beside him was Zhao Qing, who was looking down, and Yuan Qing, who sat expressionless in his seat. Zhao Qing said softly, "Elder, should we take action to rescue him? The Lu family has been making increasingly bold moves recently. I'm worried they might act out of desperation." He was also responsible for keeping an eye on the Lu family's affairs. Su Chen was the top scholar. If he were truly kidnapped by the Lu family, it would be difficult for them to handle. Elder Sun sat down irritably and looked at the cold figure who had been reviewing documents. "Isn't that kid your student? Give some advice." Yuan Sheng took out his phone and placed it on the table, and both of them looked over. "Su Chen, Director Yuan, what's the situation with the Lu family?" "Yuan Sheng, they are colluding with the 10,000 Laws sect, using secret methods to strip people of their emotions and desires, creating human weapons, and smuggling deep space biological corpses, which is punishable by law and constitutes treason." Su Chen, is it a joint punishment? Yuan Xing, punishable by law, consider it carefully. The conversation ended there. Although Su Chen couldn't just stand by and watch Lu Baishuan get dragged into the Lu family's vortex, he wouldn't act recklessly either. Such a mindless act would not save anyone and would instead harm himself. So before going to the Lu family, he contacted Yuan Guidance to inquire about the specific situation. The answer he received was to consider it carefully. It was neither a rejection nor an approval, but something in between. This was quite delicate, so Su Chen went. Elder Sun was furious. Why didn't you stop him? Don't you know what the Lu family's situation is now? What if something really happens? Yuan Qing retorted, isn't it your responsibility if something happens? Zhao Qing felt a jolt in his heart and quietly slipped outside. It's going to blow up. Sure enough, just as Zhao Qing retreated to the door, he heard a roar. Yuan Qing, I think you're crazy. You were foolish enough to jeopardize your future back then, and now you let him walk this old path? If you won't take care of it, I will. I don't want that kid Su. There are plenty of people in the military who will fight for him. He turned to head out the door to rescue him. Suddenly, a sharp aura shot up into the sky, followed by a thunderous tiger roar. A massive figure, nearly 3 meters tall, appeared beside Yuan Qing, with cold, golden vertical pupils and an overwhelming presence. Sit down, Yuan Qing said. Elder Son didn't want to respond, but he found his control over his body significantly diminished. Even lifting his foot to take a step required all his strength to move slightly. No, it wasn't that he had lost control over his body, but rather, the heavens were obstructing him. Elder Son turned in shock to look at the cold figure, his eyes wide. You have reached. Seeing Yuan Qing nod, Elder Son couldn't believe it. Wasn't your foundation destroyed by that demoness, making it impossible for you to reach the 3rd tier in this lifetime? Yuan Qing said lightly, if the foundation is destroyed, it can be rebuilt. Hearing this, Elder Son thought of something and looked at him with a complex expression. You are simply a prodigy. Just thinking about what Yuan Qing had done made Elder Son feel absurd and impossible. Yet the latter had appeared right in front of him, even taking a step that had trapped him for 20 years. Yuan Qing looked down at the documents in his hand and said softly, without experiencing storms, one can never grow. Let's see if she is worth saving from the Lu family. In the Lu family's martial arts room, the lights in the villa turned on as the young man and woman finished their last round of sparring and stopped. Both of them were sweating profusely, breathing heavily. Su Chen put the wax staff back on the weapon rack. That was refreshing. Lu Baishuan walked to the corner, picked up 2 towels, used one for herself, and handed the other, still wrapped, to Su Chen. It's new. Su Chen was not polite either, taking the towel to wipe his sweat. Zhou Quan. Lu Baishuan walked up to the 2nd floor, and soon the sound of water splashing could be heard from above. Su Chen? Can't I even go out while you shower? Do you really not treat people as men? Don't you know that at 18, one could even carve a hole in a bedboard? Fortunately, Su Chen was not the type to think with his lower body. He remained calm, circulating his internal energy. The sound of water soon stopped, and the girl with slightly damp hair walked down from the 2nd floor. Su Chen's gaze turned, and he was momentarily stunned. The girl was wearing a white dress, her skin like congealed fat, her eyes clear, and her long hair fell smoothly like silk over her shoulders. She had a slender figure, and as she descended the stairs, the warm yellow light cast on her profile, radiating the unique youthful vitality of a girl. You go take a shower. Lu Baishuang approached. Facing Su Chen's dazed gaze, she appeared even more vibrant than before, despite having no expression. Okay. Su Chen came to his senses and said, this dress suits you very well. Lu Baishuang was already beautiful, otherwise, she wouldn't have held the title of schoolflower for 3 consecutive years, a white moonlight in the hearts of countless people. Coupled with this dress, which looked expensive and finely crafted, she appeared even more lively. Thank you. The girl looked at Su Chen as he went upstairs. The clothes are in the wardrobe. After the sound of the door closing upstairs, Lu Baishuan walked to the entrance of the villa and said to the servant waiting at the door, follow me. The servant whispered, Miss, the master asked. Me too. Lu Baishuang turned her head, her expression unchanged, and said, the future of the Lu family rests on my shoulders. I remember your face. These calm words made the servant's heart feel uneasy. After hesitating for a moment, he followed Lu Baishuang. The two walked towards the larger villa next door. As soon as they entered the villa, an old man in gray approached. Seeing Lu Baishuang alone and having brought the guard with her, his expression changed slightly. Miss, where is Scholar Su? He is taking a shower and doesn't want anyone guarding the door. Lu Baishuang said calmly, I want to see Dad. Su Chen quickly rinsed off the sweat and opened the wardrobe. From shoes to clothes, there were all kinds of styles, and they fit perfectly. Generous. Su Chen chose a black shirt to wear, the texture was delicate, and it was clear it wasn't cheap. As he was tidying up his clothes, he suddenly felt something in his pocket. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. Unfolding it, a line of elegant handwriting jumped out at him. Trap, find someone to rescue, leave through the window. The short 11 words told Su Chen that the Lu family was preparing to act in desperation. And he was the stepping stone needed for that leap. Looking at the elegant handwriting on the paper, Su Chen refolded it and put it back in his pocket.
Putting on a coat, he walked to the window and looked down at the figures quickly gathering below, surrounding the
entire villa without a trace. Su Chen smiled. If you behave honestly, you can live a little longer. Want to act in desperation?
A sneer appeared on Su Chen's face. You think you're worthy?
With the news from Elder's son
and Counselor Yuan, Su Chen had somewhat guessed the Lu family's intentions. Having done something that angered both heaven and man, they didn't want to suffer in the wilderness with the 10,000 Laws sect, so they set their sights on him. They wanted to use him to change the minds of those above, to prolong their survival a little longer. He shook his phone to contact someone, and Su Chen boldly pushed open the bathroom door and walked downstairs. He bumped into the old man in gray who was entering the villa, and a sinister smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Old dog, do you remember what I said before? Don't let me catch you, or you'll suffer. Seeing that Su Chen was still there, Shanbo let out a sigh of relief and respectfully said, Su Zhuanyuan, what happened earlier was my fault. I hope you, sir, can be magnanimous and not hold it against a small person like me. As soon as he finished speaking, he unexpectedly knelt down on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head and begging for mercy. This humble posture momentarily stunned Su Chen, who then burst into laughter. Well said, well said. What are you doing? He quickly stepped forward, extending his hands as if to help Shanbo up. Shanbo, kneeling on the ground, revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes. After all, he was a young man with a simple mind. As long as he gave enough face, he wouldn't dare to trouble him again. Su Chen approached the gray-clad elder and asked with concern, the ground is cold, can you handle it? Don't let the cold enter your body or you won't survive the night. This little beast has a sharp tongue. Shanbo cursed inwardly but replied, it's nothing. I was a third-tier martial artist before, but after being injured, I fell to the second tier. This cold is nothing to fear. Second tier, capable of fighting. Su Chen understood in his heart and suddenly clenched his fists. The statue of the clan leader had not yet been built, and his current strength was still a bit lacking compared to this old dog. He needed to strike hard. The blood energy within him circulated according to the 9 styles of breaking the formation, with Su Chen's arm like a spear, and his fist like a blade. The great dragon of his spine twisted, tensed, and a surging power gathered at one point. Boom! The 9 styles of breaking the formation, piercing the heart. The spear technique was executed by Su Chen's fist, lacking the sharpness to penetrate everything but gaining a bit of overwhelming force to shatter all. Shanbo, underestimating Su Chen, was completely unprepared. Thus, Su Chen delivered 12 points of damage with 10 points of strength. He was kneeling on the ground, and Su Chen's fist directly struck down on his great dragon of the spine. Once the spine was damaged, no matter how strong a martial artist was, they would be rendered useless. Puff! Shanbo suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood mist, trying to dodge, but it was already too late. Su Chen's second punch fell again, and the sound of bones breaking echoed as his fist descended with a fierce gust of wind. Shanbo completely lost his ability to resist, glaring at Su Chen in unwillingness. You actually ambushed me. Su Chen frowned in confusion. Didn't you kneel down and let me hit you? Shanbo shouted in despair. That was an apology. You actually took advantage of my vulnerability, you reckless martial artist. Sorry, I didn't think it would be like this, Su Chen said lightly. I've accepted your apology. Results will be out in 7 working days. Shanbo felt a wave of darkness before his eyes. 7 working days for results? How was that any different from killing him directly? Little beast. The last word couldn't be uttered as he closed his mouth. Of course, it wasn't voluntary. The helpful Su Chen stepped on his head, helping this old dog to close his mouth. Behind him, 1,000 high-level goblins led by Yuan Bulin and Sima Bulin appeared, a murderous aura spreading. Clan leader Su Chen looked at the personnel outside the villa and said coldly, take action, bind them all. Kill anyone who resists. Inside the main villa, Lu Baishuang arrived at the study and raised her hand to open the door. The exquisitely decorated room, filled with precious books, had Lu Wenshan sitting behind the desk, dressed in an elegant suit and shirt. He was reading a book with his head down, looking like a refined gentleman. Seeing the door opened, Lu Wenshan frowned and looked up. Who allowed you to enter without permission? His dissatisfaction was evident, his words sharp as a knife. Is this the etiquette you learned? I hired so many teachers for you, and you can't even learn the most basic things? After saying this, he waited for Lu Baishuang's apology. However, the girl did not apologize, she simply walked to the desk, her calm eyes staring directly at the head of the Lu family. I want to talk to you. In the past, Lu Baishuang had always been respectful in front of Lu Wenshan, never overstepping her bounds. Today's sudden change caught him off guard. Coming back to his senses, Lu Wenshan said unhappily, speak.
Am I your daughter? The study fell into a deathly silence as Lu Wenshan raised his head to gaze at Lu Baishuang.
He was clearly taken aback by the question, emotions of surprise and confusion flashing in his eyes.
Why would Lu Baishuang ask this question? Did she know something?
As Lu Wenshan pondered this in his heart, the petite girl spoke again.
I let Su Chen go.
Lu Wenshan, who had been maintaining his composure, suddenly stood up with a start.
He no longer pretended, picking up the books on the table and looking at the surveillance on his phone.
When he saw the martial arts room was empty, Lu Wenshan's expression changed drastically.
The person really ran away? Lu Wenshan fixed his gaze on the girl, coldly asking, "What did you say to him?" In his pitch-black pupils, a purple light flickered, coldness, anger, and ferocity. Various emotions churned within, but there was no trace of affection for his daughter. This was not the gaze of a father looking at his daughter, but rather that of someone looking at a tool, a disobedient tool. It's a trap, leave this place. Lu Baishuang remained calm. Lu Wenshan's teeth nearly ground to dust. Which way did he run?
I don't know. Lu Baishuang shook her head. With his strength, he could easily leave the neighborhood.
You traitor! Lu Wenshan roared in fury. You're going to ruin the entire family.
A hardcover book with a cardboard cover was hurled at Lu Baishuang, the sharp corner aimed at her smooth forehead. Lu Wenshan did not hold back this time. If it hit, it would at least leave her bloodied.
Yet the girl stood there, not even making a move to dodge.
Lu Wenshan's gaze turned icy as he bent down to grab his phone, intending to seal off the neighborhood. Just as the book was about to strike the girl's forehead, there was a loud bang. The window suddenly shattered. Shattered glass exploded outward, and a figure darted out with the glass shards. Wrist flicking. A silver flash appeared, as a hardcover book of at least 500 pages was pierced by a silver knife and pinned to the wall.
Why? Didn't you dodge?
The shadow landed in front of the girl. Lu Baishuang raised her head, pursing her lips in silence, but Su Chen understood her thoughts.
Return his life? That old pig dog has no right to be your father. What's there to return? The black-haired youth's expression was indifferent, exuding a certain authority as he turned to the furious Lu Wenshan. Lu family head, I prepared a wonderful performance for you, would you like to see it? When Lu Wenshan saw Su Chen had returned, he felt a sense of calm wash over him, regaining his composed demeanor. Oh? What kind of performance? Su Chen pointed towards the window. Why not take a look for yourself? Lu Wenshan walked to the broken window and looked down, his pupils trembling slightly. Below, on the streetlight, a figure hung, bloodied and mangled, limbs twisted. The gray clothing was soaked in dark blood. Under the streetlight, a group of damned green-skinned beings were dragging other guards trained by the Lu family to hang them on the streetlight. Noticing Lu Wenshan's gaze, they provocatively jumped around in front of him. Lu Wenshan's eyes turned cold, and the voice of the youth echoed in his ears. Lu family head, how do you find this performance? Good, very good. Lu Wenshan turned around, smiling coldly. Nephew, you truly surprised me. He felt both joy and anger. He was pleased that Su Chen was so arrogant as to not take the opportunity to escape. The anger stemmed from Su Chen's audacity to humiliate the Lu family like this. Is your daughter also called that by you, old pig dog? Su Chen showed no regard for face. If you treat your own daughter like this, I can't sleep at night knowing you're thinking about her. Lu Wenshan replied calmly, nephew, why be so sharp-tongued? It only makes you look inferior. At this moment, seeing Su Chen, Lu Wenshan felt that the Lu family's plans could still proceed, and his inner brutality was suppressed. His words were polite, his expression calm, appearing to be a successful person. Su Chen took Lu Baishuang's hand and walked outside. What are we still doing here? Let's go eat. Holding that soft and delicate hand, Su Chen felt a bit relieved. It was just as he had guessed. With this thick-headed way of doing things, he would definitely confess after doing something like this. Even the servants did not regard her as a master, and it was easy to imagine the attitude of the head of the Lu family. Lu Wenshan did not stop them. On the contrary, seeing the two leave, a genuine smile appeared on his face. No wonder she is my daughter, Lu Wenshan murmured to himself. In his eyes, Lu Baishuang's recent defiance was merely a means to tie Su Chen down. As long as he could keep Su Chen on the Lu family's ship, he wouldn't mind even if she defied him again. Great achievers do not fuss over small details. And as long as he was given more time, Lu Wenshan's gaze fell on the bulging muscle on his arm. He would lead the Lu family to regain the glory of 100 years ago. Lu Wenshan's eyes were fervent as he walked out of the study, instructing the servants to serve the dishes. Wenshan, what happened? Did the city guard take action? What about Su Chen? Did he stay? The villa's door was pushed open, and the clan elders of the Lu family rushed in with the young men.
Initially, the two elders looked anxious and confused, but upon seeing the scene of feasting in the hall, their voices suddenly froze.
At the bright and
splendid long table, a black-haired youth sat in the main seat, holding an emperor crab in his hand. Without peeling the shell, he took a big bite, and even standing at the door, one could hear the crunching sound.
Meanwhile, the head of the family, Lu Wenshan, was surprisingly seated at the lower left, with Lu Baishuang at the lower right. The elders have arrived. Lu Wenshan stood up and said gently, "Are you all confused? Isn't Scholar Su right here? Please take a seat." The two elder clan members, seasoned in their ways, sat down with the young people. Seeing the atmosphere a bit dull, they began to praise Su Chen.
Scholar Su has achieved so much at such a young age. He truly is a promising talent.
Yes, what a pity we have no daughters in our family, otherwise.
Dropping the emperor crab and tearing into a lobster, Su Chen looked up at the middle-aged man who spoke. "No need to regret, I see your mother still has charm. Send her over tonight and I will acknowledge you as
my wild son." The atmosphere instantly froze.
The Lu family members' expressions changed, looking unfriendly.
A smooth-talking person tried to ease the tension, laughing, "Ha, Scholar Su really knows how to joke." Su Chen's gaze turned, and facing
that cold and sharp look, the person's laughter gradually stiffened.
Su Chen swallowed the lobster and coldly asked, "What are you laughing at? Is the food not good?"
The silver knife beside him turned into a flash of light and plunged into the table.
In front of that person, Su Chen stood up, looking down, "Then eat this."
The Lu family member stared at the pure silver knife in front of him, his expression changing several times, ultimately looking at Lu Wenshan.
Not just him, even the two elder clan members looked over.
Su Chen's attitude was clearly looking for trouble, and the Lu family members' expressions were already unfriendly, ready to take action.
Lu Wenshan's smile faded. "Nephew, what do you mean by this?" Su Chen sat down
confidently, turning to look at him. "I know exactly what you're planning, so let's skip the nonsense. In half an hour, 100 tons of refined steel will be delivered, and I will help your Lu family once."
"Okay." Lu Wenshan agreed without a second thought and instructed with his phone.
He didn't know what Su Chen was planning, but this was also an opportunity to prove the Lu family's financial strength. After putting down his phone, Lu Wenshan looked at Su Chen, revealing the true face of a businessman. "Scholar Su, whatever you want, our Lu family can provide, but I hope you can agree to one thing."
Su Chen, preparing to take advantage of the Lu family one last time, played along. "What condition?" Lu Wenshan said solemnly, "Marry
Bai Shuang and become our Lu family's son-in-law. As long as you agree, the Lu family's 100 billion assets and 1,000 young members will all be at your command." The two clan elders of the Lu family also spoke up. "Scholar Su, Bai Shuang's
beauty is among the best in the entire Luo city.
Yes, she has been the school flower for 3 consecutive years, and most importantly, she is obedient. Whatever you say after marriage will go."
The younger generation of the Lu family looked at Su Chen with envy.
Lu Baishuan was the pride of the Lu family. Even with her cold demeanor, many admired her.
They never even considered that Su Chen would refuse. If this good fortune were to fall on them, they would be overjoyed. No wonder he is so
arrogant yet still manages to put on a smile.
Su Chen assessed Lu Wenshan and then looked at the others in the Lu family.
They clearly wanted him to be a shield. The crowd felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and couldn't help but ask, "Scholar Su, what are you looking at?" Su Chen replied, "I see that you all are quite skilled at arranging marriages. I'm just checking where the strings are hidden." "That's not the case, this is also Bai Shuang's intention."
One elder understood Su Chen's meaning and looked at Lu Baishuang, urging, "Bai Shuang, why don't you talk to Scholar Su and see if you are willing to be with him?" The girl had been quietly sitting next to Su Chen, serving him food, and paused at the words. Her previously clear thoughts were now in disarray. She couldn't sort them out. The only thing she felt was that she didn't seem to reject the idea. Lu Baishuan put down her chopsticks and said softly, "I will follow the family's arrangement. The girl is just shy." The elder of the Lu family laughed. "Scholar Su, you see, Bai Shuang is also willing." "I see." Su Chen nodded, sneering, "With your old man's thick skin, you could be used as a city wall." The younger generation of the Lu family looked at him in disbelief. What lay before Su Chen was the Lu family, worth 100 billion, and the beautiful Lu Baishuang. Money and beauty, all he had to do was nod to get both. Where else could one find such a good deal? But Su Chen actually refused? At that moment, the sound of cars echoed from outside, and Lu Wenshan stood up, saying, "Why don't we first see the sincerity of our Lu family?" Su Chen naturally wouldn't refuse, picking up the quietly seated girl and walking outside. Lu Baishuan was momentarily stunned before she reacted, looking back in confusion. Meeting her gaze, Su Chen said, "As a friend, is it okay for you to act as my dumbbell?" Lu Baishuan turned back, and after leaving the villa, she looked back again and nodded, "Okay." Her turning Back wasn't in agreement but rather a sign that she had entered a mode of contemplation. Su Chen chuckled silently, tightening his grip on her hand a bit more. Who said this little machine had a wooden head? This little machine was quite interesting. Walking to the roadside, he saw 3 trucks lined up, each about 6 or 7 meters long. On the trucks, neatly arranged, were precision steel stones, and there were people on site cutting them. Lu Wenshan smiled faintly and said, "This is my little gift for our meeting." Giving away over 1 million worth of precision steel stones was already a significant gesture. Su Chen stepped forward directly. "Is there 100 tons here?" The craftsman cutting on the trucks respectfully replied, "Rest assured, there's more than enough. All the available stock in Luochang is here, not to mention 100 tons, there's almost 200. The density of precision steel stones is very high, a piece the size of a fist can weigh nearly 10 pounds. Now, this 100 tons of precision steel stones only filled 3 trucks. Just as Su Chen's gaze fell on the precision steel stones, a system prompt appeared before him. Materials have been gathered. Would you like to start building the clan leader statue? Without hesitation, Su Chen replied, "Start." In the night, a light shone, and a beautiful floral scroll appeared out of thin air, spreading out. Yuan Bulin, along with a large number of clan members, came out to start transporting the precision steel stones from the trucks. The craftsmen on the trucks were somewhat taken aback, and after regaining their senses, they exclaimed in surprise, "Elf? You are Su Zhuan Yuan?" Su Chen paused for a moment and asked, "Master, how did you see that?" One craftsman took out his phone. "The analysis about Yuan Kuayin has gone viral. These are not goblins, but the basic form of elves. Su Zhuan Yuan, your profession is actually Elf King, right? Isn't the flower language of the Elf King something like, no time to lose?" Su Chen looked at the blogger with the ID Red Dust Traveler with a headache. Looking at the number of likes, it had already reached over 100,000. No way, do people actually believe such nonsense? At this moment, the goblins behind had already moved all the 100 tons of precision steel stones back. If they had unloaded them bit by bit, it would have been very slow, but the number of goblins was overwhelming. Thousands of goblins surrounded a truck. If they weren't unloading in an orderly manner, one might think it was a robbery. As the trucks gradually left, a mechanical voice sounded in Su Chen's ear, "Your clan leader statue has been built, and your clan members are respectfully bowing to your statue. Attribute bonus unlocked, sharing 1% of health with all clan members." As the voice fell, a surge of vitality flowed out from his dantian. There was no forced swelling or tearing from the increase in vitality. It felt as if this vitality had always belonged to Su Chen. Individually, goblins were weak, and 1% was nearly useless. But when the entire clan of goblins contributed that 1%, a qualitative change occurred. Without needing to guide it intentionally, this large and continuous flow of vitality began to circulate through his meridians. Su Chen could feel his physical strength continuously increasing, growing stronger. The martial arts have 9 levels, divided into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. Su Chen was unclear about the upper 3 tiers, as the old man had not mentioned them before. The middle 3 tiers could utilize the power of heaven and earth to perform martial techniques, capable of moving mountains and cutting rivers. The lower 3 tiers are the foundational stage. The first tier nurtures vitality, the second practices skin and membranes, and the third refines muscles and bones. Upon reaching the second tier, one could release vitality outward, attaching it to objects, allowing even the slightest touch to harm others. At this moment, with the enhancement of vitality, Su Chen's vitality was rapidly increasing, heading towards the second tier's bottleneck. "Nephew, can you feel the sincerity of my Lu family?" Lu Wenshan stepped forward with a confident smile. In all of Luochang, who else could have such a grand gesture besides the Lu family? "I can feel it," Su Chen nodded. The Lu family members behind him felt relieved. The matter was settled. They looked at Su Chen with disdain, thinking that this so-called national champion could really resist temptation. In the end, a few trucks of precision steel stones changed his attitude. Lu Wenshan asked with a smile, "Then about the marriage?" "Marriage is not possible," Su Chen replied decisively. "I abide by the law. According to the law, one cannot marry before the age of 22. The Lu family members, even at this point, you still want to talk to us about the law?" Lu Wenshan's expression remained unchanged. "It's fine, our family still has some influence in Luochang. Getting a marriage certificate in advance is nothing." "Then that's even more unacceptable." Su Chen stepped back in surprise. "Getting a fake certificate is punishable by law. Laodang, you can't harm us." Lu Baishuan, who was being held and couldn't touch the ground, added, "Selling fake certificates is punishable by 3 to 10 years in prison." Buying fake certificates is treated the same.
Lu Wenshan, a businessman worth billions, only paused for a moment before coming up with a countermeasure. Then let's not get the certificate for now, we can hold the engagement banquet privately. That's not
illegal. Besides, in the future, we'll all be one family, why bother with these trivial details?
That is indeed not against the law.
Su Chen nodded in agreement.
The members of the Lu family behind them were filled with dissatisfaction, but they still had to force
smiles. This is a good thing, a very good thing. Yes, Bai Shuang needing Su Zhuanyuan is her fortune.
Just as they were flattering, the young man in black spoke softly, but I don't want to.
What did he say?
The Lu family members were first taken aback, and when they realized what Su Chen had said, their anger could no longer be suppressed.
Are you messing with us? Do you really think being a top scholar is something great? If it weren't for the changes in this year's college entrance exam, what would you be?
That top scholar
was just luck. What's there to show off about? The younger generation of the Lu family could no longer contain their anger. Su Chen shrugged. Then you take it too. If you could, would you still need to treat me like your ancestor?
As he spoke, he sneered and looked at the younger generation of the Lu family. In the end, it's still a bunch of useless people. The future of a family actually rests on a child. If it were up to me, you might as well not live, just go die, that would be more acceptable. Seeing that Su Chen was unwilling to cooperate, Lu Wenshan sighed lightly. Why should I waste my breath? If you don't want to drink the wine, you'll have to drink the
punishment wine.
As his voice fell, figures in uniform appeared at the ends of the main road. They held cold weapons, their icy gazes fixed
on Su Chen.
Although my Lu family is just a wealthy merchant, in today's world, without some foundation, we would have been devoured
alive long ago.
Lu Wenshan walked up to these guards he had trained since childhood and said calmly, Su Chen, I believe you should understand the situation tonight, right? Su Chen mocked, creating people, smuggling banned goods, colluding with the 10,000 laws sect, betraying your clan and country. I thought you weren't afraid of death. In the end, you still have to resort to these underhanded
means. Your life is a joke.
Against a businessman like Lu Wenshan, who had long lost his humanity, mere insults were useless. The best way to provoke him, even to the point of losing his rationality, was to deny everything he had done.
Sure enough, when Su Chen said
this, Lu Wenshan's gaze grew colder. I didn't want to come to this point, but since you are so ungrateful, I can only use your head.
Su Chen surveyed the guards on both sides, sneering, just them? More people? Come.
With the boy's cold shout, sounds erupted from the grass, shadows, and trees all around.
Obey the clan leader's command.
The Lu family members, who felt they had the upper hand, were
stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing.
From the grass, shadows, and various corners, green-skinned figures armed with weapons
sprang out.
They moved as swiftly as wolves, and individually they didn't seem like much. But when groups of goblins gathered together, their dark yellow, fierce vertical pupils made the previously arrogant young members of the Lu family feel an uncontrollable fear. Whether it was the first time he acted against the grey-clad old man or just now when he unfurled the scroll to summon the goblins, Su Chen had secretly let a portion of the goblins hide around in the night. You dare to threaten me? Then let it explode. Su Chen's clothes were rustled by the wind that rose out of nowhere, his mind steady, and his eyes cold and sharp. The Lu family colludes with the 10,000 laws sect, committing acts intolerable by heaven and earth, smuggling prohibited items, violating the law. You all do not submit to the law. His words rang out powerfully, causing the Lu family members to change their expressions drastically. How could a student like Su Chen know about these matters? Even they, if not part of the family core, would only know a little. An elder of the Lu family urged anxiously, take action. We can't hesitate any longer. A glimpse reveals the whole picture. The Lu family had always hidden, not daring to leak even a hint of their secrets, yet even a student like Su Chen knew. How could they possibly hide it from those above? They had some guesses in their hearts. These matters were likely told to Su Chen by those above. In that case, the Lu family had only one way out left. Lu Wenshan coldly commanded, take him down, regardless of life or death. A living Su Chen was more valuable, but he had summoned too many creatures, and delay could lead to changes. Head of the family. That young lady. The captain of the guards asked in a low voice. Lu Wenshan's gaze was indifferent and cold, bring her back. If she resists. He glanced at the captain, leaving the rest unsaid, but both understood the implication. Since the tool they had cultivated was disobedient and wanted to break free from control, then it should be destroyed. Understood. The captain nodded, gripping his saber tightly. Attack. In an instant, both sides charged towards the black-clad youth in the middle. A wave of oppressive force surged
Su Chen shouted coldly, "Criminals! Dare to resist, kill!" Yuan Bulin and Sima Bulin each led 500 high-level goblins against the Lu family's guards. Most of these guards had already advanced in rank, with even second-tier warriors among them. As the goblins clashed, there were casualties, but to defend their clan leader, all the goblins feared not death. To them, the clan leader was their faith and hope. Without the clan leader, they naturally had no existence. Anyone who dared to lay hands on the clan leader would have to pay with flesh. Under the goblins' fearless obstruction, the guards on both sides halted, falling into chaos. Seeing this, Su Chen unfurled another exquisite scroll behind him, and a dense swarm of goblins surged out to support their kin. There were also goblins hidden in the shadows, attacking the Lu family members. A young member of the Lu family was caught off guard and was pounced on by the goblins, and those beside him immediately struck down the goblin. But soon after, the goblins pounced again, claws and sharp teeth at the ready. Throats were torn apart, blood sprayed out, splattering on the faces of the Lu family members who came to rescue. That warm sensation and the strong smell of blood froze their movements, and the countless dark golden pupils surrounding them filled the Lu family with fear. They recoiled in dread, but it was useless. Showing weakness in front of a pack of wolves would only make them fiercer. In an instant, chaos erupted, and Su Chen remained unmoved, staring at Lu Wenshan. His brows furrowed slightly, feeling somewhat puzzled. Lu Wenshan did not seem anxious. Was he not afraid of support from Luo Chang? The college entrance examination had just ended, and the recruitment mentors from various universities were present, making the strong in the city unprecedentedly numerous. Even the chaos behind him did not elicit a reaction. Wasn't this guy the one who valued the Lu family the most? I do not care about them, Lu Wenshan stepped forward. As long as I am here, the Lu family will not perish. As the distance closed, the oppressive feeling surged like a roaring tide. Su Chen remained vigilant in his heart, not forgetting to say, "I almost forgot, you are fiercer than a breeding boar." Upon hearing this, the coldness on Lu Wenshan's face deepened, and Su Chen asked in surprise, "What are you angry about?" The girl being held up replied straightforwardly, "He lost his ability to bear children due to a deal with the 10,000 Laws sect." Su Chen laughed loudly, "I knew it, turns out you're just a eunuch. You better pay attention. If they all die, your Lu family won't have a single incense stick left. That's not right. Anyway, after tonight, you will be expelled from Luo City. You should think about yourself." Lu Wenshan produced a dark short sword, and his figure suddenly vanished before the two. At the moment he disappeared, Lu Baishuang said, "Take 5 steps forward." Su Chen did not hesitate at all, moving forward. Just as he did, he heard a strong wind behind him. The dark short sword grazed his clothes, leaving only a cut on his garment. Lu Wenshan's expression darkened. Coldly staring at Lu Baishuang, "I should have killed you long ago." The petite girl calmly replied, "Killing is against the law. You should turn yourself in. Even a tool can educate people now?" Lu Wenshan's gaze was shadowy. "I shouldn't have left your consciousness intact. Once I capture you, I'll have the 10,000 Laws sect perform another operation. Was it you who wanted to keep it?" A hint of sadness appeared on Lu Baishuang's otherwise unchanged face. "It was my mother who stopped it, preventing me from becoming a monster." Lu Wenshan's anger intensified. As the head of the Lu family and a prominent figure in Luo City, the fact that everything was beyond his control and that someone dared to resist him infuriated him. 3 steps to the right. Su Chen dodged again, only to see black tentacles suddenly shoot up from the ground where he had just been. Lu Baishuang said, "His profession is shadow assassin. He can hide in the shadows and manipulate them," moving towards the light. Su Chen kept dodging Lu Wenshan's fierce attacks, and even with Lu Baishuang's reminders, he still bore wounds on his body. "What level is this, old eunuch?" Su Chen asked. After the previous delay, his blood energy had already reached the threshold of the 2nd level. But the current situation was dangerous. The old eunuch's strikes were lethal, and a careless dodge could lead to serious injury. Su Chen had no chance to break through to the 2nd level. "It should be the 4th level," Lu Baishuang replied. At the 4th level, one could initially harness the great power of heaven and earth to enhance oneself. Su Chen ran towards the streetlight, only to see the surrounding shadows seem to come alive, sweeping towards the two. Lu Wenshan's figure had already appeared behind him, his expression indifferent. "This ends here, Su Scholar. If you give me more time, I wouldn't be your match, but right now, you're not enough." He slashed down with the black short knife, carrying an unstoppable sharpness, while the surrounding shadows surged forward. In an instant, there was danger from all sides. Either take this sword head-on or break through the encroaching shadows. But neither option was something Su Chen could manage right now, especially since he didn't even have a weapon in hand. Everything around him seemed to slow down in Su Chen's eyes, and at this critical moment, he made a decision. He directly threw the girl onto the lawn, gritting his teeth as he charged into the shadow on the right. An untried move instinctively came to him in this moment of crisis. The fourth of the 9 styles of breaking the formation, the mountain crushing style. At the same time, his internal dragon-like blood energy surged rapidly, crashing towards the second level's threshold. The fluctuation of his blood energy could not be concealed. Lu Wenshan and the strong members of the Lu family instantly recognized Su Chen's interruption. He was trying to break through. Want to break through? Lu Wenshan, unwilling to let Su Chen have his way, commanded the shadows attacking him to disperse instantly. And at the moment the shadows scattered, the black-clad youth forcibly interrupted the mountain-crushing move, twisting at his waist and delivering a counter-punch. It was the move he used most often, and was most skilled at, the heart-piercing strike. Lu Wenshan did not expect this sudden punch. He instinctively dodged and struck out with a palm. Su Chen's body flew backward, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. But his blood energy fluctuation not only did not weaken, but instead rose continuously like the sun rising in the east. Lu Wenshan's pupils trembled, realizing, Su Chen's lips were stained with blood, but the fluctuations of his vital energy grew even stronger, with blood-red light flickering around his body. The blood energy was released, and he had already stepped into the second tier. Under the streetlight, he sneered, "Old eunuch, thank you for helping me break the mirror." As night fell, Su Chen stood under the streetlight, the warm yellow light cascading down, as if draping him in a layer of golden gauze. The energy and blood within him surged forth, swirling around his body, forming a blood shadow. Su Chen felt a mysterious sensation, a connection with this thin blood shadow, allowing him to control it. Second-tier realm, terrifying indeed. Awesome, I'm gradually understanding everything. A smile crept onto Su Chen's lips as his figure suddenly flashed, moving several times faster than before, dodging the silent black shortsword that had come from behind. He then stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, using the force to crash backward. Little Black, take my mountain-crushing strike. Lu Wenshan, surrounded by shadows, did not expect Su Chen to react so quickly, frowning as he braced himself. But the power contained in that shoulder made him change color, stepping back. The Lu family disciples, caught in chaos behind, were stunned at the sight. The family head of the 4th tier was actually forced back a step by a student? The gap between each tier in martial arts was like heaven and earth. Yet Su Chen managed to push back the family head across 2 tiers. Sima Bulin instantly seized the moment of their shock, his gaze darkening. Surround and kill with all your might. Ahead, after gaining the upper hand, Su Chen quickly retreated to create distance. Old castrated dog, how can you be a 4th tier and not even understand 2nd tier abilities? Although he had broken through to the 2nd tier, he wasn't confident enough to take on a 4th tier. After all, he was just a fragile summoner with no strength to crush a chicken. Lu Wenshan's face turned cold as he recalled that 2nd tier martial artists could release their blood energy, not only obstructing enemies but also possessing sensing abilities. I underestimated you. He took a deep breath, and another black short sword appeared in his hand. At the same time, his pupils gradually transformed from black to purple vertical slits, fierce and bloodthirsty, like a beast. The methods of the 10,000 Laws sect, calling you a joke, and you still don't believe it. Su Chen no longer retreated, speaking calmly. Martial arts, seeking up and down, relying on external forces, ultimately leads to failure. Relying on external forces? Lu Wenshan sneered, do you dare say you haven't relied on them? A goblin clan leader could achieve his current status without relying on countless external forces. I haven't. Su Chen declared sternly. Old castrated dog, remember, my achievements today are entirely based on myself. Based on the organization and the people. And have nothing to do with my system. This last sentence was said in his heart. Su Chen's thoughts were quite clear. It was like building a house. The system was the foundation, and he was adding bricks and tiles on top of it. How could that be called relying on external forces? Right, system. Mama? Lu Wenshan was about to say something when a figure rushed over, throwing a long spear. Catch the spear. The snow-white spear fell into Su Chen's hand, warm to the touch, with a hint of coolness. Just as easy to hold as the owner's small hand. Su Chen gripped a long spear named King Guanjian, twirled it, and pointed it at Lu Wenshan. Old castrated dog, I will never allow you to harm the people of Luochang. If you have any skills, come at me. Su Chen deliberately raised his voice so that everyone within 100 meters could hear. It was always aimed at you. Lu Wenshan's Eyes glowed with purple light, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Su Chen. The black short sword in his hand stabbed toward the boy's brow. Su Chen hurriedly raised the spear to block, then without hesitation turned and ran. Yuan Dao, old son, are you still hiding? Help, help! If you don't come out, I'll die here. Lu Wenshan chased after him, confidently saying, they can't make it. The shadow on the black short sword writhed continuously, elongating, directly stabbing toward the boy. This strike was swift and fierce. Su Chen had no time to dodge, only feeling a fierce determination surge within him, turning at the last moment to stab out with the spear. If you want to kill me, then you better not think you'll have it easy. Suddenly, a deafening tiger roar shattered the silence, crashing down like thunder rolling in. The roar was deep and powerful, conveying an unparalleled majesty. At the moment the tiger's roar echoed, Lu Wenshan's ink-colored short sword shattered inch by inch in his hand. Meanwhile, a layer of white light enveloped Su Chen's gun, its sharp and fierce aura surging immensely. With a thrust, it pierced through Lu Wenshan's chest. Lu Wenshan's pupils trembled violently. He never expected that the sudden roar of the tiger would shatter the weapon he had condensed. Even more unexpectedly, he found himself injured. No matter how ordinary he was still a fourth-tier martial artist, and even bullets couldn't penetrate his skin. Yet Su Chen had stabbed through him with a single shot. Yuan, the instructor, was incredible. Su Chen shouted wildly in his heart, following the sound of the tiger's roar. Under the moonlight, Yuan Shang stood on the rooftop, his figure straight, his gaze coldly surveying below, like a proud deity on a high mountain looking down upon the world. He knelt and leaped down from the height, a massive white tiger shadowing him, its fur shining silver-white under the moonlight. The white tiger's golden vertical pupils glinted with a cold light, growling lowly, its vast aura sweeping forth. As he drew near, a faint smell of blood could be detected, with droplets of blood falling from Yuan Qing's leather gloves. How did you find out? Su Chen shrugged. Suddenly, a wind picked up in the middle of the night, and it was only swirling around me. The leaves on the nearby trees didn't even move. Half guess, half gamble. Did you manage to capture my heroic figure? Up until the moment you ran away. That's enough, send me a copy later so I can admire it. As the two conversed, Lu Wenshan took out a vial of medicine and injected it. The hollow in his chest began to squirm with flesh, healing. Yuan Qing's gaze turned cold, his voice chilling. Unorthodox methods. As soon as the words fell, Lu Wenshan's chest suddenly exploded with blood, his torso shattered, collapsing to the ground, unable to stop the blood from gushing out. Damn, so cool. Su Chen's eyes widened, not even noticing how the attack had happened. At the 6th tier of martial arts, one can comprehend the power of heaven and earth, grasping its meaning. Yuan Cheng spoke softly, explaining to the students who had just entered, once one comprehends the power of heaven and earth, one can manipulate it. Thus, one steps into the 7th tier. Instructor Yuan, have you stepped into the 7th tier? Su Chen's knees itched to bow down, ready to shout Father of Justice above. Yuan Qing shook his head. I have only glimpsed the scenery above the 7th tier, it does not count as having reached it. He did not say what the scenery was, nor did he explain why, and Su Chen did not ask. As a 2nd tier martial artist, it was pointless to concern himself with the matters of the 7th tier. It was purely a waste of courage. Kid, how did you know we were coming? A cheerful voice sounded beside him. Su Chen looked over in surprise. Oh, elder son, when did you pop out? Elder son, wearing a tank top and flip-flops, instantly lost his smile and darkened his face. If I hadn't come, you would have been in big trouble today. Su Chen nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Hey, don't deny it, if it weren't for my urging, could he Yuan Qing have arrived so quickly? Su Chen acknowledged with a nod. Right. Elder son, with a dark expression, walked up to Lu Wenshan, scrutinizing him, frowning. Why go to such lengths to transform yourself into this inhuman state? Lu Wenshan's chest was shattered. And even as a martial artist, he was undoubtedly doomed. Yet at this moment, a squirming mass of flesh emerged from his body, continuously repairing itself. With its movements, the purple light in Lu Wenshan's eyes grew increasingly intense. Lu Wenshan knew his fate, gritting his teeth. It was just a misstep. I never expected he could take that step. No wonder you weren't stopped. The people from the 10,000 Laws sect must have already died, right? As he spoke, a mocking smile appeared on his face. If that woman knew, it would definitely be a good show. Su Chen swaggered forward. Old castrated dog, weren't you going to kill me? Why are you lying here now, not moving? Is it because you don't want to? Being old is good, you can just lie down and sleep. Lu Wenshan glared fiercely at Su Chen, wishing he could tear him to pieces. I have lost, but not to you. You have no right to humiliate me. Su Chen retorted confidently. So what? Have the guts to get up and hit me. Though he said that, Chen ultimately did not make a move. After all, the little machine was still nearby. Yuan Chang stepped forward, raising his hand to stroke the white tiger's phantom at his side, which let out a low growl. An invisible sharpness instantly turned Lu Wenshan into dust, and then a fierce wind surged forth, blowing him into the flower bed. Ground down by the power of heaven and earth, even the most wicked of the 10,000 Methods sect could not possibly reassemble from dust. Chapter 69, Who Goes to Work Without Going Crazy? The head of the Lu family, Lu Wenshan, has already been dealt with, leaving things much simpler. Under the gaze of the three, several police cars roared in, and fully armed soldiers jumped down in unison. The remnants of the Lu family who were fighting against the goblins felt utterly hopeless upon seeing this. Some pointed their weapons at themselves, while others crouched down with their heads in their hands, surrendering obediently. Yuan Bulin and Sima Bulin returned with the 500 surviving goblins, clan leader. Chen patted the shoulders of the two goblins. You've worked hard. Yuan Bulin replied, we would go through fire and water without hesitation. Sima Bulin added, the clan leader has given orders, no one dares to disobey. Educated goblins are indeed different, their speech is quite refined. Chen instructed them to take the goblins back while he walked towards the girl standing not far away. He handed over the Qingguan yin in his hand and asked, are you hungry? During the meal just now, she had silently served herself food, barely eating a couple of bites. Lu Baishuan nodded, a little. Then let's go out to eat later. I saw a nearby restaurant selling spicy soup that seems to be doing well, let's give it a try. Okay. The girl's expression was calm, her clear eyes gazing at the suppressed Lu family members, her face devoid of emotion. Horror. Feelings had been stripped away at birth. Weapons do not require their own emotions, they only need to obey their master's commands. Thus, Lu Baishuan's growing environment had always been harsh, extremely harsh. A bunch of beasts. Chen cursed in his heart, raising his hand to touch the girl's fair, soft cheek. After drawing a smile on her cherry lips, he withdrew his hand and examined her seriously. There's a bit of unnaturalness, but you look much better than before. Lu Baishuan softly asked, do you like this look? Girls who smile are always more likable. Chen took her hand and walked out. Let's go. I came all this way, and you didn't treat me to something good. For this direct descendant of the Lu family, everyone present turned a blind eye, pretending not to see. Elder son appreciatively stroked his beard. What a good pair of kids, they are just perfect for each other. Look at that waist, that little face, that temperament, definitely a refined young lady. Yuan Chang watched this scene, and even his usually cold gaze softened a bit. If senior sister Coconut were here, she would surely be in tears, roaring in anger. This is favoritism, this is favoritism. It became even simpler. Below, the leaders didn't care, and everyone pretended not to see. Some young members of the Lu family were pinned to the ground, and upon seeing Chen leaving with Lu Baishuan, they shouted unwillingly, she is also a member of the Lu family, why not capture her? You are harboring a criminal. Chen paused in his steps, turned back to look, his eyes filled with coldness. Zhao Qing, who was leading the operation, reacted quickly, pulling out his electric baton, delivering a shock of 100,000 volts. At this point, you still dare to speak nonsense? He looked at the others and asked, do you see anyone else? Everyone shook their heads in unison. No. Zhao Chang nodded, giving Chen an okay sign to reassure him to leave. According to the law of energy conservation, if the electric baton has power, then the body camera must be out of battery. Chen smiled in gratitude, holding the girl's soft hand as they disappeared from everyone's sight. Yuan Qing's figure also vanished, and elder son said, Zhao Qing, this is up to you now. Once everyone had left, Zhao Qing sighed helplessly, I get one salary but do several jobs, who else is as miserable as I am? A soldier. Joked, Zhao Ge, that's not right. Who doesn't know you are our second in command in Luo City? No matter what happens, we can always see your figure. The brothers are willing to support you in taking elder son's place. Zhao Qing waved his hand in annoyance, get lost, finish up and take the people back. Just a pure workhorse, working overtime every day without extra pay, under the pretense of training, Zhao Chang was filled with resentment, who could stay sane at work? After eating a bit, Chen brought Lu Baishuan to the city guard. Yuan, the instructor, had just sent a message asking him to come over, likely because there were still matters to handle. Lu Baishuan was ultimately a direct descendant of the Lu family, and she was involved in the creation of human soldiers in collusion with the 10,000 Laws sect. Even if she was innocent according to the rules, she still had to be detained and await further questioning and processing. The fact that she could stroll outside now was already thanks to Chen. The girl seemed to understand, remaining silent all the way, but when they arrived at the city guard, she spoke softly, I've troubled you. It wasn't a formality, it was simply what she believed and expressed. Su Chen was taken aback. What trouble is there? Lu Baishuang said, the family's crime is serious. Being with me at this time could implicate you. According to the optimal choice, you don't have to help me now. Su Chen raised his hand to touch her forehead, which was cool to the touch. You're not even running a fever, what nonsense are you talking? Facing her puzzled expression, Su Chen pressed down on her head and ruffled her hair. The girl swayed slightly, but her gaze remained fixed on Su Chen. This was amusing. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Optimal choice? Are you an artificial intelligence? We are friends. You haven't committed any crime, so why should I watch you get implicated by that old eunuch? He raised his hand to take out his phone, but his hand went limp. Looking down, he saw that the girl had taken his hand with her soft, fair one. Su Chen assumed she was just feeling uneasy, so he didn't let go and led Lu Baishuang upstairs. Physical contact between friends felt a bit over the line. But when interacting with this little machine, Su Chen instinctively cast that concern aside. Lu Baishuang looked at the tall figure of the boy walking ahead, her clear eyes reflecting confusion. Friends? This was not the first time that word had come from Su Chen's mouth. The first time was during their martial arts sparring when Lu Baishuang offered a token of gratitude. He said it was unnecessary between friends. The second time was in the demon hunting arena when Su Chen declared they were friends. As a result, Lu Baishuang's score skyrocketed, pushing her past Tang Lianyue and others into the top 3. The third time was tonight. They were still friends. Yet, he was willing to put himself in danger to avoid being implicated, directly facing his fourth-tier father. Lu Wenshan. The girl's analytical system malfunctioned. Friends didn't seem to go this far. Nor would they. She looked down at their connected hands, then at Su Chen's three-dimensional profile, her emotions in turmoil. Since that day in the arena when Su Chen resolutely left, things seemed different. When Su Chen came to spar, she would look forward to it. Even when chatting, despite being called expressionless, she didn't feel angry. It seemed that only when she was with Su Chen did she feel like a living person, rather than a program edited by someone else. Did this still fall within the realm of friendship? This thought lingered in her mind for a long time. Lu Baishuang gazed at that profile, her heart gradually calming down. She didn't know, and for the first time, she didn't want to know so clearly. Come in. The office door opened, and Su Chen and Lu Baishuang walked in. They saw Yuan Cheng sitting behind the desk, a document in front of him, with elder son sitting opposite him. Besides them, Zhu Lin and Luo Yong, whom they had met before, were also present. There was also a coconut spirit in the corner. Director Yuan, elder son. Mentor Zhu Lin. Su Chen greeted them one by one. Lu Baishuang looked at Zhu Lin, who was sitting on the sofa, her figure voluptuous. Mentor. She had already agreed to join the Evergreen Academy and signed for A-level treatment. Zhu Lin nodded gently. You weren't startled, were you? Lu Baishuang shook her head. No. Zhu Lin's eyes were filled with tenderness as she stood up and pulled the girl into her embrace. It's okay, what the Lu family did has nothing to do with you. The difference between a young girl and a young woman was instantly evident. Su Chen thought as he watched the scene before him. Lu Baishuang looked like a gothic lowly doll being held by mentor Zhu Lin. One familiar, one shy, adding to the charm. Yuan Qing called him over, saying, tonight's matter will focus on you, we need you to write a record. Su Chen was surprised. A record? Yuan Sheng nodded. We need evidence to take action, otherwise, it would be against the rules. The evidence we previously collected against the Lu family is not sufficient, some of it was deliberately leaked by the 10,000 Laws sect, so we need you. Just write a record of how the Lu family threatened and tempted you. The 10,000 Laws sect is selling you out, it wouldn't make sense if nothing happened. Su Chen picked up a pen and wrote a simple record. The content roughly described how the Lu family's underworld forces threatened and tempted him. As a flower of the motherland and a successor cultivated by the organization, Su Chen resolutely refused, and at the moment of life and death, support arrived. After handing over the record, there was nothing more for Su Chen to do. Next, it was up to Yuan and elder son to report. Su Chen now understood the ins and outs of the matter. The people from the 10,000 Laws sect were quite cunning. They deliberately leaked the Lu family's situation to the authorities, prompting an investigation, which made the Lu family fearful and anxious. At this time, the 10,000 Laws sect could step in to make contact and subdue the Lu family. Their calculations were truly precise. Just as Su Chen sat down, the coconut spirit in the corner slipped over to him. Junior brother, boo-hoo, I'm so sad. Li Qiuhua was wearing a black coat and a sports tank top today. She leaned close to Su Chen, howling without shedding a tear. Through the loosely fastened collar he could see her fair shoulder trailing down. He met a pair of mischievous eyes. Those eyes seemed to say, "Gotcha, little pervert." Hair fell on the tip of his nose, making Su Chen's nose itch. He quickly lowered his gaze and changed the subject. "Hey, senior sister, how did your pants get a hole?" Li Qiuhua was wearing women's sports pants and there was a small hole on top. She raised her hand to hook the hole, pulling the pants up, and Su Chen's gaze jolted. Under the sports pants, her long legs were wrapped in black stockings, with letters on them. Li Qiuhua was very pleased with Su Chen's reaction, pointing at her legs with a provocative look. "Sister is giving you a chance, whether you dare or not is up to you." Su Chen stared at the coconut spirit in disbelief. This mouthy queen was surprisingly bold today? He didn't know that after Li Qiuhua returned home last night, she had been studying the old master's manual. She had analyzed the truth behind Su Chen's change of expression in the car. This little chick was trying to scare herself. Li Qiuhua couldn't swallow this, so she dressed up carefully today, just to turn the tables. Seeing the boy's astonished expression, Li Qiuhua felt triumphant. Noticing everyone was busy, she crossed her long legs and lightly rubbed against Su Chen's calf. This enchantress, where did she learn all this? Su Chen casually shifted his gaze away, calming his mind. Everyone present was a martial arts expert. He didn't have the courage to play the tricks from those cherry blossom movies. Li Qiuhua also retreated. Her beautiful legs pulled back, and the exposed section of her silky foot was once again covered by the sports pants. Su Chenyu glanced at the happy coconut spirit beside her. She wasn't short, standing just over 1.7 meters, which is considered tall among girls. The most important thing was that out of that 1.7 meters, at least 1.1 meters were legs. Plus, as a martial artist, her figure was well proportioned, making her legs look even longer. She was simply a leg goddess. A certain celebrity once said, "What you carry may not be the party and the people, and the cries that tear the heart may not necessarily be pain." Buzz buzz. The phone vibrated, and Su Chenyu opened it. It was a message from the person beside her. "Coconut Spirit Senior, your gaze has been on my legs." Su Chenyu, "No, you saw it wrong. Coconut Spirit Senior, I've studied psychology. For a few days, your gaze mostly falls on my knee. Are you thinking it's a pity that these legs aren't on my shoulders?" Su Chenyu was shocked. "No, sister, you really studied it?" To avoid revealing her dark, fat otaku side, Su Chenyu opened a tomato app and started reading a novel. This feeling of finding an organization was so comfortable. On the outskirts of Luochang, at a cargo warehouse. Who the hell ordered 50 bags of 20-kilogram cat litter? This is a delivery, not a construction site. What about yours? I still have a dozen old people's cars. Damn, is this Shun guy sick? Buying a partner online. A muscular martial artist cursed as he carried 2 large elephants away. While they were in a heated discussion, several figures gathered in a corner piled with clutter. The plan has failed. A figure in a delivery outfit spoke weakly. "I was also severely injured by Yuan Cheng." The people beside him frowned, looking uneasy. How could Yuan Cheng take you down so quickly, being at the 6th level? His foundation was personally destroyed by the deputy leader. Logically, his strength should be continuously declining. The figure in the delivery outfit said, "I was struck down when I was manipulating the power of heaven and earth. I used a secret method to escape from his grasp." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the figures changed drastically. "He has stepped into the 7th level? How is that possible? Did the deputy leader make a mistake at that time? No way. If it was a mistake, Yuan Cheng would have stepped into the 7th level long ago and wouldn't have dragged it out until now." The mood among the group grew heavy. Yuan Cheng was once the second person under the Limitless One, a second-ranked figure on the church's fire extinguishing list. At that time, the deputy leader, who was still a saintess, personally intervened, only to destroy his foundation, leaving him hopeless to break through the upper 3 levels in this life. Now, Yuan Cheng had actually taken another step. This news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Su Chenyu is not dead, the Lu family has been suppressed, and Yuan Cheng has made a breakthrough. The figure in the delivery outfit looked grim. "If this news gets out, we will all face severe punishment. Then we must report it first, otherwise it will be hard for us to even think about dying later." Remembering the punishments within the church, the others turned pale. The principle of the 10,000 Methods Church is that flesh is weak in suffering, all methods return to one. To become stronger by any means necessary, the body is merely a vessel for the spirit. Therefore, the punishments of the 10,000 Methods Church are extremely cruel, to the point that even these ruthless individuals fear them. The figure in the delivery outfit said fiercely, "We must redeem our sins through merit. If we can't kill Su Chenyu, then let's kill more college students." The others exchanged glances. For now, this was the only stupid method they had. College students are weak in strength and low in vigilance, making them the best targets. After dealing with the matters of the Liu family, it was already past midnight when I returned home. Seeing that the admissions mentors from various schools were still awake at the door, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. Indeed. University teachers are different. Even when recruiting students, they maintain their quality and civility. As I opened the door, warm yellow light spilled in. My eyes fell on the familiar little bare apron, and looking up, I saw Uncle Jiang standing at the door. "Uncle, why are you waiting for me?" Su Chen smiled. "I went to a classmate's house in the afternoon and met with the admissions mentors from the 3 major universities in the evening." He didn't mention the Liu family matters. Uncle Jiang knew it wouldn't help, it would only make him worry. "Is that all?" Jiang Pingxing asked. The tone was off. Could it be that someone was slandering me behind my back? Su Chen replied seriously, "Absolutely nothing else." Uncle Jiang walked over to the sofa and sat down, pointing at the television, and said in a teasing tone, "Look at that young man on the screen, he looks so much like you. I suspect you have a twin brother. What do you think?" Su Chen turned his gaze to the screen, and his smile instantly froze. "Old son, are you so eager to show off?" he roared in his heart. The Luocheng satellite TV was broadcasting a video late at night. It was footage of Su Chen battling Lu Wenshan, although Lu Wenshan's face was blurred, and he used a pseudonym. Lu Xiaojun. Su Chen's face wasn't blurred, it was given a close-up shot, making it easy for people to recognize him. As for the broadcast content, it was even more exaggerated. Top scholar caught in a trap, unfazed against a 4th-level warrior. Both sides exchanged blows, and Su the top scholar broke through to the 2nd level in the heat of battle, living up to his title. Especially the last statement directed at him was truly moving. Su Chen felt like a child caught doing something wrong, and he forced to laugh. "Yeah, it does look quite similar." He had only intended to put on a show, but he never expected old son would put him on Luocheng's satellite TV. Public execution, how embarrassing. Jiang Pingxing's expression turned serious. "What else are you hiding from me?" Su Chen shook his head firmly. "Really nothing else." Su Chen, private. Jiang Pingxing suddenly spoke in a stern voice. "Present, Major General." Su Chen instinctively stood up straight. "Tell me. You're not hiding anything else from me." "Report, sir, I'm not hiding anything from you." Jiang Pingxing's expression relaxed, and Su Chen flopped down on the sofa. "Uncle, it's nothing major, don't listen to what they're saying up there." At that time, Director Yuan from the War Academy was right beside me. It was very safe. Jiang Pingxing sighed. "You have great talent, destined to walk your own path. I'm just a 1st-level warrior, it's not right for me to interfere. But safety must come first. You were too reckless tonight." To call it reckless was an understatement from Jiang Pingxing. Each level of martial arts from the 9th level was worlds apart. Before tonight, battling 1 level higher was already considered top-tier genius. 2 levels higher? That was a death sentence. As for 3 levels higher? No one had ever thought of such a thing. Even the current martial arts champion, Wu Ji had never achieved it. Yet this unprecedented feat was accomplished by his own nephew. Jiang Pingxing felt both proud and worried for the child. Not needing help from elders was the pride of the younger generation, while being unable to help was the shame of the elders. The uncle and nephew chatted for a while about trivial matters, and Jiang Pingxing asked, "Which university do you prefer?" Su Chen didn't hesitate. "The War Academy. Not only for the current matters at the ranch but also for the future. The system, whether it's the civilization tree or the technology tree, requires hunting a large number of deep space creatures. Joining the War Academy and heading to the front lines was undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, it was evident that Director Yuan valued him. A good guide is hard to come by. Of course, if the system was a romance to get stronger system, Changqing Academy would also be a good choice. Su Chen fantasized in his heart. Jiang Pingxing agreed. He had aimed for the War Academy back then, but he fell far short. Now that my child has achieved this, it can be said that I have fulfilled his dream. Have you thought it through? Jiang Pingxing suddenly asked. Entering the War Academy to protect a home is undoubtedly something to be proud of, but the towering man felt fear. In his heart, he feared that this child, like his parents, might leave and never return. Su Chen noticed Uncle John's worries and said solemnly, "The deep space creatures will not stop their invasion. If we want to maintain peace, there is only one way." The boy's eyes were filled with killing intent as he thought of Lu Baishuang's fate. As long as the Deep Space Clan and the
10,000 laws sect exist. I will worry about them breaking through the martial arts Great Wall.
At that time, even if I don't go to the front lines, can I still survive? Rather than living in constant worry, it's better to take the initiative. Destroy their clan and cut off their legacy. Good. Jiang Pingsheng was not one to dither. Seeing Su Chen's determination, he cheered. With your words, your ancestors of the Su family can rest in peace. Jiang Pingsheng opened a drawer and pointed to the pile of invitation letters inside. These are all left by the recruitment mentors from other universities who want to have a detailed chat with you. Since you've made up your mind, just throw them all away. No rush. Su Chen looked at the drawer full of invitation letters, a smile tugging at his lips. Since they came, we should at least let them feel a bit involved, right? It is well known that universities across the country are divided into two types, the three major academies and other universities. Now that the college entrance examination matters have concluded, the recruitment mentors from other schools have also come. According to the process, it should be the teachers from the three major academies visiting next. However, the resources of the War Academy are not so easily obtained. One must create a strong presence. Su Chen took out his phone and began sending messages to the contacts on the invitation letters one by one. Tomorrow at 8:30 a.m., detailed discussion at home. In the dormitory of the city guard. Yuan Qing lay on the bed, resting with his eyes closed. Luo Yong, who was sleeping on the upper bunk, peeked down. With a heavy heart, tomorrow we should meet Su Chen. What kind of treatment has your War Academy prepared? Yuan Qing replied. Lightly, haven't you already discussed it with Ying Dachuan? Luo Yong chuckled. Who would complain about having too many geniuses? Yuan Qing ignored him, and Luo Yong squirmed on the bed like a worm. It's just the two of us, no outsiders. Spill the beans. Old Yuan, we've been friends for a long time, don't be so cold. Have you forgotten that I once blocked a knife for you on the front lines? Yuan Qing opened his eyes. Are you talking about that fragment of a blade that flew and shattered? Under the gaze of Yuan Qing's indifferent eyes, Luo Yong felt emboldened. Just say whether it was a knife or not. Even if it had no power at that time, if you weren't careful and stepped on it, you would still bleed. Yuan Qing coldly replied. Did you practice your skin refining on your butt? Luo Yong immediately played the fool. If you don't tell me tonight, I'll keep tossing and turning in bed. Yuan Chang was silent for a moment and said, S-level treatment. Luo Yong got the answer and lay back down contentedly. The maximum resource he fought for was also S-level. Everyone was S-level, and who it would fall to was still undecided. With his eloquence and personal charm, Su Chen would not be an exception. Yuan Qing closed his eyes again. He was not lying. He indeed applied for S-level treatment, but his S-level was different from Luo Yong's. Luo Yong's S-level was what the Starfire Academy was willing to offer, while Yuan Cheng's S-level was because the War Academy's highest level was only S-level. The next morning, as Su Chen got out of bed, he saw Uncle Jiang setting out sunflower seeds and fruits on the table. Today, the admission tutors from various schools are coming over. We can't let them just sit around, Jiang Pingsheng instructed. Go boil a pot of water. Su Chen nodded and walked into the kitchen to boil water, pondering as he listened to the kettle's dull sound. When would the provincial and national top scholar rewards come through? There was still 10 million in cultivation resources from Captain Zhao that hadn't arrived. For Su Chen, using resources on himself was the least beneficial. Whether it was exchanging them for core parts of deep space creatures to put into the technology tree or constructing facilities, the utility was significant. The stronger his clansmen were, the stronger he would become. Currently, there was only one slot in the technology tree, which held the ghost tree heart, and among the unlocked buildings, the shooting range was the easiest to construct. Su Chen thought to himself. Building the shooting range required 100 feathers from the dark feather beast. Also a third-tier deep space creature. Acquiring them was much easier than getting thunder bull horns. The feathers of the dark feather beast had limited uses, mostly being melted into weapons to increase sharpness. He just didn't know if the military warehouse had that many. Old Sun had awarded 5,000 merits. Unconsciously, Su Chen's address for Elder Sun had changed to Old Sunday. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Su Chen opened it to find a row of eyes in the hallway. Smiling, he said, "Good morning, teachers." The many admission tutors were puzzled. They had originally thought Su Chen wanted to meet them alone because he favored their school. They didn't expect so many people to show up. Did this kid really want to wear the seal of the Six Nations? Su Chen stepped aside and raised his hand. Please come in and take a seat. Fortunately, Uncle Jiang was clever and borrowed chairs from the neighbors. Otherwise, some admission tutors would have had to stand. As for who had to stand, that depended on the schools.
Prestige. Once the admission tutors settled in, Chen glanced at his phone. It was 8:55.
Yuan and the others should be arriving soon.
The commotion also attracted the attention of the neighbors, who gathered together to exclaim, "Little Su has really become talented."
So many admission tutors from various schools coming over. Only a top scholar would have this treatment, right? If my child could have half of what Little Su has, I would be grateful.
Old Jiang will have support in the future. You don't know, half a month ago, old Jiang's brother came. A woman living downstairs whispered, "I don't know what they talked about, but old Jiang, such a good person, was almost provoked into action. In the end, he directly chased them away." Hearing there was gossip, the neighbors perked up.
What happened? I think I have some impression. I
heard there was an argument when I came back from buying groceries.
The woman hesitated. I couldn't hear clearly. It seemed to be about retirement. Children, something like that.
The most popular topics among middle-aged women, and everyone began to chatter.
Just then, several figures
appeared at Su Chen's door, even without using the stairs.
Seeing this, Su Chen welcomed them in. It was indeed Yuan and the three others, alone with Elder Sunday. This old man was probably here to watch the excitement. The admission tutors sitting inside, testing each other's offers, changed their expressions slightly upon seeing Yuan Cheng and the others. The university is divided into 3 major academies and others. This is not a fabrication. On the contrary, it is very realistic. As soon as they arrived, everyone became the green leaves complementing the red flowers. The first teacher to give a gift yesterday suddenly realized and slapped his thigh. I've been fooled again. Many admission tutors gradually came to the same realization. They weren't here for detailed discussions. They were here to set the atmosphere. Su Chen cheerfully approached with sunflower seeds and candy. Come, have some candy. These are all specialties of our Luo city, the authentic Northeast big sunflower seeds, and this candy. Each of the admissions mentors had been stuffed with some. Their mood, having been tricked, improved quite a bit. Being personally treated by the top scholar, they could later say they were once honored guests of the national champion. So the admissions mentors sat in a row, cracking seeds, watching curiously. They wanted to see what kind of treatment the 3 major universities could offer and which institution Su Chen would ultimately choose. Zhu Lin stepped forward first, a gentle smile appearing on her intellectual face. Our Chongqing Academy is willing to offer an S-level treatment, but there will be a potential assessment every year. If your strength stagnates, then the corresponding resources will also diminish. The admissions mentors sighed, knowing they were out of the running. The S-level treatment from the 3 major universities was not something that could be had every year. Sometimes it could take 4 or 5 years to produce one. But each S-level candidate was a leader of the younger generation. The resources poured into them could be described as vast. Even if they sold the school, they couldn't afford that much. Zhu Lin took out a document and placed it on the table, her gaze towards Su Chen carrying a hint of apology. For a genius, a potential assessment was undoubtedly a sign of distrust. Su Chen took the contract with both hands. Thank you. He wasn't angry. The admissions mentors could only negotiate with the school regarding treatment and couldn't make decisions themselves. Moreover, the sight of a mature woman looking at you with full apologies was enough to dissipate any anger, leaving one feeling a bit overwhelmed. You Chongqing are just being petty, step aside. Luo Yang proudly took out the treatment contract and said, our Xingho is different. Little Su, our academy has high hopes for you, believing you have the potential of a war general, so we directly offer you S-level treatment. Is your Xingho really that pure? Watching the beautiful mentor being pushed aside by Luo Yang, Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. At the same time, he completely dismissed the thought of joining Xingho Academy. He didn't want to end up in a situation that would turn him into a gay man after a few years. What does this mean? This is trust in you. Even if you don't perform well, the resources will still remain unchanged. About 20 million in resources each semester, not counting the school's faculty strength. Luo Yang continued to boast about his academy. Little did he know, his recent behavior had already made Su Chen wary of Xingho Academy. Damn, strong faculty strength is impressive. The 3 major universities are nothing compared to us at Xin Beifang. What do you mean by that? The admissions mentor from Xin Beifang raised his head. First, our school recruits students from all over the world. With many students, that's a victory. Second, we have 1 victory, while the 3 major universities have 0, that's a second victory. Third, shut up. An impatient teacher from an undergraduate institution interrupted. After Luo Yang finished explaining, he confidently
walked aside, believing that with his passionate speech and treatment, Chen would surely be moved.
The gazes of many admissions mentors fell on the cold figure, growing more expectant. If Xingho Academy offered S-level treatment, what would the War Academy offer? Chen's expectant gaze
also fell on Counselor Yuan, who calmly spoke, each semester 30 million in equivalent resources, plus 2,000 credits, with corresponding
training facilities open. At the same time, you will have the highest priority in the school.
No matter what facilities or places, as
long as you need them, all students must give way. The calm voice echoed in the old apartment. Luo Yong's face stiffened, Zhu Lin's beautiful eyes
widened in surprise, her red lips slightly parted.
As for the admissions mentors sitting in a row,
they huddled together, whispering, not to mention anything else, just the resource investment of 30 million per semester, over 4 years that would be
240 million.
They looked up at each other, their eyes filled with shock. The treatment levels of the 3 major academies are ranked from high to low as
S, A, B, and C. The C-level treatment offers 2 million resources per semester, B-level provides 5 million, and A-level offers 8 million. Even the highest S-level totals only around 20 million in equivalent resources. However, the treatment offered by the War Academy is equivalent to adding an A-level treatment on top of the S-level. This has never happened before.
The recruitment mentors from other schools are filled with
confusion. Even if Chen has high talent, it shouldn't reach this level, right? Or is it that the War Academy is being overly protective? Chapter 73, What did you say to me in bed last night? What did you say to me in bed last night? Luo Yong snapped back to reality, incredulously questioning, is this really S-level treatment?
As soon as the words left his mouth, the expressions of everyone
present shifted. Last night, in bed?
Individually, those 2 words posed no issue, but together, they raised many questions.
Just as
Zhu Lin, recovering from her surprise, opened her red lips again, looking at that cold figure with disbelief.
Could it be that his
years of avoiding women were due to being hurt too deeply, his sexual orientation? But as her gaze fell on Luo Yong, Zhu Lin furrowed
her brows, dispelling that thought. She wasn't sure of Yuan Qing's sexual orientation, but she trusted his taste. Even if he had
truly changed his gender, it wouldn't be for this muscle-bound brute.
What are you looking at? Luo Yong grumbled, I'm not a beauty. What's there to see? I can't take it anymore, my eyes need cleansing. Chen's gaze fell on the graceful and voluptuous Zhu Lin. Ah, much better.
Teacher Zhu Lin has a great figure, if only her legs were a bit longer.
Thinking of legs, Chen couldn't help but recall the black stockings hidden beneath the sports pants of the coconut spirit senior sister from last night. Instantly, he felt a tingle of excitement.
Next time, I must find a secluded place, hold a big stick, and see if the coconut spirit dares to make a move.
Yuan Qing said lightly, it is indeed S-level. Luo Yong, unwilling to accept, asked, then why is your S-level different from mine?
Yuan Qing ignored him and handed a new document to Chen. After that day, I was looking forward to you letting me reprint the contract.
And you did.
Chen took it with both hands, placed it on the table, and picked up a pen.
3 treatment documents were already laid out on the table, each from the top 3 universities in Huaxia.
To be courted by one university was already a sign of genius.
Enough to bring glory to one's family, to be courted by all 3.
Everyone's gaze fell on the handsome young man, letting out a soft sigh.
This was simply a prodigy.
Their eyes all focused on that small pen, waiting for Chen to make a decision.
The outcome was inevitable.
Chen signed his name on the 3rd contract and handed it back to Yuan Qing, teacher.
Yuan Qing looked at the young man, nodded after a moment.
Zhu Lin led the applause, and the room erupted with thunderous clapping.
Luo Yong, unwilling to
concede, grabbed Chen's hands and said, Little Su, if one day you lose all your vitality and become useless, suffering all kinds of
bullying, just come find me. What a grassroots rise template. Chen scoffed inwardly. Before he could speak, he saw the figure in front of him fly out the door, Yuan Qing's right leg landing. Keep talking nonsense, and you'll be lying down for a month. Zhu Lin
covered her mouth and chuckled, this fool never learns.
Luo Yong fell to the ground, sprang up with a burst of energy, and shouted. You ambushed me. Despicable.
The many admissions teachers looked at each other with strange expressions.
To say such things about a student's master in front of them.
It questioned the teacher's character and brought misfortune to the disciple.
Who would get beaten? If not you? Yuan Qing turned to the other admissions teachers. Are you all going to sit for a while longer?
The lined-up admissions
teachers instantly stood up, shaking their heads repeatedly. We're leaving, we're leaving.
This was Yuan Qing, who had suppressed
A generation over a decade ago. If it weren't for that incident back then, he would have long stepped into the third tier and guarded the martial arts stronghold. Student Su, see you in Kyoto. Zhu Lin greeted Su Chen and turned to leave. Here is your admission. Notice and student ID, remember to enroll on time. Yuan Qing handed a delicate notice and a thin black card to Su Chen. A door located in Kyoto would forever be open to him from now on. I won't stay long in Luo City, are you coming with me, or will you go on your own? Yuan Qing asked. Su Chen initially wanted to say he would go together, but catching a glimpse of the closed bedroom door out of the corner of his eye, he softly replied, I'll think about it. Okay, I'll tell you before I leave. Yuan Qing turned and left. The doors of the house were closed again, and the usual silence returned to the not-so-large old house. Su Chen arrived at Uncle Zhang's room. Uncle, it's ready. Worried that he might say something inappropriate and cause trouble, he shrank back into the bedroom. Really? The bedroom door was quickly pulled open, and Zhang Pingxing's gaze fell on the admission notice in Su Chen's hand. He snatched it away, examining it closely, his face beaming with a smile. Ah, good, very good. Zhang Pingxing laughed heartily. Let's see who dares to say I'm all alone in the future. Su Chen keenly caught the phrase all alone, narrowing his eyes. The neighbors are gossiping again? A big man raising someone else's child would inevitably attract some rumors. However, most of the residents here were soldiers and families of meritorious service, so the gossip was relatively sparse. Especially after Su Chen showcased his talent, such voices had not been heard for a long time. Zhang Pingxing chuckled, just a casual remark, who would dare to say anything about your uncle? Now, who doesn't know my nephew is the top scholar in the country, a manifestation of the martial star. Even when going out to buy groceries, people don't ask for money. As he spoke, he approached the statue of Guan Gong, sincerely offering incense. Lord Guan, Xiaoming is a good child, you must bless him to have no obstacles in martial arts and a safe future. Zhang Pingsheng is willing to offer incense to you every day, asking for your protection. Su Chen followed with a bow, but in his heart, he kept repeating one thought, rebound. Once Uncle Zhang finished offering incense, Su Chen said seriously, Uncle, let me take you to live in Kyoto. I can support you now, we can buy a small courtyard in Kyoto, and when there's nothing to do, we can go to the morning market to drink bean juice, eat crispy rings, and speak a bit of the local dialect. As the capital of Huaxia, Kyoto is a first-class city in terms of development and safety. From Lu Wenshan's words last night, Su Chen understood that he had already been targeted by the 10,000 Laws sect. This group of madmen, who had turned to the deep void and ascended through flesh and blood, would seize every opportunity to act against him. Letting Uncle Zhang live in Kyoto would also put Su Chen at ease. Zhang Pingsheng showed a look of comfort on his face and shook his head. Your uncle was born and raised in Luocheng. After decades, I'm used to everything here. Kyoto is a good place, but it's not very friendly to an old guy like me. Ha ha. As he spoke, Zhang Pingsheng laughed again. He carefully placed the admission notice on the table, afraid it might get bumped. Then he pulled out a calendar, looking it over while mumbling, tomorrow won't work, it's a taboo for hosting guests. The day after tomorrow won't work either, damn it, it's a clash with the dragon, not auspicious. The day after that is good. The star of the ascendant is in position, everything breaks dawn, suitable for hosting guests. Putting down the calendar, Zhang Pingsheng walked out with a beaming smile. You stay home and rest, I'm going out for a bit. Soon after, Su Chen heard Uncle Jiang speaking loudly to the neighbors. Xiaoming has decided to attend the War Academy. The day after tomorrow, I'm hosting a graduation banquet at the hotel, everyone must come. The neighbors responded with smiles. This is great news, we will definitely go. Our place has produced a top scholar, we must celebrate properly. The War Academy is great, that's a top-tier institution. Through the window, Su Chen could see Uncle Jiang leaving with a spring-like demeanor. Su Chen shook his head and smiled but did not stop him. Since Uncle Jiang was happy, he would let him be. Retracting his gaze and thinking of Uncle John's earlier words, the smile in Su Chen's eyes gradually faded. If no one had been speaking carelessly in front of Uncle Jiang, he would never have brought this up. Su Chen took out his phone and dialed out. Brother Zhao, I need your help with something. Chapter 74, The Body Technique of Heavenly Gang and Earthly Fiends. Alright, sorry to trouble you, Brother Zhao. I'll treat you to a meal later. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen's gaze turned slightly cold. Once a martial artist enters a new stage, their six senses continuously enhance. Just now, the door was not fully closed, and Su Chen could hear some whispers from the aunties downstairs. Uncle Jiang had come, and it seemed there was some conflict. Su Chen could guess what had happened, but directly asking Uncle Jiang would likely yield no answers. It was better to find Zhao Qing directly to investigate. After changing his clothes, Su Chen left his house and casually found a martial arts gym. He approached the strength testing machine and threw a punch. 11,100 kilograms. The bright red number displayed on the machine. Just yesterday, Su Chen had broken through to the second stage, and today he had reached 11,100 kilograms of punching power. This rate of growth was undoubtedly terrifying. However, Su Chen could also feel that the surging vitality was gradually calming down. It was slowly increasing with the number of goblins. Although this amount was not large, it was stable and enduring, so Su Chen didn't even need to purchase resources to replenish his vitality. He trained his body in the martial arts room until he felt soreness before stopping. Glancing at the time, it was already past 10 o'clock. Su Chen realized he had spent nearly 2 hours in the gym. Leaving the martial arts gym, he first called old Jean to ask if the old man was at work. After confirming he was, Su Chen headed towards the military warehouse. The cavalry profession couldn't be rushed for now, and as for upgrading the gladiatorial arena, Su Chen had checked online to find out what a deep space bard was. A 4th-tier deep space creature? Elusive and extremely difficult to kill. Its core uses were many. When paired with rare materials, it could increase mental strength and enhance resistance. It provided higher resistance against mental attacks. Just this single use made the core of the bard priceless and impossible to buy. So, the easiest construction option available to Su Chen was just one. Building, shooting range, required materials, beast bones *500, dark feather beast feathers *100. Beast bones were easy to come by. Su Chen had accumulated quite a few from the demon hunting grounds, leaving only the dark feather beast feathers. Once he gathered enough, he could unlock the ranged archer profession. Thinking of the scene of a rain of arrows, Su Chen quickened his pace slightly. Need arrows? Then be ready to catch them. If you can block this overwhelming rain of arrows, I'll bring an army to bear down on you. In the military warehouse, the old man Jean, whom he hadn't seen for a while, was holding a book. Ah, Su, the top scholar, has come to visit this old man? What language is that? Su Chen moved a chair to sit down. If you keep flattering me, I might just get up and leave. Old Jean smiled. So, what brings you here? Su Chen got straight to the point. Old Jean, how many dark feather beast wings are there in Luo City? Dark feather beast feathers? Old Jean recalled and said, there are about 40. This thing has limited uses, so not much is kept in Luo City. Are you planning to refine weapons? Su Chen shook his head. I have other uses for it. What's the price for dark feather beast feathers? Old Jean replied, 100 merit points each. 100 merit points each. After an 8% discount, that would be 80 4 times. 8 is 32. Su Chen calculated in his mind. He took out his phone and exchanged for all the dark feather beast feathers, totaling 3,002 merit points. His original 5,000 merit points now had 1,800 left. Old Jean, do you have any recommendations for me to exchange for something? You lazy bum, don't you know what you lack? Old Jean tapped Su Chen's head and handed him the book. He had been holding the body technique of Heavenly Gang and Earthly Fiends, quite suitable for you. The Heavenly Gang step can accelerate the flow of vitality, gather momentum, and intimidate the opponent. The Earthly Fiend step allows for agile movements, making it hard to track. If you can master it, one step out will be the Heavenly Gang and Earthly Fiends. Listening to Old Jean's explanation, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Is it really that powerful? Old Jean chuckled. After the discount, you still need 1,500 merit points. Not everyone is as wealthy as you. You are a summoner, and after joining the War Academy, you will probably be assigned to the Command Academy. Learning the body technique will be beneficial. You already know this? Su Chen asked in surprise. Did Elder Sun tell you? You underestimate me too much, Old Jean said, pulling out a plaque. Su Chen looked over and was taken aback. It was actually the Dragon King's, professor certificate. Old Jean was actually an honorary professor at the War Academy. Now you know I'm not ordinary, right? The old man, with his white hair, was full of pride. Su Chen had already exchanged his points and picked up the Tiangang Deja body technique to look through it. The introduction to this body technique caught his eye, and Su Chen quickly immersed himself in it. The 9 stars determine the spiritual roots of the 9 heavens, the bright beams of the sun and moon, the abyss of myriad treasures. 5 nines in alignment, with endless connections, controlling the heavenly constellations, turning the 3 stars, acting according to the positions of the stars and constellations, gathering the forces of heaven and earth, causing ghosts and gods to retreat, and demons to bow down. The explanation was obscure and difficult to understand, but a phantom figure in Su Chen's mind kept practicing, allowing him to quickly comprehend. Old Jean reminded him, however, this Tiangang Dija body technique is extremely advanced, but the difficulty of cultivation is also top-notch. Not only must your steps align with the positions of Tiangang and Dija, but you must also comprehend its meaning and act in accordance with heaven. Seeing the young man standing still, the old man shook his head. Today's children are just too impatient. I haven't finished speaking yet. This body technique will take at least a year and a half to get started, and you will need to study it diligently. Suddenly, an inexplicable wave appeared. Old Jean suddenly looked up, his gaze landing on Su Chen, sensing the subtle changes in his aura. His expression shocked. Although Su Chen had surprised him before, it had never shown on his face. But, looking at the young man, whose aura was sometimes heavy like the heavens and sometimes ethereal and hard to trace, old Jean's weathered eyes were filled with astonishment. Tiangang was heavy, Dija was ethereal, Su Chen had entered the threshold? Even old Jean, who had experienced many things, felt a bit dreamlike. At this moment, the record for the fastest entry into the Tiangang Dija body technique had been broken 40 years ago. At that time, a young man entered the threshold in 3 months, then achieved minor success in 2 years and major success in 5 years. That young man was now the top of the Huaxiao martial rankings, Wu Ji. Old Jean looked at the young man, a thought arising in his heart. This kid's comprehension ability was even more terrifying than Wu Ji. Especially as Su Chen flipped through the book faster and faster, as if he had seen the critical moment in Liu Bei's writings. Suddenly, he took a step forward, landing just 2 inches in front of him. The position of the Tian Kuei star. In an instant, a heavy and overwhelming aura pressed down, like the heavens bearing down on old Jean's shoulders. The old man was momentarily stunned, and his shoulder instinctively shook, dispersing the overwhelming pressure. The gathered aura was scattered, and Su Chen also returned to his senses from that mysterious state. Old Jean, I think I understand a bit of the meaning of this body technique now, Su Chen said softly. Just now, he seemed to have immersed himself in this body technique, learning it in a way that was both clear and unclear. Old Jean forced a smile. You just stepped into the Tian Kuei star position, and you indeed used it. This talent is already quite good. Although it's a bit weaker than me, you should still work hard. Saying this, you really understand. Su Chen wondered, Old Jean, there are a few things I don't quite understand, and I want to. Old Jean suddenly raised his hand. Martial arts rely on your own research, not on asking questions. Go back. After the young man left in a daze, the old man rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a book on the Tiangang Dija body technique. I must have been watching it the wrong way before. This thing shouldn't be that hard to learn, he muttered to himself, mimicking Su Chen's stance as he flipped through it. Half an hour later, the book was heavily thrown to the ground, and old Jean shouted angrily, What kind of nonsense is this? Not a single word is understandable. Su Chen walked on the way home, silently calculating in his heart. The feathers of the dark feather beast were not expensive compared to the thunder bull horns, and they were easy to obtain, but Su Chen needed a large quantity. He was still short by 60, even if he went to the market to buy them, it would take some time. I could ask Captain Zhao if he has any. Su Chen sighed, otherwise, he would have to seek help from Instructor Yuan. He didn't know when the provincial rewards would be distributed. The officials were always slow in everything they did. Ding dong. Just as he was thinking, his phone rang. Elder son, kid, next week come with me to the provincial city. The provincial leaders have decided to hold a commendation meeting for the top 100 in the province. Elder son, your reward has also been approved. It's probably a merit award. Su Chen received. Cows moo, horses neigh, cows and horses received. When he got home, Su Chen opened the clan member panel to check. Sima Bulin learned Sun Su's art of war, gained some insights, and began preliminary military training. Yuan Bulin learned that individual heroism is not feasible, all goblins must be united as one. Your clan members consumed the corpses of deep space creatures and felt very uncomfortable, resulting in 10,000 deaths. Your clan members consumed the corpses of deep space creatures infused with a trace of deep space power. After the last battle, your clan members became bloodthirsty, 300,000 goblins gained insights and were promoted to mid-tier. 100,000 mid-tier goblins developed a fearless heart through the trials of blood and fire, stepping into high tier. Su Chen looked at the summary panel. Total goblins, 2,300,000 low-tier goblins, 50 mid-tier goblins, 200,000 high-tier goblins, 11,000. After the slaughter in the demon hunting grounds, the quality of the goblins had significantly improved. There were 50 low-tier goblins and 11,000 high-tier goblins.
If they continued to develop like this, they would eventually advance.
By then, Su Chen would have a true iron army behind him. Closing the
system panel, Su Chen closed his eyes and savored the mysterious feeling from earlier. It was as if everything in his mind had been cast aside, and he was fully immersed in contemplating that particular movement technique.
Could this also be the system's ability? Su Chen whispered, "System, is that you?"
The system did not respond, indirectly confirming one thing: it was not its ability.
Su Chen stood up, recalling the explanation of the Tian Gang step, and took a step forward. Tian Kuei star position.
Suddenly, a force as if the heavens and earth were collapsing pressed down, causing the girl with the staff to take a step back, momentarily stunned.
But in that brief moment
of vulnerability, a large hand ruthlessly pressed down on her small head,
rubbing and shaking.
Lu Baishuang softly said, "That's a very impressive step." Taking a step forward
gives a feeling of the power of heaven and earth pressing down.
Su Chen pressed down on the 2 or 3 strands of her silly hair and withdrew his hand. "That's just to scare
people, similar to your family's shooting technique."
A shot thrust out, like a mountain pressing down, leaving people unsure of how to dodge, standing there in a daze.
Lu Baishuang nodded thoughtfully. "It's about time." Su Chen glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock. Uncle Jiang was hosting guests today. He said that since he got into university, he must celebrate grandly and invited former comrades and neighbors. "Let's go, we'll go together," Su Chen said. Over the past few days, he had been studying the Tiangang Disha movement technique and practicing with Lu Baishuang.
The latter's progress was rapid. She had already reached the late stage of low tier and would be able to
break through to mid-tier after some more refinement.
Okay.
The girl nodded and left the villa with him.
Although the Lu family had been captured, the clean assets under
their name remained.
Lu Baishuang suddenly became a small rich woman worth $1 billion.
Jealousy made Su Chen's eyes turn red. These days, he had made the little robot treat into KFC. "My friend, if you earn money and don't let me spend it, what's the point of you earning money?"
"Do you have a driver's license?" the girl suddenly asked.
"I just finished the exam recently."
"Why? There's a car."
Lu Baishuang led Su Chen towards the basement. As their footsteps echoed, the sensor lights lit up and rose, illuminating the entire underground garage.
Hiss. Su Chen gasped as he looked at the neatly arranged luxury cars ahead. Flashy supercars, understated business sedans, and powerful Range Rovers.
Who bought all these? Lu Wenshan.
He still likes to drive? Collects them. He always has a driver when he goes out. Lu Baishuang walked to a safe, entered a password,
and took out a leather box.
Su Chen glanced inside. It was filled with car keys.
"Are you testing me with this? What do you take me for?" Su Chen pulled out a Ferrari key,
pressed unlock, and suddenly a red beast lit up. The headlights flashed like a beautiful woman in a red dress waving at him. "Come on, enjoy yourself, after all, there's plenty
of time. You really know people well." Once Lu Baishuang locked the key box again, the two got into the Ferrari. "Wait a moment, let me figure this out. I've never driven such a nice car." Lu Baishuang said softly, "If you crash it, just replace it, there are plenty."
Su Chen paused. He suddenly understood what it meant for a single sentence to be worth 1,000 confessions. Our Lu sister may be a bit quirky, but she truly has style. The car's sleek body roared softly as they drove off towards the hotel arranged
by Uncle Jiang. Su Chen thought of another saying: "One cannot possess both a Ferrari and inferiority.
If one does, it simply hasn't been long enough."
City guard, archive room.
A subordinate approached Zhao Qing.
"Brother Zhao, I found out.
Zhang Pingsheng has a half-brother. After their mother passed away, he joined the army and never
returned.
The brother's name is Zhang Pingkong. He runs a small company with an annual income of over 200,000.
Zhao Qing lazily raised his eyes. "Are all the procedures legal?"
"Not all the formalities are complete, but generally, they won't be too strict. Just give some benefits, and they'll turn a blind eye."
"What did Zhang Pingkong come for before?"
The subordinate reported. "Our people visited the neighbors. The two brothers each got a house.
Zhang Pingsheng hasn't returned to live there for years, so
he set his sights on the property." Zhao Cheng frowned. "Not a small boss, and he won't even let go of an old house.
That area is a development zone planned by the city. The
news hasn't spread yet, but Zhang Pingkang somehow found out and has been buying houses continuously. Plus, his son got into a university in Hunan province with a B-level status, so he wants to take Zhang Pingsheng's too. The reason he came before was that Zhang Pingsheng raising someone else's child isn't reliable. It's better to have his own
nephews."
"All right, thank you." Zhao Cheng nodded. "Notify the city. We need to be sure about the development. We can't rush it. Also, tell the people below that if the
Procedures are almost complete, what are our regulations for? After the subordinate left, he took out his phone and sent everything he found to Su Chen. Unreliable? Zhao Qing recalled how he had brought Jiang Pingsheng to meet Su Chen a few days ago, noticing the change in the latter's expression. He had smiled while talking to Jiang Pingsheng, but as soon as he turned his gaze away, his eyes became indifferent. If Jiang Pingsheng had said at that moment that he was forcibly brought over, Zhao Qing was sure the young man would explode. Even if he didn't blow up in front of his uncle, he would definitely settle the score later. For Su Chen, family was undoubtedly very important now that they were pulling such a stunt. Zhao Qing couldn't help but shake his head. I hope you don't make things too ugly, at least leave a whole corpse. May God bless you, amen. Lai Fu Grand Hotel. Jiang Pingsheng stood at the entrance, dressed in clothes he usually wouldn't wear, welcoming guests. Aunt Wang, please go upstairs. Brotherly, this way, it's been 10 years since we last met, let's go up. People are in high spirits during happy events, and Jiang Pingsheng chatted with the guests, his face beaming with joy. He found himself a bit overwhelmed with the number of guests, so he asked an older neighbor for help with the gift list. Everyone lived in the same building, had a good relationship, and since they were helping the Wuxing, they were all happy to share in the joy. Today was a celebration, and guests were welcome. However, since Su Chen was now a top star in Luochang, Jiang Pingsheng didn't put up any signs outside. Otherwise, the two of them would have to beg on the street the next day. Congratulations, old Jiang, after all the hardships, it's finally sweet. Yes, you've been both father and mother these years, and now your little life is promising, you'll enjoy the blessings in the future. What about our Wuxing? Come out and let everyone see. The neighbors gathered together, expressing their sentiments. The little one has gone to cultivate, even if he becomes a top scholar, he can't slack off. Everyone, please go upstairs first, I'll bring him to toast you uncles later. Jiang Pingsheng smiled as he invited them upstairs. Besides the neighbors and comrades, Jiang Pingsheng also recognized a few familiar faces. You were at my house yesterday. A plump man in a Zhongshan suit smiled and said, I'm Song Wen, an admissions officer from Yuxing University. I hope you don't mind if I come over for a drink? Jiang Pingsheng waved his hands repeatedly. You're too polite, please, upstairs. Besides him, there were also admissions tutors from other provincial schools. Everyone was an adult. And Su Chen would definitely be extraordinary in the future, even if he wasn't at their own school, being familiar wouldn't hurt. At this moment, Su Chen finally arrived with Lu Baishuang, followed by the coconut spirit's senior sister who had popped up halfway. Where's Teacher Yuan? Jiang Pingsheng asked. Li Qiuhua said, Director Yuan doesn't like such occasions, so he sent me instead. Thinking of that stern figure, Jiang Pingsheng nodded, then you all go up first, make sure to eat more today, it's not good for the two girls to be too thin. Uncle, is he really that good with words? Su Chen looked surprised. Indirect compliments felt much more sincere than direct ones. No matter who you are, get off my uncle's back. This tactic didn't work on Lu Baishuang, but seeing Li Qiuhua, who had just been doubting whether she had gained weight, smiling brightly, Su Chen silently shifted his gaze. It worked on this useless person. Upon reaching the second floor, Su Chen greeted the familiar faces and then quickly disappeared from the topic of whether he had a girlfriend. At such times, one must not engage, otherwise trouble would ensue. If he answered yes, they'd dig deeper. If he answered no, 9 out of 10 ants present would turn into matchmakers. He finally found peace in the stairwell. Li Qiuhua leaned against the handrail and stretched lazily, her graceful curves on full display. Why are you running so fast with two girls? Su Chen glanced sideways. Senior sister, are you trying to make me pretend to have a girlfriend? That would come at a cost. Li Qiuhua smiled as she approached Su Chen, her beautiful eyes glinting with mischief. Of course, if you don't have money, you can sell yourself to me. Li Qiuhua was wearing women's yoga pants today, with a white sports tank top and a thin jacket on top. Standing in front of Su Chen, her long and slender legs were quite eye-catching. The queen of strong words was at it again. Su Chen rolled his eyes. If I really agreed, you wouldn't be happy. The coconut spirit's voice was low, like a succubus whispering, how would you know if you don't try? Then I agree. I won't charge you, hee hee. With her scheme succeeding, Li Qiuhua giggled and stepped aside, lest the young man, full of vigor, lose control. I will charge. Suddenly, a calm and ethereal voice echoed in the stairwell. Lu Baishuang turned to look at Su Chen seriously and said, I can help you. Su Chen looked over in surprise, not expecting this little robot to actually speak. Li Qiuhua's smile on her face began to freeze. She couldn't laugh anymore. She cleared her throat lightly and said, Little girl, do you know what we are talking about? This is a big deal in life, you can't just say it casually. Su Chen quite agreed with the coconut spirit's words. Lu Baishuang was a bit thick-headed and probably didn't realize the two were just joking around.
But in the next moment, his nodding motion froze. He seriously said, "I know, you are teasing him. I can help him act, and I have money, I don't need him to pay me." The girl's words were sincere and forceful, striking straight to the heart. Sincerity never needs to be flowery, just a glance, a word, can make the other person feel it. Su Chen felt it, Lu Baishuang was serious. The smile on Li Chiohua's face completely vanished, and she looked at the girl in shock, unable to believe it. "No, are you sick? You didn't say anything before, and now you just jump in right after I finish speaking? Stepping on me to get ahead?" Li Chiohua didn't even need to look to know that Su Chen's gaze was definitely fixed on this thick-headed person. Who would have thought, a boat capsized in the gutter? Li Chiohua felt a surge of anger. If she had known Lu Baishuang would interrupt, she definitely wouldn't have used this method to tease Su Chen. Although Li Chiohua had no other thoughts, just a simple liking for teasing this exceptionally talented junior brother. But no woman likes to be overshadowed by another woman in front of a man. "It's not a big deal, senior sister Li was just joking with me," Su Chen said, reaching out to gently pat the girl's head. Patting heads can be addictive. Su Chen somewhat understood the origins of those in the village who would pat heads after winning or losing. Li Chiohua, who was recalling the plot of Xin Huanzhuan, looked at Su Chen in shock. No, the way he addressed her has changed. She felt anxious inside. Come on, think quickly, how did Xin Huanzhuan handle palace intrigue? Usually, whatever you want to eat, I eat too. How come at a critical moment, you are of no use at all? The three of them were hiding in the stairwell, enjoying a moment of leisure, when an unexpected guest arrived downstairs. At the hotel entrance, a BMW 3 Series slowly came to a stop. A middle-aged couple got out of the car. The woman frowned upon seeing that there wasn't even a banner at the entrance. Is this the place? Zhang Pingkong, with a beer belly, nodded. I asked the manager, the second one booked it here. Not even a banner, must not be a good school. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Pingkong's wife, Fong Wei, shot him a glare. Don't forget the main business. I'm not stupid. Zhang Pingkong took out 500 yuan from his pocket. The second one is throwing a graduation banquet for that wild kid. As the older brother, it's only right for me to come and offer my blessings. Right? And let Xiao Ji meet his second dad. A boy with a buzz cut in the back seat yawned. Hurry up, I have plans with friends this afternoon. Zhang Pingkong scolded. Mind your attitude, if your second dad doesn't agree, don't even think about buying a car. Zhang Ji, hearing about the car, adjusted his attitude a bit. The family of three walked toward the hotel entrance, just in time to bump into Zhang Pingsheng, who was coming out to see if there were any guests left. Upon seeing the couple, Zhang Pingsheng's smile faded a bit. Zhang Pingkong gave Zhang Ji a look, and the latter immediately stepped forward, showing a silly, endearing smile. Hello, second dad. At the entrance of the hotel, the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Zhang Pingsheng looked at his nephew, whom he was meeting for the first time, with mixed feelings. Well, you've grown up. Since he joined the army, he had rarely contacted his elder brother's family, and after retiring, he began to take care of Su Chen. There had been almost no communication between the two sides, and he had never met Zhang Ji. I've always wanted to visit my second uncle, but I'd been busy with my studies and really couldn't find the time. Zhang Ji's face showed guilt. Fang Wei seized the moment to praise him. Xiao Ji has worked hard since he was young. Knowing that you, his second uncle, are a soldier, he set his goal to enlist and has never slacked off in his training. Zhang Pingsheng nodded, saying, as a student, he should prioritize his studies. He was not a narrow-minded person. Although he didn't like his elder brother and sister-in-law, he couldn't bring himself to be cold to a nephew he had never met. As long as my second uncle doesn't blame me, Zhang Ji said. At this moment, Zhang Pingkong spoke up. I heard you were hosting a graduation banquet for that child today, so I brought Xiao Ji along. Is that okay? It's fine, there's enough space, Zhang Pingsheng replied. Guests are guests, regardless of the relationship, as long as they don't cause trouble, he could manage a meal. Zhang Pingkong and his wife exchanged a glance, feeling pleased. Not driving them away indicated that Xiao Ji still held some weight in Zhang Pingsheng's heart. Fang Wei smiled and said, by the way, didn't I tell you that Xiao Ji did very well in this year's college entrance examination? A couple of days ago, teacher Song, who is in charge of admissions at Yuxing University, contacted us. He has high hopes for Xiao Ji. Fang Wei proudly recounted how Zhang Ji had already been accepted into Yuxing University with a B-level status. Finally, she asked, how did that child do? Zhang Pingkong feigned dissatisfaction and scolded, why are you asking so much? Zhang Pingsheng thought of the crowded admissions tutors at home the day before yesterday.
Just as he was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught Jiang Ji, and not wanting to discourage the boy, he simply said, "Not bad." Having not been in contact for years, Jiang Pingsheng kept a low profile and didn't let the hotel hang a banner outside. However, Jiang Pingkong's family didn't know that the wild child they referred to was this year's national martial arts champion. It was clear that he was not as good as Xiao Ji. Fang Wei felt a hint of disdain but maintained a concerned expression. "It's okay if the grades aren't good, the child is still young, and there is a long road ahead. This summer, he can come and train with Xiao Ji more. If he doesn't understand something, Xiao Ji can help him." When talking about her own son, Fang Hui's tone rose a bit. Jiang Pingsheng smiled. "If he has time, I'll talk to him and see if he can train with Xiao Ji." The child was no longer a kid, he had his own life and future. Jiang Pingsheng couldn't help much, only trying not to add to the younger generation's troubles. He never casually promised anything about the children to others. Training together when there's time? Jiang Pingkong and his wife felt a bit dissatisfied. They were willing to let Jiang Ji take care of that useless wild child, considering the house. But now Jiang Pingsheng was saying that the wild child should have time? Jiang Ji frowned in displeasure. "Second uncle, in martial arts training, if you don't progress, you regress. You must not indulge in play." He felt a surge of dissatisfaction towards Jiang Pingsheng. Clearly sharing the same surname Jiang, he didn't care for his own nephew but instead looked after someone else's child. Fang Hui nodded. "That's right. My Xiao Ji's acceptance into Yuxing University is the result of over a decade of hard work. If he only knows how to play, his future will be worrying." This time, Jiang Pingkong didn't pretend to scold. He had disagreed when Jiang Pingsheng wanted to raise that wild child. Even if you didn't want a child and planned to adopt one directly, how could you neglect your own nephew and take care of someone else's child? If that money and energy were invested in Xiao Ji, he might have been able to get into one of the 3 major universities in a few years. Jiang Pingsheng frowned, not wanting to say more on this matter, and turned to go upstairs. "Let's go sit down first." His silence instead led the Jiang family to believe that Su Chen was just a playboy and a poor student. Otherwise, if his grades were good, why would he be so low-key, not even putting up a banner? "I'll have a good talk with the second one later." Fang Hui walked beside her husband, her eyes sparkling. "Today, we must get him to sign over the house to us." Jiang Pingkong nodded confidently. "The second one isn't stupid, he can tell good from bad. One is someone else's child, mediocre and incompetent, while the other is our own nephew, with limitless potential. Anyone can see which one to choose." Jiang Ji followed behind his parents, his mind filled with thoughts of the car he had his eye on. They were filled with various emotions, scheming, greed, desire, yet there was not a trace of familial affection. Jiang Pingsheng was completely unaware of what his elder brother's family was plotting. He was still thinking that if he had time after his life was settled, he would ask him to take Jiang Ji under his wing. This child had not been tainted by his parents' hypocrisy and sharpness. His abilities were also quite good. As an uncle, he could help if he could. "Second uncle, has he entered the first stage?" Jiang Ji, who had just stepped into the first stage, spoke with pride. "In martial arts, every second counts. 1 step slow means every step slow. If he isn't even at the first stage, then it's over. He has entered the stage. Xiao Ming is at the 3rd month, 2 months earlier than you, so he counts as your brother. You can all communicate about any issues in martial arts." Jiang Pingsheng was rough on the outside but meticulous. On the inside, he knew that children at this age had strong self-esteem and spoke more tactfully. Jiang Ji didn't respond, feeling a bit displeased. An 18-year-old youth is at the peak of youthful vigor, not understanding how to hide his emotions. A wild child, taking advantage of his Jiang family's benefits, still wanted him to call him brother? Did he deserve that? "Brother Jiang, you finally made it." Just as he was feeling dissatisfied, a familiar voice suddenly rang in Jiang Ji's ear. Looking up, he was surprised to see Teacher Song, who was in charge of admissions at Yuxing University, whom he had met before. There were also a few figures beside him, all of whom Jiang Ji recognized as admissions teachers from well-known colleges in the province. The last time they met was at a conference organized by the school. At that time, they were not arrogant, but they held themselves with a certain air, quite serious. But at this moment, watching those martial artists of the 4th and 5th stages surround Jiang Pingsheng, who was only at the 1st stage, smiling and chatting, their tone humble and friendly, it was as if they were completely different people. This dreamlike scene left Jiang Ji standing there in a daze, like a wooden chicken. He couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but he even felt that those teachers from prestigious schools showed a great deal of respect towards Jiang Pingsheng in their conversation. How could this be? He had just sensed the fluctuations of blood and energy within Jiang Pingsheng. Stronger than himself, but definitely not reaching the 2nd stage standard. But, what right did a first-stage martial artist have to be treated this way by so many fourth and fifth stage experts? In the stairwell, Su Chen's phone vibrated. He took out his phone. It was a document sent by Zhao Qing. Same father, different mother. Old house, demolition. The document thoroughly investigated everything about the Jiang Pingkong family. It even noted that Jiang Pingkong's company had incomplete paperwork and inadequate fire safety measures. Additionally, it included Zhao Qing's personal opinions. An analysis on the matter. No wonder. A layer of coldness appeared in Su Chen's eyes after so many years of no contact. They suddenly started coming around again. How could he not know what the boss's family was after? Seeing that Uncle Zhang's house was planned for the development zone, they wanted to get their hands on it. They even had the audacity to claim they were helping his nephew now, so he could just enjoy life later, talking sweetly but with ulterior motives. Yuxing University. His gaze fell on the name Jiangji at the bottom, and Su Chen's expression remained calm, making it hard to discern his thoughts. But in this state, even the mischievous senior sister Yeji took a step back. Oh no, the little virgin is angry. Su Chen was at the age of youthful vigor. Not one to be easily intimidated. The Jiang Pingkong family aimed for the old house, coming to deceive and pressure Jiang Pingsheng. This was undoubtedly like moving earth on the head of the Tai Sui, lighting a lamp in the toilet. Li Qiuhua clasped her hands together, silently thinking, "Amen, you better not come, otherwise even God won't be able to save you. After all, you can't get to heaven by taking from the left and right." The few teachers chatting with Jiang Pingsheng also noticed the three people behind. Song 1 recognized Jiang Ji, his eyes widening in surprise. But thinking of his name, he suddenly felt enlightened and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although he hadn't recruited the top scholar, he had taken in a relative of the top scholar. With this connection, it would be easier to network in the future. For a moment, Songwon felt quite pleased, while the other teachers were envious and jealous, nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. Damn, this dog really has good luck. Teacher Song. Jiang Ji stepped forward proactively. Hello, Jiang Ji. Songwon smiled and patted his shoulder. I made some mistakes in my previous assessment of you. You deserve an A-level treatment. An A-level treatment could exchange for the favor of a top scholar, which was incredibly worth it. Relationships among relatives are the most stable. Songwon didn't believe this could backfire. A-level treatment? The four words echoed in Jiang Ji's ears, making his scalp tingle. The resources of A-level treatment were double that of B-level treatment, something he hadn't even dared to dream of before. But now, he had received it just like that? For a moment, it felt like a song was playing in his ears. Happiness comes quickly like a tornado. At this moment, Jiang Pingkong and his wife also came back to their senses. Fong Wei rushed over, her face full of excitement. Thank you so much, Teacher Song. Our little Ji is lucky to meet you. You too, you didn't mention it before knowing Teacher Song. Songwon smiled and said, meeting little Ji is also my fortune. Seeing their good relationship, he felt he had practically secured half of Su Chen for the academy. One could only ask, would Su Chen refuse to help the academy in the future? Jiang Pingsheng suddenly spoke up. Everyone, please take a seat. Naturally, Song Wen and the others agreed, while Fong Hui pulled Jiang Pingkong to the restroom. What's wrong with your brother? He knows a teacher from Yuxing University and didn't say a word. As soon as they entered the restroom, Fong Hui couldn't help but complain, our family spent so much unnecessary money for little Ji's sake, and it turns out he knows someone. I think if we hadn't come today, he could have kept it a secret for a lifetime. Jiang Pingkong sighed, I didn't expect him to become so selfish. Does he still want the house? Fong Wei asked with some concern. What if he doesn't want it and speaks ill of little Ji in front of Teacher Song? This. Jiang Pingkong hesitated a bit. How about we forget it? Fong Wei whispered, the government planned development zone has a huge amount of demolition compensation. At least over $1 million. Thinking of the news his friends in the municipal office had revealed, Jiang Pingkong's expression changed. Struggling. It wasn't a struggle over asking his brother for a house. He was just worried that if he took the house, would he still be able to let Jiang Ji borrow Jiang Pingsheng's connections? Training a martial artist requires a lot of money, we might as well just say it outright. Jiang Pingkong couldn't resist the temptation of the demolition compensation. He is surnamed Jiang, a member of the Jiang family, not that wild child's father. Moreover, Xiao Ji already has A-level treatment, his future is bright, and it's only right for you, as his second father, to help. The two walked out of the restroom and sat beside Jiang Pingsheng. Xiao Ming is really impressive, envy old Jiang.
Indeed, our community has produced a true dragon. Who knows, maybe the holidays will bring even
more prosperity.
The others were chatting enthusiastically, while Jiang Pingkong and his wife were indifferent, almost wanting to laugh.
True dragon? That's quite a boast. If one didn't know better, they might think a top scholar had emerged.
The couple's gaze suddenly caught sight of an old man in the corner, with a white beard, wearing a white vest and big shorts, munching on sunflower seeds.
They frowned in unison. How could they let such an old man in, eating and drinking for free, affecting the image? Jiang Pingkong withdrew his gaze and sat back down. Second brother, I want to discuss something with you.
Jiang Pingxing frowned slightly and said in a
deep voice, let's talk about it in the afternoon. Jiang Pingkong persisted, we're all family, what can't we say right here? Xiao
Ji has now been admitted to a university in Hunan province, his future is bright, and as his second father, you should take pride in
that. Just say what you need to say.
Jiang Pingxing's voice was calm. Seeing this, Jiang Pingkong no longer concealed his true purpose.
Do you remember what I mentioned to you before?
That old house is just sitting there, why not let Xiaoji use it?
First, once he becomes successful, he will definitely repay you, his second father, double.
Jiang Pingshang was silent for a moment, then turned to look at Jiang Ji. Under the gaze of his parents, Jiang Ji confidently said, second father, don't worry, I will take
care of you in the future. Take care of me?
Jiang Pingxing savored those words, sneering, in the end, you all came here for the house. His voice was neither loud nor soft, and the neighbors around looked over, disdainfully sizing up Jiang Pingkong and his wife. They had suspected that old Jiang's family was not good people, and it turned out to be true.
Fang Hui's face turned a bit red as she said, second brother, what do you mean by that?
You haven't cared for your nephew over the years, but you go to take care of a wild
child. I haven't said anything to you or your elder brother, have I? Now it's just asking you to help your nephew a bit, and you have this attitude. What, is your nephew not as important as a wild child?
Her words were forceful, even accusing Jiang Pingshang.
Many guests around showed disdain, and Jiang Pingxing's former comrades frowned.
Several teachers from prestigious schools exchanged
glances, looking meaningfully at Songwon. You are really lucky.
What a wild child, what a reversal of fortune, turning the tables. Just a moment ago, they had envied Songwon, and now they were relieved.
Thankfully, this wasn't their own school. Otherwise,
without saying it outright, the school's reputation would surely plummet because of Su Chen.
Songwon's teacup turned to powder in
his hand, and he stood up to speak. But before he could open his mouth, a loud thud resonated.
Jiang Pingsheng, who had always been
amiable, slammed his palm on the table, producing a thunderous sound. This man, who had always worn a smile, was now enraged. His fierce gaze fixed on Jiang Pingkong and his wife, his voice filled with uncontrollable anger. Shut your mouths. Xiao Ming is my child. In the stairwell, Su Chen stood up, preparing to go out and greet the guests.
This graduation banquet was held for him, and he couldn't keep hiding away for peace and quiet.
Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Li Qiuhua, who was closer to the stairwell door, opened it to take a look, her previously relaxed expression turning to shock. Her gaze instinctively shifted. Su Chen felt a surge of unease and quickly walked to her side. When he saw the scene outside, the smile on his face froze and faded. He turned and walked in front of Lu Baishuang, extending his hand, and she quickly understood his intention. The white ring on her delicate hand glowed, transforming into a long white spear, clear light.
Chant.
The handsome young man gripped the spear tightly, a fierce aura rising around him, the hem of his coat billowing without wind. He strode outside, his blood surging within, his eyes revealing a fierce light, killing intent boiling.
You are looking for death.
Li Qiuhua looked at
Lu Baishuang in confusion, bewildered. You just gave it to him like that? He wanted it. He wanted it, so you just gave it? The coconut spirit seemed to have encountered two oddities, one daring to ask and the other daring to give.
But there was no time for sarcasm. She quickly
rushed outside.
She had to stop Su Chen, or there would really be bloodshed. Jiang Pingxing's tiger-like eyes were filled with anger, and the
atmosphere in the hall was oppressive and heavy.
The neighbors knew he was genuinely furious. Over the years, old Jiang had mostly been surrounded
by little bare aprons, smiling cheerfully.
Even the children liked to play with him, showing no signs of being a retired soldier.
But at
this moment, the burly man's face was filled with rage, exuding a fierce aura that made people feel as if a heavy object was pressing down on their hearts. This was a side of him that no one had ever seen before. The Jiang Pingkong couple, who were being stared at, first felt fear and
took a step back. But then they remembered their son had already enrolled in Yuzhou University, and their courage returned. Fang Hui said, Sarcastically, your son? Who knows if he even recognizes you? Zhang Pingsheng, I see you really are confused, believing in someone else's child instead of your own nephew. Zhang Pingkong said resentfully, the old man was biased towards you, giving you the good house. Second, I'll ask. You won last time, will you help with this? Zhang Ji naturally had nothing more to say, standing beside his parents and coldly staring at Zhang Pingsheng. The honest and respectful demeanor he had was completely gone. Zhang Pingsheng shouted angrily, you think you can get away with this? Fine, since you won't give it, then pay up. Zhang Pingkong said shamelessly, that house is planned for the development zone at least $1 million. We'll split it, you give me 500,000, and this matter will be settled. Songwon, who had just gotten up to mediate, sat back down in a daze, losing all thoughts. It was ruined, completely ruined. In this situation, anyone with a temper would have to fight. And Su Chen. Thinking of how he knocked out Xie Jia with a punch during the college entrance examination, he certainly didn't seem like someone with a good temper. Now, two paths lay before Songwon. He could go out and mediate, but he might get caught up in it. The second path was to sit still and do nothing. Looking at Jiang Ji, whose expression changed like flipping a book, Songwon hesitated not at all. With someone like him, you could be nice, but you could only be nice. The slightest hint of negativity would lead to backlash. In the corner, elder son, who was eating sunflower seeds, paused at Zhang Pingkong's words. As the highest leader of Luochang, he personally approved matters regarding the new development zone. Yet, before it even started, the news had somehow leaked out. Old son's pale beard trembled slightly, his eyes filled with fury. As he shouted, bugs! A bunch of corrupt bugs! Don't let me catch you, or I'll throw you all out to feed the deep space creatures. The old man stood up, preparing to intervene in this matter. He had come to congratulate Su Chen, and such a farce happening at a joyous occasion was inauspicious. You. Just as he uttered the first two syllables, elder son's voice suddenly stopped. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze directed towards the stairwell. At that very moment, all the martial arts experts in the hall suddenly turned their heads towards the direction of the staircase. The warriors had keen senses, they felt an unmasked killing intent approaching. This killing intent was so pure that it was undoubtedly aimed at murder. The expressions of several recruitment mentors changed dramatically. Such pure and intense killing intent could not possibly come from an ordinary person. Who else present could possess such murderous aura? Scenes from the college entrance examination flashed before their eyes. The young man in black, wielding a dark spear, charged forward, looking down on all. Even a second-tier deep space creature would only need its end at the tip of his spear. Whoosh! A piercing sound of air being sliced open rang in their ears. The white spear transformed into a streak, tearing through the air with immense force. Yes, it was this spear. Several recruitment teachers nodded secretly, it was the second of the 9 styles of breaking the formation, heart-piercing. As the spear was thrust, the killing aura surged and surrounded him, intimidating his enemies. To master such a level at this age was truly monstrous. The young man in black followed closely, his gaze indifferent, his voice cold. 500,000, I'll give it to you. But it's not to share the money for the house with you, rather. The long spear pierced through Jiang Ji's shoulder with unstoppable force, impaling him against the wall. Blood splattered, cracks spread. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, a figure appeared on the wall. Su Chen spat out the latter half of his sentence, your burial money. Li Qiuhua, following behind, helplessly rubbed her forehead. Why did you provoke him? But she also knew that Su Chen had already held back. If he truly got angry, behind him were countless relatives who feared nothing. Li Qiuhua still couldn't forget that time outside the city, when Su Chen had merely torn a hole in his clothes. Yet that group of goblins was directly enraged, willing to die just to tear that deep space creature apart. Ah! My shoulder! Dad, help me, Dad! Jiang Ji came to his senses, his cries heart-wrenching, tears and snot flowing. Jiang Pingkong and his wife regained their composure, seeing their son pinned to the wall, their hearts aching, their eyes bloodshot. You little bastard, dare to touch my son? Call the police, call the police! A chopstick was thrown, this time piercing through Jiang Ji's other shoulder. Then you better act quickly, or else. The killing intent in Su Chen's eyes boiled. You might as well call the funeral home to collect the body. The young man stood in the center of the hall, surrounded by a rolling killing aura, his gaze cold and indifferent. Everyone in the hall was suppressed by this overwhelming presence. Even the recruitment teachers of the 4th and 5th tiers felt heavy-hearted. To have such might at the 2nd tier, they dared not imagine.
If one day the young man stepped into the upper three tiers, followed by a million-strong army. What a shocking scene that would be, how to look down upon the world. You are Su Chen? The Zhang Pingkong couple, dazed with rage, gradually calmed down, their pupils trembling as they recognized the young man's face. How could they not recognize the young man before them? The national martial arts champion, who had entered the rankings in the top 50, was seen as the next Wu Ji. How could such a genius appear here? Zhang Pingkong looked at Su Chen standing beside Zhang Pingsheng and instantly understood everything. The unreliable bastard they spoke of was actually this year's national champion. No wonder all the recruitment teachers from various universities were here. They were not here for Zhang Pingsheng's connections, they were all here for Su Chen. In an instant, Zhang Pingkong understood everything. His face lost all color, pale as paper. Fang Wei also realized, her legs going weak, collapsing to the ground, her eyes filled with fear, her lips trembling. Their pride, Jiang Ji, compared to the young man before them, was nothing but a firefly to the sun. A frog in a well gazing at the moon. Su Chen walked straight to the crying Jiang Ji, raising his arm. I don't like noise. If you can't behave yourself, I'll help you behave. Everyone's gaze fell on his hand, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. The young man held a silver dinner knife, the tip aimed at Jiang Ji's throat. They could sense the former's determination. Su Chen was not making a threat. If Jiang Ji continued to scream, he would really stab him. You? Jiang Ji looked at Su Chen, recognizing him as well. Or rather, the person before him was already well known among the students in Yu Province. The monster from Luo City, the unspeakable Devil King. Jiang Ji bit back the pain and closed his mouth, allowing the blood to flow from his shoulder, not daring to make a sound. But even with gritted teeth, the tearing pain in his shoulder inevitably made him let out a muffled groan of agony. You made a sound, Su Chen said, his long fingers gripping the dinner knife, his voice calm. This knife is a bit dull. So it will hurt a little, which is normal. Take a deep breath. He had never intended to let these three go. However, today was a joyous occasion, and it wouldn't do to be too bloody. He would just cut off the tongue and let Sima Bulin take it back to treat them well. He believed that Zhang Dao would not disappoint him. Seeing the gleaming blade getting closer, Jiang Ji's eyes filled with terror, tears streaming down his face. No. I know I was wrong. Elder son frowned slightly at the sight. With so many people watching, the boy's methods were a bit too much. Li Qiuhua couldn't help but speak up, junior brother. Su Chen's movements did not pause for a moment, the handle of the knife struck Jiang Ji's tightly clenched teeth, shattering them. His initial intention for practicing martial arts was to protect his family. But shortly after he began training, his parents passed away one after another. At that time, Su Chen did not understand why his mom and dad had turned into two medals. He held the two first-class merit medals, curled up in a corner, confused and helpless, when the door was suddenly yanked open. A burly man in a bare apron appeared. The man's rough hand ruffled the child's hair as he laughed heartily. From today on, I'll take care of you until you become an adult. After 10 years together, they had long since become family. Anyone who touched Uncle Jiang would have to die. Whether good or bad, Su Chen had no intention of asking more. If there really was an underworld, then let the ghosts come to claim my life. Suddenly, a large hand grasped Su Chen's wrist, the familiar roughness causing him to suppress the boiling blood within him. Turning to look, Zhang Pingsheng stood beside him, shaking his head slightly. Li Qiuhua breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the crowd recording. Everyone, there was a little incident today, and I hope you won't spread it. Elder son, who had been acting like a transparent person, also stepped forward. I am Sun Tianda, and this matter must not leak out today, otherwise. The old man's sharp gaze radiated a tremendous pressure. The two, one soft and one hard, made the guests obediently delete the video to avoid further trouble. Su Chen drew out the King Wanjian spear, shaking off the blood, and returned it to Lu Baishuang. Zhang Pingsheng said in a low voice, that house was my mother's property before marriage and has nothing to do with the old man. Take your people and don't show up in front of me again. He took out 2,000 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table as medical expenses. Zhang Pingkong and his wife hurriedly rescued their son, the former stunned by the words. His expression was complex as he and his wife supported their son away, not taking the money on the table. He didn't dare to take it. The boy's eyes were filled with a glaring killing intent, filling the three with fear, wishing to leave as quickly as possible. The interlude ended, and Zhang Pingsheng smiled, lightening the atmosphere. I apologize for the commotion today. I never expected that I would also have a day of being approached for a share of the property. This self-deprecating remark improved the atmosphere in the hall somewhat.
Su Chen called for the waiter to serve the dishes, toasting each elder at the tables one by one. He was not interested in these social interactions. He just wanted to make Uncle Jiang happy. Jiang Pingshun looked at his nephew's tall figure, his eyes filled with satisfaction. The child who once was had suddenly become an adult. Even if he was no longer around in the future, this kid could take care of himself. Elder son sat at the children's table, competing for the elbow on the table. How could a group of children compete with a 6th-level martial artist like him? He was always a step behind, feeling frustrated each time. The old man laughed heartily, the meat in his mouth tasting even better. It wasn't that Zhang Pingsheng was unwilling to let elder son take a seat, it was just that he insisted on sitting at the children's table. He called it taking care of the younger generation. Although elder son was eating, his peripheral vision was constantly on the young man toasting. His emotions were somewhat complex, worried, serious, uneasy, like a pie chart. After spending some time together, he found that Su Chen's temperament was somewhat extreme. It was fine as long as he didn't provoke him. Once provoked, it would be a fight to the death. The tall principal, the girl who had previously led the charge against him, and the security officer who had laid hands on him in the military camp had all been sent to the martial arts Great Wall for hard labor. They had only 2 fates in this life, either to work themselves to death or to be devoured by deep space creatures. To keep the human race's flame from extinguishing, the death penalty was rarely carried out. Even if you were a sinner, you had to exert your last bit of warmth before dying. Today was no different. If it weren't for Jiang Pingsheng's intervention, that family would have been doomed. This was no longer about integrity, it was downright evil, a level of ruthlessness that ordinary disciples of the myriad laws would not employ. Elder son's gaze fell on Jiang Pingsheng, and he sighed. This was the rope that kept Su Chen from crossing the red line. If one day this rope snapped, Su Chen would likely truly step over that line dividing good and evil. After the meal, the guests gradually dispersed. Lu Baishuan remained quietly by Su Chen's side, accompanying him to see people off. Su Chen said, "Aunt Wang, take your time going back." Lu Baishuan replied, "You take your time going back." Su Chen asked, "Teacher Song, want to come over for some tea?" Lu Baishuan echoed, "Come over for tea?" Songwen jolted, shaking his head repeatedly, "No, no. Student Su, come visit us at U Province University when you have time." After saying this, Songwen regretted it. This loose tongue always spoke out of turn. What if this calamity truly blocked the school gate one day? Definitely, Su Chen replied warmly. This completely different demeanor from the previous calamity made the admissions mentors even more alarmed. This child's ability to change faces was terrifying. He must not be provoked. Little Su, you can't do things like this in the future. Elder son came over, earnestly advising, with so many eyes around, it's not good for your reputation. You are a genius that has not appeared in our Luo city for 100 years, you still need to pay attention to your public image. Su Chen nodded in agreement, I understand, senior. When speaking to elders and superiors, regardless of whether you agree or not, nodding is the right thing to do. Elder son felt greatly comforted, thinking he had the ability of a famous teacher. Now, who in the entire Luo city didn't know the story of Sun Tianda with a discerning eye for pearls, digging gold from the sea of sand? It was just that some rumors had spread from who knows where. They said he initially looked down on Su Chen, considering the Goblin clan leader a waste, which was simply nonsense. By the way, let's tidy up the day after tomorrow, we should set off. Elder son stroked his beard and said, after all, it's an event organized by the province, we should arrive early to show respect. After sending off elder son, only Lu Baishuan and Li Qiuhua remained. Uncle Jiang had also left, saying something about not collecting clothes, and it hadn't even rained today. The coconut spirit patted his chest, causing waves. You scared me just now. If you really acted in public, those secretly watching you would definitely seize the opportunity to cause trouble. Watching me? Of course, Li Qiuhua nodded, you are the top scholar. The Myriad Laws sect wants to eliminate you and extinguish the human flame. Besides them, some of their own people also want to deal with you. The coconut spirit raised a finger, for example, some family scions. Your performance this time was too outstanding, which has affected them. It's just that you are currently in the limelight, and this group of people doesn't dare to cause trouble. Su Chen chuckled lightly, then they better stay hidden in the corner. The young man clenched his fists, his internal energy steadily rising, rolling like a dragon's tail. Otherwise, I will eventually hammer them to death one by one. Surround from both flanks, the center army advances slowly. The front army charges, the center army covers the rear army, avoiding intermingling.
In the vast and desolate arena of the Goblin tribe, dust was flying, and the momentum was overwhelming.
Yuan Bulin and Sima Bulin stood on either side, their gazes sharp as they commanded the battle.
Below in the arena, thousands of high-ranking goblins moved at their command.
The former
attacked fiercely like fire, resembling a fierce tiger hunting, while the latter remained immovable as a mountain, their defense impenetrable. The situation on the battlefield was like a ferocious beast attacking relentlessly, yet it was helpless against the turtle that kept retracting its head. It could only attack persistently, trying to break the turtle's shell. Su Chen sat in a chair, watching the exercise with appreciation. Ever since he provided the two with various books, their military capabilities had rapidly improved. They were now able to command the goblins, effectively forming the rudiments of a military formation.
Why could the army sweep through everything undefeated? It relied on the military
formation, united in purpose, brave and unmatched, swallowing the world.
Yuan Bulin and Sima Bulin actually managed to create a rudimentary
military formation, which Su Chen had never expected.
Will you only shrink back?
Yuan Bulin, seeing the prolonged stalemate, said angrily, like a turtle retracting its head, how can such actions lead to victory?
Is that so? Sima Bulin, with a sharp gaze always focused on the changes on
the battlefield, saw the moment had come and quickly raised the command flag in his hand. The front and center armies combine to strike, the left and right flanks intersperse, and the rear army supports. It is said in military strategy that one must not repeat the same tactic or it
will lead to decline and exhaustion.
Yuan Bulin, unable to break through after a long attack, was in low spirits and showed signs of defeat. The moment Sima Bulin raised the command flag, the situation on the field changed instantly, turning everything upside down. The turtle, which had always been timid, poked its head out, claws and fangs bared, fiercely biting forward. The sword that had been hidden throughout the entire match suddenly thrust out, causing Yuan Bulin's forces to collapse. I have lost. Yuan Bulin, seeing no way to turn the tide, felt frustrated and dropped the command flag in surrender. His attack was fierce, but against Sima Bulin's cunning tactics, he found himself powerless.
Su Chen stood up and cheered, well commanded.
Sima Bulin respectfully turned around. I dare not take credit, it is all thanks to the chief's bestowed wisdom.
Yuan Bulin knelt on one knee, looking dejected. I have disappointed the chief. Disappointed? Su Chen shook his head and smiled. You have given me a great surprise.
He stepped forward to help both of them up, placing his hands on their shoulders.
You two have already commanded a rudimentary military formation.
With more practice, once the formation is established, it will naturally be formidable.
The goblins in the tribe,
under Su Chen's previous orders, began to adopt a strategy of fewer but stronger units. They may not fully understand guerrilla warfare or the barefoot doctor manual, but they had at least some knowledge. Once the military formation was established, it would be a team capable of both
offense and retreat. This was entirely different from the current strategy of relying on numbers to overwhelm the enemy. Sima Bulin and Yuan Bulin's eyes revealed a fiery passion. The scene described by the chief was merely an imagination, yet it stirred their hearts.
Chengdu, Zhengda, our
tribe's power is still weak and looked down upon by outsiders.
They think goblins should live in dark caves, but I do not believe so.
Even goblins have their own dignity.
I cannot pay constant attention to the tribe, I need capable assistance. You too,
Su Chen said meaningfully,
should be encouraged.
Sima Bulin's pupils trembled. Did the chief mean to say?
Yuan Bulin, seeing that the chief was not angry but praised him, instead, suddenly felt invigorated. Rest assured, Chief, Chengdu will surely work harder to cultivate our people.
Su Chen smiled and nodded. With your words, I am at ease. Sima Bulin, feeling restless in his heart, quietly raised his eyes to look at Su Chen.
His movement was so slight that it was hard to notice without careful observation. But as soon as his gaze lifted, it met a pair of deep eyes.
Su Chen exchanged a
meaningful glance with him, his figure slowly fading away. In the next moment, Sima Bulin collapsed to the ground, his forehead drenched in cold
sweat. The restlessness and distractions in his heart vanished in an instant. Just now, he had indeed been pondering the meaning behind the clan
leader's words, whether he was to select a vice-clan leader.
But when he met that gaze, Sima Bulin felt as if all his little thoughts had been completely seen through.
Yuan Bulin looked at him in confusion, turning to leave with some incomprehension, only the voice echoing through the air. Shark arm.
Outside, Su Chen opened his eyes and stood up from the sofa. Waves of surging vitality flowed into his body, nourishing it, while enhancing his energy.
In the past 2 days, he had once again made a breakthrough. He had stepped into the mid-stage of the second tier. This was also one of the reasons he personally attended the military exercise. His vitality growth was linked to the number and quality of goblins. The stronger the clan members, the stronger Su Chen became. It had been less than 10 days since he entered the second tier and he had broken through again. This speed of advancement was something ordinary people wouldn't even dare to imagine. Arriving at the strength testing machine, Su Chen focused his energy in his dantian, his stance as solid as an old tree with deep roots. He threw a punch, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. Bang! 15,000 kilograms. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Su Chen withdrew his fist and stood, glancing at the time. It was 9:30. The door to the martial arts room opened, and Lu Baishuang appeared, pulling a small suitcase. It's time to set off. Su Chen nodded, picked up his suitcase, and walked outside. Elder Son had mentioned the provincial commendation at the graduation banquet the day before yesterday. In addition to the rewards from the province, Captain Zhao had also sent news. Their base was close to Jing City, and once Su Chen arrived, they would deliver the resources. What is a wave of benefits? This is the real wave of benefits. With these resources, the goblin archers could be unlocked. With archers, the goblins' weakness in single-target attacks could be significantly compensated. Previously, they had to risk their lives. To fill that gap, after unlocking, they could unleash a rain of arrows to slay their enemies. Taking a taxi to the city guard office, Su Chen saw Elder Son standing at the door, looking quite proper. Dressed in a meticulous Zhongshan suit, with neatly groomed facial hair and even his hair slicked back, he resembled a Hong Kong-style godfather. Su Chen was surprised. Are you planning to retire and become a gangster? Usually, this old man wore shorts or a tank top. Today's appearance was like a comedic actor transformed into a male idol. Elder Son glared at him. I knew you wouldn't be able to keep your mouth shut. The old man's temper was quite explosive. Su Chen asked, how are we getting to Zhang City? Yuan. The instructor and the Coconut Essence Senior had left Luo City yesterday, otherwise, Su Chen would have planned to hitch a ride. Especially Li Xiuhua, who had even sent Su Chen some benefits before leaving. Image.jpg, Coconut Essence, Junior Brother, if you miss me, just look at this more, but don't do anything bad, okay? Su Chen scoffed, but quickly saved the images and uploaded them to the cloud. It's very simple. Elder Son showed a proud expression and raised his hand towards the sky. As he lifted his hand, a rumbling sound came from afar and several dark shapes flew in from the horizon. We'll take this. A helicopter slowly descended, the wind it stirred causing the clothes of the young man and woman to flutter. Su Chen focused his gaze. Peregrine Falcon 6? This was a rare item, not even seen during military parades. Old Son nodded proudly. I had it transferred from the military. Without my old face, you two would still have to take a car to Zheng City. Just as he was boasting about his achievements, Elder Son suddenly noticed that the figure beside him was gone. Looking ahead, he saw Su Chen rummaging through the driver's seat, his pupils constricting in shock as he shouted, "Little brat, get back there! You think you can fly an armed helicopter with a C1 license?" Su Chen ultimately did not get to experience flying a plane as he had wished. He sat in the cockpit, looking quite dejected and full of regret. Old Son is really too stubborn. How would he know that C1 can't be flown without trying? He could even fly with one hand. Zheng City, Shilin Bay Villa District. In a lakeside villa, many young people are fishing, drinking tea, and guarding the village. From time to time, loud voices can be heard. Come on, man, can you really be a traitor to the village? This old banjang at 99 a pound tastes different. What if we combine the milk dragon and the Fiji cup? The most eye-catching among them is a sword-wielding girl. The girl has shoulder-length short hair, her aura sharp as a sword. She stands by the lake, holding a willow leaf, and without any movement, an invisible sword energy shatters the leaf into fragments. A young man with a buzz cut nearby jokes, is this what they call the unity of man and sword in novels? Before he could finish, he was met with a pair of icy eyes, and the words were choked back. In a distant corner, Yi Haoshuan and Yi Wuxuan lower their heads, stifling laughter. Wang Tong, the show-off, has met his match. Others may fear the Wang family's twins, but Tang Lianyue is not afraid. Today is a gathering of the younger generation in Zhang City, and those who can come are all quite capable talents. Although Yi Haoshuan and his companion study in Luocheng, their elders are all in Zhang City. After the college entrance examination, it was only natural for them to return home. Of course, returning home is just a side note. What's truly important is the two recalled the figure that had brutally killed Zhong Yong in front of a crowd, and they shivered in unison. For their own safety, it's better to stay away from that guy. If you can't speak, just shut your mouth.
Tang Lianyue glared at Wang. Tug.
Sword energy flickered around her and the leaves blown towards her disintegrated before they could get close.
After returning, Tang Lianyue had been diligently
training, reaching the late stage of the first rank, and her sword energy was sharper than before.
With my current strength, I should be able to succeed in a beheading, right?
Tang Lianyue recalled the scene of beheading Su Chen that day. At that time, her sword energy wasn't fierce enough, not sharp enough, which led to her failure, but now. Confidence flashed in the girl's eyes. With her current strength, she was confident she could take down Su Chen.
Fight. In the
distance, two pairs of eyes were fixed on this side, their hearts shouting to burst out.
What are you so anxious about? Did getting defeated once turn you into a glass heart?
Wang Tang looked disdainful. If Su Chen comes to Zheng City, just watch how I beat him.
Tang Lianyue asked, are you a professional goalkeeper? Ha? Wang Tang was puzzled. What do you mean? If you're not a goalkeeper, why are you stuck at the 61st spot on the leaderboard and not moving up? Tang Lianyue tilted her head, feigning confusion. Is it that you don't want to?
Wang Tang's forehead bulged with veins, angrily saying, what the hell does this have to
do with you? Tang Lianyue chuckled lightly. Are you anxious? Damn, I'm anxious for your grandma. Don't pull me. Don't pull me. Wang Tang exploded, rolling up his sleeves and ready to fight.
Blood color emerged on him, faintly transforming into a dragon shape, swirling around him.
Among melee professions, the T0 class that
is on par with Gun Soul, Dragon Blood Fist Master. The surrounding young people either hugged his legs or his arms, anyway, they would not let go. Wang Tang was at
the second rank. If he really fought Tang Lianyue, the two families would go to war tonight. Tang Zi.
A gentle voice came from inside the house, and a tall figure stepped out. The newcomer was dressed in military uniform, with a gentle and handsome face, accompanied by a figure clad in armor. As soon as he appeared, the furious Wang Tang gradually calmed down, only glaring angrily at Tang Lianyue with his eyes.
If you're a man, don't run away. Tang Lianyue disdainfully met his gaze.
Idiot Wang Tang observed for a while and understood Tang Lianyue's expression.
She must be yielding to him. After pondering for a moment, Wang Tang decided that a good man shouldn't fight with a woman, and after throwing another glance, he turned away.
I'll let you go this time. Tang Lianyue looked at Wang Tang, who was
inexplicably proud, unable to tell what he was thinking.
A famous person with the surname Zhou once said, the thought process of an idiot does not connect with that of
an ordinary person.
Wang Kwa stood behind his armor-clad figure, holding a computer, and waved to everyone, come over and take a look.
A group of teenagers eagerly gathered around.
They initially thought it was something novel, but when their eyes fell on the screen, their expressions changed slightly.
The top scholar encounters
a fourth-tier ambush, breaks through in a critical moment, living up to the name of a genius. The news on the screen was from the Luochang Daily.
Surviving a fourth-tier ambush and breaking through in a critical moment. These two phrases quickly captured the attention of the talented youths, and their first thought was, this is impossible.
Tang Lianyue stared blankly at the screen, her eyes wide with disbelief. The confidence she had just moments ago shattered into pieces. Su Chen had actually reached the second tier, and he broke through in a critical moment. She dared not slack off in her training to catch up, but at this moment, she realized the distance between them was growing larger.
Damn!
In the distance, two figures gasped, feeling a chill of terror.
Then came a wave of relief. Thankfully, they had run away. This guy had treated them like dogs before, and now that he had broken through to the second tier, wasn't that like crushing a chick? This is impossible.
Suddenly, a firm voice broke the dead silence. Wang Tang, standing at the front, directly shut off the computer, a first tier facing a fourth tier.
Ambush and surviving, even breaking through in the moment, is simply absurd.
It was like hearing about a peer facing heavily armed terrorists in an ambush, not only
surviving but even making their own gun, delaying until rescue arrived. If this is true, then I could single-handedly crush a 9th-tier powerhouse. Wang Tang scoffed. He just imagined it for a moment and felt it was a death sentence. Was the RPG in that terrorist's hand made of paper?
The others around nodded in agreement.
It really is impossible. That's a 4th tier.
This is a bit too ridiculous. Luocheng really has lost all face. They dare to boast like this.
A summoner. Profession surviving an ambush? What a joke.
Everyone either looked down on it or dismissed it, believing the matter to be false. Surviving a 4th-tier ambush as a first tier was already a fantasy, let alone that Su Chen was a summoner. Only the two figures in the distance felt that this matter was likely true.
Su Chen was a summoner? Have you ever seen a summoner fighting a melee profession with one hand? Wang Kwa said softly, the 4th-tier matter is probably false. Wang Tung snorted. Coldly, if it weren't for me being specially recruited by Starfire, would it be his turn to show off? The others around largely agreed. The Wang family's twins had a significant reputation in Zhang City. The elder son, Wang Qua, was a knight commander of the summoner profession. The number of knights was vast, with at least 1,000, crushing their peers and joining the military. The younger son, Wang Tong, had reached the late first tier before the college entrance examination and was specially recruited by Starfire Academy, thus not participating in the exam. It was estimated that his current strength had already reached the second tier. It could be said that the Wang family's twins were among the best in the younger generation of the entire Yu province. Can you handle 100,000 or 1,000,000 goblins by yourself? Tang Lianyue showed no mercy to Wang Tong. With that many goblins, even if they stood still for you to kill, you'd be exhausted to death. Wang Tang angrily retorted, Tang Lianyue, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. I don't need to kill them all, don't you understand that to catch the thief, you must catch the king first? Tang Lianyue merely scoffed lightly and turned to leave. She said nothing, yet it felt as if she had said everything. Wang Tong, who had prepared a lengthy argument, found all his words stuck in his throat, his anger rising. But the Wang and Tang families had always been on good terms. So he couldn't just hit someone. In his frustration, his gaze suddenly fell on the two guys in the corner, recalling that they had just returned from Luochang, and he shouted, Yi Haoshuan, tell me, who is stronger between me and that Su Chen? Yi Haoshuan, who had been minding his own business, was taken aback. Seeing Wang Tong clearly in a rage, he thought for a moment and said, of course, you're stronger. That Su Chen only relied on the goblins to become the top scholar, he has no real skill. Yi Wuxuan nodded repeatedly, that's right. Wang Tang felt a bit more comfortable being acknowledged, at least you know how to speak the truth. Yi Haoshuan and the other person. You dare to swear that we are telling the truth and you won't pick a fight. Su Chen, relying solely on himself, could crush us. With the goblins added in, you can only hit with the small head. Wang Qua said calmly, alright, the province will reward the top 100 in this college entrance examination, and he will come as well. If you really don't accept it, just come to visit and spar, you'll naturally know who is stronger and who is weaker. Wang Qua was not interested in such childish matters. Even the large number of goblins that Su Chen had didn't concern him much. No matter how many there were, if the quality didn't keep up, they would just be cannon fodder. If the two faced off, Wang Qua was confident that his knights could capture Su Chen with a single charge. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang immediately became interested, thinking of Tang Lianyue's departing figure, and coldly said, I will use facts to slap your face. The two people huddled in the corner broke free from the fear brought by Su Chen, their eyes shining with excitement. They looked too much alike, that arrogant and confident demeanor was exactly the same as theirs back then. The two exchanged glances and began to laugh maliciously. Mischievous children need to be properly disciplined. The sky was dim, a heavy and oppressive night shroud enveloping Jing City. The tall buildings, like cornstalks, emitted bright lights, tearing through the night and illuminating the approaching raptor. The roar grew more intense, deafening. The figures already waiting on the rooftop scattered to make way. The black steel beast slowly descended, stirring up gusts of wind. Shang Guan, the deputy director of the Zhang City Martial Arts Bureau, stood on the rooftop, his gaze fixed on the slowly opening hatch. His eyes filled with fervor. After learning that Su Chen would arrive in Zhang City tonight, he rushed over without pause. He even abandoned the little secretary who had applied for guidance work in the office at midnight. The secretary behind Shangguan was puzzled. Director, I could handle this. So late, even though you are at the 6th level of martial arts, staying up late is harmful to your health. Shangguan waved his hand. Xiao Lu, you're mistaken. As the deputy director of the Martial Arts Bureau, I should be dedicated to the country and society. I must be a candle, igniting myself to illuminate the students. The staff behind the corn building lowered their heads, speechless. You, at the 6th level of martial arts, are afraid of staying up late? In a realm where you could be reborn even with a broken arm, you tell me that staying up late is about burning yourself to light others? It's already annoying to work overtime, and now I have to listen to this kind of nonsense. Damn, I really want to go home and play games. His gaze pierced through the railing to the ground below. Jumping down would be faster than taking the elevator, right? Shangguan's eyes were fixed on the helicopter. National Champion S-Level War Academy, 50 seats. On the storm list, Little Wu Jin. Numerous titles had already been bestowed upon Su Chen. In his eyes, this was not just a genius, but a monumental achievement. The most typical example was that old man Sun Tianda, who, despite his age, had earned the title of having an eye for talent.
Now even the higher-ups were considering whether to give him more burdens.
Zhang City, I haven't been here in years.
As the hatch opened, a somewhat emotional voice rang out.
What came into view was a man with slicked back
hair, dressed in a Hong Kong-style Zhongshan suit. Shang Guan's fervor instantly extinguished, his face filled with displeasure. Go lament somewhere else. Elder Son frowned in dissatisfaction, but before he could speak, he was pushed aside by Shang
Guan.
The secretary behind saw the usually calm and composed deputy director now smiling broadly as he grabbed a young man's hand.
Little Su, I've been waiting for you for a long time.
Let me introduce myself, Shang Guan, deputy director of the Zhang City
Martial Arts Bureau. With a name like that, it's no wonder you're the deputy director.
Su Chen firmly shook his hand. Director Shang, I often review your heroic deeds in the battle against the deep space creatures.
That kind of passion, boldness,
and fearlessness has always been my role model. As a student, doing background research is the most basic thing.
Shang Guan was
taken aback for a moment, then his smile became even more sincere. Those are all old stories, you young people must not learn from me, disregarding your own safety to save others. One was eager to make connections, the other was happy to expand his network. Just a few short exchanges, and the atmosphere had already warmed up.
If you can't warm up, if you can't connect, it's
not that the other person is cold, they just don't want to play with you.
Like your slow-to-warm girlfriend? The two smiled broadly, feeling like old friends at first sight. Even the hands they held on to never let go. The secretary Lu Chongshan and the corn building staff gritted their teeth. Hypocritical bureaucrat. Little Su, isn't our city much more prosperous than Luochan?
Shang Guan pulled Su Chen to the edge of the railing. From this position, we can see the bustling areas of Zheng City.
Su Chen glanced around. This building is quite tall.
From such a height, looking down, the lights were faint like fireflies, and the vehicles were small like ants.
The heights are unbearably cold. Su Chen suddenly thought of this line of poetry. But when
he detached from this sentiment, he realized he was standing on this rooftop, unable to see the ordinary people below. They were as small as ants, insignificant and unnoticed.
I was once one of these ants. What I like most is young people like you who have talent.
Seeing the young man staring blankly, Shang Guan felt there was potential and became even more enthusiastic. Would
you like to come to Zhang City to exchange and learn for a while?
Elder Son, who had been silent, finally sensed something was off, darkening his face as he stepped forward and shoved Shang Guan aside with a forceful push.
Learn your way of governance?
Digging into my people right in front of me, Shang Guan, the somewhat middle-aged and portly Shang Guan took a step back. Feeling quite helpless. Old son, at your age, why is your temper still so explosive?
Young people have their own ambitions, you
can't just confine them in a cage for your own selfish reasons. Secretary Lu silently noted this down. This was high-level
instigation.
While claiming to act for Su Chen's benefit, he accused Elder Son of acting for his own future. If there was even a hint of discord between the two, dissatisfaction would surely fester in their hearts.
Hey, you old.
Elder Son opened his
mouth to curse.
Thank you for your kind intentions, Director Shang, but I still need to go to the War Academy later. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly interjected, breaking the tense atmosphere. He said softly, it's good to look down on the masses, but over time, one forgets where they came from. His words caused a slight change in the expressions of everyone present. Only Elder Son laughed with delight. Well said.
Shang Guan, don't waste time, where's the hotel arranged? Shang Guan looked deeply at the young man and smiled. The sharpness of youth is indeed extraordinary.
Xiao Lu, take them to the hotel.
Just as Su Chen
was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to the cabin. When he came out, he had an additional figure with him. The girl had a blank expression, her black hair blowing in the wind, resembling a lifelike Gothic doll.
Su Chen led Lu Baixuan onto the elevator.
As the elevator's alert sound rang out and the doors were about to close, Su Chen revealed a
polite smile. Young and impetuous. Shang Guan shook his head inside. Beep beep beep.
The phone rang and Shang Guan picked
it up, his voice gentle. Xiao Tang, what's the matter so late? Wang Tang's voice came through. Uncle Shang, has he arrived?
He has.
Where are they staying? Shang Guan asked with a smile. Do you want to meet someone your age?
Wang Tang replied coldly, meet? We'll have to see how much skill this national champion really has. By principle, as a leader of the Martial
Arts Bureau, Shang Guan should have sternly criticized such bravado.
However, since Su Chen had declined the invitation, and Wang Tang was a local genius from Zheng City, Shang Guan thought seriously and said, Xiao Tang, I know you want to spar with outstanding people, but you must also pay attention to your attitude. Su Chen and the others are staying on the 20th floor of the Corn Building Hotel. You absolutely must not disturb them tonight.
After hanging up, Shangguan walked to the railing. Looking down at the bustling scene below, it's lonely at the top. He had said what needed to be said. What Wang Tang did next was no longer his concern. Shangguan also had his own selfish motives. If Wang Tang could truly defeat Su Chen, then all the prestige he currently held would belong to Wang Tang, belong to Zheng City. If he were to lose, then it would be the Wang family's responsibility, and he would naturally stand on Su Chen's side. Betting on both sides was the only way to ensure success. You stay in this room, call me if you need anything. In front of the 32nd floor hotel room, Su Chen set down Lu Baishuang. Ever since the last time at the Lu family, the wooden-headed guy had tacitly accepted this option. When Su Chen raised his hand, he was also aware of turning around. Okay. The girl nodded and pushed open the door. Su Chen glanced around the resplendent suite, complete with a separate wine rack. The red wine on it gave off an air of being unaffordable just from its packaging. Lu Baishuang turned back, her long hair brushing against Su Chen's chin as she softly said, "Good night. Sweet dreams." Su Chen walked to his own room next door and swiped his card to open the door. After washing up in the bathroom, Su Chen changed into his pajamas and sank into the soft big bed. He was now a mid-stage second-tier martial artist, and going 3 days and nights without sleep was no problem. But Su Chen enjoyed the feeling of relaxation that came with sleep. Of course, those who liked to sleep often had a bit of morning grumpiness. He turned off the lights and closed his eyes. 1 goblin, 2 goblins, 3 goblins. His consciousness gradually sank, and sleepiness washed over him. In just a few seconds, Su Chen fell into a light sleep. In his dream, he found himself on a yacht surrounded by big sisters in bikinis. Was this a spring dream? Su Chen realized this clearly. With the thought of "since I'm here," he rushed over to the big sisters, enthusiastically helping them apply sunscreen. The surrounding girls gathered, making his head spin. Just as he was applying, suddenly a bikini beauty turned around, her voice rough. "You have the guts to take the top spot but not to come out? What are you pretending to be, a turtle?" She turned and lunged at him, transforming from a big-breasted beauty into a burly man. Su Chen, stirred by spring feelings, jolted awake, sitting up suddenly, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Damn! This spring dream was off. Just as he was pondering, there was a loud bang-bang at the door, and a rough voice shouted outside. The feeling of surviving a disaster faded, replaced by a surge of anger. Su Chen didn't even change out of his pajamas and walked straight to the door. The boy's eyes were fierce, as if a lion was roaring within. "You better have an urgent matter about the end of the world to find me today." Ding dong. As the prompt sound rang out, the elevator doors opened to the sides. Wang Tang, dressed in black combat gear, stepped out of the elevator, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit as he searched for the room number. Wang Tang was here today for one thing. To prove. And damn it, to prove that Su Chen could take the top spot not because of his strength, but simply because Wang Tang, didn't participate in the college entrance examination. When he thought of the scene in the morning when Tang Lianyue lightly scolded him and left, Wang Tang snorted coldly. He would let Tang Lianyue know that if you can't take the heat, don't play. Although Wang Tang was reckless, he wasn't stupid. He had already calculated everything. He had been in the early second tier for a while now, and in at most 2 months, he would reach the mid-stage. Even if the news wasn't exaggerated, Su Chen had just stepped into the second tier and was definitely not his opponent. 3203, Wang Tang stopped in front of a room, confirming he wasn't mistaken before knocking loudly. Knock knock knock. The dull sound echoed in the corridor, but there was no response from inside the room. Wang Tang knocked again. Open the door, open the door. Still, there was silence inside, no sound at all. Wang Tang leaned back, clearly knowing he was coming and was too scared to respond. He raised his hand to knock again, shouting, "Open the door." You have the guts to take the top spot and show off, but you don't have the guts to open the door? If you don't open the door, I'll take it off its hinges. As he said this, he prepared to raise his hand to remove the door, but just as he was about to act, he heard footsteps coming from inside the room. You can't hide now. A sinister smile appeared on Wang Tang's face. Early second tier against someone who just stepped into the second tier. The advantage is mine. The door slowly opened, and the inside was dark without the lights on. Most of the boys' profile was shrouded in darkness, making it hard to see his expression. What do you want? Su Chen was suppressing the anger in his heart, waiting for this guy to give a reason. Although he had a morning temper, he didn't lash out. You are Su Chen? Wang Tang crossed his arms, his Gaze condescending as if looking at a defeated subordinate. I am Wang Tang from the Wang family of Zheng City, here to challenge you today. Do you dare to fight? There was no urgent matter, he was simply here to cause trouble. Su Chen was stunned. The suppressed morning anger in his heart was like magma boiling inside a volcano, ready to erupt. You come here at night just to be a nuisance? Wang Tang still hadn't realized that he had lost his last chance to leave. His gaze lifted at a 45-degree angle. You are a summoner, I won't bully you, I'll give you 1 minute. This is my last mercy, I will. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Tang noticed the light in front of him was rapidly disappearing. A hand struck him with lightning speed, landing on his face. Immediately after, an overwhelming, unstoppable force surged in. Before he could react, Wang Tang felt the world spin, his body weightless, and the back of his head slammed heavily against the ground. Su Chen pulled Wang Tang's head off the ground and slammed it down again, stones flying. The deafening impact seemed to tear the air apart. You damn sneak attack. Wang Tang, dazed, came to his senses, and a blood-colored dragon shadow appeared around him, lunging at Su Chen. At the same time, his hands were not idle, fingers together like a blade, he slashed through the air. He was at the early stage of the second tier, how could he let someone just entering the second tier bully him? Seeing that he dared to fight back, Su Chen frowned, his arm muscles bulging like a dragon, and he made another powerful slam against the ground. You think you can act tough? With one hand, he shattered the blood-colored dragon shadow, then without hesitation, he smashed down on Wang Tang's shoulder with 2 fists. The sound of bones breaking made one's teeth ache. These 2 punches directly shattered Wang Tang's arm. Damn! Wang Tang cried out in pain, blood mist gushing out from his body, the dragon shadow gathering again, forcibly breaking free from Su Chen. Stepping back several paces, feeling his arms go numb, Wang Tang's eyes turned blood red. You have guts. The blood-colored dragon shadow merged into his body, his physique visibly swelling, muscles bulging, pores rupturing. Streams of blood energy flowed from his pores, rising into blood mist before it could fall. Even the shoulder that Su Chen had smashed was quickly recovering, his hands distorting into dragon claws. The dragon blood fist master's ultimate skill, dragon transformation. Su Chen sneered, so you think you're tough just because you transformed? It was just a transformation, he didn't envy it at all, not one bit. Su Chen, you have completely angered me, you have awakened a sleeping. That blood-colored figure was still speaking softly when Su Chen had already vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he was in front of Wang Tang, raising his leg like an axe to strike down. Say your last words to the king of hell. Wang Tang's reaction speed was far beyond before, his left claw raised to block, while his right claw, surrounded by the dragon shadow, struck out. Su Chen, I have transformed into a dragon. Su Chen sidestepped, avoiding the punch as the dragon shadow surged out, shattering the door and floor behind him. Wang Tang's assault did not diminish, the blood-colored dragon shadow surged forth, the roar of the dragon deafening. The walls, floor, and ceiling suffered heavy damage, dust swirling, steel bars twisting. The commotion drew the attention of Elder Sun and Lu Baishuang from rooms 01 and 02. The latter saw Su Chen being attacked by the blood-colored figure and immediately retreated into the house. When he came out again, a dark spear was thrown. Su Chen took a step back, raised his hand to catch the spear, and stepped forward, using the celestial and earthly body technique. He planted his foot in the position of the heavenly Quaishing. The might of a mountain pressed down on Wang Tang, his movements slowed, his mind blank. Su Chen gripped the spear with both hands, his spine like a taut dragon, blood energy rolling like a flood. This furious thrust was delivered with full force, its might causing Elder Sun, who was watching, to change his expression slightly. With a thrust, the sound of the spear echoed through the corridor. The second of the 9 styles of breaking the formation, heart-piercing. As the sun was snatched away like a black dragon emerging from the abyss, the dragon leaped into the sky, charging towards Wang Tang. Although Su Chen attacked in anger, he ultimately misdirected the spear, shifting from the chest to the shoulder. Elder Sun, who had raised his foot to intervene, saw this and put it back down. As long as no one was killed, it was merely a child's play, nothing to worry about. Besides, his own child was the one causing trouble, not resorting to lethal force was already quite rational. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Wang Tang shouted angrily, crossing his arms to defend himself. The side effect of the dragon transformation skill would plunge him into absolute self-confidence. The spear fell, piercing flesh, blood gushing out and rising into white smoke as it hit the ground. Wang Tang, in pain, became even more frenzied, the blood-red dragon shadow around him shifting from illusion to reality, roaring out. Su Chen's internal energy surged explosively, the malevolent aura transforming into black and red flames swirling around the spear, piercing through The blood red
dragon shadow collided with the spear enveloped in flames, producing a deafening roar. The powerful shockwave tore through the air, making the surrounding buildings appear fragile in the face of this force, the ground shaking and collapsing, dust flying. This terrifying aftershock spread towards the corridor. If it collided, even reinforced concrete would shatter, causing the entire floor to collapse. Two brainless brutes. Elder son cursed while watching the spectacle, tossing out sunflower seeds. One by one, the seeds blocked the corridor, yet the shockwave powerful enough to tear through metal could not destroy even these small seeds. It was as if it had crashed into an invisible wall. Elder Sun's profession was that of a chi master, considered T1 in strength. Without the gun spirits of Lu Baishuang and Tang Lianyue, he was still above average, but not weak. On the other side, Su Chen and Wang Tang's figures fell towards the lower floor. Both sides were exerting their full strength. The former's vitality was unending, with a deep foundation, while the latter transformed into a dragon, greatly enhancing his physique. For a moment, they managed to withstand Su Chen's assault. The ground beneath them continued to shatter, and Wang Tang laughed broadly. The national champion is nothing special. Su Chen remained silent, only a brilliant light igniting behind him. A magnificent scroll slowly unfurled, and Yu Wenbilan, clad in wolfskin armor, stepped forward to assist the clan leader. Wang Tang, barely holding on, changed his expression. You called for help? Su Chen replied calmly, I am a summoner. With Yu Wenbilan's assistance, Wang Tang lost all ability to fight back, his body continuously crashing through the floors. 30. 25. 20. 10. In the lobby of the corn building, Shang Guan was conversing with a middle-aged man. Old Shang, how's it going? Baiju, arrangements for accommodation have been made, but Su Chen is not interested in my overtures. That's normal. If it were that easy to win over a champion who would dare to cultivate them fully? During the few days of provincial commendation, we just need him to leave a good impression of us. Bai Shan, with a serious expression, looked like a straightforward and honest official at first glance. He was the director of the Zhengchang Martial Arts Bureau, a rank half a level above Shangguan. Shangguan smiled. Rest assured. I've personally arranged a luxurious suite. Anything you need will be provided, and all expenses will be charged to our Martial Arts Bureau. One more thing, Bai Shan said solemnly, the young masters from our families are quite arrogant and all want to challenge Su Chen. You need to hold them back. If things escalate, it won't be easy to handle. Shangguan chuckled awkwardly. Young people, a bit of sparring is fine. As the saying goes, you don't get to know someone without a fight. Who knows, after some sparring, they might become good friends. Bai Shan said sternly, friends? What if it turns into a real fight? Especially Wang Tang from the Wang family, the Dragon Blood Fist Master's transformation could even allow him to fight at the third tier. If Su Chen gets hurt, Sun Tianda will come after you. No way. Shangguan felt a bit uneasy. He was also uncertain. After all, Wang Tang was a melee profession, while Su Chen was a summoner. In close combat, the outcome is obvious. If Wang Tang really injures Su Chen severely, then things will get serious. Just as he was worried, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed in their ears. What's going on? Bai Shan looked at the manager of the corn building. Are you renovating? The manager shook his head in confusion. By bureau, we have no renovation plans today. Then tell me what this is about? Shangguan reprimanded unhappily. If it's not a renovation, is there a fight going on upstairs? Such a loud noise is completely disturbing the residents. I think you don't want to work anymore. The manager broke into a sweat and hurriedly said, I'll have someone check. Before he could finish the word check, he saw dense cracks spreading across the ceiling. Immediately after, the ceiling completely collapsed. Dust filled the air, and two figures fell heavily, shattering the smooth floor. Bai Shan and Shang Guan were both 6th-tier martial artists, and the dust could not obstruct their vision. Through the dust, they saw a boy in pajamas holding a gun, pinning a figure to the ground. Upon seeing the figure pierced by the long gun, both Bai Shan and Shang Guan's expressions changed. Wang Tang. Bai Shan's eyes flickered. The Wang twins were not only the pride of the Wang family but also the top talents of the new generation in Zheng City. The elder brother, Wang Qua, joined the army last year and is now a centurion. The younger brother, Wang Tong, is a Dragon Blood Fist Master at the 2nd-tier realm, specially recruited by the Starfire Academy. It could be said that there were no peers in Zheng City more outstanding than the two. And now, these two prodigies of Zheng City were being pierced by a dark-colored spear, looking utterly disheveled. Like a thief caught stealing melons. Shangguan stared at this scene, his eyes wide, his expression frozen in shock. Wang Tong had actually been defeated. Moreover, Looking at the lone boy, Shangguan's hand trembled slightly, unable to believe it, unwilling
to accept it. He hadn't even summoned a goblin. At this moment, Shangguan was filled with confusion and disbelief. Wasn't Su Chen a summoning-type profession? What could a fragile person like him do against a top laner? Just as the two were in a daze, Su Chen made a move. He pulled out the sun piercer from the side, bent down and slapped the unconscious Wang Teng hard. Did you ask for my permission before you went to sleep? Wang Teng's pale face, due to excessive blood loss, regained a bit of color, but he showed no other signs of movement. Su Chen slapped him again. I was woken up by you, and you still want to sleep? Smack! Smack, smack! The sound of slapping was dense like rain on banana leaves, intense and violent. The unconscious Wang Teng grabbed Su Chen's hand, his voice weak. Are you trying to wake me up or kill me? Su Chen grinned. If you keep sleeping, I'll kill you. Wang Teng's expression changed. He wanted to get angry. But thinking of his current situation, he held back and said, I've already been beaten like this, what more do you want? His arms were healed due to the dragon transformation, but the rest of his body was riddled with wounds. Plus, there would be a period of weakness after the dragon transformation ended, making Wang Teng a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, fish on the chopping board. Su Chen frowned. I've been massaging you for so long, aren't you going to pay me now? Give me a massage? Is there a charge? Wang Teng, lying on the ground, widened his eyes, about to speak when blood froth surged from his mouth. You've beaten me to this state, and you call this a massage? I've never seen such a shameless person. Su Chen's expression gradually turned colder. Are you planning to dine and dash? He raised his hand towards the nearby lurking sun, dark and red malevolence swirling around him once more. This was a skill Su Chen had just mastered when he first attacked. By channeling malevolence through his body while executing the 9 styles of breaking the formation, it could transform into a tangible flame, intimidating the opponent and enhancing power. Wang Teng propped himself up with his elbow, staring at Su Chen, refusing to back down. He couldn't believe that in front of the 2 directors of the Martial Arts Bureau, you would dare to kill me? Su Chen naturally understood what he was thinking. His arm moved slightly, the gun blade pointing downward. Wait! I'll give it! I'll give it! Wang Teng's expression suddenly changed, shouting in terror. That stubborn feeling vanished completely, his eyes clear as day. Really give? The gun blade swayed slightly, shimmering with a faint ghostly light. Give! Wang Teng nodded vigorously. Bro, just tell me how much you want. Still the same saying, a brute isn't without brains. Compared to his future, a moment of humiliation was nothing. A real man should have the ability to endure. To sum it up, 2 punches shatter the emperor's soul. Big brother, I am a civilized person. Su Chen pointed at himself. The basic package, charging you for 20 dark feather beast feathers isn't too much, right? Just 20, indeed, he had never seen the world. Wang Teng nodded repeatedly. Not too much, I'll go home and get them right now. His family was well off, and although dark feather beast feathers were niche, they still had quite a stockpile. At home. I haven't finished yet. Su Chen slapped Wang Teng back down as he was about to stand, pointing at himself again. I'm working overtime to serve you tonight, charging another 20 isn't too much, right? No, bro, how did you manage to say that without laughing? Wang Teng felt utterly humiliated, looking for help from the 2 leaders in the distance. Save me. Please save me. Bai Shan and Shangguan both gave him a helpless look, the latter sending a message to the Wang family. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but they truly couldn't. Just look up, that old man Sun Tianda has already taken off his coat, ready to fight for his life. We too have lived in comfort for many years, we can't compare to that old man. Seeing this, Wang Teng could only nod with a mournful face. Alright. Even if the materials from the dark feather beast were niche, they were still a 3rd-tier deep space creature. 40 dark feather beast feathers would roughly be worth 4 million, even if he gathered that many, he would still be questioned. Now let's talk about the 3rd item. Su Chen pointed at himself again. My clothes are damaged, charging another 20 isn't too much, right? With his dreams shattered, he naturally wanted to maximize his benefits. As a successor of the new era, a successor of socialism, Su Chen upheld the will of his ancestors. Fight the landlords, distribute resources. Ha! Wang Teng looked at the small hole in Su Chen's pajamas, his face full of astonishment. Can we speak with a clear conscience about compensation? Did I even touch you with my attacks from start to finish? At that moment, he felt as helpless as being accused of secretly filming on the subway. Shangguan couldn't bear to watch any longer. Su, why don't we stop here? Su Chen graciously put away his gun. Since Director Shang has said so, then fine. This scene left the 3 of them stunned. Even Shangguan couldn't believe it. His face was actually this big?
After all, this is Zheng City, and as an outsider, it's nothing to suffer a little grievance. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river, don't bully.
Wang Tong. What did I say about you before? Shangguan said sternly, sparring is fine, but
don't disturb others' rest. You, on the other hand, are so arrogant and overbearing.
When your father arrives, I will definitely make him teach you a good lesson. He spoke while wiping the
cold sweat from his forehead, his hands trembling slightly. This kid wasn't trying to save face for himself, he was digging a pit. If today's incident was really because of him, the news of him forcing the top scholar would spread tomorrow. He could forget about any hopes of promotion in the future. At this moment, Wang Tang really wanted to cry. He was lying here heavily injured, and yet he had to suffer the consequences innocently. Not only was he being forced to give up resources, but now he had to let his dad teach him a lesson? Damn, is the change of face not going to cost him? Of course, these words could only be said in his heart, he absolutely couldn't say them out loud. At least he hadn't reached the 6th level yet, so he couldn't talk nonsense or he would get beaten up. Give it or not? Su Chen asked calmly. Looking at the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, Wang Teng bitterly nodded. Give. Love for brothers or love for gold? Wang Teng didn't hesitate. Gold could be earned back, but he absolutely couldn't let his brother suffer. Oh, thank you for your patronage. The coldness on Su Chen's face instantly dissipated as he warmly helped Wang Teng up. Looking at him covered in blood, he angrily said, Who did this? How could they be so vicious? If this goes on, won't it lead to adult matters? Wang Teng. By Shan. Shangguan, 6 behind Su Chen, a beautiful scroll unfolded, and Sima Bulin walked out. Clan leader. Zhengda, quickly find a skilled healer to treat my dear friend's wounds. Yes. Sima Bulin retreated into the light curtain and returned a few minutes later with a goblin. The latter was dressed in a white linen robe, holding a wooden box. Looking very professional. Clan leader, this is the best healer in our clan. I've met the clan leader. Su Chen nodded and pointed to the blood-soaked Wang Tang. Hurry up and get to work. The goblin in the linen robe examined him for a moment, opened the wooden box, and took out a bowl of black ointment. He scooped a bit into his hand and applied it to Wang Tang's wound. Bro, is this doctor reliable? Wang Tang said with a mournful face, I can still hold on. If it really doesn't work, I'll go to the hospital. He felt that this goblin, who looked quite fierce, really didn't seem like a doctor. Don't panic. Su Chen gave a reassuring look and held Wang Tang down to prevent him from struggling. Bai Shan and Shangguan exchanged sympathetic glances. This was clearly revenge. What could a goblin understand about pharmacology? This black stuff might just be made from wood ash. Under the gaze of the others, the black ointment was meticulously applied, and surprisingly, the wound that was oozing blood was actually stopped. How does it feel? Shangguan asked curiously. Wang Tang, prepared for the journey to the underworld, looked confused and astonished, warm and a bit comfortable. Bai Shan and Shangguan exchanged glances, both seeing the bewilderment in each other's eyes. Aren't summoned beasts supposed to have fixed abilities? For example, knights couldn't learn to dig traps, and wizards couldn't learn to heal. But the lowest level goblin could actually heal? This shock was no less than a stray dog eating your takeout and cooking you a 3D-ish soup. Just at this moment of silence, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. The head of the Wang family has arrived. The head of the Wang family has arrived. Another shout echoed. The 3 people in the hall didn't even look outside, so what if he came? Did he expect them to go out and welcome him? What, was the emperor asking them to greet him? Wang Tang, who already had a bitter expression, covered his face with his hand upon hearing the voice. I'm tired, just destroy me. Why did old Deng come personally? Who informed him? Outsiders in Zhengcheng only knew that the head of the Wang family had a grand presence, with luxury cars gathering and a red carpet rolled out for kilometers every time he appeared. But in reality, this was just the result of being poisoned by those short skits. What a daughter guarding the border living in a doghouse, a son-in-law expelled from the family after 20 years. I'm done pretending. Watching every day, scrolling daily. Now, he just wanders around in a cleaning uniform, waiting for others to find trouble. As a result, not only did he not get what he wished for, but there were also many enthusiastic people bringing water and food. With the sound of leather shoes clicking, a figure in a suit, exuding a heavy aura, strode in. Who dares to touch my son? The hall fell into a dead silence. Su Chen and the 2 leaders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with inquiry. Has his condition always been this serious? The 2 leaders of the Martial Arts Bureau felt a bit awkward, their gazes turned to the ceiling as if they saw nothing. Shangguan finally understood why the Wang family was mostly represented by Madame Wang.
With the head of the Wang family in this condition, he was not allowed to run around. The head of the Wang family fixed his gaze on Wang Tong, his eyes widening with rage. Xiao Tang. Who hurt you like this? I want to. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen and the others saw a figure burst out, spewing blood. Old Deng, shut your mouth. Wang Tong, whose face was as pale as paper, was now as red as a dragon, raising his hand to pin the head of the Wang family to the ground. This is real bloodshed. Su Chen looked at the second-degree bleeding wound and waved to call out the robed goblin. The latter professionally took out a black ointment, sealing Wang Tang's bleeding wound. Like a mason. The head of the Wang family lay on the ground, his voice deep and powerful. Xiao Tang, no matter who hurt you, I will make him pay. Dad, I beg you, please stop talking. Wang Tang felt embarrassed enough to want to dig a hole. Especially with Su Chen, whom he regarded as a rival, the sense of shame intensified. Bai Shan gave Shangguan a look, and the latter immediately stepped forward. To explain, head of the Wang family, you misunderstood, here's what happened. Shangguan recounted how Wang Tang had challenged Su Chen but ended up being taught a lesson. So you are Su Chen. The head of the Wang family stood up, brushing off the dust from his suit, his expression calm. You do resemble me a bit when I was younger, I have high hopes for you. Uncle Fu, who followed the head of the Wang family, sighed. The head hasn't appreciated anyone like this in many years. Su Chen. He silently looked at Wang Tong, who was focused on finding a crack in the ground to hide in. Has your dad always been this humorous? Out of respect for the strong, Su Chen still used the word humorous. The head of the Wang family's internal energy was beyond his perception. At the very least, he was a mid-level third-tier martial artist. Wang Tong lowered his head, covering his face. Don't mind him, Uncle Fu. Did you bring the things? I brought them, young master. Uncle Fu suddenly produced a box from thin air and handed it to Su Chen. Young Master Su, here are 60 feathers from the dark feather beast. Such high efficiency, the local tyrant is indeed different. Su Chen took the box, gazing affectionately at Wang Tong. If you need a massage in the future, come find me. Old customers get a discount. I'll find you, damn it. A discount? Do you think I'm cheap? Wang Tang cursed inwardly, turning to leave with a limp. As a fellow young person, Su Chen's shamelessness had already refreshed his understanding. Watching the Wang family leave, Su Chen prepared to go back to sleep, but turned around to find Bai Shan and Shangguan still there. Directors, aren't you going back? Shangguan pointed upwards. I probably won't sleep well tonight. Su Chen looked at the large hole that penetrated down from the 32nd floor and said sternly, this is all Wang Tong's doing. I think we should arrest him immediately and demand the Wang family pay for the repairs to the corn building. Shangguan sighed. I understand. In the end, he underestimated Su Chen, thinking Wang Tang was a match for this national martial arts champion. But it was only at this moment that he realized he was too one-sided. Who said summoners are fragile and will undoubtedly lose to melee professions? Su Chen alone, with a gun, was almost able to kill Wang Tang. Then I'll head back to rest. Su Chen waved to the two leaders, bent his legs, and then shot straight up through the hole. After jumping 3 times, he returned to the 32nd floor and went to sleep. Bai Shan and Shangguan stood on the first floor. After a moment of silence, Bai Shan said, the younger generation is formidable. Shangguan nodded. Su Chen's strength exceeded my expectations. It's been less than half a month since the college entrance examination ended. After the exam, students gain the attention of universities, receive resources, and it's normal for their strength to improve. But Su Chen was only at the first level during the exam, and in just half a month, he reached the mid-second level. Such a speed of improvement left even the 2 6th-level warriors astonished. I took 2 months to go from the first to the second level. Bai Shan recalled. I took even longer, a full 3 months to break through. Shangguan sighed. Bai Shan suddenly thought of something and asked in a deep voice, how long did the supreme leader take back then? Shangguan was taken aback, not expecting Bai Shan to ask this. That was Wu Ji, the current number 1 in Chinese martial arts, who had reached the pinnacle with an air of superiority. As peers, they could only look up to his back. I think it was about 20 days? Shangguan recalled. After he finished speaking, he realized what he had said, and his expression stiffened. The supreme leader took 20 days. In the eastern villa area, the Wang family. Wang Tang lay in the latest medical equipment, surrounded by several private doctors. After half an hour, they handed the report to the head of the Wang family, who was sitting on the sofa. Head, the young master has sustained injuries of varying degrees, but they have been stabilized. Where did you buy this ointment? From that master? One private doctor analyzed the components of the black ointment: snaketail, wolf heartblood, black water grass. These highly toxic substances are perfectly combined to transform toxins into medicinal power. The head of the Wang family looked at Wang Tang. Since Dr. Zhao likes it, send the prescription over later. Wang Tang. This old man is really sick. He cursed as he walked outside, only to bump into his older brother who was rushing back. Wang Qua frowned slightly upon seeing his brother's condition. Were you ambushed? In his view, only Su Chen could have received news in advance and set up an ambush with his summoned beasts to defeat Wang Tang, who was a dragon blood fist master. Wang Tang wanted to nod to prove he wasn't too weak. But facing his older brother, he ultimately chose to tell the truth. In close combat, I wasn't his opponent. Upon hearing this, Wang Qua's face showed a hint of curiosity. His brother, a dragon blood fist master, was actually not a match for a summoner? Human nature made him curious about Su Chen. It seemed the other party was not as weak as he thought. He just didn't know if that group of goblins could withstand the charge of his knight. Back in the room, Su Chen sat on the edge of the bed and opened the box in his hand. Inside, large feathers were neatly stacked, and as his fingers lightly touched the edge, a sharp pain shot through him. 99% complete, a rare item. Su Chen then took out 2 boxes exchanged from the military warehouse in Luo City and placed them together, whispering, "System. I'm here. Build a shooting range." Yes, as the mechanical voice sounded, a virtual panel popped up in front of Su Chen. It was as if an invisible hand was manipulating it, and the panel switched to the civilization tree interface, with the shooting range icon lighting up brightly. The dark feathers of the shadow beast in the box disappeared in an instant. Your Excellency Su Chen, you may enter the summoning space to check the construction status. Su Chen eagerly closed his eyes, focusing his mind. A tremor ran through his soul, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already in the Goblin territory. The scene was the same as when he built the Colosseum last time. Goblins were working hard in the distance. A vast shooting range was rapidly being established next to the territory. Surrounding the shooting range were lush jungles, with various targets neatly arranged together, and arrows piled high like mountains. The shooting range has been completed. You can convert high-level goblins into goblin archers. Goblin archers have 40 arrows each day, which will be replenished at dawn after consumption. The mechanical voice echoed in Su Chen's ears, explaining. That's enough. Su Chen's face lit up with joy. Open the goblin quantity panel. Total goblins, 3 million. First-level goblins, 100. High-level goblins, 35,892. Mid-level goblins, 154,397. After half a month of accumulation, the high-level goblins had reached 35,000, while the mid-level goblins numbered as many as 154,000. Su Chen thought that even if he released only half of the goblins, it would be enough to crush everyone of the same generation. Now a new question arose: how many goblin archers to convert? After a moment of thought, he had his answer. System, convert all high-level goblins into goblin archers. This was the result of his careful consideration. Some might say, although archers have strong lethality, they are easily killed in close combat. This is mere theory. The number of low-level and mid-level goblins in the tribe is too large, enough to serve as the vanguard. This way, not only can more goblin archers be converted, but it also gives the others a chance to gain experience. Otherwise, relying on a single strong goblin to empower the others? Nonsense. The strong will only grow stronger, and the weak will only grow weaker. As Su Chen's words fell, countless figures rushed into the goblin territory. They arrived at the shooting range, took up bows, and slung quivers on their backs, their momentum completely different from before. Their dark golden pupils were like those of hawks, sharp and fierce. Su Chen was also quite shocked and shouted loudly, "Everyone, turn around, southeast, draw your bows." In the next moment, all the goblins turned around in unison, drawing their bows and knocking arrows. Fire! A loud shout rang out, and a rain of arrows descended like a storm, the arrowheads tearing through the air, enveloping everything. With a volley of arrows, it seemed to form a dragon of arrow rain, swooping down and tearing through the forest. Trees shattered, the ground was scarred, and the dense forest was reduced to ruins under this barrage. Some of the ground's green grass withered, life fading away. This was due to the attribute enhancement of the ghost tree heart, with some goblins' attacks carrying toxins. Good. Su Chen cheered loudly, his heart racing. What man does not love the clash of weapons, the thrill of battle, the desire to dominate like a tiger over a vast land? With these 30,000 goblin archers, even a 4th-tier warrior would be met with Su Chen's challenge. The commotion attracted 2 figures. Chief Yuan Bulin and Sima Bulin knelt on one knee. Get up. Su Chen, in a good mood, held the 2 up. Sima Bulin looked at the 30,000 bow-wielding goblins, his pupils trembling violently. Yuan Bulin's expression also changed, but it was fiery, filled with a sense of excitement at the hunt. Chengdu, can you shoot arrows? Su Chen asked. With a smile upon seeing this. I know a little. Yuan Bulin stepped forward, picked up a bow, and knocked an arrow. If you can hit that beautiful pine tree 500 meters away, this bowman will come to you. Su Chen pointed to the beautiful pine tree that was exposed behind the ruins. Yuan Bulin's internal energy collapsed, fully concentrating on this shot. Whoosh! An arrow shot out, tearing through the sky, transforming into a black light that pierced through all obstacles, accurately hitting the beautiful pine tree 500 meters away. Good archery. Su Chen applauded, turning to look back, his expression slightly changing. Is this going to break through? Thinking of the focused shot just now, Su Chen understood. A martial artist is, after all, a unity of spirit, energy, and mind. Just now, Yuan Bulin's spirit, energy, and mind merged into one, and with that shot, he took the opportunity to break through his bottleneck. Yuan Bulin's internal energy surged more violently, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, with no more obstacles. He had ascended to the second tier. Yuan Bulin, already 2 meters tall, now broke through, his muscles becoming even more menacing and powerful. Your clansman Yuan Bulin has broken through, awakening the hidden profession, Goblin Chief attributes, all attributes of the goblins he leads plus 10%. Su Chen said solemnly, Chengdu, from today onwards, you are the leader of our clan. Yuan Chengdu knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, thank you, clan leader. Sima Bulin smiled and said, congratulations, Chief Yuan. Su Chen glanced at him. Sima Bulin's unwillingness did not escape his notice. This was just right, a good way to motivate the latter. Overnight, a piece of news spread among the upper echelons of Zhang City. The second of the Wang family's twins, Wang Teng, challenged the top scholar Su Chen and returned in defeat. It was said that Su Chen was about to kill him directly, and the head of the Wang family rushed to plead, saving his life. In the Tang family, Tang Lianyue, dressed in rabbit pajamas, was awakened by the noise. Picking up her phone, she saw messages continuously popping up in the small group created by the young people of Zheng City. Shonu, damn, did Brother Teng really lose? At Wang the Great. You are my nest, I don't believe it. Brother Tang can't lose. Wang the Great, I lost. With Wang Tang's appearance, all doubts vanished. Tang Lianyue tightly gripped her phone, her eyes filled with complexity. She believed Wang Tang was not Su Chen's opponent, but now that he had truly lost, she felt a sense of melancholy. Had the distance between them grown so large? You are my nest, Brother Tang, you must have been ambushed, right? This was also the voice of the young talents of Jing City. Wang Tang was the strongest among them, even if he lost, it must have been an ambush. Gentleman without equal, I have a photo. Gentleman without equal, image.jpg. A picture was thrown out, so fast that Wang Tang didn't even have time to stop it. Everyone in the group instinctively clicked on it, and upon seeing the image, their pupils all trembled. Tang Lianyue's phone fell to the ground, completely unnoticed, her usually sharp gaze now filled with daze. The next morning, Su Chen stretched lazily and opened the door, coming face to face with the calm expression of the girl next door. Good morning, she greeted softly. Su Chen shamelessly asked, what are you treating me to for breakfast? As the saying goes, when dogs become rich, they bark at each other. My friend, if you have money and don't spend it on me, what's the point of having it? The hotel has breakfast, very luxurious. Lu Baishuang pointed her fair finger towards the dining area, where staff were busy. Then what are we waiting for? Su Chen pulled Lu Baishuang towards the restaurant. Spending money was out of the question, but getting a free meal was a must. Upon entering the restaurant, he was amazed at the variety of food. The buffet area had milk, bread, fruits, and light stir-fried dishes. Each counter also had a la carte options, hot pot, oden, spicy hot pot. Damn, the rich really live well, Su Chen sighed. His table was filled with food, from main courses to desserts, not a single item was left untouched. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of other diners. Seeing Su Chen look like a starving ghost reincarnated, other diners couldn't help but feel a bit unlucky. This guy looked like he had never eaten before. But upon seeing Su Chen's face, the other diners were taken aback. This is Scholar Su? Look at how much Scholar Su is eating, and then look at you eating so little, how can that be? The appetite of a scholar is different from that of ordinary people. No wonder he's a scholar. Su Chen ignored them the whole time, just sitting by the window eating with Lu Baishuang. Through the window, he could see the outside scenery clearly. But there wasn't much to see, no beautiful landscapes, no famous mountains or rivers, just the hustle and bustle of people and cars. And those sitting in this position actually enjoyed the feeling of looking down on others. How does it taste? A teasing voice came, an elder's son walked over with his hands behind his back. The old man squeezed in next to Su Chen without any hesitation and started eating from the table. You're already stuffing your mouth and still asking me? Su Chen rolled his eyes. Elder son, shameless as ever, replied, this is called gathering public opinion. After breakfast, he finally got to the point, the award ceremony starts the day after tomorrow, and some geniuses haven't arrived yet. Keep the hotel room cards safe, we don't have to pay for the expenses. If you need anything, just order directly. Su Chen's eyes lit up, does that mean the red wine in the room? Last night, Su Chen had seen the wine rack, which had Fei Tian Matai, 30-year-old Pomerol, and Shizhu Xiao wine. Not a single bottle was priced below 10,000 yuan. Su Chen could afford it now, but spending so much on wine was not as good as buying a 600 milliliters bottle of Pepsi for 3 yuan. Drink. Mixing it with Sprite is fine. Elder son said with a hearty expression, anyway, Zheng City has plenty of funds, so it doesn't matter. You guys can play in Zheng City for the next couple of days, try to get invoices for your expenses. As for how to write the invoices, you know what to do. Watching the old man leave in a hurry, Lu Baishuan was a bit puzzled. What is elder son going to do? Probably going to meet some young models at the club. Su Chen succinctly replied, to fleece the big spenders. It was clear from last night that old son had been dissatisfied with the leaders of Zheng City for a long time. Finally seizing this opportunity for public expense, how could he let it slip? Waiter, bring me a bottle of that 50,000 yuan red wine and a bottle of Sprite, I'll mix them. The waiter, who had just arrived, doubted his ears. Sir, did you say you want red wine mixed with Sprite? That was a wine aged for many years, using a cheap decanter would be a waste. The national scholar in front of him actually wanted to mix it with Sprite? Yes, go ahead. So the waiter, dazed, went to fetch the wine and Sprite. These two items were stored in completely different places, one managed in a warehouse, the other available for free at the front desk. When he finally brought them back, Su Chen casually poured a bit, took a sip. The sweetness of Sprite diluted the bitterness and acidity of the dry red wine, making it much more enjoyable overall. Sprite won hands down. After pouring a glass for the girl, Su Chen waved his hand grandly. Send it to my room and issue an invoice. Okay. The waiter took an invoice from his pocket, wrote down the amount, and respectfully asked, is there anything else you need to add? Su Chen frowned in dissatisfaction at the word red wine written on the invoice. How can you write this randomly, comrade? I'm clearly experiencing the unique culture of Zheng City, change it. Even when dealing with big spenders, one must still be discreet. The waiter immediately understood and wrote a new one, handing it over with both hands. Only then was Su Chen satisfied, saying, put it on my tab, give the invoice to your manager. Lu Baishuan put down her wineglass, her little tongue licking her lips, to wipe away the remaining red wine. I'm full. I heard there are quite a few attractions in Zheng City, want to go take a look together? I'll go back and tidy up. It was at this moment that Su Chen noticed her long hair was not tied up, cascading down to her waist, making one unable to resist wanting to touch it. I'll wait for you by the elevator. As he walked towards the elevator, Su Chen noticed that the hole made last night had already been repaired. There was no trace on the ground. If it weren't for the good memory of a martial artist, he would definitely doubt whether he had remembered it wrong. After waiting for a moment, he heard light footsteps approaching. Su Chen instinctively turned around, his gaze landing on the girl who appeared from around the corner. She was wearing a white off-shoulder dress, the sheer skirt swaying gently, her long hair tied up. As she rounded the corner, sunlight fell on her delicate profile, the warm light softening her cheeks like a fairy walking on earth. As she got closer, Su Chen could smell the faint fragrance of gardenia shower gel, very pleasant. And in Lu Baishuang's hair bun, there was a very noticeable little bear hair tie. It was somewhat worn, even the little bear pattern on it was unclear, which did not match the girl's exquisite outfit at all. Ding dong. The sound of the elevator arriving brought Su Chen back to his senses, and he quickly withdrew his gaze. Entering the elevator, Su Chen pressed the button for the first floor, and suddenly a light voice rang out beside him. It's okay. He turned back in surprise. What? Lu Baishuan's cherry lips parted. We're friends, you can look at me. Cough cough cough. At that moment, Su Chen felt like a rat caught in a gutter, thrown out into the sunlight to be exposed. It's ruined, his persona is completely destroyed. He couldn't even bear to think about what kind of image he had become in Lu Baishuan's wooden-headed mind. The elevator reached the first floor, and the door slowly opened, while Su Chen was still lost in thought. The girl looked at him with some confusion, not understanding what was wrong with him. But recalling the scene from earlier at the city guard, when they held hands, she felt very relaxed. So she also raised her fair, soft hand, pulling him outside as he wore a bewildered expression. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye.
On the way to the awards ceremony, Su Chen tapped out ghostly images on his phone screen with his fingers.
Damn, scams, it's all freaking scams. Hearing his grumbling voice, elder son looked back at the quiet girl in the back seat with confusion. What's wrong with him?
Lu Baishuang thought for a moment and said he bought a portion of dumplings, but they were all filled with vinegar.
Although elder son didn't fully understand, he realized that Su Chen had been deceived.
He turned back and clicked his tongue, saying, still young after all, should learn more from me. After reporting those bloggers who shared tourist spots and leaving a 500-word negative
review, Su Chen finally put down his phone.
Thinking about the past 2 days of travel, he felt a wave of frustration. At least in Luo City, he could visit the Yingtian Gate, but Zheng City had nothing to offer.
The thought of traveling 1,000 miles just to see a train engine made Su Chen wish he could tear up the tracks.
The only thing that made him a bit happier was that Captain Zhao had sent someone. They delivered a 1-cubic space ring filled with many precious materials. But unfortunately, there was no core of the deep space bard. Su Chen inquired with Captain Zhao, who provided a detailed explanation. The deep space bard has no physical form, no fixed shape, wandering on the battlefield.
If killed, it may dissipate after a second, priceless in the market.
Another item that was hard to obtain from the rear, Su Chen had to make a trip to the front line. At that moment, the Audi A8 they were in slowly came to a stop.
The driver from
the Martial Arts Bureau turned back and respectfully said, "Elder students, we've arrived." Su Chen opened the door and saw a large courtyard with a high platform covered in a red carpet.
A banner hung above the platform reading award.
Ceremony for the top 100 students before the college entrance examination. Below the platform, small benches were arranged, and people had already taken their seats in the front and back rows. There were also a few familiar faces. This is the backyard of the Zheng City Martial Arts Bureau. Let's go in and find a good spot. Old Sun slicked back his meticulously styled hair and strode inside. As the leader, he naturally wouldn't sit with the students below and turned to the other side.
Su Chen and Lu Baishuang entered the courtyard, immediately attracting a lot of attention. Su Chen is here. He doesn't look strong. How did he defeat Brother Tang?
Brother Tang, Su Chen is here, take a look.
In a corner,
a few young people were poking at a figure still wrapped in bandages.
That figure cursed without turning around. If you're coming, just come. Why the hell are you poking me? If you poke me again, I'll take your head back and use it as a ball to kick.
Su Chen had a good impression of this person who had produced 60 pieces of dark feather beast feathers. Seeing that he didn't want to engage, he didn't approach. His gaze swept around and landed on two sneaky figures. Just then, those two figures turned to look, and their eyes met. Yi Haoshuan and Yi Wushuan felt a chill run through them, forcing a smile on their faces.
You two are here too, come sit with us? Su Chen kindly beckoned them over. But to the
brothers, this scene felt like a ferocious beast raising its paw to roar. Come here.
So they obediently walked over to Su Chen's side. Big brother, sister-in-law, what a coincidence. The girl was slightly taken aback by this address. Her clear pupils looking at Su Chen. The latter immediately understood and raised his hand to smack the heads of the two. What nonsense are you talking about?
The two had completely lost their anger, turning into Su Chen's shape, nodding
crazily at whatever he said. Right. Who can't curry favor? The four took their seats, and Yi Haoshuan very consciously began to explain today's proceedings. Boss, today's award ceremony is said to be personally hosted by the provincial leaders, distributing merit points, quite generous. It didn't differ much from what elder son had said. Su Chen thought to himself. Just as he was pondering, a gentle voice rang in his ears. Would you like a glass of juice? Okay. Thank you. Su Chen instinctively took the disposable cup that was handed to him and took a sip. Orange juice, sweet and sour, not as good as Sprite. While drinking, Su Chen suddenly noticed that Yi Haoshuan and the other person's expressions were a bit stiff, and he asked in confusion, are you two playing 1, 2, 3 wooden man? It might be my fault.
A gentle voice sounded beside him as a figure sat down. Su Chen turned to look, and the person next to him had a straight back, military uniform neat without a wrinkle, and was holding juice in his hand. Would you like another cup? Seeing Su Chen looking over, Wang Kuo raised the juice in his hand. No, it's a bit sweet. Su Chen shook his head. Who are you? He wasn't foolish, he could tell from Yi Haoshuan's and the other person's expressions that the person beside him was not ordinary. Wang Kuo, I apologize for disturbing you last night due to my younger brother. You are also the son of the Wang family head? It's better not to mention my father. Wang Kuo's mouth twitched, almost breaking character. Then what brings you to find me? Su Chen tossed the disposable cup aside. Are you here to take revenge? For your brother? Of course not, don't misunderstand. Wang Kuo shook his head, speaking gently. I originally thought your strength was at most on par with Xiao Tang's, but the facts tell me I underestimated you.
Xiao Tang said last night that you didn't even use a summoned beast. As a fellow summoner, I'm quite curious. If you summoned a beast, how much would your strength increase? Su Chen rolled his eyes. Just because you're curious, I have to tell you? I want to experience it myself. I wonder if classmate Su could fulfill my wish. I refuse. This card has 5 million, it's my small token of appreciation. A black VIP card was handed over. I can't believe I encountered a kindred spirit. Like Brother Wang. Such a small matter, why give money? Su Chen snatched the black card and his spatial ring glowed, storing it away. The boss is indeed different from that fool Wang Tong, very approachable. Yi Haoxuan and Yi Wuxuan looked on in shock. Not a bro, you clearly wanted to refuse just now, right? Wang Kuo stood up. There's still some time before the award ceremony starts, we have enough time. Here? Bro, you're really something. Su Chen glanced around. This place isn't suitable, right? Wang Kuo said, it's naturally not suitable here. Don't worry, I've already arranged it. He raised his hand to point at the shimmering blue light gate that had lit up in the corner at some point. The Provincial leaders happen to be over there, it's also your chance to showcase yourself. Su Chen looked at Wang Kuo a couple of times and chuckled. The Wang family's twins are indeed not just rumors. Wang Kuo and Wang Tong, one soft and one hard. Both very talented. Even if the former came to challenge, he could speak eloquently, leaving no room for negative emotions. Once the two grow up, with their combined strengths, the Wang family would never weaken. Wang Kuo humbly smiled. It's all thanks to the support of friends from all sides. Let's go. Having received the money, Su Chen wouldn't dawdle and strode towards the shimmering blue light gate. Just right, he would also test the power of the goblin archers. In the military camp on the outskirts of the city, 3 elderly men stood together in the office building, watching the figure emerge from the shimmering blue portal. I didn't expect that young man from the Wang family would also be a warmonger, said the third elder, stroking his goatee. The stern-faced elder replied in a deep voice, what's wrong with giving him a chance? The kind-hearted second elder smiled, who knows, Su Chen might win. Behind the 3 of them were Zhang Chang and the leaders from various cities, including Old Sunday. Since the revival of spiritual energy, the authorities had adopted a distributed management system. Each province was assigned 3 elders to oversee the situation, and these 3 elders would send subordinate elders to the cities. This award ceremony was personally conducted by the 3 elders. Elder Sun muttered softly, one is 18, the other is 22, isn't this clearly bullying? Giving him another chance, that's easier said than done. The elder with a square face turned his head and coldly said, Sun Tianda, if you have something to say, say it. Old Sun instinctively lowered his head when called out, but then suddenly realized. I have nothing to fear, so he raised his head. Elder, is there anything wrong with what I said? He's already 22, challenging a student who just graduated from high school. I don't understand. The surrounding elders from various cities nodded in agreement, feeling that Old Sun had a point. It did seem a bit like bullying the young. The elder with the square face glanced sideways. I did not force him to agree to the duel. That kid took 5 million from someone, even if he gets beaten, it's enough for medical expenses. Elder Sun sneered, if you really had no intentions, why are you standing here? If you didn't want to, would Bai Shan dare to open a portal from the city to here? The surrounding elders looked on in shock. Wow, Old Sun, you've got some guts today, daring to speak to the elder like that. Sun Tianda was clearly fired up, blaring at the elder, don't think I don't know your thoughts. If Su Chen didn't agree, would the next step be for me to call him over? The high-ranking elder did not get angry but said in a deep voice, if you're done, then shut up. Elder Sun wanted to say more, but was forcibly covered by the surrounding elders. They couldn't let Old Sun continue. The authority of the 3 elders in Yu province was unshakable. Even if they were wrong, they had to be treated as right. Alright, Old Sun. That young man from the Wang family surely knows his limits and won't go too far. Yes, Su Chen is still young, it's no big deal if he suffers a loss. Seeing a group of stubborn old men chattering in his ear, Elder Sun's invisible energy burst forth, pushing them away. He glared at everyone, can't you all just shut up? Who says Su Chen will definitely lose? I believe he can win. With that, Old Sun strode confidently to stand behind the 3 elders to watch the battle. The elders behind exchanged glances and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as this guy doesn't get stubborn, confidence is a good thing. How long has Wang Kuo been at the 3rd stage? The 3rd elder, stroking his goatee, suddenly looked at Bai Shan. Bai Shan replied, 3rd elder, he stepped into the 3rd stage during the new year and is currently refining his energy. Bai Shan's profession was a voidwalker, and that shimmering blue portal was his handiwork. The third elder nodded. Young people should not rush in their cultivation. If the foundation is unstable, they will waste their future. The kindly second elder suddenly exclaimed, "This kid has quite the audacity." On the large playground below, Su Chen and Wang Kuo stood facing each other. "I am at the third stage, my profession is Knight Commander, and I can summon knights. I will summon 100 knights. Your goblins have relatively weak individual strength, so to make up for that, you can summon 1,000. Neither of us will go down. How about we let our summoned beasts fight?" Su Chen first nodded, then shook his head. "It's possible, but not enough." Facing Wang Kuo's puzzled gaze, he said lightly, 100 is too few, bring out as many as you have. I will only strike once. If you can block it, then you win. Wang Kuo's gentle expression gradually turned cold. Isn't Scholar Su looking down on me a bit too much? Su Chen smiled faintly. I learned it from you. People like Wang Kuo prefer to appear gentle, precisely because they are sufficiently arrogant. They arrogantly believe they can resolve all problems without bloodshed through mere words. This can be seen from the invitation for Su Chen to compete, first using benefits as bait, then showing off in front of the big shots. He was certain that Su Chen would agree. Wang Kuo waved his hand, and starry patterns spread across the ground, then burst into brilliance. Behind him, thousands of armored figures stood with swords, their imposing presence towering like mountains. Su Chen glanced over and clicked his tongue. Don't you think you're missing something? What? No horses. Even if Su Chen had no intention of humiliation, Wang Kuo's expression grew colder. Su Chen turned to look at the leaders standing on the rooftop, and saw Elder Sun waving at him without any decorum, shouting, Su Chen, beat him up. Let this group of old fools. Before he could finish, a stern-looking elder knocked him down. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, feeling a bit displeased. Elder Sun had always treated him well. With so many leaders watching, don't dawdle. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers sharply, and behind him, light also burst forth. A magnificent scroll spread across the entire playground, enveloping it, and Wang Kuo along with the thousands of knights in the center could not escape. The next scene made even Wang Kuo's expression change. Within that magnificent scroll, goblins with dark golden pupils emerged. Their gazes were sharp as eagles, holding large bows, their eyes fierce. These goblins were densely packed, with no end in sight. They did not step out of the scroll, but the malevolent aura they exuded had already unsettled the knights. The young man slowly raised his right hand, and the goblins in the scroll bent their bows and knocked arrows in response to their leader's movement. The atmosphere turned tense, and Su Chen asked one last time, Do you concede? Wang Kuo quickly assessed the situation but was astonished to find that the goblins had not descended into reality. He could not gauge their numbers or the power of their arrows. However, considering that Su Chen was only at the second tier, most of these goblins had probably not yet reached that level. Moreover, a bow was not a crossbow, it required sufficient strength and precision to be lethal. Wang Kuo did not believe Su Chen could have tens of thousands of goblin archers. If he did, that would be terrifying. With this thought, Wang Kuo made a decision and said in a deep voice, Defend. The knights behind him quickly rearranged, raising their shields to form an inverted bowl. His judgment was not entirely wrong. Su Chen indeed lacked valuable resources, but he couldn't resist the fact that his good brother had sent him 60 dark feather beast feathers last night. With Wang Tang's help, Su Chen was able to summon this group of goblin archers. Seeing Wang Kuo's determination to fight, Su Chen swung his right hand down, and in an instant, countless sounds of arrows slicing through the air filled his ears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows traced beautiful arcs in the air, like a flock of large winged birds. The arrows struck fiercely against the knights' shields, producing a deafening sound. But the shields only trembled slightly before stabilizing again. And Wang Kuo felt a bit relieved. The power was about what he had anticipated. But at that moment, he heard the young man's light voice beside him. Wang Kuo, do you know about borrowing arrows with straw boats? You might want to take a look. If you don't concede, will they turn into scarecrows? Wang Kuo did not hesitate and instructed the surrounding knights to shift their shields, creating a small gap to look outside. With just one glance, his eyes trembled, and the brilliance in his gaze faded away. In Wang Kuo's sight, the sky turned dark. Endless arrows obscured the heavens, falling mercilessly, like the wrath of the heavens. Wang Kuo was astonished to discover something. He had once again underestimated Su Chen. Just how many archers does he have? On the rooftop, the leaders' expressions changed slightly as they saw Wang Kuo summon all the knights. The Grand Elder frowned. He will pay the price for his arrogance. The 9th level of martial arts, each level is worlds apart. Yet Su Chen had only just stepped
into the second level, and he dared to make Wanhua, at the third level, go all out.
No matter how numerous his goblins were, there
was no space here for him to unleash them. Before the goblins could even be summoned, the knights had already captured him.
The second elder still smiled kindly. Young people should be spirited, otherwise, how are they different from us old folks? The third elder, stroking his goatee, remained silent, waiting to see Su Chen's performance.
He had carefully reviewed Su Chen's information. Orphaned at a young age, raised by his father's comrades, excelling in both character and academics, helping his classmates. One could say he was the best among good students. However, looking at the boy, whose demeanor was starkly different from the gentle and reserved image in the records, the third elder sighed, it's not easy for this child to reach this point. Upon hearing this, the grand elder, who had shown dissatisfaction, softened his expression. Though he is a bit impetuous, it cannot be denied that he is an excellent talent, having won the national top scholar for us. With some time before the War Academy opens, let him train with me.
First, the elders from the subordinate cities exchanged glances, their pupils trembling. Elders who could oversee a province had at least a third-level strength. The Grand Elder's words seemed to signal to the outside world that Su Chen was under his protection. Just as they pondered this, their peripheral vision suddenly caught a change below. A magnificent scroll unfurled, sweeping forthwith a multitude of colorful lights. In the blink of an eye, it surrounded the thousands of knights, who were as solid as mountains. Elder Sun excitedly raised his hand and shouted, Su Chen, give him a good beating. Let this group of old bastards. The Grand Elder's authoritative gaze turned, and with a slap, he knocked Sun Tianda over. He had just been focused on watching Su Chen. Forgetting about you, hadn't he? At that moment, the third elder, who had been leisurely stroking his goatee, suddenly paused, and waves of emotion surged in his weathered eyes. This is? The Grand Elder and the second elder quickly looked over. They saw countless goblins drawing bows and knocking arrows within the magnificent scroll, their eyes sharp as eagles, the killing intent boiling. That pure killing intent was palpable even from such a distance. Archers? The Grand Elder's expression turned serious as he said in a deep voice, he didn't have them during the last college entrance examination. The third elder looked at the playground and said, look at the arrow tails. The many elders turned to look and saw only a cluster of black feathers at the arrowheads. Su Chen exchanged 40 dark feather beast feathers at the armory in Luo City. And last night, Wang Tong, the younger son of the Wang family, learned that Su Chen was staying at the Corn Hotel and came to spar. He was severely injured and extorted for 60 dark feather beast feathers, totaling 100, they are probably all here. In just a few words, the third elder deduced how Su Chen had acquired these archers. An elder questioned, but the ability to summon beasts is determined from the start, even if Su Chen managed to create so many bows and arrows. They couldn't possibly evolve from beasts that hunt with claws and fangs to using weapons, could they? The third elder did not answer, for even he did not know. But reality soon provided them with the answer. With a wave of the boy's right hand, a torrential rain of arrows suddenly shot forth, like a black dragon emerging from the abyss, hunting its prey. The black feathers adorning the arrow tails made the arrows even more ferocious, causing the knights' shields to tremble incessantly. Not only the knights, but even the ground of the playground was ravaged. As the arrows fell, the ground erupted with fist-sized craters, and the rain of arrows turned everything in front of them into ruins. The elders standing on the rooftop could no longer maintain their composure. Their bodies seemed to be struck by a powerful electric current, every nerve ending trembling. Even some elders would rather doubt that they were still asleep than believe the scene before them. A rain of arrows, devastating and unstoppable. And this was actually caused by a second-tier individual? Anyone present could easily dispel this rain of arrows that covered the sky and the earth. Even if they couldn't dispel it, they could leave effortlessly. Yet they were all at least mid-third tier, with the lowest being at 5th tier level. Such momentum, even for a 4th tier, could easily lead to injury if one was careless. And for a 3rd tier, the gazes of many elders fell upon the shield formation struggling under the torrential rain of arrows. Many round shields were already covered in scars, as if they would shatter completely at any moment. From the moment they waited for Su Chen to take action, there was no turning back. The killing intent surrounded them from all sides, they could only hold on desperately, waiting for the rain of arrows to end. But would it really end? As one wave of goblins left, new goblin archers immediately took their place. Beneath the round shields, Wang Kwa clenched his fists, filled with helplessness. There was no hope. The rain of arrows was
Overwhelming, and the only chance for survival lay in breaking through rather than holding their ground.
But once they gave up their defense, the rain of arrows would instantly pierce through their knights.
At that moment, Wang Kuo finally understood why Su Chen had the confidence to say those words.
I will only strike once. If you can block it, then you win.
The boy's voice echoed in his ears, and a bitter smile appeared on Wang Kuo's face. He could not block it. Or rather, the cost of blocking it was too great. He saw knights already exhausted and injured by the flying arrows. Wang Kuo's pride crumbled like the shields under the rain of arrows.
I concede.
His lips trembled, but he ultimately said those two words firmly. Suddenly, the sky obscured by the rain of arrows became bright as if washed clean. The knights slowly lowered their round shields, their figures dissipating.
Wang Kuo turned to look
at the boy who had not changed his stance from beginning to end. I lost.
Su Chen stepped forward and said, "You are worthy of your profession."
The knight commander did not achieve his goals at the cost of his subordinates, staying true to the knight's spirit. Wang Kuo, who thought he would be ridiculed, was momentarily stunned when he saw Su Chen's serious expression, not joking at all, and 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. With such spirit, losing to him was not a shameful thing.
Wang Kuo could have taken one more gamble. He could have bet that after Su Chen's arrows were finished, his knights would not all be dead. That would have counted as his victory.
But for him, such a victory held no meaning. It felt more like a humiliation.
Wang Kuo, Su Chen. The two hands clasped together, marking their acquaintance. After all, not everyone needed to be beaten up before they were willing to speak properly. Ha ha ha, good. Very good.
A wild laugh erupted from behind, and a figure came rushing over.
Old Sun, without any dignity,
was about to pounce on Su Chen, but just as the latter prepared to dodge, a graceful figure appeared between them.
The girl who had
been watching from the edge of the playground softly said, "You have lost your composure."
I got a bit too excited. Elder Sun
realized his own loss of composure and awkwardly cleared his throat. Mainly, he had just felt so relieved.
Su Chen defeated Wang Kuo,
which was impressive. After defeating him, there was no humiliation, but rather an acknowledgement of his opponent.
In just a few
words, he had dispelled Wang Kuo's frustration and even made a friend.
Truly a genius, I recognized early on.
Behind him, the Grand
Elder and others slowly approached, and the solemn elder spoke in a deep voice. Su Chen, do you wish to take me as your master?
As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding elders immediately turned their gazes.
Didn't you just say you would only teach for a while? How did it turn into taking on a disciple?
Old Bai, truly shameless. The Grand Elder ignored the silent accusations from the many glances directed at him and
looked seriously at Su Chen.
He had not originally intended to take on a disciple, but Su Chen's recognition of Wang Kuo made the Grand Elder change his
mind. He liked this child's character.
Old Sun glared at the Grand Elder, cursing the old thief in his heart. But he did not speak up. After all, the
Grand Elder was the top authority in Yu Province.
The phrase high position and great power was no joke.
If Su Chen could become the Grand Elder's disciple, his identity and status would be completely different. For example, if Su Chen were the Grand Elder's student, Wang Tang would have to submit a request in advance to challenge him. If Su Chen was unwilling, Wang Tang wouldn't even get to see him. As for barging in uninvited, unless the Wang family wanted to give up on their standing in Yu Province.
Shang Guan was startled and began to regret leaking Su Chen's information to Wang Tang.
If the Grand Elder pursued the matter later, wouldn't he be finished?
In an instant, Shang Guan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, even imagining himself
being sent to Ninguta. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Su Chen, waiting for his response.
The wait was not long. The young man did not
hesitate much.
He said softly, "Your esteemed self-valuing a junior like me truly surprises me."
Was he about to agree?
The elders exchanged glances, feeling that this was within reason.
But I already have a teacher.
In the next moment, the calm voice of the young man instantly shocked all the elders. A group of white-haired old men looked at each other, their expressions filled with confusion. They had never heard of Su Chen having a teacher. Could it be? Everyone's gaze fell on Elder Sun, then they all unconsciously averted their eyes, shaking their heads.
Impossible, that old thing is not worthy. Elder Sun. Damn it, could your disdain be any more obvious? The Grand Elder's expression did not change as he asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?"
Su Chen answered with just two words, his voice steady and powerful, resonating through the air. A figure flashed before everyone's eyes. A straight, unyielding, noble and proud silhouette. If it was him, then it made sense. That guy also came from Yu Province, and in his youth, he was even
more arrogant and proud than Su Chen. His name is Yuan Cheng. The third elder stroked his goatee. Yuan Cheng is just your mentor at the War Academy. Right? Su Chen replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. Do you know how many resources come with S-level treatment? The third elder nodded. I am an
honorary guest elder of the Xingho Academy. S-level treatment provides 1,000 credits per month, and 15 million resources each semester.
My treatment is double that.
The third elder understood and no longer inquired.
To secure such vast resources for Su Chen, even an ordinary master-disciple relationship would be difficult to achieve.
Martial arts cultivation is like rowing upstream, not to advance is to draw back.
The Grand Elder said. Solemnly, work hard.
He turned and walked towards the Azure Light Gate, no longer mentioning the matter of taking on a disciple.
The Grand Elder
appreciated Su Chen, but he asked himself, compared to Yuan Cheng, he was ultimately lacking.
How did he manage to get the old fellows at the War Academy to agree to such treatment, which was twice that of an ordinary S-level?
Seeing that the leaders were almost gone, Su Chen patted the still-dazed Wang.
Qua. Stop daydreaming. Wang Qua came to his senses, his expression complex. Can I ask how you train so many archers?
As soon as he said this, he quickly added, if it's inconvenient, then forget it, I was being presumptuous.
It's convenient, how could it be inconvenient? Su Chen thought of what
was about to happen and couldn't help but smile, meaningfully saying, I have to thank my good brother, your good little brother.
If it weren't for
his help, I wouldn't have been able to produce these goblin archers, and I definitely wouldn't be your match.
Wang Qua's body trembled as he was deeply immersed in a mix of emotions including loss and disappointment.
He had thought about many things, but his talent was lacking, that opportunities were scarce. But in the end, he never expected that his defeat would come from Wang Tang.
Even the most gentle older brother couldn't maintain his
facade at this moment, his fists clenched tightly.
Su Chen and Lu Baixuan walked towards the teleportation portal, their lips curling up. Tongue, such
a great opportunity to strengthen relationships must not be missed, no need to thank me.
Back at his seat, before Su Chen could sit down, he saw a figure running towards him. My lord.
It was Zhuge Feng, whom he hadn't seen since the college entrance examination ended. Seeing the surrounding students all staring at him, Su Chen quickly pressed him down into a chair.
Where did you learn to call me that? He enjoyed watching the fun but didn't like being made a fool of.
Just like he liked NTR but didn't want to be NTR'd himself.
Zhuge Feng smiled and said, aren't I your strategist? Calling you my lord is the most appropriate. Su Chen rolled his eyes. I don't have the surname Lu. Amidst their banter, the three elders took the stage and the venue fell silent as they began to present the awards. 99th in the province, Jia Jia.
The voice of the third elder resonated like a bell throughout the hall, and the previous whispers instantly quieted down. When Su Chen heard this name and looked up at the stage, he saw a familiar figure
stepping up.
With a classic 3-7 hairstyle, bangs covering his eyebrows, he looked rather arrogant, having been knocked out by Su Chen with
a single punch during the exam.
I didn't expect him to be in the top 100, Su Chen sighed. Zhuge Feng explained, this year's college entrance
examination had uncontrollable factors, and everyone's scores were generally low.
As for what those uncontrollable factors were,
it could be seen from
the fear and anger directed at Su Chen from the surrounding people.
Su Chen turned to look at the bald head staring at him not far away. What are you looking at?
The bald-headed student from Sonshan Martial Arts Academy, Jie Chang, silently lowered his head, reciting a calming mantra.
Don't be angry, don't be angry.
After the college entrance examination, he immediately found a place to wash up.
But he didn't know what kind of deep space
creature's feces it was. The smell was overwhelming, and even after washing 10 times, it was still distinctly noticeable. To cover it up, Jie Chang burned incense and prayed for half a month after returning home, and only then did the foul odor dissipate. Damn, if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't
beat him, he would really want to kill him.
At this moment, Jie Chang was startled. Amatba, he had broken his precept again.
Work hard after returning, strive to improve further.
On stage, after saying the same old words, the third elder handed a commendation envelope to Jia Jia. Jia Jia took it, his gaze fixed on the laughing fate below the stage, filled with hatred. If it weren't for Su Chen, how could he have stopped at this 100th
place? I will definitely take revenge for this. 99th in the province.
The third elder began to call names again, distributing rewards. Some of them were familiar to Su Chen: Ding Dachuan, Jie Chang, Tang Lianyue. After Lu Baixuan and Zhuge Feng also went on stage to receive their awards, the third elder stepped aside, and the imposing and solemn first elder walked forward.
First in the province, Chen. The sudden change naturally attracted everyone's attention.
They watched as that nightmarish figure stepped onto the stage, recalling the events of half a month ago.
A sea of green figures swept across, and at the forefront of them all, a young man advanced with a gun, looking down upon everything. Nothing could stand in his way.
Chen walked up to the high platform, and the first elder picked up the last commendation envelope and handed it to Chen. The deep space race has invaded, and the 10,000 Laws sect is causing chaos from within. They all want to extinguish the flame of humanity.
The future of Huaxia rests on your shoulders.
Chen took the envelope, his gaze meeting the first elder's weathered and solemn eyes. His heart stirred.
The old man had
experienced too many life and death separations, too much pain.
Chen then looked at the other two elders. Even the second elder, who always wore a kind smile, had the same emotion in his eyes. It was hatred towards the deep space race and the 10,000 Laws sect. The former invaded this realm, slaughtering humanity, despicable, kill them. The latter, as a human, has sought to ally with the deep space for personal gain, which is even more despicable. Chen took a deep breath, meeting the gazes of the three elders, and spoke with a powerful voice. As long as I am alive, there will come a day when I will definitely destroy the deep space and trample upon all laws. All those associated with the creatures of deep space and the 10,000 Laws sect.
A wind rose on the high platform, stirring Chen's robes, and his words carried a spirited resolve. All shall be killed without mercy. Yesterday, a large-scale battle broke out at the martial arts Great Wall of Jiaguan, with 3 royal families of the Deep Space Clan launching a surprise attack, resulting in heavy losses.
On our side,
the 10,000 Laws sect publicly attacked university students in Luochang, causing hundreds of deaths and a severely negative impact.
Elder Sun Tianda and Elder Zhou Chang joined forces to extinguish the 10,000 Laws sect's stronghold.
Yentong Biotechnology Company colluded with the 10,000 Laws sect, secretly conducting human experiments leading to
the physical deformities of thousands of residents.
The supreme leader emerged from the barrier, pushing forward 1,000 miles from the martial arts Great Wall, killing 10 7th tier deep space creatures for 8th tier and severely injuring a 9th tier royal. On the helicopter, Chen flipped through the news.
The large-scale invasion of the Deep Space Clan and the
heavy losses were summed up in 4 short, light words. But war is terrifying, corpses litter the ground, blood stains the earth, and the term heavy losses could easily refer to tens of
thousands of casualties.
The sacrifice of tens of thousands of martyrs also means that tens of thousands of families have lost their pillars, leaving countless children, like himself, orphaned
and alone.
Chen repeatedly read these news articles, his eyes boiling with killing intent.
Human experiments, attacks on students.
The 10,000 Laws sect truly knows no bounds, being
exceedingly arrogant.
Traitors are always more detestable than enemies. His methods against the members of the 10,000 Laws sect had ultimately been too lenient.
Ding dong ding dong. His phone vibrated continuously, messages popping up on the screen. Li Qiuhua, junior brother, where are you?
Li Qiuhua, senior sister has specially cleared her schedule to welcome you.
Li
Qiuhua, image.jpg. A picture was sent, revealing 2 long, straight, snow-white legs, adorned with transparent crystal high heels. It would be a shame not to pair those legs with black stockings.
Chen glanced out the window and could already see the shadow of the city.
Almost there, he replied.
After the awards ceremony in Zhengchang, the Grand Elder arranged a private plane
for him, flying directly to the capital. Zhuge Feng was also at the War Academy, but due to limited space, he would have to wait until tomorrow. Li Qiuhua, remember to come to the East School gate, sister is waiting for you here.
Li Qiuhua, hook.jpg. Chen had already built up an immunity to the coconut spirit's teasing.
This guy was just a master of verbal sparring, good only
at talking big.
The girl beside him sat quietly, a faint fragrance of gardenias wafting into his nostrils.
Let's go to Chongqing Academy first, Chen said.
The 3 major academies were not close. Chongqing Academy was in the 3rd ring, while Xingho and the War Academy were both outside the 6th ring.
There was no choice, the latter 2 schools made too much noise, easily disturbing the residents.
Xingho Academy was always filled with strange sounds like 80 or emoda. The War Academy was even more straightforward, with the sounds of battle cries echoing every week during drills. The driver first communicated with the security in Kyoto, then with Chongqing Academy, ensuring a smooth journey.
Otherwise, the citizens of Kyoto would have witnessed a dazzling display of fireworks.
Arriving at Chongqing Academy, the helicopter descended, and the cabin door slowly opened. The long-absent mentor Zhu Lin stood at the entrance, gently receiving the belongings of Lu Baishuang. In fact, there wasn't much, just 2 changes of clothes, and Chen hadn't packed any toiletries for her. That's right, the belongings were
packed by Su Chen. For a girl who had never left the courtyard, deciding what to bring was a significant choice. I'm leaving now, Su Chen said, looking at Lu Baishuang. If anyone bullies you, just send me a message, okay? The girl nodded slightly, her gaze clear and bright, okay. The cabin door slowly closed, the propellers whirred, and the helicopter gradually transformed into a black shadow, disappearing. Lu Baishuang stood in place, quietly watching the helicopter fade away. Silly girl, you can't see him anymore. Zhu Lin gently took the girl's hand. I'll take you to the dormitory first. War Academy. In the dark green campus, the shadows of trees swayed, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light. Li Qiuhua held her phone, smiling like an evil Samoyed, walking towards the school gate. She was wearing a popular college-style long-sleeved short dress, the hem reaching only to the middle of her thighs, revealing her snow-white, straight long legs, which were quite eye-catching. She didn't look like a student from a military academy, instead, she resembled someone from a prestigious university. After all, the gender ratio at the prestigious university was 2:8, and every year many beautiful girls stood out. It was a sacred place in the hearts of all the male students. At the East School Gate, the student council, wearing armbands, was organizing a welcome for the new students. It had been half a month since the college entrance examination, and many freshmen chose to arrive early to explore the school. Xiuha? What are you doing here? A surprised voice rang out as a figure approached. The newcomer was tall, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers. With handsome features, the shirt seemed to shimmer in the sunlight. It was Du Xiu, the president of the student council. Before Li Qiuhua could speak, Du Xiu suddenly realized, you must have come to see me, right? It's so hot, and your skin is delicate, you should go rest in the shade. The surrounding student council members looked on curiously. Is this the senior Li Qiuhua? Who is firmly seated among the school beauties? No doubt about it, those legs are longer than my life. A girl said with a shy expression, I really want to go up and touch them, he. She's here to see the president, stop being infatuated. Several girls gazed at the handsome Du Xiu, their hearts racing. The campus heartthrob of the military academy, the president of the student council, already at the mid-third level in his junior year. A perfect match, the two standing together were indeed a beautiful sight. Li Qiuhua said coldly, if you're not awake, I don't mind waking you up. Du Xiu was taken aback, you're not here to see me? Then what are you doing? Waiting for someone. After Li Qiuhua finished speaking, she took her long legs and walked to stand under the shade of a tree. Although she appeared to be a slacker in front of Su Chen, she maintained the persona of an ice goddess at school to reduce suitors. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck the coconut spirit's mind. She realized she hadn't asked where to go. Plus, in her rush to come out, she had forgotten her phone in the dormitory. Li Qiuhua didn't want to run back, so she quietly waited under the tree. She had performed so well, she must make sure her junior rewards her well tonight. Du Xiu didn't approach her, instead gently directing the visitors and new students. The freshmen's gazes inevitably fell on Li Qiuhua, their eyes filled with shock. Is this the military academy? Wasn't it said that there were very few girls here? Yet, they encountered such a top beauty right upon entering. Many bold freshmen even stepped forward, wanting to add her on WeChat. But often, they were stopped halfway by Du Xiu, who told them not to disturb her. While speaking, Du Xiu's gaze couldn't help but drift toward the beautiful figure in the shade, his posture straightening a bit more. His performance today was simply outstanding. Polite, humble, and courteous, he didn't believe Li Qiuhua could have no good feelings at all. Regarding Li Qiuhua waiting for someone, Du Xiu didn't think much of it, perhaps it was a girl she knew. After all, she was usually cold and taciturn, rarely showing up, and he had pursued her for 2 years without success. How could such an ice goddess come to pick up a boy? Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, a sudden rumbling sound reached his ears. Everyone at the school gate turned to look in the direction of the sound, and they saw a black raptor speeding toward them from afar. The cabin door opened directly in mid-air, and a figure jumped down, holding a suitcase. As Su Chen steadied himself, he saw a beautiful figure waving at him, with a slim waist, long legs, and a stunning face breaking into a smile. Junior, over here. Junior? Who are you calling Junior? In an instant, both tourists and students had this thought in their minds. The men watched as the goddess, who had just been indifferent and aloof, broke into a smile, feeling as if their hearts were melting. Who could withstand this? Who could withstand this? As everyone's hearts fluttered, they turned to look behind them, their gazes landing on the boy who had descended from the sky. The moment this guy appeared, the goddess smiled. So it must be him she was calling. They were eager to see who the scoundrel was. The crowd's eyes fell on Su Chen, and they snorted coldly. What else did this guy have besides being handsome? What else did he have? A new student. Recognized Su Chen and whispered, "He's Su Chen." Those 4 words instantly froze the dissatisfied crowd, a wave of helplessness washing over them. This scoundrel really seemed to have some qualifications. Some of them didn't pay attention to the college entrance examination and weren't familiar with Su Chen's appearance, but they had heard of his deeds from friends or online. The girls from the student council welcoming new students saw the young man with an impressive demeanor and radiant spirit, feeling he looked very familiar. A cute girl pondered for a long time before finally slapping her forehead, broad shoulders and long legs. He looks like Pang Yuyan. Su Chen, pulling a suitcase, gave this senior a smile of appreciation. He liked straightforward people. The cute girl's friend beside her sighed, "Are you infatuated again? Didn't they say he's Su Chen, this year's national top scorer, and the only S-level student in this cohort?" Several girls curiously looked at the boy walking with the suitcase. News about this S-level student had long spread throughout the academy, with many discussion threads on the forum. One person suppressing a province's candidates, making a name for himself right from the start, ranked 50, Xiao Wujing. Numerous titles and honors cloaked him in a thick veil of mystery, making people unable to resist wanting to explore further. But they all tacitly refrained from approaching. The figure standing in the shade was jogging towards Su Chen. If they moved closer, they would only serve as a backdrop. Nearby, Du Xiu watched this scene, his eyes wide open, his face filled with disbelief. The usually taciturn ice goddess actually smiled, and so warmly. "They're just senior and junior, just senior and junior." The vice president of the student council kept comforting himself. It's normal for a senior to take care of a junior. It must be like that. After a round of self-hypnosis, Du Xiu's mindset stabilized. And with a thought, he felt this might also be an opportunity. Although Su Chen was the national top scorer, he had just entered school and knew nothing. He could definitely build a good relationship with him, turning Su Chen into his wingman and then slowly plot his course. "You finally made it. I've been waiting here for so long." The newly arrived Li Qiuhua, with a calm face and a fluttering heart, stretched out her snow-white arm, looking pitiful. "Look, I've tanned my skin." Su Chen directly extended his arm. "Now it's not tanned, right?" Su Chen had practiced martial arts for years, his skin a healthy wheat color. When their arms were placed together, Li Qiuhua appeared even whiter. The coconut spirit nodded in satisfaction. "Junior, you're really dark." "I have an even darker one, I could scare you to death." Su Chen felt a bit thirsty, his gaze falling on the bottle of Ibo in Li Qiuhua's hand. "Let me have a sip." Li Qiuhua twisted off the cap and held it to Su Chen's lips. "This is what sister has drunk, if you drink it, then it's like." Before she could finish, Su Chen took the bottle and drank it all in one go, looking dazed afterward. "What did you just say?" Li Qiuhua looked at the bottle's mouth that had been touched by the boy's lips, turning her head awkwardly. "Are you a thirsty ghost?" She took out a new bottle from her small bag and tossed it to Su Chen, feeling annoyed. If she had known this guy was so thirsty, she wouldn't have teased him. Li Qiuhua had thought that Su Chen would refuse upon hearing it was her drink, but she didn't expect him to act so quickly. Su Chen smiled without speaking. He naturally heard Li Qiuhua's words. But the water was already at his lips, and if he didn't drink it, that wouldn't be polite, it would be foolish. When a girl is willing to give you the water she has drunk, it represents a certain attitude, and at such times, a man should exhibit a few characteristics, being blind, deaf, and shameless. The coconut spirit's reaction was also within Su Chen's expectations. "So you are here to pick up your junior brother," he said. At that moment, Du Xiu, with a gentle smile, stepped forward and looked at Su Chen. "Hello, my name is Du Xiu, vice president of the student council." Hello, Su Chen replied. He knew the other party. 3 years ago, he entered the War Academy with the top score in the province and 8th in the nation. The new student dormitories are not yet open, the school has booked a hotel off campus. "Let me take you there," Du Xiu said enthusiastically. "No need," Li Qiuhua shook her head and said, "He will stay with me first." "What?" Du Xiu exclaimed. Realizing he had lost his composure, he quickly added, "Qiuhua, you are a girl, how can you?" Li Qiuhua coldly replied, "This has nothing to do with you." The senior sister's change of attitude was quite fast. Su Chen watched with great interest, remaining silent. Li Qiuhua had shared her doghouse with him, a small 2-bedroom apartment. Although a bit messy, it was livable. As for the War Academy, not to mention other things, the housing was quite spacious and was occasionally renovated, solving many issues for the civil engineering brothers. However, this brother, from his gaze and subtle expressions, seemed to pay a lot of attention to Li Qiuhua. A male of the same age paying attention to a female has only one purpose, to court her. No wonder he had such a big reaction earlier. Du Xiu awkwardly said, "Zhouhua, I'm just worried about what others might say. How about Su Junior brother stays with me for a bit? I have a pretty big empty room." The latter part of his sentence was directed at Su Chen, a little verbal trap. By saying he was worried about gossip, if Su Chen agreed to stay, it would put him at a disadvantage. "You think you're clever with me?" Su Chen helplessly glanced around. "With a senior like you blocking the way, can rumors really be avoided?" In his previous life, Su Chen had been in sales, so how could he lose in verbal skills to a college student? Du Xiu turned his head and indeed found that the surrounding students were holding up their phones, enjoying the spectacle. Li Qiuhua took Su Chen's suitcase and walked past Du Xiu. "Don't mind him, let's go." "See you, senior." Su Chen followed Li Qiuhua forward, not forgetting to turn back and wave at Du Xiu. Du Xiu waved back with a forced smile, secretly cursing Su Chen for being slick. What was there for this kid to be smug about? He wasn't that, well, he was okay. As for his height, well, he was a bit tall. Besides being a bit handsome and having broad shoulders and long legs, what else did he have? In terms of achievements, could he compare to himself? Du Xiu thought of Su Chen's various titles and fell completely silent. At 18, it seemed he really couldn't compare to this kid born in the same era. "Senior sister, I didn't expect you to have such a big contrast." Su Chen smiled as he walked along the lush green path. Li Qiuhua shrugged helplessly. "There's nothing I can do, my sister's charm is too strong. If it weren't for that, suitors could fill 3 major academies." Saying this, she proudly lifted her head, seeking praise from Su Chen. "How did I perform today? With merit in receiving guests, I would bestow you the title of a constant companion." Su Chen said, "Senior sister is really good to me, I am deeply grateful. Your brother can't even speak." "Ha?" Su Chen looked up in surprise and saw the coconut spirit grinning like a fox that had stolen a chicken. "Wait, how have you evolved again?" In less than 2 months since meeting Li Qiuhua, she had already undergone 2 transformations. Then senior sister must come tonight to accept my fiery gratitude. Su Chen was not afraid of verbal sparring. Li Qiuhua haughtily snorted, "You wish. When it comes to flirting, I was invincible across several major websites back then." Su Chen asked with concern, "Senior sister, what level are you at now?" Upon hearing this question, Li Qiuhua immediately stopped smiling, her beautiful eyes narrowing. "You really can't chat." Su Chen sensed the fluctuations of her vital energy, late stage of the 2nd level. His gaze towards Li Qiuhua became somewhat strange, as if he had discovered a white-feathered chicken among a flock of cranes. Li Qiuhua raised her head and puffed out her chest, wanting to say something, but ultimately deflated, looking dejected. "That's a long story. A fallen genius or a rainy night assassination?" Su Chen comfortingly patted her shoulder. "It's okay, you have me and Director Yuan backing you." Li Qiuhua looked at Su Chen with her big, expressive eyes, full of emotion, her lips trembling. "Junior brother." Su Chen's expression remained unchanged, completely oblivious to the atmosphere, and even felt like laughing. "Sister is willing to be your meat." "Shut up." Su Chen jolted, instantly covering her alluring, moist lips in shock, exclaiming, "Where did you learn these things?" The coconut spirit was one thing, but to actually say it out loud. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clear his name. To silence Li Qiuhua, Su Chen instinctively leaned closer. And the two were almost pressed together. She leaned against him without any regard for her image, leaving him unsure whether to support her or not. "Hey, you vixen, actually charging at me." Su Chen quickly took 2 steps back. It wasn't that he disliked women. If this enchantress kept rubbing against him, the beast sleeping within him would awaken. Looking at Li Qiuhua, who was smug and seemed to think a little virgin couldn't handle it, Su Chen inwardly cursed. "Can you handle it? How can you play so recklessly?" Ding ding. His phone rang, and a message popped up on the screen. "Yuan Qing, come." Su Chen replied. Nonchalantly, received. "Stop messing around, the director is looking for me, lead the way." Su Chen looked up. Li Qiuhua nodded, regaining her serious demeanor. Only Director Yuan could spark a little fire in this good-for-nothing. On the way, they passed a large lake, with lush green grass by the shore. Su Chen also saw a few figures fishing by the lake. The equipment was professional, the bait was complete, and they were fully focused. Glancing at their catch, wow, they were here to feed the fish. Seemingly sensing Su Chen's disrespectful gaze, a few fishermen looked up and said irritably, "What are you looking at? If you have the ability, come fish." The fishermen's tempers were quite unstable. If they were catching fish continuously, you could steal from them without issue. But if they were having a dry spell, even a glance was seen as provocation. Su Chen didn't respond. If it weren't for Director Yuan looking for him, he would have shown these fishermen the power of a newbie's protection today. After about 10 more minutes, a large building appeared ahead. Li Qiuhua stopped in her tracks, stealing a glance around, and whispered, "Director Yuan is in the third room on the right on the second floor. You can go up by yourself. I'll take your luggage back first." "It's not really appropriate to meet Director Yuan with luggage," Su Chen said, looking at the serious Li Qiuhua with suspicion. "Have you gotten into trouble again?" The useless senior sister immediately flared up. "What do you mean, got into trouble again? Do you still want to come to my place tonight? If your place isn't proper, I might just go in." Su Chen ultimately decided to give her some face. "I'll tell Director Yuan that you helped me take my luggage back and couldn't come." "Sister knows you love me." Li Qiuhua's anger instantly dissipated, and she blew him a flirtatious kiss. "I'll go back and wash up, waiting for you." Su Chen chose to ignore the useless senior sister who had returned to her true nature. If he really sent a horse archer into battle with Li Qiuhua's temperament, she would probably vanish in an instant. Arriving at the third room on the right on the second floor, Su Min raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Knock knock. Come in." A cool voice came from inside the room, and Su Chen pushed the door open. Yuan Chang was sitting behind the desk, and upon seeing Su Chen enter, said calmly, "Make yourself comfortable." "Sure." Su Chen sat upright on the stool in front of the desk. When a leader or teacher tells you to make yourself comfortable, it doesn't really mean you can do as you please, it means you can sit comfortably within their preferences. Someone like Warhold could sit casually, but someone like Director Yuan required a more serious demeanor. Yuan Cheng asked, "Do you have any plans for your future?" Su Chen nodded, then shook his head, "A little, but not much." "Go on. I'm a summoner, and I have a large number of goblins under my command. Their learning ability is strong, so I need a place where the large group can gain practical experience." Yuan Cheng succinctly replied, "The front line." "Director, you really understand me." Su Chen's eyes lit up. "I'm willing to follow your orders, no matter the danger. A freshman wants to go to the front line. The earliest the school will organize it is at the end of the semester. Going too early might trigger some students and cause them to develop hemophobia." Su Chen's smile remained. "You must have a way, right?" Yuan Qing, who had been observing the students' every move, revealed a barely perceptible smile. "I do, but you need to handle it yourself. The first room on the left upstairs is Teacher Wen Shouyue's room. She will lead a team to Jiaguan tomorrow. I'll send her over. Whether you can keep up depends on you." This was the first assignment Yuan Qing gave to his disciple. Unlike himself, Su Chen was stubborn in his heart but slick on the surface, appearing like a sycophant. After leaving Director Yuan's office, Su Chen felt a bit anxious. Isn't this just setting himself up for a challenge? He's not a succubus, how could he make a teacher agree to take him along? After thinking for a long time, Su Chen decided to ask first. Arriving in front of the office, he raised his hand and knocked. "Is Teacher Wen there?" "Come in." A gentle and layered voice sounded, like a light spring rain in the morning sun, softly brushing over the heart. The first impression was that the owner of this voice must be very gentle. Pushing open the office door, Su Chen saw a figure standing by the window, trimming flowers and plants. Her chestnut-colored waves hung loosely, her features soft and watery, exuding a sense of tranquility with every movement. The first impression could only be summed up in 4 words: virtuous wife and good mother. But when she turned to look at him, all the words Su Chen had prepared vanished, leaving only one thought in his mind. Wow, a stunning woman. When Shouyue wore a warm-colored turtleneck sweater that tightly wrapped her graceful and voluptuous figure, topped with a pristine white coat. The intellectual beauty of a woman was vividly portrayed in her. She set down her trimming tools and sat back at the desk. "Please, have a seat." After Su Chen sat down, she spoke gently and appropriately. "I didn't expect to see you, the national champion, before the school year officially starts. Am I really that famous in school?" Su Chen said softly, "Teacher Wen, have you heard of me?" When Shouyue lightly nodded her head, "There are many stories about you on the forum." She didn't specify what those stories were, but Su Chen guessed they weren't good rumors. "Is there something on my face?" Noticing the boy staring blankly at her, Wen Shouyue instinctively raised her hand to touch her cheek. No. Su Chen seemed to come back to his senses. "Teacher Wen, you're so young, I feel a bit uncomfortable sitting face to face with someone my age." When Shouyue was taken aback and laughed. "Don't be so slick with your words, I'm at least a whole round older than you. Can you tone down the smile when you scold me?" Su Chen said sincerely, "Teacher Wen, you really can't blame me. If we stand together, others would definitely think we are siblings. Let's get to the point." When Shouyue didn't give Su Chen a chance to climb the ladder, calmly saying, "Since you came in, your gaze has been drifting to the sides, observing the environment, which is a subconscious behavior of someone who has something on their mind. Tell me, what is it that you need to find me for?" "Wow, can you read minds too?" Su Chen felt exposed, like he was being seen through, and honestly said, Director Yuan told me you would be leading a team to the front lines? As he spoke, his gaze instinctively dropped, avoiding those gentle, beautiful eyes. Thus, Su Chen caught a glimpse of a smooth, fair calf like mutton fat under the table. Wow! Su Chen exclaimed internally for the second time, so this is what the ancestors meant. First, look at her eyes, and after that, you can look at her legs. Teacher Yuan Chang will be back soon. It won't delay your guidance. Wen Xiu said. She wondered how this national champion ended up here. Perhaps he heard that the mentor would escort her, which is why he came to inquire about the timing. I'm not here for that. Su Chen raised his eyes to meet Wen Xiu's gaze and said, I also want to join the team heading to Jiaduan. The fact that he went from looking at my legs to looking me in the eye shows he isn't afraid of being observed by me, that's the truth. Wen Xiu said softly, you just started school, Jiaduan is not a place you should go. That's the front line, where battles happen every day. Even I need your mentor's escort. That was a polite refusal. Teacher Wen, I wouldn't joke with my life. Su Chen said solemnly, I'm a summoning profession, the number of goblins is vast. The front line is brutal for others, but it's different for me. Similarly, I believe the academy won't allow me to quickly grow my strength. But the front line can. Su Chen was still waiting to catch black-scaled horses to build his cavalry camp. Then he could split his forces into 3, 1 for cavalry, 1 for archers, and 1 for infantry. When Xiu's eyes assessed the boy in front of her, he had been looking directly at her since the beginning. Only occasionally would his gaze drift for a few seconds, landing on her chest. This was a normal attraction between the sexes, when Xiu had seen worse than Su Chen. Compared to them, the boy was already quite upright. From Su Chen's micro-expressions, it could be judged that he was expressing his own views, not what others had told him. If this statement was memorized, then Su Chen's eyes would instinctively rise when recalling it. Did your mentor agree? Wen Xiu asked. It's because the Imperial Army sent me here. Su Chen nodded, this is the conclusion I reached after discussing it with Director Yuan. Then what did he ask? You to come here for? Wen Xiu, he could have taken you directly, there's no need to come find me. Su Chen smiled a bit awkwardly, after all, I'm escorting Teacher Wen, so I naturally need to ask first. Director Yuan, are you walking the dog? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, wait until I become a 9th-tier martial artist. Su Chen roared in his heart, grumbling. I can tell he values you a lot. When Xiu chuckled lightly, ordinary people don't have the qualifications to be toyed with by him. Su Chen shamelessly said, I'll just take it as teacher when complimenting me. Alright, since you're here, I'll help you with a psychological diagnosis this time. When Xiu's gentle gaze seemed to penetrate the heart, as she took out paper and pen from the drawer. It's very simple, I'll ask you a few questions, and you just answer as you think in your heart. If I don't answer well, will they send me to the Qingshan mental hospital? Just as Su Chen's thought arose, he heard Wen Xiu's soft voice, it won't affect you, it's just that the path of martial arts is filled with difficulties and obstacles, to avoid some students getting stuck in a rut. And are you going to refuse me? Those beautiful eyes seemed to shimmer with light, making it hard to refuse. Teacher Wen, do you usually act like this? No, Wen Xiu took off the pen cap, smiling gently, today is an exception. She didn't even know why she wanted to tease the boy in front of her. Perhaps it was because he always presented himself as mature, making Wen Xiu want to see if he was truly precocious or just pretending. But this was undoubtedly impolite and inappropriate, so Wen Xiu quickly organized her emotions. She returned to that gentle yet slightly distant demeanor. Su Chen resignedly spoke, you can ask, I will definitely cooperate. As soon as these words fell, Su Chen felt that feeling of being seen through again. This was not psychological suggestion or sensitivity, but the intuition of a martial artist. When being spied on or encountering danger, a martial artist's intuition plays a significant role. Next, I might ask some private questions, but this room has good soundproofing, and there are no cameras, so besides myself, no one else will know. Wen Xiu said. Su Chen, 18 years old, local from Luocheng, wealthy family with a house, both parents deceased, single, and has never had a girlfriend, very sincere towards feelings. I have lacked maternal love since childhood and like older sisters, my sexual ability is quite strong, and my specialty is 22 centimeters. When Xiu was taken aback for a moment, feeling a bit unnatural, you're a bit nervous, instinctively saying some strange things to lighten the mood, no need to be tense, we're just chatting as friends. Su Chen gasped in his heart, knowing that his flirtatious remarks were ineffective in front of this professional psychologist. He said seriously, I just want Teacher Wen to know a bit more about me. I think I know enough already. When Xiu's gaze suddenly swept over a certain place and she said, Lightly, do you usually watch romantic movies? I mean the kind you understand. Do you ever find it boring and fast forward, only watching the parts you want to see? When choosing a film, do you pay more attention to the plot or the looks? Age or size? After watching, do you have thoughts of finding a girlfriend? Or do you go for tissues? The three questions hit Chen like a heavy blow, leaving him dizzy, and a thought surged in his heart. Are you monitoring me at home? When Shodua's face, full of intellectual beauty, paired with those penetrating eyes, made Chen's heart tighten slightly. Noticing the latter's discomfort, when Shodua softened her voice, I told you, you don't need to be nervous. This is just a communication between doctor and patient. A doctor's heart is like that of a parent. I won't have any bias or opinion about you because of this. To deeply analyze a person, one needs to start from their preferences, morality, experiences, etc. So I hope you can cooperate with me. It sounded like I could talk about what movies I like in front of my parents. Chen sighed, I watch occasionally, after all, I'm already an adult, at the peak of my vitality. I rarely go back to watch those from North America, after all, Oreos are really not to my taste. I mostly watched shows from the Kimchi Special Zone and the Cherry Blossom Special Zone before. In the past 2 years, domestic productions have been on the rise, so I've been watching more domestic films. After all, I'm Chinese and should support domestic productions. Age and size aren't that important, as long as I find it appealing, I'll appreciate it. When Shoyua slowly led the conversation, stirring up waves, women of all ages like a bit of this, it's very normal, a common human sentiment. The rather socially awkward fate added, but someone like Wu Guotai is not acceptable. When Shoyua's lips curled slightly, the young man before her was much more vibrant than other males. You don't need to feel embarrassed. I've heard much more difficult things from other patients. In the eyes of a doctor, all lives are equal. The gentle young woman comforted the awkward young man. The socially awkward Chen chose to let it go and began to speak freely. Teacher 1, we men are usually pragmatic, we don't have many demands. As long as someone is good looking and has a good figure, our requirements are quite simple. When watching movies, we definitely want to fast forward. 99% of male companions are not interested in the tedious foreplay. When watching, I rarely take the initiative to find a girlfriend, they usually come to me. Every time, I feel tormented inside. I believe a good young man shouldn't be as degenerate as I am, overextending myself. They come to me? Tormented? When Shoyua was somewhat surprised, with your current status and reputation, it's normal to have many female companions, but why do you feel tormented? Chen raised his 5 fingers. Teacher 1, looking back, I am still single. Every long night, they become uncontrollable, and I always feel a sense of guilt inside. When Shoyua fell silent for a moment, feeling she couldn't keep up with Chen's train of thought. After a brief pause, she organized her words, then why haven't you found a girlfriend? With your current achievements, as long as you have that thought, I believe most women wouldn't reject you. Chen casually replied, then Teacher 1, can you date me? When Shoyua slowly shook her head under the young man's gaze, you should find someone your own age, not someone like me. Chen interrupted, Teacher 1, you are very professional, but not that professional. I mentioned before that I lacked maternal love since childhood and prefer older women. As a psychologist, you shouldn't forget this. Moreover, when you speak, you don't look into my eyes, which indicates this is just an excuse for your refusal. Caught off guard, when Shoyue was silent. For a moment, sorry, it's my problem. Chen no longer teased this exceptional young woman and said lightly, the reason I don't look for a girlfriend is simple, I don't have time. My parents passed away early, it was my uncle who raised me. Since I was young, I've been determined to pursue martial arts. Did you have any behavior of torturing animals when you were a child? When Shoyue asked, like little cats or dogs. I did. Chen nodded candidly, when I was young, I caught ants from downstairs with the neighbor's kids. We put sand in a plastic bottle, then caught ants, regularly fed them, and when they built a new home, we poured water inside. After starting school, I rarely played anymore, from 6 in the morning to 11 at night. Even the dogs would be exhausted. When Shoyue gazed at Chen with a calm and gentle look, and after a few seconds, she recorded in her notebook, I have one last question, and after this, our diagnosis will be over. Go ahead. What do you think about deep space creatures and the 10,000 Laws sect? You must have encountered quite a few, right? For this question, Chen did not respond casually as before, but pondered for a moment, hatred and pity. When Shoyue repeated the last 2 words, pity? It was common to feel hatred towards the Deep Space Clan and the 10,000 Laws sect, but hearing someone express pity was a first for her. Did Chen think they were all persecuted and had no choice but to join the 10,000 Laws sect? Well, I won't say much about hatred. Chen nodded and said, as for pity,
A sinister smile appeared on his face. When they encounter me, I feel quite sorry for them, because these guys will end up with nothing left.
Wen Xiaoyue, who was
observing Su Chen, was taken aback again. She had been surprised several times today by him.
Each of the boys' responses was so unexpected. Teacher 1, is this answer acceptable? Su Chen asked. Wen Xiaoyue nodded, lost in thought. After a moment, she provided her analysis. You are a person with a firm goal and values. The thoughts and beliefs of others will not shake your views. With your personality, you assess the situation and know when to do what, making you the least likely to get stuck in a rut. Su Chen smiled and said, thank you for the compliment, then I'll take my leave? Although Wen Xiaoyue was very attractive, making men unable to resist getting close, no one liked being observed by others. Thank you for your cooperation, you may go back now. Once the office door was closed with a creak, Wen Xiaoyue pulled up Su Chen's file on the computer. Parents deceased. Classmates bullying and ostracizing, school favoritism.
The boy's file detailed various experiences that could lead someone
to become extreme.
A hint of confusion flashed in Wen Xiaoyue's eyes. From their earlier conversation, she could sense that Su Chen did not have an extreme personality.
Extreme individuals are often silent and indifferent, and once someone triggers a key point, they erupt like a volcano. Yet Su Chen could smoothly praise himself for being young and handsome, or calmly turn the tables.
When the boy wanted to engage with her, Wen Xiaoyue observed closely. His gaze was very calm, as if reciting a line. Wen Xiaoyue continued to look down the file and saw the fate of the principal and the girl who had falsely accused him. Exiled to the martial arts Great Wall, turned into firewood, a punishment more terrifying than the death penalty.
There were two
analyses of Su Chen. One was that he only sought revenge, and after that, nothing else would happen.
The other was that all the
extremism and radicalism were perfectly hidden deep within Su Chen. Even he himself had not discovered it.
Wen Xiaoyue pondered,
her slender fingers tapping on the keyboard, and a line of text jumped out on the computer screen. This student has his own values and sense of right and wrong, his mental state is normal, and he possesses a strong sense of justice, but due to family reasons, he is somewhat reclusive and uses flirtatious talk to cover his true self. A subjective idealist, judging good and evil by the heart, placing more emphasis on the justice of outcomes. This did not mean that Su Chen was bad, it was merely a rational and objective analysis. Outcome justice would gain the support of the majority, but for the law and law enforcers, procedural justice is paramount. This is the unshakable and non-negotiable bottom line that maintains the authority of the law.
1702, it should be this one.
Stepping out of the elevator, Su Chen arrived at the door of 1702 and raised his hand to knock. This was the address Li Qiuhua had sent him, and Su Chen had specifically asked the dormitory and when
he came up.
He was afraid that this useless person might even send the wrong room number.
Footsteps sounded from inside, followed by the door being pulled open.
Li Qiuhua, wearing a fitted sports tank top, had a slight blush on her pretty face, and her smooth forehead glistened with a hint of sweat, looking as if she had just finished exercising.
Come in.
She turned and stepped aside, and Su Chen walked into the 80 square meter small apartment. The wooden floor was laid out, the furniture was complete, and the sofa was piled high with bags of snacks, while the floor beneath the table was filled with bottled drinks.
Su Chen glanced at Li Qiuhua's flat stomach. It's really not easy for you to maintain your figure.
The coconut spirit proudly replied, of course, I pay a lot of attention to body management. She led Su Chen to the innermost room, opened the door, revealing a bedroom connected to a balcony.
Su Chen's suitcase was placed on the balcony. You can sleep in this room for the next couple of days. Isn't this the master bedroom? Su Chen surveyed the room. Do you live in the second bedroom?
Yeah, this room gets too much sunlight every day, I don't like it, so I moved to this one.
Li Qiuhua patted the closed door of the adjacent room. Aren't you going to show me your room? Su Chen asked playfully.
The person who had just been full of pride
suddenly became nervous. What does a boy have to see in a girl's room? Su Chen squinted, afraid I'll find the adult toys you hide?
If he were with other girls, Su Chen would never say such a thing. But with this strong-tongued queen, he wanted Li Qiuhua to know what it meant to have the tides turn.
The grudge from earlier would not be easily forgotten. Is that how you talk to your senior sister?
Li Qiuhua put her hands on her waist, trying to overpower
Su Chen with her presence.
But the boy stood there smiling, quietly looking at her. Li Qiuhua was 1.7 meters tall, already considered quite tall among girls, but compared to Su Chen's 1.89 meters, she still seemed a bit small. For a moment, her momentum did not rise but was instead suppressed. Su Chen took a step forward, and Li Qiuhua's heart tightened, but she did not retreat. If Su Chen got close and she ran away, that would only give him the upper hand.
Not running? It wasn't a wasted update.
Seeing the useless senior sister stubbornly staring at him, Chen directly moved closer.
Senior sister, it's just the two of us in this room, and with you like this, it's hard for me to control myself. Li Qiuhua retorted, I believe my junior won't break the law.
Seeing her feigning ease while her whole body was tense, Chen shook his head and smiled, of course.
He walked around Li Qiuhua and entered the kitchen. Opening the refrigerator, let me see what we can eat tonight. He didn't really have any intentions of making a move.
Having gone through 9 years of compulsory education and being raised by Uncle Jiang, Chen's values were
still quite upright.
Li Qiuhua watched the figure casually checking the items in the fridge, feeling a hint of disappointment in her heart. Just a moment ago, she really thought Chen would be overwhelmed by desire.
But seeing him decisively bypass her, Li Qiuhua wondered if it was because of her lack of charm. I bought meal replacement yogurt, oats, and skim milk. Gathering her emotions, she spoke up.
Chen stood in front of the fridge for a long time, like a stone statue, before turning to look back. You don't have any vegetables or fruits in here, what's the point of having a fridge?
I can't cook, but these things are also very tasty. Li Qiuhua blinked her big, watery eyes, trying to play cute.
Chen took out a pack of yogurt, squeezed a little into his mouth, and silently put it in his pocket. You're coming with me to buy groceries.
Do I have to go?
The useless senior sister asked.
Tentatively. Chen revealed a kind smile on his face. If you want to see me carry you out, we can chat a bit longer.
Li Qiuhua widened her eyes. Junior brother, I just worked hard to pick you up this afternoon.
3.
But I'm your senior sister, you can't treat me like this. The useless senior sister shouted loudly.
2. Alright, I'll go change clothes right now.
After she changed, the two left the campus and went to the nearby market to buy groceries. As they made their appearance, the posts about Chen on the school forum surged again. S-class just entered school and was welcomed by the school beauty. What virtue and ability does he have? The freshman has climbed to the list of those who should be punished. What kind of god can take him in? The second hottest post had pictures. It was a video of Chen and Li Qiuhua walking together, with the latter helping him carry his suitcase. Turkey-flavored crispy rice. Oh my god, my goddess is actually carrying his suitcase?
Level 8 Gale, damn it, I can't stand it. Is there any brother who wants to help me put him in a sack?
I'll provide the sack.
Xiangnu, count me in. What if he's S-class? If he hasn't developed, he's still a noob.
Until death, Qiuhua and Chen are senior and junior siblings. Everyone don't spread rumors.
As soon as this account spoke, the comments below the post instantly quieted down.
Everyone knew this was the account of Du Xiu, the vice president of the student council. He had pursued the ice goddess Li Qiuhua for 2 years, so he definitely knew more than they did.
Battle the heavens, so it was a misunderstanding, then I'm relieved.
Level 8 Gale, the goddess really cares for her fellow students, even coming to pick up her junior brother. At this moment, a new post popped up. The love story of the S-class genius freshman and the school beauty goddess. The title of the post was short but enough to attract everyone's attention. The account that posted it was news agency. The credibility of the post from the largest gossip group on campus was quite high. So a crowd of students clicked into the post and saw several photos with perfect filters and lighting. The young man in a trench coat was dragging the unwilling Li Qiuhua. The two were chasing each other on a tree-lined path. Looking at these photos, everyone couldn't help but think of Du Xiu's earlier statement. The evergreen tree among the lick dogs, the pillar in Joker, the mascot of McDonald's, the big boss of Gotham City, the busiest in the circus, the wildest in Gotham City. In an instant, everyone browsing the forum silently liked the comment, they are just senior and junior siblings.
Sympathy is sympathy, but it doesn't stop everyone from enjoying the fun. In
just a few minutes, the post, the love story of the S-class genius freshman and the school beauty goddess, was deleted. According to insiders from the news agency, an unknown person spent a large sum of money to buy this post. As for who exactly spent money to take down this post, it's a bit hard to guess.
Just like the boss in Black Monkey with a dog, who could it be? Please choose your answer. A. Dumplings and Brian B. Crayon Shinchan C. Kamasato Ayaka. Junior brother, I still want to do it yourself.
In the living room, warm yellow light spilled down, and wisps of white smoke rose from the dishes. Li Qiuhua looked heartbroken. You don't love me at all, you're not even willing to serve me food. On the table were 2 hot dishes and 2 cold dishes, cola chicken wings, spicy stir-fried meat, cold sliced beef, and cold pig liver salad. Li Qiuhua was wearing a sports tank top and yoga pants, sloppily devouring the chicken wings. Occasionally, one could see her little tongue swirling around the bones.
Can you be a bit more ladylike? Chen couldn't take it anymore.
He seriously suspected that Li Qiuhua was doing it on purpose, just to affect him. The useless senior sister proudly raised her head. If you have the ability, don't peek at me.
How can looking openly be called peeking?
Su Chen thought to himself, but still served her food. He had cooked this meal tonight. Being a guest, he couldn't do nothing. After Li Qiuhua lay on the sofa, covering her slightly bulging belly, Su Chen began to clean up the mess.
Times always turn. It used to be housewives, now it's house husbands.
Li Qiuhua lazily sprawled on the sofa, her calves lifted and gently swaying, her big, bright eyes watching Su Chen as he diligently washed the dishes. After drying the bowls and chopsticks and putting them in the drawer and wiping down the stove and sink, Su Chen finally walked out of the kitchen. Remember to wipe the stove after using it, otherwise, over time, the grease will be hard to remove, and it's also unhygienic.
The useless senior sister lazily replied, I usually just use it to cook instant noodles, there's no grease.
Little Susie, bring me a bottle of cola.
Su Chen opened the fridge and placed a bottle of cola in front of her. After Li Qiuhua opened it, he lightly said, the dishes tonight are all high-calorie. If you drink this bottle of cola, tsk, you'll have extra fat on your belly.
Li Qiuhua froze for a moment, her pretty face struggling as she looked at the cola in her hand.
Drink it, she was scared. Don't drink it, she was reluctant, having already opened it.
After hesitating for a long time, she finally glared at Su Chen in annoyance. It's all your fault, now I don't
even know if I should drink it.
Su Chen slowly walked over to her, took the bottle of cola from her hand, and capped it again. You've at least gained 2 pounds since we first met.
I haven't.
Li Qiuhua picked up her phone and logged into a fitness app. Last month I weighed 55 kilograms, this month it's 55.89 kilograms.
I underestimated a woman's sensitivity to gaining weight. Su Chen asked, do you have a new towel?
Li Qiuhua thought for a moment, then pitter-pattered into her room and after a moment came out with a blue towel embroidered with a little dog. Here, I bought this before and haven't used it.
Alright, then I'm going to take a shower. Su Chen had sweated a lot.
Today, in the scorching July, the average temperature was around 38 or 39 degrees.
Though martial artists have good physiques, it doesn't mean they aren't afraid of the heat. Li Qiuhua, sprawled on the sofa,
suddenly reacted after the bathroom door closed and the sound of water started. There was a male taking a shower in her doghouse.
In an instant, 2 figures, one black and one white, appeared in her mind.
The little devil said, what a rare opportunity, take a sneak peek at Su Chen's shower photos, not only will it be a feast for the eyes, but you can also sell them later. The little angel said, no, I'm not that kind of person.
The little devil was exasperated, if you miss this chance, there won't be another, don't act so high and mighty at this time.
The little angel pointed her finger, oh, this isn't good.
The little devil coaxed, just go take a look, maybe the door is locked. The little angel was a bit tempted, then, just one look?
So Li Qiuhua carefully crawled off the sofa, tiptoeing like a dog towards the bathroom.
Given her relationship with her junior brother, it should be fine to take a peek. If only I had abs. He.
Li Qiuhua, standing at the bathroom door, let out a series of silly laughs, completely unaware that the sound of water had stopped.
Just as she was about to reach for the doorknob, it suddenly moved on its own.
The bathroom door swung open and a wave of humidity rushed out. What followed was a tall, strong figure. Su Chen was dressed in pants below but bare-chested, his hair wet, with a small
dog towel draped around his neck. He looked down at the coconut spirit standing at the door and asked, what are you doing?
Li Qiuhua stared blankly at the well-defined muscles, the 8-pack abs, the V-line.
Coming back to her
senses after hearing Su Chen's question, she stubbornly retorted, I wasn't trying to peep.
Su Chen looked at the coconut spirit with a dazed expression and teased, do you want to touch? You think I wouldn't dare? Li Qiuhua
gathered her thoughts, restored her usual confident demeanor, and raised her delicate hand to rest on Su Chen's upper body. The moment her fingers made contact, she almost pulled back, his skin was as hot as iron.
But faced
with those smiling eyes, she stubbornly began to explore his body. As a result, Su Chen seemed unfazed, while her gaze became increasingly dazed.
Su Chen stretched lazily, holding one of her delicate hands while wiping his wet hair with a towel. If you want to touch more, why not come to my room?
I'll let you touch to your heart's content.
Once I enter your room, who knows who will be touching whom?
Li Qiuhua withdrew her hand and huffed, you think
you can trick me?
You're 100 years too early. Call me brother tomorrow, and I'll make you 6 dishes and a soup.
Good brother. The coconut spirit surrendered to the allure of food without any backbone. Su Chen walked
straight into the bedroom, and before closing the door, he said, just kidding. Watching the door close tightly, Li Qiuhua stood there for a moment, realizing she had been played. She felt a bit annoyed and muttered, how can you be so pathetic? It's just a bit of food. Even if I starve to death tomorrow, I would never take another bite from him. After washing up, Li Qiuhua returned to her room.
Her phone vibrated. Su Chen had sent a message. Su Chen, senior sister, look at my legs. Li Qiuhua snorted and replied, no. Just a moment ago he was teasing her, and now he wanted to see benefits? How naive. But after a while, when there was still no reply, Li Qiuhua began to overthink. Su Chen was only 18, nearly 3 years younger than her. Had she been a bit too cold in her response?
Most women harbor a maternal instinct deep down, and when attracted to a younger male, this instinct
can be quickly triggered.
Li Qiuhua stared at her phone screen, thinking about Su Chen's family, and felt that her words had been a bit harsh. After some contemplation, she decided to take a picture and send it to this younger junior. Su Chen, who had been silent, quickly replied, thank you, senior sister, you're really nice.
Now you know how to compliment me.
Li Qiuhua huffed proudly and sent another picture.
Just a little benefit for him. The next morning, at the east gate of the War Academy.
When Shoyue was still dressed as she had been the day before, her expression gentle. Beside her stood several young people, all respectfully at her side. They carried some boxes made of the most advanced and sturdy materials, clearly of great importance.
Mentor, why haven't they arrived yet? A girl with round glasses glanced at the time. It's almost 8.
The departure time was 8 o'clock, but they had gathered around 7:30 and had been waiting for nearly half an hour.
When Shoyue looked inside the school, they won't be late.
Neither Yuan Qing nor Su Chen seemed like people who had a poor sense of time.
Sure enough, as if
summoned, 2 figures appeared in the gaze of the group. The 2 strolled over leisurely, breakfast in hand, even chatting.
Teacher 1. Su Chen greeted first, then exclaimed in surprise, you all came so early?
A burly boy, already displeased, coldly replied, not everyone is so carefree, arriving just in time. The sarcasm in his words was almost unmasked.
How dare he speak to me like that?
Su Chen paused his action of sipping soy milk and looked up at him.
Do you know who I am?
No, and I don't want to know. The burly boy replied coldly, even if you are from the student council, I'm not interested in getting to know you.
No wonder, I forgive you this time. Su Chen understood, then
turned to the tall figure behind him. Mentor, he says you lack common sense, arriving just in time.
Ha!
Although the burly boy didn't know Su Chen, he recognized Mentor Yuan Qing.
Hearing this, he quickly said, that's not what I meant. Su Chen pressed on, then what do you mean? What, do you look down on my mentor, think she isn't worthy of escorting you? An even bigger accusation was thrown at the burly boy, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. For a moment,
he stammered, unsure how to argue back. The other students, seeing this, felt dissatisfied and were about to step forward to defend their classmate. As the situation escalated, when Shoyue softly said, all right.
This is Su Chen, a student of teacher Yuan Qing, who will be accompanying us to Jiaguan. Su Chen, these are all my students, and they are also my responsibility.
They usually immerse themselves in research and rarely pay attention to the outside world.
So they don't know you.
Completely oblivious to the outside world, focused only on studying.
Su Chen smiled, as long as your students don't come looking for trouble with me, it's fine. Su Chen had no interest in arguing with the students.
However, it would be rude not to respond when they were being sarcastic. The students beside Wen Shoyue were still somewhat unconvinced, but out of respect for their mentor, they had to hold back. Yuan Chang had remained silent all along, only raising his hand after the quiet settled. 2 reinforced off-road vehicles like ferocious beasts roared in, stopping in front of everyone. Wow, this is even more impressive than the G-Class. Su Chen assessed the nearly 3-meter-tall off-road vehicle, with tires that reached his waist. Yuan Qing said, get in 2 batches. He was the first to board the passenger seat of the first off-road vehicle. When Shoyue's students chose to take the second off-road vehicle, effectively avoiding Su Chen. However, with the passenger seat included, there were only 6 spots in one vehicle, which perfectly accommodated the 6 students. Su Chen sat in the back seat and naturally extended his hand. When Shoyue did not refuse, taking his hand as she sat in the back seat, her demeanor always exuding calmness. The off-road vehicle roared to life, suddenly speeding off. The bond between teacher Wen and her students is really good. In the back seat, Su Chen acted very naturally, as if the embarrassing questions from yesterday had never happened. When Shoyue looked at him with her beautiful eyes and chuckled, you are very different from other geniuses. Geniuses are all proud, with their own arrogance and persistence. This is the first time I've seen someone like Su Chen, who gives others a taste of their own medicine, like Wen Shoyue. In her eyes, the young man is like a bottomless pool, always revealing different fish within. I am such a solitary and proud wolf. Su Chen shamelessly said, is this a compliment? When Shoyue changed the subject, they have been learning medicine and psychology from me for the past 2 years, paying little attention to the outside world. After waiting for a while, they have some grievances, so please don't mind after you finish washing up. When Shoyue knew very well that with just a few of her students, they were not enough for Su Chen to play with using one hand. If she, as their teacher, didn't speak up, they would probably suffer. This teacher, you wouldn't want your students. A certain scene unconsciously flashed through Su Chen's mind. When Shoyue said softly, "Your eyes tell me you're thinking about something sexual." Su Chen jolted, first shocked in his heart, then observing the expressions of others. The driver was very focused, as if he hadn't heard anything. Director Yuan, eyes closed, probably didn't hear either. Even if he did, he wouldn't care, right? After finishing his observation, Su Chen looked at the exquisite woman beside him with a bewildered, incredulous expression. "Sister, why do you say everything? This is different from yesterday, there are outsiders here." Faced with the boy's mortified gaze, when Shoyue couldn't help but smile. "I used my ability to isolate the sound, they can't hear us." Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Thankfully, he was still alive. The reason when Shoyue didn't inform him right away was that she wanted to give this little guy a bit of punishment. To let him know that he shouldn't have those improper thoughts in front of his elders. Su Chen looked at that smile and suddenly felt it was very familiar. A flash of inspiration struck his mind. "Teacher 1, did you ever have a student named Li Qiuhua?" Worried that when Shoyue might not remember, Su Chen continued to describe, "Very beautiful, long legs." When Shoyue nodded slightly, "Li Qiuhua studied with me for a while. I knew it." Su Chen recalled the psychological observation that had frightened him at the city guard office by the coconut spirit. No wonder he had felt so familiar since yesterday. It turned out to be because of this. "Teacher 1, do you believe that your students might be saying something about me right now?" Su Chen shrugged and said, "My parents passed away early, I can take the scolding, but they can't scold me." When Shoyue thought about the personalities of a few students, and this possibility was indeed quite high, Su Chen continued. "But who told me that I felt very close to Teacher 1 as soon as I saw you, just like my sister? Since your sister has spoken, then the younger brother can only endure this grievance." When Shoyue naturally saw that Su Chen was trying to climb higher. But what he said was indeed true. From their conversation yesterday and the things on the forum, it was clear that this S-level freshman had a bad temper. If you angered him, even if you were the principal's grandson, you would still be in trouble. When Shoyue did not respond but also did not refute the title of sister, deep down, she had a very small thought. Being called sister by the boy, rather than aunt, was also a great recognition. "We can reach Jiaguan in 2 days, and we will pass through 2 cities for supplies along the way. Kyoto is not far from the martial arts Great Wall, and the deep space creatures that wander into the wild are stronger, which will slow us down at night." Yuan Cheng spoke calmly, explaining to the students. Su Chen pondered. "Instructor, you just said that the deep space creatures in this area are stronger?" "Yes. Then wouldn't it be a bit too risky for us to travel at night?" Yuan Cheng replied lightly, "It's fine, I'm here, so it will be safe along the way." This bravado. Su Chen thought to himself, strength really does change how one speaks. It is worth mentioning that after the reconstruction of the martial arts Great Wall, the previous name was retained, and there are nearly 2,000 passes within the territory of the Huaxia Federation. Among them, the largest passes are Jiaguan, Hanga Pass, Shanhaiguan, and several other major passes. They are all guarded by top human warriors, resisting the predatory deep space royal families outside the wall. The Jiaoling Pass they are heading to is a large pass. A few days ago, it was attacked by a deep space clan, resulting in heavy casualties, which is likely why when Shoyue is leading the team there. Su Chen asked in a low voice, "Jiaoling Pass, what are the casualties?" As soon as he spoke, he could clearly feel the atmosphere in the vehicle grow heavy. Yuan Qing's calm expression turned cold, and he said in a chilling voice, "Over 10,000 station warriors have died, and more than half are injured. Roughly estimated, about 30,000 warriors are injured, with 1/3 severely injured." Those 2 short sentences struck Su Chen's mind like thunder, leaving him numb and unfocused. 10,000. What a terrifying number. They represent 10,000 families. When these 10,000 perish, it means 10,000 families are shattered. Such casualties have not occurred in nearly 20 years. When Shoyue sighed lightly, even the leader of the Wuji has left the pass, traveling 1,000 miles from the martial arts Great Wall to slaughter the deep space royal family for revenge. Su Chen, feeling the weight in his heart, was momentarily stunned upon hearing that name. Wuji. He had heard this name more than once. Or rather, he had long been dubbed Little Wuji. When Shoyue's gaze remained on the young man beside her, noticing he had lowered his head and said nothing, her heart softened. This was the reason she did not advise Su Chen
To follow. The front lines are not a playground. One cannot take a phone to the martial arts Great Wall for photos, as it could lead to death. The entire martial arts Great Wall is like a meat grinder, constantly wearing down the lives of the stationed warriors. Bloody, grim, and cruel, it is not something children can bear. Just as she was about to speak to comfort him, she saw the young man return to his previous posture. The difference was that a look flashed in his eyes that Wen Shouyue had never noticed before. A stubborn, extreme killing intent. Wen Shouyue's heart trembled, and she recalled her second guess. Did Su Chen hide a stubbornness and extremity within him that, once revealed, would lead to bloodshed no matter who it was? In the back of the vehicle, a few girls huddled together, discussing their dissatisfaction with what had just happened. For such a big matter as heading to the front lines, they didn't come early, and what was that attitude just now? If we had known, we would have come later too. Let them wait half an hour. The burly boy in the passenger seat, Feng Hao, turned to look back. Do you know that guy? The girls in the back shook their heads, and someone took out their phone to check the forum, only to find there was no signal. We can only check the forum when we reach the next city. It's fine, I guess he's just a talented second generation, maybe a descendant of that school leader. Feng Hao muttered, let's just ignore him. I don't believe the school will let him have everything his way. Being able to follow Wen Shouyue to the front lines, their strength is naturally not weak. They are all third-tier warriors. And the strongest among them, Feng Hao, has already touched the threshold of the fourth tier. It only takes a deep understanding of the power of heaven and earth to break through to the fourth level, which requires a significant amount of time, and he has not yet sought that understanding. I wonder what this young master is doing at the martial arts Great Wall, a girl asked in confusion. The girl with round glasses, Zhang Nan, replied, it must be to take photos and check in, so he can show off when he gets back. According to the timeline, the college entrance examination has already ended, so he should be a new student this year. Beside her, a slightly chubby girl, Zhu Zhu, whispered, the front line is very dangerous. Zhang Nan scoffed, he must be eager for it. If it weren't dangerous, how would it highlight his bravery? Feng Hao touched the box in his arms and sighed, I hope our research will be useful. Many martial artists on the front line have been poisoned by the blood scorpion. Even just a little contact is enough to take a life. Zhang Nan said softly, it will definitely be useful, even if it's just for relief. Her gaze turned to the window, as the wheels rolled over the overgrown road, making a low rumbling sound, with endless, dense forests on both sides. The trees twisted and turned, blocking the sunlight, and the dark forest was shrouded in shadows, making it hard to see clearly. When one gazes into that darkness, it feels as if there is a pair of eyes looking back. The introverted Zhu Zhu whispered, if only we had been born before the deep space invasion. No need to worry about the Deep Space Clan, no need to worry about the Wanfa sect causing chaos, how happy that would be. The girls in the back row all showed a hint of longing in their eyes. Without the Deep Space invasion, without the Wanfa sect's chaos, everything would be peaceful. They could travel anytime, see the unpolluted ocean, instead of looking at old photos and videos of the sea like they do now. How happy that would be. The off-road vehicle sped down the road, roaring like a beast. The birds in the forest took flight, and in the darkness deep within the forest, a figure quietly watched the off-road vehicle disappear. He did not approach. Once he did, he could not escape Yuan Qing's perception. Left envoy, have you summoned us? The sound of branches cracking came from behind, and several hooded figures stood respectfully behind him. The left envoy's voice was hoarse and sharp, indistinguishable in gender. The deputy leader has ordered that they must not be allowed to reach Jialing Pass alive. Where will they take shelter? Feng County, a small county town, with a 5th-level martial artist stationed there. The overall strength is not strong. The left envoy nodded, but his words made the figures tremble. Gather the beast tide, let this county town be their burial ground. The left envoy actually wants to destroy the city? The figures exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. My sect has been immersed for so long, it's time to show ourselves to the outside world. I just happen to be out of human experiment materials, you all better not fight me for them. The petri dishes I made using pregnant women worked very well. They can cultivate many precious deep space creatures, and this time I must make more. Their conversation echoed in the dark forest, so calm, so malicious. The sky gradually darkened, and just as it was still visible, 2 black beasts burst out of the wilderness. The road, once muddy, transformed into a concrete county road under the pressure of tires, greatly improving the experience. The soldier guarding the city gate checked the identities of the group before opening the gate. Upon entering the city, the dense, eerie forest on both sides finally disappeared. Looking at the bustling traffic and street vendors, Su Chen's gloomy mood lifted slightly. It was only after learning about the casualties on the front lines that he suddenly realized that war was not a game.
The Deep Space Clan initially swallowed the human race, and after hundreds of years of battle, the nature of the conflict had long since
changed. The hatred between the human race and the Deep Space Clan was now one of mutual destruction. As long as there was an opportunity, they would certainly seize the moment to cut each other's throats. Our journey has gone smoothly, we won't need
to rush tonight and can rest in Feng County, Yuan Qing said softly.
Today has been unexpectedly quiet, we haven't encountered a
single deep space creature, Wen Shouyue said quietly. They had traveled 300 kilometers without encountering a single deep space creature. Normally, entering the wilderness, one would encounter a deep space creature within 100 or 200 meters. Yuan Qing frowned slightly, scanning the Feng County city wall before retracting his gaze. Perhaps he was overthinking. Even if the 10,000 Methods sect was bold, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant during the period when Wuji was in seclusion. I am Chen Yudao, the elder station in Feng County, here to welcome you all. A plump old man appeared outside the car, dressed in a tang suit, with squinty eyes that gave him a friendly demeanor.
Yuan Qing opened the door and got out, with Su Chen following closely behind. Upon seeing the two, Chen Yudao's face broke into a smile. Teacher Yuan, student Su, I've long admired your names. I didn't expect to see you both in my little corner today. Yuan Qing replied lightly, we will rest here for one night and set off tomorrow morning.
Of course, I have arranged the best hotel for you, Chen Yudao
said kindly. Let's go eat first, then sing a bit, get a massage, and relax.
Oh, this old man knows how to please, but I wonder if the karaoke is administrative.
Su Chen thought.
Then he felt a fragrant breeze approach, and a delicate hand lightly
tapped his head. Who dares to sneak attack you, Baba?
Su Chen was furious, turning to meet a pair of gentle, tranquil eyes.
The anger from the sneak attack instantly extinguished, and Su Chen awkwardly smiled. Sister Wen, why did you hit me?
To knock the bugs out of your head, Wen Shouyue said softly.
Since you called me sister, I will treat you like a brother. A question was thrown back at Su Chen. Do you acknowledge our relationship or not? This is no longer a psychologist, it's practically mind reading. Su Chen said seriously, you know me, I play pretend with others, but with you, it's real. Wen Shouyue smiled sweetly, playfully scolding, smooth-talking little rascal.
Yuan Qing glanced at the students and colleagues,
chatting, and said lightly, they are a bit tired, we can go.
Although Chen Yudao felt a bit regretful that the national champion Su Chen was not present, he did not insist on inviting him again. This is my secretary, he will take these teachers to the
hotel. Yuan Qing and Chen Yudao left. The former, though noble and aloof, was not unapproachable.
Upon arriving in Feng County, Chen Yudao could have ignored them, but since he had extended such hospitality, it would be unreasonable to refuse coldly.
Su Chen and Wen Shouyue got back into the car, and his secretary joined them in the front passenger seat.
In the back, Feng Hao frowned and said, it seems like Teacher Wen and that Su Chen have a very good relationship.
Zhang Nan looked forward and
only saw Wen Shouyue holding a hand as she got into the car, saying lightly, Teacher Wen is kind to everyone.
No, it's not a Feng.
Hao watched the off-road vehicle start in front of him, feeling inexplicably blocked in his heart. Teacher Wen is very nice. But she has a faint sense of detachment from everyone, and there has never been any physical contact. But I just saw her actually raise her hand to tap Su Chen's head. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of several people in the car
changed. Teacher Wen Shouyue was gentle and kind to everyone, which was well recognized.
The news agency even included Teacher Wen in the campus's 4 beauties, and when she found out, she personally called the president of the news agency.
The specific content is unknown, but after the president returned, he modified the information.
Teachers do not participate in the selection, yet such a gentle person, regardless of whom, always carried a hint of detachment.
And just now, Teacher Wen actually had physical contact with Su Chen? Why him?
Especially Feng Hao couldn't understand. Su Chen was just a bit handsome, and his abilities were not even as good as his own.
Why would he gain the teacher's favor? There were so many pretty boys every year. Yet Teacher Wen never showed interest in anyone.
The few exchanged glances, then took out their phones and logged into the forum. As soon as they opened it, several pinned posts caught their eyes.
Like a demon lord descending from the sky, truly a god of the mortal world, I said the news agency knows how to take photos.
This post was published by one of the forum administrators, the president of the news agency. They initially planned to scroll past it, as they were looking for posts related
to Su Chen.
The other party immediately asked Feng Hao if he knew him, suggesting he was quite famous.
But just as they were about to scroll away, their gazes unintentionally landed on the accompanying image. The setting sun dyed the clouds golden, dividing heaven and earth.
A boy in black stood atop a mountain, behind him were countless green figures. Those dark golden eyes looked fervently at his back, like the most loyal followers. The boy in black faced away from the sun, shadows covering his
cheeks, his black and white eyes deep as a chasm. In an instant, Feng Hao recognized him. This was Su Chen. He immediately clicked into the post, wanting to see what qualifications Su Chen had to gain the teacher's favor. Summoning the most in history. Slaughtering the demon hunting arena, crushing the top talents of a province to take the national champion. Anyone who could enter the War Academy was no mediocre talent. Each of them was a genius who had fought their way out of thousands. And these geniuses, as seen by outsiders, also found the descriptions in the post quite dreamy. One person could suppress a province. Was there no one left in Hunan province? This thought only existed for a moment before dissipating. Hunan was a major province for college entrance exams, with dark horses appearing every year. And this year, all the dark horses were suppressed by Su Chen. Such a person could not be a vulgar character. Dizzily exiting the post, Feng Hao was still in shock when his gaze caught the next post. Having debuted in ranked 50, does he have the potential to become the second Wuji champion? Upon seeing this post, Feng Hao's heart instinctively trembled. Even without clicking into it, he had a bad premonition. This post wouldn't be talking about Su Chen, would it? That was the storm ranking. Only those 20 and under could be on the list, and the top 100 young talents of the Huaxia Federation were on it. With trembling fingers, he clicked into the post, and what came into view was an official poster made for the storm ranking. Congratulations to Su Chen for ranking 50 on the storm ranking. At that moment, Feng Hao's thoughts completely stopped, as if frozen inch by inch, unable to think or act any further. The vehicle arrived at the hotel, and a group of people got out. Feng Hao, Zhang Nan, and the others kept their heads down and remained silent as they got out of the car, not once lifting their gazes. Su Chen paid them no mind. If they caught his attention, it would mean they were in a dire situation. When Shoyue glanced at the students and realized they already knew Su Chen's identity. This was good. She no longer had to worry about a conflict between the two sides. Everyone took their room cards and headed to their rooms, and the accompanying secretary Wu was very attentive. If any of you students get hungry, just call me, and I'll arrange something for you. He spoke while facing Su Chen. Individually, these people were all outstanding talents, needing to be befriended. But when they stood alongside this nationally renowned youth, their brilliance was overshadowed. It was like a light bulb standing next to the sun, who would notice that tiny glow. Thank you for your trouble, Su Chen said with a smile. With a personality like Secretary Wu's, the burden won't be light in the future. Secretary Wu's smile became even more sincere, serving the people, not afraid of exhaustion. Their business-like conversation left the university students, who usually spent their time in the lab, dumbfounded. Dude, why do you sound so formal right from the start? After arriving in his room, Su Chen washed his face and prepared to go out for a stroll. Compared to the meticulously prepared dishes, he preferred street food, which had a sense of warmth. Just as he opened the door, he saw the door across the hall open as well. When Shoyue looked over with her beautiful eyes and gently asked, "Are you going out?" Su Chen nodded. "I'm going to check out the snack street. Want to join?" Shopping with someone was definitely more interesting than going alone, especially if that person was a stunning beauty. When Shoyue thought for a moment and lightly nodded, sure. She had originally just wanted to step out to read a book, but upon seeing Su Chen, she changed her mind. Since yesterday, she had been observing the young man. Yet, she still couldn't see through him, which was undoubtedly very intriguing for a psychologist. The two walked side by side, exiting the hotel and heading towards the nearby snack street. Su Chen was handsome, exuding a confidence that seemed to say he was the best, while when Shoyue was beautiful like a painting, her eyes sparkling like autumn water. Walking together, they naturally attracted a lot of attention, especially from the men, who were filled with envy and jealousy, nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. Why does this guy get to enjoy such good fortune? Aside from being a bit more charming and having a slightly better temperament than me, what else does he have? The women, on the other hand, focused their discussions. Is this a May-December romance? They look so well matched. The guy should be younger. Those younger boys can be quite a handful. I'm willing to endure that suffering. Come on, torment me. Ew, pervert, love-struck. As a martial artist, Su Chen could hear even the slightest rustle, let alone these conversations. He smiled and said, "Sister Wen, this isn't an act I set up. The eyes of the public are sharp." When Shoyue shot him a playful glare and softly replied, "What they said isn't wrong. At your age, you're indeed the most troublesome. You could poke a hole in steel. Have you considered finding a girlfriend? Xiuhua would be great. She's your senior." She only knew how to stoke the fire without putting it out. Su Chen gazed at the night sky. "I've thought about it. But I don't even know what type of girl I like. I'll just leave it to fate." When Shoyue folded her hands in front of her and followed Su Chen's Gaze to the night sky. With that mouth of yours, you won't lack for female attention. Su Chen withdrew his gaze. Unfortunately, there are no stars tonight, otherwise, I would know. You can stargaze? Not. Really? Su Chen shook his head. There's a legend back home that if you stare at Vega with someone you like, your relationship will grow stronger. When Shoyue was taken aback, realizing that this guy was digging a pit for himself again. She looked at him with a hint of amusement. You still believe in these things? As a psychologist, when Shoyue had encountered many patients, among whom a significant number were related to emotions, the once solemn vows and promises would eventually turn into illusions.
The young man turned to look, his distinctly black and white eyes exceptionally serious. When love comes, only a fool would not cherish it. Their gazes collided, and in that moment, when Shoyue could see no distractions in Su Chen's heart, she was the first to look away, softly saying, I didn't expect that. What didn't you expect? What? Shoyue did not answer, only gently shook her head, indicating it was nothing. Ahead was a snack street, the aroma of various street foods wafting into her nostrils, making her appetite surge. Su Chen suddenly asked, Sister 1, 3 chicken legs for 10, what about 4? When Shoyue pondered for a moment, 10, buy 3 get 1 free. Wrong. Su Chen walked up to the grilled chicken leg stall and bought 4. The vendor was a kind auntie who, after taking out the chicken legs with gloves, smiled and said, You and your partner look like a perfect match, a total of 14, I'll give you a discount, 12. Only then did. When Shoyue looked at the stall, 4 chicken legs cost 14, 3 cost 10, so 4 naturally was 14. A rich aroma wafted over as the golden brown Orleans grilled chicken legs were handed to her. I've removed the skin for you, it tastes pretty good. When Shoyue instinctively took it, only to see Su Chen battling with the skin of the next chicken leg using 2 bamboo skewers. Even someone like Wen Shoyue, who had seen all kinds of life, couldn't help but smile at that moment. I can't eat that much. Her moist cherry lips parted as she took a small bite, the juice from the chicken leg bursting forth, sliding down her lips. Before she could wipe it, a piece of paper gently helped her clean it off. This feeling was unprecedented. When the paper touched her lips, it felt as if an electric current coursed through her body. This action was a bit too intimate. Just as when Shoyue was about to say not to do that again next time, she saw Su Chen had already run to an old Joe's iron plate squid stall, still waving at her. Under the light, the young man ahead seemed to have a sparkle in his eyes. When Shoyue sighed softly, swallowing the words at the corner of her mouth. After all, the two were just siblings, accepting a little kindness wasn't a big deal. It was already 9 o'clock when Su Chen returned to the hotel and entered his room. After taking a hot shower, he lay on the bed wrapped in a towel, the soft texture quickly dissolving the fatigue of both mind and body. Just as he was about to rest, a sudden jolt shook his senses. Su Chen exclaimed, raising his hand to summon a shimmering light screen. Sima Bulin, dressed in a long robe, respectfully stepped out and knelt on one knee. I have sinned, disturbing the clan leader's rest. Su Chen waved his hand, indicating it was fine. What's the matter? Sima Bulin spoke in a low voice. I just sensed someone spying on you. Su Chen's expression turned serious as he sat up. Someone is spying? The summon entity is inherently connected to the summoner, akin to the relationship between a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast. Therefore, it was not surprising that Sima Bulin could detect someone spying. What was strange was that Su Chen, being a second tier, had not sensed anything. How did he manage to? Sensing the confusion in the clan leader's eyes, Sima Bulin respectfully continued, I did not directly focus on the other party. I am particularly sensitive to the hostility of others, which is why I noticed someone intends to harm the clan leader. Su Chen's gaze shifted. If he couldn't detect it, the opponent's strength must be at least 3rd tier. The only answer for someone to act against him in the city was one. The 10,000 Laws sect. Su Chen sneered, last time they tried to eliminate me through the Lu family, and now they are back for more. He quickly changed into his clothes, and the storage ring gifted by Captain Zhao Kong on his finger glowed. The sun-snatching spear, which he hadn't used for some time, appeared in his hand. Then let's see who the real prey is. The killing intent in the young man's eyes erupted like a young tiger provoked by wolves in the mountains. Sima Bulin suddenly knelt down. Please think twice, clan leader. Now that Lord Yuanqing is not here, we do not know how capable that teacher one is, and the enemy is lurking in the shadows. In such a situation, we must not act impulsively. Su Chen paused in his action of cleaning the gun. Go on. Sima Bulin said solemnly, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. You should let Yuanqing return first. With him here, your safety is guaranteed, and then we can proceed to the next step. Can't tell, you are quite steady. Su Chen glanced appreciatively at this trusted aide and immediately took out his phone to call
Director Yuan. Just as the call was dialed, a deafening explosion rang in his ears.
A massive fire erupted outside the window, flames
shooting into the sky, and the entire city's lights vanished in an instant.
The room was plunged into darkness, and Su Chen quickly realized what had happened.
The explosion at the power station. The power system was down. At that moment, the phone rang. Sorry, you are currently out of service, please try again later. Su Chen then noticed that the previously full signal was now completely gone. Power outage, signal jam.
Looking at the darkness outside the window, Su Chen tightened his grip on the gun.
The warrior's instinct
told him that this time, the commotion was far greater than the last time with the Liu family.
Su Chen turned and walked out with the gun. Such a large disturbance could not go unnoticed by others.
As a disciple of Director Yuan, when he was not present, Su Chen had to
protect them.
He opened the door, and chaos had already erupted outside.
Feng Hao, Zhang Nan, and others opened their doors and stepped
out, looking for staff to inquire about the situation.
The staff also looked bewildered, saying they had not received any notice of a power outage tonight.
Su Chen first went to the door across the hall, just as the door opened. When he saw the sword in Wen Xiuyue's hand, he knew she had sensed something was off too. The two approached Feng Hao and the others, and Su Chen said in a deep voice, "This is not a normal power outage, it is a premeditated attack by the 10,000 Laws sect. We have been targeted and must evacuate
immediately." What did you say? An attack by the 10,000 Laws sect? The nearby staff turned pale with shock. Go find your leader
and organize an evacuation.
Su Chen did not plan to take them with him. The attention of the people from the 10,000 Dharma sect is definitely focused on themselves and others. Without being with them, the chances of these ordinary people surviving would be a bit greater.
However, Su Chen did not know that this time, the 10,000 Dharma sect not only wanted to kill them but also to annihilate
an entire city. Feng Hao asked in a deep voice, shouldn't we be stationed here, waiting for Teacher Yuan Qing to return?
With such a big commotion, Teacher Yuan Cheng will definitely rush back.
You really are a university student. Su Chen's expression was serious. Doesn't the other side know this?
They dare to blow up the substation and block the signals, so they must be confident in stopping Director Yuan and the others, and they might even be in danger themselves.
As for staying put, Su Chen thought of the towering flames and said softly, these madmen have already blown up the substation, what's stopping them from blowing up this building? Everyone's expressions changed drastically. What Su Chen said made a lot of sense.
If the other side really blew up the building, hiding
here would just mean waiting for death. Wen Xiuyue's expression was serious. Follow me.
As a teacher, she had to appear steady enough
to keep everyone else calm.
Wen Xiuyue went to the window, scanned the area, and after not spotting any enemies, raised her long sword. With a flash of cold light, the window shattered, and she stepped out, leaping down directly.
Su Chen saw that the others were still in a daze and directly kicked them. Damn, have you never jumped off a building before? Every second of delay was a disrespect to their own lives.
A group of students was kicked down one by Su Chen, and after confirming they landed safely, he jumped down. Fortunately, it wasn't a high building, just 7 stories, which posed no difficulty for Su Chen. Once they left this place, he would find an open area to summon all the goblins, and the situation could be reversed. But just as he leaped into the air, he saw a brilliant
flash of fire light up on a distant rooftop.
Immediately following was a gunshot that echoed through the heavens and earth.
Bang! What?
Xiuyue, who was below receiving the students, instantly reacted and turned sharply.
A bullet, at least 25 millimeters in diameter, shot towards Su Chen, reaching him in an instant.
When Xiuyue's usually gentle face showed a rare loss of composure, her eyes shimmering with a green light as her right hand tightened. The potholes on the windowsill behind Su Chen suddenly grew, layers blocking in
front of him, obstructing the bullet that could penetrate a tank. When Xiuyue's profession was a wood spirit, restoring others' injuries and controlling plants. But even with her full power, the layers of potholes were undoubtedly torn apart by the bullet, piercing through and heading towards the boy's chest.
Feng Hao and the others were shocked by this scene and wanted to help, but they were powerless. Only the rather introverted Zhu raised her hand to form a seal, chanting words, and a layer of clear light rose from thin air,
surrounding Su Chen.
An auxiliary profession, a feng shui master. At this moment, Su Chen was in the air with no leverage, and it was
difficult to dodge the incoming bullet.
Watching the bullet fly towards him, he cursed inwardly, so damn filial, what good thing do you
have to give me first?
Cursing aside, Su Chen's movements were not slow at all, as he accurately intercepted the bullet's path with his hand. At that moment, a clear light appeared around him, and the bullet struck the center of the gun body, the immense force numbing Su Chen's hands. The bullet head shattered, but the toxic fragments perfectly avoided Su Chen. Below, the vines shot up from the ground, catching Su Chen and pulling him down. After seeing he only had superficial injuries, Wen Shouyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. On top of a high building, a figure cloaked in a hood lifted the hood, revealing a head deformed like a lizard. His deep green pupils stared at the unharmed Su Chen as he picked up the walkie-talkie. Target elimination failed, poisoning failed, executing Plan B. Su Chen looked at the faint marks appearing on the surface of the lurking sun gun, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This was given to him by Uncle Jiang, and now it had been damaged by the people of the 10,000 Methods sect. This debt would surely be repaid in blood. When Shouyue said in a deep voice, "Let's go, we should head to the city guard. There are more martial artists there, and they should have means to call for help. I think a few of you won't be able to leave." A hoarse, low voice sounded, and several figures hidden under hoods surrounded Su Chen and the others. As they appeared, a foul stench wafted through the air. It was even more pungent than canned herring. Su Chen instinctively covered his mouth and nose. Thud! A sound of something toppling over came from behind. Turning to look, apart from Feng Hao and Zhang Nan, the others had already collapsed to the ground. The two quickly realized that the smell was toxic and covered their mouths and noses. But it was clearly too late, their bodies began to sway, as if they would fall at any moment. When Shouyue waved her hand lightly, and plants burst forth from the ground, emitting a shimmering green light that enveloped the group. They only appeared slightly flushed, with no other reaction. The wood spirit's healing ability only targeted injuries and could not detoxify, making it useless at this moment. At this time, still hiding and peeking? Su Chen lifted the dark spear, sneering, "A rat in the gutter will never see the light of day. Su Scholar has a good temperament." The leading figure removed his hat, revealing a face covered in black scales. "I am Black Lizard, here to escort you on your final journey." Black Lizard's appearance was fierce, but his speech was cultured, creating a sense of absurdity. "You remind me of someone I met from the 10,000 Methods sect." Su Chen stalled for time, he was also talkative. "Like you, and I turned him to dust." Black Lizard extended his hand from his robe, sharp claws glinting, "Then let me see Su Scholar's strength." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot out, a fierce wind rushing towards them. When Shouyue stepped forward, her long sword slashing horizontally, as plants grew wildly around them, ready to strangle. This was Su Chen's purpose for stalling for time. When Shouyue was a wood spirit and could harness the power of plants, she just needed time, and she could even create a forest. In the forest, the wood spirit was the strongest. But as these plants began to sprout, another figure raised a hand, and countless insects surged forth. They quickly crawled to the plant roots and stems, gnawing madly, with corrosive sounds echoing from the bitten areas. The plants that had been vibrant just a second ago drooped to the ground, leaving Wen Shouyue to fend for herself with her sword. The other members of the 10,000 Methods set did not pay attention to this and charged towards Su Chen. The left envoy had given orders, Su Chen must die, as instructed by the deputy sect leader himself. Just as they closed in, a sudden flurry of piercing sounds filled the air. They looked up, their beast-like pupils trembling. They saw that the nearby tall buildings were covered in green-skinned figures. A goblin in a burlap robe looked at them with a cold expression, as if gazing at corpses. Those goblins were continuously drawing bows and knocking arrows, sharp projectiles slicing through the night like rain. This was a completely indiscriminate area attack. One member of the 10,000 Methods sect attempted to kill Su Chen first, but before he could get close, he was baptized by the rain of arrows. At first, he could withstand it, but soon the arrows kept falling, turning him into a human target. Stinking blood splattered, corroding the ground around. While the members of the 10,000 Methods sect defended themselves, they glanced at Su Chen, only to find him wearing a playful expression. Beside him, several sturdy goblins held shields, blocking the rain of arrows. The leading goblin stood 8 feet tall, clad in wolfskin armor, with a fierce gaze that seemed to want to tear a few people apart. "Sending only 3rd tier to kill me? You underestimate me too much." Su Chen stepped forward. The personal guard led by Yuan Bulin followed closely, immediately replacing any goblin that could not withstand the onslaught. Watching the figures struggling to hold their ground in the rain of arrows, a flash of pity crossed Su Chen's eyes. In the next moment, the gun fired, exploding a man's head, brains splattering everywhere. Even the members of the 10,000 Methods sect were momentarily stunned by such a brutal act.
Fong Hao and Zhang Nan, who had been transported to safety by the goblins, trembled at the sight of the exploded head. The two looked at Su Chen's back. Was this the gap between them? Clearly, they were both a level higher than Su Chen, yet at this moment, they could only watch his back. This must be the true value of an S rank. Amitba, Tao ancestor above, bless them to descend into the 18 layers of hell, never to be reborn, Su Chen said with a compassionate expression, chanting as if he were a celestial being walking among mortals. The other members of the 10,000 Methods sect wanted to attack, but under the rain of arrows, they couldn't focus and could only watch helplessly as Su Chen approached. Bang! Another bowl of brains splattered on the ground, and Su Chen's expression grew even more compassionate. The third, the fourth. One by one, the good heads were exploded, and a certain emotion hidden within Su Chen began to awaken. Excitement mingled with pity, appearing even more sinister than the 10,000 Methods sect. As the last member of the 10,000 Methods sect approached Su Chen, his cheeks suddenly exploded in a spray of blood. Blood-colored tentacles shot out from his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes, attacking Su Chen. Rebels must be executed. This time, Su Chen did not move. Yuan Bulin, who was beside him, drew his bone knife and fiercely chopped at the attacking tentacles. He only managed to sever one, and the remaining tentacles wrapped around the bone knife. The blade visibly corroded. And in the next moment, it broke. Meanwhile, the body of the 10,000 Methods sect member began to distort, bulges forming and growing larger. Whoosh! The tip of the gun, hidden in the night, struck like the arrival of death, piercing the head of the continuously distorting member of the 10,000 Methods sect. Su Chen quickly withdrew the gun, disgustedly shaking off the bloodstains. The distorted body trembled and fell to the ground, the bulges not yet fully formed before being torn apart by the rain of arrows. Thick, green, viscous blood splattered everywhere, but Su Chen remained expressionless, only raising his hand. The goblins behind him immediately took out oil, pouring it and igniting it. Flames licked out, and a foul smell quickly spread. Su Chen's gaze fell on the black lizard that was braving the rain of arrows. Its black robe had been almost completely torn away, revealing its true form. Its body was covered in black scales, its limbs distorted like a beast, the only human feature left being its eyes. Countless arrows only left white marks on its body, unable to penetrate its defenses. When Xiao Yue, seeing that the back was already safe, breathed a sigh of relief and struggled to fight the black lizard. As a healer, she was not good at combat, and being at the same 4th level, she was no match for the black lizard. Su Chen, go find support, 1. Xiao Yue shouted. Su Chen's eyes surged with killing intent as he analyzed the strengths of both sides. Teacher 1 could barely hold off the opponent, which indicated a slight weakness, but the difference wasn't too great. His own vitality had already reached the late 2nd stage, just a step away from the 3rd stage, enough to crush the 3rd stage. With all his cards played, he might even be able to kill a 4th stage. Suddenly, Su Chen's steps changed, a mysterious and grand aura emanating. The celestial and earthly body method. First step, the position of the heavenly Quaixing. The black lizard immediately felt a weight on its body, an invisible pressure descending. It looked at the young man approaching with a grand aura, its eyes filled with dread. What was once a sure thing now felt like a life-threatening crisis. Su Chen continued to step forward. The heavenly Quaixing, the heavenly Jixing, the heavenly Xianxing, the heavenly Yangxing. The invisible pressure kept increasing, and the black lizard's movements slowed, even struggling to fend off when Xiao Yue's attacks. Su Chen's steps suddenly changed, his figure like a ghost, appearing before the black lizard in the blink of an eye. His internal vitality surged like a dragon crossing the river, all his strength converging into a single shot. Seeing this, when Xiao Yue did not hesitate to unleash all her power, striking with her sword, as surrounding plants rapidly surged forth, entangling the black lizard. The black lizard first struggled to break free from the plant's restraints, barely blocking a sword strike from one Xiao Yue, its scales shattering. Just then, Su Chen suddenly made his move, his spear like a dragon, bursting forth with the momentum to break through 10,000 troops. The 5th of the 9 styles of breaking the formation, setting sun. The spear tip magnified in his line of sight, the fear of death enveloping the black lizard like a tide. If this spear fell, it would die. It would die. I have value. The 10,000 Methods sect not only wants to hunt you down, but also to unleash a beast tied to slaughter the city. Spare me, and I will tell you. Bang! The lizard's scaled head was brutally pierced and exploded, Su Chen slightly distancing himself, sneering, foolish, I already know, your existence is meaningless. Beast tied, slaughter the city. When Xiao Yue's face gradually paled, these madmen, the 10,000 Methods sect must have made ample preparations for such an action, they were powerless to turn the tide.
At that moment, the earth trembled, and Su Chen looked towards the city wall, his gaze gradually firming. He grasped Wen Xiaoyue's hand, making her look directly at him. Sister One, you go to the city defense office to see if you can contact the outside world. I will go help at the city wall. Wen Xiaoyue instinctively shook her head. No, it's too dangerous. That was a beast tide capable of destroying the city. Wen Xiaoyue had experienced a beast tide before. In the face of those endless deep space creatures, individual strength was too insignificant. At this moment, only I can save those innocent people. Su Chen's expression was resolute as he released Wen Xiaoyue's hand and rushed towards the city wall. Wen Xiaoyue stared blankly at his departing figure. Her heart stirred. She tightened her grip on her sword, knowing that now was not the time for hesitation, and headed towards the city defense office. Zhou Laosan is the third child in his family, called Xiaosan when he was young, and now he is called Laosan as he is aged. He is just a lowly commoner, struggling every day for basic sustenance after retiring from the military. In recent years, life has gradually improved. Zhou-san took out his savings from these years, bought a tricycle, and set up a stall selling grilled squid. Although life is tiring, the increasing savings bring him joy. Around 10 o'clock, he rode his tricycle back to his home on the edge of the city, where a black stray dog was already squatting at the entrance. Seeing it, Zhou Laosan laughed and scolded, "You sly old dog, you know to wait for me when there's good food, huh?" The black dog whined, wagging its tail and circling around Zhou-san. Zhou Laosan chuckled as he took out a bone given to him by the sister at the neighboring chicken leg stall and tossed it to the dog, then pushed the tricycle into the yard. Turning on the light under the eaves, he enjoyed the evening breeze while calculating today's earnings. Oh, there's more. Looking at the extra money in his hand, Zhou Laosan slapped his forehead, remembering a handsome young man came to buy squid that evening, and with so many people around, he forgot to give change. As for why he remembered so clearly, it was because that young man and his girlfriend were so eye-catching that it was hard to forget. He looked a bit familiar, but he couldn't recognize him with a mask on. I remember when Laosan, was also a handsome young man in these 10 miles and 8 townships. Zhou Laosan stuffed the money into his pocket, planning to return it to the young man if he saw him again tomorrow. In these times, making money is not easy. Whimper. The big black dog, having finished the bone, came over and rubbed against its owner. As soon as Zhou Laosan raised his hand, it immediately lay down, looking like it was afraid of being beaten. Ah, you sly old dog. Zhou Laosan laughed heartily at its antics. He gazed at the night sky, petting the dog. Rolling up his pant legs, what was hidden beneath was not a leg, but a somewhat rusty prosthetic limb. After many years since retiring, Zhou Laosan still occasionally dreams of the days spent on the front lines with his comrades. The worst was that bastard with the surname Jiang. Back then, he secretly brought this old dog to the front lines, and was threatened by that dog, having no choice but to acknowledge him as the big brother. Recently, he even called to say something about holding a graduation banquet. Zhou Laosan gritted his teeth in anger. That dog was really lucky, the child he adopted actually became the top scholar in the country. But then he smiled. They had agreed that if he had a son, they would be godfathers, and that old Zhang's nephew, they could be considered goduncles. Right? Thinking of this, Zhou Laosan kicked the black dog on the butt. "You dog, you have no loyalty, you won't bite Jiang for a piece of meat?" The black dog looked at Zhou Laosan with a resentful expression, as if to say, "What are you doing?" Leaning back in his chair, Zhou Laosan felt a bit tired and drowsy when suddenly the ground shook violently. He yawned in confusion, dreaming again. He was all too familiar with this kind of noise. It was the sound of a large number of deep space creatures attacking. Once, they leaned against the city wall, and as soon as they heard this noise, they had to grab their weapons and prepare to fight. Woof! Woof! The urgent barking made Zhou Laosan open his eyes. He looked at the water cup on the table, rippling continuously, and his drowsiness instantly vanished. He instinctively reached for his side but found no weapon. Zhou Laosan then realized that he had already retired, and this was not a dream. The deep space creatures were attacking the city. He quickly adjusted his prosthetic limb, rushed out of the house, and shouted loudly, "Everyone wake up, deep space creatures are attacking the city, close all doors and windows. Get up! Don't sleep." The black stray dog followed behind its owner, barking loudly. With Zhou Laosan's voice, men from each household rushed out. "Uncle Zhou, what's going on? The power is out, and my phone has no signal. Why didn't the city defense office notify us in advance?" Chaos erupted in an instant. Zhou Laosan shouted angrily, "Shut the hell up!" Under his furious glare, the noise gradually faded away. Zhou Laosan shouted, "If you don't want to die, stop talking nonsense. Right now, move everything you can use to block the doors and windows over here."
Keep quiet, don't make any noise, understand?
They all lived at the foot of the city wall, and once the deep space creatures broke in, not hiding would surely mean death.
The neighbors all knew that.
Zhou Laosan had served in the military, and at this moment, they all nodded in agreement, with no one dissenting.
Boom!
Suddenly, there were flashes of fire at the back of the
city wall, followed by deafening explosions.
Then Zhou Laosan and the others witnessed an unforgettable scene. The once imposing city wall had actually broken open a large hole. Outside that hole, countless nightmarish crimson eyes were staring hungrily at the food inside the city, leaving drool dripping. They then charged into the city like a pack of wolves.
The city had fallen. Zhou Laosan was momentarily stunned, then he frantically ran home.
He hadn't seen his top-scoring nephew yet. If he was going to die, he at least wanted to give him a red envelope, to wait for the child to call him before dying. At that moment, two figures shot into the sky, and the voice of the elder on the left echoed with
anger. Wanfajao, do you really think I'm easy to bully?
Opposite them, three figures in black robes blocked their way, their sleeves torn and blood seeping from their bodies.
Elder Chen, please don't be angry, one figure sneered. Otherwise, when you reach the underworld, you won't be able to reincarnate. Qian Yudao, wielding a wolf-tooth club, struck
out in anger, while Yuan Chang beside him had a cold expression, with the white tiger roaring beside them, facing two opponents. The two sixth-tier fighters were being suppressed by
Yuan Qing, but unease flashed in his eyes. These two were stalling him, and that's Su Chen. Yuan Qing noticed the deep space creatures continuously pouring in through the breach
in the wall. His gaze turned cold as he punched back the two, then struck out with his palm. In an instant, all the deep space creatures within 100 meters of the breach turned
into mush.
Truly worthy of being the former national second, the first on the Qilin list.
The masked left envoy gripped a serpentine sword, stabbing it into Yuan Qing's arm.
His voice hoarse, but you can only block for a moment, not for a lifetime.
Yuan Qing, this city will be your burial ground, is that enough? Yuan Qing's eyes grew colder. The
white tiger beside him roared fiercely. Each move he made carried the weight of the heavens.
He ultimately did not shatter the mirror, unable to act without regard for what lay
below, and could only watch as the dense swarm of deep space creatures surged into the city.
Old dog? Old dog. Zhou Laosan returned to the courtyard, only to find that the black dog following him was missing.
Anxious, he shouted loudly, but there was no response for a long time. Gritting his teeth, he picked up the chopping knife in the yard and turned back. That old dog had been raised by him since it was a puppy. It was his family, his companion. Woof woof woof. A familiar bark reached his ears, and Zhou Laosan hurried over.
In a few strides,
he saw the black soil dog protecting a woman who had fallen to the ground in fear, while in front of them were two drooling snake-tailed wolves.
Beside the woman
was a fallen electric bike. Clearly she had tried to push it home. Zhou Laosan was furious, but he couldn't care about that anymore. He charged forward with the chopping knife. Fortunately, he hadn't completely forgotten his martial skills. With a swift motion, Zhou Laosan brought the knife down, severing one of the snake-tailed wolf's tails. Without hesitation, he dodged to the side and struck down again with the chopping knife. This time, he directly cut through the spine of the snake-tailed wolf, which fell helplessly to the
ground. But the other snake-tailed wolf had already pounced, its gaping maw ready to bite.
The black soil dog, frightened, tucked its tail between its legs but charged forward to
protect its owner.
However, it was just a dog, and the snake-tailed wolf's tail sent it flying, crashing to the ground and howling in pain.
Do you dare to hit my dog? Zhou Laosan's eyes turned red. Drawing on years of experience, he dodged the snake-tailed wolf's bite perfectly.
But suddenly, the prosthetic leg on his right slipped and he lost his balance.
The snake-tailed wolf left a deep, bone-visible wound on his arm. Zhou Laosan was filled with anger and no longer feared injury.
He raised his axe and brought it down fiercely.
No
matter what, he was a man who was close to breaking through the second tier. How could he let himself be bullied? With one stroke, he severed a head.
Zhou Laosan took 2 steps back, breathing heavily, the intense pain in his arm making his face pale. I told you to go home. Do you want money or your life? He turned around and cursed at the terrified woman.
Then, Zhou Laosan grabbed the woman, intending to send her back, but just as he took a step, he stopped. In front of him, at the corner, a pack of snake-tailed wolves appeared.
Their crimson eyes fixed on him. The smell of blood here attracted them. Zhou Laosan cursed, damn. Hurry up and get home.
He gripped the axe tightly, knowing he could no longer
escape. The woman ran away without looking back.
The black dog, tail between its legs, hid behind its owner but did not run.
Come on, beasts! Zhou Laosan shouted angrily.
And charged forward with the knife. Even if he died, he wanted to take one down. When he met his comrades in the afterlife, he would have something to boast about. He used the Fourth move of the breaking array 9 styles, smashing down on a snake-tailed wolf and severing its head. Zhou Laosan had many more wounds on him, his internal energy completely exhausted, panting as he stared at the other snake-tailed wolves. Scenes from years ago floated before his eyes, the same pack of snake-tailed wolves. He had been surrounded by several snake-tailed wolves, his life hanging by a thread, when that bastard Zhang Pingshan had arrived. With one shot, he had pierced several snake-tailed wolves in a row, just showing off. The snake-tailed wolves surrounding him were getting closer, and Zhou Laosan's wounds were increasing, gradually making it hard for him to hold the knife. He protected the old dog beside him and smiled. "We'll go down together, in the next life, I'll still take care of you." Zhou Laosan watched as the snake-tailed wolves drew nearer, baring their fangs, calmly accepting his death. Whoosh! A piercing sound of air being torn apart rang in his ears. A dark spear, like a black dragon emerging from the abyss, pierced through 3 snake-tailed wolves beside him, their foul blood splattering on his face. The same gun, the same attack, the familiar scene left Zhou Laosan in a daze. Was he dreaming? The remaining snake-tailed wolves immediately turned their direction, baring their teeth at the darkness ahead. Their instincts told them that the creature in the dark was very dangerous. Zhou Laosan also looked over, his heart racing. He knew he was imagining things, but people, after all, don't turn back until they hit a wall. This move was too familiar, he had only seen it from that Zhang Pingshan guy. "TSK, I seem to have a connection with the snake-tailed wolves." The young voice that echoed in the darkness extinguished the light in Zhou Laosan's eyes. It was a coincidence. After all, Jiang was thousands of miles away. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't possibly arrive. Suddenly, a tall figure emerged from the darkness, its gaze cold, and its form vanished like a ghost. Chen appeared in front of a group of snake-tailed wolves in the blink of an eye, drawing out a long spear and sweeping it horizontally like a staff. The fierce snake-tailed wolves around him had their heads explode in an instant, blood mist filling the air. The headless bodies of the snake-tailed wolves fell helplessly to the ground, a stench rising to the sky. The snake-tailed wolves that had nearly taken Zhou Laosan's life were completely annihilated by Chen. In just one encounter. "Boss, we meet again." Chen turned to Zhou Laosan and smiled. "You should go home now, it's dangerous outside." Zhou Laosan looked at the young man and the dark spear in his hand, and after a moment of daze, he smiled. "All right, I'll head home now." He stood up, picked up the frightened black dog, and walked towards home. No wonder. He had the demeanor of an old friend. It turned out to be the nephew of an old acquaintance. Zhou Laosan did not reveal his identity. Since they had met, it was no longer important whether they recognized each other. As he walked, Zhou Laosan could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. The black dog in his arms looked up in shock, its face full of suspicion. Was it scared silly? Its dog eyes showed a human-like hesitation, wondering whether to relieve itself. System opened the upgrade panel. Chen, holding the spear, walked towards the city wall. In front of him, a phantom panel popped up. 4-5 required conditions, deep space power *1000. Since the college entrance examination ended, Chen had not had the chance to hunt deep space creatures. He never expected that before reaching the front line, he would encounter a beast tide attacking the city. Open the main panel. Total goblins: 5 million second-tier goblins, 10 first-tier goblins, 20,000 high-tier goblins, 500,000. Looking at the 5 million goblins, Chen walked towards the breached section of the city wall. If they like playing with beast tides, then today, he would show the 10,000 methods sect what a true beast tide looked like. The crack in the city wall was like a torn sky, and the ferocious deep space creatures surged in, their roars shaking the surroundings. The city defense warriors looked serious, quickly gathering at the breach. They formed a line, weapons in hand, creating a new wall to block the endless deep space creatures. All heavy firepower above the city wall was used, but in the end, it was just a drop in the bucket. Many deep space creatures had already broken through the blockade and surged into the city. "Captain, the defense line is about to collapse." A bloodied subordinate ran to the defense captain Yang Qi, using all his strength to say, "We are severely understaffed, how long until reinforcements arrive?" Yang Qi's large knife was full of nicks and had already dulled. He chopped off the head of an evil light dog with one stroke. "They'll be here soon, everyone hold on." Yang Qi's voice was weary, and around him lay countless deep space creature corpses. He was a 4th-tier warrior and had already comprehended the power of heaven and earth. But even as a 4th tier, in the face of the beast tide, he was ultimately just a mantis trying to stop a car. Colleagues and subordinates around him fell one by one, and Yang Qi gritted his teeth, encouraging everyone. Behind them were a city full of citizens. If they fell, the entire city's residents would become food for the deep space creatures. "Reinforcements will arrive soon, everyone hold on."
The bloodied subordinates showed joy, fighting with all their might to kill the deep space creatures. They did not turn to look at the captain, otherwise, they would have surely noticed the confusion and bitterness in his eyes. Support? Where is the support? Foam County is just a small town, and even the elder stationed here is only a 5th-tier warrior. All the forces that the city defense division could mobilize are here. Saying that support is on the way is just Yang Qi trying to boost morale, only he knows that there will be no support for this battle. More and more deep space creatures fell, and along with them, those who fought to the end. The companions who once laughed and played together fell one by one, and Yang Qi's eyes were about to burst with rage, yet he felt helpless. Captain Yang is truly diligent. A mocking voice suddenly rang out, and Yang Qi turned sharply to look. Not far away, a figure draped in a black robe stood there, surrounded by several third-tier deep space creatures. The 10,000 Methods sect. Yang Qi's eyes were filled with rage, wishing he could eat their flesh raw. If it weren't for the internal chaos caused by the 10,000 Methods sect, destroying the city walls, these deep space creatures would never have breached the defenses. And his old brothers would not have to die in battle. Oh dear, are you angry? The black-robed figure's voice was charming, laughing like a hen. Captain Yang's figure is truly unforgettable, why not join my sect and cultivate the great way together? While killing the incoming deep space creatures, Yang Qi assessed the distance between them, not human, not ghost, just like you. A cold smile appeared on his face. Even if I die, I will never be a traitor. As soon as he finished speaking, his blood surged violently within him, and with a push of his toes, he charged towards the black-robed figure. In an instant, Yang Qi was before her, the blade of his heavily scarred greatsword shimmering with a blade aura, and he struck out. Before the strike, Yang Qi had already calculated the distance. He was confident he could behead her with one blow. However, just as the tearing blade aura was about to descend, the black-robed figure beckoned with her finger. The next moment, a scream rang out from behind. Captain! A subordinate was entangled by a reddish-brown giant python, his bones cracking. If left unattended, he would surely die at the hands of the python. Yang Qi's eyes flashed with struggle and hesitation, but he ultimately turned the blade and struck down the giant python. But in the next instant, a sharp pain pierced through his abdomen. Looking down, a long sword glowing with a ghostly green light had pierced through his belly. The black-robed figure behind him laughed sweetly. Hee, Captain Yang truly cares for his subordinates. Ignoring the injury to his abdomen, Yang Qi's eyes flashed with ferocity as he reversed his grip on the sword and slashed backward. A third-tier black stone bear blocked the black-robed figure, taking Yang Qi's strike head-on and was directly cleaved in half. Oh dear, how scary. The black-robed figure covered her mouth, feigning fear. Captain Yang is truly impressive, but I wonder how many more times you can use such an attack? Yang Qi's lips had turned black, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, the poison rapidly spreading throughout his body. This 4th-tier warrior could no longer hold onto his sword, which fell to the ground. Humans always focus on useless emotions, which is why they can never expel the deep space. My 10,000 Methods sect discards everything that affects cultivation, unifying all methods, ascending flesh and blood. This is the true great way. Just as the black-robed figure was speaking, her words suddenly stopped. She looked down in disbelief as a dark spear pierced through her chest, and without hesitation, a burst of energy erupted. The entire front of the black-robed figure was shattered, pieces falling to the ground. A good head rolled down, crushed underfoot. Chattering for so long, you ascend to your mother's grave. As she fell, Yang Qi also saw the boy holding a long spear, flanked by several goblins. Scholar Su. He instantly recognized the latter's identity. Run, find a place to hide, there's still a glimmer of hope. Yang Qi's voice was hoarse, the excruciating pain in his meridians made him bend over in a spasm. But before he could finish speaking, his vision blurred, and his wrist throbbed. Black poisonous blood gushed out from the artery. Yang Qi's face turned pale, but the dark purple on his lips lightened slightly. No need, this poison has seeped into the marrow, unless there's a third tier physician, there's no hope of recovery. Yang Qi understood Su Chen's good intentions and forced a bitter smile. The poison was too domineering, having burrowed into his flesh and marrow in just a minute. At this moment, even a deep space creature that had not yet advanced could easily kill Yang Qi. Do you want to live? Su Chen asked. Of course I do. Yang Qi looked at his companions still fighting and murmured, I haven't yet wiped out the 10,000 Laws sect and the Deep Space Clan. Childhood memories surfaced before his eyes. He had worked hard all his life, only reaching the 4th tier, with no possibility of further advancement. The once hopeful idea of cleansing the universe and bringing peace to the world had long since shattered. Past scenes flashed before him like a fleeting panorama. Damn it! Yang Qi suddenly shouted, turning his head to see a green-skinned figure in a white coat preparing to dissect him with a small knife. "You're the Ripper, Jack." Yang Qi was somewhat frantic. He was about to die, and they wouldn't even let him reminisce about the past. Even if they were going to recover his body, they could at least wait until he breathed his last. The goblin in the white coat said blandly, "If you don't want to die, don't move. The poison started infecting you from the wound in your abdomen. I'm going to cut away the flesh most affected by the poison and then clean your internal organs, scraping the bones to remove the toxin." Su Chen interjected, "This is the medical master of my clan. He has never killed anyone while treating them. Don't worry, a hero like you, I won't let you die." Had he treated anyone before? Yang Qi's face twisted with emotion and he shed 2 tears. "Do you have any anesthetic?" Su Chen shook his head. "No, but I believe your iron will can pull through." Yang Qi couldn't help but roar, "I'm not made of steel, where's this iron will coming from?" Roaring aside, he still gritted his teeth and allowed the goblin in the white coat to perform surgery on him. As long as there was a glimmer of hope for survival, one would hold on tightly. At the breach in the city wall, many warriors were on the verge of fainting, their internal energy and blood nearly exhausted. They wore bitter smiles. Team Yang was indeed deceiving them. What reinforcements? It was all a lie to fool children. If there were none, so be it, regardless of reinforcements. They would stand and fight until they fell. It was just a pity. Had they known they would die here today, they should have left something for their families. At the very least, they should have left behind a handsome photo. Now, it was good. In the future, their families could only look at those ugly archival photos. Behind the many warriors who had resigned themselves to death, a tall boy in a black trench coat approached, holding a gun. He raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. A magnificent scroll appeared out of thin air, spreading out from in front of Su Chen with no end in sight. Under the night sky, the scroll shone like a bonfire igniting in the darkness, warm and bright. The unfolded scroll stood before all the warriors, just as they had unhesitatingly stood before the breach in the city wall. The valiant warriors froze in place, their faces showing astonishment. This was. They turned to see Su Chen behind them, standing alone, a dim look flashing in his eyes. "Scholar Su, run!" One warrior spoke up, "Find a place to hide. Until other cities notice something is wrong and come to support. Scholar Su can come to die with us. With this heart, everyone is satisfied. It doesn't matter if we die. If you die, China will lose a Wuji too." Many warriors spoke up, urging Su Chen to leave. What puzzled them was the method of this painting. Those deep space creatures were actually being held back. Reinforcements? Su Chen smiled and said, "They've already arrived." As his words fell, a piercing sound of breaking air suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Countless arrows shot out from the magnificent painting blocking their way. The deep space creatures crowded at the breach in the city wall instantly became live targets. In the blink of an eye, over 100 deep space creatures were shot dead. The warriors, filled with a sense of impending death, widened their eyes in shock. Has everyone forgotten something? Su Chen's gaze was sharp. "I am a summoner." The young man raised his hand, and the ground began to tremble, a thunderous roar exploding in everyone's ears. The deep space creatures surging into the city were suddenly stopped as if they had hit a dam, unable to advance an inch. Even the battered city defenders could hardly believe their eyes. Those ferocious deep space creatures were retreating. In the illusory painting, rows of fierce-eyed, imposing goblins stepped out in unison. They moved in perfect formation, engaging in battle with the deep space creatures. Behind these goblins, countless figures were seen drawing bows and knocking arrows. The goblins were not afraid of these deep space creatures. They were all out here to mix it up. Who was afraid of whom? Do you know what a green disaster is? The heavily injured warriors were still in shock when they were lifted up. When they came to their senses, they found themselves lying next to Yang Qi. The usually resolute captain had a pale face, continuously wailing, as a goblin in a white coat smeared black ointment on his stomach. "Stop screaming, just this little bit of pain." Was it just an illusion, or did everyone feel that the goblin in the white coat seemed a bit disdainful? A bald, muscular man mocked, "Captain, you're a grown man afraid of pain, how embarrassing." At this remark, laughter erupted around them. Yang Qi said nothing, only looking at his subordinates with a sympathetic gaze, who still had no idea what they were about to face. The goblin in the white coat stood up and looked at them. "Hold tight, don't move around." Hold tight? What does that mean? The confused crowd understood after being firmly pressed to the ground by the goblins. Oh, so they were being held down. Wait. Why are you holding us down? The goblin in the white coat approached the bald, muscular man with a bone knife. Afraid of pain? The muscular man grinned. Pain? I've never known what that is. Since I was a child. Ah. The goblin in the white coat brutally cut away the rotting flesh from his body and smeared it with black ointment. As long as you're not afraid of pain, I won't need to give you anesthetic. The goblin in the white coat began to treat other wounds, cutting away chunks of rotten flesh. The muscular man's screams echoed in the night sky, and the smiles of those who had been laughing began to fade. Yang Qi smiled. It doesn't hurt, it'll be quick. Hurry up, damn it. Why is this knife so dull? The goblin in the white coat replied nonchalantly, the sharpness of a bone. Knife is limited, just understand. After finishing, he turned to the trembling others. Next, a young man in his 20s was brought over, and before the goblin in the white coat could ask, he quickly said, I'm afraid of pain, I've been afraid since I was a child. Give me more anesthetic. There's no anesthetic. The goblin in the white coat shook his head. The young man's face froze. Then why did you just ask if it hurts? The goblin in the white coat took a wooden stick and horizontally stuffed it into the young man's mouth. If you're afraid of pain, bite down. Young warrior, degree, the same. Knife, the same method, cutting away rotten flesh and applying ointment. The young man was in tears, like a bullied young wife. Who taught this doctor? I want to complain to the health bureau. The burly man beside him, his face pale, suddenly asked, do you think he has a medical license? The young man. He should, right? On the other side, Chen looked at the endless stream of deep space creatures at the breach. More than numbers? I've never been afraid. Launch the rockets. With his command, Sima Bulin waved the flag in his hand, and the goblin archers behind immediately changed their arrows. Rockets made from deep space creature oil and fur were ignited and shot out in unison. Countless flames tore through the night sky like a dragon igniting Phone County, which had fallen into darkness due to a power outage. The deep space creatures gathered outside the city were fully illuminated by the flames. Chen climbed onto the city wall, looking at the remaining warriors on the wall, and declared loudly, I am Chen, an S-level commissioner of the War Academy, and I am now ordered to take over Phone County. The beast tide caused by the 10,000 Laws sect will be quelled by me. Standing on the city wall, Chen turned to look at his clansmen behind him and raised his right hand. Counterattack. They slaughtered all the deep space creatures within the city, and the goblins shouted the chief's order in unison. Counterattack. 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 Chapter 110. He is indeed my disciple. Above the horizon, beneath the night sky, several figures were entangled in a fierce battle, the shockwaves from their clash distorting the air around them. Elder Chen, with his grand demeanor, wielded a wolf-toothed club, while the man from the 10,000 Methods sect he faced was already injured. His hood was blown off by the fierce wind, revealing a head adorned with curved horns, resembling a beastman. Elder Chen, why go to such lengths? The horned figure's gaze was dark. Just a few ordinary people have died, and you're risking your life against me? Xian Yudao retorted angrily, you destroyed the city walls, unleashed the beast tide, and still pretend to be innocent with me. Look at you, a dignified 5th-tier warrior. We can't stop you if you want to leave, yet you gamble your life for these insignificant beings. The figure sighed, this is the burden of humanity's transcendence. The only response to him was the more ferocious wolf-toothed club. As it swung, it seemed as if the heavens and earth were crashing down, sharp energy radiating outward. The horned figure's eyes glowed with purple light, his body swelling like a wild bull, ready to meet Xian Yudao's attack. Around the two, even more terrifying shockwaves of attack continued to emanate. Yuan Chang stood tall, his gaze sharp, his clothes showing not a single wrinkle. In contrast, the two opponents across from him were battered and bloodied, their mouths constantly oozing blood, forced to use the secret techniques of the 10,000 Methods sect to heal their injuries. Each use diminished their human characteristics a little more. The left envoy clutched his chest, feeling the raging energy within, his voice hoarse, you actually took that step. Unfortunately, time is still not enough. Otherwise, by the time you step into the 7th tier, we would all be staying here today. Yuan Xing's gaze was cold and proud as he threw a punch. Enough. A roar of the white tiger thundered in the left envoy's ears, his gaze stiffening. In an instant, Yuan Chang's fist had already descended. The left envoy was sent flying, his head caving in, blood covering his face. If it had been any other warrior, even at the 6th tier, they would have certainly died on the spot. What a pity, what a pity. Flesh writhed on the left envoy's face, the caved-in half of his head gradually filling out. However, it no longer resembled a human, but rather a writhing mass of flesh, with pairs of blood-red pupils opening. Dark arts. A cold glint flashed in Yuan Xing's eyes as he forced back the other attacker with a punch.
The flesh of the human body is weak, diseases, sharp weapons, and extreme emotions can all weaken it. The left envoy returned hoarsely, his voice filled with fervor, only by gathering all methods into one and allowing the flesh to ascend can one truly attain the great path. Yuan Sheng, with your talent, if you had joined our sect early on, you would have probably already reached the upper 3 tiers and ruled over a region. To think that a crooked path dares to try to tempt me? Yuan Sheng raised his hand and waved. The vast white tiger that surrounded him roared and leaped, transforming into a battle spear that fell into his hand. The spear was about 3 meters long, entirely silver white, with a white tiger pattern swallowing the spear blade, the energy of metal surging. Fourth, Yuan Sheng's profession was Grand Master of the White Tiger. The Lord of the Western White Tiger constellation, master of all weapons in warfare, with immense combat power. Are you anxious? The left envoy's face was writhing with flesh. Are you worried about your student? Yuan Sheng's gaze shifted slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. The left envoy continued, I sent several people to kill him, 1 4th tier and 5 3rd tier. Do you think Su Chen can survive? As he spoke, his gaze casually fell, pointing towards the hotel where Su Chen and the others were staying. I guess, even if he isn't dead, he's probably running around the city like a dog, in a sorry state. Seeing him dare to insult his disciple, Yuan Sheng's expression grew colder, and he suddenly swung the battle spear. The immense power bent the spear, striking towards the 2 from the 10,000 methods sect with enough force to tear apart mountains and rivers. The left envoy quickly dodged with his subordinates, but just as he was about to continue provoking Yuan Sheng, his expression suddenly changed. Not good. His target is not us. The silver-white war spear remained imposing, and in everyone's ears it seemed as if a white tiger was roaring, with its phantom appearing above the spear. Then it suddenly charged out. Just as the trembling figure of Elder Chen felt a sharp pain in his brow, the crisis of death surged towards him like a tide. He turned in shock and saw the phantom of a white tiger, as large as a small mountain, approaching him. He had to dodge. The figure gritted his teeth, his body contorting, and his back bulged as he quickly broke out a pair of wings. One of the 10 royal families of the deep space, known for its speed, the wind demon form. This wind demon blood was something he had obtained with great difficulty, and he never expected to use it today. With a flap of his wings, his figure instantly vanished from the spot and appeared in the distance. Ha, I dodged it, the figure of Elder Chen showed a hint of joy. But he noticed that the left envoy and another colleague were looking at him with suspicion and disbelief. What was wrong with them? The figure of Elder Chen felt a bit confused, but inexplicably, he suddenly thought of his deceased mother. Before joining the 10,000 Laws sect, he had served in the city defense department, unable to endure the difficulties from his superiors and the intrigues in the office. He left in anger. Later, to become stronger, he joined the 10,000 Laws sect, killing and robbing resources, fleeing. Even when his mother was gravely ill, he did not return to see her. Why am I thinking of that old woman? The figure of Elder Chen was puzzled, suddenly realizing that his body was gradually shattering. Pieces of skin fell off, bones turned to powder and scattered, his consciousness became increasingly blurred, and the sound of the tiger's roar grew louder in his ears. The cold wind in the night sky accompanied the deafening roar of the tiger. Yuan Sheng spoke softly, Elder Chen, you go control the situation. Stop him, the left envoy of the 10,000 Laws sect said sharply. He did not expect Yuan Sheng to have a trump card that could instantly kill a 5th tier. But at this moment, the arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. They absolutely could not let Chen Yudao, a 5th tier, go down. To control the situation, the left envoy of the 10,000 Laws sect felt a bit regretful. He should have brought more people over. He took Yuan Sheng's punch head-on, injuring himself to block Chen Yudao, who was going to provide support below. A new confrontation began. And to stop Chen Yudao, the 2 left envoys, already at a disadvantage, became increasingly injured. The 2 struggled, constantly provoking Yuan Sheng to distract him. The beast tide is attacking the city. How long can those people down there hold out? Yuan Sheng, soon you will see the head of your beloved disciple. The left envoy's eyes were filled with a cold, sinister color. Once the beast tide completely entered the city, turning Feng County into a hellish landscape, they would be able to slip away. And there was enough time for the hunting team to kill Su Chen and the others, right? Looking at the hotel direction that had been silent for a long time, the left envoy felt an inexplicable bad premonition. Just then, a flicker of fire suddenly lit up at the city wall below. Following that, countless sparks ignited, shooting out together, transforming into a fiery dragon that illuminated the night. The few people in the sky also saw the
Situation inside the city below.
A young man stood on the city wall holding a long spear with countless goblins behind him.
Their eyes were fierce, repeating the chieftain's command, counterattack.
And the unstoppable beast tide found it impossible to advance an inch.
Before the endless green sea, Yuan Cheng looked down, the worry in his eyes dissipated, and his aura became increasingly terrifying. He
raised his sharp eyes, landing on the two left envoys of the 10,000 Laws sect, his gaze icy, and lifted his war spear.
You underestimate Su Chen too much.
A slight smile curved at the corner of Yuan Cheng's lips as he suddenly swung the war spear. He is my disciple.
Chapter 111, Is my professional level inferior to that of a goblin?
Roar! The roar of the deep space creature echoed. The residents of the city huddled in their
homes, trembling in fear at the terrifying sound.
The men stood protectively in front of their wives and children, their worried gazes fixed on the window.
Humans fear the dark, so they invented light.
But at this moment, the power station had been destroyed, the city's power system was down, and everyone was plunged into darkness. They might have candles, flashlights, and other lighting items, but such faint glimmers could not dispel fear. Instead, they brought danger.
As everyone panicked and trembled in fear, the sky brightened.
A fiery dragon formed from ignited arrows tore through the night, dispelling the terror brought by the darkness.
Following closely was a wail of anguish.
At this moment, the warriors who had been replaced by goblins freed their hands and activated the backup power.
Lights flickered on, and the courage of the people gradually grew.
At the same time, broadcasts began to sound throughout the city, the voice of a young man filled with vigor resonating.
I am Su Chen, an S-level officer from the War Academy, now ordered to take over Feng County.
The beast tide caused by the 10,000 Laws sect will be
quelled by me. Few people did not know this name.
The national champion of this year, hailed in the news as the next genius to lead the Wuji.
Was the commotion just now caused by Su, the champion?
The piercing howls in their ears lost all fear and intimidation at this moment. Instead, the residents of the city only found it noisy.
If you have the ability, come in. Besides disturbing everyone's sleep, what else can you do?
Even the few deep space creatures that had strayed into the city were
hunted down by the city defense team.
People peered out of their windows, and the leader was still a fairy.
At the city wall, under the command of Sima Bulin, the goblin archers orderly ascended the city wall.
Various oils stored at the wall were brought out and poured down, followed by flaming arrows shooting out.
The
raging fire spread, turning everything in sight into a sea of flames. The deep space creatures gathered at the city wall were engulfed in the inferno, turning to char.
Amidst their wails, the city defense equipment that had previously been in use was now brought out. Sima Bulin looked at the 12 heavy Gatling guns with blue flames spewing from their barrels, eagerly studying them. This thing is great. If every goblin could be equipped with one, how could my clan not prosper? Yuan Bulin
personally led 3,000 first-tier goblin guards, charging out of the city with 1,000,000 goblins to kill the deep space creatures.
The first and second tier deep space creatures quickly fell under the fierce tide of goblins.
The third-tier deep space creatures could still hold on for a moment against this endless wave. But soon they were injured all over, unwilling to fall. The remaining city defense warriors on the wall stared blankly at this scene, their eyes filled with dreams.
This is a beast tide.
Even if it is smaller in scale, it is still a significant event. Not only would Feng County need to mobilize all its forces, but even nearby cities would have to send teams to help resolve it. But now, this beast tide, akin to a natural disaster, was actually being held back like this.
And the one holding them back was an 18-year-old boy.
These warriors instinctively turned their gazes to Su Chen, who stood atop the city wall, his expression calm, looking down
like a king.
Beside the boy, a goblin in a linen robe occasionally waved a flag, and the troops below quickly changed formations.
One-word-long snake formation 2. Dragons emerging from the water formation, heaven and earth 3 talents formation.
These true formations, which even military generals might not be able to
skillfully control, were commanded so perfectly by a goblin. Am I not dreaming? A warrior rubbed his eyes. Even if the one commanding the army below was the genius Su Chen, he would not be this surprised. A genius, after all, can accomplish what ordinary people cannot.
But unexpectedly, the one in charge of the command was not
a human, but a goblin.
The warrior beside him swallowed hard. A genius's summon must also be a genius, right? The group of warriors, seeing that they had nothing to do, quietly took out their phones to start taking pictures. This was the first time they encountered such a thing in their lives. How could they not document
it? Zhengda. Su Chen looked at the corpses of deep space creatures scattered on the ground and suddenly spoke. Tribe leader Sima Bulin responded respectfully.
Send a 100-man squad to clean up the battlefield, collect all useful materials, and treat the rest as food reserves.
Understood. Sima Bulin nodded and quickly left. By the time he returned, a goblin squad had already appeared below. Aside from being a bit more cautious, everything else was perfect. Su Chen's eyes flashed with appreciation. The goblin was his summon, with a loyalty of 100%, a little caution was acceptable. At that moment, several figures rushed over from behind the city wall. When Shoyue quickly climbed up the wall, scanning her surroundings until her gaze landed on Su Chen. Seeing the young man safe and sound, when Shoyue let out a sigh of relief. After arriving at the city defense office, he had gathered a team using his identity as a teacher from the War Academy, leading the warriors to clear the deep space creatures scattered within the city. As soon as he had a moment to spare, he rushed over. Su Chen turned around and was surprised to see when Shoyue's plump figure on the wall, Sister One. He smiled and joked, "Did you miss me?" Facing Su Chen's playful banter, when Shoyue did not respond, but stepped closer, her gaze growing softer. This gaze was almost intoxicating. Could it be that she was captivated by my domineering aura? Su Chen thought to himself. When Shoyue approached him and gently asked, "Are you okay?" Su Chen shook his head and raised his arm, not a scratch. Feng Hao and Zhang Nan, who were following behind, looked at Su Chen with complex expressions. They had initially thought Su Chen was an arrogant second-generation rich kid and looked down on him a bit, but at this moment, they realized he was on a completely different level than them. Watching the goblins below chasing and killing the deep space creatures, a hint of confusion arose in Zhang Nan's eyes. Who exactly was the beast tide? I brought them over to rescue people. There should be quite a few injured warriors, right? When Shoyue asked softly. Su Chen pointed to another side and said, "There are no doctors here, so I let the medical expert among the goblins take over temporarily. Don't worry, their medical skills are excellent, and their ethics are good. The patients they treat are moved to tears." A medical expert among the goblins? The few of them were slightly taken aback, looking at the goblins below who were risking their lives, and doubts arose in their hearts. Did they need treatment? Feng Hao and Zhang Nan walked towards the injured, and as they got closer, they heard bursts of crying. The two exchanged glances, their expressions strange. Could it be that what Su Chen said was true? This medical expert's skills and ethics were so good that the patients were crying. Oh my god, ah! A warrior who had just had rotten flesh cut off and ointment applied was in tears, crying out in pain. As Feng Hao and the others approached, they found that these warriors were all smeared with black ointment, their faces pale as they leaned against the wall. Upon seeing them, everyone wore a resentful expression, as if to say, "Why did you only just arrive?" The goblin in a white coat glanced at the two and noticed the blood-stained bandages on them. "Are you injured?" Feng Hao nodded. "We encountered a lurking third-tier evil light dog on the way here and got a bit hurt. Come here, I'll treat you." Feng Hao indeed wanted to see the level of this medical expert, so he stepped forward. However, he did not notice the gradually gleeful expressions of the surrounding warriors. "Go ahead, treat them, not a peep will be heard." The goblin in the white coat unwrapped Feng Hao's bandages and looked at the festering wound. Such bandaging will lead to infection. It really doesn't seem simple. Feng Hao nodded. "It's just a simple treatment, go back and disinfect with medicine." "Ah!" He cried out in pain, looking at the bone knife carving into his arm, angrily saying, "What are you doing?" The goblin in the white coat replied indifferently, "Removing the infected flesh, this way it heals faster." He took out a small box, scooped out some black ointment, and applied it to Feng Hao's arm, a faint medicinal fragrance wafting into his nose. Feeling a tingling sensation coming from his arm, Feng Hao asked in surprise, "What is this made of?" This ointment surprisingly also had a pain-relieving effect, suggesting it contained some anesthetic treasures. Feng Hao was just a bit curious. After all, he had also studied medicine for 2 years and had some insights. As long as there were enough rare materials, achieving such an effect wasn't difficult. Snaketail wolf poison, heart blood, black moon grass, red blood flower. The goblin in the white coat answered. Feng Hao and Zhang Nan's expression shifted from serious to dazed, then to doubt and disbelief. "You're not lying to us, are you?" Zhang Nan couldn't help but ask. It was no wonder they were suspicious. These materials were just too low-grade. Most of them were even highly toxic, not to mention healing. Just touching them could be fatal. The goblin in the white coat glanced at the two. "Aren't you doctors? Don't you even understand pharmacology?" He seemed uninterested in talking more with them, hurriedly walking to the corner to continue processing the medicinal materials. The materials there matched exactly what he had said. Feng Hao and Zhang Nan were
Stunned, this was akin to the shock of medical students discovering that a nuclear bomb, researched for years with national effort, had been crafted at home by
someone. The two stood there in a daze, silent for a long time, before one of them finally blurted out, "Is my professional level even lower than that of a goblin?" Chapter 112, The Power of Oral Tradition. After 2 hours of cleaning, the beast-tide outside the city was completely slaughtered. Yes, you heard it right, the beast-tide was wiped out. Dark red blood stained the ground, and the stench of blood rose to the sky, even detectable within the city. High-powered lights illuminated the area outside the city, revealing goblins transporting corpses. They moved in an orderly fashion, transporting the bodies in unison like marching ants. The mountain of deep space creature corpses gradually disappeared, and within half an hour, only the blood-red ground remained outside the city. The warriors on the city wall watched this scene, their eyes still filled with astonishment. Was this still a summoner? How did it feel like this thing had already become a well-trained army? "Excuse me. Make way." A voice came from beside them, and a few turned to see several goblins carrying buckets of water to clean the city wall. They worked quickly, and after cleaning, it looked very tidy. Team 1, bring cement. Team 2, transport. Team 3, responsible for repairs. A voice rang out from below, and several warriors exchanged glances, curious. They saw Sima Goblin holding a megaphone. In front of him, a group of goblins wearing hard hats were repairing the city wall. Many warriors. Silence was the theme of the night. Perhaps having experienced too much, everyone had lost their shock, leaving only a sense of boredom. These tasks were supposed to be theirs, yet now they were done by goblins. Boring, really boring. They could fight and also handle logistics. What was the point of this? The great inventor's bond had emerged, and looking at their own home, a dragon trainer. After a long silence, a warrior suddenly said, "Do you think one day we might become unemployed?" The others were taken aback, and after a moment, someone raised a finger, looking wise. "Trust the organization." In the privately booked restaurant, the atmosphere was lively. Xian Yudeo's old face was full of excitement as he stood up to toast Su Chen. "Student Su, tonight is all thanks to you. This cup of wine is for you." Su Chen raised his cola. "Elder Qian, I'll use tea instead of wine." Xian Yudao slapped his forehead. "Look at my brain. Student Su is still young, how can he drink?" "I'll drink 3 cups myself. I'll drink 3 cups. Elder Qian said as he directly picked up a bottle of white liquor from the table, opened the cap, and downed it in one go. After finishing, he immediately ordered, "Bring all the drinks in the restaurant over, let Student Su choose." Xian Yudao was very excited at this moment. As the elder in charge of Feng County, it was his responsibility that the beast tide had invaded the city. If the entire city fell and was slaughtered, he would be even more to blame. So as soon as he acted, he didn't think about leaving alive. Every move was a life or death tactic. But who would have thought? The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, talents emerge in every generation. Su Chen single-handedly pushed the beast tide back. Although there were no third-tier or upper third-tier deep space creatures among them, this was still a small-scale beast tide capable of slaughtering the county town. Now he not only had no fault but could also bask in the glory and gain some credit. When the situation turns from bad to good, isn't that what this is about? I said this morning there was a magpie at the door. My heart was pounding. It turns out it was our great benefactor, Brother Su, who arrived. "Elder." Xian excitedly leaned closer to Su Chen, putting his arm around his shoulder. Su Chen quietly reminded him, "Elder, mind your image. It's fine." Xian Yudeo's cheeks were flushed, slightly drunk. "We're all our own people, our own people. Brother, if you have any issues in the future, just tell me. I'll definitely handle what I can, and for what I can't, I'll find a way to help you." The leaders sitting at other tables in the restaurant looked on in shock. Where had their usually respected elder gone? But since the leader has already said this, everyone can only respond, the elder truly has a good temperament. This friendship across ages is indeed a beautiful story. Scholar Su has single-handedly saved our county from disaster. He is truly a blessing for Feng County. Various flattering words filled the air, and Su Chen merely smiled in response. Yang Qi, wrapped in bandages, stepped forward, said nothing, and raised his glass to drink it all in one go. Facing this strong man who had risked his life at the city wall, Su Chen showed his respect. He also stood up, using cola in place of wine to toast back. The two exchanged a smile, and everything was understood without words. The banquet lasted until dawn before it ended, and as everyone left the restaurant, the sun slowly rose in the east. The plan concerning the safety of hundreds of thousands of citizens had completely collapsed. Several nearby cities were shocked to learn that Feng County had been attacked by a beast tide last night. The elder, leading the elite forces, arrived only to see the intact city walls and the blood-stained ground. Feng County had actually withstood the beast tide. It's time to go. A beast-like off-road
vehicle appeared in front, and Yuan Chang was the first to get in.
Su Chen naturally took a seat in the back and then extended his hand. The steel beast roared to life, heading towards the city gate, with green lights all the way, moving smoothly. However, as they approached the city gate, the speed slowed down. Su Chen looked out the window and saw ordinary people standing orderly on both sides.
At the front of the crowd was a familiar face.
When Shou Yue said softly, "It's the vendor from yesterday."
Zhou Laosan stood at the front of the crowd, with a black soil dog obediently squatting at his feet, panting.
"Here to see you off," Yuan Qing suddenly said. "Do you want to get out?"
Su Chen hesitated for a moment and slowly shook his
head. "I won't get out, I don't like this kind of scene." His gaze was fixed outside the window, or rather, on that light curtain that others could not see.
System upgrading, please wait patiently. This upgrade unlocks second slot of the technology tree, increased probability of advanced goblins. Su Chen never considered himself a hero, he was a selfish person. Bringing the goblins into action was merely for upgrading the system.
And, by the way, gaining some credit.
Going down to enjoy the admiration and love of others felt very awkward for Su Chen,
whom the image of being
great and righteous affects his ability to speak casually.
"All right." Yuan Cheng nodded.
The vehicle moved steadily through the crowd.
During this
time, the people on both sides did not speak or obstruct, they only looked on with gratitude. Everyone knew that if it weren't for Scholar Su, they would have faced the slaughter of deep space creatures. For this young hero, everyone came with respect.
It wasn't until the two off-road vehicles
completely disappeared into the wilderness and the city gates slowly closed that the spontaneously gathered crowd dispersed. This respect continued until a few days later, when the investigation team from the capital arrived. When they discreetly visited to listen to the voices of the people, they were somewhat unsure about Su Chen's strength and the scale of the beast tide. Some citizens said there were monsters the size of mountains that smashed the city walls with a single slap, and Scholar Su stood up to slay 3 of those monsters. Others said that on that night, Feng County was surrounded by deep space creatures from all directions. Just at the critical moment, Scholar Su took charge of Feng County, fought bloodily against the deep space creatures, and slaughtered nearly 10 million of them. The head of the Beast Tide investigation team was an elderly man with graying hair. He looked at the intelligence collected by his subordinates and couldn't help but curse. A single slap smashed the city wall, and slaughtering tens of millions of deep space creatures. "Do you really believe this? I can only manage this much, how can he compare to my strength?" the subordinates, anxious, asked. "Then how should we record this?" The old man was quite troubled and finally said, "Record it as a suspected medium-scale beast tide and award Su Chen a second-class merit." Thus, a small-scale beast tide, through word of mouth, transformed into a medium-sized beast tide.
Chapter 113, Heisey Speaks. In a very cartoonish bedroom, Li Qiuhua, dressed in a teddy bear pajamas, was sound asleep. "Junior brother. He. It seemed she had dreamed of something, letting out bursts of silly laughter. Buzz buzz buzz. Her phone vibrated incessantly. Li Qiuhua, still groggy, picked up her phone and found a flood of 99+ messages. Among them were messages from her best friend and some from classmates. Li Qiuhua first opened the contact labeled baby, looking at the long list of missed calls, instantly waking up. Why did this silly woman call her so many times? Could it be that she really turned into a lesbian and wanted to make a move on her? Just as she pondered this, the phone rang again. Li Qiuhua, still drowsy, answered the call. "Hello, what's up?" "Li Qiuhua." A crisp female voice came from the other. "And, aren't you up yet?" Li Qiuhua rolled over in bed. "Baby, did you install surveillance in my room? You really like me. Put that aside for now, hurry to the academy forum, your junior brother has exploded." "Ha?" Li Qiuhua blinked her big, beautiful eyes. "Junior brother? Wasn't he on a mission with Director Yuan?" Confused as she was, Li Qiuhua obediently opened the school forum and saw that there was another pinned post. The likes and comments on that post changed almost every second. Li Qiuhua squinted at it. "One man holds the pass. 10,000 cannot open it, one person blocks the tide of deep space beasts." Was this another attention-seeking post by the president of the news agency? Li Qiuhua immediately lost interest but still clicked in, really not knowing what that silly woman was so excited about. The drowsiness that had lingered vanished the moment she entered the post and saw the first picture. Looking at the endless goblins in the first image, Li Qiuhua instantly woke up and sat up. She scrolled down, trying to understand the ins and outs of the situation. When she saw that Feng County was being disturbed by the Wanfa sect, destroying the city walls, and that deep space creatures were gathering to attack The city, her heart sank. A video came into view, and Li Qiuhua clicked on it. In the endless darkness, countless blood-red pupils rushed into the city from outside, while the warriors tried their best to block them. Damn, so many deep space creatures? I thought the president
of the news agency was just pulling a stunt, but it turns out to be real.
The Martial Arts Network has issued a notice. This is indeed a beast tide attacking the city. Where are the city defense weapons? Where are the strong ones? How can they possibly hold the line? Comments flew by.
The video played on, and the real main event arrived. Flesh and blood flew, whales echoed, corpses lay everywhere, and figures
fell one after another.
The scene was like a hell on earth, unsettling and hard to look at.
The once dense comments dwindled until they
completely disappeared, leaving not a single comment. The video ended, and Li Qiuhua sat dazed on her bed, taking a long time to regain her
senses.
Compared to the scenes in the video, her previous hunting demons with her junior brother felt like child's play.
Li Qiuhua couldn't
wait to scroll down. After this video, there was an image. A young man in black held a dark spear, standing before a gap in the city wall.
Below the image were many comments. Turkey-flavored crispy rice. Damn, isn't this our school's S-level new student?
Level 8 Gale, he just arrived at school the day before yesterday and was walking with my goddess. How did he get to Phone County in just 2 days?
Huns, the courage of an S-level is commendable, coming to help at this time. To the death, what good is being bold?
As martial artists, we must
prioritize stability in our actions.
Li Qiuhua continued to scroll down, and a new video appeared.
Chen summoned the Goblin army, actually blocking the deep space creatures attacking the city.
And when all the Goblin archers shot fire arrows that turned into a dragon tearing through the night, Li Qiuhua's heart raced violently.
The barrage above the video rolled like snow. No way, is Mustard handsome? Isn't this guy a freshman? Can freshmen now stop the beast tide? So handsome, who has his contact information?
At this moment, the previously noisy video gradually quieted down as Chen climbed onto the city wall, his voice filled with heroic spirit. The beast tide brought by the
10,000 Laws sect will be suppressed by me. Counterattack.
The fierce goblins charged out of the city, battling the deep space creatures. The killing intent surged, blood staining the earth, and the nightmarish deep space beast tide was gradually slaughtered.
The once
ferocious deep space creatures found themselves at a disadvantage against these green figures, each one scrambling to escape. The barrage faded again, and the students who had previously thought Chen could single-handedly withstand the beast tide fell silent.
This was no longer a defense, it was total annihilation. Total annihilation of the beast tide. Those 4 words seemed so dreamlike and unheard of. Throughout history, when faced with a beast tide, humanity had only ever defended. When had they ever counterattacked? The students of the War Academy watched the video repeatedly, the boys' shout of counterattack, igniting the blood in their hearts. Yes, as warriors, why should we rely on the martial arts Great Wall to resist the deep space? Can't we fight back? At the bottom of the post, comments kept popping up, even causing the forum to lag. Driller, I was wrong to speak before, I am guilty. King of Black Soil, so intense, I'm on fire, quickly. Bring me a copy of the Bo Renjuan. Eating Han Lu, for Han officials, with such talent, our Han can prosper. Invincible Tyrannosaurus. At until death, hey Z, speak. Turkey-flavored crispy rice, at until death, hey Z, speak. Milky white snow child, at until death, hey Z, speak. Comments tagging Duxiu flooded in, and Li Qiuhua copied and pasted a message, a casual act. Let this guy find trouble with his junior brother. Until death, at Invincible Tyrannosaurus, you have a student council picturing your dynamic, tell me who you are. Invincible Tyrannosaurus, I can't tell you anything. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone rang again, and Li Qiuhua answered, the excited voice on the other end asked, did you finish watching it? I watched it, it was just okay. Li Qiuhua feigned calmness, but the corners of her mouth were almost curling into a Nike logo. After all, he's my junior brother, up to my standards. Disgusting, shameless. The clear voice on the other end huffed, quickly give me my future husband's contact information. Li Qiuhua was taken aback, aren't you anti-marriage? Yeah. The voice laughed, Chen broke my anti-marriage stance, he is the one I've been waiting for. Listening to that sickeningly sweet voice, Li Qiuhua felt goosebumps rise, you little pest. Sister, your words really hurt my feelings, the soft voice said, if you give me his contact information, I'll forgive you. Seeing she was serious, a strong sense of unwillingness and discomfort surged in Li Qiuhua's heart. It felt like her toy was being eyed by someone else, even if it was her good sister, it still made her uncomfortable. Sister, you Wouldn't be reluctant, would you? The soft voice suddenly asked. You said before he was just a timid virgin with a lustful heart, not interested, just like seeing his embarrassed expressions. I remember what I said. Then can you pass me his contact information? The soft voice was full of expectation. No. Li Qiuhua coldly refused. I haven't had enough fun yet. Hanging up the phone, Li Qiuhua sat on the boat in a duck-like posture, staring at the photo of Su Chen on the city wall on her phone. Clearly, she had initially just found this little man a bit interesting and wanted to tease him. But as their relationship grew closer, she now found herself a bit reluctant. Reluctant to part with Su Chen's abs, reluctant to part with the meals he cooked, reluctant to. Li Qiuhua. You ungrateful guy, I don't want to talk to you anymore. In the classroom, a girl in a JK uniform with pale skin bit her silver teeth tightly. Then she realized the classroom was silent, everyone was looking at her, and the esteemed old professor said in a deep voice, Shen Lingxi, you may choose not to listen, but please do not disturb others. I kindly ask you to step outside and stand. Shen Lingxi. Who understands, my crush's contact information wasn't obtained, and now I have to go outside and stand as punishment. If the update is early, it will be around 12 o'clock, if late, it will be around 6 o'clock. It still depends on the review and capture. Gentlemen, please click for free updates, thank you very much. According to the official report, last night Feng County was attacked by a conspiracy long plotted by the 10,000 Dharma sect and the Deep Space Clan, gathering a beast tide to assault the city. In this extremely critical moment, this year's martial arts champion Su Chen stepped forward, using his own strength to block the beast tide. Classmate Su Chen's performance fully embodies the indomitable spirit of our Chinese students. The city guard office in Luo City was broadcasting the morning news on television. Elder son sat at the entrance, where parents were lining up with their children outside. The old man said cheerfully, one by one, no need to rush. His reputation for spotting talent had long spread in Luo City, and with the morning news airing today, his fame grew even larger. Faced with these parents bringing their children, elder son, who loved the people like his own children, found it hard to refuse and had to sit at the entrance to read fortunes for their kids. Elder son can even discover talents like Champion Su. Yes, Champion Su saved a whole city last night. My child doesn't need to be that amazing, just a tenth of Champion Su would be enough. Listening to their discussions, the old man smiled and said, no matter how it is, everyone should not be discouraged. Life is not predetermined, man can conquer heaven. As long as one is willing to work hard, one can change their fate. The parents were greatly shocked, feeling that elder son was absolutely right. Recently, Sun Tianda had been sailing smoothly, feeling quite pleased, but there was one thing that made him very unhappy. Somewhere in the city, rumors had spread that he had previously looked down on Su Chen. They even said that Su Chen joined the War Academy because he was dismissed by him and handed over to others. Nonsense, utter nonsense. Who doesn't know that the reason Su Chen has come this far is that he, Sun Tianda, had carefully nurtured him? This is the highest level of lies, deceiving even oneself. Zhao Qing. The more he thought about it, the angrier elder son became and shouted. Zhao Qing, who held multiple positions including head of the demon hunting team, deputy minister of the city guard office, and minister of the publicity department, ran over. Elder, what can I do for you? Elder son frowned. How's the matter I asked you to investigate? Well, Zhao Qing said in a low voice, Elder, it's really hard to trace rumors and slanders. I thought maybe someone saw something before and then talked about it privately, and that's how it spread. I don't care. The old man shamelessly said, in any case, you must suppress these rumors for me. Otherwise, if the uninformed public hears it, they'll think I look at people with colored glasses. Aren't you? Zhao Qing thought to himself, but he still nodded repeatedly. What you say is true. Elder son continued, there are no worthless professions in this world, only worthless martial artists. Good. The parents gathered outside the city guard office cheered loudly. Indeed, how could such a kind and amiable elder like elder son look at people with colored glasses? Zhao Qing secretly rolled his eyes, thinking he really didn't want to go to class for even a day. He turned and picked up his phone, sending a message in a group, everyone, keep a low profile lately. The tyrant is angry and wants me to strictly investigate the spreaders of rumors, so don't spread things around. Soon someone replied, old son is getting more and more tyrannical. He even restricts our freedom of speech. Despot. Everyone, are you willing to help me report this old man? Freeze your hands, everyone. Zhao Qing edited the message. After all, Su Chen has made a big stir again, and old son is thinking of riding on his coattails. The name of this group is Guarding the City Family 567. There are a total of 568 employees in the city guard office, and only one is missing from the group. No matter how hard the old man thought, he could never imagine that the rumors he wanted to suppress were actually spread by people around him. This is also why Zhao Qing's investigation had made no progress. Zhao Qing, am I investigating myself? Big smart family, I got into a car accident on my way to work today, it was so scary. I'm not eating cilantro, crazy version. Did you hit a luxury car? Big smart, yes, Ahongchi, the license plate is quite interesting, Jingye 1949. Zhao Qing looked at the group chat and suddenly had a bad premonition, then what? Big smart, I was almost scared to tears, and then an old man in a Zhongshan suit got out of the back seat, very imposing. He even asked if I was hurt, saying I didn't need to pay, just had to answer some questions. As soon as this was said, the group fell into silence. Zhao Qing's fingers stiffened. What did he ask? The license plate from Kyoto suddenly appeared. In Luochang? Big smart, he just casually asked a few things, like how our Luochang is developing, if there are any corrupt officials, if everyone can eat enough and live well, and also asked about Scholar Su. At this moment, elder son, after reading faces, hummed a little tune upstairs, and Zhao Qing quickly blacked out his phone. After confirming he had left, he reopened it, and the group chat was already flooded with messages. I'm not eating cilantro, crazy version? Champion of weightlifting? Zhao Qing's hands trembled slightly, not out of fear, but from the excitement of being able to eat a big melon. Kyoto license plate, Zhongshan suit, very imposing, inquiring about people's livelihoods. Big smart, everyone relax, I said everything is pretty good here, it's just that elder son is stubborn and doesn't listen to advice, and previously looked down on Scholar Su, handing him over to the War Academy. Zhao Qing excitedly asked, then what? Big smart, the old man's face seemed a bit red, probably out of regret, and then he got in the car, and a secretary got out from the front seat and even asked for my phone number. Just then, Zhao Qing caught a glimpse of several figures walking in at the door and quickly typed, is it a thin man with gold-rimmed glasses? Big smart, yes, how did you know, Zhao Gu? Looking at the imposing old man behind that secretary, Zhao Qing swallowed. They have arrived. A moment of silence fell in the group chat, then everyone sighed, elder son is confused. Warning for old son 4. 3 seconds. Another delightful day. In the office transformed into a retirement home, Sun Tianda smiled as he sipped tea and teased a bird. Ever since he came to Luochang, his temper had improved. Unlike before on the front lines, being scolded by the old leader every day. Like a grandson, and he didn't even dare to retort. If he did, it would be a 3-hit combo of love's iron fist, leaving old son without a temper. Knock knock knock. Hearing the knock, elder son impatiently said, who is it? Elder, I'm here to report on work, said the secretary. Outside with gold-rimmed glasses. Beside him, the old man in his Zhongshan suit had fiery eyes, and his dark face was tinged with red. No wonder that bastard Sun Tianda didn't send Su Chen to himself, it turned out he handed him over to someone else. And he told me that the kid didn't want to, and had to go to school. Good, good, very good. If it weren't for passing through Luochang this time, I would have been kept in the dark. Anger aside, the old man still planned to see if this brat was as the little comrade on the road said. Stubborn and unheeding of advice. The next moment, an irritated voice rang out in the office, go find Zhao Qing, don't bother the old man. The secretary cautiously glanced at the leader whose chest was rising and falling rapidly, and silently stepped aside. As a qualified secretary, he quickly dispersed an entire floor of employees. The furious old man kicked open the office door and shouted, Sun Tianda. Elder son, lying in a rocking chair, instinctively jumped up at the nightmarish voice, here. Looking at the old man at the door, he instinctively dropped the birdcage in his hand. His face full of shock, old leader, why are you here? Why am I here? Chen Pokong sneered, if I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known you. We're doing so well here. Arrogant and self-willed, covering up the truth, and even handing over my Su Chen, you sly thief, I didn't realize. You were so good at playing games. After this outburst, Sun Tianda's soul felt like it was about to leave his body, cold sweat pouring down. Old chief, listen to me, there must be a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Whether there's a misunderstanding or not, let me hit you. First. Looking at the door that was slammed shut, elder son's face turned pale, despair flooding his heart, his lips trembling, completely finished. The birdcage that fell to the ground rolled to the corner, and the parrot, ruffled and noisy, squawked, elder son is confused. After a day of travel, new colors appeared before Su Chen's eyes. The yellow-brown wasteland was strewn with jagged rocks, and the air
was filled with a dry scent, occasionally stirred by a breeze that carried dust, making it hard to breathe. In the vast expanse of the wasteland, not a hint of green could be found, only scattered dead branches lying across the ground. At this moment, turning back, he could still see the dense, lush forest behind him, a stark contrast to the yellow-brown wasteland. As his gaze lifted along the wasteland, a massive black fortress loomed at the edge of his vision. Towering and majestic, it was impossible to take it all in at once. As if it connected heaven and earth. The chilling aura could be felt even from a distance, accompanied by a prickling sensation on his back. The cry of a hawk echoed in his ears, and several figures sat atop a hawk that was at least 3 meters wide. The gusts from the hawk's flapping wings sent dust swirling into the air. "Who goes there?" a voice asked. Yuan Chang lowered the car window, his gaze indifferent. "Let them pass." The hawks surrounding the off-road vehicle gradually dispersed and took to the sky again. Beat. Facial recognition. Su Chen looked at the enormous hawk that had just ascended. "What is this?" "Patrol team, 6 members per team, 1. 5th tier paired with 5 4th tiers," Yuan Cheng explained. The off-road vehicle sped through the wilderness, its speed soaring to 300. Yet, even at 300, the fortress that seemed so close remained distant. After an hour of travel, the fortress gradually grew larger in his sight. The massive stones towered, dark clouds loomed low, and the wind howled, bringing a sense of foreboding. On the city gate were large, flamboyant characters, Jiaguan. Su Chen raised his gaze, wanting to see how high it was, but the moment he did, the fortress seemed to rise even higher. Standing before the city wall, even if he craned his neck, he could only see the wall that obscured the sky. A gentle voice sounded beside him. The Great Wall of Martial Arts was formed from the famous mountains within the various federations. The renowned mountains of Arhuaxia, celebrated for thousands of years, were relocated by the powerful figures of the martial ranking led by Wuji. Mount Tai, Laojun Mountain, Changbai Mountain, Huangshan. Wen Xiuyue's expression softened, transforming her from a stunning woman into a neighborly sister. Famous mountains have spirits, measuring them is not easy. As she spoke, a group of armored warriors approached, their voices deep, identification cards and purpose of entry. Their gazes were cold, like a pack of wolves, and there were stains of dried blood on their armor. Not only on them, but Su Chen also noticed dark red, dried bloodstains on the nearby city wall and the ground. Yuan Qing handed over a document, and after the armored warrior reviewed it, his expression softened, forcing a smile. "Follow me." Even the most inexperienced Su Chen could sense that this smile was very forced. Or rather, entirely for show. Su Chen and his companions, Feng Hao and Zhang Nan, carried boxes and followed behind the warrior. Originally, it was Wen Xiuyue who was carrying it, but Su Chen had firmly taken it from her. "What's in this?" Su Chen shook the box in his hand. Wen Xiuyue explained, "A type of potion I led the development of, designed to neutralize toxins and treat hidden injuries. But it's not yet fully developed. Recently, Jiaguan was attacked, and most warriors were injured, poisoned by the crimson scorpions. Venom, which is so potent that doctors are at a loss." In desperation, Jiaguan had to seek help. Widespread poisoning. Su Chen nodded in understanding. "Sister One, you are here to detoxify." "Yes, but not entirely." When Xiuyue shook her head, her warm eyes filled with concern. "In addition to us, 2 other major universities and teams from various provincial colleges have been dispatched. And so far, there has been no news of a successful detoxification. This poison is formidable. Sister One is not confident." Su Chen thought to himself. No wonder the armored warrior leading the way seemed both happy and numb upon seeing them. It seems that more than one team has arrived in the past few days, but they are all at a loss and have not succeeded. Upon entering this grand pass, the view suddenly opened up. The streets paved with black stone were bustling with voices, and various shops lined both sides. As they passed by, many gazes turned towards them, and whispers reached their ears. "This must be another team here to detoxify, right? The 11th team, Psi, damn deep space creatures." By nightfall, the wails from the south of the city can be heard throughout the entire city. Damn deep space creatures. This team is all young people, not even a professor or anything, probably just a bunch of amateurs. Feng Hao and the others were still young, their temperaments not yet stable, easily influenced by the outside world. Listening to those whispers, they looked down at the boxes in their hands, feeling somewhat lost. Could these potions really cure the poison of the blood scorpion? The blood scorpion is one of the strongest clans under the 10 royal families of deep space, with even the weakest adult blood scorpion being at least 5th rank. And the one that suddenly appeared at Jiaguan, poisoning the station warriors, was the previous clan leader of the blood scorpions.
a deep space creature of 8th rank. As for why it was the previous leader? The head of the Wujia came out of seclusion and the first stop was the Blood Scorpion clan. Among the 3 8th rank creatures he killed, 2 were blood scorpions, 1 was the clan leader, and the other was an old clan leader who was breaking through in seclusion. It could be said that the pillar strength of the blood scorpions was already dead. Jiaguan was vast, but everyone was a warrior, and even just walking, they quickly reached their destination. Rows of simple tents stretched endlessly. Medical personnel moved among them, and the muffled groans of those gritting their teeth in pain echoed in their ears. This is it. A warrior in armor stepped forward, finding an old man with a goat beard, and brought him over. This is old Hu Xiuxian, the director of our hospital at Jiaguan. When Shoyue nodded in greeting, her tone respectful. Old Hu, serving as the director on the dangerous front lines, just this medical ethics alone was worthy of everyone's respect. Follow me. Hu Xiuxian's expression was kind as he turned and walked inside. Su Chen and the others surveyed the surrounding simple tents, catching glimpses of figures lying inside through the gaps. The tents had almost no soundproofing, so they could clearly hear the muffled groans of the warriors in pain. I'm not getting treated anymore, give me the knife, I'll go get another one. My body is getting weaker and weaker, rather than waiting to die, I'd rather exert my last bit of strength before I go. There were many such voices. One person's voice might not mean much, but what about when a group of people was struggling in pain? The heavy atmosphere pressed down, making everyone's mood inevitably oppressive. Feng Hao opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. The old man Hu Xiuxian, walking in front, knew what he wanted to ask. The hospital can't accommodate so many people, so we had to clear out a space. The environment is poor, we can only make do. The old man's footsteps stopped and everyone stood in front of a tent. The other tents around it were spaced apart, as if excluding it. Standing at the entrance, a sweet, metallic smell invaded their nostrils, and Hu Xiuxian spoke with a hint of compassion. Hold your breath, don't smell. Everyone was a warrior, so holding their breath was not difficult. The curtain was lifted, and the scene inside made the young people instinctively take 2 steps back, nearly gagging. They trembled as they said, this is. When Shoyue's expression was heavy, her eyes filled with greater worry. Su Chen looked at the scene inside the tent, and even with 2 lifetimes behind him, he couldn't help but change his expression. Several figures were slumped against the bed, their bodies swollen and oozing pus like balloons filled with water, blood, and pus, seeping out continuously, having lost all human form, even their breathing barely audible. Their lives were about to come to an end. As you can see, they are going to die. Hu Xiuxian's gaze was filled with compassion as he softly said, Wei Tai, Lin Xia, Feng Yuanwu, Lan Maodian. The 4 figures in the tent instinctively tried to get up, but as soon as they moved, the pus-filled sores on their bodies burst open. A large amount of blood and white pus slid down their bodies, resembling crushed tofu. Ah! 2 girls trembled and instinctively screamed. It was only then that everyone noticed that the skin of these 4 had already adhered to the sheets, and as they tried to rise, a layer of blood scab was lifted, revealing the rotting flesh beneath. Shut up! Su Chen suddenly spoke. No one expected him to speak out of the blue, and they looked at him in surprise. Undur. Su Chen's gaze, the 2 girls instinctively closed their mouths. The 2 pale-faced girls averted their eyes, not daring to look at the scene inside the tent. Wei Tai and the others knew their appearance was frightening and wanted to apologize, but they were afraid that moving would scare them again. So they endured the pain and sat down, remaining still as it was somewhat better that way. At least the young people who came to detoxify them wouldn't be frightened. Su Chen took a deep breath. You 2 go wait outside for now. When Shoyue said softly, go out for a walk, relieve some stress. The 2 girls knew their earlier behavior was very impolite, and with pale faces, they turned to leave. Sister 1, give it a try. Su Chen looked at the 4 people in the tent and said softly, there is no worse situation than this. They had survived until now because of the warrior's strong vitality and life force. Ordinary people would have long since been buried. What? Shoyue opened the suitcase, which contained transparent test tubes. Inside the test tubes, a shimmering blue liquid gently swayed, exuding a vigorous life force. Hu Xiuxian glanced at it, sighed, and walked out. In the team over the past 2 days, there had been many similar products, but their effects were minimal. After resolving a small portion of the toxins, the remaining toxins would rebound, making the situation even more severe. The blood scorpion's poison had been a challenge for humanity. For many years, and no complete solution had been found, they could only try to avoid poisoning as much as possible. This time, no one expected that the blood scorpion, which had always been at Tianmen Pass, would appear at Jiaguan and humanity Had not noticed at all. You are Wei Tai, right? We are from the War Academy, and we are going to inject you with a serum, please cooperate. When Shou Yue walked to the first ed, Su Chen and Feng Hao followed closely behind to assist her. Wei Tai let out a hoarse grunt, his face and throat were swollen and festering, making it impossible for him to speak. Due to his entire body being swollen and rotting, when Shou Yue used a neck injection method. As the shimmering blue serum was injected into Wei Tai's body bit by bit, everyone watched him closely, hoping to see an improvement. The abscess is getting smaller. Feng Hao exclaimed excitedly. He pointed to the abscess near the injection site, which was visibly shrinking. But before this joy could spread, a trace of blood emerged from Wei Tai's body, and the momentum of the abscess shrinking gradually stopped. What followed was a rebound-like growth. The abscess became larger than it had been at the start, and then it exploded. Completely. Ugh. Wei Tai let out a painful grunt, and the splattered blood and pus sprayed onto everyone. When Shou Yue raised her hand, and a green sprout emerged from a button at her collar, instantly growing green leaves the size of a fan, blocking the blood and pus. Shue shue. Wei Tai let out a hoarse voice. His vocal cords were damaged, and his pronunciation was very unclear, but everyone understood he just wanted to say thank you. Even without the detoxification, he was grateful that they had traveled so far to come. Su Chen looked at the dying people in the tent, a flame burning in his heart, making his throat dry. At this moment, he understood even more the pure hatred in the eyes of the three elders back in Luochang. That was an unquenchable hatred, a grudge that could not be resolved through slaughter. Warriors have long lifespans, living for 200 years is quite easy. How long have the three old men lived, and how many similar events have they witnessed? How many companions and relatives have died at the hands of the invaders? How can one repay the national grievances and personal hatred? The two sides cannot coexist peacefully. Even if there is peace, it is merely a fragile illusion. The curtain was lifted again, and old master Hu Xian sighed, "Let's go." The crowd silently exited the tent, with Su Chen walking last. Before lowering the curtain, he took one last look at the four on the sickbed, waiting for death to arrive. They probably already knew they were doomed. No, it wasn't just them. Su Chen's gaze swept around, across the endless thousands of tents. These tens of thousands of warriors likely knew they had no hope, which is why they thought of killing the enemy one last time. Before dying. As warriors, they did not want to die in pain, nor did they wish to. "I want to see the city guard Captain Cheng Jun, he is my brother-in-law. Do you dare to stop me?" Suddenly, chaos erupted from one of the tents, and a figure with suppurating arms rushed out. "If anyone dares to stop me, I will make you pay if I survive." He was threatening when a station warrior knocked him out from behind and dragged him into the tent. Feng Hao and the others snorted. Indeed, such connections exist everywhere. Leaving the makeshift patient area, Hu Xian said, "I have matters to attend to, so I won't see you off. Xiao Zhao will take you to your accommodation." He called over a male nurse and instructed him to take everyone to the pre-arranged lodging. Xiao Zhao nodded and looked at the group. "Follow me." Although it was quick, Su Chen still noticed the fleeting indifference and disgust in his eyes. But he wasn't an expert in this area, so he looked at Wen Shou Yue. The latter returned a look that said to discuss it later. Wen Shou Yue held a small ball, formed from the leaves that had previously blocked their blood. Su Chen seemed to think of something and suddenly reached out to grasp the fair wrist of this older sister. Wen Shou Yue was momentarily stunned, just about to ask, when she saw Su Chen take the small ball away. Their accommodation was a hotel. The environment wasn't too good, but it was excellent for the front lines. After arriving at the hotel, Xiao Zhao left without saying a word to the group. Su Chen found it a bit strange, and when Shou Yue softly said, "He has a bad impression of us, when he looks at us, his eyes slightly shift upward, as if recalling something, then flashes with indifference and disgust. He thought of something unpleasant, which affected us, probably because of other teams. If a psychologist were to marry, wouldn't they know just from a glance whether to squat down?" Su Chen thought instinctively. What greeted him was Wen Shou Yue's playful knock on his head and a reproachful look. Well, there are indeed downsides. Any sordid thoughts cannot be hidden. Su Chen lowered his head, so he wouldn't be seen through about what he was thinking. Feng Hao went to get the rune cards and returned to distribute them to everyone. The mood was heavy, and after saying their goodbyes, they returned to their rooms. Su Chen still shared a room with Wen Shou Yue. This was not a coincidence. He had seen Feng Hao place the adjacent rune cards together to give to the two of them. The others did not dare to be neighbors with Su Chen, so they let the teacher who was close to him act as a partition. For the safety of the students, the teacher had to be sacrificed. We workers have strength. Hey! We workers have strength. In the goblin tribe, Sima Bulin was directing a group of goblins singing loudly
In front of them, large groups of goblins were dissecting piles of deep space creature corpses. Useful parts were carefully cut off and preserved, while the rest was passed out to be made into food. As the singing grew louder, the goblins worked harder, a surge of motivation welling up within them. Chen sat in a chair, holding a round ball formed from plants, quietly watching this scene. His gaze was vacant, clearly lost in thought, while Yuan Bulin stood beside him to prevent anyone from disturbing the chieftain's contemplation. The chieftain was undoubtedly pondering the future of the tribe. In fact, Chen was just daydreaming. The scenes he had seen in the afternoon flashing before his eyes from time to time. Especially the figures of those four, their bodies rotting and oozing. Would his own parents have been like them? Knowing they were going to die, unwilling yet helpless, they could only wait quietly for death to come. Chen wanted to help them but felt powerless. If even Sister Wen couldn't dispel the poison, what right did he have to resolve it? Relying on goblins? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind and Chen's gaze sharpened. Right, why not rely on goblins? He thought of that goblin who could fuse various low-level, toxic materials together, perfectly utilizing the interactions of medicinal ingredients. Shen do. Chen straightened his back, go find our tribe's medical expert. Chen's thoughts had fallen into a misunderstanding, who said goblins were inferior to humans? Since the white-coated goblin could develop the almost universal black jade ointment, perhaps it could also detoxify. Soon, the white-coated goblin was brought over, slightly bowing, greetings, chieftain. Chen looked at him with fervent eyes, I have something very important that I need your help with. The white-coated goblin replied calmly, please speak, I will do my best. Chen wasted no time and handed over the plant ball. Many warriors have been poisoned by the blood scorpion, and there is still no antidote. This is pus blood, take a look. The white-coated goblin took out a bone knife, cut open the small ball, and examined the pus blood. Inside. He even leaned in to sniff it, and just as Chen was about to remind him, he realized it was too late. The white-coated goblin's skin began to rot at a visible speed. Those third-tier and even mid-third-tier warriors who were poisoned could only wait for death to come. Although the white-coated goblin was highly skilled in medicine, his strength was only first-tier, and the blood scorpion poison in the pus blood was already a lethal toxin for him. Yet, facing such a deadly poison, he remained completely calm. He set down the bamboo basket he was carrying and took out various materials from within. Chen's gaze swept over them, the evil light dog's eyes, black stone bear's heart, ghost face tree's heart, dozens of materials were either highly toxic or had strong contaminating properties. For example, the evil light dog's eyes emitted a sinister light. If contaminated, the entire piece of meat had to be cut away. Otherwise, one would fall into confusion, trapped in a nightmare world composed of their deepest fears. The white-coated goblin sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and quietly felt the toxins spreading and multiplying wildly within his body. Chen just watched, saying nothing. Professional matters should be left to professionals. As an outsider, his interference would only hinder their performance. After a moment, just as the white-coated goblin's body began to swell, he opened his eyes. He first slowly put the evil light dog's eyes back into the bamboo basket, then took a piece of ghost tree's heart and bit into it. He chewed laboriously and then swallowed. He just ate it like that? Chen was shocked. Are you a divine farmer? Before he could ask, he saw the white-coated goblin's swelling body suddenly stop. However, his lips turned purple, a sign of the paralysis toxin brought by the ghost tree's heart. A piece of black blood grass. The white-coated goblin spoke. Chen personally brought a black blood grass to his mouth, watching him eat it bit by bit. The black blood grass was also highly toxic. Even a small amount of the poison could cause excruciating pain, leading to death with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. As expected, with the black blood grass consumed, the already purplish lips of the white-coated goblin turned black. Black blood oozed from his mouth and nose, but strangely, the swelling on his body gradually receded, returning to a normal state. So that's how it is. The white-coated goblin showed a look of realization. Dude, I don't even understand, and you already get it? Chen looked bewildered, making him seem quite foolish. Green poison ant sac, human-faced spider heart, red chain snake gallbladder. The white-coated goblin listed many deep space creatures, all of which were highly toxic. Chen had Sima Bulin fetch them, his eyes revealing deep thought. The parts of these deep space creatures were all highly toxic, differing in species, but sharing 2 common points. First, they would cause immense damage to the body's organs. Second, they all contained paralyzing toxins, an ordinary third-tier martial
Artists would lose control of their limbs after being bitten by these deep space creatures. Just as Su Chen was pondering, Sima Bulin had already returned with these materials. They had hunted these deep space creatures and had a large quantity. The white-coated goblin ate bit by bit, his lips rotting, his tongue deep purple, looking as if the poison had seeped into his very marrow. Yet he was not only unharmed but even in better condition than before, even standing up. The rotting caused by the red blood scorpions poison had completely subsided, with no signs of decay remaining. Under Su Chen's expectant gaze, the white-coated goblin said, "Chieftain, it can be suppressed." Suppressed, meaning it couldn't be completely detoxified. Su Chen sighed, "This poison is truly terrifying." Poison? The white-coated goblin showed confusion in his eyes. "To me, this substance is not poison, rather, it is a tremendous benefit." Su Chen, ? He looked at Sima Bulin with some bewilderment. What just happened? Su Chen would rather doubt that he had missed something while daydreaming than believe his ears. Sima Bulin whispered, "Nothing happened." Only then did Su Chen turn to the white-coated goblin and ask, "Why do you say that? Did you not see?" The white-coated goblin raised his hand and pointed to the gradually dissipating dark purple on his face. "I ate a lot of things that could kill me, yet I am still alive. My organs are continuously being damaged, then constantly repaired by it." As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face. "It's simply amazing. To me, this cannot be called poison at all. If I had to make a fitting analogy, the red blood scorpion's poison is like a kind-hearted person." Su Chen fell silent. He admitted that he was a bit confused. He understood every word the white-coated goblin said, but putting them together into a coherent sentence was too profound. It was like the essays he wrote in school or the reports he submitted at work. Each word was comprehensible to the teacher and the boss, but when combined, they would angrily accuse him of turning a pile of dung into a chocolate shape to fool them. The white-coated goblin also noticed the chieftain's lack of knowledge and sighed lightly. It moved to this unfamiliar territory of the human body and found the environment here simply too poor, so poor that it couldn't bear it. So it kindly took bold measures to help the human body grow stronger, but since its genes and cells are not of the same kind as the human body, it led to fatal conflicts. And when the human body suffers severe damage and its recovery ability cannot keep up, this conflict will gradually diminish. Over time, the human body will gradually change to accommodate it, and then there will be no need for suppression. Now, do you understand what I mean, wise chieftain? Chapter 118, Time Needle Goblin. With a somewhat helpless voice, it was like a teacher facing a class of underachievers. Su Chen felt as if he was being labeled as illiterate. "I see." Su Chen nodded slightly, as if he had come to an understanding. Let both sides align their granularity and communicate with each other to achieve balance. It was probably like having internal strife at home and then inviting the neighbors over to stir up trouble. This way, everyone would first take out their frustrations on the neighbors, and once the emotions were vented, the neighbors would no longer be needed. Yuan Bulin, who understood not a single word, looked shocked. Degree. Truly, the clan leader. Such profound matters could be grasped after just one hearing, and he spoke so deeply. Sima Bulin also seemed to ponder, thinking this might be a feasible path. As long as they could grasp this balance point, the survival ability of the goblins would greatly improve. Sima Bulin understood, and Su Chen also put on a facade of understanding. The white-clad goblin picked up a pen to record his physical condition. "Based on my own condition, these toxins are enough to sustain my normal activities for a week. Aside from some pain, there are no other abnormalities. Additionally, the white-clad goblin extended his hand, using a bone knife to cut open his palm, blood dripping down. The black-red blood fell to the ground, and the lush green grass visibly withered in patches. My blood contains deadly poison, enough to seal the throat upon contact, and can have miraculous effects at critical moments." "Good." Su Chen smiled. "Even if it couldn't completely detoxify, as long as it allowed those warriors to survive, that was enough. You've made a great contribution. Do you have any requests?" Su Chen asked. "To lead a good team, clear rewards and punishments are essential. Those who contribute should be rewarded, and those who err should be punished. This way, all the goblins can unite their hearts and strive for the grand vision of the future Goblin Empire." The white-clad goblin shook his head. "I have no desire for power, nor do I like fighting. I only wish to study pharmacology. All things in heaven and earth can be medicine, having their own medicinal properties and combining them one by one is the true joy. From today onward, establish a medical department and promote you to the head of the medical department, selecting 3,000 goblins to serve under you." Su Chen thought for a moment and said, "You will have first rights to all Materials, I only have one request. Bring these 3,000 goblins out as soon as possible. At the very least, everyone should know how to suppress the red blood scorpions. Poison. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen raised his hand, and a pile of books appeared in his hand. Huang Di Neijing, Ben Cha Jing, Bian K Neijing, Shanghen Zabing Luan. All are great works related to medicine. Some of the medicinal materials mentioned in these books do not exist in this world, but their properties can be referenced and replaced with other materials. With these medical books, the white-clad goblin's medical skills would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Thinking of the other party's actions of testing the medicine on himself, Chen intended to bestow a name upon him, but the name was shattered as soon as it appeared. The name of the three sovereigns is not something that can be given lightly. After pondering for a moment, Chen softly said, "From today onward, you shall be called Time Needle Goblin." With the white-clad goblin's contributions and achievements, this title of medicine sage would not be disgraced. Time Needle Goblin appeared quite calm. "Thank you, clan leader, for the name. There is still room for improvement in the materials to suppress the red blood scorpion's poison. I will go down to research it and present the improved version to you by tomorrow morning." "Good," Chen nodded. Once Time Needle Goblin left, Sima Bulin said solemnly, "Clan leader, he has shown you too much disrespect. Should we teach him a lesson?" Chen looked at him indifferently. "Step back." Sima Bulin felt a chill in his heart, immediately kneeling down, and said softly, "I obey your command." With only Yuan Bulin remaining by his side, Chen summoned the system panel to check the logs. "In the face of the beast tide, your tribesmen are fearless, bravely fighting the enemy, with millions of low-level goblins advancing to mid-level. Your goblin archers have become increasingly skilled, with 10,000 goblin archers stepping into first rank, automatically transforming into goblin sharpshooters. Your subordinate, Yuan Xingdu, leads the elite guard to charge forward. They will undergoing a transformation as 3,000 elite guards step into second rank." Chen's attention is drawn to the goblin sharpshooters. This should be the advanced profession of goblin archers, and he opens the details. Page. Goblin sharpshooter. Each one is a goblin skilled in archery. Hitting a target from 100 paces is a piece of cake for them, and their arrows can pierce armor and shatter stone. Indeed, they are the advanced goblin archers, with significant improvements in attributes. He reviews the logs, and the overall strength of the goblins has gradually caught up. The shared vitality that Chen possesses has also grown immensely, and he could have already broken through, but he chooses to suppress it. In martial arts, the third rank involves training vitality. The first rank trains chi and blood, the second rank trains skin membranes, and the third rank trains bones. Training skin membranes requires a large amount of chi and blood, and ordinary martial artists, without background support, find it difficult to reach profound levels. But Chen is different. His chi and blood are virtually endless, so he aims to refine the skin membranes to the utmost. He plans to ask Director Yuan tomorrow morning about quick refining methods. Chen looks at the overall panel. Number of goblins, 4.5 million. Number of second-rank goblins, 3,001. Number of first-rank goblins, 100,000. Foot number of high-rank goblins, 1 million. Chen first promotes all the first-rank goblins. The 10,000 fresh goblin sharpshooters are now ready. With these 10,000 goblin sharpshooters as the main output, the other goblins can assist, which is enough to handle most situations. After last night's battle, nearly 500,000 goblins perished. These sacrifices were unavoidable before all goblins could enjoy milk and bread. Chen's gaze falls on the technology tree, and after the system upgrade, a second slot has appeared. Chen rummages through the many collected core materials from deep space creatures for something suitable. In the end, he is left with a pair of dog eyes radiating purple light. Evil Light Dog's core. The core part of the Evil Light Dog, capable of creating a bewildering illusion that traps people within. Attribute bonus, slightly increases attack accuracy. Significantly increases reaction speed. Special attribute, attacks have a 10% chance to trap enemies in a bewildering illusion. The duration depends on the enemy's willpower, including the host. Increases attack accuracy, reaction speed, and traps in an illusion. Chen toys with the core, commenting, "This is at least a 3-tomo Sharingan." The core, radiating strange purple light, disappears, and a pair of eye patterns appears in the second slot of the technology tree. Chen glances at the first slot and does not choose to replace it. The poison attribute attack of the Ghostface tree is very useful in the current environment where goblin sharpshooters are the main output. As for the civilization tree, Chen simply checks it and confirms there are no new buildings. The reserve of beast bones is currently sufficient, but the core materials are lacking. The horse ranch requires black scale horses, and the gladiatorial arena needs the core of abyssal bards to upgrade to level 2.
Both cannot be purchased on the market and can only be dealt with when hunting deep space creatures.
Exiting the summoning space, it is already late at night.
Chen takes out his phone, but there is no signal. He has lost contact with the rear. The martial arts Great Wall has been in a state of war for years and has not laid down signals, networks, and other devices to prevent certain races of the deep space tribe from invading through signal waves. A newspaper is placed on the bedside table, the only source of information for the martial arts Great Wall, arriving once a week. He casually flips through a couple of pages of the newspaper, and Chen feels as if the development of the era has regressed by 50 years. But fortunately, he takes out his phone, relieved that he had meticulously cached a lot of study materials on the cloud drive early on.
Teachers, I'm here. Chapter 119, The Shocked Yuan Tutor. Are you up? Early the next morning, Chen knocked on Yuan Qing's door. Come in. Chen
pushed open the door and saw Yuan Qing sitting by the window in a light green inner garment, her posture straight as a sword. Her gaze fell on him, brows slightly furrowed. Come here.
Okay.
In front of her, Chen was quite servile, showing none of the rebelliousness he had outside. Approaching the elegant and aloof mentor, he hadn't even had the chance to bow before. She grasped his wrist. A powerful force surged through his wrist into his body, though strong, it was gentle. After the force circulated through Chen's body, Yuan Qing released his hand, her expression one of surprise. Not bad. She had just sensed that the intensity of Chen's vital energy had leaped again, thinking her disciple had taken drugs. While taking pills could assist in cultivation, excessive use would lead to a weak foundation, adversely affecting martial arts. The result of her probing surprised Yuan Qing. Chen's foundation was quite solid. If Li Qiu's vital energy were compared to 1, then Chen's was already at 10. Ordinary people with thick vital energy should break through their realm, otherwise, once the energy surged, they would suffer backlash. But although Chen had a lot of vital energy, it was all obedient, even actively nourishing his body. It was like a group of sycophants surrounding him. This was the first time Yuan Qing had seen such a situation. The tutor was still young after all. She must be amazed by my foundation. Chen felt quite pleased with himself. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, who knows who will be supporting whom in the future? Wouldn't it be amusing to see Yuan Qing bowing to him then? Just thinking about it made Chen feel exhilarated. Of course, saying such fantasies out loud was absolutely out of the question. He didn't want to die young. Teacher, I think my skin membrane can be further refined here. With you. Chen blinked. Teacher, food, secret manual. Yuan Qing picked up a fruit knife from the table, and in the next moment, Chen felt a sting on the back of his hand. Looking down, he saw a white mark appear on the back of his hand, which quickly vanished. To withstand my casual strike, your skin membrane strength is already top-notch among second-tier warriors, Yuan Qing commented. Are you praising me or yourself? Chen asked. You didn't refuse me, so there must be a possibility for further progress. Yuan Qing looked at him appreciatively. Everything has its limits, and limits are often meant to be broken. Second tier naturally has its limits, known as golden body. Breaking through this limit means achieving the golden body. Second tier golden body, third tier jade bone. When reaching the middle third tier, nourished by the power of heaven and earth, one becomes invincible at the same tier and can fight across tiers. Then how to break through? I have 13 martial techniques for horizontal training. Practicing day and night for 3 years can break the limit. Chen shook his head. No, too slow. Yuan Qing continued. I also have a method of shedding the old skin, experiencing life and death crises. Can shed the old skin, and after 9 times, one can also break through. Chen shook his head. No, too dangerous. It's uncertain if one can survive. Seeing the frown deepen, as if about to enact the Bodhi patriarch striking the monkey's head, Chen immediately bowed his head in submission. Teacher, you are extraordinary and stand aloof in the world. Surely you have other methods? Yuan Qing's frown slightly eased. Yes, a quick method, and it's safe. Chen's eyes lit up. Then let's go with that. Good, come to the training ground to find me in the afternoon. Yuan Qing nodded. As the door closed, Yuan Qing took out an old, yellowed book from her storage ring. Entitled, The Invincible Technique. This technique had a redemption price of 10,000 merit points in the military's warehouse. It recorded the methods to break the limits from the second tier to the third tier. However, due to the excessively harsh conditions, no one had broken their physical limits using this method for hundreds of years, and it had been set aside. Yuan Qing had once flipped through it. The cultivation method was very simple, constantly tempering the body with external force, and continuing to temper after recovery. But it required meeting 2 extremely harsh conditions simultaneously. First, the vitality must be sufficiently thick, beyond that of ordinary people.
Second, when the body is weak, the vitality must not go astray or backfire, but instead help the owner recover. The flow of a warrior's vitality is controlled by themselves, and their control over it decreases when they are weak. A careless mistake could lead to internal injuries. Su Chen's vitality was thick and very obedient, perfectly meeting the two difficult conditions. As for the latter's 0.5, there was no need to worry about it. The yellowed book was placed on the windowsill, sunlight falling on the last line of text. Younger practitioners must remember, practicing this method is extremely painful, without great willpower and wisdom, one cannot persist. Once you start, do not give up halfway, remember. It was just a bit painful. Yuan Cheng believed that his promising disciple could definitely endure it. This was by no means a punishment for his earlier disrespectful gaze. Crack! The door suddenly opened again, and Su Chen poked his head in. Instructor, there's something I forgot to tell you. Speak. Yuan Cheng's expression was calm. Having just arrived at Jiaguan yesterday, he thought Su Chen couldn't have done anything significant. My clan has researched a potion that can suppress the poison of the crimson blood scorpion, Su Chen said. A potion that can suppress the crimson blood scorpion's poison. Yuan Cheng nodded calmly, suddenly feeling that something was off. His gaze instantly fell on Su Chen, asking, say it again. Even Yuan, who usually maintained his composure, couldn't help but show surprise on his face. If there really was a potion that could suppress the crimson blood scorpion's poison, the entire Jiaguan would be in an uproar. Those warriors who had been poisoned and were waiting to die in agony would owe Su Chen a life. Su Chen opened the door, standing next to Shenzhenbulan, who held a vial of black potion in his hand. This is the Type 1 suppressive potion developed by my clan's medical department head, the medical expert Shenzhenbulan. Su Chen gave Shenzhenbulan a look. The meaning was simple. Please begin your demonstration. Shenzhenbulan stepped forward and briefly explained his analysis of the crimson blood scorpion's poison after being poisoned. Yuan Cheng went from astonishment to contemplation, and then to sudden realization, all in just a minute. Just as quick as Su Chen, but one understood quickly, and the other performed well. Su Chen, you can't expect a middle school graduate to understand something so difficult. Yuan Cheng was already convinced for the most part. He raised his hand and placed it on Shenzhenbulan, indeed sensing the aura of the crimson blood scorpion's poison. A very brilliant idea, Yuan, the instructor, generously praised. All the researchers from universities across the Huaxia Federation and all the experts in the medical field had tried for years. Yet, they were helpless against the crimson blood scorpion's poison. And now, this poison, which was said to be fatal upon contact, had been conquered, and the one who summoned it was his own disciple. This feeling made the usually serious Yuan Qing show a hint of a smile. Su Chen took out his phone and recorded the scene, deciding to send it to someone who had never been praised by the instructor later. He even thought of what to say. There can't still be someone who hasn't been praised, right? No way. Chapter 120. The peace faction believes the radical faction is too conservative. Upon arriving at the temporary settlement area, a desolate white stretched out before them. A lifeless atmosphere enveloped this region, drawing in anyone who approached. Yuan Chang walked ahead with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the tents and said, they are all relatively pure individuals. The martial arts Great Wall only requires a year of station duty for rotation, and most of these people voluntarily chose to stay here. They do not wish to engage in deceit and treachery, opting instead to face danger on the front lines while guarding the rear. As he spoke, his brows were calm, carrying an unprecedented gentleness. Su Chen felt a surge of respect. I can't do that. He had only come to the front lines to find the black scale horse and the abyssal bard. If it weren't for these two, he would likely be running rampant in school. He would tease the coconut spirit, the king of banter, check out the benefits, and then see if the wooden-headed you had been bullied at Evergreen School. He even forgot to inform that person about his departure, wondering if she would think he had gone missing. Yuan Qing turned back and said, they are waiting in pain for a glimmer of hope to appear. And now, you have brought that glimmer of hope. Don't just send me a banner. Su Chen thought to himself. Have you thought about the pricing? Yuan Qing suddenly asked. Caught off guard by the question, Su Chen paused. Pricing? What price? Yuan Qing looked at his disciple, whose eyes were clear yet bewildered, and withdrew his gaze. It's nothing. Indeed, such scheming matters should not be asked of him. As a teacher, perhaps it was best not to worry. 2. Suppress the crimson blood scorpion venom is unprecedented in the country. Once this gets out, it will surely cause a stir. I will help you register a patent to prevent it from being misappropriated. As for saving people, Yuan Qing pondered for a moment. Your goblin numbers are vast, it's best to approach this through collaboration. The official
Side will provide the materials, and you will handle the production. This way, not only can you keep it confidential, but you
can also cultivate your goblins while reaping benefits.
Just let the teacher decide, Su Chen casually replied. His lackluster demeanor reminded Yuan Qing of a certain useless disciple under him, a cold look flashing in his eyes.
Just a bit of contact
with her, and Su Chen had been led astray.
It was time to clean house when they returned. Su Chen's thoughts were simple: would Yuan Guide harm him?
Back then, Yuan had fought hard to secure nearly double the resources for him.
Their relationship was
akin to that of Yao Lao and Han Feng, Xian Gu and Ji Yin, emphasizing a deep master-disciple bond. Rather than worry himself, it was better to let the strong negotiate terms, thus gaining more benefits. Su Chen felt pity for those poisoned individuals. But he was not the reincarnation of Jehovah. When it was time to make money, he naturally had to earn some. The great Jehovah wouldn't care about the lives of mortals. Of course, profiting from war was absolutely out of the question, Su Chen thought.
Charging $100 for processing each potion would suffice.
When the time came, he would build a factory within the goblin
territory for mass production.
Upon reaching the tent where old master Hu Xian was, he heard fierce arguments from within.
As he approached, Hu Xian, you old fool, how can you be so stubborn? The crimson blood scorpion venom is unsolvable. With so many academies and researchers nationwide unable to crack it, do you want these people to just wait for death here? Rather than waiting for death to come, we should organize them to fight their way out of the city. Blood debts must be repaid with blood from the Deep Space Clan. The old, stern voice was filled with hatred and extremism. This is a hawkish faction. Su Chen and the Strong One instinctively halted their steps. Old Hu's voice rang out, these are living people, do you want them to become cannon fodder? They are all decorated heroes. Instead of thinking about how to save them, you want to make them expend their last efforts? The heart of a doctor is benevolent, and the pot is hung to save the world. Su Chen commented inwardly, old doctor whose medical ethics are beyond reproach. They had heard this kind of voice yesterday when they came, wanting to make a last stand before dying. Both sides are not wrong, it's just a difference in ideology. Alright, at this age, why are we still arguing? A third voice spoke up, starting to mediate, let's just do our best to treat them. If it really doesn't work, we can discuss it with everyone and see if anyone is willing to donate their body. Since the Deep Space Clan likes to play dirty, let's play along and directly turn the bodies into human bombs. At that time, we can throw them all into the Deep Space Clan's defenses, letting these bastards taste the venom of the blood scorpion. As soon as the mediator spoke, the tent fell into silence. Even Su Chen outside the tent looked on in disbelief. The mediators thought the radicals were too conservative. Human bombs, what a despicable idea to even come up with. How unethical. Fortunately, he didn't have this type of person under his command, otherwise he would be infamous for eternity. Behind Su Chen, a goblin following Sima Bulin holding potions showed a contemplative expression. This was a way to counterattack, but it wasn't perfect enough. The Deep Space Clan is cunning and multifaceted. They should first show weakness, then secretly store incendiary devices. When they gather to attack the city, they can surround them with a sea of fire created by incendiary devices, then launch the bodies of the warriors to spread infection, assisted by arrows to crush them. A great victory. The bodies of tens of thousands of warriors would surely be more than enough. After the victory, they would build a monument with the heads of the deep space creatures. Daily humiliation. Exposure, trampling. The Deep Space Clan would surely be furious and launch another massive attack. This time, the opponent would definitely be on guard. They just need to confront them head-on, letting them relax their vigilance, and then execute this plan. No battles at Jiaguan for a year. Why do I feel a bit of a chill down my back? Su Chen turned back in confusion. He saw a goblin shaking its head repeatedly, whispering, this person's method cannot be used. Su Chen felt a wave of relief. Indeed, his kin were still very loving. They knew that such a strategy, which harms the heavens and humiliates the bodies of companions, should not be used. At this moment, a figure approached. What are you doing? The newcomer was a young man, his brows raised, exuding an air of arrogance. The Thai disdainfully spoke, so the negotiation naturally fell to the lackey. We are looking for old Hu about something. The young man, Chang Kuang, sized up the two, and seeing they were not sneaky, he unhappily said, old Hu is talking with my teachers, how can you two eavesdrop here? Hurry up and leave, or I won't be polite. Although Yuan Cheng looked noble and aloof, unlike ordinary people, Chang Quan was not intimidated at all. Su Chen indeed had no intention of going in. He exchanged a glance with Yuan Fu when they left. Inside was a hawk faction and a peacemaker who feared mediation. Who knows what else might happen if they went in. Su Chen followed the route in his memory to a tent, held his breath, and lifted the curtain.
He looked inside at the four figures who could no longer sit up and chuckled, "Several old brothers, I'm here to disturb you again."
Chapter 121, The Death of Gant's Mother. Inside the tent, several indistinct figures trembled slightly.
Their condition was worse than yesterday, they could no longer even sit up.
Su Chen clearly remembered their names: Wei Tai, Lin Xia, Feng Yuanwu, Lan Maodian.
Zhenbulin walked to the bedside, drew out a bone knife, and gently touched Wei Tai's skin, which was covered in blood scabs.
In the next moment, as if a volcano had erupted, blood gushed out from the point of contact. "We're already at the final stage," Zhenbulin assessed.
"The venom of the red blood scorpion has nearly destroyed his body.
If we don't enter a third-party harmonization, he won't survive today." Though small in stature, Zhenbulin
appeared exceptionally tall while observing the patient.
As the clan leader, Su Chen could only stand by and assist, so, should we inject it directly now? Zhenbulin nodded. Su Chen waved the medication in front of Wei Tai's
nearly closed eyes. "Brother Wei, this is our newly developed suppressive agent.
It will hurt a bit after injection."
Wei Tai said nothing, he could no longer speak. His eyes were filled with a dead silence, as if he had already seen the
messengers of death approaching him.
"Come on, if you're afraid of pain, I wouldn't be on the front lines either."
Su Chen held the medication, opened the injection port below, and injected it into his neck. Pus and blood flowed out from the punctured skin, spilling onto Su Chen's hand.
He did not pause for a moment. The dark, purplish poison was injected, and visibly, Wei Tai's body began to turn purple. The dark purple color spread rapidly throughout his body, like ink dropped
into water. But as it spread, the dark purple hue gradually faded, eventually becoming invisible beneath the skin. Zhenbulin spoke up, "Inject half a tube more." Without hesitation, Su Chen took out a new tube of medication and injected half of it.
"The red blood scorpion's venom has nearly transformed within him, it's the most suitable environment. A single tube's dosage is still insufficient to suppress it and reduce its activity."
The dark purple color began to reappear,
spreading across Wei Tai's body. He looked as if he were deeply poisoned, with little time left.
But that ballooning body was slowly shrinking, returning to normal.
Seeing this, Su Chen let out a slight sigh of relief.
Even though he had witnessed Zhenbulin suppress the red blood scorpion's venom last night, he couldn't help but feel nervous just now.
Ugh! The tearing pain within made Wei Tai emit muffled groans.
Su Chen said, "Brother Wei, you mustn't move. Just hold on for a moment, and you'll be fine."
Wei Tai's vision was blurry, he could only see a sliver of the boy's serious and concerned expression. His gaze was complex. There was compassion, determination, relief, and mixed in with it, sadness. This sadness was familiar, often seen in the eyes of families coming to collect the ashes of fallen martyrs.
Did this child also have family members who sacrificed themselves on the front lines?
Wei Tai thought of his mother, who was getting
old at home, and he hadn't left any descendants. If he died here, what would she do all alone?
With this thought, the pain that corroded his insides lessened significantly. It was no longer so painful. His muddled brain became increasingly
clear and agile, and Wei Tai thought a lot.
If he could survive and return, he would take a vacation, get married, and leave behind a descendant. That way, when he fell on the front lines, the compensation would be enough for his family to
live happily.
Wei Tai's swelling body continued to shrink, and in just over 10 minutes, he could already be seen taking on a human shape.
He looked as if he had only suffered from severe edema. The others on the other beds, including Lin Xia, saw the scene and their eyes instantly burst with excitement.
It works! It really works! Just as Su Chen was preparing to inject the others with the medication, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the tent, followed by the curtain being
flung open.
The previously spirited young man, Chen Kuang, cast his gaze into the tent and saw Wei Tai, who was covered in dark purple.
In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Chen Kuang's mind. Human experiments, poisoning patients, torturing for pleasure. You bunch of beasts.
His eyes turned red, glaring. Torturing those who are severely poisoned should be punished.
As he spoke, a single-edged tang knife appeared in his hand, slashing towards Su Chen's neck. Yuan.
Chen knew he had misunderstood and raised his hand to block. Calm down. But Chen Kuang paid him no mind, the force of the tang knife in his hand growing stronger. The teacher had said that during a fight, one should not listen to what the opponent is saying, but rather find the right moment to pierce their mouth with the blade while they are speaking.
Damn it! Those brutes that popped up. Su Chen cursed inwardly, narrowly dodging the incoming blade. He then kicked Chen
Kuang in the abdomen, feeling as if he had kicked a rock, both of them stumbling back a few steps. Chen Kuang wanted to attack again, but Yuan Cheng appeared in front of him, and before he could see the movement, the tang knife in his hand was seized. With a flick, the blade was plunged into the ground, leaving only the handle sticking out.
Su Chen seized the opportunity to explain, "It's not what you think, we are suppressing the blood scorpion poison, we are saving people." Chang Kuang sneered, pointing at Wei Tai, who was covered in dark purple. "Do you think my eyes are blind? You want me to play along with your delusions? Dream on. If you have the guts, kill me." His roar was loud enough to attract many. Footsteps approaching. Great, there goes being low-key. Su Chen sighed helplessly. He turned to look at Wei Tai, whose body had returned to normal, the dark purple fading, his skin restored to its original state. Fool, a complete fool that could be put in a museum. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Chang Kuang's confidence grew. "Come, kill me. My teacher is already on the way, if you lay a hand on me, you two won't live either." Su Chen whispered, "Dour, should we let him wake up?" Yuan Xing, allergic to fools, nodded, raised his hand, and the next moment, the still proud Chang Kuang was covering his face and fell to the ground. His once arrogant gaze briefly cleared. At that moment, the curtain was lifted again, and several elderly men stood outside the tent, led by the old man Hu Xiuxian. Behind old Hu were two other white-haired elders. One had sharp features, looking very stern, while the other appeared more peaceful. Upon seeing the two, Chang Kuang ran over, covering his face, and said pitifully, "Teacher, you have to stand up for me. These two actually injected poison into those poisoned warriors, torturing them, and even hit me. Damn, who dares to bully my disciple?" The stern elder on the left was furious, but due to his height, he couldn't see the scene inside the tent and could only raise his hand to push aside old Hu. Chang Kuang, covering his face, showed a smile. Caught in the act, this time he could be considered to have made a great contribution. However, when the stern elder's gaze met Yuan Qing's, his anger froze, and Yuan Qing said lightly, "Professor Wei, long time no see." "Yuan Qing, it's actually you." Professor Wei's face turned serious as he questioned, "You injected poison and tortured patients?" Yuan Chang and Su Chen remained silent, just as Professor Wei thought they were acquiescing. A weak voice spoke up. "I testify for them, there is no such thing." Chapter 122, digging at the corner in front of someone. A weak and hoarse voice echoed within the tent. Faint, yet in everyone's ears, it sounded like thunder, deafening. Hu Xiuxian's pupils trembled violently as he turned to see a pale-faced man slowly sitting up from the bed. His skin was normal, his gaze spirited. It was Wei Tai. Professor Wei, blocked by Yuan Cheng and Su Chen, couldn't see what was happening behind them. Hearing the voice, he cursed, "You're testifying? What qualifications do you have?" As he spoke, the short old man pushed Su Chen aside to look behind. When his gaze landed on the pale Wei Tai, his words caught in his throat, stuck between up and down. He was the first to arrive at Jiaguan and had naturally interacted with these four. At that time, they were just swollen, and he could still recognize their faces, which was why Professor Wei had identified him. Wei Tai, who had been poisoned by the blood scorpion and was hanging by a thread, had actually recovered? He was just fine. The proud Chang Quan looked astonished. Wait, what was going on? Just a moment ago, he had been dark purple, clearly on the brink of death. How could he be fine now? Was he really blind? If Wei Tai's recovery merely excited Hu Xiuxian, making him incredulous, then in the eyes of this group of researchers, it was undoubtedly akin to a nuclear bomb observer witnessing a bomb plummet right in front of them, yet it didn't explode. It wasn't that they didn't wish for these soldiers guarding the front lines for their country to recover, it was just, this doesn't make sense. The 1.5 meter tall Professor Wei quickly stepped forward, examining the still somewhat pale Wei Tai. Not satisfied with just looking, he began to feel around. Wei Tai, unable to endure it any longer, swatted his hand away. "Professor, please be mindful." Sorry, Professor Wei repeatedly apologized. "I was just too curious. How did you recover?" Hu Xiuxian came to his senses and walked in front of Wei Tai to take his pulse. "The pulse is chaotic, there are multiple potent toxins eroding your body, yet there's also a powerful vitality bursting forth to heal." The old man pondered for a long time, still confused, muttering, strange. An elder from the peace faction stepped forward. Taking out a small knife, "Child, can you give me some of your blood?" A matter so small that no one paid attention to it. Yet Wei Tai shook his head. "I cannot agree to that." The elder looked on in confusion. Wei Tai turned to Su Chen, who had been pushed into a corner, and walked towards him, bending his legs before he could get close. Su Chen quickly supported him, asking in surprise, "What are you doing?" "Brother saved my life, a great kindness, hard to repay." Wei Tai insisted on kneeling. "Please allow me to bow to you. They say a man's knees are worth gold, but gold pales in comparison to the debt of saving a life. Get up first. Do not stop me, or my heart will be uneasy." Their voices echoed in the tent, and the gazes of three respected elders turned towards them. The shock and astonishment in their hearts were like a stone tablet that had stood firm through millennia of storms, now shattered.
by a thunderclap, turning to find dust scattered by the wind. They had spent years researching with the most advanced technology of the Federation, yet had never made any progressive
breakthroughs in resolving the blood scorpion poison.
But now, it had actually been figured out by a boy who could be their grandson. Professor Wei's eyes were like two lakes shaken by thunder, sparkling with disbelief. Is this a dream?" he murmured. Su Chen looked at Wei Tai, who insisted on kneeling, exasperated. "What's this? Trying to avoid paying? I saved you, and you think just kneeling will settle the matter without mentioning the medicine fee? Do you really think your knees are worth gold?" Wei Tai hurriedly replied, "I will definitely pay for the medicine. Even if it's not enough, I will repay it eventually." He had long been mentally prepared for the cost of the medicine. "The poison in my body is the venom of the red blood scorpion, a deadly toxin that guarantees death upon contact. No matter how much money is offered, Wei Tai will do his best to gather it." "Just know that," Su Chen said irritably. "Even if you kneel, I won't give it to you for free." He looked back at Sima Bulin and the others, instructing, "Go give those three an injection of the suppressive agent as well." The three goblins nodded and picked up the potion, walking towards Lin Xia and the others inside. The three had long been unable to wait, but due to the small incident caused by Changquang, they had to endure and wait patiently. "Wait, let me do it." Professor Wei excitedly blocked Sima Bulin, looking at the test tubes in their hands as if they were stunning beauties. "This small matter, let me handle it, no need to trouble you." Sima Bulin turned his head, saw the clan leader nodding, and handed the potion to him. 1.5 doses for each person, no more, no less, Shizhen Bulin said. Good. Professor Wei carefully picked up the potion, inspecting it from top to bottom, and approached Lin Xiao's bed. As the potion was injected, a dark purple color gradually appeared on Lin Xiao's body. Chang Kuang, doubting he had color blindness, exclaimed excitedly, Look! What else could this be if not poisoning? I wasn't lying to you, was I?" Bang! A pack of tissues hit him on the head, and Professor Wei, observing Lin Xiao's condition, angrily said, "Noisy, get out." Chang Kuang, so? A world where only one person was injured was achieved. He walked out like a wronged little wife, mumbling, "That old man is really bad." The three elders' gazes were fixed on Lin Xia, and as they saw his body gradually recovering, the fervor in their eyes became harder to suppress. Hu Xiaoxian and another professor surnamed Qin also picked up the potion to inject. When the other two also recovered in the same manner, a smile appeared on Hu Xiaoxian's face. The heavy stone that had pressed on his heart for days finally moved aside. As the hospital director, he watched thousands of patients suffer from deadly toxins every day, so one can imagine his feelings. Now, these martial artists who could only wait for death had finally seen a glimmer of hope. Professor Qin was also quite excited and looked at Su Chen. "Young friend, is this potion developed by you? To have such talent at such a young age, would you be willing to come to Huainan University? Our school is dedicated to research and medical fields, and we can definitely let your talent shine." Professor Wei nodded repeatedly. "Child, join us, I will definitely nurture you well." Whether it was an illusion or not, as soon as their words came out, the temperature inside the tent suddenly dropped several degrees. Digging a wall in front of Counselor Yuan had to be done by the older generation. Su Chen shook his head repeatedly. "Professors, I am a student of the War Academy and do not intend to change my path. Moreover, this suppressive agent Type 1 was not developed by me." "Not you? Then who could it be?" Chang Kuang, who had sneaked back in, pointed at Shizhen Bulin and laughed. "It can't be him, right? Something my teacher couldn't research, could it really be developed by a goblin?" "Six Ao brothers." Su Chen looked at him with pity and nodded. "It really is him." Chapter 123, If Not Poisoned, How to Detoxify. Teacher Su Chen and Teacher Yuansheng have both gone out. In the hotel, Feng Hao arrived at 1 Qiu Yue's room. The room had been transformed into a small research lab, with various instruments neatly arranged. Zhang Nan and a few other girls were discussing the destructive principles of the blood scorpion's venom. When Qiu Yue, sitting quietly in a chair reading, looked up and asked, "Did they say where they went?" Feng Hao shook his head. "I asked the staff, and they only knew they went south." South. When Qiu Yue instinctively looked towards the south, the direction they had entered yesterday. Along the way, there was nothing noteworthy except for a few small vendors. The only special thing. Her gaze fell on the pale white settlement area. "Teacher, I also inquired about the matter you asked me to." Feng Hao said, "I went to coincidentally meet the male nurse who brought us here yesterday. After deliberately building a rapport, he complained to me that those people from Huainan University are simply emotionless lunatics.
He kept suggesting that the poison warriors should exert their last bit of strength while they still have some left. This morning, I also went to the settlement area to discuss with old Hu. Feng Hao spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. In his view, those warriors were patients, and instead of thinking about how to treat them, they were expected to exert their last bit of value. Such things were too heartless and cold, and no one would feel good about it. Huainan University, it must be Professor Wei. Upon hearing this suggestion, Wen Shouyue immediately knew who it was. But thinking that Su Chen had most likely gone to the settlement area, an uneasy expression appeared on her delicate and gentle face. Although Su Chen was a bit slick, he was a very upright person. Especially since both of his parents were martyrs who died for the country, he was particularly sensitive to such matters. If he heard Professor Wei's suggestion, he would definitely speak out to stop it, and it would be bad if a conflict arose. When Shouyue's judgment was correct, if Shenzhenbulin could not suppress the blood scorpion's venom, Su Chen would inevitably speak up upon hearing such words. But knowing he could save these people, Su Chen would not care about such radical remarks. Sometimes he even thought about bringing a truckload of nuclear bombs to the Cherry Blossom Special Zone to let everyone feel the warm enthusiasm of nuclear power. I can't, I have to. Go take a look. When Shouyue put on the light-colored windbreaker draped over the back of her chair, her chestnut hair glowing softly in the sunlight. The gentle, watery gaze in her eyes revealed her unmasked worry. Watching the teacher leave, the few students in the room exchanged glances and fell into silence. After a moment, Zhang Nan spoke first. Teacher, have you ever cared about someone like this? Feng Hao was so angry his teeth itched. What right does that kid have? Temporary settlement area. Inside the tent, there was a dead silence, as if you were staring at your computer playing a game when suddenly the door opened. Parents, along with relatives who had come from afar, opened the door and saw your superb memory and rapid hand speed. Chang Kuang sensed two unfriendly gazes, enough to tear him apart, and hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. What are you joking about? He's just a goblin. My teachers have been studying the blood scorpion's venom for years. How could they possibly be worse than a goblin, right? Facing his pleading gaze, Su Chen, who had initially intended to give him a way out, changed his mind. Kid, may you seek your own fortune. You just had to step on the only landmine. Who else would it blow up if not you? Professor Wei was so angry he was blowing his beard and glaring. You little brat. Get out of here. The more this disciple spoke, the more pain he felt in his chest. Chan Kuang turned his pleading gaze to another teacher, trying to get him to plead for him. But the usually kind Professor Chen also had a cold face, only giving him a glance. Whether you go out yourself or I throw you out, it's the same. Chang Kuang drooped his head, reluctantly walking towards the outside. These two old geezers are really something. Clearly, I'm helping them speak, yet they still want me to go out. Is there any justice in this? After Chang Kuang left, Su Chen spoke again. Let me introduce you. 3. This is our most outstanding clan physician, the head of the medical department, the medical sage Shenzhenbulin. This suppressive potion was also developed solely by him. Chang Kuang's head poked into the tent and he said in confusion, are there so many people in here? Everyone. Professor Wei felt his old face was completely embarrassed by this unruly disciple and roared, get away. If I'm going, I'm going. Why are you shouting so loudly? Chang Kuang complained softly, and under the furious gaze of his teacher, he quickly thought of something. What if my voice goes hoarse? The curtain fell, and Professor Wei adjusted his expression before looking at Shenzhenbulin, who was dressed in a white coat. Hello. Shenzhenbulin extended his hand. Please give me your guidance. I wouldn't dare. Professor Wei waved his hands repeatedly, hesitating. I've studied for many years and still can't resolve the poison of the blood scorpion. You? He wanted to ask in detail, but thinking that this involved the core of the other's potion, he had to keep quiet. Shenzhenbulin remained calm, he wouldn't say more. Unless the clan leader spoke. Su Chen found it quite interesting to see the irritable old man wanting to ask but holding back. Although Professors Chen and Hu also wanted to know, they didn't say much. A potion that can suppress the blood scorpion poison is an invention that could shake the research community. Su Chen looked at Director Yuan, and seeing that the other hadn't given any opinions, he spoke up. Shenzhen, talk to the 3 old gentlemen about your views on the blood scorpion poison. The 3 old gentlemen are big shots in the medical and research fields, they might be able to help you. Yes, I might be able to help you too. Seeing Su Chen offering a way out, Professor Wei looked at him with appreciation. This kid is good, compared to that unruly disciple of mine, he's simply worlds apart. Damn, I'm increasingly tempted to expel Chang Kuang from the school. Hu Xiaoxian said softly, thank you. Shenzhenbulin shared his views on the blood scorpion poison.
After listening, the three old men felt a light bulb go off in their heads, a whole new world unfolding before them. They had previously been stuck in a rut, thinking that the blood scorpion poison, like other toxins, was merely destructive to the human body. But they had never considered that perhaps it was just trying to transform this straw hut into a grand mansion? And it was precisely because of this lack of confidence that they had remained stagnant. From the very beginning, their research direction had been wrong. Even the best antidote would only help the body regain vitality, which would, in turn, empower the blood scorpion poison. Wonderful, wonderful. The long-standing conundrum was resolved, and Professor Wei beamed. How did you discover this situation? The three big shots looked at GOBLIN with admiration and awe. Academia knows no age or race, only the distinction between predecessors and successors. Even if it were a goblin, having such a novel perspective would be enough to earn the title of Big Shot. GOBLIN used a bone knife to slice open his palm, blood dripping to the ground, corroding the surface. The pupils of the three elders trembled. They sensed the aura of the blood scorpion poison in the dripping blood. If one is not poisoned, how can one know the toxicity? If one does not know its toxicity, how can one detoxify? GOBLIN said. If one is not poisoned, how can one detoxify? Professor Wei and Hu Xiaoxian felt the most enlightened. The former murmured to himself, sighing, I've lived 80 years, and in front of you, I feel ashamed. Chapter 124 Master of Landmine Chen looked at Professor Wei, who appeared to be disheartened, and thought to himself, who says this goblin is bad? This goblin is actually quite good. Child, are you really not going to join us at Huainan University? The short old man leaned closer to Chen. There was no guilt in his eyes about undermining a prestigious institution, only a love for research. Yuan Qing took a deep breath, and the phantom of a white tiger appeared beside him. Even if the other party was a senior, he should know what is polite. Old Deng, if you keep talking, you won't be able to leave in one piece. Seeing Yuan Dao was angry, Chen shook his head repeatedly. Professor Wei, I personally have no interest in research. For me, martial arts is the main focus at the moment. The white tiger beside him gradually dissipated, and Yuan Cheng's cold expression softened a bit. Clearly, he was very satisfied with his disciple's loyalty. Undermine? Can you even dig your way out? Professor Chen, who had been silent, sighed. This will be a significant loss for the fields of research and medicine. If you and this group of clever summons were involved, the situation for the Huaxia Federation against deep space creatures would improve greatly. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qing frowned slightly. Chen, who was in sync with his mentor, immediately understood and said solemnly, Professor Chen, please forgive my rudeness. Are you already afraid of deep space creatures? The boy's voice echoed in the tent, and the four members of the Wei Tai, who had just regained their color, turned their gazes toward him. They were somewhat confused by Chen's meaning. Wasn't Professor Chen just saying that Huaxia's situation against deep space would improve? How did it turn to fear? Even Professor Chen himself was taken aback, and before he could speak, Chen continued, I don't know when it started, but most people are no longer considering the extermination of deep space or reclaiming lost territory, but rather how to live better. The blood scorpion poison, humanity has been tackling it for decades. Why should we conquer it? If we were to completely eradicate deep space creatures, why would we need to invest so much manpower and resources? Professor Chen fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Faced with the spirited young man, he felt like an old relic. I do not say this to criticize you. You have made significant contributions to research. Chen's voice was calm yet powerful, but I believe that we, as the younger generation, should drive out deep space, reclaim lost territory, and exterminate their kind, so that our Huaxia will have no more wars. The tent fell silent for a moment, and then a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted. Well said. A martial artist practices martial arts to protect home and country, to eradicate the deep space race. If in my lifetime I can see the reclamation of lost territory and the extermination of deep space, even if I die as cannon fodder, it would be worth it. Wei Tai, Lin Xia, and others cheered loudly, feeling their blood boil. This feeling was something they hadn't experienced in many years. In their youth, who didn't dream of driving out deep space? But as they fought against the deep space race, death had gradually numbed them. Chen's words today completely awakened a few of them. They felt their thoughts clear, and the flow of energy within them became smoother, bringing them closer to a breakthrough. Professor Chen came back to his senses and laughed. You've got me all fired up. I feel like going to battle. Please don't. Chen's face showed fear. Without you leading the way, I would be scolded to death by the young people in the research community. Ha ha ha, good lad. Professor Chen laughed heartily. This kid knows how to talk. He understood old Wei's thoughts. Chang Quan was nothing but a pile of dog poop.
If heaven gave him a chance to turn back time, he would definitely kick Chang Kuang aside and take in Su Chen. Yuan Qing's eyes showed satisfaction. This speech was to his liking. For a moment, his dissatisfaction with a certain useless person grew even stronger. If he didn't clean up the house soon, what if Su Chen was led astray by her in the future? Professor Wei, belonging to the radical faction, savored Su Chen's words. After a moment of silence, he grasped his hand and agreed, I never expected that in my old age, I would meet a confidant like you. I said, what's the point of holding back? We should vigorously develop technology and firepower, breaking out of the martial arts great wall. Your thinking is not wrong, Professor. Su Chen first agreed, then shook his head. However, the Deep Space Clan is indeed powerful, and our strength is still insufficient. We need to develop further. And this relies on knowledgeable people like you to support us. Professor Wei's face lit up with excitement. That makes sense. It makes so much sense. Little Su, I only regret not meeting you decades earlier, but it's not too late now. Today, you and I shall become sworn brothers, not seeking to be born on the same day of the same month, but rather. No. A gentle yet firm voice came from outside the tent. A woman with exquisite features and a gentle demeanor entered the tent, her chestnut hair swaying lightly, bringing with it a faint scent of orange. Facing the gazes of everyone, she naturally spoke up. As a junior, Su Chen should not be so rude. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Right. The old man's words startled him. He was only 18. And even in terms of nominal age, he was only 19, with many years ahead of him. This oath was not feasible. Yuan Cheng had no interest in having more old men as juniors. Professor Wei, please do not bring this up again. Otherwise, the entire Huainan University would be Su Chen's juniors, and it would feel awkward for everyone. All right. Professor Wei clearly felt a bit regretful, but soon regained his fighting spirit. My dear brother, even if we do not become sworn brothers, we need not stand on ceremony in private. Professor Qin sighed and silently pulled him outside. Hey! Old Qin, why are you pulling me? Shut up. It's just you. If it were someone else, I would be angry with them. My dear brother. I'll head back first. If you have time, come find me. I brought a lot of pretty girls, each one more beautiful than the last. I'll introduce you to them. If you find someone you like, you can stay at our Huainan University. That would be a lovely story. Just those two sentences made Su Chen tighten his coat. It was even colder inside the tent. No wonder Chang Kuang was so skilled at avoiding traps. It seemed to run in the family. When Shoyua's expression was gentle as she softly said, this old senior has a good heart, but he sometimes speaks without thinking. Please don't take offense. She hurried over and, upon hearing Professor Wei wanted to become sworn brothers with Su Chen, felt a tightness in her chest and interrupted without thinking. She was quite displeased that the old man was still playing tricks with beauty. Yuan Cheng nodded. What teacher once said is right. The student understands. Su Chen first acknowledged Yuan's words, then looked at the beauty beside him. Sister One, what brings you here? When Shoyua replied softly, oh, nothing much, just happened to come by for a stroll. Oh, what a coincidence. Su Chen didn't think much of it, considering it might indeed be a coincidence. After all, with so many tents here, how could Sister One have found them so easily? Su Chen turned to Hu Xiaoshan, revealing a composure not typical of a youth. Please have old Hu contact the higher-ups. I want to discuss a business deal. Chapter 125. The fine branch bears fruit. Su Chen's tone was calm, revealing a maturity and directness not typical of a young man. He was a stark contrast to the spirited youth he had just been. Hu Xiaoshan naturally understood what this so-called business referred to. Alright, I'll contact them right away, you all. Su Chen laughed heartily. Time waits for no one. I still have some suppressive agents to administer, so I'll go give them to the others first. Old Master Hu Xiaoshan looked deeply at Su Chen and nodded. Good. After he left, Su Chen turned to Shizhen Bulin. How many agents do we have? After some calculation, the latter replied, currently, we have enough for 1,000 people. Last night, he had worked overnight with a team to produce them. If not for the lack of materials, they could have made more. Good. Su Chen nodded and instructed Sima Bulin. Zhengda, you handle this matter. Administer the injections. In order of urgency, understood? Sima Bulin replied respectfully, understood. As the first strategist of the clan, he immediately grasped the meaning behind the clan leader's words. Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, they would have to queue according to their conditions. He led Shizhen Bulin outside, while Su Chen also sent Yuan Bulin out to prevent any chaos. In the face of life and death, there would inevitably be some short-sighted individuals. Turning back, he saw 4 figures standing straight beside him, and a helpless expression appeared on Su Chen's face. What are you 4 doing? The 4 from Weitai exchanged glances. Class air. fists, and bowed. "Today, brother, you saved our lives. We owe you a life, and in the future, if you have any orders, we will go through fire and water without hesitation." The martial spirit of the Long Wall was fierce and unyielding. Here, strength was the law, and it was precisely because of this that they could resist the invasion of the Deep Space Clan. The fist-clasping salute was a great show of respect. Unless it came from genuine admiration, one would not bow even to the city's battle generals. Get up, this isn't permanent." Suchen pulled the four up. "The effect of the medicine will only last you half a month. After half a month, you'll need to administer the suppressive agents again, understood?" "Wait," I laughed, "living one day at a time, why worry about so much?" "Exactly," Lin Xia said solemnly, "at least I can go home once and settle my affairs." Su Chen kicked him. "Settle your affairs? I'm counting on you to take care of my business. And you're talking about settling your affairs? With both of you thinking like this, how will my factory survive? If the factory doesn't run, how can I become a nouveau riche, marry a beautiful heiress, and reach the pinnacle of life?" As he said this, Su Chen suddenly recalled Lu Baishuang's calm face. If that blockhead were here, he would probably be trying to support himself again. The young man's exasperated demeanor lightened the atmosphere in the tent, and the four from Weihai burst into laughter. "All right, then it's settled. Even if I have to sell my soul, I will definitely take care of your business." Su Chen showed a look of disdain. Get lost. Even giving it away for free, they would still complain. "Since it's settled, don't take up space here." The four clasped their fists in salute once more before leaving, their faces adorned with genuine smiles. They had never asked about the pricing of the agents. From Su Chen, they saw something that merchants would never possess. That was the original intention. Such a child made them fear he might foolishly give away the formula, ending up with nothing. Su Chen watched them leave, now understanding the weight of Yuan's earlier words. These thousands of martial artists would owe him a life. Even if Su Chen did not demand it, one day, when he spoke, these thousands of martial artists would stand behind him. The martial spirit of the Long Wall was indeed fierce, but everyone was also more pure. There were no intrigues or schemes. If you were strong, they would respect you. When Xiao Yue learned everything from a low-profile goblin, and a look of surprise appeared on her delicate face. The antidote for the Crimson Scorpion's poison had actually been developed. And the developer was Su Chen, this little brother's summoned beast. The impact of this revelation hit Wen Xiao Yue like a wave, causing her mind to momentarily sway. It wasn't until she heard the boy's cheerful voice beside her that she regained her composure. "Sister One, are you captivated by my heroic demeanor?" Looking at Su Chen's teasing expression, Wen Xiao Yue lightly nodded her head, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons as she said, very impressive. Although this suppressive agent was developed by the goblins, without Su Chen's directive as the clan leader, they would never have undertaken the research. She thought Su Chen would be flustered and shy, caught off guard by the sudden praise. Especially seeing his eyes crinkle with laughter, she felt a sense of being treated like a child. Yuan, the instructor, left the tent. He had no interest in peeking at the ambiguous interactions between his disciple and his beautiful confidant. Feeling shy? The fresh and sweet scent of oranges grew stronger as Wen Xiao Yue stood on her tiptoes and reached out to ruffle Su Chen's hair, still a child after all. Swaying back and forth, was it a sway or a shake? Su Chen quickly averted his gaze. Wen Xiao Yue, wearing a warm-colored oversized sweater, naturally exhibited a mechanical response as she stood on her toes. The slender branches bore fruit, and the plump oranges swayed gently, their sweet fragrance wafting through the air. Wen Xiao Yue naturally noticed the gaze that would glance away at first and then cautiously look back. If it were someone else, she might feel a bit uncomfortable. But facing Su Chen, who had both a beautiful heart and a bold spirit, this psychological mentor, well-versed in human nature, merely curled her lips in a slight smile. Even when Xiao Yue herself did not realize that her situation was akin to those clients who came to her for counsel. The other party had clearly done something intolerable. Yet she found herself not angry, even feeling happy. You are all guilty and have come to the front lines to face punishment. Here, you have no human rights. But likewise, I give you an opportunity, serve honestly for 10 years, and all charges, big or small, will be dismissed. Outside Jiaguan, the wind howled, and dust swirled. A middle-aged man in military uniform spoke solemnly, delivering a loud reprimand. In front of him stood a group of figures dressed in specially made black and white prison uniforms. These people were criminals sent to the front lines as firewood. At that moment, a figure appeared beside the middle-aged man, whispering a report. And his expression suddenly changed. Really? The figure nodded. Old Hu personally called, it shouldn't be wrong. A smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he turned to look at the group in black and white prison uniforms. You are all very lucky, a little. Genius has arrived at Jiaduan and accomplished something great. Today, no one needs to leave the city, take a day off. The middle-aged man's voice, like a bell, resonated, and joy spread across the faces of all the firewood. Under the guidance of the martial artists, they returned to their living quarters. A disheveled figure trailed behind the group like a walking corpse, her eyes vacant, her delicate cheeks marred with scars. It was Zhou Ruishue who had been detained in the name of humiliating merit and sent to the front lines. Zhou Myeon, who had come with her, had died during a recent raid by the Deep Space Clan. Zhou Ruishue numbly followed behind the group, devoid of any other thoughts. She did not know who the genius mentioned by General Fong was, nor what he had done. She only knew that she had benefited from his light and could finally take a day off. Looking at the approaching city gate, an uncontrollable thought arose in Zhou Ruishue's mind, one she had pondered countless times. If she hadn't kept causing trouble for Su Chen, she should be enjoying a wonderful university life now, right? But this was reality. After becoming kindling, her fate is most likely to die at the hands of deep space creatures, and a small probability of dying from exhaustion. Aside from that, there are no other outcomes. Chapter 126, The Meaning of the Mysterious Number. Alright. I'm ready. I'm ready. The ecstatic voices echoed between the tents, dispersing the lingering desolation. Figures, swollen and stained with the venom of the blood scorpion, painfully emerged from the tents, looking towards the lively figure bouncing around. Everyone recognized him, the brother-in-law of the city guard captain. Just 2 days ago, this guy had been the loudest, clamoring to rush out of the city and kill before dying. Even Captain Cheng's attempts to persuade him had been in vain, he was a stubborn one. As more and more green figures appeared in the settlement area, an increasing number of normal figures emerged. Thus, everyone came to know one thing: the antidote for the blood scorpion venom had been developed, and they would not die. At that moment, the green figures weaving between the tents were no longer lowly or filthy. Instead, they represented vitality and hope. Wherever they went, cheers and jubilations erupted. The middle-aged man standing at the front of the settlement area listened to the sounds of celebration inside, and his last doubts dissipated. A smile appeared on his face as he strode into the settlement area. General Fong. General. All. The martial artists, upon seeing the middle-aged man, respectfully raised their fists in salute. Fong Pokong, the station general of Jiaduan, a 7th-tier powerhouse. Are you all healthy? Fong Pokong's smile faded as he said solemnly, get the hell back and lie down. As soon as he spoke, all the martial artists tactfully returned to their tents. General Fong was strict with discipline, rewards, and punishments, but likewise, the penalties for disobeying military orders were very real. Hu Xiaoxian approached, I'll take you over. The two walked towards the innermost tent, and Fong Pokong asked Old Hu, how much do you think this antidote will cost? The 5 federations had yet to find a way to suppress the blood scorpion venom. And this antidote undoubtedly set a precedent. At the same time, due to its uniqueness, the initiative was in the hands of the other party. Even if he set the price at 1 million per dose, the military could only raise funds to purchase it. After all, there was no other source on the market. As for not buying, Fong Pokong's gaze swept over the many martial artists whose eyes had lit up. Anyone daring to say they wouldn't buy would be shaking the foundation of the nation, and that would be punishable by death. Hu Xiaoxian shook his head with a smile. General Fong, I'm just a doctor. Fong Pokong sighed. His subordinates had reported some basic information on the way here. A single dose could suppress the blood scorpion venom for half a month, meaning a martial artist would need 2 doses a month. Having been stationed at Jiaduan for many years, Fong Pokong had seen many unscrupulous merchants eager to profit from war. He worried that the other party would demand an exorbitant price. Money was a small matter, but delaying the lives of these martial artists was a big deal. But I do have some shallow opinions. Hu Xiaoxian, seeing the latter's furrowed brow, pointed with a smile at the little green figures darting between the tents. These little ones are administering the antidote to everyone, and the medical department hasn't paid a dime. Fong Pokong was taken aback. He had originally thought the medical department had paid up front. But now that Old Hu said he hadn't given any money. Why were they administering the antidote to the martial artists? Old Hu, you might as well say it plainly. Hu Xiaoxian shook his head. What others say is not as good as seeing it with your own eyes. General Fong will understand once he sees that. Child. Fong Pokong disliked riddles. If it were one of his subordinates, he would have kicked them by now. But facing this elderly man who had chosen to stay on the front lines to save lives, he could only suppress his temper and quicken his pace.
Arriving at the tent, Fong Pokong straightened his posture and lifted the curtain with the demeanor of a city defender. Sister Wen, look at how many branches your career line has, it shows you are involved in many industries.
The affection line is long and has no branches, indicating a fulfilling love. Inside the tent, Su Chen was holding Wen Shoyue's hand, showing her palmistry.
The latter sat in a chair, gently listening to Su Chen's serious nonsense, occasionally chiming in with a few words. As the door curtain was pulled aside, a tall figure with an imposing presence and a menacing aura appeared, and Su Chen knew this was the main character. Su, this is our station general at Jiaguan, General Fong Peking, who Xiu introduced. Su. Chen raised his hand in a fist salute, General Fong.
Fong Peking remained silent, standing at the door, and when he spoke, a bloody scent seemed to waft through. You are the one behind the development of the suppression agent?
Just from his gaze. A strong sense of crisis enveloped Su Chen, causing the hair on his body to stand on end and a sharp pain to stab at his brow. The other party wanted to kill him, a single thought could accomplish it. State your price. Fong Peking spoke again, his words concise, his overwhelming presence like a mountain pressing down. This force felt almost tangible, making Su Chen's straight body want to bend.
But in the next moment, this pressure dissipated completely. The coal-faced Yuan Chang appeared before Su Chen, holding a silver-white war spear, thrusting it directly. The silver-white war spear tore through the void, and a deafening tiger roar echoed in everyone's ears. Yuan Chang? What are you doing here? Fong Peking's expression changed upon seeing
Yuan Chang, and a large curved knife appeared in his hand to block the incoming spear.
Yuan Chang said nothing, wielding the spear with increasing ferocity, the force he generated causing the surrounding tents to shake violently, on the verge of being uprooted. This was still before either side had truly engaged. With their strength, even the aftershocks of their full power could crush Su Chen. Wait! Fong Peking hurriedly blocked a thrust, astonished. You took that step? As a seventh tier, he had a keen perception of the power of heaven and earth.
When Yuan Ching struck, he forcibly drew upon the power of heaven and earth. Though the amount was small, he had already gained control.
Su Chen cheered from behind Yuan Ching. Go, teacher. Teacher?
Upon hearing this term, Fong Peking finally understood why Yuan Ching had attacked without hesitation upon meeting him. It turned out Su Chen was his disciple. Just now, Fong Peking had indeed intended to assert dominance first and then negotiate, which was why he had directly questioned Su Chen upon their first meeting, using his presence to intimidate. You bully my disciple, then let's settle this life and death. Yuan Ching's eyes turned icy.
I didn't know he was your student. Fong Peking
sheathed his curved knife. I was wrong, I apologized to him. After saying this, the station general of Jiaguan actually sincerely apologized to Su Chen.
Yuan Chang was so fierce? Even the general had to back down. Su Chen felt he had underestimated Yuan Chang. What the hell are you all staring at? Get back!
Seeing the surrounding warriors gathering, Fong Peking scolded angrily.
Yuan Chang put away the spear and took Su Chen back to the tent, with Fong Peking hurriedly following. This time, he
truly ended up losing more than he gained, having to obediently negotiate.
Once inside the tent, Fong Peking couldn't help but ask, when did you arrive?
Yuan Chang maintained a cold expression, ignoring him.
Old man Hu Xiuxian tried to ease the atmosphere. Teacher Yuan Chang is an escort from the War Academy, he just arrived yesterday. This is Su Chen, a student of teacher Yuan Chang, and also the little genius I mentioned to you who developed the suppression agent for the Crimson Blood writing. Ding ding. Su Chen's phone suddenly rang, a text message from an unknown number, 390-252. 529 foot. What do these three numbers mean? Su Chen frowned, arranging the three numbers in order and inputting them into his phone.
The screen shifted, and a prompt appeared before his eyes.
Dear clansman, do you wish to return to the clanland? Chapter 127, Cooperation Plan. Student Su, I've heard a lot about you. Fong Pokwang enthusiastically grabbed Su Chen's hand. I've heard about your deeds for a long time. Heroes emerge from youth.
His gaze turned upward, lost in memories.
Not mentioning specific deeds, he definitely doesn't know me. Su Chen saw through everything.
After spending some time with Wen Shoyue, he had learned a bit about observing expressions.
Name your price, Yuan Ching said coldly. Fong Pokwang, who had been trying to ease the atmosphere and build rapport, stiffened and looked at him helplessly. What are you in such a hurry for?
10 years without seeing you, and your bad temper hasn't changed at all.
There's a story. Su Chen subtly asked, are you an old acquaintance of my teacher? Classmates from the same school, Fong Pokwang said, his face showing nostalgia. Your teacher was quite a figure at our school back then, the man who topped the list of the most wanted for 3 consecutive years. The second best martial scholar in the country. Back then, all 3 major academies were vying for him, much stronger than me. If it weren't for... Just as he was speaking, Fang Poquan seemed to remember something and promptly shut his mouth. Su Chen was curious, but even a fool could guess this wasn't something worth sharing. He didn't have the guts to pry further in front of the big shot. Since your teacher is in such a hurry, let's get straight to business. Fang Poquan's expression turned serious, regaining the imposing presence he had when he first entered the tent. The ensuing conversation was no longer casual chatter between elders and juniors. It was a negotiation between a general stationed at Jiaguan and the owner of the blood scorpion venom suppression agent. Negotiation was like training a hawk. Once the other side showed weakness, they would fall into a disadvantage. Su Chen smiled, neither servile nor overbearing. I'm listening. There were only about 20 generals in the Huaxia Federation, each with significant achievements, and Su Chen maintained the respect due to them. One agent costs 5,000, and we won't take care of anything else. Fang Poquan made the first offer. Su Chen shook his head, no deal. The agent, improved by Shenzhenbulin, required over 20 types of materials from deep space creatures. Purchasing these was quite troublesome, and the cost would easily exceed several thousand. If someone maliciously raised the price, it would be even more expensive. Even though Su Chen was collaborating with the military to produce a life-saving agent, he had no doubt about the greed of merchants. Those people would even dare to swap out substandard products for wartime medicines and logistical equipment. What wouldn't they do? Fang Poquan frowned. Then, how much do you want? Su Chen pondered for a moment and slowly extended a finger. 100,000? Fang Poquan's expression soured. That's a bit too high. This was simply asking for a lion's share, starting right at his bottom line. A martial artist needed 2 agents a month, which totaled 24 a year. One martial artist would cost 2 million a year, and there were over 10,000 martial artists outside. This didn't even account for any new additions in the future. Even if the military had ample funds, they couldn't sustain such expenses. Su Chen shook his head slightly. General Fang, you misunderstood. I didn't intend to ask for that much. 10,000 would be reasonable. Fang Poquan nodded slightly. Compared to the bottom line of 100,000, this price was already very low. No, it's 1,000. But the next moment, Su Chen's words left Fang Poquan stunned. The 7th level martial artist, capable of seeing 1,000 miles and hearing the wind, doubted whether he had misheard. 1,000? He fixed his gaze on Su Chen, asking each word. You're not joking with me, are you? I represent the military, not a child playing house. If we can't produce the agents later, it will go to a military court. By that time, even Yuan Cheng won't be able to protect you. Fang Poquan instinctively thought this was a child trying to show off, glancing at the others. But unexpectedly, Yuan Cheng's expression showed no change, as if he hadn't heard Su Chen's words at all. Su Chen said, General Fang, when I mentioned 1,000, I meant the processing fee. I'm not interested in your previous proposal, but I have another cooperation plan. The military will provide the materials, and we will process and produce the finished products, charging 1,000 for each potion. 1,000 yuan is somewhat expensive for ordinary people, but for martial artists, it's merely a drop in the bucket. A third-tier martial artist, if willing to work as a bodyguard for the wealthy, would have a minimum annual salary of at least 1 million. Moving up a tier to the 4th tier, their worth increases even more, at least tenfold. Martial artists spend money, but they also earn it. The reason Su Chen proposed this plan was partly due to concerns about the materials. If he were to purchase the materials, others might maliciously raise the prices, but who would dare to raise the military's prices? Not to mention they are not lacking in resources. Even if they were, they wouldn't lower the prices voluntarily, let alone raise them? I see you're a disciple of the 10,000 Laws sect. Remembering the store's location is not for a return visit, but to provide coordinates for eliminating bandits. Then it's settled. Fang Poquan immediately made the decision, his expression softening. Nephew, have a heart. Uncle knew you wouldn't gouge me. Su Chen smiled. You are a friend of my teacher and also my elder. It's only right for you to take a little loss. His words were quite appropriate, making Fang Poquan feel a bit embarrassed. What a good kid. Those pharmaceutical companies, whatever drugs they develop, if the cost accounts for 1/10 of the selling price, that's already quite conscientious. And what about my nephew? Charging only 1,000 for a potion that could shock the 5 federations, what's the difference from giving it away? Thinking about how he had entered with a fierce demeanor to intimidate others, Fang Poquan felt a wave of regret. I really am too much of a person. Then how about raising it a bit? Fang Poquan asked. No need. Su Chen shook his head, listening to the cheers and cries of joy outside the tent. Some things cannot be bought with money. I'm not interested in becoming one of those capitalists who have enough money to last 10 lifetimes but continue to exploit the common people. The young man's gaze was clear and serious, speaking from the heart. I'm not great or righteous, I
also like money, but I'm somewhat different from them. I just want enough resources to become stronger, to break through the deep space as soon as possible, reclaim lost territories, and end all wars in the world.
How can I allow others to sleep soundly while my people are suffering? Fang Pokong was slightly taken aback, suddenly recalling Hu Xiaoxian's words before he entered. You'll understand when you meet that child. He saw in Su Chen a determination that did not belong to this era. Faced with the invincible Deep Space Clan that had invaded for 100 years, there was no fear in Su Chen's eyes. He firmly believed that one day these foreign invaders would be defeated. It felt as if Su Chen had witnessed China rise again from a disadvantage, driving out foreign tribes. With this in mind, Fang Pokong shook his head and laughed. Even the leader of the Wuji sect couldn't reach such heights. What kind of great person would be able to lead a disadvantaged China to turn the tide and expel foreign tribes? Then you need to work harder. Fang Pokong came back to his senses and decided to encourage the younger generation. There are many peers who are more outstanding than you. For example, the provincial champion. Above the provincial champion, there's the national champion. Once you defeat this year's national champion, you'll qualify to become a leader of the new era. After finishing his words of encouragement, Fang Pokong noticed that others were looking at him strangely. The odd looks made him feel a bit uncomfortable, and he frowned. Why are you all looking at me like that? Am I wrong? Chapter 128. What is the old man going to Luocheng for? Old Master Hu Xiaoxian sighed. I said the front line cannot lose its connection. What newspaper are they always using? The martial artists are so busy with their actions that they have no time to read the newspaper. Naturally, the national champion would be reported in the front line's newspapers. But just because it was published doesn't mean everyone would read it. Old Hu, what do you mean by that? Fang Pokong blinked, sensing something was off. Yuan Qing's disdain was almost overflowing, just short of writing the words frog at the bottom of the well on his face to humiliate himself. Although he was already used to it, he still felt like giving a beating every time he saw that expression. Hu Xiaoxian sighed again. This year's national champion is standing right in front of you. Fang Pokong fell silent, while Yuan Qing's expression remained calm, but the corners of his mouth curled into a slight arc. That's good. After a moment of silence, Fang Pokong chuckled awkwardly. The young man is quite outstanding. Don't be proud, keep up the good work. This is my personal. He raised his hand to take something out, his gaze sweeping over the ring and jade pendant, then moving away. He couldn't give those two items, they wouldn't be good for a child and could even be dangerous. In the end, Fang Pokong's gaze landed on a wolf head badge on his chest, which he took off and personally placed on Su Chen's chest. This wolf badge has been with me for many years. If you encounter trouble in Jiaguan, just show it to the other party. If it's of no use, come find me, and I'll personally take care of it. I'll have someone send you the materials later. You can coordinate the rest with old Hu. After saying this with an imposing air, Fang Pokong turned and walked away, looking busy with official matters. Su Chen seriously suspected he couldn't stand Yuan Qing's disdainful gaze. He raised his hand to touch the wolf head badge on his chest. It felt cold, and the wolf head was carved vividly. Since you've given it, I'll keep it. Yuan Qing stood up and said calmly, if you want to train in Jiaguan, it will indeed come in handy. All right. Su Chen carefully put away the wolf badge. This was a token of a war general. When the time comes and he runs out of money for entertainment, he could just slam this thing on the table. Don't say I only ate a few abalones. I don't even ask for prices when I eat in the city. If you have the guts, go ask my uncle for money. If you can't get a connection and you take my money, that's fine, but if you get a connection and still want to take my money, then I might as well not have made the connection. Thinking about being able to use a tiger's skin as a banner, Su Chen felt secretly excited. Come back to the hotel at 2 in the afternoon to find me. I'll help you train your skin membrane and break through the second-tier limit. Yuan Qing reminded him. Before leaving, Su Chen was looking forward to the teachings in the afternoon, wondering what kind of powerful secret techniques Yuan Qing would pass on to him. Given the other party's status, it must be something simple and quick to learn, focusing on being extraordinary. At that moment, a rather plump middle-aged man appeared before them, smiling as he said, I am Wu Bao, the logistics manager of Jiaguan, here to discuss materials with student Su. Su Chen nodded, called back Sima Bulin and Shijin Bulin, and politely looked at the logistics manager Wu Bao. Manager Wu, I rarely handle these matters, it's all taken care of by my family. You don't mind chatting with them, do you? That's what I'm saying. Wu Bao chuckled, student Su is our Huaxia's first-day jewel, the future pillar. How can you waste time on trivial matters? Just focus on your own work.
No wonder they say he can be a logistics manager, he speaks beautifully. Su Chen said earnestly, then I'll trouble manager. Woo. After bidding farewell to old Hu, Su Chen left alongside Wen Shouyue. Su Chen believed in Zheng Ge's ability to handle such trivial matters. As for whether he would leak the formula? The formulas for medicines on the market are all public, but would you dare to experiment recklessly? No one knows which one is the main medicine and which one is indispensable. Common medicines can still be tested and tried, but the suppressive agent for the blood scorpion venom is a highly potent toxin. As long as one isn't foolish, they know it can't be easily imitated. On the other side, Fang Poku returned to his residence. A well-environment exclusive courtyard, with the front yard cultivated into a flower field, growing some sunflowers and persimmon trees. That's right, we martial artists are just this practical. Proud face, even when it comes to gardening, it's all about edibles. In Fang Poku's words, my land doesn't need flowers that are nothing but pretty vases. Entering the courtyard, he found the mailbox and took out a thick stack of newspapers. Fang Poku wet his finger and searched for a long time, finally finding a newspaper from half a month ago. The largest section of the newspaper featured a handsome young man's photo. Congratulations on the birth of the new national champion, the human demon lord from the capital city of Luochang. The newspaper was filled with over 1,000 words, combining reports from a certain Western agency, the Wind and Cloud ranking, and official reports. One person suppresses an entire province's candidates, my goodness. Fang Poku looked at the newspaper, his expression shocked. This is even more impressive than Yuan Qing back in the day. Yuan Chang was still fighting in arenas one by one, and in just a few years, Su Chen directly took on the candidates of an entire province. And he actually won. If it weren't for knowing that the frontline newspapers wouldn't spread false propaganda, Fang Poku would have doubted its authenticity. He continued to look further down. Wow. Debuting on the Wind and Cloud ranking at 50, this kid. After browsing through the news about Su Chen, Fang Poku put it down and cursed. How come such a monstrous genius isn't my student? Yuan Chang. That dog, attracting girls' attention back in school was one thing, but after all these years, his luck is still better than mine. Not only is he strong, but he also has summoning abilities and talent in research. What's the difference from being all round? Referee, I report someone is cheating. At this moment, a newspaper staff member came over, respectfully saying, General, here is the latest newspaper for this week. Fang Poku, who was enviously grinding his teeth, waved his hand. Take it away, take it away, I'm not in the mood to read. Even if he didn't look, if there were any major events, the think tank below would report it later. Understood. The staff member pushed the card away, putting the newspaper back in the bag as he walked. The sunlight fell on the newspaper, illuminating a line of text that shone brightly. One person stands against the beast tide, breaking the conspiracy of the 10,000 Laws sect, the second unparalleled genius after Wuji. Fang Poku took a deep breath in the courtyard, calming the envy and jealousy within him. So what if he has a bit of talent and some research ability? It's not that impressive. When he takes on disciples in the future, he must recruit a fierce one, at least someone who can stand against the beast tide. Then let's see how Yuan Qing can act all high and mighty in front of him. After finishing his daydreaming in his heart, Fang Poku walked into the house. He approached the only landline phone in Jiaguan, first taking out the jade pendant from his waist and pressing it against the phone, causing a stream of light to appear and dissipate. Then Fang Poku picked up the phone and held it to his ear. Connect me to the military district in Kyoto. What's the matter? Jiaguan has successfully developed the suppressive agent for the blood scorpion venom and is here to report to the commander. As the saying goes, a crying child gets the milk. The blood scorpion venom has troubled the 5 federations for many years, and now that there is a suppressive agent, it must be well publicized. If he doesn't take the opportunity to increase next year's military budget, how can he improve his rations? If his rations don't improve, how can the martial artists below receive their wages in advance for 17 months? The commander is not here. Where did he go? Luochang? Why would the esteemed commander of the military district in Kyoto go to Luochang? Chapter 129. This thing is good, this thing is necessary. Okay, I understand. As soon as the leader returns, notify me immediately. I have important matters to report. After hanging up the phone, Fang Poku picked up the jade pendant he carried with him, and a stream of light once again surrounded the landline. This was to prevent the Dream Demon clan from sensing signal fluctuations, taking the opportunity to eavesdrop or alter the conversation. It was precisely because of the Dream Demon clan that the martial arts Great Wall had not installed signal towers, isolating it from the world. The suppression agent for the Crimson Blood Scorpion. Poison was a major issue that had to be reported to the highest leadership.
Otherwise, if things went back and forth, it would be uncertain who would take the credit. It's almost August.
As the weather grew cooler, Fong Po-kwang's gaze fell on the calendar.
Or rather, on the day circled in red. August 18th, the Ghost Festival.
According to Chinese customs, on this day, the gates of hell open wide, and ancestors leave the underworld to visit their descendants. Now, with the deep space invasion, the gates of hell are also open, but the ones returning are not the ancestors of humanity, but deep space creatures. These bloodthirsty beasts would launch large-scale attacks on the martial arts Great Wall, with significant casualties in every battle.
And now, Jiaguan had just suffered a heavy blow, and reinforcements had yet to arrive. Even for himself, Fong Po-kwang took off his military uniform, revealing a remarkably robust physique, muscles bulging like a giant bear. On his chest, there was a scar running from his left shoulder to his right shoulder. The flesh was mangled, surrounded by black mist, preventing the injury from healing. A 7th-tier Deep Space Royal had left this wound on Fong Po-kwang's chest. While it was not fatal, it affected his combat effectiveness. Yet, at this moment, the top-tier medical experts in the country were all tied up, and Fong Po-kwang's injury was slow to heal. This 7th-tier warrior stationed at Jiaguan felt a heavy pressure. I hope everything is normal. Deep Space Clan, 10,000 Laws Sect, damn you. Continue the construction, and make sure to meet the chief's requirements. Everyone.
Remember, the working class is great, we are great.
Sima Bulin led several promising goblin subordinates to inspect the construction site.
Numerous goblins were working vigorously, acting on the chief's orders, with no room for refusal.
Massive factories rose
rapidly. Though built of wood, they were already sufficient for use. Yuan Qingdu roamed the construction site with 10,000
goblin guards, occasionally lending a hand.
As the current strongest member of the clan, his conviction was firm to make the clan
great again. Chen observed this scene from the shadows, quite satisfied. Sima Bulin took care of the detailed matters, while the rest was left to Yuan Bulin, complementing each other. Although many talented goblins had been discovered through a clan-wide study, there were still too few capable of shouldering the responsibilities within the clan. A thought surged in Chen's mind. Should he establish a school? Specifically to cultivate talented goblins and teach them knowledge such as Marxism-Leninism. In this way, the backbone of the clan could be replenished over time. He even thought of a name for the school, Huangpu University. Once he had the idea, it had to be implemented, otherwise, what was the difference from bureaucratic practices? Chen immediately called Sima Bulin and shared his thoughts, to which the latter nodded in agreement. I understand. Huangpu University is the great cornerstone of our clan and must be treated as a key project. Seeing that Sima Bulin instantly grasped his meaning,
Chen was very pleased. Watching him busily leave, Chen smiled. It's good to be busy, good to be busy. When Zhangda gets busy, I won't have to worry about him pushing Qingdu out.
With Yuan Bulin's wise brain, he would probably still think Sima Bulin
was a good person when he was played to death.
Chief, here is our current financial report.
At this moment, a goblin jogged up behind Chen, handing him a report with both hands. He wore a gray linen robe and had some small wooden tools on him.
Chen took a glance at what he was holding. It was the preliminary cooperation plan after the factory was built. The current plan was to
produce 100,000 doses of the red blood scorpion venom suppression agent in 1 month. The factory and labor were all handled by the goblins, with no extra expenses, so the profits from these 100,000 doses would be pure profit.
100,000 times 1,000 is how much? Chen calculated the zeros in his head. Ultimately, he arrived at a terrifying number: 100 million. Oh my god. Chen was shocked. Didn't that mean he could earn 100 million in just 1 month? In 10 months, that would be 1 billion, and in a year, 100 billion. What big horses and small horses, they all had to make way for him. By then, when he went out for barbecue, he could order 20 lamb skewers, eat 10, and throw away 10. The goblin in the linen robe quietly reminded him, Chief, in your world, this money needs to be taxed. Taxed? Yes, 100 million, and we would be lucky to have 60 million left after taxes.
Are you saying that after I worked hard to build
the factory and mobilized the tribe to produce the agent, I still have to give away 40% of the profits? That 40% might not even be enough. The more you earn, the more you pay. Then am I working for nothing? Chen was furious. Is there any reasonable way to avoid taxes? The goblin in the linen robe shook his head. Such a large sum of money cannot be Avoided, you still have to hand it over with a smile. My money. That's all my money. Su Chen couldn't believe it. You want me to pay taxes and thank him for it? For a moment, Su Chen even had the thought of directly breaking out of Jiaguan and declaring himself king. However, this thought was eventually dispelled. Paying taxes was paying taxes. After all, we would be taxpayers in the future. By paying taxes, the Federation could develop better and allow more people to live well. The rich help the poor, isn't that the principle? Are you the current logistics chief? Su Chen's gaze fell on the goblin in the linen robe. I serve in this position on behalf of my superior, the goblin said respectfully. When Sima Bulin is busy, I help handle some logistics matters. When he is not busy, I study mechanisms myself. At this point, he cautiously raised his head and asked, Chief, do you think mechanism crafting has a future? Do you have any results now? The goblin in the linen robe nodded repeatedly, took a wooden box from his waist and pressed the mechanism on it. In a few breaths, a hardwood crossbow appeared in front of Su Chen. I believe the limitations of bows and arrows are too high for widespread use. This is the crossbow I researched. He pulled the trigger, and the arrow instantly flew out, piercing a large tree. But the power is still lacking. Beyond 100 paces, the lethality decreases significantly. Looking at the crossbow in the goblin's hand, Su Chen said, change wood to steel, arrows to iron, and the lethality can double. The goblin in the linen robe nodded. Materials indeed limited the performance of weapons. But these things are too basic. Let me give you something good. Su Chen generated a stack of blueprints in his hand based on his memory. Safety, hammer, mainspring, fully automatic continuous fire. The goblin looked at the items on the blueprints and his eyes gradually lit up. This thing is good, this thing is a must-have. This is much better than the crossbow he developed himself. If made, it could achieve fully automatic fire, and then he wouldn't have to worry about insufficient firepower. Alright, go down and study slowly. Su Chen sought his passion for weapons and smiled, saying, from today on, you shall be called Gongshu Bulin. Chapter 130, Lu Mingji, is it all taken care of? As consciousness returned, when Shoyue, with her delicate figure bearing the fruits of her labor, stood before him. Sensing the sweet scent of oranges, Su Chen felt much better about the tax he had to pay. It's already arranged. Sister Wen, what do you want to eat? Today, it's on me. Seeing him act like a nouveau riche, when Shoyue covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, but I haven't paid yet. Su Chen waved his hand grandly, it'll come sooner or later. Let's go eat something good. When Shoyue thought for a moment, nodded slightly, and didn't want to spoil the little man's enthusiasm. As they walked along the road, she furrowed her brow slightly, as if she had forgotten something, but after pondering for a moment, she couldn't recall it. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhang Nan and others were still conducting their research. The world, forget me. On the bustling stone street, the sounds of people filled the air. Ancient buildings lined up in succession, with blue bricks, dark tiles, and flying eaves on both sides. Jiaguan was vast and well-developed, with many vendors along the way, and ordinary people selling snacks on the street. Candied hawthorn. $5 a skewer. Authentic Inner Mongolia lamb skewers. If they're not delicious, you don't have to pay. The shouts around them were incessant, and the crowd was quite dense as Su Chen protected Wen Shoyue while moving forward. Upon reaching the front line, the heavy mood gradually lightened with the sounds of the vendors. The warmth of human life is the most comforting to ordinary hearts. Boss, give me 2 skewers that aren't delicious. A drunken voice rang out, and Su Chen and Wen Shoyue turned to see. A swaying figure approached the stall. His hair was as messy as a bird's nest, his clothes were dirty and disheveled, and he held a wine gourd in his hand, the pungent smell of alcohol wafting from him. The boss showed a look of disgust. Lu Mingji, people like you should stay away from my stall. Seemingly unlucky, he tossed 2 cooked lamb skewers at the man and scolded, the farther you roll, the better. The man wasn't angry. Instead, he drunkenly clasped his fists in salute. Thank you, boss. Wishing you prosperous business. After saying that, he turned and staggered away, with everyone around him making a disgusted space. Su Chen approached the skewer stall and ordered 20 lamb skewers, casually asking, Boss, who was that just now? While grilling the skewers, the boss replied, You two must be new to Jiaguan, right? His name is Lu Mingji. He has been in Jiaguan for 10 years, once a brilliant genius, but now. He shook his head, expressing disappointment, a waste. When Shoyue gently inquired, Does he have war-related phobia? I don't know, the boss shook his head. I've only been here for 5 years. I heard from others that he was too soft-hearted during a skirmish outside the city and almost died out there. His friends risked their lives to save him.
Since then, he's been like this, languishing for 10 years, drinking away his days, and begging for food when he's hungry. The boss's voice carried anger, but it wasn't disgust, it was disappointment. Clearly a martial artist with considerable strength, yet he had chosen to fall into depravity. If he had such strength, he would have long since rallied and sought revenge against the Deep Space Clan. Here, your skewers. The boss packed the grilled skewers into 2 bags and handed them to Chen with both hands. Thank you, boss. If they're delicious, we'll come back next time. Chen took them and walked alongside Wen Shoyue. Sister One, have you seen this kind of situation often? Wen Shoyue replied softly, war-related phobia is quite common, it's also known as post-traumatic stress disorder. War isn't child's play. Witnessing companions die at the hands of foreign tribes, even martial artists can be significantly impacted. Most people can gradually lessen this impact over time, while a small number need the guidance of a psychologist. This is war, Chen sighed. He had been born into a peaceful era, clearly feeling that life was getting better and better. It was a long time before he could eat meat again. And after growing up, he basically had meat at every meal. As the two passed through a small alley, Chen tossed a bag he was holding into it and said lightly, I'm in a good mood today, let me treat you. In the alley, a disheveled man leaned against the wall, tilting his head back to drink, casually catching the bag with one hand. As he caught a whiff of the meat's aroma, he eagerly tore open the bag, taking big bites. While looking at Chen. Upon seeing the young man at the alley's entrance, his gaze paused slightly, then he grinned and said, since you're in a good mood, why not treat me to a pot of wine? It doesn't have to be expensive, just a pot of $50 liquor will do. Chen raised an eyebrow, aren't you ashamed? What's there to be ashamed of? Lu Mingji leaned against the wall, his hair covering his eyes. The most important thing in this world is to be happy, face and pride can be thrown away. Chen said no more, as a little green creature appeared behind him, scampering to Lu Mingji to take his wine pot. Chen took out a cash note and handed it to him, watching as the little creature disappeared in a flash. He's quite the scout, Chen chuckled. When Shoyue nodded in agreement, your goblin is the most unique I've ever seen. They aren't strong at first, but each goblin has its own personality and can even learn to have their own skills. This has never happened in summoning history. With an outstanding leader like me, there are naturally outstanding clansmen. Chen clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. There's no helping it, who told me I'm such an excellent handsome man? Facing Chen's antics, when Shoyue smiled, her gaze softening as she looked at him. Soon, the little creature returned, handing Chen a filled wine gourd and saluting, report, leader, mission accomplished. Chen handed him a meat skewer. This is your reward, now go back. The little creature respectfully took the skewer, touched, and said, the leader is really too good. Chen shook the wine gourd in his hand, then tossed it out, and the figure sitting on the ground immediately sprang up to catch the gourd carefully. This is my treasure. Chen averted his gaze, no longer looking at him. He couldn't see the spirit and sharpness of a warrior in Lu Mingji. Indeed, he was wasted. What is a warrior? To accurately describe it, it's like a rich second-generation bullying an ordinary person. When they bring out their background and connections, the ordinary person will just endure it. But if he bullies a warrior, poor fool, I only need to pay a little if I hit you, but if you hit me, don't ask why there's only half a sentence, because by the time he opened his mouth, he was already in 2 halves. A common man's anger can spill blood 10 steps away. But in Lu Mingji, Chen saw nothing but despair and gloom. Even if a group of people cursed his ancestors for 18 generations, he would just treat it as the wind passing by his ears, keeping his head down as if he hadn't heard anything. Changing such a person is too difficult. Lu Mingji shrank in the alley, his eyes covered by his hair, and he raised his hand to wave at Chen's back. Take care, young man. Next time, bring me some beef jerky from the Li family in the east of the city. May good people have peace for a lifetime. Chapter 131. Do you really want to eat it? Teacher, is this really useful if I eat it? Go ahead and eat. Is there no way to avoid eating it? The taste is a bit overwhelming. In the empty space of the hotel backyard, Chen felt somewhat troubled. He held a bowl in his hand, filled with a thick black paste that resembled the universal ointment developed by Shenzhenbulin. However, while Shenzhenbulin's ointment, though highly toxic, had a faint pleasant aroma, the substance in Chen's hand was like a mix of stinky tofu brine, canned herring, and rice fermented for 81 days. To be honest, just looking at its appearance and smell, even stray dogs would hesitate to eat it if it were spilled on the ground. As for why he felt this way, Chen's gaze fell on the big yellow dog in the corner of the backyard, looking at him with pity. It kept tapping its food bowl, which still had half a bowl of dog food left, as if to say, brother, if it really comes to it, you can eat my food. Yuan Qing said lightly, good medicine is bitter to the mouth but beneficial to the disease. It seemed he had no choice but to eat it. Su Chen asked a waiter for a spoon, closed his eyes, and scooped it into his mouth. Generally, things that look and smell this bad tend to have surprisingly good flavors. The moment the paste touched his tongue, an indescribable taste spread throughout his mouth. Su Chen's eyes gradually turned red, and tears began to fall. When Xiao Yue, sitting nearby reading, asked in confusion, is it really that delicious? Su Chen said nothing, quickly walked over and shoved the spoon into Wen Xiao Yue's mouth. Thus, another silent person was added to the mix. When Xiao Yue stood up, maintaining her composure, and walked toward the washroom, though her steps were slightly unsteady. The taste of the ointment was so hard to describe that she momentarily forgot that the spoon Su Chen had just used was now in her mouth. Su Chen picked up a bottle of water and poured it into his mouth, cleansing his taste buds. Damn, who the hell said that if it looks and smells bad it would taste good? If he had to describe it, Su Chen could only think of 4 words, worse than shit. This was the most vicious evaluation from a Huaxia person. He couldn't find a more damaging word than this. The big yellow dog in the corner looked at Su Chen with admiration, as if to say, you actually managed to eat something even dogs would shake their heads at. As the ointment went down, a burning sensation instantly arose, sliding down to Su Chen's abdomen. Do you feel anything? Yuan Fudo asked. Yes, Su Chen nodded, curious, what do we do next? Very simple. Yuan Chang produced a ruler from his hand and said calmly, stand in horse stance, circulate your internal small circulation and hold your breath and concentrate. Su Chen instinctively complied, watching as Yuan Fudo approached with the ruler, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. What is that ruler for? A hint of a smile appeared on Yuan Qing's face, you know the answer. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the ruler made of an unknown material. In an instant, the ruler transformed into countless afterimages, striking towards Su Chen like a storm. At the same time, an overwhelming pressure descended, and Su Chen used all his strength just to maintain the horse stance. Afterimages appeared around him from all directions, and then an unprecedented sharp pain surged through his body. It felt like countless sharp needles piercing his skin, each impact making Su Chen tremble all over. As the burning sensation in his abdomen grew more intense, Su Chen's consciousness became increasingly calm, his perception of pain clearer, even able to feel the wind brought by each incoming attack. The sound of the ruler striking his skin was sometimes clearly audible, sometimes drowned out by the tearing air. Su Chen's skin, capable of withstanding sharp blades, quickly turned red and swollen, then from blue to purple, until his skin could no longer hold up. Crimson blood slid down his skin, and only then did Yuan Qing's attacks stop. Continue circulating the small circulation, do not stop, Yuan Qing said softly. His gaze remained fixed on the disciple's condition, only shifting away when he saw the skin membrane visibly healing. The ointment Su Chen had just taken was made according to the prescription recorded in the martial arts manual, designed to accelerate recovery. Only with strong recovery abilities could one endure more strikes and break through the limit of the golden body sooner. Hiss. Su Chen looked at his bloodied body and inhaled sharply. The intense pain made his face pale, and he gritted his teeth, asking, is this what you meant by breaking the limit, Director Yuan? Isn't this just being beaten? Whether it can break the limit, Su Chen didn't know, but he felt like he was about to be beaten to death. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if the heavens and earth were collapsing upon him. Su Chen was enduring the pressure while taking the blows, completely in a state of mental and physical exhaustion. That's right, Yuan Sheng said calmly. To unleash a warrior's full potential, one must undergo rigorous trials. In 100 years of deep space invasion, only a handful of warriors from Huaxia have broken the limit and achieved the golden body. Are you scared? Who wouldn't be scared after being beaten like this? It hurts so much that my head was about to explode. Su Chen tentatively said, actually, I feel like the golden body isn't that important. After all, I'm a summoner. And my career direction is as a commander. But then, a single sentence from Director Yuan left Su Chen feeling despondent. Once you start cultivating, you cannot stop, otherwise, the medicinal power within you will burst you apart. You will have to endure much more pain in the future. This little bit of physical pain is nothing. Yuan Sheng didn't adopt a teacher's demeanor but stood in front of Su Chen, speaking word by word. His gaze was calm, devoid of the usual coldness, and because of that, Su Chen caught a glimpse of a fleeting regret. Thinking of
Fang Poquang's quick silence earlier, Su Chen speculated, something significant must have happened to Director Yuan, which is why this former national second place is still at the 6th level. At that moment, when Xiao Yue, who had gone to rinse her mouth, returned. She had originally resolved to teach this little rascal Su Chen a good lesson. But upon seeing the boy covered in bruises and blood, that thought was instantly cast aside. When Xiao Yue hurried forward, her hands glowing with a shimmering green light, enveloping Su Chen. What happened? Su Chen briefly recounted what had just occurred. His bloodied skin was rapidly healing, and within half a minute he was completely restored. The skin looked largely unchanged, but there was a hint of a different color hidden within. Su Chen took a deep breath and assumed his stance again. Come again. A line from Guan Yu echoed in his mind, the path one chooses, no matter how absurd, must be walked to the end. A certain great person once said that life is like a strong woman, if you can't resist, then just lie down and enjoy it. Thus, this cultivation continued until deep into the night. The entire hotel could hear the papa sounds coming from the backyard, dense as rain, echoing throughout the afternoon. At first, everyone thought someone was doing something strange in the backyard. But after listening for several hours, that thought was quietly dispelled. Even a pile driver on a construction site needs to cool down. During this time, when Xiaoyue sat in a chair waiting for Su Chen to reach his limit before helping him heal, then continuing to wait, Su Chen went through a cycle of being injured, treated, and injured again. By the time the burning sensation in his stomach completely dissipated, it was already deep into the night. At this point, Su Chen's skin was completely different from the morning, radiating a new luster, and from a distance, it had a faint metallic quality. A fruit knife appeared in Yuan Cheng's hand, and he waved it. This time, not a single white mark appeared on Su Chen's body. Director Yuan handed the fruit knife to Su Chen, his figure disappearing from the spot. If you can still endure, continue at 7. He didn't force his disciples but instead gave the choice to Su Chen. When Xiaoyue walked over and draped a coat over the bare-chested Su Chen, asking with some concern, "How do you feel?" Warriors have strong recovery abilities, but that doesn't mean they are insensitive to pain. All pain signals are transmitted to the brain, and a person's endurance has its limits. Once that limit is exceeded, negative situations are very likely to occur. Now my body's strength can definitely be called unbreakable. Su Chen looked down at the curved fruit knife in his hand. I'd never felt this good before. Chapter 132. People really do laugh when they are utterly speechless in the early morning. As the first light of dawn began to break, the outline of Jiaguan gradually became clear. Su Chen, dressed in a black shirt, stood on the rooftop, gazing out. From a distance, the entire Jiaguan looked like an ink painting awakened by the morning light, with fresh air rushing towards him, thirstily invading Su Chen's nostrils. Looking further away, there stood the majestic martial arts Great Wall, striving to reach the heavens. If there were no wars or invasions in the world, this place seemed quite beautiful. Su Chen was lost in thought, recalling the last life when he and his companions traveled to the ancient city. It was a sea of people, filled with tourists everywhere. In this life, even the residents of the city lived in constant fear, afraid that one day the 10,000 Laws sect and the Deep Space Clan would invade. His phone vibrated. It was 7 o'clock. Su Chen snapped back to reality, propping himself on the railing as he flipped over to descend. He didn't take the stairs or the elevator, he simply fell freely. In the backyard, a girl cleaning the courtyard just lifted her head when she saw a figure crash down right in front of her. Her brain froze for a moment, and she screamed, "Someone jumped off a building." Su Chen. Girl, if you're not going to use those eyes, you might as well donate them to someone in need. After comforting the waitress, Su Chen turned to find Yuan, the counselor, sitting elegantly in a chair, sipping coffee. His light green inner shirt was impeccably neat, without a single wrinkle, and even the angle at which he raised his hand was just right. He looked as precise as a machine. Yuan Cheng set down his coffee, which only had ice cubes left, and stood up. "Take your medicine first." So, just like yesterday, a dark, thick ointment was brought before Su Chen, and he closed his eyes and fell over. The sound of crack echoed like a storm once again. But today was different. Yesterday, Yuan Cheng had only whipped Su Chen for 3 minutes before he couldn't take it anymore. However, today, he wielded the ruler for 10 minutes before Su Chen's skin began to change from red to blue, with his internal energy surging. The latter sat like a monk in meditation, his eyelids drooping, standing still in a horse stance. The ruler still hurt when it struck him, but Su Chen had grown accustomed to it, even finding it somewhat pleasant. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking, arriving at the clan territory. 2 brand new buildings had already risen.
From the ground, one a rectangular factory, the other a school. Many green figures had appeared within the school, one of which was a
goblin Su Chen had seen before. At that time, outside the tent, he had expressed his disagreement with the radical views of Professor Wei and Professor Chen.
This was a kind-hearted goblin.
Su Chen's consciousness rose, overlooking the entire clan territory from above. The current territory was vastly different from its initial scale. With the increase in goblin numbers, the territory was expanding comprehensively. Small two-story buildings were being constructed in an orderly fashion.
The territory was now divided into 4 areas: the industrial area, the teaching area, the residential area, and the Dawn Hall. Indeed, the Dawn Hall occupied a separate area.
The initial 15 female goblins had long since resigned themselves under the goblins' queue. After numerous battles, even the deep space creatures had been brought
back by this group, which Su Chen found hard to bear. No wonder when he checked the goblin attributes last night, he found terms like
holy light goblin and mutated goblin. It seemed that was how it all came about. After some consideration, Su Chen ultimately did not
intervene. As long as the clan members were happy, that was enough. This was also a fault of his as the clan leader. One day, he would ensure
that every goblin had a holy maiden.
As his consciousness returned, Su Chen felt warmth enveloping him, as if he were soaking in a hot
spring.
When he opened his eyes, he met a pair of gentle, watery eyes that seemed to draw him in deeply. Their gaze met and then parted.
When Xiao Yue instinctively looked away, her heart inexplicably racing.
As a psychologist and medical doctor, she was well aware of what was
happening to her.
Her body returned to its original state, and that metallic feeling became even more pronounced.
Just as Su Chen was about to continue, a noisy voice suddenly rang in his ears. Where is Su Chen? Sir, we cannot disclose guest information. Miss, you misunderstand, we are all friends of Su Chen, here to play with him.
The hotel receptionist looked at the several figures in front of her with
skepticism. What kind of friends question where he is as soon as they arrive? Moreover, there is no signal at the martial arts Great Wall.
And communication is inconvenient. Usually, appointments are informed to the front desk in advance.
Oh my.
A young man with a buzz cut
widened his eyes. Brothers, does she not want to tell me? The receptionist smiled with professional courtesy. Gentlemen, I truly do not know.
The 2 figures beside the buzzcut youth helplessly facepalmed. This fool. They originally wanted to disguise themselves as Su Chen's friends to get the room number, but now it was completely hopeless. They really shouldn't have brought him along for sparring. It was as if they were directly knocking on the door. If you gentlemen have nothing else, please step outside, the receptionist said. This was already extremely polite at the martial arts Great Wall. If it were a guest house, the owner would be running after you with a machete
to escort you out. Oh my. The buzzcut youth exclaimed, is she trying to chase us away? Little girl, do you know our names? Even if General Fong came, he would have to, damn.
Before he could finish, he was sent flying out. The security guard at the door timely opened it, preventing the glass from shattering. And in the spot where the buzzcut youth had stood, Su Chen, with slightly disheveled hair and an
expressionless face, stood there, slowly lowering his foot. His gaze fell on the other 2, his eyes cold. Are you the ones looking for trouble?
The 2 remained silent, their eyes directed outside at the figure that was getting up and running back.
The meaning was clear. It was him. Song Chunfeng lightly waved his folding fan, silently taking a step back.
Yu Jing beside him whispered, aren't we here to
challenge him too? Song Chunfeng glanced at him. Have you become a fool after hanging out with that idiot Xiongli for too long?
That guy is an S-class freshman from your academy, someone who can single-handedly withstand a beast tide. Let's see his strength first. The 3 came from 3 major universities, Changqing, Xinghou, and Zhanjing. Yu Jing was a sophomore, making him a senior to Su Chen. That's true, Yu Jing nodded, crossing his arms, ready to watch the show. At this moment, the receptionist walked over, pulled a handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket, and began to crack them while looking outside. Work was originally dull, but at least there was some fun to
watch now.
Xiongli, who had fallen onto the street, was dazed for 2 seconds, wondering how he ended up here. Then he felt a sharp pain
in his abdomen and realized, damn, he was ambushed.
Xiongli sprang up like a carp, his angry gaze sweeping around. That bastard who ambushed me. If you have the guts, step out. If you don't, then get the hell out. The hotel door was pushed open, and a handsome young man in a black shirt walked out, his gaze calm but hiding a condescending arrogance.
Are you the one looking for trouble?
Xiongli said unhappily. I'm looking for Su Chen. Who the hell wants to find you? Get lost.
People really do laugh when they are extremely speechless. Su Chen was just like that, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiongli frowned, his thick eyebrows knitting together. What are you laughing at? Song Chunfeng, who had followed him out, said helplessly, he is Su Chen. You are Su Chen. Xiongli suddenly realized. Raising his hand to point at him, I want to challenge you. TSK. To be honest, Su Chen was feeling a bit unhappy. Just as he entered the loading phase, this big fool came to interrupt him, and the whip from instructor Yuan was quite painful. So, he activated the ring on his hand, and the daylight spear appeared, shimmering with a ghostly glow. Su Chen raised his eyes to look at Xiongli, his gaze indifferent. Like a lion king overlooking a schemer attempting to challenge him, you can challenge me, but I am already ready to laugh at you. Chapter 133, The Sun Piercer. Now. Su Chen raised his gunblade, pointing it at Xiongli, you can start. There was no tension or oppression. Before the spar, as if it were a trivial interlude, Song Chunfeng and Yu Jing exchanged a glance, silently thinking it was bad. Xiongli, that foolish guy, was most averse to being underestimated, and Su Chen's attitude was not just underestimating, it was completely disregarding him. This fool was going to explode. Sure enough, Xiongli's burly body trembled slightly, anger rising on his face. Do you dare to look down on me? Behind him, a massive figure emerged, its fur snow-white, limbs strong, with thunder coursing over its body. It was a giant bear. As the giant bear's phantom appeared, Xiongli's shirt burst open, revealing the sinewy muscles beneath, with lightning dancing across them. The storm battle bear profession, a standout in close combat. Song Chunfeng watched from a distance, lightly clapping his fan. Aren't you going to show your summon? This junior of mine is quite arrogant. The usually taciturn Yu Jing commented, his physique is very strong. Yu Jing's gaze fell on Su Chen, especially on his skin that faintly radiated a golden iron hue. It felt as if it was telling him that this junior was not a soft target. Song Chunfeng paused with his fan, then casually covered his cheek. Interesting. Facing Xiongli's furious question, Su Chen teased, are you here to see who can shout louder? Xiongli's anger surged even more, he no longer shouted in vain, and instantly lunged forward. The famously hard stone bricks were crushed under his foot, a gust of wind rushing towards Su Chen as his burly figure appeared before him in an instant. Xiongli raised his fist, as big as a sandbag, and swung it towards Su Chen's cheek, the wind from the swing blowing Su Chen's hair. In the face of this powerful strike, Su Chen did not retreat, instead, he stepped forward, and in the moment his foot landed, his figure seemed to vanish like a ghost. Even Song Chunfeng and Yu Jing, who were watching from the side, could not lock onto Su Chen's figure. Watching the ghostly figure darting around, Song Chunfeng's eyes darkened, and Yu Jing's brows furrowed. The earthly fiend from the Celestial Gang and earthly fiend body technique moving like a ghost, hard to see with the naked eye. Have you seen it before? Song Chunfeng asked, somewhat surprised. I practiced the Celestial Gang, Yu Jing said in a deep voice. The latter was even more surprised, but I haven't seen you use it. Yu Jing turned to look at him. I practiced for a year but never grasped a key, unable to enter the door. Though the Celestial Gang and Earthly Fiend are two parts, they complement each other and are indispensable, so I gave up. Hiss. Song Chunfeng leaned back, comforting him, it's fine, after all, he's a summoner. Summoners diligently study their escape abilities, which is understandable. Look, he won't use the Celestial Gang's footwork. Yu Jing ignored him, focusing on the battle ahead. Xiong Li couldn't even lock onto Su Chen's position. One moment he saw him, and the next he was gone. He could only attack wildly in frustration. And Su Chen showed no mercy, attacking from the front while creating openings behind him. In just a few minutes, dozens of wounds appeared on Xiong Li's body, looking gruesome. But martial artists have strong recovery abilities, and these superficial injuries were healing rapidly, having no effect on Xiong Li, but instead enraging him. Damn! Xiong Li shouted, raising his hand for a move. The blue lightning coursing over his body surged, and thunder roared in the sky. Storm convergence! Xiong Li shouted angrily. Then everyone saw several bolts of lightning strike down. Instead of harming Xiong Li, they spread outward like a lightning rod. In an instant, a lightning zone formed around Xiong Li. At the same time, Su Chen was forced to interrupt his kite-flying strategy and reappear. Although the scattered lightning couldn't harm Su Chen, it left him feeling tingly all over. Locking onto his target again, Xiong Li grinned maliciously. Kid, keep running. As soon as the words fell, his figure appeared before Su Chen, surrounded by lightning, fists clenched, and with a leap, he smashed down towards Su Chen. A shout seemed to echo in everyone's ears. Come and get it, duck neck. Like to attack fiercely? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, changed his movement, and stepped forward. But this time, it was no longer a tug-of-war, but a straightforward response to the enemy. As Su Chen stepped down, an overwhelming force descended like a collapsing mountain, causing Xiong Li's body to sink. Yu Jing's gaze shook. Tiangang. He didn't expect that this junior, who hadn't even officially started school, would also know the Tiangang body technique that he had spent a year studying without making any progress. Tiangang and Deja, each one is an extremely difficult martial art to master, yet Su Chen had actually mastered them all. In an instant, a sense of defeat lingered in Yu Jing's heart. At the same time Su Chen stepped forward, his spine tightened. Blood and energy surged throughout his body, gathering strength. The fifth of the 9 styles of breaking the formation, setting sun. The dark spear swept through the void, colliding heavily with the incoming lightning shadow, creating a roaring gust of wind. Leaves shook. Birds flew in panic, and even the nearby shop signs fell like dominoes. The spear's blade advanced bit by bit, tearing through Xiong Li's protective lightning, while Xiong Li had no intention of blocking. That charged double fist came crashing down, clearly with the intention of determining the outcome in one blow. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Xiong Li's eyes. While others thought he was a fool, he was actually quite clever. He was at the 3rd level, with physical qualities far surpassing Su Chen, who was at the 2nd level, so he could afford to trade injuries for injuries. Tugging? What a load of nonsense. Although it was a bit dishonorable and could easily lead to parental disappointment, winning was all that mattered. Who cared about the rest? Seeing Su Chen not dodging, Song Chuanfun's expression changed slightly. And he shouted, Xiong Li. He was reminding Xiong Li to hold back, not to cause any serious harm. After all, they were the ones who had come to challenge. Even if they won, they couldn't escape the reputation of bullying the weak. If he ended up seriously injuring someone, it would be a big deal. The flashing lightning fists landed on Su Chen's shoulder, the lightning exploded, and Su Chen's body sank, the bricks beneath his feet instantly shattering. At the same time, Su Chen's spear also completely broke through Xiong Li's protective lightning, leaving a bloody hole that exposed bone on his body. Xiong Li winced in pain, the lightning becoming even more violent, the explosive lightning wrapping around the youth. He glanced at Song Chunfeng, who had stepped forward. What's the rush? I only used 90% of my strength. At most, I'll be injured, and I'll be fine in half a month. Song Chunfeng frowned, still not relieved, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Before Xiong Li could react, he saw a figure burst out from the lightning. A tremendous force crashed into him, sending Xiong Li flying backward, his face showing confusion. How could this kid be so strong? Then he saw Su Chen leap into the air, the red and black malevolent energy condensing on the sun-sweeping spear, taking on a tangible form. That malevolent energy continued to expand, continuously surging from Su Chen's body, wrapping around the dark spear, and finally forming a blood-colored dragon shadow. The dragon shadow was vivid and alive. Its aura boiling, Su Chen gripped the spear tightly, his thoughts calm at this moment, slowly raising his hand. The dragon's shadow roared towards the sky, its head lowered to look down at Xiong Li. In that instant, an immense pressure locked onto Xiong Li, a strong sense of crisis surged over him like a tide, enveloping him. This strike, he couldn't withstand. Song Chunfeng could no longer maintain his composure. Anxiously turning to the dazed Yu Jing, stop staring, save him. Yu Jing came to his senses, looking at the blood-colored dragon shadow looming above, his brow stinging. This strike, he couldn't withstand alone. The two rushed towards Xiong Li together. Su Chen pulled back. His arm exerted force from his shoulder and slowly hurled the sun-sweeping spear. The movement was not fast, but in just a breath, the blood-colored dragon shadow had already rushed to the 3 of them. The malevolent energy soared to the sky, scattering birds and beasts in all directions, the terrifying might even dispersing the clouds above. The 6th of the 9 styles of breaking the formation, piercing the sun. Chapter 134. Sorry, I can't lose either. Looking at the blood-red dragon shadow, thick with malevolence, Song Chunfeng cursed loudly. Is this really second tier? The overwhelming malevolence distorted his face, and he quickly opened his folding fan. With a wave of the fan, walls of earth rose up from the ground, blocking the 3 of them. Armor appeared on Yu Jing, and he donned a pair of gauntlets on his fists. Taking a deep breath, he stirred his vital energy and raised his fists. Tai Chi. Xiong Li, who had just fallen to the ground, quickly got back up and smiled at the incoming dragon shadow. What a delight! Such strength deserves the title of Little Wuji. The earthen walls constructed by Song Chunfeng were almost instantly destroyed layer by layer. He turned back and shouted, the faster you go, the sooner you'll lose your life. Behind Xiong Li, a giant bear phantom reappeared, merging directly with him. Dazzling thunder once again manifested, emitting a piercing cry like 1,000 birds singing. Dark clouds gather, thunder rolls.
Xiong Li's mouth and nose were filled with the sound of rolling thunder. I am the storm. The thunder roared like an enraged beast rampaging out, completely shattering all the earthen walls built by Song Chunfeng as the blood-red dragon shadow charged forward with unstoppable momentum. Thunder clashed violently with the dragon's head. Within a radius of several miles, lightning flickered and the red and black malevolence rolled and scattered. Nearby shopkeepers rushed out of their stores ready to curse, only to be met with a mouthful of wild wind. Yuan Qing's figure appeared, with a white tiger roaring by his side, as a layer of shimmering yellow light enveloped several people, sealing the battle's aftermath within. The hastily gathered thunder's momentum weakened, and then was directly torn apart by the dragon shadows. Open mouth, dissipating into arcs of electricity. Xiongli, at the forefront, was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Sweet, my blood sugar has been a bit high lately. At this moment, Yu Jing, who had been silent, moved. He took a deep breath, and with a wave of his fists, he actually managed to influence the blood-red dragon shadow targeting Xiongli. But similarly, forcibly dismantling the fire came at a cost. Bearing the pressure of the blood-red dragon shadow alone, Yu Jing's face turned pale. Yet his stance remained stable, his voice booming, move and block. The armor on him radiated golden light as he forcibly took on the blood-red dragon shadow's attack. His body pushed back, leaving 2 long trenches in the ground. Yet Yu Jing did not pause for a moment, pulling the dragon's head into his embrace, raising his right fist, and bringing it down. The blood-red dragon shadow, already weakened by Song Chunfeng and Xiongli, erupted with red and black malevolence, dissipating completely. He slapped a gun body of the daylight, sending it flying towards Su Chen, who raised his hand to catch it and stored it in his storage ring. The armor on Yu Jing faded away, and he barely stood, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, clearly injured. Su Chen's gaze was calm, and the vital energy that had weakened from using his killing move was recovering at an incredible speed. His previously pale face regained its color in less than 5 minutes. Are we still fighting? Song Chunfeng looked at the nearby devastation and forced a smile. I dare not. The tiles within 100 meters were shattered by the aftermath of the attack, and many signs set up by shops had fallen over. The impact of this battle was undeniably significant. In the distance, the patrolling team could still be seen rushing over, electric batons drawn. If this continued, 6 batons per second. With angles on the strikes, precision on the downward blows, and force on the landing strikes. I can still fight. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind. Covered in blood, Xiongli staggered to his feet, his gaze fixed on Su Chen. Bring it on. This scene made the nearby shopkeepers' hearts tremble, such pure fighting spirit. We must win, they shouted. Xiongli, struggling to hold up his weakened body, raised his fist. I can't lose like this. Bang! A dull sound suddenly echoed. Xiong Li's words abruptly stopped, and he fell straight down, a fist mark appearing on his face. Like a ghost, Su Chen appeared before Xiong Li and said, sorry, I can't lose either. His gaze fell on Song Chunfeng and Yu Jing, a wave of pressure making them instinctively tense. Just when they thought Su Chen was going to strike again, the young man turned to leave. The losses incurred will be shared equally among the 3 of you, understand? Song Chunfeng instinctively replied, understood. Watching Su Chen's back as he walked into the hotel, he slowly let out a sigh of relief. Yu Jing, is this really your junior? He looked at the heavily injured and unconscious Xiongli and sighed. That was quite ruthless. Yu Jing replied softly, are you doubting the newspapers for fabricating news? Song Chunfeng's expression stiffened, then he quickly changed the subject. What do we do now? Yu Jing said nothing, just squatted down with his hands on his head. Song Chunfeng quickly followed suit, squatting down with his hands on his head. The patrol team in Jiaguan was not to be trifled with. The briefly unconscious Xiongyong struggled to get up without even opening his eyes, shouting, I can still fight. A stun baton jabbed into him, releasing a surge of electricity at a staggering 100,000 volts. This time, he truly fainted. The patrol team leader said coldly, fighting and brawling privately in the city, causing damage to the public environment, take them away. Several members of the patrol team quickly bound Song Chunfeng and the others. Just as they were about to leave, one member asked in confusion, Captain, there was another person just now. I saw him enter the hotel, he should be a student who came later. Shouldn't we let it go and give him a lesson? The team leader turned back and glared at him, are you the captain, or am I? Why are you so chatty? I said to leave, we leave. Even if the sky falls, my brother-in-law will hold it up, he is the captain of the city guard. The subordinate shrank his neck, not daring to ask anything more. He just couldn't understand what kind of identity that young man had, to make the usually domineering captain act as if he hadn't seen anything.
After everyone left, a team quickly arrived to restore the ground.
An earth mage waved his hand, and the broken ground was restored to smoothness, while others quickly laid down new tiles. The blood on the ground was quickly washed
away, and chrysanthemums were placed.
Everything was as good as new, as if nothing had ever happened.
In a corner of the street, an old man in a blue robe frowned, muttering to himself, "Is this kid second tier? How can he be second tier?
Which second tier can take down 3 third tiers by himself?" The old man was a scout for the wind and cloud rankings, observing the young talents of the world beginning to show their prowess. Originally, due to Chen single-handedly slaughtering the beast tide, the wind and cloud rankings
were already in a dilemma. What should they do?
In terms of strength, no one could single-handedly slaughter a small deep space beast tide.
But rankings couldn't be calculated this way. Some individuals had strong personal strength and could take the enemy's head amidst thousands of troops.
The results of the discussions hadn't come out yet when they saw
this scene.
The old man in the blue robe pondered for a long time without a countermeasure, only writing down what he had just seen and heard to send to the post station. Today, on the Qilin rankings, 72nd Yu Jing, 75th Xionli, and 80th Song Chunfeng jointly blocked Su Chen's strike, all exhausted, Xionli heavily injured. Su Chen still had strength left, not using goblins, defeating 3 Qilin talents by himself. In my opinion, if there is enough time to set up a formation, Su Chen could be the top. But due to Lu Can being able to kill the strongest in the beast tide, the two could be tied for the top elder of the wind and cloud rankings. Past events are left to the wind.
Chapter 135, the Yangtze River's waves pushed the previous waves in Luocheng, the city defense office.
Elder Sun had not come to work for several days,
and his subordinates, led by Zhao Qing, were quite concerned. Zhao Qing, old Sun hasn't been taken out and executed, has he? Song Dandan, that shouldn't be the case.
At most, he'll be expelled from the party and sent to the youth palace to teach literature.
Xu Shang, the tyrant is dead. I support Brother Zhao's ascension. Just as everyone was chatting enthusiastically, a message quickly popped up.
Zhao Qing, old Sun is out, quickly put
your phones away.
In an instant, the group fell silent, and everyone quietly put away their phones.
The tyrant was still around, so they had to remain
hidden for the time being.
Elder Sun was following a stern-looking elder, acting quite sycophantic.
If it weren't for his bruised face and limping
leg, it would have been even more fitting. Old chief, are you heading back now? Sun Tianda smiled broadly. Aren't you going to stay a few more days to enjoy the cultural beauty of Luocheng? Renqing Tian glanced at him and said, "Do you really want me to stay here?" This old guy is actually asking.
Elder Sun paused for a moment, then reluctantly nodded, "From the bottom of my heart."
"Humph, with me here, you probably won't be able to sleep at night." As they exited the city
defense office, the secretary had already opened the back door of the car, carefully assisting the elder into the vehicle.
"Sun Tianda, given the circumstances, I won't hold it against you too much. Come to the military district at the end of the year to report to me." Renqing Tian's voice was filled with anger, clearly still upset about Sun Tianda sending Su Chen away, especially after learning about the situation in Feng County.
His summoned creatures vowed to fight to the death, with one person slaughtering an entire small
beast tide.
This was only the second tier. If they could enter the military and be carefully honed by him, who knows, one person could guard a pass.
China might not be unable to
break through the martial arts Great Wall and tread the depths of space.
Although one could enter the military after graduating from the War Academy, who could train them as well as he could? Moreover, those old shameless ones in the military wouldn't just sit back and watch.
A genius from his own ranks, and he still had to fight for it, and might not
even be able to get it.
Thinking of this, Renqing Tian's gaze towards Sun Tianda grew increasingly unfriendly, the dissipating anger gathering once more.
Danger, danger, danger.
Sun Tianda felt a prickling sensation on his scalp and saw Zhao Qing appear in his line of sight. He was holding a document, walking hurriedly, as if he was looking for him.
"Zhao Qing, come here." Elder Sun immediately resumed his authoritative posture. "What are you in such a hurry for?"
Zhao Qing shivered, quickly walked over, and whispered, "An urgent report from the capital. General Fong from Jiaguan can't reach the chief, so he contacted us."
"Frontline matters? There's hope."
Elder Sun felt a surge of joy in his heart and said solemnly, "Then why aren't you taking it to the chief?"
He was worried about how to attract Renqing Tian's attention, and this was just the right opportunity. Jiaguan had recently been ambushed, with many martial artists
poisoned by the crimson blood scorpion.
An urgent report sent at this time must be extremely critical, for both emotional and logical
reasons. It had to be given to Renqing Tian.
Once the old guy left, he could leisurely enjoy life in Luocheng.
"Elder, why don't you take a look first?" Zhao Qing showed hesitation, wanting to pull the elder in. After all, they contacted us first.
He had received the urgent report and knew its contents clearly.
Zhao Qing was a bit scared. If the old chief in the car saw it, next year on this day, he
would have to commemorate Elder's Sunday impudence.
Elder's son, wanting to perform better in front of the leader, directly sold out his
subordinate. The chief is here. You want me to look first? How can I handle that?
Great, kind words are hard to persuade a dead ghost. Zhao Qing sighed and presented the urgent report to Ren Qingtian with both hands.
Chief, this is an urgent report from the capital. Run. Qingtian's expression was serious as he took it with a furrowed brow. He probably guessed the content of this urgent report. The red
blood scorpion poison has been researched by the 5 federations for many years, but there have been no results to date.
Not even a drug
that can temporarily suppress it exists. Anyone poisoned, no matter how strong, will surely die within half a month.
And it has been nearly half a month since the attack on Jiayuan.
All the big names from universities and the research and medical fields have been summoned
by Ren Qingtian. Yet, they still have not received any useful information.
The old man tightened his grip on the document, his eyes boiling with killing intent. Deep Space Clan. Zhao Chang stood behind Elder Sunday. No one paid attention to his departure, but Zhao Chang
was eager to see the fun that would unfold. Ren Qingtian opened the document and began to read. Report to the leader. We received a call from Jiayuan yesterday.
The War General Fong Peking personally called to report on the matter of the red blood scorpion poison.
Run. Qingtian's brows furrowed as if he were trying to crush a fly. It was indeed this matter. Thinking of the poison warriors on the front
lines, Ren Qingtian felt as if his heart were being cut by a knife.
These were the foundation and living strength of Huaxia, but now, due
to the sudden attack of the Deep Space Clan, he could only watch helplessly as they perished.
This feeling of being powerless despite
having the will was the most tormenting. According to General Fong, there is already a drug that can suppress the red blood scorpion poison, and the lives of over 10,000 poison warriors are no longer in danger.
But the next line made Ren Qingtian's heart sink.
His heartbeat quickened, and his weary gaze fixed on the line of text, ensuring he wasn't misreading it. Their lives were indeed safe.
The red blood scorpion poison could actually be suppressed?
Ren Qingtian suppressed the chaotic emotions within him and continued to read. There were many teams heading to the front lines, but the most promising ones were Huainan University and Changchun Academy.
Both had
invested years into research in this area, and they were the most likely to develop a suppressive drug. The developer of the suppressive drug for the red blood scorpion poison is the summoned goblin under this year's national champion, Chen. General Fong Peking repeatedly
emphasized that this is no joke. The last line gradually occupied Ren Qingtian's vision.
This top powerhouse, who single-handedly supported Huaxia, felt somewhat lost at this moment. The developer of the suppressive drug was not a top research team, but an 18-year-old
child named Chen.
Moreover, it wasn't even this child who developed it, it was just his summoned creature.
Chaotic emotions
surged, making Ren Qingtian wonder if he was getting old and unable to adapt to this new era. After a moment of daze, a smile appeared on the old man's face, and he laughed heartily. Ah, good, very good.
This is indeed good news. The younger generation is pushing
the older generation forward, while the older generation dies on the beach. The younger people are better than us old folks, which is a
good thing, a great thing.
It represents that Huaxia is gradually becoming stronger, and the Deep Space Clan will eventually be driven
out. How could this glimmer of hope not make Ren Qingtian laugh with joy? Good child. He deserves a reward. I will personally recommend
him for a first-class merit.
Old leader, is there some good news? Elder's son approached. Seeing Ren Qingtian smile, he thought that he might not be beaten anymore and took the opportunity to improve his impression.
Zhao Cheng sighed. Elder's son was confused.
The last person
who should approach at this moment was him.
Sure enough, the smile on Ren Qingtian's face gradually faded. Thinking that such a rare
talent was actually handed over by Sun Tianda, his anger surged instantly.
Sun Tianda, I think what you just said makes sense. Run.
Qingtian got off the car, his gaze coldly fixed on elder son, gritting his teeth as he smiled. I will stay with you for a few more days. Chapter 136, Gunpowder Development Tribe Leader. This is the suppression agent produced today, all meeting the standards of Shurjan Bulin, reported Sima Bulin respectfully in the Goblin tribe. Behind him were neatly stacked wooden boxes, each containing 30 individually placed agents, totaling 5,000.
Is that all?
Chen inquired. There were over 10,000 warriors affected by
the venom of the crimson blood scorpion, and every day of delay meant another day of suffering for them. It's not that everyone's output is lacking, but Sima Bulin sighed, the military department can't keep up. Their efficiency is too slow. In such a prominent frontline, they don't even have enough materials and still need to requisition from the rear. Su Chen was taken aback, he hadn't
expected the military, known for its efficiency, to be considered slow in Sima Bulin's eyes.
The latter continued, the internal system is complex, with approvals from various parties. Even when lives
are at stake, they still drag their feet.
Don't say that outside, Su Chen laughed, I don't want to end up in a military court. Sima Bulin nodded respectfully, and Su Chen's gaze suddenly fell on the exquisite robe he was wearing.
Where did you get that outfit?
The goblins' textile industry hadn't developed to that extent yet, most goblins still wore coarse linen garments. Previously, Sima Bulin had worn a linen robe, and this silk garment was the first Su Chen had seen. This was given by Supervisor Wu from logistics, Sima Bulin reported. Supervisor Wu was quite smooth-tongued
and sent some clothing and writing materials to his subordinates.
After Su Chen's repeated reminders, Sima Bulin even reported the exact timing of the gifts down to the second. This supervisor even bribed summoned beasts? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, is there nothing else? There is, Sima Bulin continued. Supervisor Wu subtly hinted to his subordinates that if the tribe leader adds 2 more items to the material list, the profits from selling these would be split 40-60. Su Chen frowned, why only 60%? Tribe leader, that 60% belongs to them, we only get 40. We need to find a way to negotiate and smooth things over, these are their responsibilities, so we get less. I risked my neck to falsify documents, and I only get 40%? Su Chen sneered. Not doing it. Understood, Sima Bulin lowered his head and clasped his fists. His gaze was deep, like a bottomless pool, but when he looked at Su Chen, a hint of fervor shone in his eyes. In Sima Bulin's view, apart from the tribe leader, everyone else in the world was just a decaying log. Alright, you all go ahead and transport the items, but take it slow, Su Chen instructed. Also, urge Supervisor Wu to hurry up with the supplies. Sima Bulin left with a group of goblins, and with the tribe leader watching, everyone worked with renewed vigor. For all goblins, the tribe leader was their dawn and faith. Su Chen then went to Huangpu University to check on the first batch of students, which numbered 500, all elites from various fields within the tribe. In a corner, he spotted the dusty Gongshu Bulin. The latter was carefully grinding with a mortar and pestle, his face covered in dust, eyes fixed intently on the mortar. Gongshu, what are you doing? As soon as Su Chen spoke, Gongshu Bulin trembled, and his hand shook. Bang! A flash of fire erupted from the mortar in his hand, enveloping Gongshu Bulin. When the smoke cleared, Gongshu Bulin had transformed from avocado green to dark chocolate. Just as Su Chen was about to get angry, he immediately bowed and saluted upon seeing the tribe leader. I greet the tribe leader. Get up, Su Chen said, looking at the shattered mortar. What happened here? Gongshu Bulin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, I received guidance from the tribe leader yesterday, and it was like a light bulb went off. The crossbow and arrows are ultimately too primitive, but our clan's technology cannot yet produce firearms. I was thinking, if we could master the proportions of gunpowder to create explosive crossbow arrows, their power would be greatly enhanced. The gunpowder in this world is far more powerful than what the clan leader experienced in his previous world, and I am currently experimenting with the proportions. Gunpowder? Proportions? Adjustments? Su Chen was taken aback, staring at Gongshu Bulin in disbelief. Are you serious, buddy? Where did you get the saltpeter? He had only given Gongshu Bulin the blueprints yesterday, thinking it would provide some direction, and now he was developing it? There's some near our clan's territory. Gongshu Bulin pointed to the east, thanks to a little guy from the school. He is very quick and observant, and helped me discover the saltpeter mine. Su Chen? Isn't this a summoning space? How is there a saltpeter mine? System, what's going on with this saltpeter mine? Su Chen inquired in his heart. The system ignored him, as usual, only responding when it was convenient. Seeing that the system didn't reply, Su Chen could only sigh and pat Gongshu Bulin on the shoulder. While it's important to develop weapons for our people, you must also pay attention to safety. Su Chen's gaze was serious as he said, if you get hurt because of this, I won't be at ease. Simple and sincere words like the spring sun instantly dispelled the confusion and irritation in Gongshu Bulin's heart. Gongshu Bulin's eyes became moist and he responded with a slight tremble in his voice, I will obey. A soldier would die for a confidant. Receiving the leader's concern made him feel that even death would be without regret. By the way, leader, this is an idea I had. Dong Shubulin handed a design drawing to Su Chen. Our clan currently lacks means for surprise attacks, and this invention can perfectly fill that gap. Su Chen looked at the drawing, which featured something that tapered from thin to thick, with wheels at the bottom, and his mouth twitched. Why does this thing look so much like a cannon? Gunpowder can produce strong thrust. We can put boxes inside and have our people crawl in. Ignite the gunpowder, aim at the target, and let the surprise troops descend from the sky. Su Chen. Why does this feel so familiar? We can try to research it. Su Chen gave a simple evaluation and found an excuse to leave. He had now realized that all the goblins under his command were talented individuals. As his consciousness returned, Su Chen opened his eyes to find it was already night outside. The night in Jiaguan was quiet, lacking the hustle and bustle of the cities behind it. There was a curfew in Jiaguan at night. No one was allowed to go out without a valid reason unless it was an emergency. After ordering a cappuccino from the front desk, Su Chen happily looked at the bank statement that had arrived. It showed that his bank card had received a deposit of 100 million, and surprisingly, there were no taxes deducted. Su Chen had even specifically asked Director Yuan about it, only to find out that military funds were not subject to taxation. This was great. He was really enjoying this. Once he returned from Jiaguan, Su Chen planned to first go back to Luochang and then get Uncle Jiang a big villa. He would ask old Jiang's thoughts then, to see if he preferred a college student or a divorced woman. After being single for so many years, it was time to enjoy life. Ding dong! At that moment, the doorbell rang, and the front desk lady brought in a cappuccino. The pretty lady subtly tapped Su Chen's palm as she handed him the cappuccino. Su Chen was taken aback and then said, "I don't take business." With a bang, he closed the door and sat on the edge of the bed, sighing. Indeed, an outstanding man stands out wherever he goes. He pulled out a copy of Victoria's Secret from under the bed. He had only discovered this good thing in the afternoon, filled with exhilarating knowledge. After flipping through it for a while, however, Su Chen felt no excitement as he usually did. Instead, he found it somewhat dull. These models are all good-looking, but they feel just okay. If only they could grow a pig's tail or pig ears. A cold wind swept across his neck, and Su Chen suddenly woke up. What the hell was I thinking? When did I become so perverted? The night breeze brushed against his face, and Su Chen suppressed the stray thoughts about pigtails, getting up to close the window that he didn't even know he had opened. Just as he turned around, he felt a weight on him, two soft masses pressing down, while a sharp blade was pressed against his neck. At the same time, a sultry voice whispered a threatening warning in his ear. If you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut. Chapter 137. You good citizens. The icy touch on his neck made Su Chen's hand tremble, causing the Victoria's Secret items he was holding to fall to the ground. The figure with the knife glanced over and coldly said, "Scum. I can't stand being called that." Su Chen was furious. I didn't even go out to look, why call me scum? At that moment, Su Chen finally saw the figure in front of him, her black robe tattered, multiple wounds on her body, and her alluring cheeks pale as paper. Most importantly, there was a furry tail behind her. Su Chen's attention was drawn, and an instinctive thought arose in his mind, if only it were a pig's tail. The enchanting woman's eyes filled with murderous intent, and just as she was about to thrust her short sword forward, footsteps sounded from outside. Which direction did the person run? The rat from the 10,000 Laws sect really knows how to hide. Hearing the increasingly close conversation outside, the enchanting woman's face grew even paler, her gaze frantic. The undercover agent from the 10,000 Laws sect had infiltrated Jiaduan. Su Chen's heart raced, and he showed a hint of panic. Don't kill me, I can help you hide. Listening to the footsteps drawing nearer, the enchanting woman nodded slightly and whispered, You better not have any funny ideas. I just want you to have a pig's tail. Su Chen slapped himself. Damn it, why was he so obsessed with pigtails tonight? Quickly hiding the enchanting woman in the wardrobe, several figures appeared in front of Su Chen's window, clearly having locked onto her. The four of them were slightly taken aback upon seeing Su Chen, their expressions questioning. Just as Su Chen was thinking about how to deceive them, he smiled. Familiar faces, this would be easy. Wei Tai's gaze swept toward the wardrobe, revealing a questioning look. If you're being held hostage, just blink. Su Chen shook his head to indicate it was fine, and pretended to question, Isn't it a bit rude for you all to barge into my room in the middle of the night? Seeing that Su Chen had not revealed her whereabouts, the enchanting woman, gripping her short sword tightly, let out a slight sigh of relief. Those damned patrols, once she safely escaped, she would kill their entire family. Lin Xia understood. We came to track down the people from the 10,000 Laws sect, have you seen them? You tracked the 10,000 Laws sect to my room? Su Chen coldly replied, how could there be people from the 10,000 Laws sect in a common citizen's room? Wei Tai coldly said, routine inspection, we hope you can cooperate. The enchanting woman in the wardrobe instantly tensed, peering through the gap in the cabinet to look outside. Impossible. Su Chen coldly said, I am a researcher coming from the rear. You have no right to search me. If you insist on searching, let Fong Po Kwang come personally. When out in the world, identity is something one gives oneself.
Anyway, Fong Po Kwang wasn't here, so it didn't matter to boast a little, everyone present was
on his side. Wei Tai showed a troubled expression at the right moment. The enchanting woman curled up in the wardrobe, holding her breath and focusing, her gaze fixed on Su Chen's back. This boy actually called out Fong Po Kwang's full name, who was the station general of Jiaguan, and these patrols weren't angry. Clearly, his identity was not ordinary, and his strength was not strong. If they really wanted to search, she would have to kill him even if it meant risking her life. The death of a high-ranking researcher would definitely be a significant loss for the Huaxia Federation. Su Chen coldly said, now please leave my room. We will be back. The four of them left with harsh words, giving Su Chen a teasing glance as they departed. The young man knows how to play, even engaging in a hero saving a beauty scenario. Wei Tai's expression was serious as he looked at the wardrobe. The people from the 10,000 Laws sect are insidious and vicious. If you encounter them, report immediately. He was worried that the boy might lose his life due to his kindness. Su Chen returned him a reassuring look. Everything was under control. As the window closed, Su Chen cautiously pulled the curtains and whispered, they've left, you can come out now. The cabinet door suddenly opened, and a figure darted out like a startled rabbit, once again taking Su Chen hostage. Feeling the soft touch pressing against him, Su Chen frowned and said, they've left, you don't need to hold me hostage anymore. Who knows if you all have colluded in secret? The alluring woman was very cautious, tightening her grip on Su Chen. I really am not that kind of person, I was forced into this. Su Chen, looking like a naive youth, questioned, how can you not keep your word? I saved you. Yet you treat me like this in return. Looking at the boy's righteous demeanor and his expression of being wronged, the alluring woman's mind began to turn. Such a brainless guy is the easiest to deceive. As long as he can be properly utilized, he might help her achieve great things. With this in mind, she put down her short knife, weakly collapsing to the ground, tears welling up in her eyes. She sobbed quietly without speaking, occasionally glancing at Su Chen with a pitiful look. How like? Su Chen took the initiative to ask, why did you join the 10,000 Laws sect? The 10,000 Laws sect is full of heinous people. Su Chen spoke with righteous indignation, looking like an angry youth. The alluring woman began to recite her prepared lines. I was just running a shop in this city with my husband, but we were targeted by the patrol's bullies. They killed my husband and violated me. I took the opportunity to kill that man, escaped with my husband's body, and after burying him, I was wanted. Tell me, what else could I do but join the 10,000 Laws sect? With red-rimmed eyes and tears flowing, this would definitely be a T0 level sob story. Su Chen felt a bit impatient. But thinking that following the clues might lead him to the other party's lair, he held back from punching her in the head. Since you have grievances, you can naturally seek out General Fong. He will surely help you. The alluring woman said pitifully, as a weak woman, how can I meet General Fong? I have always been law-abiding since joining the 10,000 Laws sect and have never harmed the innocent. Even so, once discovered, they would still try to kill me. Who is the real villain? The alluring woman understood the temperament of these young people very well. As long as she positioned herself as the weak one, the other party would definitely speak up for her, and she could naturally use him. Playing along with your act? Su Chen said directly, you are indeed a pitiful person. I will take you to see General Fong and clarify things. No. The alluring woman was startled. If she met Fong Po Kwang, even with her silver tongue, she would be slapped to death. Not everyone is as easy to deceive as this young man before her. If we go rashly, General Fong won't believe you. I have companions, they are also innocent people. Finally getting to the point, hurry and take me to find your accomplices. Su Chen frowned and asked, then what should we do? I will first take you to meet them, and then we can discuss a strategy. Together, the alluring woman said softly. As she spoke, her tear-filled eyes looked at Su Chen, full of pleading. Su Chen showed a troubled expression, and finally, gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he said, all right, you are all innocent people. Even if it goes against my ancestral teachings, I will help you. The alluring woman felt disdain in her heart. He was indeed a naive youth. She said softly, brother, you are so righteous. If I had met you earlier, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Su Chen looked like a self-sacrificing person, but his lips were tightly pressed, occasionally twitching. She believed it, she really believed it.
You, a great citizen, now quickly lead the way. The Imperial Army will surely treat your companions well.
Chapter 138, Who Should Go to Hell?
In the silent night of Jiaguan, only the occasional sharp cries of hawks echoed. Two figures cautiously moved along the street, and Su Chen wanted to tell her, stop hiding, the patrols here have all been dealt with.
By me, even if you ran naked, no one would care.
But that would contradict his image as a righteous young man, so Su Chen could only silently follow her. The two glanced around from time to time, sneaking about, full of stealth.
On a distant rooftop,
several figures stood in various postures, all watching the two of them.
Wait, I chuckled lightly, young people really know how to have fun, this is like following the clues up the vine.
Just right, Lin Xia said coldly, let's take them all at once. Lan Maodian lazily yawned, let's just watch for now, we can act when Su Chen is in danger. His face is widely known in the 10,000 Laws sect, this spy game won't last long. The four of them trailed behind the two, neither too far nor too close.
Like ghosts in the night.
After half an hour of sneaking around, the alluring woman stopped in front of a barbecue shop and let
out a slight sigh of relief.
I didn't expect the patrols in Jiaguan to be just for show, we got through so easily.
Su Chen. Sister, do you know how much attention you've drawn along the way?
Just the four of them from Weitai have stopped several groups coming to investigate, without them, you would have been caught long ago.
He feigned relief and said, let's go in.
Quickly, don't get discovered. The alluring woman nodded and knocked on the door with varying force.
After a moment, a weary voice came from inside, who is it?
The shop is closed. Boss, I came for a late-night snack, grilled fish and tofu.
Su Chen
pondered, the key point of this code should be in the fish and tofu.
Is this a code assigned to everyone, or differing codes at different times?
The door slowly opened, revealing a scruffy middle-aged man. The moment the middle-aged man saw Su Chen, his expression changed instantly, and he was about to make a move. The fluctuation of his energy revealed he was at the third level. With Su Chen's current physical condition, he could easily take him down within 10 moves.
Night Owl, he's not a bad guy. The
alluring woman stood in front of Su Chen and signaled, this young man saved me from the patrols, he's a good person. Night Owl paused, understanding that this kid had been tricked into coming here. He lowered his guard slightly and nodded at Su Chen.
Hello. The alluring woman, Nightingale, asked, where's Rulai? Night Owl replied in a deep voice, he's in the basement explaining the path of transcendence to everyone.
Recently, the patrols have been acting crazy.
Many of our companions have been captured and killed on the spot. Rulai needs to reassign tasks.
Additionally, according to the Elder's News, the top scholar Su Chen has developed a suppression drug for the blood scorpion poison, and those martial artists are recovering fully. He will do everything to create trouble for Su Chen and will stop at nothing to assassinate him. Because it was dark, and Su Chen had specifically worn a mask before coming out, it was said, we can't let the patrols see our faces.
Nightingale had no doubts.
Both of them wore masks that covered most of their faces. Thus, Night Owl did not realize that the target he was planning to assassinate was standing right in front of him. Take us to see Rulai, Nightingale said, this young man is willing to help
us prove our innocence.
Night Owl's gaze swept over Su Chen, a hint of mockery appearing in his eyes, and he nodded, all right. What a fool, to be tricked over so easily, but if he could be deceived by Nightingale, he should have some value.
Su Chen remained silent, merely observing the surrounding environment and exits.
Night Owl walked in front, first pushing open a hidden
door, revealing a dark tunnel. Entering the tunnel, Su Chen gradually heard the faint sound of scripture recitation, which became clearer the further he went, until a light appeared before him, suddenly illuminating the space. Beyond the tunnel was a room of at least 100 square meters, brightly lit, with a monk draped in a golden silk robe sitting cross-legged on a lotus seat. In the center, he was thin and frail, like a lifeless branch. Surrounding the monk were figures with devout expressions, at least 40 or 50 of them. Following the clues, Su Chen's gaze fell upon the spring water opposite. His eyes were calm as they rested on the monk. With lowered brows and kind eyes, he formed a mudra with one hand in front of him, softly chanting the scriptures. Nightingale respectfully said, this is the prophet Rulai, he is the one protecting us poor souls living in Jiaguan. This is the leader. Su Chen showed respect, Master, you are compassionate. The Rulai monk slowly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Su Chen. Nightingale, what is this? Prophet, he just saved me and is willing to help us, Nightingale briefly explained. She was worried that saying too much would reveal her hidden intentions, after all, she had concealed herself so perfectly. Thank you, young friend, Rulai monk said softly. These are all poor souls, either oppressed or forced into a corner, left with no choice but to take up the knife. It was not wrong to take up a knife to protect oneself, but joining the 10,000 Dharma's sect meant they had to kill. Su Chen's face showed pity. They are all poor souls. They might have truly killed out of desperation. If they had fled into the wilderness or gone into hiding, Su Chen would not have intervened, and might even have lent a hand. But they chose to join the 10,000 Dharma sect. Flesh and blood, suffering and weakness, the unity of all. Dharmas, what a grand statement, but within those 8 characters lies the tragedy of countless ordinary people. Human experiments, killing for pleasure, slaughtering cities, one incident after another, no one could absolve them. Those of the 10,000 Dharma sect must kill. Su Chen turned his head to suppress the killing intent in his eyes, his gaze falling on the photos posted on the wall, and asked nonchalantly, "Master, what is this?" Rulai monk sorrowfully replied, "All beings are trapped in the sea of suffering and cannot transcend. This person is full of evil, blocking others from transcending, and will surely fall into the 18 layers of hell." Looking at the various photos of himself on the wall, even one of him sleeping naked, Su Chen sighed. Indeed, fame brings no privacy. Full of evil? 18 layers of hell? Su Chen scoffed. "Which Zen temple did you come from, master?" Rulai monk had not yet sensed anything amiss. Songshan Martial Academy. "I know a monk who also came from Songshan Martial Academy." Su Chen slowly took off his mask, turned around, and stood in front of his photo wall, but he wouldn't spout false benevolence and hypocrisy. The boy's face was unmasked in its ridicule. "You, demon monk, if there really is an 18-layer hell, you should go down with me." At this moment, the truth was revealed. Behind Su Chen, Yuan Bulin stepped forward, flanked by 100 goblin soldiers guarding the clan leader. The members of the 10,000 Dharma sect were first startled by Su Chen's face, and before they could react, a roaring sound filled the air. The ground trembled, and the soil above them was directly lifted, blinding light shining down. The members of the 10,000 Dharma sect looked up to see dozens of powerful lights hanging above them. A dense crowd of figures in black stood with knives, their gazes either cold or excited. The Jiaguan patrol team was here. Before them, Yuan Chang and Feng Poquang stepped through the air, standing with their hands behind their backs. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Su Chen felt a sense of calm, the sun blade appearing in his hand, the gun blade pointing directly at the Rulai monk. "Demon monk, tell me, who should descend into the 18 layers of hell today?" Chapter 139, Witchcraft and Curses. The night wind howled, stirring the fallen leaves on the ground. The followers of the 10,000 Laws sect, illuminated by the bright lights, finally came to their senses. They were surrounded. The nightingale in the crowd turned pale, staring in disbelief at the gun-wielding youth, unable to believe her eyes. When she entered, she hadn't looked at the photos on the wall, and by the time she realized, it was too late. She had unwittingly brought the enemy in. And it was none other than the top-ranked fire extinguisher of the sect, the pride of China, Su Chen. Seeing her gaze, Su Chen tilted his head and smiled. "I should thank you. The rat's nest is so deep that I might not have found it without your guidance." The kind expression of Monk Rulai gradually faded, and he stood up with a blank face. His dry, small body quickly swelled like a burst of water, transforming into a muscular man. "Monk Rulai, I." The nightingale was about to explain when Monk Rulai raised his hand, signaling her to be quiet, and pushed forward with one palm. A golden palm print erupted with a thunderous sound, striking the nightingale. Her body trembled and flew backward like a rag doll, crashing to the ground, motionless. "Shaolin martial arts, the heaven-opening seal." Dressed in armor, Feng Poka said lightly, "The traitor of Songshan Qingyu poisoned the master, killed his fellow disciples, and fled into the 10,000 laws." Amitabha. Monk Rulai pressed his palms together with one hand. "Now this poor monk's dharma name is Rulai. Ultimately, you will die, there's no need for more words." Yuan Fudao's voice was cold as a silver war spear appeared. In his hand, the roar of the white tiger deafening. Feng Poku also produced a strange knife, black energy swirling around him, devouring everything. Even the light itself. One was a 7th tier, the other a quasi-7th tier, plus all members of the patrol team. It could be said that most of the power within Jiaguan was here, indicating the importance placed on the 10,000 Laws sect. The number one evil cult in China should not be underestimated. Then this poor monk will come to learn the skills of the two benefactors. Monk Rulai stepped into the air, his compassionate expression replaced by bloodthirst and brutality, his eyes flashing with a hint of blood. He looked down at Su Chen, his voice booming like a bell. "At all costs, kill." The cool night wind howled from afar, stirring both sides in confrontation. Monk Rulai retreated towards the city wall, facing two opponents at once. He was a 7th tier warrior. As long as he wanted to run, he could easily escape from a 7th tier and a quasi-7th tier. Yuan Qing swung the silver moonlight war spear down, the immense force bending the spear itself. Golden light appeared around Monk Rulai, the Shaolin divine ability, the golden bell shield.
The war spear struck heavily against the golden bell shield, the collision dimming its light. Yuan Cheng's attack
was neutralized.
Almost instantly, the strange knife appeared behind Monk Rulai, piercing through the golden bell shield and continuing to stab forward.
Yuan Cheng swung the war spear again, forming a pincer attack with Fang Poku. Fang Poku shouted coldly, "Demon monk, you will stay here today."
On the battlefield below, all the followers of the 10,000 Laws sect focused their gaze on Su Chen. With the order from Prophet Rulai, they would stop at nothing to kill this person.
They drew their weapons, their bodies beginning to distort, immediately entering their strongest forms.
A few others silently took a step back, short blades appearing in their hands, plunging them into their
own abdomens, not knowing what they were doing.
The night owl who had led the way had a cold expression, gripping dual knives stained with blood, his figure suddenly charging out, the blades aimed
straight at Su Chen's neck. So confident?
Seeing him rush forward, Su Chen raised an eyebrow, just about to lift his gun when he felt a heavy weight all over his body. Then warmth filled his mouth and nose. He looked up and wiped, crimson blood occupying his entire vision. A sharp pain pierced his brain, and he felt dizzy, whispers echoing in his ears. Su Chen's gaze fell on the few figures at the back. They knelt on the ground, using short blades to carve open their own bellies, pulling out a blood-soaked incense burner, breaking off their fingers to insert into the burner.
As they bowed, Su Chen's head throbbed even more painfully, and blood began to flow from his 7 orifices.
The method of witchcraft and curses.
Su Chen instantly understood what they were doing. One of the
branches of the 10,000 Methods sect, the witchcraft technique could kill an opponent from a distance. Now that he was right in front of them, casting spells would naturally be easier. A sharp pain pierced his brain, and a buzzing filled his ears. Su Chen felt an inexplicable irritability, with various emotions mixing together like a spilled jar. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he gripped the sun-snatching spear tighter, his fierce gaze fixed on the incoming night owl. Kill. Must kill. The people of the 10,000 Methods sect, all must die. The night owl's gaze was sharp. The blade in his hand moved smoothly, without hesitation, stirring up gusts of crimson wind. Watching the incoming blade, Su Chen did not move, merely looking on with indifference and disdain. Like the first emperor watching a thief wielding a dagger to assassinate him, he was dismissive, looking down upon them. The guard rushing down from above was startled, ready to throw his spear to save him, but as he raised it, his movement halted. Before Su Chen, a figure clad in wolfskin armor appeared like a demon returning from hell. The night owl's blade pierced his body, yet Yuan remained unfazed, instead seizing the night owl by the neck. The murderous intent surged in his dark golden pupils, and he exerted his strength with both arms. In the night owl's suddenly enlarged, terrified gaze, Yuan violently tore off the night owl's head and tossed it to the ground. Blood gushed from the headless corpse, and Yuan pulled out the twin blades from the wound, directly throwing them towards the few people behind the 10,000 Methods sect who were casting spells. You all, follow me to slay the thieves. Yuan voice was filled with anger. Anyone who offends the clan leader shall be torn to pieces. The dark yellow pupils of the 102nd tier goblin guards also surged with murderous intent, and upon hearing this, they no longer suppressed their anger and charged out. Anyone who dared to harm the clan leader must die. The many patrol team members leaping down from above were momentarily stunned, then shouted loudly, "Brothers, hurry up and take action, don't let a bunch of goblins outshine us. We are the patrol team, stay sharp, don't lose face. Damn it, attacking my savior, I'll kill you all." Due to Yuan attack, those casting spells were forced to interrupt. Su Chen, who had fallen into a negative state, also broke free from that irritability and anger. Fear surfaced in his eyes, just a dozen witchcraft curses had left him in this state. His emotions were out of control, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, and his combat power greatly diminished. If in the future the 10,000 Methods sect became ruthless and had all those studying witchcraft cast curses on him, wouldn't that directly lead to GG? However, what Su Chen did not know was that multiple witchcraft masters needed to cast spells face to face. Moreover, even if not dead, one would be severely injured by a joint curse of the same tier. For him to withstand the curses of so many and still stand there was already an astonishing feat. After the shock and fear, an uncontrollable rage followed. Damn it, after mixing in this world for so long, when had he ever felt so aggrieved? Su Chen raised his hand and waved, the splendid scroll unfurling. Earlier he had only called upon Yuan and 100 elite troops because the underground pit was limited in size. But as the ground was directly excavated, transforming the basement into a large pit, there was much more space. Goblin archers appeared at the edge of the upper pit, drawing their bows. When they saw their clan leader covered in blood, all the goblins were enraged. The news spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, evolving into the clan leader nearly being harmed, severely injured, and on the brink of death. The usually composed Sima Bulin rarely lost his composure, rushing to the front without regard for his image, only relaxing after confirming the clan leader was unharmed. Immediately after, his face twisted, his dark golden eyes fixed on the people of the 10,000 methods sect below. Draw arrows. Over 10,000 goblin archers simultaneously drew their bows, the murderous aura they stirred causing the patrol team below to sense something was amiss. Looking up, they saw countless green figures with murderous intent, arrows aimed downward. Fire! With a command, arrows covered all areas except for the one where Su Chen was located. The arrows fell like a torrential rain, sweeping away all enemies. The members of the patrol team looked at the rain of arrows blocking the sky, their expressions changing dramatically. Damn, there are still allies down there. Allies my ass, can't you see these guys wanna kill everyone? Run, run, I haven't even waited for the 4th installment of Kiba to come out yet. Chapter 140, Stand Up, No Kneeling. Buddha's Mercy. Facing the simultaneous assault from Yuan Cheng and Fong Po Kwang, Monk Lai slowly brought his hands together. Buzz. An invisible wave radiated from him, dissipating the two attacks capable of tearing rivers apart. As if they were nothing. Beneath the pitch-black sky, a golden-hued phantom of Guanyin appeared, with 3 heads and 6 arms, each bearing a different demeanor. The left Guanyin wore a compassionate expression, seemingly comforting the suffering of the world, while the right exuded determination, encouraging all beings to move forward bravely. The center radiated wisdom, guiding the lost. Each of the 6 arms held a sacred object, some grasping a lotus, others wielding a pipa, or raising a pure vase. The holy visage of Guanyin inspired awe in all who beheld it, making them instinctively want to kneel. You scum like you, are you worthy of Guanyin? Fong Po Kwang sneered, stepping forward, his weapon transforming from a common blade into a horse-slaying sword. The murderous aura gathered on the sword as Fong Po Kwang swung it down towards the holy visage of Guanyin. The arm holding the pipa struck down towards Fong Po Kwang, who grinned savagely, one hand to fight me. You think you're Yuan Cheng? In an instant, the sword blazed with golden light, the essence of metal so dense it seemed tangible. The next moment, the arm of the Guanyin holding the pipa was cleanly severed at the base, falling away and dissipating like starlight. Monk Lai's face paled slightly, the visage was part of him, and its damage represented his own. But soon, the severed arm began to reconstitute and grow back. Yuan Cheng, wielding a silver war spear, had a stern and cold expression as he thrust the spear forward, summoning the roar of the white tiger. This time, Lai did not overreach. 3 arms of the Guanyin visage moved in unison, bringing down the pure vase, the demon-slaying pestle, and the civil and military sword. Yuan Cheng's spear danced, producing a sharp whistling sound as it sliced through the air like a falling meteor, aimed at the arm holding the civil and military sword. As the spear struck down, a tremendous force collided like waves, shattering the civil and military sword, and Yuan Cheng's assault was blocked. Without hesitation, he dodged away, evading the attacks of the other 2 arms. His figure reappeared, completely severing the arm of the Guanyin visage that held the civil and military sword, the white tiger phantom manifesting and swallowing it whole. Meanwhile, Fong Po Kwang was equally swift, having already severed 2 arms. But the recovery speed of the visage was astonishingly fast. Despite being at a disadvantage, it had reached a stalemate with the 2. After a prolonged assault, Yuan Cheng noticed that Monk Lai's face was merely pale, sensing something was amiss. Even if a warrior's recovery was strong, it had its limits, especially in high-level battles where the consumption was immense. It shouldn't be recovering this quickly, it should only be somewhat weak. Thus, a suspicion arose in his mind. Yuan Cheng's gaze fell upon the 3 distinct heads of the Guanyin visage. And he coldly said, cutting off the arms is useless, that's not the weakness. Attack the heads of the visage. As his words fell, Yuan Cheng's figure vanished, reappearing before the left head of the compassionate Guanyin. He raised his silver war spear and swung it down, the spear bending as it tore through the air, a piercing sound echoing through the heavens. Monk Lai's brows lifted, unable to maintain the serene appearance of a high monk seated on a lotus, as he struggled to control the 3 arms to strike at Yuan Cheng. This action undoubtedly confirmed Yuan Cheng's suspicion. Fong Po Kwang rubbed his fists together, saying, finally, I know your weakness. The horse-slaying sword in his hand transformed again into a broad-bladed, long-handled saber, wrapping the red flag at the base of the saber around his hand. Fong Po Kwang's murderous aura surged, and he shot forward. Whatever stood in his way shattered instantly, splitting in 2. This saber also had another name, the Blade of Demon Destruction. Fong Po Kwang's figure appeared before the right head of Guanyin, seizing the moment while the other arms had yet to recover, and struck down with a single blow, the murderous aura.
Soaring to the heavens.
The golden and sacred head fell, and the movement of the Guanyin manifestation suddenly slowed, its phantom
fading slightly.
But in just a moment of distraction, 3 arms instantly surrounded Fong Poku, and the magical weapon struck him.
The
weapon crashed down, golden light erupted, smashing Fong Poku into the dust like a giant hammer. His chest caved in significantly. Blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Even a mid-level third-tier warrior, no matter how strong, would be severely injured by such a blow, losing combat ability on the spot. But Fong Poku only cursed a couple of times, took a deep breath, and his caved-in chest
inflated back to normal.
This was the resilience of a high-level warrior. Even if their heart was ripped out, they wouldn't die. With agility and a fierce offensive, Yuan Qing, who was slicing down at the left Guanyin head, said lightly, "Fool."
Fong Poku, feeling anxious, retorted, "Who are you cursing?" He rejoined the battlefield, his attacks becoming even more ferocious, switching between
18 types of weapons at will to counter various assaults.
This was Fong Poku's profession, a master of weapons. Proficient in all
kinds of weapons, he learned any weapons martial skills quickly. Over the years, he had steadily built his strength, which was why he had become a general with 7th-tier power, guarding Jiaguan. As the monk Lai Lai had blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. 2 Buddha heads had been severed, and he was not feeling well either. Watching the two rush back with the intent to kill, a bloodthirsty glint flickered in Lai Lai's eyes, revealing a demonic visage. Buddha is not Buddha, demon is not demon. Swish! With a clear sound of shattering, the golden Guanyin manifestation behind him began to break apart. The golden brilliance was gradually tainted by blood. And under the night sky, the golden light dissipated, replaced by a blood red composed of endless malevolence.
The Guanyin golden
body was slowly corroded and occupied by the blood red. The wisdom revealed by the Guanyin head in the center faded, leaving only
brutality and arrogance.
It appeared like a Shura in a sea of blood, revealing itself to the world. As it revealed itself, a formidable demonic might emanated, causing the patrolling members below, who were slaughtering all the followers of the 10,000 Laws sect,
to stagger. An inexplicable thought arose in their hearts: why not kneel before the Shura? The abbot Yuan Kong still wants to spare
your life. The old monk is too kind-hearted, otherwise, he wouldn't have let you escape back then.
Fong Poku looked at the Shura
manifestation with a cold smile, unafraid to engage.
Changing colors to intimidate? Did they really think he was raised to be scared? Yuan
Qing followed suit, the two of them working in perfect harmony, exchanging blows with the 3, their terrifying might shattering the
dark clouds over Jiaguan, revealing a full moon.
The silver moon cast its light, draping Yuan Qing in a layer of silver gauze. Below, the followers of the 10,000 Laws sect, trapped in the pit and unable to escape, suffered over 80% casualties under
a rain of arrows.
A few with stronger physiques were heavily injured, left with no power to resist.
The goblins carried the bodies
away one by one, stacking them together, while Yuan Bulin poured oil over them, showing disgust. These creatures were neither human nor ghost, and sometimes had tentacles or bugs crawling out of them, truly disgusting. As the flames ignited, some who were playing dead jumped up, only to be pierced through the heart by Yuan Bulin's spear, dying completely. The living were taken away by the patrolling
members for interrogation.
Just as the aftermath was being cleaned up, the golden light in the sky suddenly dissipated, followed
by a formidable demonic might.
This pressure bent everyone's bodies, making it impossible to stand upright, and thoughts urging them
to kneel filled their minds.
Before the Shura, kneeling wouldn't lead to death. Before the Shura, kneeling wouldn't lead to death. The goblins, however, were unaffected.
Yuan Bulin dug in his ears, wondering who was speaking in his ear. "Did you hear any sound?" Yuan Bulin called to a goblin. The goblin replied, "It seems there is. But it's chattering and I can't understand what it's saying." Chen listened to the murmuring voice, feeling as if a pair of eyes were watching him from the void. When fear arose in Chen, that gaze
intensified, and the pressure on him increased. When the fear diminished, the pressure would weaken.
"Trying to scare me?" Chen sneered. "Azura? What kind of Azura are you?"
He turned to look at the suppressed members of the patrol team, seeing some figures unable to hold on and kneeling.
He shouted, "Stand up, no kneeling. They're just evil and heretical. What right do they have to make you kneel?" Chapter 141, Life is like a play, all depends on acting. "Stand up, no kneeling." Chen's voice echoed from below, and the members of the
patrol team struggled to turn their heads to look. When their gazes fell on Chen, they were all momentarily stunned. The young man's back was straight, as if nothing could bend him. "Evil and heretical, you are not worthy of making them kneel."
Su Chen shouted loudly, "Heaven and earth are our teachers. Apart from these four, no one in this world deserves your kneeling." With Su Chen's interruption, the fear in the hearts of the patrol team members eased somewhat, and the oppressive aura that loomed over them diminished significantly. This is the nature of evil. Once it shows weakness, the opponent's arrogance will swell. Looking at the straight-backed young man, the patrol team members gritted their teeth. Damn it, we must stand up. That young man isn't kneeling, and here we are kneeling. It's simply too embarrassing. Just then, a figure quietly dragged away the nightingale that had been knocked into the corner. She was fortunate, having been severely injured by Monk Lulai's palm, but she happened to fall into an inconspicuous corner, escaping the rain of arrows. Su Chen seemed not to notice and merely gave Yuan a glance, signaling him to follow. The battle in the sky was also nearing its end. Fong Po Quan's clothes were tattered, and Yuan Chang was covered in blood, but Monk Lulai's injuries were even more severe. Behind him, the blood-colored Azura manifestation was in tatters, and his main body's aura had plummeted, with his left arm hanging uselessly. His left arm had been severed by Yuan Qing's spear in the recent battle, leaving him with less than 30% of his combat power. He had to leave. Monk Lulai's gaze swept below, his eyes flashing with brutality. Below were the main members of the 10,000 Dharma sect at Jiaguan, and today they had been captured all at once. It would be exceedingly difficult to regroup in the future. For at least a year, the 10,000 Dharma sect would lose its influence over Jiaguan. Even though he was the second in command and a 7th-tier martial artist, returning to the sect would still result in severe punishment. And all of this was because Monk Lulai's gaze fell on the straight-backed, spirited young man below. Fong Po Quang, I will remember today's grudge, Monk Lulai said as the blood-colored Azura manifestation behind him dissipated, fleeing towards the outside of the pass. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. He could not sacrifice his life here for this group of followers. You remember it, damn it, Fong Po Quang cursed, chasing after Monk Lulai. Yuan Cheng also pursued, and as the battle spear swung, Monk Lulai was injured again. But the latter did not resist. When Yuan Cheng and Fong Po Quang surrounded him, he suddenly struck out with a palm. This palm was not aimed at the two but rather at Su Chen below. Monk Lulai was well aware that he was now a sinner. If he could kill Su Chen, the top genius on the extinguishing list, his punishment would be lighter. Thus, he was willing to let Fong Po Quang and Yuan Cheng attack, waiting for the right moment to strike at Su Chen below. With such a threat at such a young age, if Su Chen did not die, everyone in the 10,000 Dharma sect would sleep poorly. The moment Monk Lulai made his move, Yuan Qing, with a cold expression, showed no hesitation. He stopped surrounding him and instead went to intercept that attack. The golden palm print, carrying the might of splitting mountains and rivers, struck downwards, clearly aiming to kill Su Chen while also eliminating the living forces of Jiaguan. Shaolin's secret martial arts, the heaven-overturning seal. Damn, you dared to touch my nephew. Fong Po Quang cursed, retracting his hand, his figure darting forward, wielding his sword to slash at the golden palm print. In both public and private, Su Chen's value far exceeded that of this demon monk. Seeing both of them go to intercept, a look of regret appeared in Monk Lulai's blood-red eyes. Today, Su Chen would not die. But this also gave him a chance to escape. With a flash of blood, Monk Lulai's figure vanished from everyone's sight. Below, Su Chen saw Yuan Chang and Old Fong appear beneath the golden palm print, dispersing it in a few moves, and he let out a sigh of relief. Just as that bald thief struck out with a palm, Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The feeling of being locked onto filled him with despair. No matter how he tried to evade, he couldn't escape that palm technique descending from the sky. It was just like when the Monkey King couldn't escape the Buddha's hand back then. He got away, Fong Po Quang said as he descended, letting out a sigh. If they could have captured that demon monk, the 10,000 Laws sect would have lost a high-level combatant. And the situation would have been better. Yuan Guiding's gaze first fell on his disciple, and after confirming he was safe and sound, he began to survey the scene. Is everyone here? He asked. Su Chen replied, everyone is here, except for one who left. Left? Yuan Cheng keenly sensed the difference in his disciple's words. Su Chen revealed a playful smile. That's right, left. In a dark alley, a figure cloaked in black was helping Nightingale to run forward. The latter's meridians and bones were shattered, and it could be said she was doomed. Blood continuously oozing from her mouth and nose as she moved. Wait. Nightingale struggled to speak, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Who are you? Why did you save me? The figure in black took out a kerosene lamp, lit it, and illuminated the face beneath the hood.
The features were shadowy, with high cheekbones, a hawk-like nose, and a gaze that swept around like an eagle watching a wolf, exuding a fierce aura. "My name is Sima E," the disguised Sima Bulin said in a hoarse voice, a firewood worker from Jiaguan. He lifted his black cloak, revealing a brand on his body, a character for firewood. A look of grief and unwillingness appeared in Sima Bulin's eyes as he spoke each word clearly. "I cannot die, so I escaped. The city guard is searching the entire city. Take me to find the others from the 10,000 Laws sect, and we can both survive." Blood continued to seep from the corners of Nightingale's lips as she questioned, "Why should I trust you?" Though it was a question, she had already believed more than half of what he said. The patrol team had surrounded and killed her companions. Unless he was left with no choice, why would he take such a great risk to save her? Moreover, the brand on Sima Bulin's body was not fake, it was a mark that could never be removed in a lifetime. Could someone really leave such a humiliating mark on themselves just to gain her trust? You have no choice. Sima Bulin's eyes were cold, his killing intent flickering, resembling a desperate thug. "Either take me to find the others, and we can both live, or I will kill you and turn myself in. At least I can save my life." Nightingale's gaze flickered, and she knew she had no choice now. She didn't want to die, so she could only rely on the person before her. "Sima, brother," Nightingale said softly, "I believe you. Let's go to the ancient city district. There will be my cannon, comrades." Regardless of whether this person was trustworthy, preserving her own life was the most crucial thing. Once they were safe, she could investigate his identity later. Sima Bulin nodded, helping Nightingale up again, and they headed toward the ancient city district. He silently counted the time, and when Nightingale let her guard down, he discreetly waved his hand behind him. "Where are you two going?" A towering figure surrounded by a murderous aura appeared behind them, holding a large bow, drawing an arrow. "The general has ordered, leave none alive." Yuan Bulin's dark golden pupils were stern as the arrow shot out, tearing through the air. Just as Nightingale had relaxed her guard, she suddenly felt a shock in her heart and turned to see the arrow flying toward her. "Be careful!" A low shout rang in her ears, and Nightingale was thrown aside, watching as the arrow pierced Sima Bulin's shoulder. Sima Bulin endured the pain and ran wildly, carrying Nightingale on his back, disappearing into the alley. Yuan Bulin, surrounded by a murderous aura, lowered his bow and stroked his chin, wondering if he had pulled too hard just now. After thinking for a long time, he only felt a tickling in his head and decided not to think about it anymore. Sima Bulin was so clever, he shouldn't die, right? Instead of worrying about him, it was better to go queue at the Dawn Hall. Chapter 142, I prefer to win people over with virtue, but I won't only rely on virtue. Sima Bulin, nursing a shoulder injury, carried Nightingale into a deserted alley. He looked at the arrow piercing his shoulder, anger flashing in his eyes. That brainless fool Yuan Bulin must have done it on purpose. It was personal revenge. Just wait, once he completed the Patriarch's undercover mission and returned, he would make that brute pay. "How are you?" Nightingale asked with concern. Sima Bulin was her last lifeline. If anything happened to him, she would surely fall victim to the patrols and city guards. "I need medicine, help me take out the arrow," Sima Bulin rasped. Nightingale struggled to prop herself up, took out a short blade, and cut the arrow in front and behind Sima Bulin's shoulder before pulling it out. As a civil official, Sima Bulin had never suffered such a severe injury before. He looked at the bloody wound on his shoulder and quickly took out a small box of black ointment to apply. He had anticipated this scene and had brought a box of universal ointment from Shurjan Bulin before setting out. As the ointment was applied, a cool, tingling sensation spread, and the pain in his shoulder gradually eased. "How much further to the place you mentioned?" Sima Bulin asked in a deep voice. As a civil official, he usually strategized from afar, making decisions from thousands of miles away. If it weren't for the lack of suitable goblins for undercover work in the clan territory, he would never have found himself here. Sima Bulin also resolved that once he returned, he would establish a spy department at Huangpu University to specifically train undercover agents. Nightingale surveyed the surroundings and whispered, "We're almost there. Just one more intersection and we'll be safe." As she spoke, her emotions inevitably stirred, and the blood she was coughing up increased. Sima Bulin was worried that she might bleed out before they reached their destination, so without further ado, he hoisted her up and moved on. They narrowly avoided the patrol team searching for two people and arrived at their destination. It was a somewhat secluded private courtyard, and as soon as they reached the entrance, they could hear a woman's pained yet pleasurable moans from inside. Nightingale's expression turned cold as she whispered, "Let's go in directly." Sima Bulin nodded and helped Nightingale over the courtyard wall. Inside, the intimate exchange between a man and a woman abruptly stopped, followed by the lights going out, plunging the place into silence.
Nightingale's face was cold as she weakly said, "Hyena, it's me." "Nightingale?"
A surprised voice came from inside, and the door opened to reveal a bare-chested man. He had a handsome face, dyed blonde hair, and earrings in his ears.
Looking carefree and unruly.
Behind him, two women hurriedly put on their clothes, anxiously glancing outside, and only relaxed when they saw it wasn't the patrol team. As long as it wasn't a raid, they
were fine. Seeing Nightingale covered in blood, the man known as Hyena's expression changed. "I just saw the Bodhisattva of the Prophet, what happened?" Nightingale whispered, "Let's talk inside." Her gaze fell on the two women in the room, a flash of killing intent in her eyes. "Don't be angry, I'll take care of them right away." Hyena smiled, a knife appearing in his hand as he turned to the frightened women. "The world is a sea of suffering. You float in this sea by selling your bodies, which is too painful. I'll send you to the Western paradise to enjoy bliss." The two disheveled women turned pale with fear, retreating repeatedly. We didn't hear anything. "This job won't cost you, let us go, and we promise we won't tell anyone about tonight." Hyena shook his head. "That won't do, only the mouths of the dead are the most secure." He raised the knife to strike, but his wrist was suddenly grabbed, a hoarse voice ringing in his ear. "Leave them for now, at least let me enjoy myself before killing." Hyena's blonde hair swayed as he frowned. "Who are you?" Just now, he saw Sima Bulin bringing Nightingale in, but he didn't ask. Immediately. This guy actually blocked him? He didn't know that what he hated most was when others considered themselves his equals. Nightingale weakly said, "Brother Sima, I was previously a firewood worker who escaped from the concentration camp and joined my sect." Sima Bulin lifted his robe with one hand, revealing the brand underneath. Hyena let out a cold laugh. "You haven't even joined the sect yet, and you want to meddle in my affairs? Get lost." He shook his arm, trying to shake off the hand blocking him, but was shocked to find that hand still firmly gripping him. "I like to reason with people, to win them over with virtue." Sima Bulin's gaze darkened, and the strength in his hand gradually increased. "But that doesn't mean I only know how to win people over with virtue." Did he really think that civil officials were useless? Did he know what the 6 arts of a gentleman were? Did he know what it meant to have both virtue and talent? The main force of the 10,000 Laws sect inside Jiaguan had all been wiped out, leaving only a few stray cats, not even a third-tier one. Hyena was only a second tier, and for Sima Bulin, killing him was not difficult. "You should be glad I'm standing here, otherwise." Sima Bulin snorted coldly and shook off Hyena's hand. If the clan leader were here, this guy who wanted to freeload without paying and even kill would have had his head blown off long ago. Hyena took a few steps back, shocked by Sima Bulin's strength, and looked towards Nightingale. The latter said, "Brother Sima can help me escape from the pursuers, so don't provoke him." Hyena said no more, sheathed his knife, and walked into the room. This was one of the rules of the 10,000 Laws sect: the bigger the fist, the more reason you had. Sima Bulin was stronger than him, and even if he killed him on the spot today, no one would blame him. Sima Bulin approached the two terrified women and said coldly, "Put your clothes on and wait for me upstairs." Although they were engaged in illegal services, their crimes did not warrant death. According to the clan leader's orders, if they encountered innocent people, they should save them if possible. Yes. The two women, who were quite attractive, nodded in a panic and walked upstairs, their legs trembling. They had been in the service industry for years, and their quick minds had already vaguely guessed the identities of these people. The 10,000 Laws sect. They were actually those wicked people from the 10,000 Laws sect. After the two went upstairs, Hyena took out a small jar and pulled out a piece of fresh, red flesh. Nightingale took it and chewed it in large bites, her pale face finally looking a bit better. Seeing that Nightingale wanted to take more, Hyena quickly put the jar away. This was cut from the embryo of a 1-month-old baby in the sect. "It's very nourishing. I don't have much left and need to keep some for my own life." Nightingale's gaze turned even colder. This dog of a man, when he was with her, called her good sister and even sweet-talked her to get her to suck on chopsticks. Yet now he couldn't even bear to give her a bit of recovery item. Sima Bulin looked coldly at that jar, his emotions hidden beneath the surface. No wonder the clan leader held a deadly intent towards the 10,000 Laws sect. These guys could no longer be considered human. Even animals wouldn't eat their own kind. Nightingale said coldly, "The patrol team launched a surprise attack, and the main force was completely wiped out, like the Prophet Lai was seriously injured." She briefly recounted everything that had just happened, omitting the part about leading Su Chen. This was something that no one could know, otherwise she, Nightingale, would be sentenced to death. Hyena's face turned ugly. Then we would become abandoned pieces. What should we do next? Nightingale's expression also darkened. Now even the prophet Lili had escaped, and the remaining people would definitely not be cared for by the sect.
Just relying on them, they might be caught by the patrol team of Jiaguan at any moment.
In her confusion and lack of ideas, Nightingale's gaze fell on Sima Bulin, who had remained silent and expressionless. Perhaps he would have a way? This person escaped from the concentration camp and is now in the same boat as them, which can be trusted. Nightingale believes in her judgment. Sima Yi could never be an undercover agent for the military. With a mindset of giving it a try, Nightingale spoke up. Brother Sima, do you have a way to deal with the current situation? Chapter 143, The 10,000 Laws Sect, Local Chickens and Tile Dogs. Nightingale looked at Sima Bulin with hopeful eyes.
From the moment they first met, the latter had exuded a sense of calm reliability.
Do you really want to ask me? Sima Bulin had anticipated Nightingale's inquiry and replied lightly, I'm just an outsider who hasn't joined the sect.
Aren't you afraid that I might be a spy from the patrol team and that I
could capture you all in one go? Nightingale and Hyena both understood that this was a prompt for them to express their stance. The two exchanged glances, stood up together, and knelt on one knee before Sima Bulin.
Their faces showing respect. If you are a spy for someone else, then we would be even less than spies ourselves.
As long as you have a way to resolve the current situation, we are willing to follow you. Hyena
was no match for Sima Bulin, so he naturally submitted. Nightingale, being incapacitated at the moment, also chose to bow her head. Seeing both of them kneeling, Sima Bulin smiled and raised his hand to help them up. Get up, we are all on the same side. This is quite embarrassing for me.
Our biggest dilemma right now is ensuring our safety.
Hyena said respectfully, my public identity is that of a tattoo shop owner, and I have never done anything out of line. We are quite safe at the moment.
Safe? Sima Bulin scoffed lightly, unaware even when death is imminent. Do you know how many people the patrol team has captured tonight? They caught all the core members. Does only Nightingale know your identity? Do you think those who were caught would hesitate to sell you out to save their own lives? Even if they don't sell you out, do you think they won't go after others? And those others won't sell you out either?
The more Sima Bulin spoke, the worse Hyena's expression became, turning pale.
Although everyone usually remained in a state of concealment,
there were still occasional contacts.
Besides Nightingale, at least 3 others knew his identity, and Hyena could not guarantee that those 3 wouldn't betray him. Sima Bulin's cold gaze met Hyena's anxious
eyes, and leaning forward, he spoke each word clearly. How long can this so-called temporary safety last?
1 day or 2? Do you believe that within a week, you will be arrested and executed by the patrol team? In Sima Bulin's chilling gaze, Hyena saw the fragility of humanity.
His face turned pale, and his body trembled. Please, sir, save me. Nightingale also looked anxious. Sima Bulin's analysis was very reasonable. And she softly said, please, sir, help us break this deadlock. As she spoke, the fabric covering her chest revealed a gap, exposing a cleft.
Sima Bulin coldly said, cover up those 2 lumps of flesh, don't let them be an eyesore.
Nightingale lowered her head, quickly adjusting her clothing, not expecting that he would not fall for this trick. Why had he just let those 2 women stay then? Was her figure and face not as
good as those 2 women who were available to anyone? Do you have a map of Jiaguan? I do. Hyena nodded vigorously and ran to the room to bring out a rolled-up map. It showed the general layout of Jiaguan.
And after looking at it for a moment, Sima Bulin raised his hand. A pen. Hyena respectfully handed over the pen, and Sima Bulin casually drew a few circles on the map. These were areas with a high population, low prices, and relatively good public order, with roads crisscrossing.
Sir, what is this? Sima Bulin replied lightly, this is the approximate range where the remaining members of the 10,000 Laws sect are hiding. Look to see if anyone you know is in these areas.
Hyena and Nightingale's expressions changed, and they hurriedly lowered their heads to examine the map closely. As they looked, both were stunned. Nightingale's body gradually straightened, and she instinctively stepped back, her gaze drawn to the calm figure before her.
Terrifying. Too terrifying. At this moment, Nightingale's mind echoed with only this one thought. She
had just taken a careful look and discovered that several of her cannons were located within these few areas. The hyena also wore a dazed expression, somewhat incredulous.
If he had never seen Sima Bulin, he would definitely suspect that the other party was a high-ranking member of the Wanfa sect's stronghold in Jiaguan. It was too accurate enough to make him feel apprehensive. Just by analyzing a map, one could determine the general location where the Wanfa sect members were hiding. If such a person were to join the Chinese military, how would they have any way out? It seems my analyst was right, Sima Bulin chuckled lightly. The Wanfa sect is nothing but a bunch of local chickens and tile dogs. You should have an emergency contact code, right? No matter what means you two use, gather all the members of the Manhwa sect in the city within tomorrow and restore the communication network. Only then can we know each other's situation and respond to the patrols. This. The hyena showed hesitation. Isn't that a bit too hasty? I'm worried that some of them won't come. What will we do then? Sima Bulin looked at him coldly. Hasty? Should we wait for the patrols to come knocking before we contact them? The patrols won't give us time. If we don't want to die, we have to restore contact. Those who are unwilling to come, those who resist. A ruthless look appeared in his eyes as he waved his hand, causing a corner of the table to slide off. Kill. Nightingale and the hyena fell silent for a moment, knowing what kind of person this lord was. He was decisive in his actions, with an iron fist. But this was undoubtedly the best decision at the moment. A ruthless look appeared in the hyena's eyes. Damn it, no more hesitation, let's take a gamble. If it works out, they can continue to live freely. If it fails, it would just mean heads rolling, and there was no time to hesitate now. He stood up, clasped his fists, and bowed. I will obey. Nightingale also propped up her weak body and stood up. I will obey. In front of Sima Bulin, she dared not act arrogantly. Such a person would not consider past feelings. If she appeared to be a burden, she might end up dead at the hands of her own people. Let's rest tonight. The matter has just concluded, and the patrols won't be able to check in. Sima Bulin stood up and walked to the second floor. Soon, the charming voices of women echoed from upstairs, and Nightingale's expression grew even uglier. Could it be that her charm was really not as good as those? 2. She turned her gaze to the hyena and asked, Am I pretty or are they pretty? The hyena shrugged, a wicked smile on his face. That depends on whether you can consciously slurp your chopsticks after dinner. Chapter 144. In front of the goblins, third brother looks like a rookie. The next day at noon, the sun was high in the sky. Master Su wiped his forehead, his face full of fatigue after a busy morning. With Zhengdao ordered to infiltrate the 10,000 Laws sect, Chen lost this tool and had to handle everything himself. After all, you couldn't expect Yuan Xingdu to manage the tribe's affairs. Fortunately, Sima Bulin had previously trained a few goblins, who were quite capable. Among them was the peace faction goblin that Su Chen had previously favored. Now he was negotiating with Yubo, the logistics supervisor, and Su Chen only needed to clock in at the factory on time as a mascot. If he had an attribute panel, it would probably read, Mascot, Su Chen, Attribute Bonus, Tribe. Members enter an excited state, work efficiency increases by 105%, let's eat. A gentle voice rang in his ears, and a sumptuous lunch appeared before Su Chen. 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a freshly braised chicken leg. Wow! Xiao Yue set down her own plate and slowly sat down, exuding elegance in every movement. Her chestnut-colored waves glimmered warmly in the sunlight, and the warm-colored turtleneck sweater wrapped around her curvaceous figure, inevitably causing a mechanical reaction. As she sat down, the ground shook. This chicken leg is really big, Su Chen exclaimed. When Xiao Yue lightly tapped Su Chen's head with the end of her chopsticks, don't be inappropriate while eating. As she spoke, a hint of a doting smile appeared on her delicate features, her red lips gently curling. Then can I be inappropriate when I'm not eating? Su Chen climbed up the pole. Don't twist my words. When Xiao Yue shot him a charming glance. For this younger man, who was nearly a whole round younger than her, she felt an inexplicable tolerance. She used to think she liked mature women, but now she realized she liked anyone who was good-looking. Su Chen happily enjoyed his lunch. After lunch, he clung to Xiao Yue for a while. What a joke! If he didn't play with the exquisite woman, would he go back to the Dawn Hall and play with the tribe members in a tank? Su Chen didn't have that kind of hobby. Why? Xiao Yue glanced at the time. I have to go to class. Su Chen looked at her pitifully. So, it turns out that the younger brother has influenced the older sister. It's okay to leave me behind. His tea-flavored words successfully made Xiao Yue laugh, and she gently asked, What do you want then? Su Chen pointed to his cheek. Give me a kiss. Xiao Yue was taken aback, not expecting the usually bold Su Chen to make such a request. She hesitated, not because she resisted kissing Su Chen, but adults can't just consider their feelings. Their current relationship was that of siblings. If she kissed him, how would they define their relationship afterward? Xiao Yue had many clients who had been hurt in love, and among them were those who had done everything but still hadn't established a relationship. When it came time to define the relationship, their feelings would often conflict. It's fine, I was just joking. Su Chen smiled lightly, stood up, and said, It's getting late, Sister One, you should go to class. Once the young man's figure disappeared from view, Xiao Yue came back to her senses, a wave of regret surging in her heart. Would Su Chen think she disliked him?
Looking at the time, when Shoyue suppressed these emotions and returned to her usual gentle yet distant demeanor. As a psychologist, she was very aware of her emotional changes. When Shoyue clearly felt her fondness for Su Chen growing daily, yet she never distanced herself from him. This undoubtedly added to her frustration, but she simply didn't want to. She thought it would be nice to continue this way, and they could deal with future matters later. She just didn't expect. The light in her gentle eyes dimmed slightly as when Shoyue walked toward the room that served as a classroom. In the Goblin territory, Su Chen strolled around the factory according to his schedule. He is just a mascot, managed by outstanding students trained at Huangpu University, and everything seems to be in order. Sister Wen's reaction was within Su Chen's expectations. Mentioning this condition was merely half a test and half a joke. A psychologist can see through others' thoughts, but cannot see through their own. Or rather, even if they can see through, they will find an appropriate excuse to explain it due to personal subjectivity. If when Shoyue showed obvious resistance or dissatisfaction, it would mean the two were not fated. Su Chen never wasted time on women he was not fated with. Sigma men value efficiency. When Shoyue only displayed hesitation and confusion, which at least proved that her subjectivity was not resistant, but merely concerned about other matters. Adults tend to have many considerations. After one unsuccessful attempt, Su Chen was not discouraged. With this groundwork, the next exquisite woman would probably not refuse. At this moment, a relatively tall goblin respectfully approached Su Chen. "Greetings, Chief." "Get up," Su Chen said, looking at him. "You are a student from the first batch of Huangpu, right?" The tall goblin replied respectfully, "Yes, subordinate." "Do you have a name?" "I chose a name from the heavenly book you provided, Zhongying." "Why did you choose this name?" Su Chen was somewhat curious. The original owner of this name was not a virtuous figure. Dongjua, styled Zhongying, was a warlord and powerful minister at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty who once deposed the legitimate heir and enthroned a younger one, using the emperor to command the lords. I admire his initial abilities, facing the earth and turning his back to the sky. Such grassroots individuals relied on their passion and the blade in their hands to gradually become the greatest power in Bailiang and take control of the Central Plains. Even if he later became foolish and indulged in wine and lust, it could not conceal his earlier capabilities. Zhongying the goblin said respectfully. Su Chen smiled, "That's true. Those who can rise from nothing cannot be incompetent. Zhongying, since you chose this name, I hope you can carve out a path that belongs to you." "Understood." Zhongying the goblin cupped his fists in salute. "All right, you can go back to your work," Su Chen instructed. After he left, Su Chen opened the system panel to check the overall development direction of his tribe. "Your tribesmen are striving hard, actively producing, becoming more skilled in production, and gaining a tribe buff, production mastery." Production mastery, whether crops or handicrafts, there is a 30% bonus effect. 1 million mid-tier goblins consumed deep space creature corpses. 100,000 mid-tier goblins experienced rejection reactions and died, while 900,000 mid-tier goblins gained deep space power, increasing their physique and resistance. The famous building in your tribe, the Dawn Hall, has been renovated and has become a landmark. All goblins are more fervent, with a slight increase in speed. Many new goblins were born in the Dawn Hall, unlocking hidden panels and the race tree. Su Chen looked at the records on the panel, his mouth twitching. No reproductive isolation is impressive, even the system's hidden panel has been unlocked. He opened the race tree panel, and the first thing that caught his eye was several already lit leaves. Goblin plus none equals holy light goblin. This was relatively normal, although the nuns under Zhou Ruishue were a bit thick-blooded. They also had their advantages. Tough and durable. Su Chen continued to look down along the lit leaves. Goblin plus green vine monkey equals poisonous goblin. Hiss. Su Chen gasped. Well, this could be understood. After all, the third brother had done such things. It is well known that the third sister-in-law's gender includes but is not limited to humans, such as gorillas and lizards. His own tribesmen should not be capable of such things. Su Chen's gaze continued downward. Goblin plus black water lizard equals lizard goblin. Goblin plus black stone bear equals black stone goblin. After a brief glance at the unlocked hybrid formulas, Su Chen fell into silence. In front of the goblins, the three brothers were as innocent as a rookie. Chapter 145, I want to award special merits. Hello, Chief. In the Kyoto garrison area, the martial artists along the way respectfully saluted. In military uniform, Ren Qingtian strode confidently towards the conference room, holding a document bag in his hand. Creak, he pushed open the door to the conference room, which was empty, not a single figure in sight. Ren Xingtian calmly sat down, a blue light enveloping him from above, followed by the appearance of illusory figures in the other empty seats. There were elderly men in military uniforms, middle-aged individuals, and robust men in martial arts attire. But without exception, the few who appeared were the top combatants of China, all 8th-tier martial artists. Currently, apart from Wu Ji, no one else in China could step into the 9th tier. They held key positions across various critical areas in China and rarely met in person, so they used holographic projection technology for meetings. Old Ren, what do you need us for? Asked the elderly man in military uniform. The others' gazes also fell on Ren Xingtian, waiting for him to speak. I have great news to share with you all today, Ren Xingtian said with a hearty laugh. The suppression agent for the blood scorpion toxin has been developed. As soon as these words were spoken, joy appeared on the faces of the strong present. Great, this is indeed good news. We no longer have to constantly guard against the blood scorpion. Finally, we have a countermeasure. Was it developed by the Huainan Academy or the Changchun Academy? Asked the robust man in martial arts attire. He had a rugged face, steady eyes, and exuded a heavy presence like a mountain. The master of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Luo Chang. Whoever it is, they must be generously rewarded. The elderly man in military uniform laughed. This matter should be widely publicized, to infuriate the 10,000 Laws sect and the Deep Space Clan. Over the years, the 10,000 Laws sect and the Deep Space Clan had occasionally sent blood scorpions to annoy people. While it didn't poison the giant that was the China Federation, it was still quite painful for a while. Old Run, stop keeping us in suspense, another man spoke up. The leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, Yan Dujiang. He had a short beard and a sullen face, giving off a cold aura that made people reluctant to look directly at him. The internal structure of the China Federation was not entirely under official control. There were also civilian and semi-official forces. The Martial Arts Alliance was a civilian force, while the Extreme Martial Arts Academy was a semi-official force. They carried the official title but still did what they needed to do. The person who developed the suppression agent should be very familiar to you. His name is Su Chen. Ren Xingtian observed the reactions of the crowd. Even he was stunned for a while upon hearing this news, so he didn't believe these people could remain expressionless. Sure enough, the expressions of the figures created by the holographic projection were all stunned. It was like a monster was about to destroy a city, and nuclear weapons were useless, but a 6-year-old child transformed into an emperor's armor and annihilated the monsters. It sounded absurd no matter how you heard it. The elderly man in military uniform was the first to regain his senses. Old Run, you're not joking, are you? He shot a glance at Ren Xingtian. This was not something to joke about. They all knew Su Chen's profile, a child obsessed with martial arts. What could he possibly understand about toxins? The others also came back to their senses, awkwardly laughing. Old Ren is just joking. A boring joke. Even if you want to protect the research team, there's no need to bring a child into this, right? Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Ren Xingtian's expression gradually turned cold, and finally, he slammed his hand on the table. I'm not joking. I see. You are truly getting old, your eyes dimming, ignorant and unwilling to believe in the emergence of a genius. Talents emerge in every generation. A joke? I laugh at your ignorance. In his youth, Ren Xingtian was a fierce figure on the front lines, cutting his way from the south of the martial arts Great Wall to the north. Thus, when it came to scolding people, he held nothing back, saying what he felt first. At worst, he would just apologize to them later. What if they didn't accept it? If you don't accept it, then you're asking for a scolding. Just block the door for 2 days and you'll accept it. Seeing Ren Xingtian cursing loudly, it was clear he was genuinely angry, and the expressions of the other four changed slightly. Could it really be Su Chen? Just then, voices began to sound around them. The materials Ren Xingtian had sent earlier had arrived. Everyone picked them up to look through, their expressions shifting from disbelief to astonishment, and finally to absurdity. Indeed, it was absurd. A thick sense of absurdity enveloped them, making everyone question whether the world had truly changed. The crimson blood scorpion poison that had troubled the 5 federations for years had its antidote developed by an 18-year-old child's summoning item. When this thought flashed through their minds, everyone even wanted to laugh. If anyone had told them such a thing before, their first reaction would have definitely been to think that person was crazy and should be sent to a mental hospital. But now, the glaring evidence lay before them, forcing everyone to believe. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. The elderly man in military uniform was the first to regain his composure, laughing as he said, "What our predecessors said was indeed not wrong. The world is ours, but it is also theirs. Ultimately, it belongs to the young people. We old folks have already aged.
Another man in military uniform muttered, Seeing that these guys believed him, Ren Qingtian finally began to state his true purpose. I have gathered you all here today for one thing. I want to award Su Chen with a special merit. The room fell into a dead silence. Special merit, this is the highest honor in the Huaxia Federation. 90% of those who receive it are martyrs who sacrificed themselves, which alone shows its uniqueness. And today, Ren Qingtian actually wanted to request special merit for Su Chen. Everyone instinctively began to weigh the pros and cons. Is it a bit too fast for an 18-year-old to receive special merit? Not to mention whether his achievements are sufficient. Even if they are, according to the procedures, he should first be polished for a few years. I disagree. The first to oppose was the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, Yen Dujiang. Old Ren, I find it hard to agree with your decision. A child, and you want to give him special merit? That's too much. This will make his arrogance soar, thinking too highly of himself and looking down on others. Ren Qingtian nodded and asked, then what merit do you think is appropriate? A calculating and scheming look flashed in Yen Dujiang's eyes. How about second-class merit? We can publicly commend him and shape Su Chen into one of Huaxia's top 10 outstanding youths. What about you all? Ren Qingtian scanned the others. Luo Chang, the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, nodded. What Yen said is also acceptable. The two stood on the same side, while the other two from the military did not express their stance, clearly neither supporting nor opposing. Although everyone held high positions, they had many people around them and had to think about their own. Ren Qingtian fell silent for a moment. Sneering, ridiculous, truly ridiculous. That child's parents both sacrificed for the country, both receiving first-class merit, yet now their child is to be obstructed by you. If this gets out, how will you have the frontline soldiers think? Chapter 146, First-Class Merit. This is the killing move prepared by Ren Qingtian. Su Chen's parents were both martyrs who sacrificed themselves for the country, and even further investigation would reveal this. Su Chen's grandfather was also a soldier in the past, having made contributions, and his grandmother worked in the Martial Arts Bureau, making their background truly solid and reputable. While others were uncertain, the other two in the military department would definitely choose to support him, regardless of their personal feelings. If this matter were to leak out, it would cause instability among the ranks. They could only nod in agreement. As Ren Qingtian had guessed, the elderly man in military uniform sighed. He's a pitiful child, we can't let everyone feel disheartened. The middle-aged man in military attire nodded, speaking sparingly. Ren Lao, that's not right, Yen Dujiang said with a smile. Isn't second-class merit just a form of neglect? Isn't it a lack of support? How many people have made great contributions and only received second-class merit? Moreover, he's just a child, he has a long way to go, and there will be many more opportunities for him to earn merit in the future. He is on the front lines resisting foreign enemies while we guard the capital. Aren't we all serving the people? That's sophistry. Ren Qingtian's face turned red with anger. How can you say that? If merit is earned, it should be rewarded, otherwise, wouldn't the sacrifices of those below be in vain? In the face of his furious shout, Yen Dujiang remained calm and smiled lightly. Ren Lao, I need to correct you, we are not a reward association. Those who have merit should naturally be rewarded, but if we complain excessively over minor issues of merit, that would be excessive. In just a few words, he shifted the focus of the argument from neglecting the children of martyrs to not fostering unhealthy trends. You! Ren Qingtian was so furious that his hair stood on end, and he slammed the specially made table, leaving a handprint. This was simply distorting the facts and changing the subject. Damn it, come over here and fight me. Whoever wins gets to decide. After thinking for a long time, Ren Qingtian could only spit out this one sentence. He was originally a martial artist, so he didn't know how to be roundabout. The more direct, the better when it came to doing things and speaking. This time, Yen Dujiang did not speak. The elderly man in military uniform said solemnly, Old Ren. They were all top combat forces in Huaxia, and one could say that each of them was a pillar of support. If one were to be lost, it would cause a tremor within the Federation. Ren Qingtian was filled with frustration, and Yen Dujiang said lightly, Since Old Ren and I disagree, let's vote. It's the fairest and most just way. Those in favor of awarding the special merit, raise your left hand. Those against, raise your right hand. Abstentions do not raise hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Ren Qingtian raised his left hand without hesitation, while Yen Dujiang and Luo Chang raised their right hands. 3-2, victory. When Ren Qingtian saw the two raise their right hands, he felt a surge of joy, but when he looked back, his expression froze. The other two, who had just shown support, sat in silence, not raising their hands. They Abstained.
Yan Dujiang smiled and said, then, it is agreed to award Su Chen. His gaze was calm, and this so-called meeting had been destined for this outcome from the very beginning.
Ren Xingtian was a fool, thinking that just having merit would allow Su Chen
to rise, but he underestimated human nature too much. The matter of Yuan Cheng had involved the extreme martial arts school, and the enmity between the two sides could not be resolved. Su Chen was a disciple of Yuan Cheng, so the extreme martial arts school would naturally not support him. Although the other two also held positions in the military, they were different from Ren Xingtian. They were stationed elsewhere. They had some dissatisfaction in their hearts, and since Ren Xingtian wanted to promote someone, they naturally watched with cold eyes. As for Yan Dujiang himself, he had no enmity with Su Chen or Yuan Cheng, he was simply suppressing these rising talents. 1 carrot, 1 pit, there were only so many pits, and if there were too many carrots, the old and the inferior would be eliminated. The interests of several people had more or less common ground. At this moment, the door of the conference room was knocked on, and Ren Xingtian's secretary walked in respectfully, saying, Chief, we have received another congratulatory report from Jiaguan. Classmate Su Chen followed the clues to find the base of the 10,000 Methods sect, and all the main members were arrested and killed. The defector from Shaolin, Xingyu, was seriously injured and managed to escape, and the situation inside Jiaguan became clear. A detailed document was handed to Ren Xingtian. The elderly man, his anger dissipating, took the document and said, good, you can leave now. As the door to the conference room closed, Ren Xingtian's gaze swept over several illusory figures, and he said coldly, this child first saved the names of 300,000 people in Feng County, then saved over 10,000 martial artists at Jiaguan, and now he has led the charge to break the base of the 10,000 Methods sect.
Which of these is not a tremendous achievement?
I will abstain from voting, you can decide for yourselves, but I will go to meet the leader of the Wuji.
Even if I am severely injured, I will seek justice.
With that, Ren Xingtian turned and walked outside.
Old Ren, wait. The elderly man in military uniform quickly called out to him, why the hurry? The meeting isn't over yet. Aren't we here to discuss? No one has said anything bad about Su Chen. He said in a deep voice, I propose that everyone take a step back and change the second-class merit to first-class merit, and also publicly commend him. Establish a benchmark for the younger generation, this will better inspire the younger generation's drive. This time, except for Luo Chang, the other two raised their left hands. It didn't matter to him whether there was one more or one less, the martial arts school had grievances with Yuan Cheng. So he didn't need to raise his hand. It would be better to weaken the special merit to first class and hold on to it, bringing the leader of Wuji into the fray, and no one would end up well. That person was not a politician. Ren Xingtian also sat back down and raised his left hand. In the end, the decision to award Su Chen first-class merit passed with a vote of 4-1. As for the distribution of first-class merit, I will personally go to Jiaguan. Ren Xingtian said solemnly, with the Mid-Yuan festival approaching. The Deep Space Clan will surely rebel again. Everyone, I apologize for the trouble. The other four nodded and said solemnly, China will endure, the mountains and rivers are safe. Ren Xingtian stood up and echoed, China will endure, the mountains and rivers are safe. Back in the office, Ren Xingtian snorted coldly, a bunch of bastards. The secretary smiled and said, Chief, weren't you originally going for the first-class merit? I didn't expect them to be so ruthless. Ren Xingtian was quite dissatisfied. If it weren't for your timely report, I might not have even gotten this first-class merit. He proposed the special merit just to leave room for negotiation, but he didn't expect Yan Dujiang to be so ruthless. He directly cut the special merit down to second class. The secretary smiled without speaking, quietly preparing for the matters needed for the chief's departure. By the way, this time, bring the armor I wore before. Ren Xingtian suddenly instructed, that child still doesn't have any armor, and Yuan Chang is also a poor guy. The front line is so dangerous, what if he gets injured? I'll go prepare it right away. The secretary nodded. It was the first time he had seen the old chief care so much for a junior. From this aspect, it was clear how much Ren Xingtian valued Su Chen. Thinking of this, the secretary recalled someone far away in Luochang recuperating. Elder son is confused. Chapter 147, Knocking on the Door and Challenging. Little sir, you've worked hard these past few days. Take these things back to reward yourself. In the logistics office of Jiaguan, Wu Bo handed various gifts to the goblin in front of him. Exquisite clothes, assorted cooked food gift boxes, lentil-filled mooncakes. Then I thank Supervisor Wu.
The goblin in the long robe did not refuse and smiled as he accepted them.
Wu Bao's smile grew even more pronounced. He looked around and, seeing no one, whispered, "I wonder about what I mentioned to Mr. Sima earlier." The goblin in the long robe feigned confusion and asked, "Are you referring to the matter that material transfers take time? The clan leader is already aware." "Don't worry, the clan leader is preparing to find General Feng. It's hard to get things done with such irresponsible superiors and subordinates." No, that's not it." Wu Bao was startled and waved his hands repeatedly. "Such trivial matters don't need to trouble the general. If he really went to Feng Poquan, he would be the one getting scolded." The goblin in the long robe looked bewildered. "Then what are you referring to?" "It's just..." Wu Bao organized his words but didn't know how to start. The goblin in front of him was too upright, with no ulterior motives at all. He had hinted several times that if the goblin was willing to add a few words to the list, it could earn the clan leader a fortune, but the other party had never reacted. Even when he did, it was always, "I'll go ask the clan leader, I'll go ask General Feng, I'll go ask old Hu." Each time made Wu Bao anxious, fearing he would actually go ask. At this moment, Wu Bao missed the previous Sima Bulin immensely, at least he could communicate. But this newcomer was too naive. "Since there's nothing else, I will take my leave." The goblin in the long robe bowed gracefully and then remembered something, turning back to say, "Supervisor Wu, I already have a name. You can call me Wenha Bulin from now on." Wu Bao absent-mindedly nodded. "Mr. Wenha, take care." He had no interest in conversing with this naive young man and just hoped Sima Bulin would return soon. After leaving the logistics office, Wenha Bulin suddenly stopped, looking back inside with a thoughtful expression. "Wenha Bulin, we will escort you back." A tall second-tier goblin approached with 8 first-tier goblins. They were the escort team assigned to Wenha Bulin by Chen to prevent him from being seen by uninformed people and mistaken for a deep space creature to be killed. Feng Poquan had also contacted the newspapers, and the biggest feature these days was about the introduction of goblins. "Where is the clan leader?" Wenha Bulin asked. "The clan leader?" The goblin captain thought for a moment. "According to the schedule, the clan leader should be in training right now. Take me to him. I want to see the clan leader." "All right." The goblin escort team carefully accompanied Wenha Bulin forward. Back at the hotel, the front desk lady smiled and said, "Mr. Wenha, are you done with your work?" Wenha Bulin nodded in acknowledgement. "Good morning, Miss GZ. Just a moment." Zhao GZ took out a fruit platter from the front desk and handed it to him. "This is what I saved for you. Scholar Su is training in the back. You can go over." Originally, Zhao Zhizi didn't have a good impression of these goblins, but Wenha Bulin's politeness gradually changed her view. "Moreover, Mr. Wenha was upright and candid, unlike others with their schemes and ulterior motives." "Thank you, Miss GZ." Wenha Bulin accepted this kindness. For him, as long as he wanted, he could get along well with everyone. For example, with the front desk's Zhao Zhizi, who was straightforward and a bit hasty, Wenha Bulin easily built a good relationship with her. She disliked those who came knocking, pestering, and begging. Most of these people were fake beggars, clearly not in a bad situation but pretending to be pitiful. The day before yesterday, when someone came knocking, Wenha Bulin was very enthusiastic in pointing him to a shop run by an undercover agent of the 10,000 Laws sect. In the past, simply saying "I know your identity" could get one a lot of money. Thus, the fake beggar left like this, and after 2 days, he never appeared again, as if he had vanished into the giant one. In the backyard, the sound of ding-dang rang out, sharp and urgent like hammering iron. There stood Yuan Chang. Dressed in a white shirt, his facial features sharply defined like they had been chiseled, holding a ruler, his figure casting several afterimages. In the middle of the backyard, a figure stood bare-chested, rooted in a horse stance, like an old tree with deep roots, immovable. When he and Bulin stood quietly in the corner, waiting for the training to end. Half an hour later, Yuan Chang stopped his movements and nodded at Su Chen, whose skin glowed with a golden sheen. "You're just one step away." Su Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, his internal energy calming down, and the golden sheen on his skin gradually returned to its fair complexion. "Director Yuan, how much longer until I achieve the golden body?" Yuan Chang replied calmly, "Today is the day. Are you going to enlighten me and help me break through?" Su Chen smiled. "Today is the 5th, according to the rules of the martial arts Great Wall. There will be a challenge in the afternoon." Su Chen looked confused. "A challenge?" A circle appears on the map, attracting everyone? Yuan Qing glanced at his ignorant disciple and explained, "The rules of the martial arts Great Wall have been in place For many years. In the past, deep space creatures attacked the city by any means necessary, and later, Wu Ji emerged from the martial arts Great Wall. The descendants of the 10 royal families were nearly slaughtered, which is why the rules were established. When the Deep Space Clan comes to challenge, if they do not dare to fight, it will be seen as a sign of weakness in the human race, prompting an attack. If they accept the challenge, it will be a one-on-one fight, with neither side's strong fighters allowed to intervene until life and death are determined. If the human race loses, they must either fight outside the city or offer blood sacrifices. This is nuclear deterrence from Wu Ji. Su Chen speculated. Are you asking me to accept the challenge? Yuan Chang nodded and said, I want you to win 3 rounds without summoning goblins. If you win, your golden body will be achieved. If you lose, just come back and continue fighting later. Su Chen nodded, not asking further. Disciple understands. Yuan Chang was meticulous and must have considered everything for him. He just needed to be a compliant tool like the useless senior sister, doing whatever Yuan Chang said. When he, did you call for me? Su Chen's gaze fell on Wen He and Bulin behind him. When he first heard this name, Su Chen was startled. It was not a good name. Until Wen He and Bulin explained, he felt relieved, thinking the name was elegant, and even suggested the former change it. Tribe leader, I just returned from the logistics department. How is the material transfer? Supervisor Wu said it will take more time. When he and Bulin lifted the items in his hand, he gave me quite a few good things. I'll keep the clothes. These food items are for the tribe leader's lunch. Su Chen waved his hand. How can I eat my subordinates' things? You keep them. When he and Bulin took out a box of bean paste mooncakes, and Su Chen glanced at them and coughed lightly. This can't be eaten. The tribe leader will keep it for you. When he and Bulin wore a gentle smile. The subordinate came to find the tribe leader because there are some suspicions in my heart. Logically speaking, even if the military department has many processes, the suppression agents are crucial and should be given the green light. Although all the martial artists in Jiaguan have used them, the second batch is not ready yet, and now the materials are delayed. The subordinate fears that delays may lead to changes. Su Chen frowned slightly. Are you suspecting something is amiss? Wu Bao is slippery and an internal traitor. The subordinate suspects he is deliberately dragging out the arrival of the materials. There are only 13 days until the Zhongyuan festival. If we cannot provide enough suppression agents within these 13 days, Jiaguan will be in chaos, and the tribe leader Yu, when he and Bulin raised his eyes to meet Su Chen's, will have to face a military tribunal. With the lives of tens of thousands of warriors at stake, if someone secretly stirs public opinion, you will be finished, without a doubt. Su Chen pondered for a moment and asked, there are still 13 days left. As long as the materials are sufficient, we can finish the work in one night. There is naturally still time. When he suddenly turned to look at Yuan Ching in the distance and said softly, I wasn't worried at all. But Lord Yuan Ching just said that the Deep Space Clan will come to challenge us today. If today, the human race is completely defeated, and the Deep Space Clan invades in full force, then what about the siege? Chapter 148, Harmless Humans and Goblins. When Heblin continued, it's impossible for Jiaguan to really hand people over in exchange for a brief peace. But we can't play dirty. Breaking the rules will only worsen the situation for the weaker human race, leaving us with only one path. Fight to the death outside the city. With our strength diminished, and the Mid-Autumn Festival following closely, the Deep Space Clan will launch another large-scale invasion. Everything is interconnected. How can Jiaguan defend itself? Su Chen fell into thought, understanding Wen Heblin's meaning. Are you saying that all of this was planned? The goal is to break through Jiaguan while using those who are at odds with me to eliminate me? Wen Heblin nodded. Exactly. There is a possibility, but it cannot be determined at this moment. Yuan Fudao, who had been standing at a distance, arrived at some point and said coldly, there are too many factors designed into this. The first difficulty is that the afternoon's challenge will result in Jiaguan's complete defeat. The second is that the Deep Space Clan will surround the city, and there will definitely be support from behind. Who will stop them? When Heblin smiled, why don't we sit down and talk? All right. Yuan Cheng nodded. He was somewhat interested in what this goblin had to say and wanted to see how the other would respond. The three of them sat down in front of the chairs, and when Heblin placed the fruit platter given by Miss Gardenia on the table as a substitute for tea, he then gave a look to the goblin captain, signaling him to guard the backyard, ensuring no one approached. When Heblin cleared his throat and lazily said, regarding Lord Yuan Qing's first question, I remember that in a challenge, the difference in levels must not exceed 1 tier.
Deep space creatures of the same realm are already quite strong. Even if they are one tier higher, the battle will be quite tricky.
Moreover, since it's a challenge, the
Deep Space Clan will definitely send out the top 100 royal families, or even the top 10 imperial families to fight.
Su Chen and Yuan Qing listened quietly.
The former was completely clueless, while the latter was analyzing the possibilities of one.
Heblin's words. Su Chen, I am a martial general, not good with words.
Our side will also have to deploy geniuses to ensure victory. If I were the one behind the scenes. When Heblin looked around and, seeing no pen or paper, gently looked at one of his subordinates, come here for a moment. The goblin guard approached respectfully, only to have one Heblin grab his hand. As the others looked on in confusion, they saw a silver needle appear in his hand, piercing the guard's finger and drawing
blood to use as ink. He pressed a red dot on the table. This is Jayadwan. When Heblin then drew a line around Jayadwan. I will create a commotion with the 10,000 Methods sect near Jayadwan.
Once the patrol team discovers traces of the 10,000 Methods sect around Jayadwan, they will surely gather forces to investigate. And the geniuses and strong individuals inside Jayagwan are merely guarding the city and patrolling. This will take away one of their teams.
Challenges are quite common, so Jayagwan probably won't be too vigilant.
The real geniuses might even be too lazy to take action, and the Deep Space Clan can exploit the information gap.
Yuan Chang's expression darkened slightly, but his face remained unchanged. We will wait to see if the speculation is true. When Heblin's reasoning was clear, and even he couldn't find a flaw in it.
Verifying whether the speculation was correct was also simple. They would wait for news. If the patrol team really discovered traces of the 10,000 Methods sect, it would confirm what he said.
At that time,
a cold glint flashed in Yuan Qing's eyes. Targeting his disciples would come at a cost. At most, it would mean attacking the capital again, reducing them to nothing.
Once more.
After a moment, a small figure appeared in the backyard like a green flash.
He ran up to Su Chen and stood at attention.
The first scout of the clan greets the clan leader.
The patrol team has reported that multiple traces of the 10,000
Methods sect have been found around Jayagwan, suspecting that the 10,000 Methods sect is attempting to make a comeback and is preparing to investigate outside the city.
So they really are going out to hunt bandits. Su Chen handed a piece of fruit to the little guy. Thank you for your trouble. The scout is always at the clan leader's service.
The little guy took the fruit, looking very excited.
Su Chen withdrew his gaze and said in a deep voice, just as when he predicted, what should we do next? Seal off the entire city.
Yuan Qing stood up, his expression stern. The mastermind must be within the city. Everyone in the logistics department must be investigated.
Anyone with suspicious behavior will be interrogated, and there will be no leniency.
After saying this, Yuan Qing walked out, intending to find the town's military commander, Fang Poquang. Since someone had already plotted against his disciple, Yuan Qing naturally could not sit idly by. That was not his style. Since they liked to scheme, he would break their conspiracy openly and honestly. What Lord Yuan Qing said is indeed a method, but it is not beneficial to us. When Heblin advised, sealing off the entire city and investigating the logistics department will only alert the snake in the grass. It would be better to turn the tables on them, which would be more advantageous for us.
Yuan Cheng paused, and in an instant, he understood when Heblin's meaning. Let the patrol teams pretend to leave the
city in droves, but actually retain their strength. The anger of his disciple being plotted against gradually subsided, and Yuan Qing regained his rational side, saying in a deep voice, this method is feasible, but how do we make the person in the
shadows believe it?
There are ways. Su Chen chuckled lightly, finally getting his turn to show off. He raised his hand, and the little guy waiting nearby pulled out a confidential letter from his backpack and handed it to Yuan Qing. The latter took it and opened the letter. Dear clan leader, I have followed your instructions to contact scattered members of the 10,000 Methods sect and gain their trust. At the same time, today I have gathered all the remaining members of the 10,000 Methods sect in Jayagwan, completely grasping their residual power and reconstructing the communication network to connect with external forces of the 10,000 Methods sect. Now the remaining members of the 10,000 Methods sect in the city are under my control. As long as we let them spread the word, the person in the shadows will naturally believe it, Su Chen said. When Heblin took out a list from his sleeve and placed it on the table, I have another preparation. There are a total of 376 employees in the logistics department. There must be someone suspicious among them. Yuan Qing shook his head. Without clues, a rash search will alert the snake in the grass. We can only wait for him to reveal himself.
You misunderstood
my meaning. When Heblin said with a warm smile, this is a list of their family members. We can invite these people over and send them some meat pies made by their families every day. The one who remains the most indifferent will be the ghost.
Isn't this a waste of money? We have to take care of their food and drink, and spend money to buy meat. Su Chen shook his head, feeling that this method wouldn't work. Yuan Cheng looked deeply at Wen Blin, who still wore a warm and gentle smile. Looking harmless. Su Chen did not catch on, but Yuan Cheng understood the implication. The meat pies made by this family were not the same as those made by that family. The meat pies made by Ji Chang were not something ordinary people could afford. Chapter 149, What does a summoner need a golden body for? Hey, why are there so many old folks here? A loud voice echoed in the hotel courtyard. Xiongli, whose injuries had mostly healed, widened his eyes and stared at the figures in front of him. Fang Poquang, who had rushed over after receiving the message, glanced at him and shouted, "Sit down." He hated these brutes from the Starfire Academy the most. Their heads were full of muscles and completely devoid of brains. When faced with a problem, they just charged in, and if they couldn't handle it, they called for backup. What use are you? Oh. Xiongli reluctantly plopped down on the ground, muttering under his breath, "What kind of people are these, calling me over without even providing a chair?" Fang Poquang. No wonder the academic atmosphere at Starfire Academy is so fierce. The teachers teach up close. If he had to face this group of fools every day, he would surely develop high blood pressure. Song Chunfeng and Yu Jing stood quietly to the side, but their eyes occasionally scanned the surroundings. In addition to the three of them, figures occasionally arrived in the hotel courtyard, all renowned geniuses from Jiaguan. Taidao Amoli, Wu Chang Chi Guang, In Sha Ji. Ji. Song Chunfeng watched as one figure after another appeared in the courtyard, his gaze flickering. These people were different from the three of them who had just arrived a few months ago. They had been in Jiaguan for several years, and each had participated in at least 10 successful challenges. The lowest among them was at the peak of the third stage, just one step away from entering the fourth stage. It could be said that the younger generation within Jiaguan was all here. General Feng, why have you called us here? Mo Li asked. He was a rugged-looking man with a pair of twin blades at his waist. Fang Poquang replied calmly, "We'll talk once everyone is here." The crowd exchanged glances, unsure of who was missing. After a moment, a figure walked into the courtyard. "Everyone is here." Su Chen, dressed in a fitted black outfit, with broad shoulders and long legs, had a handsome face and fair skin, forming a stark contrast to the rough men in the courtyard. Many of the geniuses frowned slightly upon seeing the well-dressed Su Chen. They knew him. Or rather, now no one in Jiaguan was unaware of his name. The crimson blood scorpion poison, which had not been conquered by the Federation for over a decade, was easily overcome by his summoned beast, saving the lives of thousands of martial artists. This year's national champion, Su Chen. Was General Feng waiting for him? A newcomer who hadn't even entered the third stage? Mo Li said solemnly, "General, we have discovered multiple traces of the 10,000 Methods sex activities. We should investigate immediately. If you have something to say, just say it." Qi Guang echoed, "The main force of the 10,000 Methods sect was captured by us the day before yesterday. They might be trying to make a comeback." Fang Poquang spoke in a deep voice, "I will assign someone else to handle this matter. You only need to prepare for one thing. The challenge this afternoon, be ready." The dozen or so young talents in the courtyard were momentarily stunned, confused. "You called us here just for this?" Challenges happened every month, and everyone had participated in quite a few. But this matter didn't seem significant enough for General Feng to personally oversee, right? General Feng, forgive me for being blunt. Mo Li frowned tightly, "You are completely wasting my time. It's just a challenge, why call us all here?" This kid still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. Su Chen looked up at Fang Poquang, throwing him a questioning glance. With his peak third stage strength, he believed he could handle it within 5 moves with his current physical prowess and skills. Fang Poquang thought for a moment and felt that relying solely on words might not get through to these kids. Rather than that, it would be better to have a fight first. With a nod from him, Su Chen walked towards Mo Li, rolling up his sleeves. This action instantly attracted the attention of all the young talents, who either frowned or looked displeased at Su Chen. What was he trying to do? Did he want to take on Mo Li? Soon, Su Chen's actions confirmed the guesses of these proud talents. He stepped forward 7 times in succession, and a talented star mage exclaimed, "7 stars aligned." A tremendous pressure suddenly emerged, crashing down towards Mo Li, who stood still. At the same time, Su Chen's internal energy surged, and a golden sheen gradually appeared on his fair skin. He stomped heavily on the ground, his figure charging forward like a locomotive. The disdainful talents changed their expressions slightly upon seeing the deep hit left by his foot. Such strength! What courage! Mo Li, seeing Su Chen rushing towards him, felt a surge of anger. He did not draw his twin blades, but raised his hand to prepare for the stance.
His internal energy circulated, and Emoli threw a punch. The moment he struck, a terrifying force and speed exploded the air. The sharp sound of the air bursting suddenly rang out, causing the group of talents to shake their heads slightly. This was clearly a furious strike from Emoli, who even used the rarely employed 7-kill fist, injuring the enemy while harming himself. In the martial arts Great Wall, one would never use a second move to determine the outcome with a single strike. Serious injuries were common. This was the front line, not a cradle for playing house in the rear. No one wanted to waste time putting on a show. Chen did not slow down, charging directly towards Emoli's fist while simultaneously raising his hand to unleash a punch infused with the true meaning of the 9 styles of breaking the formation. Black and red malevolent energy swirled around his fist as Chen shouted, "Catch this! 9 styles of breaking the formation, mountain crushing." Their fists collided simultaneously, the overwhelming force causing the ground to collapse, dust swirling up as the sound of their impact echoed like a great bell in everyone's ears. It left them dizzy and their ears ringing. But they clearly saw a figure tumble out of the dust, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. That was Emoli. "Wu's spear," Qi Guang exclaimed in shock at the sight of the figure on the ground. "What?" The group of talents gasped, all looking towards the figure on the ground. Emoli lay curled up like a shrimp, his chest caved in, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his complexion pale, clearly having lost the ability to fight. The peak of the 3rd stage, Emoli had actually been defeated? And it was even by a single strike, leaving him unable to stand again. Song Chunfeng and Yu Jing instinctively looked towards the swirling dust. They saw the dust-covered youth striding out, with only a large hole in his chest garment, and no other injuries, his skin shimmering with a golden sheen. "This is..." Song Chunfeng stared for a long time, suddenly realizing what it was: golden body. Chen is about to break the 2nd stage limit and forge a golden body. The already astonished talents found it even harder to believe upon hearing this. They naturally knew about the golden body and had even attempted to climb this towering peak before. But after practicing for a while, they realized that this peak was too steep and imposing. Forcing their way up would only lead to their own downfall. They could only comfort themselves that throughout history, very few people in Huaxia had forged a golden body, so it was nothing. But now, everyone looked at Chen's skin. Radiating a golden sheen, feelings of envy, jealousy, and various emotions surged forth. Even Fong Poku, who had been quietly watching, was taken aback, unable to help but turn to Yuan Xing. What does he, a summoner, want to forge a golden body for? Chapter 150, the only son of the family steps forward. As everyone knows, summoning professions are considered fragile among warriors. Generally, a summoner will turn and run when faced with a melee profession, waiting to summon their summoned beast only after creating some distance. Otherwise, before they can even summon, they might get slapped down. However, the crowd looked at Emoli, who was lying on the ground and had failed to get up several times, their expressions changing dramatically. The disdain in the eyes of several 4th-tier prodigies instantly vanished as they furrowed their brows, staring at Chen. A 2nd tier, actually trading injuries for injuries, knocked Emoli down with a single punch. The key was that Emoli's 7 injuries fist hadn't even hurt him. "What the hell are you doing stacking defenses as a summoner?" Chen slowly approached Emoli, crouching down to look at his pale face. "Can you still stand up?" Emoli's mouth was bleeding, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Come again." He didn't know where he found the strength, but he actually swayed and crawled up using both hands and feet. Chen nodded slightly. "I acknowledge your martial spirit, but for now, it's better to stay down." With that, he slapped Emoli back down to the ground. In this world, it's not that the louder the voice, the firmer the will, the stronger the power. The young man stood up, turning back to look at the crowd with indifference. "I'm not targeting anyone here, I just want to say, you are all too weak." Chen's voice was not loud, but at that moment, it exploded like a torpedo in the deep sea, stirring up huge waves. "You have some strength, but it's better not to be too arrogant." Qi Guang said coldly, "We are stronger than you now. If it comes to life and death, we can easily kill you." Chen raised an eyebrow. "Then come and kill me. Just 2 years earlier, if I were your age and still a 4th tier, I should find a river to jump into and drown." Of course, this isn't directed at you, it's directed at all of you. The repeated provocations thoroughly enraged these proud prodigies. In the martial arts Great Wall, strength comes first. They were the top tier of the younger generation, and when had they ever been mocked like this? Xiongli glared with bulging eyes, ready to challenge Chen again. But just as he moved, he was held back by Song Chunfeng and Yu Jing, both shaking their heads slightly at him. "I feel something's off. Chen shouldn't be this reckless," Song Chunfeng murmured, his voice barely audible.
Moreover, even if he really was getting carried away and provoking them, it wasn't their turn as defeated opponents. To step up. We'll come and practice.
A tall figure stepped forward, holding a dark long staff, at the 4th tier level.
Su Chen said. Lightly, just him? No one else dares?
The many prodigies scoffed, you should get past him first.
To win against a 4th tier. With a 2nd tier, if you can win, we will submit to you. Su Chen nodded, then immediately turned to Fong Po Kwang and accused Fong Po Kwang, they want to bully the weak. How shameless can they be?
Saying this, Su Chen raised his hand to lightly pat his cheek. His face full of disdain, a bunch of 4th tiers, actually wanting to beat up a 2nd tier like me.
Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?
Be careful not to be buried in your ancestral grave after you die. The many prodigies who were ready to watch the show froze, unsure if they had heard correctly. But looking at the young man accusing them in front of Fong Po Kwang, a flame ignited in everyone's
heart. Damn it, I really want to kill him.
This was not just a thought, it was said out loud, and more than one person said it.
On
the grand stage of the martial arts Great Wall, if you have the guts, come at me.
Many students couldn't stand the frontline environment and cried to go back to the rear. 3 staffs shatter the spirit of patriotism. Commander, I am a scholar. Fong Po Kwang looked at the enraged prodigies, silently admiring Su Chen's ability to provoke.
This kid could ignite such hatred in just a few words.
It is evident that sarcasm is also a skill. Nowadays, some young people are not good at gaming, martial arts, love, or even cursing. Under Su Chen's gaze, Fong Po Kwang spoke in a deep voice, this is Jiaguan, not some damn paradise. Don't bring your bad habits here. I didn't call you here to watch you fool around. Who here is an only child?
His voice echoed in the backyard, met with silence. The proud young
talents remained silent. Are you all just standing there like wooden stakes? Fong Po Kwang frowned and said, only children, step forward. Still, there was silence, still no movement. This silence was their answer.
There are no only children on the front lines, no small families, everyone is one family.
The martial arts community is indeed fierce, it's either you hit me or I hit you, but at the same time, the sense of belonging is strong.
Here, there is no gender discrimination, no hierarchy, only the size of one's fists.
According to current estimates, today's challenge will see the Deep Space Clan go all out. They may deploy the top 100 royal geniuses. And even the top 10 royal geniuses might appear. If you go into battle, you will die. Fong Po Kwang spoke frankly, only children.
Step forward, leave a legacy for your families. The response was still a dead silence, and it would only be dead silence.
Even though everyone knew their information couldn't be hidden, they still refused to step forward. You are all good warriors of Jiaguan. Fong
Po Kwang looked at the young faces and suddenly smiled. Zheng Meng, Xianyu, Song Chunfeng, Xiongli. The talents whose names were called looked unwilling, but ultimately chose to step forward. Especially Xiongli, who stepped to the front, glaring at Fong Po Kwang with a look that seemed to say, what nonsense are you going to say? Your strength is weak, train for a while longer.
No way. Xiongli shouted, hey, isn't this making me run away?
Before he could finish the word soldier, he was sent flying, landing
face first in the dirt. Song Chunfeng couldn't help but shake his head, this fool even dared to interrupt Fong Zhenjiang. Fong Po Kwang
said solemnly, in this challenge, Su Chen will also participate.
If you are defeated, he will take your place. The moment these words
were spoken, Su Chen clearly sensed the rising killing intent in the backyard. The big yellow dog lounging in the corner jumped up, tail
tucked, looking around. Why does it feel like my neck is cold? Who wants to take my dog life?
The many young talents had sharp gazes. No longer looking down on the challenge, their eyes occasionally glancing at Su Chen.
Damn, you really know how to provoke. Su Chen looked at Fong Po Kwang. The ordinary provocation method, you are all useless, not as good as Su Chen. The real provocation method. If you are defeated, Su Chen will take your place.
One sentence, and it filled everyone's hatred to the brim.
Any man with blood in
him, upon hearing that his substitute was a boy of a lower realm who had just mocked him, would surely think, if I let you take my
place, I'll take your surname from now on. Yes, that sentence was also shouted out loud. Looking at the burly figure holding a stick, Su Chen smiled, better that way, don't embarrass yourself.
That last sentence was shouted directly by him. No need to worry.
The
coal-faced woman, Incha Jiji, with chains hanging from her waist, said, even if we lose, we will drag the enemy down with us.
After
her words, she turned and walked towards the city wall.
Many geniuses turned and followed her. Kid, if you want to step on us to rise, you still have a few years to go.
Play a few more years of Three Kingdoms Kill, and you'll know what a vast world is.
Hey, Su Chen. Wait for me to come back and challenge you. The last sentence is one you can tell who said it without even looking. Song Chunfone and
Yu Jing quickly pulled Shonli out of the ground and rushed outside, fearing that this devilish guy Su Chen would set his sights on them. That fool Shonli really has a short memory, forgetting that he almost got killed by a bullet before.
Fong Poquan watched the young
people's departing figures and said softly, if given time, they all have the potential to break through to the third tier, but such
good seedlings have to sacrifice themselves on the battlefield.
I feel guilty towards them, Huaxia.
I feel guilty towards them. Chapter 151, Great Matters Can Be Accomplished Ka. Above Jiaguan, the cries of hawks and falcons echoed, and dozens of massive creatures with 3-meter wingspans soared into the sky.
Their wings stirred up fierce winds, sending leaves flying within the pass, fluttering down like snowflakes.
The hawks and falcons blotted out the sun, drawing the attention of many people inside the pass. Those must be the patrol team's hawks and falcons, right? This is the first time I've seen so many deployed at once. What major task are they undertaking?
Given this momentum, they might have discovered a stronghold of the 10,000 Methods sect. The residents of Jiaguan looked curiously at the sky, unaware that someone nearby was quietly leaving.
In a secluded courtyard, the hyena returned cautiously after gathering information.
As soon as he landed, he caught a faint whiff of blood, and his expression changed. He raised his eyes to look inside the house. It seemed they had finally seen blood.
Yesterday he and Nightingale had left a gathering signal at the place where Sima Bulin had drawn circles, and today many had come.
They were all stragglers left behind by the 10,000 Methods sect, thinking that the sect had sent
new strong members. But upon seeing Lord Sima, their hopes were dashed. Conflicts arose. The new members of the 10,000 Methods sect were dissatisfied with Sima Bulin, believing he was unworthy of becoming the new leader. Sima you bastard. You, a newcomer who hasn't even joined the sect, how dare you flaunt your power?
At that moment, the hyena was waiting to see how this lord would handle the situation when he was ordered to go out and check if any
hawks and falcons had left the city. Lord Sima, the hawks and falcons have left the pass. They've left. Recalling this, the hyena quickly walked towards the house, shouting loudly.
As soon as he opened the door, it felt as if a steel hand had gripped his neck, choking off all his words. The strong smell of blood invaded the hyena's mouth and nose, making him feel nauseous. The once clean living room was now a scene of crimson horror. Headless corpses, grotesque. Severed heads, dismembered limbs, exposed bones. This. The hyena's eyes trembled violently, his pupils dilating uncontrollably as he instinctively took a step back. Even as a member of the first evil cult in Huaxia, he was shocked by the terrifying scene inside the room.
I understand. Suddenly,
a hoarse voice came from the reclining chair. The hyena turned his head instantly and saw Sima Bulin sitting calmly in the chair, his expression unchanged from when he had sent him out to investigate. With thunder in his chest but an unchanging face, he could be called a general.
But the hyena did not know, nor
dared to think, whether this hellish scene in the room was considered thunder to this lord.
Since you're back, come in. Sima Bulin's gaze shifted to the hyena.
The cold, shadowy look that fell upon him made the hyena feel as if he had lost all warmth, his entire being plunging into an icy abyss.
Without
a moment's hesitation, he stepped on the corpse on the ground and walked over respectfully. In front of Sima Bulin knelt more than 20 figures, all stained with blood, their faces pale, heads bowed, not daring to look at him. Just moments ago, several dissatisfied members of the 10,000 Methods sect had united in their grievances against Sima Bulin, and then, they were all dead. This demon had killed those members of the 10,000 Methods sect one by one, decapitating heads, disemboweling, using methods so bloody that even members of the 10,000 Methods sect found them gruesome. Sima Bulin had
calmly employed them repeatedly.
Even when some later feared and were willing to submit, he still did not spare them. He famously declared, "Trust those who are useful, and do not use those who are doubtful. I do not trust them, so they must die."
Can you all make me believe? A viper, this guy was simply a viper. Nightingale also knelt amidst the bloodstains, her face ashen. Unlike the hyena, who had only heard about it, she had witnessed everything and was even more terrified of Sima Bulin.
This lord showed no signs before killing. One moment he was chatting with a smile, and the next he would suddenly erupt,
tearing you apart. How many hawks and falcons have left the city with the patrol team? Sima Bulin asked. The hyena carefully organized his words, afraid of saying a wrong word. A total of 16 hawks and falcons.
According to our intelligence, the patrol team has only 20 hawks and falcons in total.
And most of them have left the city. There is a high possibility of a major operation from the Jiaguan side.
Hearing that 16 hawks and falcons
had left the city, Sima Bulin slightly curled his lips.
It seems the clan leader has already made arrangements.
The number 16 is quite unique, Sima.
Bulin is the 16th goblin in the clan's territory and once swept through a group of students in the arena alongside the clan leader.
So much time has
passed, and unexpectedly, the clan leader still remembers.
A great achievement. A smile appeared on Sima Bulin's face.
The hyena suddenly felt relieved and
quickly said, "Thank you, my lord." Sima Bulin asked again, "How did you communicate with the church before?"
The nightingale quickly spoke up, "My lord, we have 2 messenger bugs for communication, one with Rulai first." Before she could finish, a pair of cold eyes looked over. How can a foolish monk be
called a prophet?
It's all because he took it upon himself to preach, which led to our church's people being captured by the patrol team.
Yes. The nightingale
trembled. The bald donkey has one and I have the other. I also know how to send messages. This was her only chance to prove her worth.
Right now,
she was still a useless person, without value, and the optimal solution was naturally to abandon her directly.
Send the message. The nightingale quickly
took out a palm-sized special iron box, opened it, and inside was a writhing mass of black flesh. The nightingale reached her hand inside, and the black flesh quickly wrapped around her palm.
Immediately, the nightingale let out a painful groan and looked at Sima Bulin.
Right, this time our church was captured. All at once because Rolai the monk took it upon himself to gather the congregation, resulting in heavy losses for our church, and years of planning nearly
came to ruin.
Fortunately, Lord Sima's keen insight led some of the congregation to hide, allowing them to survive and continue serving the church leader. Today, with the patrol team leaving the city in large numbers, my subordinates are worried it will be detrimental to our church, so I took the risk to send this message, hoping our church remains safe. The nightingale closed her eyes, her lips moving silently. This was exactly the result she wanted. All the responsibility fell on Rulai the monk, and then she would be safe. A hidden fervor flashed in Sima Bulin's eyes. Thus, a great matter could be accomplished. You and Bulin, just wait, once I achieve great merit in return, I will make you, this fool, pay. In the wilderness, at the southeastern branch stronghold of the 10,000 Laws Church. In a magnificent palace, a figure sat at the top, graceful and dressed in a purple gauze long dress. Looking up, her face was veiled, obscuring her features, but her purple eyes were enchanting and captivating. In her, one could see all the types they liked.
Innocent little girl, icy queen, gentle teacher, resentful wife, and a deep boudoir.
Below, Rulai the monk, with a severed arm and serious injuries, was reporting on
the situation in the city.
He concealed the fact that he had gathered people to preach and only mentioned that someone had brought news of the patrol team,
which led to the complete annihilation. A monk is just a monk, not a fool. As an undercover agent, gathering people in the city was extremely dangerous. If it got out, he would surely face severe punishment. Xiao Yushua listened quietly, her delicate legs crossed, her expression playfully examining her well-maintained hands. Her skin was fair, but as time passed, it inevitably lost some of its initial smoothness. Rulai, do you know how big of a problem you've caused?
Xiao Yushua waited for Rulai the monk to finish speaking before lightly parting her red lips, her voice ethereal yet carrying a hint of seduction. Even Rulai the monk below felt desire rising in his eyes, gazing greedily at the stunning figure above. But in an instant, he regained his composure, breaking free from the enchantment, and said softly, "The members of the church in Jiaguan have been captured all at once, and I also bear responsibility for
inadequate supervision. I am willing to accept punishment."
Quite astute. Xiao Yushua sat up straight, letting her voluptuous body tremble. Yuan Chang and Fang Poquang acted together, so you can't blame yourself for losing. Being able to return alive is already an achievement.
Since you accept the punishment,
I will fine you 5 years' worth of resources.
Do you agree?
The monk's face changed slightly. He was heavily injured now, and losing resources would
make it even harder to recover his strength.
But thinking that it was just some external possessions and he wouldn't have to suffer, he ultimately nodded. Forming a communication network within the martial arts Great Wall was indeed extremely difficult. The network in Jiaguan had been infiltrated by the 10,000 Methods sect for decades. As a result, in just one morning, it was all in vain, and Jiaguan lost contact again, being fined only 5 years' worth
of resources was already lenient.
At that moment, a maid suddenly walked in and whispered, "Deputy Sect Master, we have received news from Jiaguan. Chapter 152, Dark clouds pressing down on the city. The city is about to collapse inside the magnificent palace, the language Xiao Yuxue.
Listen to the maid's report, a playful expression appearing on her stunningly beautiful face. Rulai, didn't you say that the main force at Jiaguan was completely captured? Has it grown back from the ground? Below, Rulai the monk, upon hearing the maid's words, said. Without thinking, Deputy Sect Master, there must be a trick in this. I suspect that the people of Jiaguan have found our communication. Insects. No matter what the news is, it cannot be trusted. Rulai the monk's expression was serious, looking quite earnest. But his peripheral vision was fixed on the suddenly arriving maid, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Just when his own matters were about to be settled, an unexpected change occurred. Xiao Yushua's smile grew more pronounced, yet a coldness surfaced in her amethyst-like beautiful eyes. In that case, you should listen to the content of this news with me. The maid repeated the message, reporting to the sect. Our sect was completely captured by the patrol team of Jiaguan, all because of Rulai. Today, I saw the eagles and hawks emerge from Jiaguan, so I took the risk to report. The maid's voice echoed in the hall, and Rulai the monk's face grew increasingly grim. Deputy Sect Master, this is simply nonsense. Rulai the monk shouted angrily, unfounded, fabricated, it must be the people of Jiaguan deliberately slandering me, we cannot believe it. Is that so? The enchanting voice carried a bone-chilling coldness, and Rulai instinctively looked up. His gaze met Xiao Yushua's eyes, which radiated an eerie purple light, and he sensed the icy chill in those eyes. The deputy Sect Master was angry. Do you think I lack the ability to discern right from wrong? Xiao Yushua stood up, perfectly showcasing her flawless body curve, and stepped towards Rulai the monk, her gaze growing colder. The sect sent you to lie low at Jiaguan because they valued your calm demeanor, but what about now? The purple light in Xiao Yushua's eyes burst forth, sending Rulai the monk crashing to the ground, a purple serpent appearing on her delicate body. Because of you, my grand plans have been ruined. The purple serpent let out a roar and charged at Rulai the monk, piercing through his body. Visibly, Rulai the monk aged significantly, his skin dull and lifeless, wrinkles appearing, and his eyebags sagging. Go suffer the punishment of fission on your own. Xiao Yushua coldly finished, striking out with a palm, a tremendous force sending Rulai the monk flying out of the hall. The heavy palace doors slammed shut, and the deputy sect master's gaze fell on the maid, asking, is there any other news? The maid shook her head, only this one. The coldness on Xiao Yushua's face diminished, and she sighed, they have indeed fallen into the trap. Notify the Deep Space Clan, the plan can begin. She raised her delicate, fair hand to pick up a document, which bore Su Chen's photo. He does have a bit of Yuan Qing's youthful aura. Xiao Yushua gazed at the photo, her beautiful eyes dimming. Child, but you are in the way, you must die. The maid quietly inquired. Deputy Sect Master, I have already clarified the situation in Feng County. That night, 2 6th-tier experts acted, and the left envoy was also present, but they all perished. I suspect. She quickly closed her mouth before finishing her sentence. Xiao Yushua's purple eyes fixed on her, coldly saying, you suspect that Yuan Qing's foundation has not been destroyed? I personally used the sect's secret method to destroy his foundation when he was unprepared. Are you questioning me? The maid shook her head repeatedly, her back soaked with cold sweat. I absolutely did not mean that. Get out. Xiao Yushua suddenly lost her composure, shouting hysterically. The maid hurriedly turned and left the palace with quick steps. Over the years, the deputy sect master's temper had become increasingly unpredictable. And even she, who had always been by her side, felt a bit fearful. As the palace door closed again, shutting out all sunlight. Xiao Yushua sat on the throne belonging to the deputy leader. Her body shrank into the shadows, tiredly leaning against the back of the chair. She turned a page of the document in her hand, revealing a photograph. The young man in the photo was strikingly handsome. Like a sword drawn from its sheath, looking down upon the world, unstoppable. A look of attachment and longing appeared in Xiao Yushua's eyes as her fingers gently caressed the young man in the photo, her gaze gradually clouding with a thin mist, her voice echoing in the great hall. Yuan Qing, why are you still not dead? Bang! 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 The drum beats were dull, vibrating like a heartbeat. Booming like muffled thunder, resonating throughout Jiaguan. 3 drum beats signified the enemy's approach. The relaxed and pleasant atmosphere within the fortress dissipated, vendors packed up their stalls and retreated into their shops, and pedestrians returned to their residences. The warriors guarding the city donned their armor, weapons in hand, their expressions grave as they quickly ascended the city walls.
A group of talented individuals followed closely behind them, climbing the martial arts Great Wall.
Su Chen walked up the
steps, looking down at the black square bricks, lifting his foot to step on them, finding them very hard. The texture was neither stone nor
iron. When Su Chen threw a punch against the city wall, it left no mark at all. What are you doing? Fong Poquan slapped Su Chen on
the back of his head with annoyance, saying in a deep voice, the martial arts Great Wall was forged from famous mountains and ridges. Don't mess around, or you'll be waiting for death if you anger the mountain spirits.
What are mountain spirits? Intelligent beings.
Trapped in the mountains for various reasons, over time, they become one with the mountain. When the 5 federations forged the martial arts Great Wall, it was the most difficult for us Huaxia, as there were too many famous mountains, and these mountain spirits were
unwilling.
For this reason, our ancestors had to fight and persuade, and only then did the martial arts Great Wall come into existence.
Protecting humanity.
It was something similar to a spirit of a weapon. The ancestors really knew how to play.
Su Chen withdrew his hand.
He climbed onto the city wall and gazed outward. Beyond the martial arts Great Wall lay a desolate wasteland, the ground a dark red,
with occasional piles of white bones visible.
At this moment, the ground trembled, and at the end of the dark red land, at the horizon's edge,
boundless black clouds rolled in. The black clouds pressed down on the city, threatening to crush it, and in an instant, a murderous atmosphere enveloped everyone on the city wall. The boundless black clouds drew closer, stopping just a mile outside the city. As
the black clouds dissipated, numerous figures emerged, led by one holding a staff made of human bones.
Holy crap, a black goat! Su Chen's gaze jolted. The figure had a goat's head and a human body, holding a staff made from a human skull, its golden vertical pupils sending chills down one's spine.
Behind it were many humanoid deep space creatures, all unfamiliar to Su Chen.
His originally curious gaze suddenly ignited with fervor upon seeing what was beneath them.
Su Chen looked at the tall horse covered in scales, its pupils blood red.
Unable to hide his greed.
The black-scaled horse, the one he had longed for.
Oh my, it's really here.
They're all from the top 100 races, they have us at their mercy.
Fong Poquang sneered.
Who wants to die first? From the Deep Space Clan's ranks, a figure
rode out.
Tall and robust, with a pair of deformed bull horns on its head, its body covered in blood-red armor, wielding a large bone
club.
The Blood Bull clan ranked 100 among the Deep Space races.
The top 100 races were the main fighting force of the
Deep Space alien races, all capable of transforming into human form, though some racial traits would remain.
With a cold expression, GG grasped the chain at her waist and said softly, I'll go.
As her voice fell, her body transformed into a shadow, suddenly disappearing from the city wall and reappearing in front of the young member of the Blood Bull clan.
GG's chain swung instantly, like a serpent,
extending out, wrapping around the Blood Bull youth, the blade at the end pointing directly at its eyes.
The first challenge begins. Chapter 153, They have no right to make me lose.
Faced with the sudden attack, the young member of the Blood-Horned Bull clan appeared calm and unhurried. He closed his eyes, and a thick layer of blood-colored keratin emerged, blocking the sharp
blade at the end of the chain.
Immediately after, he let out a low shout and charged his head into the oncoming GG, causing her to stagger back in pain. Seizing this moment, the young blood-horned bull removed the chains wrapped around him and mocked, What you human women play with is just soft and weak. But it's quite handy, so let it serve as a rope for my mount, ha ha ha. As he spoke, the young blood-horned bull threw his head back and laughed heartily.
The many alien
races in the deep space behind him also burst into loud laughter, their arrogance swelling. Aludo, don't embarrass us. Just a woman, break her limbs and nail her to the turtle shell of the human race. The proud warriors on the martial arts Great Wall were furious, a bunch of beasts dare to bark here. GG, tear this guy apart, and we'll stew him for drinks tonight. Su Chen did not join in the insults from either side, he was drooling as he looked at the black-scaled horses. Below, the system panel popped up, displaying detailed information about the horse ranch. Building Horse Ranch Attributes, unlock Goblin Light Cavalry, every 2 black-scaled horses can produce 1 black-scaled horse daily. Construction requirements, Beast Bones *500, Black-scaled horses *2. After reading the detailed information, Su Chen understood one thing, 2 black-scaled horses were just the minimum requirement. The more black-scaled horses there were, the more would be produced, and the larger his cavalry would become. He gazed eagerly below, with only one thought in his mind, he must keep them all. But how could he keep all these black-scaled horses? Does the clan leader want those horses? A gentle voice suddenly rang out. Su Chen turned to see Wenhe Bulin, dressed in white, walking over with a harmless smile on his face. Goblins wearing white clothes seemed a bit out of place, but with Wenhe Bulin it didn't feel that way, a sense of
Elegance radiated from him. When he has a way? Su Chen smiled and said, if you can get them, I'll give you great credit. There's a method that isn't really a method. When he Bulin leaned close to Su Chen's ear and whispered a few words. Su Chen's expression gradually changed from anticipation to shock, then to a frown of astonishment. Isn't this a bit undignified? When he Bulin smiled lightly, what dignity is there when dealing with a group of aliens? The clan leader should just observe quietly. This method may not even be applicable. Below, Gigi and the young blood-horned bull Aludo clashed again. The former's attacks were fierce, her movements agile, making it difficult for Aludo to catch her, but his blood-colored armor was extremely tough and hard to break. Just as Gigi broke through the armor, Aludo punched, forcing her to retreat. But as she retreated, the gap she had just opened up quickly closed again. This was the advantage of the blood-horned bull clan. They could form a keratin layer to protect themselves and recover quickly, even more disgusting than the dark demon pig. Both were at the 4th level, and for a moment, neither could do anything to the other. Gigi danced around Aludo, her chain knife swinging, and a cold glint suddenly flashed in her eyes as she seized the moment of Aludo's sluggishness. Opportunity. She instantly swung the chain knife, while simultaneously closing in, blue flames surging from her body. The nether fire was also her killing move. Once it touched something, it was extremely difficult to extinguish. At that very moment, a mocking expression appeared on Aludo's face. I've been waiting for you. His sluggish movements suddenly accelerated. He raised his hand, disregarding the flames burning on the chain knife, and directly grabbed the chain knife, pulling hard. With the sight in hand, Gigi lost her balance, and a fierce look flashed in her eyes as the blue flames on her body boiled up. Injure for injury. Delaying any further was meaningless. She had to exchange injury for injury to break the deadlock. Impulsive. Fong Poko's eyes revealed a look of concern. Gigi's approach was not wrong. But she was not the type to confront head-on. She focused more on ambush and assassination. However, the Blood Bull, being a rogue race, was least afraid of assassination. If it came to exchanging injuries, Gigi would definitely not come out on top and might even suffer a severe blow. Just as Fong Pokwang had predicted, this was exactly what Aludo wanted. The blood-red armor on Aludo was burned and melted by the nether fire, the pain contorting his face. He grabbed Gigi's arm with one hand while raising the bone club high, bringing it down heavily onto her abdomen. Gigi instantly spewed blood and was sent flying, her blood mixed with bits of internal organs. This strike severely injured her. Aludo was not feeling well either, his entire blood-red armor melted by the nether fire, his flesh turning to char. But for the Blood Bull, such injuries could only be considered superficial. He stared at the nether fire and stepped towards Gigi, who was struggling to get up from the ground. The latter suddenly swung her chain knife, like a venomous snake attacking, but Aludo easily caught it. I told you, the weapons of your human women are too soft. He raised the bone club again, this time aiming for Gigi's head. I will crush your skull, then smash your limbs, and finally nail you to your turtle shell. Gigi's face turned pale, her eyes boiling with killing intent. She was no match for Aludo. But the Huaxia people, even when facing death, would never surrender. A short blade appeared in her hand, and with lightning speed, she slashed towards Aludo's neck, which was unprotected by armor. Aludo did not expect Gigi to still have the strength to strike. In his shock and anger, he raised his hand to block, but he was ultimately a step too slow. A sharp pain shot through his neck, and a line of blood spread out. If it were an ordinary person, there would be no chance of survival, but Aludo was a 4th-tier being. A deep space creature. Unless one could decapitate him in a single blow or destroy most of him, it would be difficult to achieve a one-hit kill. The wound on his neck healed rapidly, and Aludo, feeling a bit frightened, touched his neck, his eyes burning with rage. Now, I will turn you into meat paste. On the city wall, a group of young elites watched the scene below, their fists clenched, wishing they could tear Aludo apart. But they could not intervene. According to the rules, it was a one-on-one fight, and life and death must be determined. If they went down now, the other side would also send someone of the same realm, and it would turn into a 1-on-2, only leading to another defeat for Jiaguan. At this moment, they could only watch their companion being killed by the alien race, helpless. TSK. A light sneer sounded, and the tense crowd instinctively turned their heads. Su Chen, dressed in dark combat gear, jumped onto the city wall and looked back at them. I told you, you can't do it. Still not convinced? Don't call out in front of me anymore. Remember to take a detour when you see me. Fong Pokwang's heart jolted. What are you going to do? Before he could finish, he was silenced by Yuan Qing's gaze, who looked at Su Chen and said solemnly, do not lose. A dark long spear appeared in Su Chen's hand as he leaped off the city wall, his voice echoing through the air. They are not qualified to make me lose. Chapter 154. If you can't do it, then just die. The white bone club in Aludo's hand stirred up a fierce wind as it swung towards Gigi's head. Heavily.
Injured, she had no strength left to counter or evade, waiting for death to arrive. The white bone club loomed larger in her vision, and suddenly,
she heard a commotion from the city wall.
She felt a pang of guilt. The Deep Space Clan's challengers were never this strong.
This time, she had underestimated the enemy, charging into battle without discerning their type.
Losing her life was minor, but losing the battle was significant. At that moment, a piercing explosion rang in her ears, and a shadow suddenly erupted into view. The Sun-Piercer spear, carrying the power to tear
through golden stone, shot towards Aludo's eyes like a dragon diving into the sea. If he didn't retreat, he would lose his life. Aludo didn't
hesitate, quickly raising the white bone club to intercept the sudden attack of the dark spear. Looking up,
the young man in his battle gear swayed in the wind, his eyes boiling with killing intent.
Su Chen, I've come to slay you. Gigi stared at the boy who appeared before her, momentarily
dazed, then immediately said, "You need to go back."
Su Chen was only at the 2nd tier. He could never be a match for the 4th tier Aludo. His talent was better than hers, and it would be too much of a loss to sacrifice him here.
Losers should shut up, Su Chen replied without looking back.
Gigi's pale face flushed slightly with anger at his words.
She was clearly trying to help, yet he told her to be quiet? 2nd tier? Aludo sensed the fluctuations of Su Chen's blood and energy and sneered, "Is there really no one left in your human race that you sent a 2nd tier to fight?" Su Chen shrugged, "The main force is tired, I'm just a substitute. Let's have a little practice." He twirled the Sun-Piercer, pointing it at Aludo, as if to say, "Come at me." In the deep space alien camp, a goat-headed man with golden vertical pupils stared at Su Chen, his voice hoarse. "He's at the 2nd tier, you don't need to fight."
The others behind him, eager to move, looked disappointed. The humans had really sent a 2nd
tier down.
The weakest among them were all at the 4th tier, and they couldn't even find a 3rd tier.
I think the human race is really doomed.
We let them submit before, and they dare to fight us again. Once we break into their shells, we will surely exterminate the human race. I want to leave a few behind so they can reproduce. The freshly born human cubs are the most tender and delicious.
These alien prodigies discussed the atrocities they would commit after the extermination of the human race without restraint.
All the warriors on the city wall stared at them, wishing they could devour their flesh.
National grievances and personal hatred, they would not rest until death. You aren't even worthy to fight me.
Aludo's gaze was contemptuous as he patted his black-scaled horse beside him. My mount alone is enough to crush you.
The black-scaled
horse neighed, its eyes glowing red, its hind hooves scraping the ground before it charged violently at Su Chen.
Goodness. Watching the charging black-scaled horse, Su Chen sighed inwardly. He slowly drew back his right arm, his body like a bowstring being pulled, and when the black-scaled horse was in front of him, he unleashed a punch. Open.
His fist collided with the horse's scaly head, and the power carried by the galloping
black-scaled horse was completely dissipated, followed by an overwhelming force. Its facial scales shattered, blood and flesh were mangled, revealing stark white bones, and it was directly knocked to the ground, gasping for breath. This was still with Su Chen only using 30% of his strength. If he had gone all out, there would likely just be a pile of minced meat on the ground. Oh I. Su Chen shook his arm and looked at Aludo. My body feels a bit hot. Now, are you ready to meet your death?
The black-scaled horse was severely injured by a single punch, causing the expressions of the deep space alien prodigies to change slightly.
He concealed his strength. Priest, is he really at the 2nd tier? Although
the black-scaled horse was only at the 2nd tier when fully grown, it was undoubtedly among the best of the 2nd tier. If it were to charge, even an ordinary 3rd tier would not dare to resist, yet now, it was actually knocked down by a single punch from a 2nd tier.
The goat-headed man gripped his staff and rasped, "Shut up."
His cold gaze fixed on Su Chen, the staff leaning forward, but just as he moved, a large blade
shot out from the martial arts great wall.
The massive blade, carrying the force of a mountain, carved a 10-meter deep chasm before the goat-headed
man.
On the city wall, 2 pairs of cold, stern eyes watched. If you're not afraid of death, then move again.
Aludo looked at his fallen mount. His expression dark. I underestimated you.
In just a moment, the armor on him had already restored a layer, and he stepped forward with a white
bone club.
You killed my horse, you must pay for its life.
Wait. Su Chen suddenly remembered something, kicked the black-scaled horse, and then the 3-meter-tall steed vanished into thin air. Only a prompt appeared before Su Chen. Capture successful. Suddenly, a piercing sound of air being shattered rang in his ears, along with Gigi's anxious voice, "Get out of the way." The latter had regained some strength, a new chain blade appearing in her hand, attacking Aludo.
Su Chen looked over to see Aludo grinning maliciously in front of him, swinging the white bone club down.
Heavily, fool, don't you know you can't be distracted in battle?
This strike was powerful. Aludo used all his strength.
The martial artists on the city wall tensed, instinctively gripping their weapons. Su Chen was just a second tier, facing a fourth tier ambush from Aludo. The odds were grim.
Faced with the sudden attack, Su Chen had no time to dodge and raised his left arm to block in front of him. Aludo's eyes filled with even more disdain. This fool actually tried to block his attack with his body.
Did he think his body was tough? Clang!
The white bone club smashed down. Heavily, the sound of metal clashing erupted, sending a jolt through everyone's scalp. But all the people on the martial arts Great Wall began to breathe rapidly, their eyes fixed on the dust-filled area.
This thing is of poor quality.
As the dust gradually cleared, Su Chen and Aludo were revealed. The former radiated a golden sheen, his left arm slightly bent, while the latter's white bone club had shattered into 2 pieces.
Aludo
stared at the broken weapon, confusion filling his eyes.
This human actually blocked his attack, and even his weapon broke because of it. Half-step. Golden body.
The goat-headed man's cold gaze pierced through. There's a half-step golden body at Jiaguan, yet the 10,000 methods
sect has no news at all.
Behind him, the alien prodigies were still puzzled about what a half-step golden body was when they saw the human youth
gripping his bent left arm. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Su Chen's arm returned to normal. He tilted his neck and smiled. You're done, now it's my turn.
As his words fell, Su Chen shot forward, instantly appearing before Aludo, his fist glowing with golden light smashing down rapidly. Aludo's body fell back, just about to retaliate when Su Chen grabbed the upper half of his face. Losing his sight, he could only struggle wildly. To Su Chen, who had activated the half-step golden body mode, he posed no threat at all. It was like a child punching and kicking an adult. Most would just laugh it off. But Su Chen was different. He belonged to the minority who would directly grab the unruly child and throw them over the shoulder, then deliver a deliberate punch.
Looking down on humans?
Su Chen held Aludo's upper face, continuously smashing it into the ground. The overwhelming force created a pit over a meter deep around them, shattering the blood-colored armor on Aludo's head.
Su Chen directly flipped over and mounted him, his fists creating afterimages, shaking the ground with each blow. More.
Aludo's head caved in, he felt the crisis
of death and began to struggle desperately.
Su Chen directly drew the 2 chain blades he had previously seized from Aludo's waist, tying them into a twisted shape, and then unleashed a flurry of punches.
Did you not say that the weapons of my human women are soft and weak? Why don't you break free?
The pale-faced Gigi listened to the boy's voice, her gaze softened slightly as she looked at him.
Seeing Aludo remain silent, Su Chen sneered, can't do it? Then go die.
He raised his right fist, black and red malevolent energy swirling around it, transforming into a roaring
dragon's head, crashing down heavily. Bang!
The head exploded, red and white matter splattering across half of the boy's face.
Su Chen kicked
Aludo's headless corpse away, drew the Sunpiercer, and pinned it to the martial arts Great Wall. After finishing all this, he slowly turned around. His handsome face stained with blood, resembling a demon crawling out of hell, fierce and terrifying. In the next round, who will come to die?
Chapter 155, The Good Man's Head awaits your claim.
The battlefield was silent. The young man stood bare-chested, his gaze stern and fierce as he stared into the depths of space at the alien beings. His eyes did not seem to regard them as enemies, but rather as a group of livestock.
That's right, livestock.
The deep space aliens, who struck fear into the hearts of most, were in Su Chen's eyes merely disobedient livestock that wished
to devour their master. Well done. At this moment, the human warriors on the city wall finally snapped back to reality from the rapid changes.
They showed joy on their faces, raised their weapons, and shouted loudly, let's teach these alien bastards a good lesson.
Damn, do they really think they're so tough? Sooner or later, we will break out of the city. In contrast, the atmosphere among the deep space aliens was tense. With many figures cursing loudly, that useless Aludo actually lost to a second tier. I told you to let me fight, I would never let the humans be so arrogant. Your clan is not much stronger than the Blood Ox, don't embarrass yourselves. The group of alien prodigies argued among themselves, discussing who would go into battle to crush Su Chen and properly dampen the human spirit. Su Chen raised his middle finger at them. Come on, beasts. My good man's head is waiting for you to take it.
The alien prodigies were seething with rage and were about to charge out, when they were stopped by the goat-headed man.
Priest, why are you stopping me?
The goat-headed man rasped, he is a second tier. If you go into battle, it would violate the rules.
Only then did the group of alien prodigies remember that in the battle for the city gates, one could not exceed a one-tier difference, otherwise it would be considered a violation. Thinking of that god of death among the humans, the anger of the alien prodigies gradually subsided, though some were still unwilling. So what do we do? Just watch him be arrogant? The goat-headed man's gaze turned to the city wall. Fang Poquan, do you think you can avoid battle by placing a second tier here? He had already discussed a plan with the 10,000 Laws sect. Today's siege must succeed. While surrounding the city, they would help the 10,000 Laws sect eliminate the human prodigies, waiting for the right moment to break through Jiaguan. At that time, all clans could march in and slaughter the humans. Fang Poquan on the city wall replied shamelessly, if you have the ability, find someone below the 4th tier to fight. You all are not even a match for the humans, and now you blame me? The alien barbarians are just weak, they can't play. The warriors on the Jiaguan city wall laughed and shouted. Can't play. Aliens just can't play, they're really weak. If you can't play, just go home early, don't embarrass yourselves here. The deep space alien prodigies were furious, their eyes nearly bursting with rage. Suddenly, Chen in front smiled and said, I can give you an opportunity to strike at me. At this statement, even the human warriors changed their expressions. What did Chen intend to do? Just now, Aludo lost because GG had already injured him, and the two of them working together was one thing. If the other side really sent someone to fight, they would definitely be stronger than Aludo. How could Chen possibly be a match? The goat-headed man rasped, speak. I like to start from the weak and move to the strong. You guys look pretty weak, let me kill them all first. Chen looked fervently at those black-scaled horses. Once I kill them, I will accept your challenge. How about that? Chen was not afraid of the other side seeing through his true intentions, or rather, even if they did, what could they do? This was a blatant scheme. If you disagree, then I will stand here and force you to retreat. The deep space aliens in the 10,000 Laws sect had plotted for so long, they would definitely not give up so easily, and they would surely agree. The goat-headed man looked at Fang Poquan. Do you agree? What Chen said did not count, only the nod of this general of Jiaguan would matter. Even if Chen were to be killed on the spot, the human experts could not intervene, otherwise, it would break the rules. Fang Poquan did not want to nod, but Yuan Qing softly said, agreed. Are you crazy? Fang Poquan looked at him in disbelief. What if something really happens to Chen? Yuan Qing's gaze was directed downward as he said softly, I believe in him. You too. Fang Poquan gritted his teeth. You really are like master and disciple? He nodded at the goat-headed man. It's settled. With a wave of his hand, the goat-headed man commanded 50 black-scaled horses to charge out, rushing towards Chen. 50 tall horses galloped forward, causing the ground to tremble, while the young man stood firm, a single man blocking the way against thousands. His golden fist struck out continuously, each blow sending black-scaled horses crashing down, heavily injured. The goat-headed man with golden vertical pupils watched this scene, somewhat puzzled. Each punch was perfectly measured. Injuring but not killing. What exactly did this human boy intend to do? Where had the vanished black-scaled horses gone? The goat-headed man would only understand this question years later when billions of iron cavalry trampled through the deep void. In just 5 minutes, all 50 black-scaled horses had disappeared. The golden sheen on Chen's body dimmed slightly as he glanced at the eager deep space alien races and beckoned with his hand, come on. A figure stepped out from the deep space aliens, a giant made of bones, with dark flames burning in its eyes. Bone Clan, I knew they would target Chen, Fang Poquan cursed. Ranked 63rd among the deep space races, this being was made of bones and could refine others' bodies to enhance itself, possessing strong close combat abilities. Clearly, they had recognized Chen's half-step golden body and sent the Bone Clan to fight. He looked at Yuan Qing, only to find that this guy not only wasn't worried but was actually smiling. What are you laughing at? Yuan Qing said nothing, but the white-clad goblin beside him answered, Lord Yuan Qing laughs at the deep space alien's lack of strategy, and that goat-headed man is of little intelligence. To break the second-tier limit and shape the golden body, the key lies in the word break. If this half-step golden body isn't broken, how can it be shaped? And now that they have sent the Bone Clan, it's like a pillow arriving. When you're sleepy, chief, the golden body is complete. Fang Poquan looked down at Chen, who was already engaged in battle and at a disadvantage, and understood Yuan Qing's thoughts. But precisely because he understood, he became even angrier. Yuan Qing, have you gone mad? Do you want this child to risk his life for a golden body? What if he dies in battle? I will pay with my life, Yuan Cheng replied indifferently. From now on, I will slaughter the deep space races. If he doesn't take the risk, will there be a safe environment for him to grow? Who among the nobles would want to see an ordinary person rise? The aristocratic families see him as a thorn in their side. If he were to join a faction, it would be fine, but he just had to follow me, and no faction would want him. Fang Poquang fell silent. He had been in the martial arts great wall for so long that he was unaware of the situation behind him. But he could guess that many eyes were secretly watching Su Chen, not wanting to see him thrive. The cake is only so big, and those people fear the boy's rise would take away their share. Born in this chaotic world, no one can do anything about it. Below, Su Chen blocked the giant's fists, but unexpectedly, a bone suddenly pierced from its abdomen, stabbing into Su Chen's chest. Bang! The muffled sound was like thunder, and Su Chen was knocked back by the immense force, his feet carving 2 trenches in the ground. The golden sheen on his chest had dimmed to the point of nearly vanishing, and the condition of other parts of his body was not much better. Meanwhile, the bone giant, aside from breaking a few bones, was hardly injured. This was the most challenging and pressuring opponent Su Chen had encountered in his martial arts journey. The giant's eyes flickered with dark flames, as if mocking Su Chen's overestimation of himself. It swung a fist, and Su Chen used the Earth Fiend body technique to dodge, creating a deep pit in the ground, dust scattering everywhere. Looking at the bone giant, his thoughts were exceptionally calm. It was time to use his killing move. Su Chen leaped up, pulling the sun piercer that was pinned to Aludo's corpse into his hand, as black and red malevolence began to converge. The vividly lifelike blood-red dragon shadow once again circled the body of the Sunpiercer, the might of that shot defeating Song Chunfeng and the other 3. The blood-red dragon shadow roared to the heavens, and Su Chen's entire body surged with energy, throwing it out. The 6th of the 9 styles of breaking the formation, piercing the sun. Chapter 156. Su Chen has fallen in battle? Su Chen's situation is very dire. On the city wall, Song Chunfeng felt a sense of dread upon seeing the blood-red dragon shadow. This move could be considered Su Chen's ultimate technique, and just after a few exchanges, he was forced to use it, which showed how great the threat of that skeletal giant was. It would be fine if this move worked, but if it didn't. Oh dear, how did you figure that out? Xiong Li's eyes widened. He truly couldn't see anything wrong, only feeling that Su Chen was constantly being beaten, his golden sheen almost worn away. Yu Jing's gaze was fixed on the battlefield. The skeletal giant is at most lightly injured, while Su Chen's golden body prototype is nearly completely shattered. Once the golden body prototype is completely destroyed, he will only be at the ordinary 2nd tier level and will die. The analysis of the situation weighed heavily on Yu Jing's heart. No matter how one looked at it, Su Chen was still his junior, and now he was in danger while he couldn't help. At that moment, the blood-red dragon shadow roared out, its might stirring up dust, the ground cracking, and the dark flames in the skeletal giant's eyes contracting. It felt threatened by this strike. It opened its mouth and roared silently, its bones rapidly growing to form a heavy set of skeletal armor. Facing the incoming blood-red dragon shadow, the skeletal giant transformed its right hand into a shield, blocking in front of itself. The roaring dragon head crashed into the skeletal shield, the tearing wind spreading outwards, which was deflected by the goat-headed man raising his hand. The prodigies of the deep space alien race felt the collision of power at the center of the battlefield, their disdain dissipating. With this strike, a 3rd tier will surely die, and a 4th tier in the early stage must be cautious or they will perish. A golden-haired, golden-eyed prodigy of the alien race, who had been hiding in the back, spoke up. The most striking feature about it was the pair of wings. Behind it, belonging to the 9th royal family of deep space, the Wind Demon clan. Beside the Wind Demon prodigy stood a stunningly beautiful woman, with 2 small sharp teeth at her red lips and a long, spiked tail gently swaying behind her. If this person does not die in 10 years, there will be another strong figure in Huaxia. The enchanting woman curved her red lips, looking at the center of the battlefield. However, he is not the opponent of the Bone Clan and will ultimately perish here. The 10th royal family of deep space, the Charm Clan. Who would have thought that a mere challenge would hide 2 of the top 10 royal families? At the center of the battlefield, the shield formed from the skeletal giant's right hand suddenly emitted a crisp crack sound. Immediately after, the roaring blood-red dragon shadow ruthlessly shattered its entire arm into fragments. The powerless sun chaser fell to the ground, and the dark flames in the skeletal giant's eyes boiled, as if it had been humiliated. This 2nd-tier ant actually caused it to lose an arm. It wanted to use Su Chen's corpse to repair its own body. The skeletal giant charged towards Su Chen, and although
It had only one fist left, its offensive was even more ferocious than before.
Su Chen continuously defended and counterattacked, the golden sheen on
his body dimming piece by piece. When all the golden sheen disappeared, the dark flames in the skeletal giant's eyes suddenly surged, and it threw a
punch.
But it was not aimed at Su Chen, instead, it struck the ground in front of him. Su Chen sensed something was wrong and was about to leave, but
he was inexplicably locked in by a force and couldn't move.
Suddenly, the ground around him exploded, and countless white bone spikes burst forth
from the earth.
Within dozens of meters around him, it transformed into a white bone purgatory. As the skeletal giant raised its hand, thousands of bone spikes simultaneously pierced towards Su Chen. Su Chen quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for a place to hide.
There was none to the east, none to the west, none to the north or south, a dead end.
Su Chen looked at the overwhelming bone spikes rushing towards him, the blood and energy within him flowing increasingly rapidly, the impending death crisis causing sharp pains in his brow. The bone spikes coming from all directions slowed down at that moment, then slowed even more. At this moment, Su Chen had no weapon in hand, his fists clenched, breaking the incoming bone spikes.
1, 2, 100, 200. Su Chen gradually exhausted his strength, raising his arm as waves of soreness, numbness, and loss of
sensation washed over him, his vision blurring. Crack! The sound of a bone spike piercing flesh rang clearly on the battlefield. A chilling bone spike pierced Su Chen's body, followed by countless others that rushed in an instant. On the blood-soaked ground, the young man's body stood tall, covered in bone spikes, his flesh a bloody mess, riddled with scars. His hands clenched into fists, wanting to lift them, but ultimately fell weakly.
On the
martial arts Great Wall, there was a profound silence. Everyone gazed at the figure that had lost its breath yet did not fall, their lips moving as if choked. When he and Bulin looked down at the clan leader, the smiles that usually adorned their faces vanished, their gazes fixed on the skeletal
giant. The Bone Clan, what a Bone Clan!
One day, he would leave not a single soul or bone of the Bone Clan intact, not even a single fragment ground
to dust and turn to ash. Fong Poku's gaze was vacant, and after a moment, he slowly turned to stare at Yuan Qing, asking each word with emphasis. Did you not say this would help him break through? Yuan Qing's eyes were fixed below, the technique records it this way.
He had read the technique more than 10 times, even engraving it in his memory. The embryo shatters, living towards death. It could not be wrong, there must be a turning point.
Then how did he die? Fong Poku's eyes were about to burst, wishing he could slap Yuan Qing. This was not only about valuing a talented junior,
but also because only Su Chen had mastered the formula for the red blood scorpion toxin suppression potion. If he died, the tens of thousands of martial artists at Jiaguan would be cut off from the medicine, and that meant death. The scent of blood carried by the wind made the group of human prodigies stare blankly at the figure pierced by bones.
Su Chen, really dead? Song Chunfeng said in disbelief, how could this happen? It shouldn't be.
Su Chen was not Xiongli, who would throw caution to the wind. If he truly had no means to save himself, how could he provoke the opponent? Ji, saved by Su Chen, bit her lip tightly, her gaze on the bloodied figure, her voice weak. We can't let his body be desecrated.
I'll go bring his body back.
A young man carrying a walked to the city wall, unsheathing his blade, revealing a blade as clear as autumn water.
Autumn water. Blade, Meng Luchuan.
Among the prodigies of Jiaguan, he was the strongest, having reached the peak of the 4th stage.
As long as the opponent did
not send out members of the 10 great royal families, Meng Luchuan was confident he could win a round and bring back Su Chen's body.
But the
10,000 Methods sect had long since investigated the strength of the prodigies at Jiaguan. Not only were there members of the 10 great royal families, but also 2 of them.
Hey, why are you all in such a hurry?
A crude voice suddenly rang out, attracting the attention of all the prodigies. Xiongli, picking his nose, swaggered to the edge of the city wall, looking at the skeletal giant approaching Su Chen, disdainfully said, "You all call yourselves geniuses, yet can't see such a simple baiting tactic? Su Chen is clearly feigning weakness to lure that guy over."
Song Chuanfeng's
expression darkened. Xiongli, stop messing around.
Su Chen's breath was gone, how could it still be a bait? Didn't he see Fang Zhan was about to bleed from anger?
Hey, you still don't believe me? Xiongli wiped his nose on the city wall. That guy is a freaking summoner and he hasn't summoned
any goblins yet. At this, everyone was stunned.
Song Chunfeng, with a heavy expression, felt a sudden clarity. Yes, if Su Chen truly was at a disadvantage,
why not summon the goblins? Could it be?
Below, the skeletal giant walked towards the bloodied Su Chen, its eyes flickering with dark flames.
As if mocking. A second-tier ant dares to challenge me.
I will turn you into a part of my body, leaving a memento for your human race.
It approached. Su Chen raised its hand and removed the bone that pierced the young man's body. He still stood straight, unwavering. The black flames flickered. In the eyes of the skeletal giant, a dead man dared to stand before it. It raised its fist and swung it towards Su Chen's head. Just then, the sound of bang, bang, bang echoed like a drumbeat, faint at first but gradually growing stronger. On the martial arts Great Wall, Fong Pokwang, who was leaping in rage, and Yuan Xin, whose eyes were filled with coldness, turned to look at the source of the muffled sound. Both were martial arts masters, their hearing far surpassing that of ordinary people, and they could tell immediately. It was not the sound of drums, but a heartbeat. Chapter 157, The Rising Sun, the Golden Armored God General. At the moment when the faint heartbeat sounded, the dark flames in the eyes of the skeletal giant suddenly contracted. With all its strength, it swung its fist down hard towards Su Chen's head. No matter if you are truly dead or faking it, die. Now. Bang. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. The fluctuations of the heartbeat rose and fell like tides, from weak to strong, like the booming of war drums filled with rhythm and power.